They all say I've been beaten stupid. A hardened criminal who dared to kneel and kowtow in the apocalypse court, seconds away from execution. At this moment, he had actually turned into a high school student holding his head and screaming. Before me stands the school bully who humiliated me endlessly in my youth, and ahead, the white moonlight who once dazzled my entire apocalyptic adolescence. No one knows that within this bullied weakling's body hides the soul of a future warlord who will dominate the wasteland. As the arrogant bully turns to leave, I slowly speak, my voice cold as steel. Did I say you could go? My name is Feng, the top gangster in the Dongda district's port city, known for seizing federal ores and medicines to distribute among the poor in the old streets. At this moment, he stands in the defendant's dock at Hong Kong City's court. Dressed in an orange short jacket and shackled with heavy prisoner's handcuffs and leg irons, I appeared extraordinarily calm, as if nothing concerned me. In the public gallery, besides family and friends, there were mostly journalists and the long lenses of media cameras. A young reporter asked me about seizing resources, and the older photographer explained my identity and what I had done. The courtroom buzzed with noise until the judge struck the gavel. After deliberation by the Supreme Federal Court of the Eastern District, the defendant Feng was found to have planned and participated in the robbery of war-based pharmaceuticals. The crimes including attacks on the Coastal City Patrol Team are confirmed, sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. As the verdict was announced, the courtroom erupted once again in clamor, murmurs, and the sound of camera shutters. Even facing the death penalty, I still tightly pressed my lips, my gaze calm and indifferent. Only when the officers escorted me out and I passed those two aged figures of my parents sobbing in each other's arms did my steps suddenly halt. In just one short month, my parents have aged like octogenarians. Dad! Mom! My mouth turned dry as guilt welled up in my heart. Mother Lee's sobs escalated into wailing, while Father Lee's eyes reddened as he tightly embraced her. Hurry up, urged the patrolling officer. As if oblivious, I knelt rigidly toward my parents' direction. Dad, Mom, your unfilial son can no longer care for you in your old age or send you off in death. Please forgive me. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk. I knelt with my forehead touching the ground, forcefully knocking it 3 times in a row until my forehead was stained crimson with blood. The shutter sound of cameras reached its peak, and the journalists were flushed with excitement, for this unexpected scene was exactly the headline material they had been seeking. Let's go, don't make this difficult for us, the older patrol officer advised. Percent with one last longing look at my parents, I followed the officer out of the courthouse. On the execution platform, a sharp and brief gunshot rang out, and a spray of blood blossomed from the back of Feng's head as he knelt on the ground. A generation's cunning hero in Harbor City has fallen. In Classroom 2 of Senior Year 3 at Qingqing Second Special Academy. Now is the era of post-apocalyptic reconstruction, and the Eastern District has implemented civil and military examinations to select talents. During the lunch break, students facing the upcoming major exams are striving desperately, with slogans on the walls like "Work hard for 100 days, happiness for a lifetime," creating a tense atmosphere. Yet, bursts of laughter and noise come from the back rows. It's the unruly school bully Feng and his gang, who have no hope in the exams. Feng, could you guys keep your voices down? You're disturbing the other classmates. In the classroom, the school belle and class monitor Ting angrily stood up and scolded them with frustration. Monitor Lu, it's lunch break now, can't we even chat for a bit? Feng shrugged, then glanced around the classroom. No one dared to speak up. Ting's pretty face flushed red with anger, but she wasn't adept at arguing. Feng seized the chance to invite her for grilled fish after school, but she coldly refused. From now on, call me by my full name. We're not that close. She warned Feng that she would call the homeroom teacher if he kept making noise, then sat back down. A flicker of annoyance flashed across Feng's face. He didn't dare provoke Ting further and instead vented his anger on other classmates. He walked up to a seat and slapped the back of a sleeping boy's head, cursing. Sleep, my ass. Everyone else is studying hard, and here you are sleeping, fuck. Now Feng was in for trouble again. The students were talking. This boy was Feng, tall and strong, yet never dared to stand up to Feng. And damn, he was sleeping soundly. Seeing Feng didn't respond, Feng slapped him on the head again, yelling mockingly. Feng, your mom's calling you for dinner. Boom! The class burst into laughter. Feng, what are you doing? Ting couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, rebuking coquettishly. When did I ever? I was just urging Feng along, Feng said innocently, while the bootlicker Wang Hai chimed in. Just as Ting was about to go find their homeroom teacher, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! Feng, clutching his head and wailing in pain, startled Feng. Ting and a few concerned classmates wanted to step forward to check on him, but they were also a little scared. Feng's thoughts were in complete turmoil, and his head felt like it was about to explode. He listened to the surrounding clamor of voices, seeing only a blur of figures and unable to make out any faces at all. What's going on? I wasn't at Gangcheng execution ground? Where is this? Chapter 3. Feng, what exactly did you do to Feng? Seeing Feng's current state, Ting grew visibly alarmed and confronted him directly. The other students turned their eyes toward Feng in unison. The silent stares made him feel an inexplicable pressure. I didn't do anything. I just gave Li Feng a light tap, and he ended up like this. Li Hong's face paled, his words stumbling out. After all, he was still just a teenager. Faced with such a sudden situation, it would be a lie to say he wasn't scared. Bull. Who gets like this from a light tap? Lu Ting didn't buy Li Hong's excuse for a second, glaring at him angrily. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. Li Hong was at a loss for words now. If he could, he'd swear on his life. I'll vouch for him. Brother Hong only tapped Li Feng twice, barely using any force at all. As the sidekick who'd always followed him around, Wang Hai naturally stepped up to defend Li Hong. Hearing Wang Hai's words, not only Lu Ting but even the other classmates in the class found it hard to believe. One by one, they shot Wang Hai sidelong glances, their eyes seeming to say, you and Li Hong are cut from the same cloth. Who'd believe you? Of course we are. Faced with the mocking, skeptical stares, Wang Hai grew desperate. In his panic, he pointed a finger at Li Feng and blurted out, maybe Li Feng faked it himself. He just wants to frame Brother Hong. At this, the contempt in their eyes deepened, as if they were looking at a clown. Faking it? Why don't you show us how it's done? Exactly. Li Hong, however, didn't think that far. At this moment, he clung to it like a lifeline. He then glared at Li Feng, who was clutching his head in apparent agony, his voice harsh but trembling with fear. Damn it, Li Feng. I'm warning you, stop playing dumb with me. You know damn well what really happened. If you're trying to pull a scam, I won't let you get away with it. You too. Seeing Li Hong and the others still shifting blame at this moment, Lu Ting's pretty face turned cold. But before she could say more, a hoarse, raspy voice cut her off. Where am I? Who are you people? After a long moment, Li Feng slowly recovered from the excruciating pain, his gaze unfocused as he surveyed his surroundings. As soon as Li Feng spoke, everyone's attention instantly refocused on him. Seeing his disoriented state, a wild thought popped into the classmates' minds. No way. Did he get beaten into stupidity? Li Feng, how are you? Are you okay? Lu Ting, however, didn't dwell on such thoughts. Hearing Li Feng speak, she immediately asked anxiously. As the class monitor of Class 2, Lu Ting was undoubtedly extremely responsible. At this moment, she wasn't dwelling on the matter involving Li Hong and the others. Instead, she was genuinely concerned as she inquired about Li Feng's physical condition. I'm fine. Li Feng shook his head lightly, as if trying to shake off the chaotic, fragmented thoughts swirling in his mind. Really? Lu Ting looked at him doubtfully, waving her slender, green onion-like finger in front of Li Feng. Then look at me. Who am I? Then, as if afraid he couldn't see clearly, she leaned her exquisitely beautiful face closer. You? Li Feng froze, scrutinizing the girl's porcelain-like face, as white and flawless as jade. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged through him. Willow leaf brows, almond eyes sparkling like stars, and full lips slightly pursed beneath a delicate nose. Though her features still held a hint of youthfulness, the outline of a breathtaking beauty was already taking shape. You're Lu Ting? Li Feng hesitated, but his tone gradually solidified into certainty. Though years had passed since their last meeting, the graceful figure before him had long been etched into his heart. Lu Ting, the white moonlight in the hearts of countless Special Forces Academy students, the one who had dazzled his entire youth. Thank goodness, he didn't forget. Hearing Li Feng correctly recall her name, Lu Ting patted her modestly developing chest and slowly exhaled the breath she'd been holding. Seeing her reaction, Li Feng grew even more puzzled. What on earth was going on? If this scene before him was a dream, it felt far too real. With that thought, Li Feng slowly turned his head. What met his gaze were faces full of youthful innocence. Some looked concerned, others nervous and fearful, while a few even wore expressions of schadenfreude. The surroundings, in particular, felt strangely familiar to Li Feng, though he couldn't quite place it. A classroom, students, Lu Ting? See? I told you Li Feng was faking it just now. Wang Hai, seeing this, spoke with a tone of I knew it, as he pointed at Li Feng. Though Li Feng hadn't yet grasped the situation, hearing his name called made him instinctively look toward the source of the voice. When he saw a teenage boy pointing at him with an air of arrogance, Li Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. He'd forgotten how long it had been since anyone dared speak to him like that. But before Li Feng could erupt, a voice from the side cut him off. Damn it, Li Feng, you think you can pull this with me? Li Hong clearly agreed with Wang Hai. The memory of how scared he'd been earlier, and then being falsely accused by Lu Ting, an inexplicable rage welled up inside him. His face darkened as he threatened menacingly, don't run off after school. You'll see how I deal with you then. Li Hong. Li Feng froze, his expression filled with utter disbelief. If Lu Ting was the radiant moonlight that had dazzled his entire youth, then this Li Hong standing before him was undoubtedly the nightmare of Li Feng's current life. Back in Special Forces Academy days, Li Feng had been relatively mild-mannered, even bordering on timid. At some point, perhaps even beyond his own comprehension, Li Hong and his gang had escalated from subtle exclusion and verbal abuse to outright bullying once they saw Li Feng wouldn't fight back. Those years at the Special Forces Academy were the darkest days of Li Feng's life. Still pretending with me. Li Hong sneered coldly, then pointed a finger at Li Feng as if to say, "You're dead meat, just you wait." "Li Hong, what do you think you're doing?" Seeing this, Lu Ting immediately stepped in front of Li Feng, her slender frame shielding him. Her cold, beautiful face was frosted with anger. Though Lu Ting meant well, her protective stance only fueled Li Hong's jealous rage as her admirer. Sure enough, upon witnessing this scene, Li Hong's face twisted into a grim expression. However, he didn't engage in further conflict with Lu Ting. Instead, he shot Li Feng a vicious glare before turning to return to his seat. But just as Li Hong was plotting how to deal with Li Feng after school, a cold voice rang out from behind him. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Chapter 4. Did I say you could leave? Li Feng's icy voice from behind instantly halted Li Hong's steps. Even now, Li Feng hadn't fully grasped the situation, but standing there while someone pointed a finger at him and yelled without batting an eyelid? That was absolutely not his style. As the words left his lips, not only did Li Hong freeze, but the entire class stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this really the same timid Li Feng from before? When did he become so bold, daring to speak to Li Hong like this? Li Feng. Lu Ting's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Realizing what was happening, she reached out to tug at Li Feng's sleeve to stop him, only to be gently pushed away. In his previous life, Li Feng had actually sought out Li Hong. But not long after graduating from the civil and military examinations, that kid had turned to petty theft and mischief in the old streets, committing every kind of misdeed. Later, after offending bandits from outside the district, he was brutally beaten to death by them. It was precisely for this reason that in his previous life, Li Feng never avenged this grievance until the day he was executed. Now, encountering this enemy who had brought him endless humiliation and hatred once more, how could Li Feng possibly let him off so easily? "Ha! Li Feng, you bastard, are you talking to me?" Li Hong burst out laughing as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke, then turned to glare at Li Feng with a savage expression. "Looks like you're really tired of living. Don't think hiding behind Ting means I won't touch you." Who was Li Feng? A spineless coward who always just meekly obeyed whenever bullied by him. And now, this cowardly, timid bastard dared to speak to him like this. How could Li Hong, who always valued his pride, not be furious? Poof. Li Feng merely raised an eyebrow at the words, the corners of his mouth curling upward into a dangerous smile. Swish. Just as the classmates in the classroom were puzzling over why Li Feng had suddenly defied his usual self and dared to provoke Li Hong, a shadow as swift as a leopard flashed. Li Hong's entire body flew backward. Crash. Caught completely off guard, Li Hong was sent reeling backward by Li Feng's punch. Several desks caught in the crossfire toppled over in an instant. Li Feng showed no intention of stopping. He stepped forward, grabbed the still-dazed Li Hong by the hair, and delivered a vicious knee strike straight to his face. Ah! Li Hong's agonized scream pierced the air as blood instantly covered his entire face. Clearly, his nose had been broken by that merciless knee strike. Hiss! In an instant, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Dozens of slightly terrified gazes from the class landed on Li Feng. Was this really the Li Feng they knew? How could he dare? Even in the post-apocalyptic chaos, the Eastern District had established a rudimentary urban framework and basic legal system. Any serious incident would be handled by patrol officers who would take the perpetrator to the station for the chief inspector's judgment. Li Feng, what are you doing? Let Brother Hong go immediately. Wang Hai was likely startled by the scene too, but his long-cultivated habit as a lackey made him step forward involuntarily. Unlike his earlier demeanor, however, he now lacked any trace of his former arrogance when facing Li Feng. Even his warning came out stammering, betraying a hint of fear. Sorry, I forgot about you. Hearing this, Li Feng paused his actions, lifting his gaze to Wang Hai, who dared only to speak from the sidelines but not step forward to intervene. He flashed a crooked grin and said casually, Li Feng, don't come any closer. I warn you, this is the Special Forces Academy. Watching Li Feng rise and stride toward him step by step, Wang Hai's face drained of color. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he have to open his mouth? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Smack! Li Feng paid no heed to Wang Hai's inner turmoil. He simply walked up to him, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap across Wang Hai's face. In an instant, Wang Hai's face visibly swelled, 5 bright red handprints clearly visible. The scene made the surrounding students grit their teeth in satisfaction, as if the crisp, resounding slap had somehow made them feel the sting themselves. Here, I'll give you a chance. Kneel now, and I'll consider not beating you. Ignoring the astonished and fearful stares around him, Li Feng's face twisted into a cruel, icy smile as he spoke slowly, enunciating each word deliberately. Wang Hai was clearly stunned by the blow, standing dumbstruck with his hand pressed against his swollen cheek, lost in thought. Under different circumstances, faced with this version of Li Feng, Wang Hai might have actually knelt down. But now, with so many classmates watching, even if Wang Hai was as spineless as they come, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. He couldn't fathom it. Li Feng was clearly still the same person, yet, why did he suddenly seem like a completely different man? That icy aura, that bloodthirsty, savage temperament, it was impossible to connect the man before him with the timid, cowardly Li Feng of the past. Thud. Seeing Wang Hai feigning ignorance, Li Feng had no patience left. He delivered a vicious hook straight to Wang Hai's midsection. Ugh! The brutal impact slammed into Wang Hai's midsection, instantly making him feel as if his internal organs had shifted. The violent churning in his stomach robbed him of the strength to stand. You're such a piece of trash. Watching Wang Hai kneel on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he retched uncontrollably, a sneer flickered across Li Feng's lips. Since you wouldn't listen to reason, you'll just have to take it like a man. Looking down at Wang Hai's pitiful state, Li Feng felt nothing. Just as he turned to continue harassing Li Hong, a voice as clear and cold as mountain spring water cut through the air, halting his next move. Li Feng, that's enough. If you keep this up, you'll face disciplinary action from the school. Lu Ting's tall, striking figure stepped directly in front of Li Feng, her expression stern and earnest. Li Feng froze, halting his steps as he stared intently at Lu Ting's exquisitely perfect features. Ting. A female classmate tugged gently at her sleeve beside her. Li Feng's current state was downright terrifying. If it were just Li Hong and Wang Hai, well, those two rotten apples were genuinely despised by the class. Even if Li Feng punished them, the others would only gloat and watch the show. But now that Lu Ting had stepped forward, the classmates genuinely feared that the enraged Li Feng might suddenly lash out violently at her. Lu Ting understood their concern, but driven by her duty as class monitor and her innate kindness, she held her head high, meeting Li Feng's gaze without flinching. Only her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil clearly. She wasn't as calm as she appeared. With Lu Ting's intervention, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. Many classmates watched Li Feng and Lu Ting with bated breath, their hearts pounding with tension. Moments later, Li Feng reached out his hand. The surrounding students held their breath. Some timid classmates even turned their faces away, seemingly unable to bear witness to such a brutal act. But after a long pause, the anticipated scene never materialized. Alright, I'll listen to you. Li Feng reached out and gently ruffled Lu Ting's soft hair, his smile warm and radiant. His tone seemed tinged with a hint of indulgence. Not a trace of the earlier ruthlessness or coldness remained. The entire class stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Even Lu Ting herself froze for a moment, then her pretty face flushed bright red as if a sudden realization had struck her. Li Feng, what are you doing? Lu Ting, like a startled fawn, scrambled back 2 steps, her exquisitely beautiful face flushed with both shame and anger. She wanted to beat the bastard who dared to touch her into a pig's head. Who does he think he is, just touching her head like that? Ha! Li Feng ignored Lu Ting's angry scolding, silently withdrawing his hand before shaking his head and letting out a soft chuckle. She was always so kind, and so hard to get close to. Whenever Li Feng faced bullying in the past, it was always her who stepped in promptly to stop it. That was precisely why, the moment Lu Ting spoke up, Li Feng couldn't bring himself to let Li Hong off the hook. Because this stunningly beautiful girl before him wasn't just the white moonlight of his youth, she was the only glimmer of light in Li Feng's darkest days. With that thought, Li Feng no longer paid attention to the strange atmosphere in the classroom. He turned, waved his hand, and walked out of the classroom with a flourish. Chapter 5. Feeling the warm early spring sunshine, Li Feng lay lazily on the grass with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. A gentle breeze tickled his face, carrying the fresh scent of plants to his nostrils. Not far away, on the playground, students laughed and played, their voices blending into a chorus of youthful exuberance. Everything within sight, every sensation he felt, screamed the same truth at Li Feng. Yes, he had been reborn. Reborn to the age of 19, back to his days at the Special Forces Academy after the apocalypse. But damn, this was a bit too fantastical, wasn't it? Li Feng suppressed the shock surging within him, finding no trace of a system. Back in his student days, he'd devoured plenty of novels. But, seeing those wild plot twists from feel-good stories play out in real life left Li Feng inexplicably bewildered. Damn it! Who cares? After a long moment, Li Feng finally spat out a bitter curse under his breath, flicking away the nearly burned-out cigarette butt in his hand. If life could start over, he'd seize the chance. After all, he'd already died once in the apocalypse. So no matter how unbelievable the current situation seemed, upon reflection, it was just that. After all, compared to life and death, everything else was trivial. The thought of his parents sent a surge of overwhelming emotion through him, an urge to rush home regardless of the cost. But in the end, he forced himself to suppress that thought. In his previous life, he'd caused his parents enough worry and disappointment. If he skipped school to rush home now, needless to say, his family would definitely overthink it. Forget it, no need to rush this. With this thought, the lingering trace of confusion in Li Feng's expression gradually faded, replaced by unwavering resolve. Since heaven had granted him a second chance, this life, he would live it differently. At the very least, he wouldn't let his parents experience the agony of burying their own child. He brushed the grass clippings off his clothes and started walking toward the classroom building. But just as he took a few steps, a commotion erupted nearby, punctuated by the faint curses of a girl. Who would be here at this hour? Earlier, seeking solitude to sort through his tangled thoughts, Li Feng had come alone to the school's back mountain. He hadn't expected to find others in this remote spot. Curiosity drew him toward the commotion. "Shen Yao, you! How dare you seduce my boyfriend? I'll beat you to death." In a corner of the mountain hollow, several girls surrounded a frail figure in a school uniform. The aggressive leader unleashed a torrent of abuse before slapping her across the face. The girl in the uniform, named Shen Yao, was clearly stunned by the sudden blow. After a long moment, she finally came to her senses, clutching her face as she hurriedly whispered an explanation. "No, I didn't." Compared to these girls who looked like little delinquents, Shen Yao's temperament seemed far too gentle. Even after being slapped, she merely lowered her head and mumbled her explanation, showing no sign of resistance. Her frightened, deer-like expression evoked an involuntary feeling of pity. "You still dare say no?" However, the ringleader showed no sign of letting her off. She snorted coldly. "If you hadn't seduced Lubo, why would he write you a love letter?" I don't know. I've never even spoken to him." Shen Yao shook her head frantically, desperately trying to distance herself. Even now, she continued to protest in a soft voice, forming a stark contrast to the sharp tone of the girl questioning her. Li Feng stood atop the hillside, looking down at the scene below. He lit another cigarette with a hint of amusement. Clearly, this was yet another case of school bullying. And it was sparked by jealousy between girls. But even so, Li Feng showed no intention of intervening, merely watching silently. He wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, even though he himself had once been a victim of school bullying. "Sis Ting, don't listen to her. It takes two to tango. If she hadn't gone after Lu Bo, how would he have written her a love letter?" A girl beside them piped up. "Exactly. That little was born with a seductive face. She looks like she was made to lure men." "Exactly. And to think she usually puts on that pitiful, helpless act. Slut. Shameless." Several other girls chimed in, their voices rising in a chorus of insults. Whether driven by jealousy or something else, it was hard to tell. The cacophony of voices instantly drowned out Shen Yao's explanations as she stood surrounded in the center. The frail girl, who rarely argued with anyone, seemed utterly flustered by the situation. She just kept shaking her head, trying to defend herself in a quiet voice. But it was obvious that her feeble words were useless against these unreasonable girls. "Enough! All of you, shut up!" The ringleader, clearly irritated by the others' shouts, first shrieked a sharp rebuke before glaring viciously at Shen Yao. "Shen Yao, since you're so fond of seducing other people's boyfriends, don't blame me for what's coming." Wang Ting, what do you think you're doing?" Seeing the dark, vicious glint in the other girl's eyes, Shen Yao's heart instantly filled with terror. Even someone as innocent as her sensed something was terribly wrong. Her frail, slender body, so thin it seemed a gust of wind could blow her away, began trembling uncontrollably. "You lot, grab her!" Sensing Shen Yao's attempt to flee, Wang Ting immediately ordered the other girls. The girls following behind her immediately moved forward and grabbed Shen Yao tightly. Let me go." Half of Shen Yao's face, partially obscured by her messy long hair, turned pale with fright at this sudden turn of events, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She tried to resist, but facing several girls her age all at once, how could her pitifully thin frame possibly break free? "Li Yan, you lot strip this little naked." Wang Ting's otherwise pretty face showed no trace of pity. Her heart was now consumed by jealousy. As she spoke, she pulled a phone from her pocket. No. Seeing this, how could Shen Yao not understand what was about to happen? Her eyes widened in terror, her voice cracking with tears. A strength seemingly drawn from nowhere surged through her paper-thin frame, nearly breaking free from the girl's grasp in an instant. "Please, I beg you. I really have nothing to do with Lu Bo. Can you let me go?" Tears streamed down Shen Yao's face as fear and despair enveloped her. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, where order had completely collapsed during the reconstruction, the internet remained remarkably advanced. If this were to be posted online, she didn't need to imagine the consequences. She knew exactly what would happen. The girls restraining her hesitated for a moment. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up!" Wang Ting urged them relentlessly, heedless of the situation. It's no wonder they say women can be terrifying, especially those driven mad by jealousy. At this moment, Wang Ting paid no heed to the others' pleas for mercy, her face flushed with a sickly glow. Okay. Faced with their leader's urgency, the girls hesitated only briefly before reaching out one by one to tear at Shen Yao's clothes. Chapter 6. Holy! Li Feng watched the scene unfold with some surprise. Even though he'd witnessed countless dark sides during the apocalypse, this scene still left him utterly speechless. Could this really be something done by a group of students from a special academy about to take their academic exams? Truth be told, Li Feng never considered himself a good person. But bullying the weak and then forcing them to take nude photos? That kind of despicable act, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Killing someone was one thing. What the hell was this? Damn it, some people are just born devils deep down. And this kind of heartless, soulless act has absolutely nothing to do with age or status. Wait. Shen Yao, Luo Zhao? Li Feng couldn't help but freeze in shock. In an instant, distant memories and fleeting connections in his mind suddenly snapped into place. He finally remembered. No wonder the name Chen Yao had felt strangely familiar to him. Although they were in the same grade, Li Feng had never actually met her. The first time he heard the name Chen Yao, this young girl in the prime of her youth was already a cold, lifeless corpse. As for the details of the incident, the Li Feng of his past life wasn't entirely clear on them. But according to rumors among the students, the girl had been photographed in compromising positions after being bullied at school. Ultimately, during the period leading up to the college entrance exams, she chose to end her life by jumping off the rooftop of the school building. The incident caused an uproar in their Old Street neighborhood at the time, forcing the school to suspend classes for several days. With the first academic exam since the apocalypse approaching, the Old Street leadership took this incident extremely seriously. Numerous federal agencies came to the school to investigate. But in the end, whether out of fear of negative repercussions or for some other reason, the investigation team wrapped things up hastily, concluding that the student had committed suicide due to mental breakdown caused by pre-exam pressure. The family of the deceased girl naturally refused to accept this explanation and staged several protests at the school. But there was little that could be done. The girl was an orphan, with only her elderly grandmother in her 70s to rely on. With the family's dire poverty and no parental support, it was unimaginable how this vulnerable elderly woman could uncover the truth. Li Feng, who was among the crowd at the time, witnessed the scene firsthand, the frail, stooped figure of the elderly woman, leaning on her cane, utterly alone and helpless, collapsing in tears at the school gate until she fainted. That despair, that grief, that crushing sense of hopelessness had left an indelible mark on Li Feng's heart. Yet the assault by the girls below did not pause for a moment, undeterred by Li Feng's recollection. No matter how fiercely Chen Yao struggled and resisted, she couldn't hold on to her school uniform jacket as the girls tore at her. They pulled it off together. "No, please, I beg you." The girl curled up, sobbing and begging for mercy, her voice filled with sorrow and despair. She couldn't understand. She had always lived cautiously, never offending anyone. Why were these people treating her this way? Smack! Her pleas fell on deaf ears. One of the girls, seemingly impatient, slapped Chen Yao across the face and screeched, "Chen Yao, you think you're so high and mighty? After today, let's see how you keep up that act." The blow was clearly delivered with force. Chen Yao reeled from the impact, her head spinning. Even the small hands clutching her short-sleeved t-shirt loosened slightly. Seeing this, the other girls only accelerated their tearing. Chen Yao felt utterly hopeless. In that moment, she even contemplated death. Even the most innocent girl understood what was about to happen. And no girl could endure such an ordeal. "Hey, you lot! Have you had enough fun?" Li Feng finally stepped in. The amused smirk that had played at the corners of his mouth vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp expression. He wasn't a saint, but that didn't mean he was devoid of humanity. He couldn't just let such despicable acts unfold before his eyes. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to the girls below. "Who?" The abrupt question cut through the girls' struggle. The leader, who had been holding her phone ready to film, startled at the sound and whipped her head toward the source of the voice. In the hollow of the mountain, Li Feng stood silhouetted against the light. His height of about 5 feet 9 inches blocked most of the rays, momentarily obscuring his features. "I'm your grandpa." Li Feng leapt down from above, lifting his head with a mocking smile curling his lips. As the youth slowly approached step by step, his entire silhouette gradually came into sharp focus. "Li Feng! He's Li Feng from class 2. One girl, clearly recognizing him, blurted out his name immediately. "Li Feng? That wimp who always gets bullied by Li Hong?" "Yep, that's him." The other girls chimed in one after another. Originally, getting caught red-handed doing something like this had left them feeling a bit scared and uneasy. But the moment they saw it was Li Feng who had arrived, the tension in their hearts instantly eased. Who didn't know that Li Feng was notorious for being a coward? So even though the boy towering over them was a full head taller, the girls felt not a shred of fear. "Li Feng, right?" Hearing her friend's words, Ting also gradually relaxed. The nervousness that had been on her face was slowly replaced by contempt. She shot Li Feng a dismissive glance and said, "This has nothing to do with you. I know Li Hong from your class too. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise." At this point, she couldn't help but snort lightly, the threat implicit in her tone. Clearly, Ting was still fuming over Li Feng's earlier retort, "I'm your grandpa." Under different circumstances, she probably wouldn't let this go so easily. "Is that so? You know Li Hong too? How terrifying." Li Feng flashed a toothy grin, his perfectly aligned white teeth sparkling in the sunlight, momentarily dazzling the girls before him. Strictly speaking, Li Feng's overall appearance was actually quite good. Whether it was his tall, lanky frame or his clean-cut, handsome features, it could be said that if it weren't for his overly timid personality, Li Feng would absolutely be the kind of sunny, popular guy girls adored at school. You understand, then?" At that moment, Ting's heart seemed to skip a beat, and her tone grew unnaturally stiff, all traces of her earlier domineering attitude vanished. "Anyway, you and that little Chen Yao aren't really anything. If you leave now, I won't hold what happened earlier against you." She admitted that for a split second, she had been stunned by Li Feng's handsome looks. But then, remembering his timid nature, Wang Ting slowly suppressed that flutter in her heart. Girls are creatures drawn to strength. While good looks are a major plus, a reputation as tarnished as his would still make anyone hesitate. Hearing their exchange, the glimmer of hope that had flickered in Chen Yao's eyes dimmed once more, like starlight being ground away bit by bit. She desperately wanted to beg this young man to take her away from this hell. Yet she feared that because of her, he might end up trapped in the same misery as her. Even now, her kind heart refused to drag another person down with her. Besides, if pleading for help had any use, why would she have ended up here in the first place? At that moment, Chen Yao felt only cold. Even under the blinding midday sun, she still felt bone-chilling cold. So she curled up with every ounce of strength, as if doing so could block out everything outside. Chapter 7. Li Feng, of course, had no idea what was going through the girl's mind. He merely glanced at Chen Yao, who was crouched in a tight ball beside him, then turned to Wang Ting with a smile. What if I don't want to leave? His tone was utterly matter-of-fact, as if casually discussing dinner plans with friends, devoid of any trace of tension. It was the perpetual curve of his lips that gave Li Feng an air of devil-may-care, lending him a certain roguish charm. Well, the girls at school had never encountered such a thing. Even though the situation felt slightly off, when Wang Ting met Li Feng's mischievous, roguish smile, her pretty face couldn't help but flush. For a moment, she stammered, unsure how to respond. Ting. Finally, another girl couldn't stand watching any longer. She tugged at Wang Ting's sleeve and whispered a warning, snapping the lovesick girl back to her senses. Li Feng, you dare play tricks on me? When Wang Ting's gaze, which had been evasive moments before, finally settled and locked onto the playful glint in Li Feng's eyes, she instantly bristled, her voice rising to a sharp pitch. Oof. Li Feng chuckled softly and shook his head. It wasn't that he harbored any special feelings for this tomboyish girl before him. It was just that, in his past life, Li Feng had frequented the pleasure quarters so often that whenever a beautiful female creature appeared nearby, he sometimes unconsciously slipped into his flirtatious, ambiguous tone. Hand over your phone. Realizing the crux of the matter, Li Feng cut off the banter. His smile faded, his demeanor shifting abruptly. He held out his palm, his tone carrying an air of absolute authority. The imposing presence honed over years at the top erupted instantly, especially that piercing, icy glare. It instantly sent a chill through the hearts of the girls who had been bullying their classmates just moments before. Why should we? Though stunned by Li Feng's sudden intensity, Wang Ting, accustomed to arrogance at school, couldn't resist retorting. Li Feng, I'm warning you. Smack. A slap rang out, far crisper and louder than the one that had struck Chen Yao's face earlier, cutting off Wang Ting's threatening words mid-sentence. Li Feng didn't hold back with this blow. Wang Ting was sent stumbling backwards several steps before crashing down onto her, but with a thud. She sat there dazed for a long moment, unable to recover. Clearly, she was stunned into silence. The remaining girls, including the dazed Chen Yao, were all stunned by this sudden turn of events. They couldn't fathom how the boy who'd been smiling gently just moments ago could suddenly change so drastically. And his blow had been so ruthlessly brutal. Li Feng didn't dwell on it. Looking at the little delinquent sitting on the ground, her cheeks visibly swelling and reddening, he felt not a shred of pity. He simply stepped forward and snatched the phone still tightly clutched in Wang Ting's hand. Oh, not a bad phone. Li Feng flipped the phone over in his hands, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. In the post-apocalyptic zone at this time, a phone costing several thousand yuan wasn't something ordinary people could afford. After all, the vast majority could barely scrape by just to survive in this hellish world. Give me back my phone. Wang Ting gradually snapped out of her dazed state. Seeing the phone snatched from her grasp, she instantly forgot the pain on her face and shouted nervously. After all, she'd begged her parents for ages to buy her this new phone, of course she treasured it. Give it back? Li Feng tossed the phone up and down a couple of times as he looked at her, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mischievous grin. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, he flipped the phone over in his hand and slammed it hard onto the ground with a loud thud. As if that wasn't enough, he lifted his foot, crushed the shattered phone with the cover torn off, twisted it on the ground, and finally kicked the scattered pieces toward Wang Ting. Here, I'll give it back to you now. Li Feng. Wang Ting stared blankly at the mangled phone kicked toward her, then shrieked in fury, her once pretty face contorting in rage. What? Not happy with how I modified it? How about I just hand it over to the police station? Let the detectives see what you've been snapping? Li Feng reached up to rub his stinging ear and asked mockingly. Hearing this taunt, Wang Ting felt like she was about to lose her mind. Then, as if she'd lost her mind, she started yelling at the girls still standing there. What are you standing around for? Hit him. This. The girls exchanged glances. Honestly, after witnessing this scene, they were genuinely intimidated by Li Feng. But now, they couldn't disobey their leader's orders. After exchanging nervous glances, they steeled themselves and charged toward Li Feng. Women simply couldn't compare to men in physical strength, especially since the Li Feng from his past life was renowned throughout Hong Kong for his decisiveness and off-the-charts combat prowess. Well, anything else you want to say? Li Feng walked over to Wang Ting, crouched down beside her, and roughly yanked her hair to force her gaze onto his. His voice remained calm and measured as he asked. You? Wang Ting, stung by the pain, opened her mouth to curse, but the moment the words left her lips, she seemed to sense the icy glint deep within Li Feng's eyes. She forced the profanity back down her throat, though her voice still carried a defiant edge. Li Feng, don't get too cocky. If you've got the guts, wait for me after school. We'll see if you're still so arrogant then. Oomph. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he raised his hand and delivered a swift, clean slap across Wang Ting's face, the girl who still dared to make threats. A girl? Now that you're in a weak position, you suddenly remember you're a girl? When you were leading the bullying earlier and scheming to use dirty tricks like taking nude photos against your classmates, why didn't you think about being a girl then? Truth be told, Li Feng usually didn't hit women. But when faced with a despicable, morally bankrupt scum like this, he showed no mercy whatsoever. As for reason? With someone this rotten to the core, that's the least effective approach. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now, every single one of you get over here and apologize to her. Li Feng swept his gaze over the group as he spoke. Since he'd chosen to help this girl named Chunyao, he might as well go all out. What? Apologize to her? Wang Ting shrieked at the demand, shaking her head firmly. No way. Not even if you beat me to death would I apologize to her. It had to be said, a woman's jealousy was truly terrifying. Even at this point, she still refused to bow her head and admit fault to her rival. Oh, is that so? Li Feng smiled indifferently, then raised his hand again. Ah. Having already suffered 2 humiliations, Wang Ting reacted before Li Feng's hand even landed, covering her face and scrambling out of the way. Clearly, this gesture had left her with deep psychological scars. Heh, what are you dodging for? The anticipated slap never came. Instead, Li Feng merely smiled at her, his eyes brimming with playful teasing. You'd better hurry up. Don't test my patience. Either apologize now or I'll keep hitting you until you do. Though spoken calmly, Li Feng's final words carried an undeniable authority that every girl present could sense. Sis Ting. Seeing Wang Ting still refusing to yield, her little followers grew anxious. Forgetting all else, they crowded around her, whispering urgent pleas. Li Feng paid no attention, slowly rising to his feet as he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. Less than a minute later, whatever the girls had said to Wang Ting finally worked. Reluctantly, she led them to stand before Chunyao. We're sorry. The hollow apology lacked sincerity, but it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, the girl with torn clothes, still crouched with her legs hugged to her chest, was clearly terrified by the scene. Her body instinctively shifted backward a little more. After offering their perfunctory apology, the girls turned to Li Feng, seemingly awaiting his instructions. Get lost. Noticing the mix of resentment and fear in their eyes, Li Feng waved them off dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Watching the girls walk away, Li Feng knew this incident would surely have repercussions, and most likely after he got out of school. Chapter 8, The Timid Girl. Are you okay? After handling the situation, Li Feng had intended to turn and leave. Yet, for some reason, he glanced at the girl still huddled in a tight ball, her frame thin and frail, and ultimately couldn't bring himself to walk away. He approached and asked. Chunyao lifted her head slightly, her face mostly hidden behind long bangs, making her features indistinct. Never mind. Just put this on first. Li Feng sighed softly, removing his school uniform jacket and handing it to her. Her clothes had been torn beyond repair in the struggle earlier. Now, she wore only a faded, wrinkled short-sleeved shirt on her upper body. Even that short-sleeved shirt had several torn holes, barely covering the faint outline of her delicate figure. No wonder she'd been curled up, afraid to move. Thank you. Chunyao hesitated for a moment as she looked at the offered jacket, but finally accepted it with a soft thank you. Li Feng nodded silently without a word, then turned away, cigarette dangling from his mouth. The girl lifted her eyes to watch his retreating figure, letting out a slight sigh of relief before rustling quietly to pull Gu Feng's school uniform jacket over herself. I'm ready. Moments later, Chunyao murmured softly, her voice barely audible. Her voice was always so soft and gentle. Had the surroundings not been so quiet, Li Feng might not have heard a word she said. Oomph. Li Feng turned at the sound, and seeing the girl's current appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. Though Chunyao was nearly 5 feet 7 inches tall, her slender frame made Li Feng's oversized school uniform look like a child wearing an adult's clothes on her, creating a comically absurd effect. Embarrassed by his laughter, the girl stood frozen in place, her fingers tightly clenched together as she kept her head bowed, looking extremely awkward and uneasy. Why are you staring at the ground like that? What, did you find money? Li Feng smiled at her. Truth be told, this was the first time he'd ever met a girl who blushed so easily. Even now, Li Feng hadn't seen Chunyao's full face. Of course, aside from her habit of looking down, the main reason was her overly long bangs, which obscured most of her face. Chunyao froze, instinctively lifting her head to meet Li Feng's gaze through the dark strands of hair. Realizing the teasing intent in his eyes, she quickly lowered her head again. Enough. Watching the startled girl before him, Li Feng shook his head, deciding not to tease her further. After a moment's thought, he added a warning. Don't just wander off to the back mountain with anyone next time, understand? This time, it was fortunate she encountered him. Otherwise, the memory of the girl who had jumped to her death in his previous life stirred a pang of sorrow within him. Had he altered Chen Yao's fate? For some reason, a sudden doubt flashed through Li Feng's mind. Was this the butterfly effect of rebirth? Then, if he could alter others' destinies, could he also change his own future? In that moment, Li Feng, lost in thought, found himself pondering countless possibilities. I understand. Chen Yao replied softly. Perhaps it was Li Feng's words that reminded the girl of her earlier ordeal, causing her body to tremble slightly once more. What if the boy hadn't intervened to stop it? What would have become of her? Chen Yao dared not dwell on the question. Don't dwell on it. Just be more careful next time. Seeing her state, Li Feng could probably guess what was on her mind, though he wasn't exactly skilled at offering comforting words. Machem, thank you. Her words remained as gentle and concise as ever, yet when she uttered those two simple words, her entire demeanor was utterly sincere. What class are you in? Li Feng smiled indifferently. I'm in class 6, grade 3. Hearing Li Feng's question, the girl hurriedly answered nervously. As she spoke, her body even tensed up unconsciously. Seeing the girl's timid and nervous demeanor, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh softly. Although he was adopted, his adoptive parents were hardworking and skilled, so he had never wanted for anything growing up. In contrast, the girl before him, from her perpetually bowed head, her frail frame that seemed as though a gust of wind could carry her away, to the worn-out canvas shoes on her feet, faded white from constant use, every detail radiated a sense of inferiority and poverty. This was the fate of most ordinary people in the apocalypse. What a tragic soul. This damn apocalypse works like that. The rope snaps at its weakest point. Misfortune always finds the most unfortunate. If anyone at school gives you trouble again, come find me. I'm Li Feng from class 2, grade 3. Looking at the girl before him, Li Feng felt an unexpected surge of tenderness wash over him. Without a second thought, he blurted out. Chen Yao froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected words from the boy before her. What? Did you hear me? Li Feng grew impatient, his voice rising slightly. I remember. The girl was clearly startled and nodded quickly. Let's go. Li Feng turned without another word and led the way toward the classroom building. And so, the two walked one after the other, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 meters between them. Warm sunlight spilled down, enveloping the young pair. Though the atmosphere felt slightly off, it seemed unusually peaceful and harmonious. At some point, the girl silently following behind Li Feng lifted her head. Through the gaps in her hair, her eyes fixed on the tall, straight silhouette of the boy ahead. Gradually, the last vestiges of fear and apprehension within her heart dissolved completely. What remained was only the clarity after the clouds had dispersed, and a profound sense of peace. Chen Yao knew that this scene before her eyes was something she might never forget for the rest of her life. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the girl's disheveled hair to flutter, revealing the features hidden beneath her long locks. In that instant, her breathtaking beauty made even the vibrant spring scenery on the mountain pale in comparison. Especially those enchanting, watery peach blossom eyes, possessing a strange allure that could draw one in completely. Chapter 9, The Frustrated Li Hong. When Li Feng pushed open the classroom door, the previously murmuring class instantly fell silent. Dozens of eyes turned toward him in unison. In the past, this scene would have made the old Li Feng lower his head and flee in panic. But now, this youthful body housed the soul of a man in his 30s. Not only could he handle this simple stare down, but even a higher stakes stage wouldn't faze him. Having weathered countless storms, Li Feng remained utterly composed. Glancing around the room, Li Feng paid no mind to the evasive gazes of the others. With perfect composure, he walked toward the back row of seats. Li Feng, what do you think you're doing? Seeing Li Feng walk straight past his seat without pausing, his gaze fixed firmly on him, Li Hong stood up, his voice trembling with fear beneath a thin veneer of bravado. Facing Li Feng again, truth be told, he still felt a bit uneasy inside. Though Li Feng was still the same person, his appearance unchanged, the aura radiating from him and the defiant spirit in his brow were worlds apart from the timid figure he remembered. What the hell? Li Feng's lips curled into a wicked smile at the question, then his hand shot out, landing a hard slap across Li Hong's face. The sudden blow landed with tremendous force, its sharp, ringing sound echoing throughout the classroom, sending a chill down the spines of those who heard it. Li Hong was stunned. Even the tissue stuffed into his nostrils to stop the bleeding was knocked flying by the force of Li Feng's blow. Uing. After a moment of stunned silence, a wave of humiliation overwhelmed Li Hong's rationality, causing blood to rush to his head. Shut your mouth. Dare utter another word, and I'll wring your neck clean off. You believe me? Fingers tightened slightly around Li Hong's throat as Li Feng's cold eyes bore into him, each word spoken with deliberate emphasis. Li Hong's mouth hung open, his face flushed crimson. He seemed to want to say something, but dared not speak. Li Feng, let him go. A panicked female voice rang out from behind them. That distinctively cool and clear voice could only belong to one person, class monitor Lu Ting. Whenever classmates needed help or unexpected situations arose, she was almost always the first to speak up. Honestly, Li Feng sometimes found Lu Ting quite contradictory. Both in appearance and personality, this stunningly beautiful girl belonged to the aloof and proud type. Yet strangely, she sometimes possessed a chivalrous spirit, utterly intolerant of anyone bullying the weak. Because, during Li Feng's days of being bullied at school, only Lu Ting had ever stepped in to stop it. Alright. Li Feng turned and smiled at Lu Ting. He understood what she was worried about, so he didn't insist. He simply relaxed his grip and let the kid go. Finally, only after Li Feng had settled back into his seat and all commotion had ceased did the classmates cautiously glance at him before breaking into hushed whispers. There was no helping it, the shock and confusion Li Feng had caused them was simply too great. What kind of person had Li Feng been before? Quiet and timid, a coward who would silently endure every time he was bullied by the school bullies and troublemakers. He was the kind of pushover anyone felt free to walk all over. But now? Damn it, how did he suddenly become like a completely different person? Not only has his personality become domineering and overbearing, but his entire aura has transformed completely. Confident, cocky, and wicked. Especially that air of calm composure, unlike any other teenager, it made him seem utterly unfathomable. People always feel a mix of awe and fear toward the unknown. And right now, Li Feng was giving the entire class exactly that feeling. If someone had endured years of oppression only to finally explode, then as an observer, one might at most feel astonished and incredulous. But Li Feng's eruption was far too composed. Yes, composed. No hysterical curses, no pent-up resentment from years of bullying. Only a terrifying, extreme calmness. Seated at his desk, Li Feng was well aware of the whispers circulating among his classmates. But he didn't care. After all, he had already lived a second life. Following his martial arts exam in his previous life, Li Feng had gone to Hong Kong City, where he had since worked transporting pharmaceuticals. It could be said that through confrontations with bandits outside the district and various factions, his decisive and ruthless nature had been forged. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, only the strong could survive. Moreover, this Special Forces Academy was merely a temporary stepping stone. So whether they were good or bad, as long as they didn't go out of their way to provoke him, Li Feng couldn't be bothered to care. Hey, what time is it now? Li Feng glanced at the books scattered across his desk and casually asked his desk mate beside him. Having been reborn, he couldn't even recall the name of the classmate who'd sat beside him for 3 years. Yet, that vaguely familiar face still stirred a hint of warmth within Li Feng. Ah, it's almost time for afternoon classes. Li Ming hadn't expected Li Feng to suddenly speak to him and jumped in surprise. Glancing at his wristwatch, he stammered out a reply. What? Am I that scary? Seeing his nervous expression, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. During his years at the Special Forces Academy, Li Feng hadn't really made any friends at school. If he had to pick one, it would probably be this desk mate beside him. But after the exams, even this occasional conversationalist had cut off contact, their paths diverging completely. Each was now struggling to survive in the harsh post-apocalyptic future. And no. Li Ming tried to deny it, but ended up scratching his head awkwardly and grinning sheepishly. Well, maybe just a little. Li Feng shook his head, saying nothing. Truth be told, Li Ming wasn't much different from his former self. He belonged to the lowest rung of the social ladder. So seeing Li Feng suddenly become so formidable today, it was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of fear. This was evident from the wary glances his classmates occasionally shot his way. Li. Brother Feng. Li Ming hesitated, glancing cautiously behind him as he spoke. What is it? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at him. You'd better be careful after school today. After hesitating for a long while, Li Ming finally leaned closer to Li Feng and whispered. When I went to the bathroom earlier, I overheard Li Hong and Wang Hai saying they're planning to ambush you at the school gate. Oh, that's it? Li Feng waited a moment, but when Li Ming didn't continue, he froze in surprise. That's it? Li Ming was also a bit dumbfounded, thinking to himself, wasn't that enough? After all, for students like them with timid personalities, what could be more terrifying than this? Nah, no big deal. Just a bunch of trash. Li Feng shrugged it off with a dismissive laugh. Even if Li Ming hadn't mentioned it, he knew this was bound to happen. After all, today he'd crossed more than just Li Hong and his crew. Chapter 10. Ting, have you noticed how much Li Feng has changed? Zheng Shen withdrew her gaze, which had been secretly darting backward, and turned to whisper to Lu Ting beside her. Lu Ting rolled her eyes. She couldn't be bothered to respond to her desk mate and best friend's nonsense. After what just happened, anyone with eyes could see Li Feng's transformation, okay? His behavior was so different from usual, not just slightly different, but practically like a completely different person, okay? Fine. Zheng Qian probably realized her question was pointless. Seeing her best friend's disinterested expression, she giggled and leaned in mysteriously, whispering, Ting, what do you think of Li Feng? What do you mean, what do I think? Hearing this, Lu Ting furrowed her delicate brows, confused by the implication. What else could it be? Zheng Qian was a bit speechless, then her pretty face flushed slightly as she stammered, I mean, didn't you notice how handsome Li Feng looked just now? No way, I didn't notice. Just as Lu Ting was about to retort, a sudden realization dawned on her. A teasing expression flashed across her cool, beautiful face. Oh, so you. Hey, you silly Ting Ting, keep your voice down. Hearing her best friend's voice trailing off louder and louder, Zhang Qian quickly covered her mouth with her hand, cutting off the rest of her words. Then, feeling guilty as if she'd been caught red-handed, she glanced around nervously. Seeing no one paying attention to them, Zhang Qian finally let out a sigh of relief. What's this? Has our little Qian got butterflies in her stomach? Lu Ting paid no heed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief as she stared at Zhang Qian. In front of her best friend, she shed her usual aloof, unapproachable demeanor, instead radiating the gossipy curiosity and playful exploration typical of a young girl. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not. Her secret thoughts exposed, Zhang Qian flushed crimson and protested. You say you're not. Look at how red you are. I'd be a fool to believe you. Lu Ting wasn't buying it for a second, calling her out on the spot. Say that again and I'll fight you. Driven to utter humiliation, Zhang Qian wasted no time unleashing her most effective tactic, reaching straight for her best friend's ticklish spot. In the post-apocalyptic world, especially in the chaotic East District, decisive individuals were far more likely to survive than the weak-willed. Naturally, girls tended to admire such people. Giggle. I'm sorry, okay? Fine, Qian, giggle, let go already. Lu Ting, who was extremely ticklish, immediately begged for mercy. It must be said, the two beauties' playful banter was quite eye-catching. So even though Lu Ting and Zhang Qian had tried their best to keep their voices low, the expressions on their pretty faces still drew the attention of many classmates nearby, causing them to glance their way repeatedly. Perhaps sensing the unusual stares around them, the pair felt too embarrassed to continue their playful antics. They quickly resumed their usual aloof and haughty demeanor. The scene was as if the two who had been playfully roughhousing moments ago weren't them at all. Qian, tell me the truth, have you fallen for Li Feng? After a long moment, when she saw the attention of those nearby had shifted away from them, Lu Ting finally whispered the question to Zhang Qian. Though different from her own reserved nature, Zhang Qian was cheerful and lively. Yet after years of friendship, this was the first time Lu Ting had ever heard her best friend compliment a boy on his looks. So even though Lu Ting usually avoided gossip, she couldn't resist digging deeper into this topic. No way. Zhang Qian quickly denied it. I just thought Li Feng looked really manly when he beat up Li Hong. Besides, doesn't everyone in class know Li Feng has a crush on you? After saying that, the girl shot Lu Ting a lingering glance. Likes me? Lu Ting froze at the remark, clearly not expecting her best friend to come to that conclusion. Yes. Zhang Qian nodded firmly, then countered with a question. Otherwise, why do you think Li Hong used to bully him all the time? Why? Lu Ting asked blankly. In that moment, she felt like her brain couldn't process it all. How did this suddenly involve Li Hong? Zhang Qian glanced at Lu Ting before explaining. You know that annoying guy Li Hong has been chasing after you all this time, right? That's probably why he kept picking on Li Feng later on. Lu Ting's delicate, pretty face paled. Suddenly, previously overlooked details began connecting in her mind. No wonder, every time she stopped Li Hong from bullying Li Feng, the former would retaliate against Li Feng even more fiercely the next day. At first, Lu Ting hadn't understood, assuming there was some private conflict between the two. Little did she know, the root cause had been her all along. I truly didn't know. Lu Ting murmured softly, a bitter taste filling her heart. It wasn't that she harbored any complicated feelings toward Li Feng. Most likely, it was the guilt that her well-intentioned actions always ended up making things worse. Ting, don't overthink it. How could this be your fault? After all, you meant well. Seeing her best friend's expression, Zhang Qian instantly understood what she was thinking. She hurriedly offered comfort. Truthfully, if Lu Ting hadn't persistently questioned and suspected her feelings for Li Feng earlier, she wouldn't have wanted to tell her about this at all. Zhang Qian knew her best friend too well. Despite Lu Ting's aloof and proud exterior, deep down she was actually kind and warm-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't be feeling uneasy and guilty over something that had nothing to do with her. Anyway, blame it all on that Li Hong. Ugly enough to look at, and he still thinks he's hot stuff. He's been buzzing around you like a fly you can't swat away. If you ask me, you shouldn't have stopped Li Feng earlier. You should have let him beat that jerk senseless. Finally, Zhang Qian seemed still unsatisfied, raising her fist in the air as she spoke. All right. How did we end up getting you all worked up again? Seeing this, Lu Ting couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling with amusement. The lingering trace of unpleasantness in her heart vanished completely. After all, she wasn't some self-sacrificing saint who blamed herself for everything. What she hadn't expected, though, was that Li Feng, that quiet classmate who barely dared exchange two words with her, had secretly harbored feelings for her. And worse, he'd been bullied because of it. Truth be told, Lu Ting had never paid special attention to anyone, let alone a boy like Li Feng who was practically invisible in class. Any occasional exchanges they had were likely just a few casual, inconsequential remarks. As for impressions? She couldn't say she had none, but they were definitely not particularly deep. Perhaps because she'd been staring for too long, Feng, who had been sitting at his desk, seemed to notice. He lifted his eyes and looked at her. Their eyes met, their gazes crossing in midair. Though momentarily bewildered, Feng recognized her as Ting. His lips instantly curved upward, revealing a smile. Sunny and warm. Caught red-handed with her stolen glance, even the cool and aloof Ting couldn't help but flush slightly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, her beautiful eyes shot him a fierce glare before she promptly turned her head away, leaving Feng with nothing but her haughty, sulky back. Feng was utterly baffled, unsure what had gotten into the girl. In the end, he could only awkwardly rub his nose and sink back into deep thought. Chapter 11: Literary and Martial Examinations. Before long, a portly middle-aged male teacher in his 40s walked into the classroom clutching textbooks as the bell rang. Feng had a fairly vivid memory of this teacher. He vaguely recalled the man's surname was Chen, a chemistry teacher for their class. The literary and martial arts exams consisted of a literary test covering knowledge from before the apocalypse, supplemented by post-apocalyptic survival skills, and a martial arts test that required formidable combat prowess. The reason was simple: unlike the other stern, rigid teachers, Mr. Chen stood out. His humor and relaxed teaching style in class made many students genuinely enjoy his lessons. Even when students jokingly called him Old Chen behind his back, he never took offense. Instead, he happily mingled with them. As soon as Teacher Chen placed his lesson plan on the podium, his gaze immediately fell upon Feng in the classroom. Amidst the sea of students all dressed in uniforms, Feng stood out starkly in just a short-sleeved t-shirt. Hearing this, the other students instinctively turned their gaze toward Feng. "My uniform got accidentally wet in the front, so it's still drying outside." Feng didn't even blink as the lie rolled off his tongue. Though he felt nothing about being scrutinized by his classmates, standing up to answer the teacher's question in class, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he couldn't help but feel a slight awkwardness. "Alright, just be more careful in the future. Don't catch a cold at such a crucial time." Teacher Chen didn't dwell on the matter. After offering a word of concern, he glanced at Feng for a moment, chuckled, and remarked, "You're quite handsome, young man, but a bit too slight. You should take a cue from your teacher, you know? A real man needs a strong, healthy physique." As he spoke, Old Chen struck a bodybuilder's pose, instantly provoking roars of laughter from the students below. Many of them, noticing his belly that looked like he was 6 or 7 months pregnant, let out a collective yuck. "Alright, take a seat." Unfazed by the teasing, Old Chen waved at Feng with a smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. Only then did he pick up his lesson plan and begin. "Yesterday we reviewed the separation of mixtures. Class, turn to page 21. Now, this problem hasn't appeared on the exam for the past 2 years, but it's definitely coming this year. 6 points are right here, believe it or not." "Hey, wait, what are you laughing at? I'm being serious here." Seeing the skeptical expressions on his students' faces, Old Chen couldn't help but shout, his face flushed with frustration. "Come on, Old Chen, you say that every time you hit a key point. If we relied on your must-know questions, even 300 points on the literature exam wouldn't be enough to cover your mistakes." A bold student teased him. "This time it's absolutely true, more real than 24K gold. You guys have to trust your teacher, okay?" Old Chen immediately guaranteed it, almost swearing on his life. "But what if it doesn't show up on the exam?" Some students still doubted him and voiced their skepticism. "It didn't happen." Old Chen stroked his chin in a pensive pose. After a long pause, he spread his hands innocently. "Then pretend I never said anything. Ha ha ha." The students all pounded the table laughing. Even the girls who usually cared about their image couldn't help but laugh until they were doubled over, seeing Old Chen spouting such nonsense with a straight face. There was no helping it with Old Chen, the maverick among teachers. Practically every one of his classes was filled with laughter and joy. It wasn't that other rigid teachers hadn't questioned Old Chen's teaching methods, but in the end, the average scores on the chemistry exams always ended up slapping the skeptics right in the face. Some say learning brings joy. To Feng, such talk sounded like utter nonsense. Of course, there were probably some genuine scholars who loved diving into the ocean of knowledge, but let's be real, those folks were few and far between, right? If pressed, wouldn't surfing the web, gaming, drinking, clubbing, or even just lying in bed scrolling through your phone, any of those choices be more appealing than hitting the books? For most people, the real reasons they force themselves to study seriously boil down to family expectations, their own future plans, or the desperate hope that knowledge might change their fate. Studying is genuinely a rather tedious and boring endeavor. The main reason Old Chen's classes are beloved by all his students is his humorous teaching style. It injects a bit of lighthearted fun into their otherwise tedious student lives. At least, that's how it was for Feng. Yet, strangely enough, chemistry was the one subject where he consistently scored above 90 on every exam. Watching Old Chen gesticulate wildly at the podium, using witty remarks to help every student memorize key points, Feng gradually shifted from initial discomfort to full immersion. Truth be told, after nearly a decade of working in the real world, all the textbook knowledge had long since been returned to the teachers. But learning is learning. No matter how much time passes, some foundation and vague memories remain. It's just that, compared to the ease and enjoyment of his classmates, Li Feng often found the lessons rather obscure and difficult to grasp. During this class, occasionally, Li Feng could sense the hatred emanating from the back of the classroom, accompanied by malicious stares. Even so, he couldn't be bothered to turn around. After all, who else in the class would be staring at him like that besides Li Hong and Wang Hai? Truthfully, if not for the lingering obsession from his past life, Li Feng wouldn't give a damn about a worthless bug like Li Hong, someone he could crush with a single step. The reason he sometimes couldn't control that violent urge deep inside was largely because this bastard had cast such a deep shadow over the younger Li Feng. A class period wasn't particularly long, lasting only a few dozen minutes. Old Chen never dragged classes out. As the bell chimed, he gave the students a few final reminders to focus on the key points before officially ending the session. As Old Chen's rotund figure disappeared from the classroom, the class instantly grew a bit livelier. During the 10-minute break, those needing to use the restroom went their separate ways. Others, however, didn't relax. They borrowed notes from classmates and discussed problems together. That's how it is when exams are approaching. Truthfully, most of the course material had already been covered. Now, it all came down to self-discipline. Except for those who had given up hope, most students remained diligent and hardworking, whether during breaks or after class. After all, in this final sprint toward the academic and martial exams, even memorizing a single extra piece of useful knowledge could give them an edge in future choices. These choices aren't just about landing your dream company or guard squad, they shape the entire course of your future. Li Feng, having just reincarnated, naturally lacked their sense of urgency. When class ended, he rose as casually as anyone else, heading for the restroom to light up a cigarette. But as he reached the back door, he couldn't resist the itch in his palms. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to each of those two jerks, Li Hong and Wang Hai. The students who witnessed this were startled for a moment, then turned back to their own business. Judging by their reactions, they seemed to be slowly growing accustomed to such scenes. Li Hong, enraged by the repeated blows, seemed ready to chase after him, but was held back by his sidekick Wang Hai. "Brother Hong, I know you're furious, but hold your horses. Didn't you already arrange for someone to ambush Li Feng after school? Let him run wild for now. We can get our revenge later." Wang Hai hurriedly stopped him, then added with a sinister smile. To say Wang Hai wasn't furious after being publicly humiliated like that would be a lie. But what could they do? The Li Feng who had gone berserk was definitely not someone the two of them could handle right now. "Fine. I'll listen to you for now and tolerate him a little longer." Li Hong was actually scared out of his wits inside. Seeing this chance to back down, he stopped trying to act tough. In the end, he even put on a helpless expression, as if to say, "I'm only letting this slide because I'm giving you face." Damn it! Why didn't you do that in front of Li Feng? Watching Li Feng disappear from the classroom, Wang Hai couldn't help but curse inwardly. But there was nothing he could do. Now that he and Li Hong shared a common enemy, he wasn't about to foolishly embarrass the other. He could only put on a cheerful facade while inwardly cursing, offering several words of consolation before finally managing to steady Li Hong's emotions. Chapter 12, Good Intentions. The entire afternoon. Except for the first chemistry class taught by Old Chen, Li Feng was completely zoned out the entire time. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay attention. The problem was, he simply couldn't understand a word. Chemistry was manageable, since he'd had some interest and foundation in it before. But then came math class, that was truly the death knell for Li Feng. Those convoluted equations and the endless blackboard-filling solution steps instantly left Li Feng, who had initially intended to study diligently, utterly bewildered. Damn it, no wonder people always said that when pushed to the limit, humans can do anything except solve math problems. Back then, Li Feng had always thought it was just a joke. But now, he finally understood. It wasn't a joke. It was the bitter, blood-stained history left behind by countless predecessors. Soon, the afternoon classes dragged on like sitting on pins and needles for Li Feng. But just as he grabbed his backpack to leave the classroom, a cold, clear voice stopped him. "Li Feng, you're staying behind for duty today." Lu Ting's beautiful eyes fixed on him as she spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. "Clean duty?" Li Feng froze, looking back at her in confusion. "Class monitor Lu, isn't today supposed to be someone else's turn?" Though momentarily stunned by this unfamiliar yet vaguely familiar term, Li Feng glanced at the blackboard, then at the boy beside him holding a broom, looking utterly flustered. He smiled and spoke up. Lu Ting hadn't expected her lie to be exposed so quickly. Her expression turned slightly flustered, but then, as if remembering something, she finally lifted her delicate, snow-white chin slightly and declared, "Liao Fan can't handle the duty alone. What's wrong with you staying to help? But I'm kinda lazy. What if I don't feel like helping?" Li Feng shrugged with a grin. "Then why don't you, our esteemed class monitor, show off your helpful spirit and assist Liao Fan yourself?" He understood perfectly well the ulterior motive behind this girl suddenly asking him to stay for duty. Frankly, she was worried about Li Hong and the others waiting for him at the school gate. Though he understood Lu Ting's kindness, for some reason, seeing her slightly stubborn expression stirred a mischievous urge within him. He wanted to banter with her, just to watch her face flush with anger. No wonder they say men remain boys at heart until the day they die. You. Sure enough, upon seeing the smug grin on Li Feng's face, Lu Ting's lovely cheeks flushed crimson with anger. If not for her concern over her own image, she would have loved to punch this boy flat right then and there. Wasn't she just trying to help him out of the goodness of her heart? Yet this ungrateful guy not only refused but also had the nerve to tease her. Alright. Zhang Qian, who had been watching from the side, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Li Feng, just stay and help out, okay? At worst, Ting and I will clean up too. The four of us won't take that long. Li Feng turned his gaze toward her, a smile playing on his lips. Their eyes met for only a moment before Zhang Qian, flustered by those deep, bottomless black eyes, flushed and hastily looked away. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. A faint smile touched Li Feng's lips. After all, keeping others waiting isn't exactly a good habit. With that, he turned on his heel, waved a quick goodbye to the two girls, and strode out of the classroom without looking back. Qian, did you see him? Behind him, watching Li Feng's receding figure, Lu Ting stamped her foot in frustration. Forget it. Let's go too. See if there's anything we can help with. Zhang Qian sighed softly at her words. They had done everything they could, but Li Feng had still chosen to confront the situation. There was nothing more they could do. She could only hope neither Li Feng nor Li Hong would escalate things too far. I couldn't care less about that ungrateful jerk. Lu Ting's anger clearly hadn't subsided. Hearing her best friend's words, she couldn't help but pout in protest. Even so, her footsteps instinctively followed Zhang Qian's. Finally, only one tool guy remained in the classroom, looking somewhat bewildered. Hey, weren't we supposed to help clean up? On campus. Li Feng blended into the dense crowd, soaking in the unique passion and vitality radiating from the young boys and girls around him. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment welled up within him. Though in his previous life, he hadn't been particularly old either, only in his 30s. But after years immersed in the cutthroat world of constant scheming and backstabbing, Li Feng had seen far too much of it all. True to his nature, he preferred straightforwardness, using sheer strength to plow through any obstacles in his path. But he had no choice. After all, hundreds of brothers who depended on him for survival followed in his wake. Often, the filthy business wouldn't change just because he wanted it to. Walking the path he'd chosen a path with no turning back. If he'd relied solely on brute force and violence, he'd likely have been betrayed so thoroughly he wouldn't even have his underwear left. So back then, Li Feng learned to be selfish, ruthless, cold-hearted, all the traits of a true tyrant. And now, he had returned to his 18th-year campus days. Surrounded by students radiating sunshine and smiles, Li Feng felt a profound sense of disorientation, as if he'd stepped into another lifetime. That jarring sense of temporal dislocation, unless you've lived it, it's impossible to truly grasp. Youth is truly wonderful. Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, savoring this moment. But suddenly, a voice shattered the tranquility within him. Li Feng, you can't leave the school grounds yet. Li Hong and the others have gathered a bunch of people waiting for you outside. Li Ming appeared out of nowhere, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Upon seeing Li Feng, he gasped out breathlessly. Oh, really? Compared to Li Ming's panic, Li Feng remained surprisingly calm. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a faint smile. I think there are some troublemakers from outside the school mixed in with that group. Li Feng, maybe you should head back to the classroom and hide for now. If that doesn't work, you could always climb over the back mountain wall to get back. Seeing that Li Feng's footsteps showed no sign of slowing, Li Ming feared he hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly urged him again. After all, for students like them with softer dispositions, school bullying was already a deeply frightening prospect, especially now that it involved thugs from outside the school. It's fine. Nothing to worry about. Li Feng shrugged indifferently, then patted his shoulder in a gesture that was both reassuring and grateful. But Li Ming tried to say more. Here, help me take off my backpack. Li Feng didn't give him a chance to speak again, simply unstrapping the backpack from his shoulders and tossing it to him. Li Ming caught it instinctively, his expression filled with bewilderment. Watching the figure ahead gradually recede into the distance, he suddenly felt that his classmate of nearly 3 years had become a stranger. Chapter 13, Staking Out the School Gate. The moment he stepped out of the school gate, Li Feng spotted Li Hong and his gang. It wasn't that he shared some psychic connection with that jerk. The real reason was that in the crowded throng of students leaving the Special Forces Academy, this group stood out like a sore thumb. A dozen or so boys and girls, some crouching, some standing, had gathered in front of a small shop. Among them were several yellow-haired punks smoking cigarettes, occasionally pointing at attractive girls among the students and making lewd comments, their laughter punctuated by frequent bursts of foul language. Their obviously unsavory demeanor made every passing student frown and keep their distance, afraid of accidentally provoking trouble. Ironically, the students' avoidance only emboldened the group, making them grow increasingly brazen. Interesting. Li Feng couldn't help but grin as he spotted a few girls mixed in with the group. He knew Wang Ting and her crew would come looking for trouble after school, but he hadn't expected these two groups to conveniently converge like this. It seemed the phrase "birds of a feather flock together" truly applied to them. As Li Feng sized them up, the group clearly noticed him too. After all, amidst the throng of students leaving school, Li Feng's unique aura made him stand out like a crane among chickens. He was practically impossible to miss at a glance. Li Feng, you finally dared to show your face. Wang Hai, clearly accustomed to being a lackey, was the first to rush over upon seeing Li Feng. He shot him a smug glance, his face twisted into a cold, malicious sneer filled with resentment. At that moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten who had been groveling in the classroom earlier. His entire being radiated the smug satisfaction of a petty villain. Come with me. Brother Hong and the others. Smack. Before Wang Hai could finish his sentence, Li Feng's hand came down hard, landing a resounding slap across his face. Passing students froze in shock, halting their steps as they stared in disbelief at the sudden brawl erupting at the school gate. Wang Hai was clearly stunned. He truly hadn't expected Li Feng to dare strike him at this moment. But before he could recover, excruciating pain erupted in his chest, sending Wang Hai flying backward like a ragdoll. Damn it, still trying to act tough. Li Feng cursed under his breath, kicking the other guy hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. He then took 2 steps forward and delivered a few more brutal stomps without warning. This wasn't like back in the classroom where Li Feng would hold back. Within seconds, Wang Hai was clutching his head and wailing in agony on the ground. Damn it, you bastard, you actually hit me. Li Feng, you. Damn it, beat the out of this kid. Seeing this, Li Hong and his crew, who had been waiting nearby, lost their temper. They cursed furiously and charged toward them. Li Feng's massive 43-inch foot stomped down hard on Wang Hai's face. Hearing the commotion, he slowly lifted his head, then casually extended a finger, beckoning them over with a smirk that was both reckless and arrogant. Provocation. Utter, blatant provocation. Witnessing this, the dozen or so delinquents on the other side were consumed by rage, their footsteps quickening. What the hell are you doing? Who gave you permission to fight at the school gate? But just then, the school security guard, sensing trouble, stepped in between the two sides on the verge of a confrontation. After all, it's human nature to gather around for a spectacle. Sure enough, upon witnessing this, students at the school entrance quickly gathered around, stopping to watch the spectacle unfold. Get lost. Stupid security guard, you think I won't beat you up too? Seeing themselves blocked, Li Hong and the few student-looking youths showed some hesitation. But the other thugs weren't about to tolerate this meddling security guard, immediately hurling insults. I'm warning you, you better not cause trouble here. This is a school. The middle-aged security guard's face darkened under the thug's barrage of insults, yet he still tried his best to quell the conflict. Yet his warning sounded anything but convincing. We're already outside the school grounds, you blind watchdog? Don't push your luck. Why waste words? Take him down. The thugs paid no heed to the middle-aged security guard's words. One hot-headed among them lunged forward, reaching to grab his collar. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, the security guard who only made a meager monthly salary felt his courage falter. But just as he hesitated to step back, a cold, clear female voice suddenly rang out. Li Hong, what do you think you're doing? Lu Ting pushed anxiously through the crowd, her best friend Zheng Qian right beside her. She had clearly rushed over in a panic, and after stopping, she was slightly out of breath. Ting, step aside. This is between me and Li Feng. Seeing Lu Ting shield Li Feng, Li Hong's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. It seemed to happen every single time whenever he targeted Li Feng, this girl he liked would step in to defend him. And precisely because of this, Li Hong's resentment toward Li Feng only grew deeper. No way. Lu Ting refused without hesitation. If you keep picking on classmates, I'll tell the homeroom teacher. You. Li Hong was so furious he wanted to curse. If she weren't standing right there, he'd have punched her. Bullying classmates? Haven't you seen Wang Hai still being trampled under Li Feng's feet? Besides, back in the classroom, how many times did Li Feng slap me across the face? Don't you all know that? Do people really have to be so hypocritical? Damn it! Lu Ting, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, you might get dragged into this mess. Wang Ting, who had rushed over, shot Li Hong a fierce glare, silently cursing him a useless fool before stepping forward to confront Lu Ting head-on. Regardless of what Li Hong thought, she wasn't letting Li Feng off the hook today. If Lu Ting insisted on meddling, she wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Besides, as a fellow female student, Wang Ting had long harbored resentment toward this girl widely regarded as the campus beauty of the Special Forces Academy. Exactly. Little sister, what's so great about that pretty boy behind you? Why not come with me instead? How about it? Big brother promises to satisfy you. Heh, our brother Jia is famously known as the 7 times a night guy. He's way better than your little lover, right? Exactly. Ha ha ha. The rowdy thugs who had been shouting earlier all stared at Lu Ting with wide eyes the moment she appeared, their expressions brimming with undisguised awe and lust. It wasn't surprising. As the most sought-after girl at the Special Forces Academy, Lu Ting's innocent, beautiful face, the kind that looked like a first love, was undoubtedly the most popular among the boys. Especially her perfect figure, impossible to conceal even beneath her loose school uniform, made her stand out instantly in any crowd. You. Having never experienced anything like this before, Ting flushed crimson in an instant, her face burning with anger at the thug's lewd remarks. Even her beautiful almond-shaped eyes seemed to glisten with a thin veil of mist. Brother Jie. Seeing the situation veering off course, Li Hong could no longer hold back. But before he could speak, the leader, a punk with dyed yellow hair, cut him off ruthlessly. Shut up. Who gave you permission to speak? The thug leader shot him a dismissive glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. I. The two locked eyes for a moment, but in the end, Li Hong backed down. He truly dared not cross the man before him, even if the girl being teased was the one he'd always liked. So, what do you say, beautiful? The gang leader turned back with satisfaction, grinning lecherously at Ting. Just go out and have some fun with us guys later, and I'll let this kid off the hook. Don't worry, I mean no harm, I just want to make friends with you. Exactly. It's your honor that Brother Jie has taken a liking to you. Exactly, heh. The other thugs chimed in immediately. You're all a bunch of thugs. Ting was furious. Due to her family background and looks, she'd been treated like royalty since childhood. Even when bolder boys confessed their feelings, they were usually extremely polite and respectful. So when Ting encountered these smooth-talking thugs for the first time, she had no idea how to handle them. Alright, class monitor Lu, you shouldn't get involved in this. Watching the girl fight back tears while refusing to back down an inch, Feng felt helpless. But? Ting pursed her lips, as if she still wanted to say something. No buts. Feng cut her off firmly, then turned to Zhang Xian beside him. Zhang Xian, take her aside for now. Zhang Xian said nothing, only giving Feng a deep look with her beautiful eyes before silently pulling her best friend away. Chapter 14, 1 against a dozen. Hey, beautiful, don't go yet. Stay and chat with Big Brother a little longer. Seeing Ting try to leave, the thug leader wasn't about to let her go so easily. He reached out to grab her arm. Talk my ass. Feng punched him straight to the ground, cursing. If he hadn't been worried about accidentally hurting the two girls earlier, he would have lashed out long ago. Now that he saw Ting and Zhang Xian backing away, how could Feng possibly hold his temper? You all love to shoot your mouths off, huh? Feng pointed at the group of thugs, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'll smash every one of your filthy mouths shut in a minute. In an instant, the once chaotic school entrance fell deathly silent. Not only the numerous students watching, even those swaggering thugs hadn't expected that the quiet teenager who'd barely spoken since the incident began would actually dare to strike first. Damn it, what the hell are you standing around for? Get him. The thug who had been knocked down by Li Feng's punch was the first to snap out of it, roaring at his nearby comrades. His henchmen snapped out of their stupor, cursing as they lunged toward Li Feng. Meanwhile, Li Hong, still flushed from being scolded earlier, hesitated briefly before joining the fray. In an instant, with Li Feng initiating the attack, the melee at the school gate erupted. The crowd of students watching the scene immediately backed up several more steps, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Li Feng had no time to spare for such concerns. Once the fight commenced, his entire focus was fixed on the group before him. Straight punches, roundhouse kicks, knee strikes, elbow strikes. Essentially, every attackable part of the body was mercilessly targeted by Li Feng. In his past life, he'd witnessed countless similar scenes. To be honest, these brawls relying solely on numbers and lacking any skill were child's play. Thus, almost the moment contact was made, the first 2 or 3 thugs charging forward were instantly taken down by Li Feng. Though Li Feng took several hits himself, his defensive techniques and force redirecting skills rendered them mostly harmless. That's how gang fights work. Especially when facing multiple opponents, trying to dodge every single attack is utterly impossible. After all, even if you replace Li Feng with a world champion in kickboxing or boxing, it would still be completely unachievable. So when facing a mob attack, your best strategy is to dodge the most threatening strikes, create distance, and wait for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. Never get tangled up in a prolonged fight. Holy! Watching the occasional cries of pain echoing from the center of the ring, followed by the sight of thugs being knocked down by Li Feng, the surrounding students couldn't help but widen their eyes, their breath forming visible clouds in the cold air. If they weren't certain there were no cameras or recording devices nearby, they'd swear they'd stumbled onto a movie set. One guy taking on over a dozen? Is this even humanly possible? In less than 2 minutes, the entire brawl concluded with a pile of thugs lying on the ground, the same ones who had been swaggering moments before. Watch out! Just as Li Feng shook out his hands, ready to finish off the last 2, a frantic female voice suddenly rang out from the side. Accompanying it was the piercing whistling sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Without turning his head, his sixth sense honed from years of walking the edge of danger kicked in the instant Ting's warning reached him. Instinctively, Li Feng raised his arm to block. Thud! The dull thud of a wooden stick striking flesh echoed. Looking for trouble. The intense pain made Li Feng's eyebrows twitch involuntarily. Staring at the thug who had somehow snatched a stick from nearby to ambush him, a flash of savage fury flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Seizing the moment while the thug was still stunned, Li Feng snatched the wooden stick from his grasp. Without hesitation, he swung it down with all his might, smashing it into the thug's skull. Almost instantly, blood gushed from the thug's forehead, followed by the sound of him collapsing unconscious to the ground. Whoosh! The students watching had never witnessed such a bloody scene. The moment they saw the blood, the crowd erupted into gasps and chaotic murmurs. The more timid ones clamped their eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. Li Feng didn't even glance at the thug sprawled on the ground, face covered in blood. He simply turned away slowly. As for the shouts of "he killed him" echoing around him, he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge or defend himself. Li Feng wasn't stupid. Even if he had been genuinely angry just now, he knew deep down that he would never kill someone over something like this. After all, the skull at the forehead was incredibly hard. Unless subjected to repeated blows, it was unlikely to sustain particularly severe injuries. So despite the thug's terrifying, blood-soaked appearance, at worst, he'd only suffered superficial wounds and a mild concussion. "You, don't come any closer." Even though Li Feng understood the situation, that didn't mean everyone else did. So when the yellow-haired thug leader saw Li Feng approaching with the stick raised, panic seized him instantly. In an instant, his face drained of color, his eyes filled with uncontrollable terror and fear. Thud! Without a word, Li Feng swung his stick down, knocking the man back to the ground. "Big brother Jie, is it?" Li Feng looked down at him, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What's the matter? Don't you like to smile anymore? Truth be told, I preferred your earlier defiant attitude. Killing the heart with words, nothing could be more fitting." Even the onlookers couldn't help but cringe at the yellow-haired thug's humiliation. The yellow-haired thug couldn't care less about embarrassment now. Truth be told, he wanted nothing more than to get as far away from this monster as possible. Especially when he thought of his comrade still lying on the ground, his fate unknown, a chill ran down his spine. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please let me go." Perhaps overwhelmed by his own imagination, the yellow-haired thug finally broke down, desperately begging for mercy. "Let you go?" Li Feng chuckled softly, tapping his stick rhythmically against the side of his shoe as if pondering the question. "But I already told you I'm going to beat those filthy mouths of yours to a pulp. What should we do, brother Jie? I don't want to be a man who breaks his word." Smack! Smack! Almost the moment Li Feng finished speaking, the yellow-haired thug lashed out, slapping him hard across the face. After just a few slaps, his entire face visibly swelled up. "Good dog." Li Feng laughed, a bright, radiant smile spreading across his face. But quickly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he delivered a kick straight to the yellow-haired thug's face, his voice cold. But still, too light. Wah! Ignoring the yellow-haired man clutching his mouth and writhing on the ground, Li Feng turned his gaze to the dozen or so others lying on the floor. "What about you lot? Will you do it yourselves, or shall I help you?" Hearing this, the men first glanced at their comrade, still unconscious and covered in blood, then looked at their leader, clutching his mouth unclear how many teeth he'd lost. Smack! 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 No one knew who started at first, but soon the air was filled with the sharp, resounding slaps of this group of men striking their own faces. Chapter 15, Slapping Their Own Cheeks. The sight of a dozen people kneeling and slapping themselves in the face was truly shocking. Those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand would find it hard to imagine such a scene. At that moment, the crowd of students gathered at the school gate would likely never forget it for the rest of their lives. Especially the figure of that youth standing tall in the center of the field, baton in hand. That image would undoubtedly become a vivid, indelible mark in their memories of youth. In the reckless days of youth, every boy dreams of being a hero to some degree. In their dreams, they championed justice and settled scores with righteous fury. Perhaps upon seeing outsiders harassing a pretty girl, they too had fantasized about stepping in, knocking those thugs to the ground with a few punches and kicks, then basking in the admiration of the crowd and the girl's adoring gaze. But those were nothing more than unrealistic fantasies in their heads. In reality, forget about rescuing damsels in distress. Even a single menacing glare from those thugs would likely scare off most of them. Of course, this doesn't mean they should be blamed for being weak or incompetent. After all, humans are inherently self-serving creatures. Seeking gain and avoiding harm is instinctive. Moreover, after shouting "Stop the injustice" on the street, can you actually handle the situation and deal with potential retaliation afterward? These are the reasons that make many people hesitate. At the end of the day, they're just ordinary people among the masses. You can't hold everyone to impossibly high moral standards. But today, when dreams collide with reality, shock, envy, admiration, these emotions swirled in every onlooker's heart, lingering long after. In their eyes, Li Feng now embodied raw power and unbridled confidence, a bold, larger-than-life presence. Especially under such intense scrutiny, he had stolen the spotlight in a way every boy dreamed of achieving. Compared to the boy's complex emotions, the girls' reactions were far more straightforward. If not for the inappropriate setting, they'd likely have burst out shouting things like, "He's so handsome." After all, what girl wouldn't be drawn to a handsome guy who could also hold his own in a fight? In the sheltered world of campus life, guys who can play basketball, strum a guitar, or sing beautifully seem to be quite popular with the girls. But the prerequisite? You absolutely had to be good-looking. Li Feng himself was quite handsome and refined, especially after his rebirth brought about a dramatic change in his aura, giving him an air of devilish charm and roguish good looks. So even if some girls aren't into violence, in this era where looks are everything, forget fighting, just being handsome means even if you pick your nose in front of her, plenty of girls would think it looks cool. Smack. 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 The relentless sound of slaps echoed continuously. Watching the thug's cheeks swell high, Li Feng showed no sign of mercy. Instead, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he stood there, cigarette dangling from his lips, coldly observing the spectacle. Honestly, if it weren't for the concern about causing a scene at the school gate, he wouldn't have settled for such a simple punishment. Li Feng, maybe we should just let it go. Lu Ting had approached unnoticed and whispered her plea. Li Feng didn't respond, merely turning his head to look at her silently. Back in their youth, the timid girl had never dared to meet his gaze so openly. 3 years of secret admiration. Li Feng would only occasionally steal a glance at her during class or in unnoticed corners. I know. Li Hong used to bully you. He was wrong. But... Seeing Li Feng like this, Lu Ting thought he was angry and immediately felt uneasy, wanting to explain something. Fine. Before Lu Ting could finish her sentence, Li Feng agreed readily. Ah. Lu Ting was momentarily stunned, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise as she stared at him. Li Feng smiled. If anyone else had tried to persuade him like this, Li Feng might not have paid them any mind at all, he might even have taken it out on them. But what could he do? The person standing before him was Lu Ting. After seeing this girl again, the one who had captivated his entire youth, Li Feng could now treat her calmly. Yet, that lingering flutter from his youthful naivety still made him more patient and tolerant toward Lu Ting. He waved to Li Ming in the crowd, then said nothing more. Tossing aside the stick in his hand, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked straight away. With this gesture, the oppressive tension in the air instantly dissolved into a palpable sense of relief. Soon, the thugs, realizing they'd lost all face, slunk away, and the school entrance gradually returned to normal. Though the conflict seemed to have ended there, one needn't guess the lively chatter among familiar classmates made it clear that from this day forward, the name Li Feng would stir up waves both inside and outside the school. Xian, do you think Li Feng is angry? Watching Li Feng's receding figure, Lu Ting felt a sudden pang of melancholy for some reason. I told you not to try to talk to him, but you wouldn't listen. Zhang Qian snorted lightly, clearly annoyed. Those guys were jerks to begin with. Didn't you see how they tried to take advantage of you just now? If you ask me, Li Feng should have given them a proper lesson. But I was worried about the school finding out and disciplining him. After all, our exams are coming up soon. If something happened and it messed up our exams, that could affect us for life. Lu Ting wrinkled her cute little nose, looking slightly aggrieved. Ah! Zhang Qian gasped in surprise. She hadn't considered that angle at all. I thought you were pleading for Li Hong. I wasn't. Lu Ting shook her head hastily. Just thinking about how Li Hong had cowered and kept quiet when she was being harassed by those thugs earlier made her seethe with indignation. How could that guy have claimed to like her before? Who would have thought that when it really mattered, Li Hong, who always strutted around class like a big shot, would crumble so fast? Even though Lu Ting never felt anything for him. But any girl in that situation would feel resentful, it was impossible not to. Alright. Seeing her best friend's look of hurt and frustration, Zhang Qian quickly tried to console her. From the way Li Feng acted just now, he didn't seem angry. Really? Lu Ting asked uncertainly, pressing for more. Wait, hold up, why are you so fixated on whether Li Feng is mad or not? Realizing something was off, Zhang Qian suddenly felt something was amiss. She gave her a mischievous look. You, aren't you? No, I'm not. Don't say that. Lu Ting's pretty face flushed red as she hurriedly defended herself. Someone's confessing without being asked. Zhang Qian's smile held a hint of mischief. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already rushing to explain yourself. I know what you're implying, but I swear I didn't. Lu Ting shot her a fierce glare, her tone tinged with a touch of petulance. Fine, I didn't. Zhang Qian gave a perfunctory nod of agreement. After years of friendship, Zhang Qian understood her bestie's thin skin beneath that aloof exterior. But when you start caring about a guy's feelings, that's when you begin to fall. At this thought, Zhang Qian's beautiful eyes lowered slightly, a faint, unreadable ripple flickering deep within. Of course, this flicker lasted only an instant before vanishing completely. There never was. Lu Ting, oblivious to Zhang Qian's subtle change, merely snorted defiantly. Good riddance. Anyway, I'll just remind you, quite a few girls were asking around about that guy's name in class earlier. Zhang Qian remarked casually. The guy she referred to, of course, was Li Feng. Let them ask all they want. What does that have to do with me? Lu Ting put on an unconcerned air. Although Li Feng looked kinda What's wrong with those girls? Could they really be falling for that guy just because of that? The thought made Lu Ting feel a tiny pang of jealousy. Though, this slight pang of envy might have gone unnoticed even by herself. Chapter 16, Shen Yao's Gratitude. Surveying the unfamiliar yet strangely familiar buildings around him, Li Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he walked home. Life on the old streets of his hometown moved at a slow pace, nothing like the bustling excitement of the big city he'd moved to in his previous life. Yet, this tiny county town, utterly unremarkable in the vast eastern district, held so many memories from his childhood and teenage years. Happy ones, troublesome ones, painful ones. The Li Feng of the past had desperately wanted to escape this place. Yet now, having achieved success and living a life of luxury and excess, he often found himself longing for it. Humans are such strange creatures. As children, we all wish to grow up quickly, even mimicking adults by stumbling forward in their shoes. Yet once adulthood finally arrives, we find ourselves yearning for those carefree days sheltered under our parents' wings. Passing by a street food stall, Li Feng caught the aroma wafting from the grill. Without thinking, he bought a few skewers of grilled gluten. Still the same flavor as before. Li Feng took a bite. Perhaps something came to mind, but the corners of his mouth turned up, and suddenly he smiled. In his previous life, what delicacies hadn't he tasted? Compared to those, the grilled gluten skewers he could buy 2 for a single yuan now seemed rather meager. Yet even so, Li Feng still found these cheap skewers more to his taste. Or perhaps taste was secondary, what truly mattered was the memory of youth. After walking for an unknown length of time, Li Feng suddenly stopped and turned to look behind him. Not far away, a girl stood frozen in place, her school uniform noticeably too large and ill-fitting. She seemed equally surprised by his abrupt halt, especially under his scrutinizing gaze. The girl froze dumbstruck in place, her expression growing visibly uneasy. Li Feng simply watched her, saying nothing, until Chen Yao was nearly at her wit's end, on the verge of fleeing in embarrassment. Only then did he wave her over. Truthfully, he'd noticed her following him since leaving the school gates, but at the time, he hadn't paid it much mind, assuming Chen Yao might just be heading the same way. But now they'd walked through several streets. If Li Feng still hadn't realized she was deliberately following him, he'd be a complete idiot. Why are you following me? Li Feng, being straightforward by nature, raised his eyebrows in curiosity as the girl slowly approached. Caught red-handed in the act of tailing him, Chen Yao grew even more flustered. Her slender fingers twisted tightly together, momentarily at a loss for how to answer Li Feng's question. Here, take this. Seeing the girl stammering and unable to form a complete sentence, Li Feng didn't press her further. Instead, he handed her the last 2 skewers of grilled gluten he had left. When Chen Yao saw the snacks Li Feng offered, she froze for a moment. Then, the lower half of her face exposed beneath her lowered brows flushed bright red. She hurriedly waved her hands in panic. I don't want it. I was just. The more flustered one gets, the harder it is to articulate what they want to say, especially for someone like Chen Yao, who had a touch of social anxiety. Finally, the girl simply lowered her head and fell silent, her embarrassment so intense she wished she could sink into the ground. I know. Seeing the girl before him burying her head like an ostrich, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. Honestly, in all his lifetimes, he'd never met a girl so timid and easily embarrassed. I bought too much of this stuff and can't finish it now. Why don't you help me eat it? Li Feng explained. After all, grilled gluten was delicious, but eating too much at once could indeed be a bit cloying. The girl didn't move, still standing awkwardly in place, staring at her own toes. I told you to take it. If you won't eat it, just toss it in the trash. Li Feng grew impatient, his voice rising several decibels without him noticing. Startled by his shout, the girl shuddered visibly, seemingly frightened. She instinctively snatched the grilled gluten from Li Feng's hand. But the way she held the skewer looked awkward no matter how you looked at it, like a torchbearer holding a torch. Seeing this, Li Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. It seemed he had found an effective way to communicate with the girl before him. Though they had only met twice, the girl seemed perpetually downcast, her long fringe obscuring most of her face. Li Feng knew this was a sign of extreme insecurity or deep-seated wariness toward everything around her. Thinking this, Li Feng sighed softly, his voice gradually softening. What is that thing you're holding? He wasn't referring to the stiff hand holding the grilled gluten, but rather the long, narrow box she clutched tightly in her right hand. This is for you. Hearing Li Feng's question, Chen Yao suddenly remembered why she had followed him. She hurriedly handed him the box. As the girl's fingers unfolded the red box, its contents gradually came into view before Li Feng. It was a bottle of red flower oil. In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from life-saving antibiotics and other specialized medications, most other medicines could still be purchased at pharmacies. I noticed you seemed injured earlier. Chen Yao murmured softly, her head bowed. Truthfully, when conflict threatened to erupt at the school gate, she had been caught up in the crowd too. But just as the girl mustered her courage to step forward and intervene, 2 other girls had already stepped in front of Li Feng. Gazing at the stunning figure in the center of the scene, a girl radiating an almost luminous presence, Chen Yao felt her last shred of courage slowly vanish. In the end, she stood silently in place, unable to step forward. Thank you. Li Feng looked at the item in her hand, paused silently for a moment, then slowly took it. No, I should be thanking you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten into a fight with them. Chen Yao shook her head hastily at his words. However, as she watched Li Feng accept the red flower oil, the tension in her body gradually eased. Actually, even without that incident, this fight was bound to happen. Li Feng said with rare seriousness. Clearly, Chen Yao hadn't taken his words to heart. She kept her head down, silent, but her guilty expression suggested she was convinced this whole incident was her fault. Seeing this, Li Feng merely smiled and didn't bother explaining further. After all, he had indeed helped her out this time. Alright, you should head back early too. I'll take the stuff. Li Feng stuffed the items into his pocket, then turned and waved goodbye before walking away. After a long while, the girl slowly lifted her head. She watched Li Feng's receding figure, then let her gaze fall on the skewered meat in her hand. Lost in thought, she seemed lost in her own world. Chapter 17, Parents. It was still that old residential complex deep in her memory. The familiar stairwell, peeling pink plaster walls, dim orange-yellow lighting. As he absorbed the scenes unfolding before him, even Li Feng, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, felt his emotions grow slightly complicated in that moment. After earning money in the killing grounds outside the district in his previous life, Li Feng had brought his parents to the city to enjoy their twilight years. But for some reason, after facing the luxurious yet empty villa day after day, he found himself not as happy as he had imagined. Perhaps, deep down, this humble abode far inferior to the villa in both surroundings and amenities was the place he truly felt at peace and warmest in his heart. Squeak creak. Just as Li Feng was lost in his memories, the front door unexpectedly swung open. What's wrong with you, kid, standing at the door without a word, trying to scare someone to death? The sudden encounter startled the middle-aged woman who had opened the door. She jumped at the sight of the teenager standing there, then patted her chest and glared at Li Feng reproachfully. Mom! Looking at the middle-aged woman before him, who seemed so much younger than in his memories, Li Feng suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Everything else seemed to be blocked, and he couldn't utter a single coherent word. What are you standing there for? Come in. Why are you so late today? I was just about to go to school to look for you. Mrs. Li didn't notice the unusual look on Gu Feng's face. As she spoke, she acted as natural as ever, taking the backpack from her son's shoulder and pulling a pair of slippers from the shoe rack. Seeing this, Li Feng felt his feet weighed down as if by 1,000 pounds, unable to take a single step forward. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Probably unused to her son's sudden stillness, the kind-faced middle-aged woman looked at the frozen teenager with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Her tone grew urgent and concerned as she pressed him. Mom, I'm fine. It's just, I missed you. Li Feng shook his head and smiled at her words, then suddenly pulled his mother into a tight embrace. Feeling her son's embrace, Mrs. Li stiffened at first, then her gentle face instantly softened into a warm smile. She couldn't even remember the last time her son had clung to her like this. Probably only when he was a little kid, right? Xiao Feng, what's really going on? Can you talk to Mom about it? Gently patting Li Feng's back, Mrs. Li, noticing his earlier unusual behavior, asked with a hint of comfort. After all, a mother and son share a special bond. She could sense something was off with her son's emotions. Nothing. I probably didn't do well on this month's monthly exam. Hearing this, Li Feng shook his head and casually spun a lie. After all, the whole rebirth thing was just too fantastical. Even if he told his parents, it would only cause them panic and worry, serving no purpose whatsoever. I thought it was something serious. If you didn't do well this time, just try harder next time. Come on in, wash your hands, and let's eat. Hearing Li Feng's explanation, his mother finally relaxed completely and smiled as she spoke. When it came to grades, the elderly couple at home were remarkably open-minded. They didn't act like other parents who, unable to achieve their own ambitions, dumped all the pressure onto their children. After this brief emotional fluctuation, Li Feng gradually calmed down. As he spoke, he deftly changed his shoes and stepped into this home that felt both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. In truth, during those years he chose to fight outside the district. Even as his personality grew extreme, cold, ruthless, and brutal, he never once mistreated any of his brothers or those who had been kind to him. But his parents at home were the two people Li Feng, the madman outside the district, felt most guilty toward. Especially the scene on the day of the trial, when the elderly couple clung to each other, weeping inconsolably. Even now, it still haunted Li Feng, refusing to fade from his memory. Dad! Upon entering the living room and seeing the middle-aged man seated on the sofa, Li Feng's expression still betrayed a hint of suppressed emotion. But having already seen his mother earlier, he managed to compose himself. He nodded to the steady-looking middle-aged man and addressed him warmly as Dad. Hearing this, Li's father paused for a moment, then forced himself to respond calmly. Ever since enrolling in the Special Forces Academy, Li Feng's personality had grown reclusive and uncommunicative. Even with his own parents at home, he remained much the same. So witnessing this transformation in their son today, it would be a lie to say Mr. and Mrs. Li weren't overjoyed. Yet no matter how much they speculated, they could never have imagined what Li Feng had endured to bring about this change. What are you two standing there for? Come eat. Mrs. Li's voice drifted over from the dining table. Hearing her call, father and son finally seemed to break through the awkward silence. They went to the kitchen to wash their hands and sat down at the table. A standard 2-dish 1-soup meal, simple in variety, yet nutritionally sound. After all, this was the critical period of exam preparation. Even if they weren't overly concerned about Li Feng's grades, compared to other parents, their care for their son was undoubtedly deeper. Here, Xiao Feng, eat more. This is your favorite braised spare ribs. Before Li Feng could even pick up his chopsticks, his mother had already piled his rice bowl nearly to the brim. Feeling this long-missed warmth, the man once known as the Madman Li who ruled Hong Kong City found his eyes stinging for a moment. Perhaps for Mr. and Mrs. Li, this was just another ordinary dinner in their daily lives. But for Li Feng, this moment felt like a dream. When this scene, which had played out countless times in his mind before his execution, finally materialized before him, Li Feng was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, unable to taste the food in his mouth. What dominated his heart was guilt toward his parents, joy at seeing the elderly couple restored to youth and health, and relief that everything could be made right. During the meal, Li Feng responded to his mother's concerned chatter and inquiries with unusual patience, answering every question without the usual irritability. His mature demeanor filled the couple with indescribable comfort and joy. Mr. Li remained composed, with the steady demeanor of a middle-aged man and father. But Mrs. Li's smile never left her face, and she seemed to have grown younger. He couldn't help but silently marvel, the child has finally grown up. Chapter 18, The Road Ahead. The first meal after his rebirth was thoroughly satisfying for both Li Feng and his parents. In his previous life, after founding the Black Robe Society, it was common for Li Feng to go over half a year without returning home. Partly because he was too busy with numerous subordinates and mounting responsibilities, social engagements and territorial disputes had become routine. Another reason was that as his influence grew, so did his enemies. Thus, from that point onward, Li Feng gradually reduced contact with his family to prevent anyone from exploiting that knowledge to threaten him. A family gathering like this, sharing a meal in such harmony, was something that, in Li Feng's memory, hadn't happened in many years. After the meal, Li Feng had intended to help his mother clear the table, but she firmly refused his assistance. Though the couple didn't place great importance on their son's grades, they still hoped he would carve out more time to study for his future. They wanted him to achieve slightly better results, thereby gaining more options. Li Feng didn't argue about it. He simply picked up his backpack and walked silently into his bedroom. Since he had been reborn, there was no need to rush to prove himself. Instead, cherishing this present life was the sensible approach. The room wasn't large, probably only about 20 square meters. Besides a bed, a desk, and a simple wardrobe, there was no other furniture in the room. Though the furnishings seemed a bit sparse, under his diligent mother's care, it remained exceptionally clean and tidy. After setting down his backpack, Li Feng stretched out comfortably on the bed. The faint, pleasant scent wafting toward his nose instantly relaxed his entire being. Looking up from his position, a beautiful poster of a female celebrity immediately caught his eye. The specific name on the poster had long since faded from his memory after all these years. The reason he had liked her back then was simply because, in the actress's eyes and brows, Li Feng had seen countless reflections of Lu Ting. Admiration in youth could be that pure. Other details mattered little. As long as the other person bore even a hint of the features you cherished, it became reason enough to love them for everything they embodied. Knock knock. Just as Li Feng was lost in his memories, the steady, unhurried knocking on the door suddenly broke the silence. Hearing the sound, Li Feng sprang nimbly from his bed and walked straight over to open the door. Who else could it be but his mother standing outside? "Mom, what's up? Is something wrong?" Li Feng asked curiously. "Here, Xiao Feng, drink this milk while it's still warm. Don't put too much pressure on yourself about school, understand?" Li's mother handed him a cup of milk and gently urged him. Clearly, she was still preoccupied with the words her son had spoken at the door earlier. "Okay, I understand. Thanks, Mom." Hearing this, Li Feng smiled as he took the milk. Parents everywhere are like this. Even when their children utter something without thinking, they hold it close to their hearts and find their own unique ways to offer guidance. Go study now. If you get tired later, take a proper break. After all, learning isn't something you can master overnight. Seeing no other signs of distress on Li Feng's face, his mother finally relaxed and smiled as she spoke. After his mother left, Li Feng stared silently at the warm milk in his hands. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he smiled silently. As a child, he might not have understood, but after experiencing the darker sides of society, looking back now, he realized his parents' love was always so quiet and unassuming. After downing the hot milk in one gulp, Li Feng sat down at his desk. Perhaps the profound emotions from earlier had unexpectedly sparked some motivation to study. But 10 minutes later, staring at the textbook that might as well have been written in hieroglyphics, he lit a cigarette with a sigh. Damn it, I just can't focus. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, Li Feng stared blankly out the window at a tree for a moment. After so many years, he didn't hold much hope of picking up studying again. Yet, when it came to deciding what direction to pursue in the future, Li Feng found himself at a loss. After all, in his previous life, after fighting his way from the outskirts to building his own power base, he hadn't truly mastered any particular skill. Relying on his foresight of future trends to do business? Li Feng knew he wasn't cut out for that. Strike it rich with lottery tickets? Forget remembering the exact winning numbers. Even if you did memorize them, you'd never win. Those in the know understand exactly why. Otherwise, why do you think they delayed the draw by half an hour? It's nothing but a joke. As for anything else, Li Feng didn't seem to have any particular talents either. So for a moment, he fell deep into thought. Could it be he had to go back to the old ways and build a new power base again? For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Li Feng's mind. Immediately, this notion took root in his mind like maggots burrowing into bone, spreading rapidly and threatening to spiral out of control. Li Feng had to admit, he truly loved that life of reckless abandon. Especially those brothers who once fought side by side with him. Lu Xing, Wan Long, Haozi, and Xiao Chang. The mere thought of it made Li Feng's blood boil anew. Starting from fighting outside the district, they gradually eroded surrounding factions, establishing the Black Robe Society. Then, fueled by the unique passion and drive of youth, they crushed 2 minor local groups. Finally, they secured their foothold in Gang City by stepping over the Hungry Wolf Gang, one of the 4 major regional powers. Even after all these years, these memories still stirred something deep within Li Feng, making it hard for him to calm his emotions. It could be said that those years were the most spirited and vibrant period of Li Feng's life. Brotherhood, swift justice for wrongs, these were the very fantasies of youth that no young man could resist. But now, if he were to live differently after rebirth, would those brothers who once fought shoulder to shoulder with him even recognize the man named Li Feng? For a moment, the young man's brow furrowed deeply. After all, in his previous life, aside from his parents, those brothers had long become an inseparable part of him. Especially that rebellious youth who called his parents godfather and godmother, a figure Li Feng would never forget, even if he spent his entire life trying. He was a true brother who had repeatedly shielded him from gunfire without a single complaint. And it seemed this kid was also studying at the Special Forces Academy now? At this thought, a warm smile slowly spread across Li Feng's lips. Chapter 19, Classroom. The next morning, when Li Feng arrived at the classroom door, the dozens of students who had been engaged in morning reading abruptly fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to stare at him. For a moment, the entire classroom fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Moreover, nearly every gaze fixed upon him carried a hint of inexplicable awe and astonishment. It couldn't be helped. The shock Li Feng had delivered to everyone at the school gate yesterday afternoon had been simply too immense. That guy really took on a dozen of them. Especially the final scene, those thugs kneeling on the ground begging for mercy while slapping themselves in the face. It was like a brand, deeply etched into every student's mind. Smack! Smack! Li Feng, however, seemed oblivious to it all. As he walked past Li Hong and Wan Hai on his way into the classroom, he casually delivered a resounding slap to each of them. Seeing this, the classmates were speechless, but they gradually grew accustomed to it. Only Li Hong and Wan Hai, clutching their slightly swollen cheeks, lowered their heads, daring not to show the slightest hint of resentment or hostility. After all, yesterday's gang of thugs represented the strongest backing they could possibly rely on. But even so, Li Feng had single-handedly taken them all down. So what could they possibly do against this monster with off-the-charts combat prowess? Feng! Brother Feng! As Li Feng walked over carrying his backpack, Li Ming, his deskmate, stiffened slightly. He promptly straightened Li Feng's chair with eager diligence, then flashed a fawning smile. Seeing this, Li Feng merely gave a slight nod. As a gang leader, he'd witnessed countless such scenes in his past life. Li Ming's behavior was nothing more than child's play. Did you buy these? Plopping down, Li Feng eyed the steamed buns and milk bottle on the desk, then shot Li Ming a half smile. No, no. Hearing this, Li Ming waved his hands frantically, as if terrified Gu Feng might misunderstand. A girl brought them over. I think she's from the class next door. Oh, and she slipped a letter into your desk too. By the end of his sentence, the acne-covered boy sitting next to him couldn't help but flash an intensely envious look. No wonder at this age, when hormones were running wild, having a girl bring you breakfast and slip you a love letter? Just imagining it felt like a major status boost. A girl from the next class? Hearing Li Ming's words, Li Feng's first thought was Chen Yao. But then he thought about it. Given her personality, it seemed unlikely she'd make such a bold move. After mulling it over for a while without sorting out any clues, Li Feng simply gave up. After all, he wasn't the type to obsess over every little detail. Shaking his head, he picked up the breakfast sitting on his desk and dug in. He hadn't eaten anything yet. Then, as if to pass the time, he took the so-called love letter and tore it open. Ting, look! Li Feng is actually eating that breakfast. Seeing Li Feng's actions, a girl in the front row nudged her deskmate and said with a hint of jealousy, "If he wants to eat it, let him eat it. What's it got to do with me?" Hearing this, Lu Ting snorted coldly, trying her best to appear indifferent. However, the slight, involuntary tightening of her delicate fingers gripping the textbook revealed that Lu Ting's heart wasn't as calm as she was trying to show. Truthfully, even without Zhang Qian's reminder, ever since Li Feng entered the classroom, the girl's peripheral vision had been fixed on him. So when she saw Li Feng actually eating the breakfast another girl had brought him, a faint pang of bitterness welled up in her chest. Yet this inexplicable emotion was so subtle that even the girl herself failed to notice it. But he actually opened that love letter. Noticing Li Feng's next move, Zhang Qian's eyes flashed with urgency. He read it. Oh, no. Hearing her best friend's words, Lu Ting instinctively wanted to say something, but then, as if she had suddenly thought of something, her clear, beautiful eyes looked at Zhang Qian with suspicion. Shanqian, why are you suddenly so concerned about Li Feng? Could it be? Her gaze locked onto Zhang Qian's pretty face, trying to read something from it. What are you talking about? I just think we should focus all our energy on the upcoming exams. At this critical moment, how could he let dating interfere with his studies? Feeling Lu Ting's scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Qian immediately panicked and stammered out an explanation. Then, she shifted the blame back onto her best friend. Besides, didn't Li Feng like you before? How could he fall for someone else so quickly? Whoosh! Following Zhang Qian's blunt words, the exquisite features of Lu Ting's face visibly flushed crimson. What are you talking about? Shanqian, please don't say such things. Sure enough, once the topic turned to herself, Lu Ting instantly grew flustered. For a moment, she even overlooked her best friend's suspicious behavior. Who's talking nonsense? Everyone in our class knows Li Feng has feelings for you. Hearing this, Zhang Qian persisted, her tone slightly insistent. Then, she ventured a more probing question. Ting, tell me honestly, do you actually have that kind of heart-fluttering feeling for Li Feng? Butterflies in her stomach? Hearing Zhang Qian's words, Lu Ting froze in place. For some reason, she suddenly recalled yesterday afternoon after school. When faced with a group of rowdy troublemakers hurling vulgar insults and teasing her, that tall, resolute figure of the young man had stepped firmly in front of her. I don't know. Lost in thought, Lu Ting felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She shook her head and murmured softly. She had to admit, Li Feng had been incredibly handsome back then. Especially that fearless, unrestrained demeanor, it was enough to make the hearts of the school's young girls flutter. The breakfast and love letter Li Feng received this morning were perfect proof of that. Hearing this, Zhang Qian's eyes flashed with an emotion Lu Ting couldn't quite read, but she quickly concealed it. Though her best friend hadn't explicitly given her an answer, still. Lu Ting, the most beautiful and haughtiest high mountain flower of the Special Forces Academy, had never uttered the words "I don't know" about any boy before. Undoubtedly, that single phrase alone revealed the complex feelings she harbored for Li Feng. Chapter 20, Domination. Li Feng spent most of the morning in a daze. By the end, he couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore and simply laid his head on the desk, snoring away. At this critical juncture, with the East District martial arts and academic exams approaching, many teachers had already given up on the underachievers. So, they turned a blind eye to Li Feng's sleeping. As the bell for the final morning class rang, the once quiet Special Forces campus erupted into commotion. Li Feng was jolted awake by the surrounding commotion. For a fleeting moment, looking at the young adults in their late teens and early 20s around him, he felt as if he'd been dreaming. He had actually returned to the end-time Special Forces Academy once more. Feng. Brother Feng, wanna grab lunch together? Li Ming, his deskmate, immediately asked him with a hint of eagerness upon seeing him awake. Eat? Hearing this, Li Feng froze in surprise. Yeah, it's already lunchtime. Seeing Li Feng's expression, Li Ming assumed he was still groggy from sleep and quickly added an explanation. Oh, I see. Li Feng nodded, finally catching on. After so long, he had genuinely forgotten about the school cafeteria. After getting up, the two followed the crowd of students streaming toward the school cafeteria. The cafeteria covered a vast area, divided into 2 floors, each spanning over 1,000 square meters. So even with nearly 3,000 students and faculty at the Special Forces Academy, the place didn't feel crowded at all. Brother Feng, what would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, Li Ming turned to Li Feng beside him and asked. Alright, get me a serving of braised pork, 2 servings, actually. And minced pork with eggplant too. Li Feng didn't hesitate, but after saying that, he suddenly added another order. Got it. Hearing this, Li Ming was a bit curious why Li Feng had such a hearty appetite, but he didn't pry. He simply agreed and headed to the line to get his food. Here, take my card. Seeing this, Li Feng shoved his meal card into the other guy's hand. Brother Feng, this. Staring at the meal card in his hand, Li Ming froze in surprise. Go on. Li Feng probably knew what his deskmate was thinking, so he patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Truth be told, even when building his empire in his previous life, Li Feng had never bullied ordinary people like street vendors, let alone a classmate he could actually talk to. Perhaps sensing the unwavering resolve in Li Feng's eyes, Li Ming said no more. He simply nodded firmly in agreement before turning to join the queue for his meal. Seeing this, Li Feng smiled and headed straight for a corner of the cafeteria. The reason he changed his mind and asked Li Ming to get 2 meals was simple. Li Feng had spotted the extremely shy and insecure girl from yesterday. Chen Yao sat alone in a secluded corner of the cafeteria, her long bangs still covering her face. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, her tray holding only 2 plain steamed buns and a small portion of homemade pickled mustard greens. Huh, eating alone? What's so special about that? Li Feng plopped down directly across from the girl. As he spoke, he reached out and snatched both steamed buns from her tray. Ah! Chen Yao was clearly startled by this sudden turn of events, instinctively shrinking back. Only when she recognized the person across from her as Li Feng did she seem to breathe a sigh of relief. I'm actually a bit hungry. How about giving me these steamed buns? Li Feng toyed with the 2 steamed buns in his hands, his gaze fixed intently on the girl across from him. A faint smile curved his lips. Sure, you can have them. Hearing this, Chen Yao didn't hesitate for a moment. She nodded her little head and even pushed the small plate of pickled mustard greens in front of her toward Li Feng. Though these were nearly her entire day's worth of food, she simply couldn't refuse the request of Li Feng, the man who had saved her life. Ha! Seeing this, Li Feng chuckled. Without further ado, he took 2 big bites out of the steamed bun in his hand. Cough, cough. Anyone who'd been to school could probably understand how Li Feng felt right now. After all, it was school cafeteria food. Those who knew understood exactly what that meant. And so, before Li Feng could even begin his reborn, exciting life, he nearly choked to death on a steamed bun that tasted like compressed biscuit. Seeing Li Feng's flushed face and struggle to swallow, a flash of anxiety crossed Chen Yao's eyes. Without a second thought, she grabbed the water bottle beside her, unscrewed the cap, and handed it over. Gulp, gulp. Li Feng grabbed the water bottle and gulped down several large mouthfuls like a thirsty ox before the dry, hard steamed bun finally slid down his throat. Damn it, what the hell is this? Having saved his own skin, Li Feng let out a rare curse before angrily tossing both steamed buns from the table into the nearby trash can with a thud. Seeing Li Feng waste food like this, the girl across from him pressed her lips tightly together. A hint of reluctance flashed in her eyes, hidden behind her hair, as she glanced toward the trash can. Alright, stop staring. Since you treated me to steamed buns, I'll treat you to a meal. Li Feng, naturally noticing Chen Yao's reaction, waved to Li Ming, who was pacing nearby, lost in thought. He then smiled at the girl. No need. The girl, likely spotting Li Ming approaching with a tray, hastily waved her hand at Li Feng and murmured her refusal. She started gathering her things, ready to leave. Sit down. Did I say you could leave? Seeing this, Li Feng barked without hesitation, instantly drawing surprised stares from nearby students. But when they recognized the speaker as the tough guy who'd taken on a dozen thugs at the school gate yesterday, they quickly averted their eyes, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Chen Yao, too, was startled by Li Feng's sudden outburst, her whole body jerking as she froze in place, momentarily unsure of what to do. Brother Feng. Just as the tension hung heavy in the air, Li Ming walked straight over carrying 2 trays. Li Feng nodded, took the trays from him, then forcefully pushed 1 plate of food right in front of the girl. Though he said nothing more, this action clearly stated his position. Chen Yao, however, remained frozen in place, looking timid and vulnerable, her eyes reflecting a hint of hurt. Chapter 21, I've got your back. What? You won't give me this favor? Li Feng watched the timid girl standing motionless before him, his gaze steady as he spoke in a calm tone. His past life as a faction leader had gradually imbued Li Feng with an air of authority. This aura alone was enough to overwhelm Chen Yao, whose timid nature couldn't withstand it. After a moment's hesitation, the girl obediently sat back down. Eat up, and don't you dare waste a single bite, got it? Seeing this, Li Feng finally curved his lips into a satisfied smile. Hearing this, Chen Yao pouted slightly, a hint of grievance flickering in her eyes. She instinctively glanced at the trash can where Li Feng had tossed the steamed bun. What are you looking at? Still not convinced, huh? Seeing the girl's expression, Li Feng understood exactly what she was thinking. He shot her a disapproving glare and said in a deliberately fierce tone. And no. True to form, upon hearing Li Feng's gruff words, the timid Chen Yao quickly shook her little head and explained. Fine, then. Eat up. Even though he was secretly amused, Li Feng still put on an impatient expression and waved his hand dismissively. Okay. Chen Yao replied with a pout. Though deeply grateful to this boy who had saved her once, she was equally afraid of him. Under Li Feng's firm insistence, Chen Yao sat carefully across from him, taking tiny bites of rice. But as for the dishes, she didn't dare touch a single one. You have to finish your vegetables too, understand? Sighing softly, Li Feng picked up several pieces of braised pork and placed them directly onto her plate. Even now, he still hadn't been able to clearly see the girl's face. Yet for some reason, every time they met, Li Feng found himself instinctively caring for her. Perhaps, in this timid, sensitive, and insecure girl before him, Li Feng could see glimpses of his former self. His desire to be kind to her stemmed more from a need to redeem his former self. Burying her head in her meal, Chen Yao's eyes seemed to glisten with tears. Only those with sensitive hearts could truly discern the goodness in others. Even though this bad guy was always gruff with her, how could the girl fail to notice that pure concern, untainted by any ulterior motives? Life is like a tree covered in monkeys. When you're low and look up, all you see are backsides. But when you climb high enough to look down, all you see are smiling faces. Precisely because she dwelled at the lowest rung, having witnessed humanity's darkest corners, the girl cherished this hard-won kindness all the more. Though Chen Yao ate with refined manners, her pace was surprisingly swift. Almost immediately after Li Feng finished, she had polished off every last morsel on her plate. Not a single grain of rice or scrap of vegetable remained. I just didn't want to waste anything. Noticing the astonished look on Li Feng's face, a faint blush immediately spread across her cheeks as she murmured an explanation. Ha! Hearing this, Li Feng merely chuckled. But just as the girl was about to sink through the floor, he stifled his amusement. He placed the meal card Li Ming had returned to him into Chen Yao's hand and said sternly, "Since you ate my meal, from now on, you're in charge of getting my food. Remember, always get 2 portions. The size? About the same as today's. Got it?" There was no helping it. The girl before him was simply too frail. Even though her height made her stand out among the girls, the frame beneath her oversized uniform looked like a strong gust of wind could blow her away. Having resolved to help her, Li Feng naturally didn't mind the small expense. I can't accept this." Hearing this, the girl couldn't help but grasp the meaning behind Li Feng's actions. She awkwardly waved her hands, trying to return the meal card to him. "I told you to take it, so just take it. Stop arguing." Li Feng couldn't be bothered with further explanation, waving his hand impatiently instead. With that, he turned and strode toward the cafeteria exit without a second glance at Chen Yao's reaction. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he paused, turned back, and addressed the girl with a serious tone. "Remember this, I've got your back at school from now on. If anyone dares to mess with you again, just come find me in class too." Then, without another glance at the stunned girl left standing there, he waved goodbye and walked out of the cafeteria. When Li Feng returned to the classroom after finishing his cigarette, his first instinct was to slap Li Hong and Wang Hai across the face. But seeing their seats empty, he forced himself to suppress the tingling urge in his palms and sat back down at his own desk. Ha! In just the short time he'd stepped out for lunch, Li Feng's desk, which had held only textbooks moments before, was now piled high with snacks like chocolate bars. And on top of that, there were several small cards and envelopes scattered about. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Li Feng had never encountered such a scene before. Even with the soul of a 30-something man inhabiting his body, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of amusement and an inexplicable sense of vanity. Sure, after establishing his own faction, Li Feng had certainly had his share of beautiful women throwing themselves at him. But those overtures, tainted by so many ulterior motives, could never compare to the pure, innocent affection found in a school setting. "Brother Feng, you've really made a name for yourself at school now." Li Ming, who had followed him in, also noticed this somewhat exaggerated scene and remarked with a hint of envy. In truth, he wasn't alone in this sentiment. Many other boys nearby instantly felt their textbooks lose their appeal. After all, receiving the kind of attention Li Feng was getting right now was the kind of life highlight moment many young boys could only dream of. Ha! Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled and shook his head, then tossed several pieces of chocolate from the desk directly to Li Ming. He wasn't particularly fond of sweets like these. As for the love letters and little cards, he'd keep them. Perfect little diversions to kill boredom during class. Oomph. A few seats ahead, Ting, who had been keeping an eye on Li Feng out of the corner of her eye, couldn't help but snort coldly with indignation upon seeing his cheerful expression. Her already cool and pretty face grew even more tense. It's just a few love letters and snacks. She'd received countless such things herself. Why get so excited over them? Chapter 22 School Bully Lu Xing. Who here is Li Feng? Just as the class settled back into their review session, an unfamiliar voice abruptly rang out from the doorway. Hearing this, the students of Class 2 all looked up. Several figures were now standing outside the classroom door, leaning in and peering inside with a carefree air. The voice had come from one of the figures in the group. Seeing this, everyone present instantly realized these individuals meant trouble. Their eyes instinctively turned toward Li Feng. "What's up?" Li Feng, who had been idly flipping through a love letter at his desk, didn't even bother to stand up. He merely frowned and asked impatiently. As someone who had been reborn, Li Feng disdained getting involved in schoolyard fights with these students. Yet sometimes, trouble found its way to him. As for Li Hong and Wang Hai, they were simply special cases. "Come outside first. Our boss Xing has something to discuss with you." Seeing Li Feng's attitude, the expression of the leading youth darkened slightly. But perhaps recalling this kid's astonishing performance at the school gate yesterday, he ultimately swallowed his anger and spoke in a muffled tone. "Xing?" Hearing those 2 words, Li Feng, who had been seething inside, froze for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled upward. That kid Lu Xing? Just moments ago, Li Feng had been pondering how to reintroduce himself to these brothers. Little did he expect the kid would practically walk right into his arms. "Shut up. Damn it, you think you can just call brother Xing by his name? Damn it, looks like you've gotten too big for your britches." Little did he know that upon hearing Li Feng's words, the teenagers at the doorway instantly flew into a rage. One after another, they pointed at him and began hurling insults. As they ranted, several of them made moves to storm inside and beat Li Feng senseless to vent their fury. Seeing this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. If someone had spoken to him like this under normal circumstances, Li Feng would have given them a proper lesson in manners. But now, facing Lu Xing's gang of underlings, he couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and exasperation. Especially after hearing that familiar line, "Damn it, you think you can just call my name like that?" Li Feng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Turns out, this was a tradition here. In his previous life, Lu Xing had fought alongside him through the apocalypse, a true brother in arms. "What do you think you're doing?" Seeing this, Lu Ting abruptly stood up from her desk and stepped directly in front of the group. As the class monitor of Class 2, she wouldn't tolerate outsiders causing trouble in her classroom. "I'm telling you to back off. This isn't your business. Brother Xing sent us to find this kid. Yeah, move it. Or don't blame us for getting rough." "Exactly. Don't think your pretty face gives you the right to meddle in other people's business." Finding their path blocked, the group immediately issued warnings to Lu Ting. Though Lu Ting was widely regarded as the campus beauty of the Special Forces Academy, not everyone would bow to her authority. At the very least, Lu Xing's gang of henchmen certainly didn't. "You." Hearing this, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed crimson with anger. But how could she possibly match wits with 3 or 4 of them alone? For a moment, she found herself unable to get a word in edgewise. Seeing this scene, many boys in the class felt indignant. Yet upon hearing Lu Xing's name, fear gripped them, and none dared step forward to help. After all, the fearsome reputation of school bully Lu Xing had long been etched into the minds of every student at the Special Forces Academy. All right. Where's your leader? I'll come with you." Seeing Lu Ting on the verge of tears from anger, Li Feng finally approached with a hint of resignation and addressed the group of youths. "Hey, you're smart to back down. Don't think just because you beat up a couple of weaklings outside yesterday, you can challenge our star brother's authority here at the Special Forces Academy." Hearing this, the leader of the group sneered before addressing Li Feng. Fine, let's go. Lead the way." Li Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with them. He just shook his head and said with a bitter smile. After all, if one were to consider his relationship with Lu Xing in his previous life, these youths before him could be considered his own brothers. Oomph. Seeing Li Feng seemingly back down, the leader snorted in satisfaction. Without another word, he turned and strode out of the classroom. "Li Feng, I won't let you go." Seeing Li Feng about to follow, Lu Ting quickly spread her arms to block his path, a resolute expression flashing across her exquisitely beautiful face. There was no helping it. The figure known as the leader of Lu Xing Special Forces Academy was simply too terrifying for most students. After all, the guy had long been notorious throughout the academy for his reckless and fearless nature. Over the years, countless students who dared challenge him ended up with cracked skulls in the hospital. In short, many students at the academy would rather pick a fight with thugs outside the school than face Lu Xing, that fearless troublemaker who seemed to defy heaven and earth. "What's this? Class monitor Lu showing concern for me?" Seeing Lu Ting like this, Li Feng couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth, a teasing smile appearing on his handsome face. As he spoke, he leaned in closer. I'm not. Anyway, you absolutely can't go, or I'll tell the teacher." As Li Feng's face drew closer, a faint blush flushed Lu Ting's pretty cheeks, but she stubbornly held her ground. "Ha!" Hearing her childish threat to tell the teacher at the slightest provocation, Li Feng's smile grew even brighter. Truthfully, facing this stunningly beautiful girl who had left such a vivid mark on his youth, for a moment, standing so close, Li Feng felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. But in the end, he forced himself to suppress that stirring sensation in his heart. After all, he couldn't bear to shatter the innocence and beauty of their youth like that. "All right, be good. I'll be fine." After a moment's thought, Li Feng reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his voice tinged with affection. Swish! Once again caught off guard by Li Feng's head pat, Lu Ting's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stumbled backward in surprise. "You!" At that moment, Lu Ting felt her heart pounding wildly. Her watery eyes glared at the scoundrel before her, filled with both shame and anger. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Li Feng merely grinned shamelessly, then took step after step, advancing directly toward the girl. With each step Li Feng took forward, the coldly beautiful girl retreated one step back. Until the shame in Lu Ting's heart reached its peak, and she could no longer bear it, stepping aside to avoid him. Only then did Li Feng give her a wicked grin, wave his hand dismissively, and stroll out of the classroom with nonchalant ease. Bastard! Watching Li Feng's receding figure, the girl clenched her teeth and spat out a bitter curse under her breath. Chapter 23, Call Me Brother Feng. Following these people, Li Feng headed straight toward the back mountain. Perhaps assuming he'd back down, they didn't deliberately cause trouble for Li Feng along the way. After all, Brother Xing had only instructed them to bring the man before them over, no further instructions had been given. Yet while these men wore casual expressions, a whirlwind of complex emotions churned within Li Feng. Outside of his parents at home, if one were to ask who Li Feng trusted most during the apocalypse in his previous life, it would undoubtedly be this Lu Xing he was about to meet. Ever since venturing beyond the district, Lu Xing had fought alongside Li Feng through countless battles. His ruthless yet loyal character made him the undisputed second in command even within the Black Robe Society Li Feng later founded. But that wasn't even the most important thing. What moved Li Feng most deeply was that this best brother of his had repeatedly shielded him from gunfire, nearly dying in the process. And during the final showdown with Hong Kong City's most powerful faction, the Tiger Gang, this desperate man had single-handedly taken to the streets armed with a double-barreled shotgun, executing the Tiger Gang's boss, Mr. Jean, and several other high-ranking members in cold blood. It was precisely this reckless act that allowed the Black Robe Society to seize power from the Tiger Gang, ultimately cementing their unrivaled dominance over Hongcheng. Yet after this incident that shook the entire Eastern District, even if Li Feng were to spend his entire fortune trying to smooth things over, there was simply no way to save him. In the end, Lu Xing was forced into exile outside the district, branded a Class A fugitive. Even Li Feng's hope of seeing him again gradually faded into a distant dream. Now, having returned through rebirth, Li Feng was about to meet this brother who had once risked his life for him once more. How could he not feel thrilled and excited? It didn't take long, just a few minutes, perhaps. Li Feng followed the group of youths straight to a clearing at the back of the school's mountain. Looking out, this small clearing was surrounded by over a dozen students squatting on the ground smoking. Of course, the most eye-catching figure was undoubtedly a handsome youth with tousled hair, lying on a flat boulder soaking up the sun. Lu Xing was about 20, roughly the same age as Li Feng now. Perhaps aside from his rebellious, light silver-dyed hair, the most eye-catching feature was the silver earring glinting in the sunlight on his ear. For some reason, the moment Li Feng clearly saw this youth nearby, even he who had once been the leader of a powerful faction in his previous life couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness welling up in his nose. "Brother Xing, we've brought the person over. Take a look." Before Li Feng could get any closer, the leader who had brought him over jogged over to the silver-haired youth on the boulder and spoke with a hint of deference. As the group approached, the delinquents who had been crouched on the ground smoking all stood up. Immediately, a sea of curious and mocking gazes converged on Li Feng alone. Such an imposing scene would likely make any ordinary student feel a tightness in their throat, their entire body shrinking several inches. But Li Feng remained utterly unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the youth lying on the boulder. To put it bluntly, in his past life, he participated in at least 10 brawls involving hundreds of people. So this kind of scene was nothing but child's play to him now. Hearing this, the silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he stretch lazily with a satisfied sigh before rising to his feet. He tilted his head and looked over at Li Feng. "You're Li Feng?" Lu Xing's gaze swept curiously over Li Feng from head to toe before he leisurely lit a cigarette and asked, "Call me Brother Feng." Hearing his best friend's familiar voice, Li Feng suddenly burst into hearty laughter before seriously correcting the other's address. "Damn it, what the hell are you talking about? Holy, he's that cocky. You, take him down." Hearing Li Feng's seemingly provocative words, the dozen or so delinquents on the empty lot froze for a moment. Then, as they snapped out of it, they all erupted into a chorus of curses. In truth, many present had witnessed Li Feng's actions at the school gate yesterday afternoon. But if they thought that alone would make them back down, they were seriously underestimating themselves. "Brother Feng?" Lu Xing's eyes flickered at the words, then his expression hardened as if he'd heard something utterly ridiculous. "You think you're worthy?" This was ridiculous. "I am worthy." To everyone's surprise, Li Feng didn't show the slightest trace of anger upon hearing the other's dismissive words. Instead, he nodded earnestly and affirmed with certainty. Then, as if something occurred to him, the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile as he looked at Lu Xing. "Call me Brother Feng, and I'll take you to Red Romance often. How about it?" As he spoke, his eyes softened, likely recalling past memories. "Red Romance? What the hell is that?" At the mention, Lu Xing's mind went blank for a moment. But then, a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes as he pointed directly at Li Feng. "Kid, you better not mess with me. I called you here today to warn you. Don't think you're hot stuff just because you made a scene at the school gate yesterday. From now on, at the Special Forces Academy, if you're a dragon, curl up. If you're a tiger, lie low. Got it?" He spat viciously on the ground as he spoke. Then tell me, what exactly do I have to do for you to accept me as your boss?" Li Feng ignored the threat entirely, replying with a smile. Honestly, this attitude toward his own Lu Xing was something Li Feng had never seen before, so for a moment, he found it quite novel. Oh my god. Hearing the kid dare bring up that matter again, Lu Xing genuinely grew furious. Then, cursing under his breath, he said, "Don't say I won't give you a chance. Come on, you think you're so tough? If you can take down all my brothers here, I'll recognize you as the boss. How about it?" Chapter 24. Are you sure? Li Feng looked at him with a faint, mocking smile. "Of course. My word is my bond. Just don't complain later that we're bullying you with numbers." Lu Xing sneered. To be honest, he still didn't quite believe anyone could take on a dozen opponents alone in real life. So regarding Li Feng's feat at the school gate yesterday, Lu Xing had always assumed it was just everyone exaggerating. "Fine, bring it on together." Li Feng cracked his neck, then extended a hand and gave Lu Xing and the others a playful wave. Why did Lu Xing from his past life admire and fear him so much? Put simply, it was because of Li Feng's formidable fighting prowess and equally ruthless temperament. So to win him over now, mere words were utterly useless. He had to demonstrate strength that would make Lu Xing truly respect him. Seeing Li Feng's gesture, the group of delinquents exchanged glances before surging forward barehanded toward the arrogant youngster at Lu Xing's command, "Take him down." Facing this chaotic scene, Li Feng remained utterly unfazed. With a swift straight punch, he effortlessly knocked down the youth charging at the forefront. Immediately following, he bent his knee and delivered a sidekick that slammed into another's chest. Thud! Thud! Two cries of pain echoed as the two youths closest to Li Feng were sent tumbling to the ground by his fierce assault. Instead of retreating, Li Feng charged straight into the crowd. Though his physical strength at this stage was nowhere near what it had been in his previous life, facing a group of youths his own age proved no great challenge. With each strike landed, another delinquent lost his ability to fight, collapsing with a wail. And this was with Li Feng deliberately holding back, avoiding strikes to vital areas. Had he fought without restraint, someone would likely have been bleeding or broken already. Damn it! Seeing this one-sided battle, Lu Xing couldn't help but realize he'd seriously misjudged the situation. But even though Li Feng's combat prowess had genuinely surpassed his expectations, Lu Xing, a man who'd never backed down, still refused to show the slightest sign of submission. Immediately, he spat out a vicious curse and charged straight into the fray alongside his few remaining brothers, aiming for Li Feng. Meanwhile, Li Feng. Though he took numerous blows from the crowd surrounding him, these students lacked any real combat experience. Their wild punches and flying kicks barely registered as a scratch on Li Feng. Thud! After another flying knee sent the delinquent before him crashing to the ground, Li Feng caught sight of Lu Xing raising his fist, aiming squarely for Li Feng's face. Compared to the others, Lu Xing's punch possessed far superior force and timing. But what could he do? He'd crossed paths with Li Feng, a man once unbeatable in one-on-one fights on the streets of Hong Kong City. So even if it were Lu Xing at this moment, let alone some genuine underground fighting experts, they wouldn't necessarily be Li Feng's match. Smack! Just as Lu Xing's fist was about to land on Li Feng's cheek, the latter countered with blinding speed, instantly raising his palm to envelop Lu Xing's fist. Well, admit defeat? Li Feng gripped his opponent's fist tightly with one hand, managing a toothy grin as he spoke. You! Lu Xing cursed furiously, trying to pull his hand back. But his fist felt like it was clamped in an iron vice, no amount of force could free it. In desperation, he drove his knee upward with brutal force, aiming straight for Li Feng's groin. You're asking for it. Hearing Lu Xing's curse, Li Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he reached out, yanked Lu Xing off balance, and spun sideways to deliver a sweeping elbow strike to his jaw. Watching Li Feng's elbow close in with no chance to dodge, Lu Xing steeled himself. He closed his eyes, preparing to take the blow head-on. But for some reason, the expected pain never came. Yet when he opened his eyes again, what met him was Li Feng's face, beaming with a bright smile. Next time you dare insult my godmother, I'll really beat you up. Li Feng chuckled, then delivered a sharp smack to the back of Lu Xing's head. Xing Ge. Seeing Lu Xing subdued by Li Feng, the remaining youths panicked instantly. Roaring with fury, they all charged toward him. Seeing this, Li Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He casually kicked Lu Xing to the ground, then turned to meet the new wave of attacks. This one against many brawl lasted less than 2 minutes in total. Yet it concluded with one man utterly dominating the fray. Surveying the delinquents sprawled across the ground, Li Feng shook his arms, feeling a bit sore, then lit a cigarette, panting heavily. There was no helping it. While his fighting skills and reflexes were a perfect inheritance from his past life, his physical conditioning was undeniably far inferior. Can you call me Brother Feng now? After catching his breath, Li Feng slowly strolled over to Lu Xing's side and stood still, a smile playing on his lips as he asked the kid. Hearing this, Lu Xing pressed his lips tightly together, a flash of humiliation and reluctance crossing his eyes. Truth be told, he had seriously underestimated Li Feng's monstrous combat prowess. Yet the thought of simply accepting him as their leader left Lu Xing feeling deeply reluctant. What's the matter? Is the leader of the Special Forces Academy someone who can't admit defeat after a fight? Seeing the kid still look somewhat unwilling to concede, Li Feng couldn't help but tease him. Who said I won't admit it? Damn it! True to form, Lu Xing's face flushed with heat after being goaded by Li Feng. He stiffened his neck and retorted. Heh, well then, go ahead. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched him. Feng. Brother Feng. After hesitating for a long while, Lu Xing, his face alternating between red and pale, finally stammered out the words in a low voice. But judging by his expression, he clearly still harbored some resentment. Alright, get up. Hearing that long-forgotten nickname, a complex mix of emotions flashed through Li Feng's mind. Yet, what dominated was the sheer joy of reuniting with his good brother. After acknowledging the command, Li Feng reached out a hand toward Lu Xing, who was sprawled on the ground, signaling his intent to pull the kid to his feet. Oomph. To his surprise, Lu Xing completely ignored Li Feng's gesture of goodwill. Seeing this, he brushed away the offered hand and rose slowly from the ground with a cold snort. What? Just leaving like that? As Lu Xing turned to leave, leading the dozen or so snarling delinquents, Li Feng called out indifferently from behind. What do you want? Hearing this, Lu Xing, already seething with humiliation, flashed a look of savage fury across his face. Ha! Remember to wait for me at the school gate after class. I'll take you somewhere. Seeing this, Li Feng didn't press further to provoke the hothead. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Hearing these seemingly nonsensical words, Lu Xing froze for a moment. Instead of responding to Li Feng, he simply led his disheveled gang straight toward the academic building. Chapter 25, Classroom. Watching Lu Xing and his crew walk away, Li Feng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He knew this kid's temperament all too well. Although his martial prowess had temporarily overpowered Lu Xing, convincing him to fully accept his leadership would require demonstrating something far more compelling. Like ruthlessness, craziness, and such. Only by surpassing him in every aspect would Lu Xing truly submit to Li Feng, just like in his previous life. After standing silently for a moment, waiting for the cigarette in his hand to burn out, Li Feng brushed the dust off his clothes and headed straight toward the classroom building. The moment he entered the classroom, every pair of eyes in the class instantly turned toward Li Feng. Especially upon seeing him completely unscathed, many eyes betrayed a look of utter disbelief. Who was the school bully Lu Xing? Who among the students who had attended the same school for 3 years didn't know? It was practically a given that anyone he called out would return with at least a few scrapes and bruises. But someone like Li Feng, returning completely unscathed? That was truly a first. Compared to the astonishment in others' eyes, Li Hong and Wang Hai, upon seeing Li Feng return safely to the classroom, couldn't help but reveal a deeply concealed disappointment in their gazes. Truthfully, upon learning Li Feng had been summoned by Lu Xing's gang, both harbored a hint of schadenfreude. But now, cruel reality had shattered every last shred of their hope. Smack, smack. If it were anyone else, they might have overlooked the fleeting, peculiar glances from Li Hong and Wang Hai. But with the experiences of his past life, Li Feng found their childish attempts at concealment utterly laughable and naive. So as he passed by them, 2 more crisp slaps echoed through the air. Not only had the classmates grown accustomed to this, but even Li Hong and Wang Hai themselves seemed to accept it as normal. In fact, after each received a slap, both seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Their psychological state was actually quite understandable. It was like a death row inmate. Their greatest fear was never the moment they stepped onto the execution ground. What truly breaks them is the waiting period before the execution. Truthfully, few people in reality could face such an outcome with composure. Feng. Brother Feng, did they give you a hard time? After Li Feng returned to his seat, his desk mate Li Ming leaned over curiously and asked cautiously. What do you think? At this, Li Feng shot him a half smile, half sneer. Brother Feng, let me tell you this, you'd be wise not to mess with Lu Xing's gang. They're far more vicious than any thugs outside school. Last time, I saw with my own eyes how they cracked open a classmate's skull. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ming finally offered his advice to Li Feng. Though he lacked the courage to confront these 2 classmates who had changed so drastically, as a friend, Li Ming wouldn't hesitate to offer a well-meaning warning. Yeah, I know. Upon hearing this, Li Feng didn't bother explaining anything. He just smiled and nodded. Even though he'd just taken down Lu Xing and the others single-handedly, Li Feng didn't think such a minor incident was worth bragging about. Seeing Li Feng's unconcerned expression, Li Ming opened his mouth to say something more, but the words died on his lips, and he fell silent once more. Truth be told, Li Ming was both intensely curious and envious of Li Feng's sudden shift in demeanor. Perhaps deep down, every victim of bullying had fantasized about suddenly becoming powerful enough to crush those who had tormented them underfoot. But fantasies are one thing. When the next wave of bullying and humiliation crashes over them, how many truly dare to fight back? It could be said that examples like Li Feng's represented the ultimate fantasy of every bullied victim. Alright, Ting, Li Feng is back now. You don't need to worry about him anymore. After seeing Li Feng safely return to the classroom, Zhang Qian finally grinned and leaned over to Lu Ting. Don't be ridiculous. Who was worried about him? Hearing this, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed red as she retorted with feigned annoyance. Especially when she recalled how that jerk had twice touched her head in a suggestive manner, Lu Ting felt her teeth itch with hatred. Really not? Hearing this, a mischievous glint flashed in Zhang Qian's big eyes. I never did. Lu Ting huffed indignantly. I'd love to see him beaten into a pig's head. After all, ever since she could remember, aside from her own father, Lu Ting had never been this intimate with any other man. And this Li Feng, without even asking her first, he made such a suggestive move. How could that not make Lu Ting both embarrassed and furious? Then why didn't you notice your book was upside down after Li Feng left? Hearing her best friend's somewhat insincere words, Zhang Qian immediately called her out on the lie. By the end, a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. Ah! At those words, Lu Ting froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Instantly, her fair, jade-like face flushed crimson as if set ablaze. Hee. Watching Lu Ting frantically adjust her books, Zhang Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Truth be told, this was the first time she'd ever seen someone as cool and composed as Lu Ting get so flustered. Fine, Qian, how dare you laugh at me? Seeing this, Lu Ting, overcome with embarrassment and anger, no longer held back. She reached out and started playfully wrestling with her best friend. After a long while, the 2 young beauties finally stopped their playfighting under the curious stares of their classmates. Ting, what's really going on in your mind? Can you tell me? Once she was sure no one was paying attention anymore, Zhang Xian leaned in close and whispered to Lu Ting. What? Hearing this, Lu Ting looked at her best friend with curiosity. What else could it be? It's about Li Feng. As she spoke, Zhang Xian couldn't help but glance sideways at the handsome young man. I don't know. Hearing this, a look of confusion flashed across Lu Ting's pretty face. Having never been in a relationship before, she truly didn't understand her own feelings. Though after yesterday's incident, Lu Ting found herself unconsciously worrying about and caring for Li Feng, the naive girl couldn't quite figure out what this feeling really was. So where do you plan to apply after the written exams? Zhang Qian abruptly changed the subject. Probably, the University of Hong Kong. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Ting replied uncertainly. Truthfully, the academically gifted girl had always been clear about her goals. But today, her resolve had begun to waver. After all, if she chose this prestigious university she'd always dreamed of, the distance between them would become incredibly vast. At this thought, Lu Ting's gaze drifted involuntarily toward a spot not far behind her. Chapter 26, Keep Up. After school, the entrance of the special academy was bustling with people. Compared to the other students' attire, a group of about 6 or 7 youths stood out as distinctly unconventional. Especially the handsome youth at the front, whose silver hair shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Even amidst the crowd, his presence was impossible to miss. Occasionally, girls would steal glances at the strikingly charismatic silver-haired youth, yet not a single one dared to approach him. The reason was simple. The notorious reputation of school bully Lu Xing was simply too well known. So forget the girls, even many of the boys, who were right in the middle of their rebellious phase, kept their distance from this group, afraid of stirring up any unnecessary trouble. Bro Xing, are we just leaving like this? As soon as they stepped out of the school gate, seeing their leader show no intention of stopping, one of the boys couldn't help but ask Lu Xing curiously. What else? Lu Xing tilted his head back, his defiant expression unmistakable. But didn't that guy tell you to wait for him after school? The teenager thought Lu Xing had forgotten, his tone hesitant as he spoke. At his words, the banter and laughter among the others instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to Lu Xing. As for the person the boy mentioned, it went without saying it could only be Li Feng. Wait, my ass. That. Seeing this underling dare to bring up such a sensitive topic, Lu Xing instantly flew into a rage, cursing under his breath before delivering a sharp smack to the back of the teenager's head. He'd admittedly Feng's fighting skills were undeniably impressive. But so what? If that was all it took for him to genuinely become his subordinate, it clearly wasn't enough. Still, despite his resentment, Lu Xing was a man who kept his debts and grievances separate. Back at the rear mountain at noon, how could he not see that Li Feng had held back? So even after losing the fight, though reluctant to admit defeat and submit, Lu Xing never harbored any thoughts of revenge. Seeing Lu Xing's furious expression, the youth who had questioned him earlier dared not say another word. He simply trailed behind, trembling and filled with regret. Xing, don't be angry. You know Ali's always been a straight shooter. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, one of the boys quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he spoke. Yeah, Xing, don't sweat the small stuff with this guy. Kangol, you better apologize to brother Xing right now. Hearing this, the others chimed in with their own pleas. After all, when they thought about it, they had really lost face back at the back mountain that afternoon. A dozen of them ganging up on one guy and still losing? If word got out, how the hell could they ever hold their heads up at the Special Forces Academy? Xing, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean anything by it. I just thought you'd forgotten. Seeing this, Kang Lu scratched his head awkwardly and apologized. Straightforward as he wasn't stupid. At this moment, he knew exactly how to take the hint. Alright. Let's go. We'll hit up the pool hall first. Lu Xing had a dog-like temperament, quick to flare up, quick to cool down. Seeing his brother apologize, he shrugged it off with a dismissive wave and pointed toward a pool hall outside the school gates. Yeah. Hearing this, the group of delinquents gathered around him all nodded in agreement. Boys their age were like that, roughhousing was par for the course, and no one usually held grudges over minor spats. Hey, Xing, are Yang and Nan coming today too? I haven't seen them in forever. Kangol, seeing Lu Xing wasn't angry, plucked up the courage to ask again. Yeah, let's wait for them at the pool hall. We'll hit the internet cafe later. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. At the mention of going to the internet cafe later, the group of teenagers erupted in cheers even louder than before. However, just as Lu Xing and the others stepped out of the school gate, a familiar figure blocked their path ahead. And who else could it be but Li Feng? Heh, didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you walk so fast? Seeing the varied expressions on Lu Xing and the others' faces, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly before speaking slowly. You expect me to wait for you? That. Hearing this, Lu Xing's previously cheerful expression instantly froze, and he retorted without hesitation. He had originally planned to avoid Li Feng, thinking that if he couldn't beat him, he could at least avoid him. But now, this guy seemed determined to pick a fight. How could Lu Xing, with his hot-headed temper, possibly hold back? What? Is that how you talk to the boss? To his surprise, upon hearing Lu Xing's rant, Li Feng showed no sign of anger. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he replied. I'll be damned. At those words, Lu Xing was momentarily speechless, his face flushing bright red. Clearly, he remembered the bet they'd made back on the mountain that afternoon. Alright, if you've got nothing else to do, come with me. Seeing Lu Xing's signs of losing his temper, Li Feng decided to stop teasing him and spoke seriously. Come with me? Where to? Seeing this, Lu Xing, who had been on the verge of losing his temper, froze in surprise, then grew curious. Why ask so many questions? You'll find out soon enough. Li Feng didn't answer, instead offering a faint smile before adding with a teasing look, What? Don't tell me you're too scared to come? At this stage, when they were still unfamiliar with each other, goading this stubborn kid who wouldn't budge no matter what was undoubtedly the most effective tactic. Who the hell isn't going? Let's go. Pick any place you want. If I, Lu Xing, so much as frown, I'm a son of a. Damn it! True to form, upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing stiffened his neck, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint unbecoming of his age. Fine, let's go. Seeing this, Li Feng merely shrugged before turning and striding ahead on his own. Star, don't go. Yeah, who knows what dirty tricks the kid's planning. Exactly. Brother Xing, maybe we should wait for Brother Yang and Brother Nan to arrive before deciding. Seeing Lu Xing actually follow the other guy's lead, his crew suddenly panicked. One by one, they rushed up to try and talk him out of it. Damn it, what the hell are we scared of? If you die, you die. If you don't, you live forever. I just don't believe it, damn it. All of you get out of my way. I want to see where this kid is taking me. Lu Xing heard this and refused without a second thought. Though he couldn't fathom Li Feng's intentions, an inexplicable intuition told him this youth, seemingly his age, wouldn't harm him. Especially during their every exchange of glances, he felt like he could see a complex mix of emotions in the other's eyes. It felt as though they'd known each other for years. No way. If you're going, Xing, then we're coming with you. Though Lu Xing could sense something was off, that didn't mean his brothers shared his premonition. So when they saw Lu Xing's resolute expression as stubborn as a mule, the brothers all spoke up in unison. You guys? Hearing this and seeing the concerned expressions on his brothers' faces, even Lu Xing with his usually carefree attitude couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. It's fine. If you want to come, then come. Just hope none of you get scared later. Seeing this, Li Feng didn't try to stop the others from following. Instead, he smiled and said, then turned to lead the way again. Hearing Li Feng's somewhat alarmist words, everyone present except Lu Xing couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. But there was no choice. Things had come to this point, and they couldn't possibly feel at ease letting Brother Xing go alone with this monster whose combat prowess was off the charts. After a brief discussion, they decided to leave one brother behind to wait for the so-called Yang Gu and Nan Gu. The rest crowded around Lu Xing and collectively followed Li Feng's lead. Chapter 27, The Arcade Bet. Lu Xing and the others trailed behind Li Feng. After traversing 2 streets, just as impatience began to set in, Li Feng, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted. He turned and entered an arcade with a cloth curtain hanging at its entrance. Upon seeing this, Lu Xing and the other youths all froze in surprise, utterly baffled as to why Li Feng would bring them here. It wasn't that they didn't know this arcade. On the contrary, Lu Xing and the others knew this place all too well, which was precisely why they wore such puzzled expressions. It was common knowledge that the arcade beneath the second bridge wasn't a legitimate gaming venue. Instead, it was filled with slot machines, fish-catching games, and other gambling devices. Precisely because of this, the small casino masquerading as an arcade was a chaotic mess. Those who dared to gamble here were either hardcore gamblers or other lowlifes from the county town. It was safe to say that a place like this, teeming with all sorts of unsavory characters, was absolutely not suitable for students like them to be hanging around. Could it be that the other party intended to go inside and gamble? Though that thought flashed through his mind, Lu Xing had already followed them this far and wasn't about to give up now. His footsteps paused only briefly before he followed them inside. The other youths hesitated briefly at the sight, but then steeled themselves, parted the curtain, and followed Lu Xing inside. The moment they stepped inside, the teenagers were instantly overwhelmed by the sweltering heat and deafening clamor emanating from the center of the room. The mingled stench of smoke and other pungent odors made even Lu Xing, a seasoned smoker, wrinkle his brow. As they observed the people seated before various gambling machines, some cheering, others grim-faced, the inexperienced youths occasionally glanced around with curiosity. In any case, throughout the hundreds of square meters of the arcade, the air was filled with the constant beeping of machines and the chaotic clamor of other gamblers. Numerous thugs with dyed yellow hair and menacing expressions patrolled the floor, keeping watch to prevent any customers, frustrated by losses, from causing trouble. Although Li Feng, Lu Xing, and their friends drew some curious glances when they walked in wearing their school uniforms, people mostly just gave them a quick look before looking away. After all, this was a gambling den. All kinds of patrons frequented the place, and a few students mixed in among them was hardly unusual. Hey, manager. Come help me load some credits. Upon entering the gaming hall, Li Feng paid no attention to Lu Xing and the others standing behind him. He simply plopped down at an empty seat and casually called out to the attendant beside him. "Sure thing, how much do you want to load?" Hearing this, a young man in his 20s, unfazed by Li Feng's blunt tone, approached him with a cheerful smile. $50. Without hesitation, Li Feng pulled a 50 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it onto the machine. "Alright, no problem." Though 50 yuan wasn't much, the young man had clearly spent enough time in casinos to have seen all kinds of people. He didn't show any sign of contempt at the sight. As he spoke, he deftly pocketed the money, pulled out a set of keys from his waistband, and fiddled with the controls above Li Feng's machine. With a few quick adjustments, he topped up the machine with 50 points. "You brought me here just to watch you gamble?" After the young man left, Lu Xing, standing behind him, could no longer contain his rage. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed. His expression made it clear he was on the verge of exploding. Honestly, if it weren't for the brothers beside him and the somewhat inappropriate setting, Lu Xing might have lashed out immediately. "Gambling? No, no, no. I came here to win money." Hearing this, Li Feng turned around, grinned, and shook his head at Lu Xing. "Win my ass." Hearing Li Feng's confident words, Lu Xing couldn't help but look at him with contempt and curse under his breath. Then, he swept his gaze over the crowd engrossed in the gambling machines and sneered, "Damn it, every single one of these people thinks they're here to win money. But in the end, don't they all go home broke as hell? What, is this arcade your family runs? Think you can win whenever you want?" At the end of his rant, Lu Xing spat out a vicious spit. Though Lu Xing was impulsive, quick-tempered, and loved to play around, when it came to gambling, he was firmly not interested. Besides, he didn't believe anyone could actually win money in a place like this. Even if someone started off winning a little, playing long enough would inevitably lead to losing it all back. Oomph. To his surprise, upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Li Feng didn't get angry, he actually laughed. Then, with brimming confidence, he declared, "Even though this arcade isn't mine, you know what? I guarantee I can walk out with winnings." But hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't be bothered with Li Feng's nonsense. He snorted coldly and turned to leave with his buddies. "What? Don't believe me? Want to make a bet?" Seeing his reaction, Li Feng showed no urgency. Instead, he lit a cigarette, sat down, and casually said, "Bet on what? How do we bet?" True to form, upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing, who had been about to leave, instantly perked up with interest. "I bet I'll win money back here. And you'll handle all the betting. How about it?" A smirk curved Li Feng's lips, revealing a satisfied grin like a fisherman who'd hooked his prey. "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Lu Xing looked at Li Feng with disbelief, his sharp gaze searching for any trace of a joke on the other man's face. "I'm sure." Li Feng's expression remained unchanged, perhaps revealing only the confidence of someone who had everything under control. "Tell me your terms." By this point, Lu Xing seemed to have his competitive spirit stirred, prompting him to ask directly. "Simple. If I win, you'll willingly become my brother, and no backing out, got it?" Li Feng didn't hesitate for a moment, stating his terms directly. And when he mentioned backing out, he couldn't help but give Lu Xing a sly, mocking glance. Hearing this, even Lu Xing, whose face was thick enough, felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, he was the one who had broken their earlier bet on the school's back mountain. "Fine, no problem." This time, Lu Xing gave it careful consideration before nodding in agreement with an extremely serious expression. Then he immediately pressed, "But what if you lose?" I won't lose, but I can promise you this, if I do lose, how about I recognize you as the boss?" Li Feng chuckled at the suggestion, his tone brimming with confidence. "You're the one who said it." Upon hearing Li Feng's wager, Lu Xing's heart leapt with delight. Then, as if afraid the other might back out, he grinned and said, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you either. If I lose this time, I'll recognize you as the boss too. May lightning strike me dead if I break this oath." In the end, Lu Xing even invoked a solemn oath. After all, recruiting Li Feng, a combatant of such formidable strength as his subordinate, would be an immense source of prestige in Lu Xing's eyes. "Fine, go ahead." Li Feng understood perfectly well the little schemes churning in this kid's mind. But he couldn't care less. Instead, after agreeing, he immediately stood up and stepped away from the machine. Seeing this, Lu Xing didn't sit down either. Instead, he dumped all the credits from Li Feng's slot machine onto the jack symbol. Then, without a second thought, he slammed his finger on the start button. Though Lu Xing never played these gambling machines, he'd seen enough to know the ropes. After all, the Joker was the hardest bonus to hit on this machine, especially when the casino owner had tampered with it. It was no exaggeration to say that the odds of winning this time were far, far lower than hitting a $5 million jackpot in real life. Beep. 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 As the slot machine spun rapidly before their eyes, Lu Xing and the other teenagers were all completely focused, their faces tense as they stared intently at the flashing lights above. Beep. Beep. Under Lu Xing and the others' watchful eyes, the slot machine's lights predictably stopped on other symbols. Yes. Seeing this, the teenagers immediately erupted into excited shouts. To an outsider, they might have looked like they'd just hit the jackpot. "Ha! Looks like I won." Compared to the others' excitement, Lu Xing remained much calmer. After all, this outcome was precisely what he had anticipated. Even so, a hint of smug satisfaction flickered across Lu Xing's face. Is that so? Not necessarily. Hearing this, Li Feng, who had stood silently by the whole time, showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he shook his head with a light chuckle, a hint of playful amusement flickering at the corner of his mouth. Without another word, he picked up the wooden stool in front of him and, to the stunned gazes of Lu Xing and the others, slammed it hard against the slot machine screen with a loud thud. Chapter 28. Crash. The deafening crash of the stool shattering the slot machine's screen echoed throughout the entire arcade as Li Feng suddenly erupted into action. This time, it wasn't just Lu Xing and his friends, even many other patrons who had been engrossed in gambling turned their astonished gazes toward the commotion. However, when they saw that the kid smashing the machine was just a teenager in a school uniform, their expressions quickly turned mocking as they watched the spectacle unfold. After all, in Xingqing's old street, few dared to cause trouble in this establishment. Damn it! You think you can run wild here? You must be tired of living, kid. Sure enough, the silence in the arcade lasted only a moment before several thugs who worked as enforcers leaped out. They all pointed their fingers at Li Feng's face and started cursing at him. As their shouts echoed, scattered thugs from every corner of the arcade began closing in on him. Shut up! Without hesitation, Li Feng flung the chair toward the loudmouth thug. His tone remained cool as he spoke. You're not qualified to talk to me. Go fetch your boss, got it? Thud. The thug who had been pointing and yelling at Li Feng was instantly knocked to the ground by the chair flying at him at breakneck speed. Without even a groan, he fell unconscious, blood pouring from his head. Liuzi. Uing. Beat the out of this kid, damn it. Seeing this student-looking youth strike with such brutal ferocity, the other thugs closing in were instantly enraged. Then, without warning, a dozen or so thugs charged toward Li Feng, many wielding weapons like steel pipes and machetes. You guys, step back a bit. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Seeing this turn of events, Li Feng didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he found time to chuckle lightly and warn Lu Xing and the others. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others instinctively stepped back. Their reaction wasn't born of fear or intimidation. Rather, rationally speaking, Lu Xing and the others weren't particularly close to Li Feng. Secondly, this inexplicable brawl had erupted, leaving them all still somewhat bewildered and confused. After all, even if they wanted to intervene, they'd at least need to know why the hell this was happening, right? Jumping into a fight without understanding anything was just too bizarre. Bang, bang, bang. While Lu Xing and the others were still reeling, Li Feng and the thugs running the joint had already locked horns. In any melee, the first casualties are always the few who charge in at the front. The moment the two sides made contact, the first punk with the steel pipe was sent flying by Li Feng's kick. Then, he swiftly snatched the weapon from the man's hands. Like a wolf among sheep, he swung the pipe, and with each strike, another thug from the security crew screamed in agony as he was knocked to the ground. Feeling the surge of excitement and adrenaline coursing through his veins, Li Feng felt as if he had been transported back to the very beginning of his past life, when he first founded the Black Robe Society. Back then, turf wars and gang clashes were almost a daily occurrence. And among the core brothers who fought alongside Li Feng, who among them wasn't covered in scars and battle-scarred? It could be said that back then, they truly lived by the sword. But as the gang's power grew, Li Feng, as the leader, gradually lost opportunities to clash with others in combat. After all, whenever rival factions dared to provoke them, Li Feng rarely needed to lift a finger. His legion of elite warriors would swiftly move in and crush the opposition. Yet even so, the legend of madly unmatched in combat, invincible in one-on-one fights had already spread throughout the entire city during the early days of the Black Robe Society's founding. Bang! Bang! Growing bolder with each clash, Li Feng fought with increasing abandon. His steel pipe moved like a blur, and even when surrounded by a dozen street thugs, he remained effortlessly composed. Occasional screams echoed through the arcade. This scene, straight out of a martial arts film, left the 100+ spectators watching the fight utterly stunned. Their expressions shifted from earlier amusement and curiosity, slowly turning to astonishment and awe. After all, this was real life, not some movie relying on special effects and post-production. Holy! Watching Li Feng, who seemed possessed by a war god, the teenagers like Lu Xing felt their blood boiling. The fervor and admiration in their expressions were impossible to hide. Only now did they truly grasp how trivial the brawl on the back mountain earlier that day had been. It was safe to say that if Li Feng hadn't deliberately held back, it was anyone's guess whether they'd still be standing here watching the show. Damn it, let's go! Staring at the peer in the center of the ring whose combat prowess was utterly monstrous, Lu Xing's eyes blazed with intensity. The passion and fervor he could no longer contain ignited his own madness completely. He grabbed a nearby stool, roared in fury, and charged into the fray. The remaining youths exchanged glances, then each grabbed whatever weapons they could find, shouting as they charged forward. Ha ha! Though Li Feng poured all his energy into the battle before him, he could still sense every move Lu Xing made nearby. So when he saw this former best friend from his past life running over to fight alongside him, Li Feng felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. He couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Instantly, the swing of the steel pipe in his hand grew faster and heavier, sending the opposing thugs into a frenzy of wailing and crying for mercy. With Li Feng holding down the front, Lu Xing, wielding a chair, charged in and instantly took down a thug who was intimidated by Li Feng's strength and hesitated to advance. With Lu Xing and the others lending a hand, the one-sided fight was swiftly resolved in under 3 minutes. As the thugs lay sprawled on the floor, wailing in agony, the arcade, which had been roaring with noise just moments before, suddenly fell deathly silent. Truthfully, had they not witnessed it themselves, none present would have believed that such an intense battle scene could have been instigated by a delicate-looking teenager still in school. Chapter 29. What? Isn't there a single person in charge around here? After the fighting subsided, Li Feng slammed the steel pipe he was holding onto the floor with a clang. He lit a cigarette, slowly scanned the room, and shouted. At Li Feng's words, the entire arcade fell deathly silent save for the occasional beeps from the gambling machines. Clearly, everyone present had been utterly stunned by his overwhelming physical prowess. Don't test my patience. I'll ask one last time, where's the manager? Seeing this, Li Feng's brows furrowed slightly, his voice unconsciously turning much colder. Lu Xing, smash this place to pieces. After 2 or 3 seconds passed with no one stepping forward, Li Feng lost patience with further words and instinctively gave the order to Lu Xing. Yes. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xing, who had always been rebellious and unruly, responded without hesitation the moment he heard Li Feng's command. He exchanged glances with his buddies nearby, then picked up a steel pipe from the floor and smashed it against the nearby slot machine with a loud clang. The shattering sound of glass instantly echoed throughout the entire arcade. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively backed away, fearing they might get cut by flying shards of glass. As for Li Feng, standing his ground, a smirk spread across his lips. Deep down, he knew his best friend from his past life had returned. That was just Lu Xing's nature. If he didn't respect you, no matter what you said, he'd only think you were talking nonsense. But once this kid truly submitted, he'd be the kind to trust you with his life. Young man, stop. Don't smash anymore. Just as Lu Xing and his crew were smashing things with relish, an anxious voice rang out from the crowd belonging to a middle-aged man. Bang! Bang! Upon hearing this, the teenagers like Conlu instinctively paused their actions. But Lu Xing remained utterly reckless, swinging his steel pipe high above his head and smashing it repeatedly against the slot machine screen. Seeing this, the plump middle-aged man who pushed through the crowd approached, his heart racing with worry, yet he dared not step forward to stop him. Finally, with no other choice, he turned to Li Feng, who stood leisurely nearby, his eyes pleading. All right, little five, stop now. Seeing that someone in charge had finally stepped in, Li Feng smiled, waved his hand, and called out to stop Lu Xing. Hearing this, Lu Xing froze for a moment before obediently ceasing his assault on the machine. He turned to look at Li Feng with a peculiar expression. After all, his nickname was known to only a handful of people. Even Kong Lu and the others who had followed him to the arcade hadn't been told. Though deeply puzzled, he knew this wasn't the time or place to press the matter. Ultimately, he forced himself to suppress his curiosity. Young man, I don't know what this establishment has done to offend you all, but look, anything can be discussed calmly over a seat. Why make such a mess of things? Seeing his once perfect arcade reduced to this desolate mess, the portly middle-aged owner felt like crying. He'd only stepped away for a moment. How had it come to this? Nothing much, really. Just felt your slot machines were rigged, cost me some cash. So I thought I'd help you spruce things up a bit. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled lightly before replying indifferently. Lost money? How much did you lose? The middle-aged, overweight owner froze, then asked in a dazed voice. Truth be told, he had rigged the payout odds on all the slot machines in this place. To ensure steady, long-term profits, the portly middle-aged owner naturally avoided fleecing customers too ruthlessly. So generally speaking, as long as gamblers weren't stubbornly single-minded, they wouldn't lose too badly here. Compared to the money-sucking machines at other parlors, his place was practically a bargain. Hearing the owner's question, Li Feng merely shook his head without responding. But just as the boss was about to press further, the young man who had helped Li Feng load credits earlier cautiously approached and whispered something in his ear. Whoa! After hearing the whole story, the middle-aged, overweight owner couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain in his teeth. Damn it, all this fuss over losing a measly $50? He didn't know what others were thinking, but right now, the middle-aged boss felt utterly pissed off. Damn it, if you can't handle losing, don't play. If everyone who lost a little money threw such a fit, how could he possibly keep this arcade open? But though his insides were churning like a stormy sea, forced by the threat of violence, the middle-aged boss suppressed his raging anger and offered a forced smile. Alright, young man, I'll give you back everything you lost just now. No, I'll give you 10 times that amount. Then we'll call it even. How does that sound? Though offering a refund in front of all the gamblers was clearly inappropriate, there was no other choice. The situation had simply overpowered him. If the other party continued to cause a scene here, the losses the arcade would suffer today would far exceed the money on the table. The middle-aged owner understood this all too well. 10 times? Upon hearing the demand, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Li Feng's lips. Then, his previously cheerful expression abruptly shifted. His entire demeanor turned cold and sharp as he spoke in a chilling tone. You think I'm a beggar? Alright, today you either cough up 10,000 yuan and call it even, or I'll help you renovate this place. The choice is yours. His gaze locked onto the man as he spoke. Although this middle-aged owner had been overly polite from the start, at its core, this gambling-style slot machine was a harmful device. So extorting him now? Li Feng felt absolutely no qualms whatsoever. 10,000? Hearing Li Feng's outrageously high demand, the plump middle-aged owner couldn't help but frown. The situation was crystal clear now. This kid had clearly come over to extort him. If he didn't pay up. Glancing at the several machines nearby that had been smashed to pieces, the middle-aged boss couldn't help but wince at the thought of the damage. Young man, do you know whose establishment this is? Though he'd already decided to pay to settle the matter, he still asked, reluctant to give in completely. After all, 10,000 yuan was no small sum. If he could intimidate the youngster by invoking the power of the man behind the scenes, the middle-aged owner would gladly do so. It's just lame Wang. What, is he some big shot? Hearing this, Li Feng merely shrugged before responding with utter disdain. Honestly, someone like this, just a big-time troublemaker in a small county town, wouldn't have even been worthy of offering him a cigarette in his previous life. So how could Li Feng possibly take him seriously? Alright, Xiao Lu, go get these young brothers their money. Hearing Li Feng mention Wang the Lame by name, the middle-aged owner finally dared not hesitate any longer and immediately instructed the young man beside him. At the end of the day, he was just a businessman. After all, when they split the profits, Lane Wang had made it clear that he'd handle street matters and ensure the venue's security. So at a moment like this, the middle-aged owner handed over the money without a second thought. As for what happened afterward? That was Wang Lame's business. What did it have to do with him? Chapter 30, Subduing Lu Xing. Here, you guys take this money and split it among yourselves. Stepping out of the arcade, Li Feng tossed the neatly bundled stack of cash to Lu Xing and said with a grin. This. Lu Xing instinctively caught the money, then froze in place. After all, they were all struggling teenagers. Faced with such a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, it was impossible for them not to be tempted. This was evident from the burning gazes of Kangol and the others. What? Think it's too little? Seeing Lu Xing's dazed expression, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly, asking teasingly. No, no. Lu Xing waved his hands awkwardly in response, then promptly handed the stack of cash back to Li Feng. His expression was resolute. But we can't take this money. Seeing Lu Xing's action, the other youths flashed a hint of regret across their faces. Yet in the end, none of them said anything. Instead, they all turned to look at Li Feng with expressions of awe. There was no helping it, the combat prowess this youth had just unleashed in the arcade was simply too terrifying to ignore. Earlier that afternoon on the back mountain, they'd assumed Li Feng was merely skilled in hand-to-hand combat. But after witnessing him fight armed street thugs just now, they finally understood just how monstrously powerful this teenager, who was the same age as them, truly was. That was a one-sided fight, damn it. And what's more, the most astonishing part was that after extorting such a large sum from the owner, he didn't even blink an eye before tossing every last coin to Brother Xing. How could Kong Lu and the others not feel awe and admiration for a peer who was both generous and ridiculously strong? Why? Though he already knew the answer, Li Feng still curved his lips into a smile as he asked. He understood Lu Xing's temperament and character all too well from his previous life. As for Kong Lu and the other youths, their reaction upon seeing all that money had left Li Feng thoroughly satisfied. Loving money wasn't inherently wrong, but if greed knew no bounds and lacked restraint, then they absolutely couldn't be considered brothers. We didn't really help much, and besides, you handled most of it yourself. How could I possibly take this money? Hearing this, Lu Xing scratched the back of his head awkwardly before replying with a calm expression. Yeah, Brother Xing's right. We were just tagging along. We definitely can't take this money. Exactly. After Lu Xing finished speaking, Kong Lu and the others quickly chimed in to agree. Even though their combined pocket money probably didn't exceed 100 yuan. Faced with this huge sum, the boys' loyalty outweighed their interest, and it was vividly displayed in their actions. Alright then. Li Feng didn't bother counting it all. He pulled out roughly half the stack and pushed the rest back toward Lu Xing, grinning as he said, I'll take half, and you guys split the other half. Fair enough, right? Seeing Lu Xing hesitating to refuse, his tone hardened. That's settled then. After all, no one should be left out. With that, he slapped Lu Xing on the shoulder, leaving no room for objection. Truthfully, after his rebirth, making money had become an incredibly simple task for Li Feng. What mattered most now was cultivating strength to match his wealth. Of course, the regrets from his past life absolutely had to be rectified. Alright. Seeing Li Feng's resolute stance, Lu Xing hesitated for a moment before finally nodding and taking the stack of cash. Though he still felt reluctant deep down, with Kong Lu and the others present, he couldn't ignore his brother's feelings. There you go. Seeing this, Li Feng smiled. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Lu Xing again. What about today's wager? The real reason he'd brought Lu Xing along to sweep the place wasn't because Li Feng was desperate for the money. More than anything, he wanted to show off his strength and decisiveness to this kid. Otherwise, given Lu Xing's stubborn, unyielding nature, he might not willingly follow him with genuine conviction. After all, without a proper reason, Li Feng couldn't just randomly pick off a dozen thugs like he did in his previous life, only to have Lu Xing worship him like a madman afterward. That would be utterly insane. You win. Feeling the heavy wad of cash in his pocket, Lu Xing couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. Truth be told, he was still a bit too naive. Who could have predicted that Li Feng's claim of winning money would involve such a brutal method? Though he felt a bit cheated and frustrated, the skill and decisiveness Li Feng had just displayed did earn a quiet respect from Lu Xing, someone who never backed down from anyone. Call me Brother Feng. Hearing this, a smile spread across Li Feng's lips as he replied. Brother Feng. Lu Xing instantly flashed a toothy grin and called out the name with genuine enthusiasm. This time, unlike their encounter on the school's back mountain, Lu Xing's greeting carried no stutter or reluctance, it was pure, heartfelt submission. Ha ha ha. Hearing that familiar tone, Li Feng burst into hearty laughter. For he knew that the brother who once risked everything for him had returned. And this time around, he would protect this brother with his life. He would never again stand by helplessly while his friend was forced to flee for his life. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. As for Kong Lu and the others, upon hearing Lu Xing address Li Feng, they immediately shouted his name in unison. After all, who in their right mind would turn down a boss like this one with not only off-the-charts combat prowess but also immense generosity and unwavering loyalty? Ha, deal. Upon hearing the other youths address him, Li Feng smiled and nodded to each of them in turn. His expression then turned serious as he declared, since you've chosen to call me that, we're brothers from now on. If any of you get bullied in the future, or if you want to bully someone else, come find me. I promise to settle the score. As he finished speaking, Li Feng shot a curious glance at Lu Xing beside him, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. The reason was simple. It was because those very words had been the bold promises he loved to make to his black-robed Brotherhood brothers in his previous life. Now, Li Feng had simply borrowed it for himself. Ah, Brother Feng is awesome. Hearing this, Kangol and the other youths all burst into laughter at Li Feng's playful remark. Only Lu Xing looked utterly baffled. Though he vaguely sensed the familiarity of Brother Feng's words, he couldn't for the life of him recall where he'd heard them before. In the end, unable to figure it out, he simply concluded that Brother Feng's words had struck a chord with him. Anyway, I won't say much more. As for what kind of person I, Li Feng, am, you guys can figure that out for yourselves. Chapter 31, The Peach-Selling Girl. Brother Feng, let's grab a bite together later, how about it? As the group left the arcade and headed back, Lu Xing suddenly grinned and asked. Ever since they'd started calling him Brother Feng without hesitation, the teens felt much closer to Li Feng, so their conversation had become more casual. Yeah, Brother Feng, there's this barbecue place near the cinema that smells absolutely amazing. Let's grab a bite tonight. Hearing this, Kong Lu leaned in and chimed in with a grin. Exactly. Especially their grilled kidneys, absolutely amazing. Exactly. Bro, let's go together. Seeing this, the others chimed in one after another. For teenagers at their stage of life, drinking and eating skewers was definitely a great way to bond. Beyond that, getting into fights together or playing online games could also quickly deepen the bonds between them. Hearing Kong Lu mention drinking and barbecue, Li Feng couldn't help but let a nostalgic look flicker across his face. He vividly recalled founding the Black Almond Society with his old brothers. Due to tight funds, their gatherings almost always took place at a barbecue joint. Yet despite that, the brothers in the gang still laughed heartily, showing not a hint of complaint. Ironically, it was only after the group grew and everyone had money that the joy seemed to fade. Brother Feng, let's go. I'll introduce you to a couple of buddies I've known since childhood. Seeing Li Feng fall silent, Lu Xing thought he was hesitating and quickly added. Finally, the kid couldn't resist adding one last thing. Don't worry, they're both super loyal guys. Childhood buddies? Hearing Lu Xing's words, Li Feng froze for a moment before a faint, inscrutable smile touched his lips. He didn't need Lu Xing to say much more. Li Feng already knew exactly who these two were. Gao Yang and Li Nan. The former chief and deputy chief of the Leopard Hall within the Black Robe Society. They were also among Li Feng's closest brothers. It could be said that during the Black Robe Society's reign over Hong Kong, these two had risked their lives countless times and earned their stripes through meritorious service. And now, were they to meet prematurely? At this thought, a faint thrill of excitement flashed through Li Feng's heart. Alright, you guys pick the place. I'll head home to let them know, then come find you. Hearing this, Li Feng didn't hesitate any longer. He nodded readily in agreement. Though his resolve to build a new power remained unchanged in this second life, Li Feng still aimed to handle other matters carefully to spare his parents at home from worrying about him. After bidding farewell to Lu Xing and the others, Li Feng set off directly for home. Though taking a motorcycle taxi wouldn't cost much, Li Feng preferred walking to soak in the atmosphere of this old street buried deep in his memories. Thus, after strolling leisurely along the way, he spotted a familiar figure just a few blocks from his home. She still carried that timid, head-down posture, as if utterly devoid of security, her frail frame practically trying to shrink into the oversized school uniform. In stark contrast to the girl's fragility, the middle-aged woman standing before her now appeared far more forceful and brash. "Hey, kid, how much are these peaches?" The middle-aged woman roughly pushed aside the neatly arranged peaches on the girl's small stall before demanding without hesitation. In an instant, the neatly arranged peaches in the crate were scattered haphazardly. Two yuan per pound. Squatting on the ground, Chen Yao felt a pang of guilt at the sight, but ultimately said nothing. She spoke softly, her timid gaze avoiding the customer's eyes. "Why so expensive? Everyone else sells them for 1 yuan per jean, but you want 2? What's the deal? Are your peaches made of gold?" Without hesitation, the middle-aged woman resorted to the familiar tactics of a demanding customer, trying to haggle. No, they're all selling them for 2 yuan 50 per pound. And these peaches are homegrown, freshly picked from my own orchard." Hearing this, Chen Yao hurriedly explained. Clearly, she had researched market prices before setting up her stall. Moreover, compared to the half-ripe peaches at other vendors, hers were mostly large and red, obviously carefully selected before picking. 2 yuan 50? I just asked about the price, it's 1 yuan per pound. I'll take some first. Without waiting for the girl's response, the shrewd middle-aged woman grabbed a plastic bag nearby, opened it, and began carefully selecting peaches to place inside. No, I'm selling them for 2 yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yao's face flushed bright red as she stammered out her protest. "Oh, forget 2 yuan, make it 1 yuan 20. Can't go any higher. Here, weigh it for me." Probably sensing the young vendor's awkwardness, the middle-aged woman flashed a smug look before shoving a dozen large peaches into the bag and demanding rudely, "That's it. I really can't sell them." Chen Yao had never encountered such a situation before. Completely flustered, she could only shake her little head vigorously like a rattle drum, pleading urgently. She was counting on this period to scrape together the tuition for the higher academy. If everyone acted like this middle-aged woman, she could forget about paying the fees. "What's wrong with you, kid? Don't you understand selling at a low profit margin? Oh, for heaven's sake. I can't be bothered arguing with you. Hurry up and weigh it. I'm rushing home to cook dinner." Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, the middle-aged woman showed no pity whatsoever. Instead, she spoke with obvious impatience. Perhaps the commotion had grown too loud, for passers-by began stopping curiously, pointing and whispering among themselves. Chen Yao was inherently timid and insecure. Faced with this situation, how could she possibly find her voice? In an instant, tears as big as beans streamed down her face, cascading over her long bangs. Li Feng, observing the scene from a short distance away, let out a heavy sigh. Then, he pushed through the crowd and walked straight over. "Sell it or don't sell it, what are you crying about, you little brat? What, trying to play the seductress to win some guy's sympathy? Put." Perhaps the surrounding murmurs made the middle-aged woman feel embarrassed. She awkwardly set down the bag of peaches, spat out a defiant pht with a fierce expression, and turned to leave. But the moment she turned, she found her path blocked by a young man. Chapter 32, Teaching the Shrew a Lesson. "What? Is bullying a shy girl your idea of fun?" Li Feng stood calmly in front of her, his gaze fixed on the feisty middle-aged woman as he spoke. "And who are you?" Startled by the question, the woman paused before responding with irritation. "Just a passerby who can't stand your behavior." Li Feng's lips curved into a smile. "I bet you two are in cahoots." Perhaps recognizing the familiar uniform of the Special Forces Academy on the youth before her, the middle-aged woman turned to glance at Chen Yao, still crouched on the ground weeping. She snorted coldly and snapped. "I wonder what kind of school could produce students like you two. One's just good at playing the victim to win sympathy, while the other acts like a little thug. What, blocking my way, you think you can hit me? Go ahead, try it." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took a step forward, closing in on Li Feng. Her unreasonable, shrewish demeanor made it clear she was used to running wild at home. "Get out of my way." Seeing this, Li Feng frowned and stepped back slightly. A look of disgust flashed across his face as he coldly said, "I'll give you a chance to apologize to her, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise. Or else what? You little punk, come hit me." Perhaps seeing Li Feng back down slightly only emboldened the middle-aged woman further. Immediately after, she launched into another tirade of shrewish curses. "I wonder what kind of upbringing you two got at home. In my opinion, you'll both end up as little thugs and streetwalkers." Smack. Before the shrew could continue her tirade, Li Feng raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Whoosh. As Li Feng struck, the crowd of onlookers erupted into a buzz of excitement, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of a spectacle. It must be said, Li Feng's slap was exceptionally hard. It sent the previously smug middle-aged woman reeling backwards several steps before she landed with a thud on the ground. "Ah! You little bastard, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death." After a moment of stunned silence, the middle-aged shrew came to her senses, clutching her face. A shrill scream erupted from her throat as she lunged at Li Feng like a rabid she-devil, unleashing a torrent of curses. Seeing this, how could Li Feng show any mercy? Instantly, another resounding slap landed squarely on her face. This time, Li Feng's patience had worn thin. He held nothing back, sending the shrew crashing to the ground with a single blow. She lay there for a long moment, eyes glazed over, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Li Feng, stop hitting her. Seeing this, the young girl who had been crouched on the ground wiping away tears was startled by the scene. She hurried over and whispered softly, trying to persuade him. She had witnessed Li Feng's ruthless methods firsthand and feared the worst might happen. Ah! He hit me. Everyone, come see. This little thug hit me. What kind of man bullies a woman? Why don't you just kill me already? Why, I can't live like this. After staring blankly for over 10 seconds, the middle-aged woman suddenly burst into loud wails. She then clutched her swollen cheek, sat down on the ground, and began rolling around in a tantrum. How could you hit someone? Yeah, what school does this kid go to? Exactly. No matter what, you can't hit someone. Look at her age, she could be your mother. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd began to stir, pointing fingers and murmuring at Li Feng. Seeing this, the hysterical woman on the ground only grew more frenzied, spewing a torrent of foul language from her mouth. Listening to it, the veins on Li Feng's forehead bulged and throbbed. This scene was beyond anything Chen Yao could have imagined. Even Li Feng, who had spent years navigating the rough edges of society in his previous life, had never witnessed anything like this. The cacophony of voices from the surrounding crowd, combined with the middle-aged woman's unbearably foul curses, caused a cold, fierce expression to harden on Li Feng's face. Shut the hell up, all of you! Suddenly, Li Feng bellowed at the crowd, a flash of savagery flickering in his eyes. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll beat the crap out of all of you. Damn it, you bunch of idiots. Whoosh! At Li Feng's outburst, the crowd that had been indiscriminately hurling accusations instantly fell silent. What could they do? The sight of this youth was simply too terrifying. As mere bystanders who dared only to stand on the sidelines and spout off, they couldn't possibly withstand the intimidating aura of someone like Li Feng, who had once been the leader of a powerful faction in his previous life. You damn, I think you're really asking for it. Once the surrounding crowd finally quieted down, Li Feng walked coldly toward the middle-aged shrew. He raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. Then, grabbing the stunned woman by the hair, he dragged her right in front of Chen Yao and barked coldly, "Apologize to her now." Perhaps driven by her inherently fiery nature, the woman tried to protest despite the pain. But Li Feng yanked her hair upward, forcing her to meet his icy, piercing gaze. This is my final warning. Don't try your little tantrum tricks on me. If you really piss me off, I'll make sure your entire family suffers. You believe me? As he finished, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. In truth, having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never once raised a hand against a woman. But there was no helping it, this shrew before him was simply too infuriating. If this had been a man, Li Feng wouldn't have stopped at breaking his arms and legs, otherwise, his nickname Madmanly would be a complete waste. Realizing the youth meant business, the shrew who had been screaming her head off suddenly fell silent. The reason such women dared to act so brazenly and unreasonable was, frankly speaking, because they were spoiled rotten by the men in their families. But once she encountered someone who truly didn't treat her like a woman, how could she possibly keep causing trouble? Apologize. Li Feng, seeing her silence, instantly let out another low, angry growl. The roar sent shivers down the woman's spine as she sat on the ground. All sense of dignity vanished instantly. Her lips trembling, she stammered to Chen Yao, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Chen Yao seemed at a loss, unsure how to react. Get out of here. Seeing the shrew finally submit, Li Feng exhaled a pent-up sigh of frustration. He then shoved her away with a dismissive wave, warning, "Don't mistake the world for your playground. If I catch you bullying honest students again, believe me, I won't hesitate to slap you again." No, I won't. Hearing this, the middle-aged shrew nodded frantically. She scrambled to her feet and stumbled away. Chapter 33, All Wanted. Once the crowd had dispersed, Li Feng finally exhaled, then squatted down to help Chen Yao gather the peaches scattered across the ground. He didn't bother asking the idiotic question of why she was selling peaches after school. After all, her usual attire already spoke volumes. Thanks. Chen Yao hurriedly murmured her thanks. These peaches are pretty good. How much are they? Hearing this, Li Feng smiled and shook his head. He picked up a peach, turning it over in his hand as he asked. He wasn't exaggerating, the peaches she'd picked were indeed large and red, and judging by their clean appearance, she'd clearly washed them carefully before setting up her stall. No need. If you like them, just take some. They're free. Hearing Li Feng's question, Chen Yao hurriedly waved her hands. Despite the boy's intimidating demeanor, his repeated selfless assistance had made even the most naive girl understand his goodwill. So how could she possibly accept money from Li Feng for some peaches she'd picked herself? Take some? Li Feng gave the girl a half smile, half sneer before saying, that won't do. What if I want them all? Ah. Hearing this, the girl gasped softly, her eyes going wide as she stared blankly at him. What? Can't bear to part with them? Seeing the girl's dazed expression, Li Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke. But there's so much. Can you even finish it all by yourself? Chen Yao shook her head hastily, her expression puzzled. After all, the peaches she had laid out weighed a good 20 to 30 pounds. Mind your own business. I can give some to relatives and neighbors, can't I? Li Feng replied without hesitation. Hearing this, the girl merely gave a soft "oh" before saying nothing more. She picked up the bag beside her and began stuffing peaches into it without a word. Even though Chen Yao desperately needed money now, Li Feng had saved her life. So even if it were more than just a few cheap peaches, the girl wouldn't hesitate for a second. Perhaps sensing her sentiment, a faint smile flickered across Li Feng's face. Then, he too began packing the peaches himself. Here, this is the money for the peaches. Take good care of it. After everything was packed up, Li Feng looked at the several bags of peaches on the ground and pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, handing it over. I can't accept this. Chen Yao froze at the sight, then waved her hands repeatedly. What? Is it not enough? Li Feng chuckled lightly. No. I told you I wanted to give them to you. Hearing this, Chen Yao lowered her head in embarrassment, then explained in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Oomph. Do you look down on me, or think I can't afford it? Do I really need you to give me such a small amount? Li Feng's expression turned stern as he deliberately twisted the facts. No, that's not what I meant. Hearing this, the girl grew flustered and shook her head hastily. Then what did you mean? Though inwardly amused, Li Feng maintained a stern expression, feigning displeasure. Seeing her good intentions misunderstood, the girl nearly burst into tears. But because she was tongue-tied, the more anxious she became, the less she knew how to explain. Take it. Li Feng snapped, then seized the moment of her dazed confusion to shove the money into her hand. If others found out, they'd think Li Feng, can't afford it? After speaking, he picked up the bags of peaches from the ground and turned to leave. Then, I'll go break the money into smaller bills. You gave me too much. Sensing his firm stance, Chen Yao, already timid by nature, didn't dare argue. But upon seeing the 100 yuan bill in her hand, she hurriedly said to Li Feng. I don't have time to wait for you. Forget it, next time. Ignoring the girl's words, Li Feng hoisted the bags and headed straight for home. Wait. The girl quickly caught up and blocked his path. What now? Li Feng asked impatiently. I can't take any more money from you. Hearing this, the girl didn't step aside this time. Instead, she looked at him with unwavering determination. Under different circumstances, Chen Yao might have fallen silent upon seeing Li Feng's expression. But she couldn't help it, she had her own convictions. All the help the young man had given her, Chen Yao silently kept in her heart. But if she simply accepted extra money from him, what kind of person would that make her? How about this then? I'll trouble you to bring me breakfast for the next few days. Is that acceptable? Perhaps sensing a certain resolve in the girl, Li Feng didn't press the issue further. Instead, he offered a compromise. But, still feeling uneasy, the girl hesitated. Oh, come on, are you annoying or what? This time, Li Feng was genuinely losing patience. He frowned and said, it's settled then. You wait for me at the school gate, or just bring it straight to my classroom. With that, he walked right past her and gradually disappeared in the direction of his home. Behind him, Chen Yao looked up at the boy's retreating figure, then glanced at the bills in her hand. For a moment, she stood frozen in place, lost in thought. Xiao Feng, you're back. Hey, what's that you're carrying? As soon as Li Feng stepped through the door, his mother came to greet him. But upon seeing the large bag in his hands, her curiosity piqued. Nothing much, just bought some peaches. Li Feng chuckled at her words, then plopped the bag down on the dining table with a thud. Wait, Xiao Feng, why did you buy so many peaches? Besides, I thought you didn't even like peaches before? Looking at the two large bags overflowing with peaches on the table, his mother stared at her son in puzzlement. Nothing, I just suddenly felt like eating them. Li Feng smiled but didn't bother explaining further. But this is way too many. Li's mother said reproachfully. Then she opened the bag to take a look inside and exclaimed admiringly, but these peaches look pretty good. It's fine. There's still you and Dad to eat them. Li Feng said nonchalantly. Hearing his son's words, Mr. Li, who had been sitting in the living room reading the newspaper, couldn't help but glance over. We'll never finish all these. Oh well, never mind. I'll take some over to your aunt later. Li's mother had intended to nag a bit more, but the words stopped at her lips. She waved her hand dismissively. Since you're back, let's eat first. She called out to Mr. Li, who was seated over there. Mom, I won't be eating at home today. Hearing this, Li Feng remained seated and addressed his mother instead. What's the matter? Curious, Mrs. Li asked her son. Nothing much. Just made plans with a few friends to grab a bite out, so I wanted to let you know first. Li Feng said with a smile. Friends? Hearing this unfamiliar word from her son, not only Mrs. Li but even Mr. Li, who had just walked over, froze momentarily. After all, since Li Feng entered high school, they hadn't heard him mention the word friends at all. He'd practically shut himself in his room the moment he got home from school, never exchanging a word with his parents. This had left the couple deeply concerned about their son's emotional well-being. Now, hearing the word friends come directly from Li Feng's mouth, how could they not be astonished? Yeah, just some classmates at school. Li Feng nodded casually. Alright, go ahead then. Hearing this, Li's mother snapped out of her shock and nodded happily. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she reached into her pocket and pulled out several hundred yuan bills. Here, Xiaofeng, take this money. Out in the world, a young man should be generous. Spend what you need to. No need, Mom, I still have some on me. Seeing this, Li Feng shook his head and headed straight for the door. That boy. Only after the door slammed shut did Mrs. Li pause. She and Mr. Li exchanged a knowing smile. For some reason, Li Feng had been acting so different these past 2 days, almost like a completely different person compared to his usual self. Still, the couple didn't dwell on it. They simply marveled inwardly at how their son had finally grown up. Chapter 34, Gao Yang and Li Nan. Brother Feng, over here. When Li Feng approached the late-night snack stall near the cinema, the sharp-eyed Lu Xing spotted him from afar and waved enthusiastically. Li Feng smiled and walked straight over. In fact, within Qingqing's old town, the area surrounding this cinema was undoubtedly the liveliest spot. It encompassed nearly every form of entertainment imaginable: internet cafes, KTVs, billiard halls, ice rinks, and more. Except for bars found only downtown, this area had everything else you could want. But precisely because of this, the area felt a bit chaotic. Once night fell, it was common to see hordes of young punks with dyed hair and tattoos loitering around. Fights and brawls are practically a daily occurrence here. Even if a life or two gets lost in the heat of the moment, it doesn't really faze the folks in Xincheng. After all, the reckless newbies are always the majority in this underworld. It's the seasoned veterans who know how to steer clear of trouble. Hey, Brother Feng, let me introduce you. This is Gao Yang, and this is Li Nan. They're both my childhood buddies. As soon as Li Feng sat down at the late-night snack stall, Lu Xing grinned, baring his teeth, and pointed to the 2 teenagers beside him. The boy named Gao Yang stood about 5 feet 10 inches, quite handsome, though his physique seemed a bit slight, likely from frequent late nights online. Li Nan, however, was completely different from Gao Yang. Though not particularly tall, around 5 feet 9 inches, he looked robust, likely from working at a repair shop. With thick eyebrows and large eyes, he radiated energy at first glance. Well, hello there. Although Li Feng from his previous life was already quite familiar with these 2 youths, there was nothing he could do to them. He was still a complete stranger. So even though Li Feng felt a flicker of excitement inside, he didn't show any unusual emotion. He simply smiled and nodded at the 2 who had stood up. After all, brotherly bonds couldn't be rushed. They would ultimately depend on their future interactions. But for now, the mere fact that they had found each other meant nothing else mattered. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Hearing this, Gao Yang and Li Nan immediately called out to him with smiles. It seemed Lu Xing had already filled them in before Li Feng arrived. Facing someone with such overwhelming martial prowess, Gao Yang and Li Nan showed considerable respect. They might doubt anyone else, but Lu Xing? How could Gao Yang and Li Nan possibly question him? Besides, they knew Lu Xing's temperament better than anyone. To date, the only peer who could earn his genuine respect was the man standing before them. For that reason alone, Gao Yang and Li Nan wouldn't be foolish enough to slight him. As for these brothers, you've already met Feng earlier. This is Kong Lu, and this is Su Yan Hong. After introducing Gao Yang and Li Nan, Lu Xing proceeded to introduce the others one by one. As for the other youths at the table, though Li Feng didn't know their names, they'd all been together at the arcade earlier, so he remembered them quite well. Everyone, sit down. Why are you standing? After everyone had exchanged greetings, Li Feng finally said with a smile. Alright. Hearing Li Feng's prompt, the teenagers no longer hesitated. They all sat down with smiles. Since they were all peers of similar age, they gradually got acquainted after a few casual exchanges. Especially Li Feng, with the soul of a 30-something living inside him, he handled these 18 or 19-year-olds with ease. Throughout the conversation, he occasionally shared anecdotes from his past life on the streets, leaving the teenagers listening wide-eyed and eagerly clamoring for more. How to put it? Among this group of youths, most were the bottom of the class academically. If you tried explaining trigonometric functions or chemical equations to them, these delinquents would surely get dizzy and confused. But if you shared tales of street fights and brawls outside the school grounds? That was a whole different story. They'd be infinitely more enthusiastic than during any classroom lecture. And the most excited and thrilled among them? That would undoubtedly be Lu Xing. Honestly, judging from his past life, this kid was born to be a street thug and a reckless rebel. The reason Li Feng chose to build his own faction in his previous life stemmed from the extreme personality shaped by early school bullying. But Lu Xing? He was far more straightforward. To put it bluntly, this kid stuck by Li Feng's side purely because he loved the thrill of fighting and killing. After chatting for about 10 minutes, the barbecue stall owner brought over tray after tray of skewers. Here, Brother Feng, let's toast to you. Seeing this, Gao Yang and Li Nan exchanged a glance before standing up simultaneously, raising their cups toward Li Feng. Their group had always been a tight-knit circle centered around Lu Xing. Now that Lu Xing had acknowledged Li Feng as their leader, Gao Yang and the others naturally followed suit. Moreover, from their earlier conversation and Lu Xing's words, they had gained a rough understanding of the young man before them. Thus, calling him Brother Feng came without a shred of hesitation. Alright, since you two can call me Brother Feng, then from now on, we're brothers. Come on, let's drink up. Li Feng didn't hold back. He stood up, clinked glasses with them, and downed his beer in one gulp. Seeing Li Feng's straightforwardness, Gao Yang and Li Nan nodded firmly in agreement before tilting their heads back and emptying their glasses. Alright, since we're brothers now, let's cut the formalities. Getting up for every drink is damn tiring. After both men finished, Li Feng saw Kong Lu and Su Yanhong about to stand for another toast. He waved his hands repeatedly, signaling everyone to sit back down. Ha ha. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing and the others all burst into laughter. The truth was undeniable. It had to be said, though these young men had come to genuinely respect Li Feng, they'd only known each other for a short time. So, they weren't quite ready to let loose just yet. But now, since Li Feng had spoken up, they decided to let go of their inhibitions, sitting down to toast him one after another. Li Feng accepted every toast without hesitation, going through a full round in one go. This bold gesture immediately drew applause and loud cheers of approval from Lu Xing and the others. However, just as the atmosphere among the teenagers at the late-night snack stall was heating up, a young man with a bandage wrapped around his head nearby seemed to notice them. At first, the injured youth merely glanced casually their way. But when he clearly recognized Li Feng among the group, a flash of shock and anger crossed his face. Without hesitation, he swiftly pulled a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Chapter 35, Sudden Change. Brother Feng, can I ask you something? After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Xing hesitated before turning to Li Feng and asking in a low voice. What is it? Li Feng was taken aback by the question. Well, how did you know my nickname? Lu Xing asked curiously, leaning closer to light a cigarette for Li Feng. Truthfully, this question had been on his mind since the arcade, but he hadn't found the right moment to ask. After all, the only people present who could possibly know his nickname were Gao Yang and Li Nan. And based on his understanding of these two good brothers, neither of them was the type to blab. So, seizing this chance, Lu Xing couldn't help but voice his curiosity directly. You mean Little Five? Hearing this, Li Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette before looking at him with a half-smile. Yep. Lu Xing nodded immediately. Xiao Wu was the nickname his family had given him. You told me that yourself. Li Feng said without hesitation. I said that? Hearing this, Lu Xing froze in surprise. He furrowed his brow, trying to recall his interactions with Li Feng today, but couldn't remember when he might have said such things. Brother Feng, stop messing with me. I never said that, okay? After a long moment of thought, Lu Xing finally said with a bitter smile. You did say it. To his surprise, Li Feng replied with unwavering seriousness. Seeing the other's certain expression, Lu Xing suddenly fell back into self-doubt. Little Five, do you believe in reincarnation? Watching Lu Xing's conflicted expression, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly before falling silent for a moment. Then he asked. Rebirth? Hearing this, Lu Xing's mouth gaped wide open, nearly causing the cigarette clenched between his lips to fall out. Yeah. Ignoring the young man's shock, Li Feng continued speaking as if to himself. What if I told you we were brothers in a past life and I'd been reborn? Would you believe me? Keeping secrets was inherently oppressive, especially when it involved something so unbelievable to others. The reason he shared this with Lu Xing now, half joking yet half serious, was because he knew this kid too well. It could be said that, aside from his parents at home, Lu Xing, this brother from his past life who would sacrifice everything for him, was absolutely the person Li Feng trusted most. Lu Xing was speechless. Honestly, if anyone else had said this to him, he would have slapped them across the face. Rebirth, my ass. Why not just claim you're the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang? But hearing Li Feng say it, Lu Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't that he didn't believe Brother Feng, but for an atheist like him, the idea of rebirth was just too fantastical. Alright, I was just messing with you. Did you actually believe that? Seeing Lu Xing's expression, Li Feng suddenly burst into laughter and slapped him on the shoulder. Holy, Brother Feng, you really scared me. Relieved, Lu Xing finally exhaled and grinned back. To be honest, for a moment there, he genuinely wavered. After all, during their 3 years at the Special Forces Academy, Li Feng had always kept a low profile. Now, suddenly, he'd erupted with this insane, almost inhuman level of combat prowess. It had genuinely made Lu Xing doubt his own judgment. Ha! Li Feng shook his head and chuckled, saying nothing more. Truthfully, he had no need to mention his rebirth to anyone. If word got out, he might end up dissected for research. But facing Lu Xing, Li Feng felt no guardedness whatsoever. And now, seeing that the other party seemed skeptical of such a thing, he decided it was best to say no more. Brother Feng, Brother Xing, what are you two talking about? Come on, drink up, drink up. At that moment, Gao Yang approached, raising his glass. He glanced curiously at the two who'd been whispering aside, then without further thought, chimed in with a laugh. Yeah, Brother Feng, this is our first time drinking together. We gotta drink till we drop. Exactly. Here, brother Feng, let me toast you again. Hearing this, the other youths raised their cups in unison. As for Li Nan, he was naturally a quiet sort, which was why he rarely spoke. But the slight upturn at the corners of his mouth gave it away. Being together with his brothers made this kid genuinely happy. As soon as Li Feng and Lu Xing finished their conversation, a new round of drinking competition kicked off at their table. Even though exams were fast approaching, none of the teenagers present felt any pressure or worry about it. To put it bluntly, if even one of them cared about studying, they definitely wouldn't be hanging out with Lu Xing, the school bully of the Special Forces Academy. Birds of a feather flock together. It's not just an empty saying. After all, how many people in reality truly rise above their surroundings? Squeak creak. While the group of teens at this table were still laughing heartily and downing shots together, a sedan and two minivans pulled up directly on the road beside the night market stalls. The screeching tires instantly drew the attention of many nearby customers enjoying their skewers. Swish, swish. As the door of the lead Santana swung open, the doors of the two minivans behind it swiftly slid open on both sides. In an instant, over a dozen young thugs poured out of the vehicles. Among them, two youths carried bulging burlap sacks. The sharp clinking sounds emanating from them made it abundantly clear they contained restricted knives and steel pipes. Witnessing this scene, many of the late-night snackers began to stir with unease. Yet despite this, few at the food stalls got up to leave. Instead, their eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation as they settled back into their seats to watch the spectacle unfold. After all, judging by the look on these guys' faces, they were clearly gearing up for a major showdown. Brother Feng, brother Xing, look over there. Due to his seating position, Li Feng hadn't noticed the unusual activity unfolding not far behind him. But Kan Lu, sitting across from him, seemed to sense something. His previously excited expression instantly turned grave as he addressed Li Feng and Lu Xing. Perhaps noticing Kan Li's unsettled expression, it wasn't just Li Feng and Lu Xing who reacted. Upon hearing this, everyone else at the table turned their heads to look in the direction he was pointing. Chapter 36, Wang the Lame. Just as Li Feng and the others looked over, a young man with bandages wrapped around his head, who had been at a nearby late-night snack stall, jogged over to the group. He pointed directly at them and began telling something to a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a large gold chain. Brother Feng, what should we do? Lane Wang brought people over. Seeing this scene, a look of gravity flashed across Lu Xing's face before he whispered to Li Feng beside him. After all, they were still just a group of teenage students. Facing these notorious street toughs who had made a name for themselves in the old neighborhood, to claim they weren't the least bit intimidated would be pure self-deception. Stay back a bit. Let me handle them. Hearing this, Li Feng calmly lit a cigarette first, then smiled as he instructed Lu Xing and the others. Truthfully, when they went to clear out the place earlier today, he'd anticipated they'd come looking for him sooner or later. But he hadn't expected them to show up this quickly. Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? To his surprise, Lu Xing grew furious upon hearing Li Feng's seemingly kind words. What? Just a moment ago you were calling us brothers, and now that trouble's here, you want us to stand by and watch? Is that how a brother acts? Yeah, if it comes to a fight, I'm not backing down. Exactly. If it comes down to it, we'll fight them to the death, damn it. As Lu Xing finished speaking, Gao Yang, Li Nan, and the others joined in with righteous indignation. As they spoke, each grabbed a beer bottle or a stool from beneath their seats. Despite the fear lurking in their hearts at this tense moment, not a single one of these hot-blooded youths present considered backing down. Heh, alright then. If it comes to blows, everyone be careful. Hearing this, Li Feng first scanned the determined expressions on the youths' faces before smiling and offering a warning. MHM. Seeing Li Feng agree, Lu Xing and the others said no more, instead nodding stiffly with bodies tense. Watching them brace themselves as if facing a formidable enemy, Li Feng couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Frankly speaking, it was simply because they lacked experience. Though this group of street youths appeared formidable, their strength ultimately relied on sheer numbers to intimidate. If they actually encountered a couple of ordinary people willing to fight to the death, they might be scattered in a single round. After all, these small-town hoodlums, both in combat prowess and sheer ruthlessness, couldn't hold a candle to the real forces in the city or the bandits beyond the district. Sure enough, at the gesture of the youth with bandages wrapped around his head, the dozen or so street youths who had just gotten off the bus, led by a middle-aged man sporting a buzz cut and a thick gold chain, began slowly advancing toward Li Feng. As this menacing gang closed in, the diners blocking their path scrambled to make way, terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Kid, you're the one causing trouble in my place today? As they drew nearer, the leader with the crew cut narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Li Feng. He didn't even need to ask to know that this clean-cut-looking teenager was the leader of this group of students. There was no mistaking it. Li Feng's composure and fearlessness stood in stark contrast to the stiff, nervous teenagers beside him. You're Lane Wan? Hearing this, Li Feng didn't respond to the question at all. Instead, his gaze instinctively shifted to the man's legs. Although he'd gathered some information during the reconnaissance, he'd never actually laid eyes on this figure known as Lame Wang. Kid, you want to die? Damn it, how dare you talk to my boss like that? Kill this brat. Hearing Li Feng's blunt, even insulting question, the group of henchmen behind the buzzcut man instantly erupted in rage. One after another, they pointed at Li Feng and began hurling curses at him. After all, the nickname Lame Wang was usually just a private taunt used by sworn enemies. But to say it to his face? That was pure provocation. Come on, you bastard, what the hell are you playing at, always threatening to kill people? What's the big deal? Out of all the deaths in Xinjiang this year, how many were actually on your hands? Seeing his newly recognized boss being cursed at point-blank range, Lu Xing's explosive temper couldn't possibly hold back. With a loud crash, he smashed the beer bottle in his hand, then pointed the sharp, jagged edge directly at the opposing group of thugs, snarling back with equal ferocity. Seeing this, Gao Yang, Li Nan, and the others followed suit, smashing their own beer bottles and trading insults with the dozen or so opponents. The onlookers watching the spectacle took a few steps back at the sight, their eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. After all, fights and brawls were nothing unusual near this cinema in Xinjiang. Kid, don't say I'm picking on you students. Wang the Lame waved his hand to silence the taunts from his henchmen behind him. His eyes locked onto the youth before him as he spoke. Here's the deal, return the 10,000 yuan you took from the arcade, plus an extra 5,000 as compensation. Then we'll call it even. Otherwise. By the end of his sentence, a ruthless glint flashed in the buzzcut man's eyes. Truthfully, when he first arrived, Wang the Lame had intended for his henchmen to take matters into their own hands. But for some reason, seeing Li Feng's relaxed and composed expression made him reconsider. Moreover, word had it that this afternoon at the arcade, this youth had single-handedly taken down over a dozen of his men. This terrifying, unverified combat prowess couldn't help but make Wang the Lame feel a twinge of apprehension. The longer one had been in this line of work, the more factors one had to consider. Unless they knew the other party's background, seasoned hustlers like Wang the Lame typically chose to keep the peace and make a profit. Heh, since you put it that way, I'll give you a choice. Li Feng's lips curled upward as he spoke. Either you hand over that turf starting today, or I'll have every last one of you lying here. Believe it or not? Truthfully, Li Feng knew all too well about these half-baked hustlers who clung to past reputations to scrape by on shady deals. So at this moment, his words left the other man not a shred of dignity. After all, since deciding to build his own power base, Li Feng wouldn't spare a single turf on Old Street. Chapter 37, The Brawl at the Late-Night Snack Stall. As soon as Li Feng spoke, the already tense standoff between the two sides grew even heavier. No one expected that in such a situation where the opposing forces were so unequally matched, this delicate-looking youth would dare to spout such brazen words. The onlookers surrounding them were utterly dumbfounded. Kid, you sure you want to go all out against me? Wang the Lame's face darkened instantly at the words. True, at his age, Wang the Lame no longer craved fighting and killing. But that didn't mean he'd tolerate someone Ting and pissing all over him. Clearly, Li Feng's words had crossed his line. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. So, lie down. Seeing this, Li Feng shook his head and sighed. Without a second thought, he swiftly grabbed a beer bottle from the table and hurled it at Wang the Lame's head. At that moment, no one could have anticipated Li Feng would act so decisively. Then came a loud thud as the beer bottle shattered on Wang the cripple's completely unprepared head. Immediately after, came the sound of him crashing to the ground, screaming in agony. Go! Almost the instant the bottle flew, Li Feng's body began to move. After uttering those two words, he charged into the opposing camp like a leopard. Brothers, charge! Kill those bastards for me! After a momentary freeze, Lu Xing snapped out of it, grabbed the shattered beer bottle, and followed right behind Li Feng. Seeing this, Gao Yang, Li Nan, and the others hesitated no longer. Shouting curses, they joined the fray. Bang! Bang! The moment the two sides clashed, the thug at the front was instantly kicked flying by Li Feng. Then, he swiftly snatched the steel pipe from the opponent's hands and swung it with brutal force, instantly knocking another young man who hadn't even reacted yet to the ground. In a brawl like this, what matters most is sheer momentum and fighting prowess. And Li Feng possessed both in abundance. Within moments, he had already taken down several of the opposing thugs in quick succession. This was only because Li Feng's physical strength wasn't yet at its peak. Otherwise, he could have taken down all these opportunistic, low-level thugs single-handedly in no time. As for Lu Xing and his crew, perhaps witnessing Brother Feng's fierce prowess had calmed their initial nervousness, allowing them to gradually regain their composure. One by one, they seized their chances, wielding beer bottles to stab wildly, driving the opposing thugs into howls of pain. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stare in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had probably assumed these teenagers would get thoroughly beaten today. But unexpectedly, whether in their words or now in the brawl, these student-looking youths proved incredibly fierce. Especially Li Feng, who had initiated the fight. His combat prowess was ferocious beyond belief. With nearly every strike he landed, another thug would collapse screaming in agony. No one could withstand even a second blow from this youth. In an instant, chairs, tables, and benches flew through the air before the late-night food stalls. A cacophony of curses and the clatter of heavy objects crashing to the ground filled the air. The crowd of onlookers swelled rapidly, nearly blocking the entire area. Except for the night market stall owner, whose face was twisted in misery, every other onlooker wore a look of excitement and thrill. After all, while fights were common around here, a brawl this massive was still a rare spectacle. Bang! By the time Li Feng knocked the last thug to the ground with his steel pipe, there were no more opponents left in sight. The remaining few, sensing trouble, had already bolted for the hills. Seeing this, Li Feng smiled without surprise and didn't bother chasing after them. After all, his target had always been Wang the cripple alone. As for the other punks, Li Feng couldn't care less. It just goes to show how different these petty thugs are from real street toughs. Frankly, they're nothing but a bunch of bullies who pick on the weak and run scared when pushed. When the fight was going their way, they might have seemed fierce, but the moment the battle stalled or showed the slightest sign of weariness, these punks would bolt faster than anyone else. Alright, Xiao Wu, stop fighting. Waving his hand to stop Lu Xing's attack, Li Feng immediately called out. The kid was as reckless as ever. Seeing that thug lying on the ground, blood pouring from his head and eyes rolling back, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Truth be told, even in the underworld, most people knew their limits when throwing punches. Otherwise, they'd be killing people left and right. Did they really think patrol officers were just sitting around doing nothing? It was the reckless hotheads and born-to-die types like Lu Xing who were the most terrifying. You never knew what horrifying thing they might do next. You were the one talking big just now, you bastard. Now you're lying there like a dead dog, not even whimpering? Hearing Feng Ji's words, Lu Xing didn't bother arguing. He just flung the chair aside and spat out a venomous curse at the thug sprawled on the ground. Perhaps still unsatisfied, he kicked the man hard mid-tirade, drawing a piercing scream. Xing, enough already. Seeing this, Gao Yang and the others hurried over to intervene. Several youths who knew his temperament well promptly positioned themselves in front of Lu Xing to prevent the kid from going further off the rails. Witnessing this, Li Feng finally relaxed a little. He then moved forward, slowly approaching the bloodied figure of Wang the cripple lying on the ground. Well, Wang the cripple, do you admit defeat now? Li Feng looked down at the man on the ground, his tone calm and measured. Looking at Wang Lame's pitiful state now, who could have imagined that just moments ago he had been so imposing and formidable? That. If you've got the balls, finish me off, you bastard. Perhaps provoked by Li Feng's mocking tone, a trace of ferocity flared in Wang the Lame's blood-soaked face. He stiffened his neck and spat out the defiant curse. He was surviving on his past reputation. If he backed down before this kid today, he'd lose all face and have no place left in Old Street. No matter how you looked at it, Wang the Lame wasn't about to bow down easily. Thud. The moment his words fell, Li Feng delivered a kick straight to Wang Lame's midsection. His 140+ pounds of bulk slid a meter or two across the floor before crashing into a nearby table with a clang. In that instant, Wang the Lame felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding truck. The excruciating pain in his gut sent his stomach churning violently. Curled up on the floor, he retched uncontrollably. You wanna play rough with me, huh? Seeing his opponent's pitiful state, Li Feng showed no mercy whatsoever. He took 2 steps forward, planted his foot squarely on Wang the Lame's face, and leaned down, his voice icy cold. This time, Wang the Lame dared not utter another word, but he clenched his teeth tightly, remaining silent. Alright, very good. Then we'll take our sweet time with the rest. Seeing his opponent's state, Li Feng didn't grow angry. He smiled instead, narrowing his eyes slightly. Truth be told, if not for the overwhelming crowd of onlookers, Li Feng had plenty of ways to deal with scum like this. Even if he couldn't strike hard, he wouldn't hold back on delivering a proper lesson. With that thought, Li Feng swiftly raised his foot and, with lightning speed, delivered a brutal stomp directly onto the man's calf. Ah! A piercing scream, like that of a dying beast, instantly echoed throughout the entire night market stall. So you call yourself Lame Wan? Well, I'll grant you your wish. A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Feng's mouth as he thought with malicious glee. Chapter 38, The Brothers' Demands. After turning Wang the Lame into a genuine cripple, Li Feng and his crew didn't linger at the food stall. They tossed down a few hundred-yuan bills and slipped away under the fearful stares of the onlookers. Even though fights like this didn't necessarily draw immediate police attention, when it was time to leave, playing the hero was absolutely out of the question. Doing that wouldn't earn you respect, it'd just get you cursed under people's breath as a complete idiot. Bro Feng, that was seriously intense. Holy. After walking several hundred meters away from the night food stall, Manhwa finally slammed his fist into his palm and exclaimed excitedly. For schoolboys like them, going toe-to-toe with street punks and walking away cleanly victorious, well, that was undeniably thrilling and damn cool. Yeah, brother Feng, you should have seen the looks on those guys' faces. Man, it felt awesome. Hearing this, Su Yanhong chimed in with equal enthusiasm. Pfft, I bet you're just excited because you got to show off in front of the girls. Exactly. No wonder you were showing off even in the middle of the fight. Damn, you're such a show-off. Hearing this, the other 3 boys couldn't help but tease him, though their faces were still plastered with smiles. Get lost. You guys better not say you weren't thinking the same thing back then. How dare you talk about me? Su Yanhong shot back with a sharp retort at his friend's teasing. Truth be told, at their age, craving attention from the opposite sex through such displays was perfectly normal. And fighting? That was absolutely the ultimate way to showcase masculine charm. Ha ha. The brothers burst into laughter at his words. Only you guys would think that. At that moment, Gao Yang couldn't help but interject from the side. He chuckled as he spoke. You really think all those girls watching are looking at you guys? I'll bet you anything they're all staring at Brother Feng, believe it or not. As for you lot. At this point, Gao Yang shot Kong Lu and the others a mocking look. Compared to Brother Feng, you lot are nothing more than background extras on TV. Hearing this, Kong Lu and the others scratched their heads awkwardly. Truth be told, just as Gao Yang had said, although they had all participated in the brawl with Lame Wang earlier, once the fight began, they had essentially become background characters. It wasn't that Kong Lu and the others were afraid to fight. The key point was that Li Feng's performance was simply too dazzling. While the others were still stunned and hadn't reacted, Li Feng had already charged forward like a horse. Then, with lightning speed, he took down 6 or 7 of them. That single move completely shattered Wang the Lame's gang's morale, leaving them utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Alright. No flattery allowed. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled lightly before lighting a cigarette. He then tossed the remaining half-pack to the teenagers before him. Though his combat prowess was undeniably formidable, he never let it breed arrogance or complacency. After all, in the underworld, it all comes down to one thing: money and connections. Otherwise, what good is being able to fight? Even if you could take on 10 opponents alone, what about 20? 50? Or even 100? If that many showed up, forget Li Feng, even Superman himself would get kicked around until his red underwear was pulled down. Of course, the reason Li Feng could handle Wang the cripple and his crew so easily wasn't just his insane combat prowess. The main factor was that these thugs were total cowards. Otherwise, if a dozen guys armed with weapons swarmed him recklessly, few could hold them off. Even if he managed to win in the end, he'd probably end up with some injuries or worse. Brother Feng, could you tell us how you honed these skills? Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was lighting their cigarettes, Lu Xing flashed a toothy grin before turning to ask Li Feng. Yeah, Brother Feng, your combat skills are just too damn strong. Exactly. It's like you're in some damn martial arts movie. Hearing Lu Xing's question, the others chimed in with a chorus of agreement. Every pair of eyes in the room now gleamed with intense curiosity. No wonder Li Feng's displayed combat prowess was simply terrifying. What man doesn't want to become stronger? Especially for a bunch of delinquents like these guys, that kind of thing was paramount to them. Honestly, if they had Brother Feng's strength, even just a third of his power would be enough to make them look badass and awesome. What? You wanna learn? Hearing this, Li Feng's lips curved slightly as he shot Lu Xing and the others a half smile. Yeah. Hearing Li Feng's question, Lu Xing and the others didn't hesitate for a second. They all nodded like crazy in response. The look of eagerness and thirst for knowledge on their faces, one could say that even those model students and academic stars back at school would probably feel a bit ashamed seeing them like this. No problem. As long as you can endure the hardship. Seeing this, Li Feng didn't feel like teasing the young men any further. Instead, he agreed outright. After all, they would soon be brothers. He didn't mind imparting some combat techniques and experience to them. Besides, even without Lu Xing and the others asking, Li Feng intended to use this time to strengthen himself, striving to restore his physical condition to the peak level he'd possessed in his previous life. So since his brothers wanted to learn now, why not do it together? Absolutely. Hearing this, Lu Xing patted his chest emphatically and pledged his commitment. Gao Yang, Li Nan, and the others all chimed in with equal confidence. As for the hardship Feng mentioned, none of the young men present took it seriously. Instead, seeing Feng agree, they all broke into broad smiles. Alright then. Seeing the carefree expressions on their faces, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After setting the time and place for their meeting the next morning, he exchanged a few more casual words with Lu Xing and the others before parting ways, each heading home. Chapter 39, The Fading Memories of a Past Life. When Li Feng arrived home, it was barely 9 o'clock. Seeing their son return, the couple watching TV in the living room even remarked that it seemed a bit early. They asked Li Feng why he hadn't stayed out longer with his friends. Hearing this, Li Feng merely shook his head with a wry smile. Didn't he understand his parents' concerns? Ever since enrolling in the Special Forces Academy, Li Feng had transformed from a once sunny, cheerful teenager into someone insecure, sensitive, and timid, changes his parents had witnessed firsthand. So these past few days, witnessing their son's transformation, though they didn't say it aloud, Mr. and Mrs. Li felt immense relief in their hearts. Compared to his academic performance, what the couple truly longed to see was the return of their old son, the one whose face was always lit up with a smile. After chatting with his parents in the living room for a while, Li Feng finally washed up at his mother's urging and returned to his bedroom. Since studying wasn't going to happen anyway, Li Feng didn't force himself to read or anything. After lighting a cigarette, he stretched out comfortably on his bed. Staring up at the bedroom ceiling, he emptied his mind. Truthfully, today had been eventful. Setting aside the less significant details, his reunion with Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and Li Nan was undoubtedly the thing that brought him the most joy right now. The reason he chose to build a faction again in this new life? Honestly, besides wanting to make up for past regrets, these brothers played a huge part. Take Lu Xing's personality, for instance. If Li Feng hadn't chosen to build a faction, the two of them probably wouldn't have crossed paths again in this lifetime. Then there were Haozi, Xiaoqian, Wang Long, and the others. As familiar yet strangely unfamiliar faces of his brothers flashed through his mind, Li Feng felt a wave of profound emotion wash over him. No wonder they say one man's success comes at the cost of countless lives? After the Black Robe Society successfully ascended to become the dominant force in Hong Kong, many of the original brothers either ended up behind bars serving sentences, met tragic deaths on the streets, or, like Lu Xing, fled to areas outside the territory altogether. In the end, only a handful of old brothers truly remained by Li Feng's side to enjoy those glorious years. Regret? Remorse? Or perhaps sheer unwillingness to accept it? Back then, even Li Feng couldn't quite pinpoint his own state of mind. But from that point on, those around him rarely saw him smile again. His entire demeanor gradually hardened into ruthlessness and extreme fanaticism. When handling affairs, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Amputating limbs, murdering, or burying people alive became commonplace. It could be said that all other underground factions in Hongqing trembled beneath the shadow of the Black Robe Society. Resistance was unthinkable. Even the slightest hint of defiance was instantly crushed, often with total annihilation. However, it was precisely this oppressive environment that forced the cornered smaller factions to unite. Whether through frame-ups or exorbitant bounties. After months of open conflict and covert warfare between the two sides, the colossal Black Robe Society finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Li Feng, too, ended up behind bars for seizing supplies from the Eastern District. Now, with the chance to live another life, Li Feng looked back on his past experiences and felt that the outcome had become inevitable. After all, the Li Feng of that time had truly become somewhat deranged. He only hoped this time around, he wouldn't repeat the same mistakes. Moreover, he vowed to protect every single one of his brothers by his side. Otherwise, even if he climbed to the pinnacle of success only to find his brothers gone when he looked back, what meaning would that wealth and glory hold? Lost in thought, the lingering alcohol from the late-night snack stall began to cloud his mind, and he drifted straight into sleep. In his dreams, Li Feng encountered countless bizarre and surreal scenes. His life's experiences played out like a movie in reverse, frame by frame in slow motion. It was as if some unseen hand was trying to erase these illogical memories of a past life. Though Li Feng resisted fiercely within, he was powerless. In the dream, he was like a lamb led to slaughter, utterly unable to fight back. It felt as though someone had seized his throat, then forced him to swallow a bowl of mangpo's soup. Memory fragments began to fade away from the point where he was executed in his past life. Piece by piece, even the smallest details Li Feng had long forgotten became crystal clear, only to be violently erased by some force once more. If anyone could see Li Feng lying there on the bed now, they would surely be utterly terrified. The reason was simple. It was because Li Feng's complexion at that moment was utterly terrifying. Perhaps due to his intense inner resistance, Li Feng's originally handsome and refined features were now completely contorted. Beads of sweat poured down his forehead, streaming down both sides of his face and soaking the entire pillow. Yet despite this, he lay pinned to the bed as if held down by some unseen force, unable to move an inch. Even his eyes remained tightly shut, unable to open even a fraction. He had no idea how long he'd been like that. When Li Feng finally let out a startled cry and shot upright in bed, his eyes snapping wide open, the sky outside the window was already tinged with the faintest hint of dawn. Perhaps recalling the vividly realistic dream, Li Feng instinctively flipped on the light before rushing to his desk in a panic. Hong Kong City, Changgao, the Black Robe Society, Lu Xing, Wang Long, Little Fatty, Haozi, Xiaoqiang, Gao Yang, and Li Nan. Who else? As he sensed memories slowly slipping from his mind, never to return, Li Feng's expression twisted into a grimace. He muttered incessantly, "Who else? Who else?" His entire body seemed to go mad as he pounded his head, hoping to recall more details or crucial figures. Right. There's also Brother Lei, Tang Lei, and Zhang Yinfei. Muttering to himself, Li Feng frantically scribbled these names onto a sheet of scrap paper. Yes, and Meng Fei. Upon thinking of this person, Li Feng instinctively added a question mark after the name. As the final stroke fell, Li Feng suddenly felt his mind go completely blank. No matter how hard he tried to think or banged his head, he couldn't recall a single detail about his past life. In the end, all that remained of his past life's memories were the few surviving names and objects of significance scribbled on that scrap of paper. Chapter 40, Conversation at the School Gate. When Li Feng arrived at the school gate the next morning, Lu Xing and the others were already waiting there. Lu Xing had intended to ask Brother Feng why he suddenly stood him up, but the moment he looked up and saw those bloodshot eyes, he was startled. "Brother Feng, what happened to you?" Seeing this, Lu Xing abandoned any further questions and rushed over to ask with genuine concern. Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, though silent, wore expressions of genuine concern that couldn't be feigned. Though they hadn't known each other long, truth be told, after yesterday's events, every one of these young men present had been utterly won over by Li Feng's formidable martial prowess and his loyal, honorable character. After all, brotherhood isn't always determined by the length of time spent together. Some people might spend years or even decades together without ever truly opening their hearts to each other. But with others, after just sharing a drink or fighting a battle together, that sense of shared spirit can sometimes feel closer than blood brothers. Nothing. Li Feng shook his head. Then, he looked at the teenagers in front of him, a hint of apology flitting across his face. Sorry about standing you guys up today. When he arrived earlier, Li Feng had spotted Lu Xing and the others loitering bored at the school gate. It didn't take much to figure out why they'd arrived so early today. Hey, no big deal. Hearing this, Lu Xing waved dismissively at first, then asked with lingering concern. Brother Feng, should I go with you to the hospital now? Yeah, Brother Feng, if it's really bad, how about I go get you excused from class arrest? Exactly. As soon as Lu Xing spoke up, Kong Lu and the others chimed in agreement. There was no helping it. Li Feng's current state was simply too poor. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips were slightly pale. No matter how you looked at it, he gave off the impression of someone recovering from a serious illness. Don't worry, I'm really fine. I just didn't get enough rest yesterday. I'll catch up on some sleep in the classroom later and I'll be good. Perhaps sensing the genuine concern in the boys' voices, Li Feng couldn't help but let a warm smile touch his lips. He shook his head, signaling that he was perfectly fine. All right then. Hearing this, Lu Xing relented, though he added one last worried note. Brother Feng, if you feel unwell later, come straight to class 4 and find me. Got it. This time, Li Feng didn't refuse the kid's offer. He nodded seriously. Though his current appearance might look a bit frightening, it was really just the result of staying up late and overthinking things, leading to poor mental state. Truth be told, it wasn't anything serious at all. Ever since realizing last night that he'd forgotten much of his past, Li Feng had been feeling anxious and panicked. Fortunately, the memory gap only extended up to the present moment. Compared to those melodramatic amnesia plots in TV shows, his situation was undoubtedly much better. Moreover, thanks to his quick thinking and decisive action, he had managed to jot down crucial names and events on a piece of paper just as his past life memories were about to fade completely. Thus, even though Li Feng had forgotten his past life, he was able to gradually piece together many things based solely on the key information jotted down on that scrap of paper. It was just that later on, he'd have to verify each piece of information one by one. Brother Feng, have you eaten breakfast? Should I go get you something now? After Li Feng and Lu Xing finished their conversation, Kong Lu approached and asked with a touch of eagerness. No need, someone already brought me some. Hearing this, Li Feng smiled and shook his head, then looked toward a slender figure not far away, clad in an oversized school uniform. Ha! Hearing Brother Feng's words, Lu Xing and the others followed his gaze over with curiosity. Swish! As the boys turned their heads in unison, the already timid and shy girl became even more flustered and floundering. For a moment, Chen Yao wasn't sure whether she should come forward to deliver breakfast to Li Feng. Seeing this, Li Feng could probably understand the girl's feelings to some extent. However, he didn't say much, merely waving at her with a smile on his lips, signaling Chen Yao to hurry over. Witnessing this scene, the girl seemed to realize she couldn't avoid it any longer. After a moment's hesitation, she finally began to move slowly toward him, her step stiff and awkward. With trembling hands, she reached out and handed the item she was holding to Li Feng. Thanks. You should head to class early. Glancing at the bag containing several steamed buns and a carton of milk, Li Feng smiled and waved to Chen Yao. Oh. The girl seemed to want to say something, but perhaps the pressure from Lu Xing and the others was too much. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao only murmured a quiet response before turning and walking into the school grounds. Only after the girl had walked a considerable distance did the boys withdraw their curious stares. Their expressions turned mischievous, their eyes glinting with a knowing smirk as they turned to look at Li Feng. What? Is there a problem? Though Li Feng had forgotten much, the soul of a man in his 30s from his previous life still resided within him. Such a minor display wouldn't faze him. He countered with a proactive retort. Sure enough, seeing Brother Feng so calm and unconcerned, the boys were momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Feng, if it really doesn't work out, how about I set you up with someone? Watching Li Feng wolfing down meat buns beside him, Lu Xing hesitated for a long moment before finally uttering those words. Honestly, Brother Feng was great in every way, but his taste in girls, well, it was seriously lacking. He genuinely couldn't fathom why Brother Feng would be interested in a girl who always kept her head down and didn't seem to care much about her appearance. Hearing this, Li Feng seemed to grasp exactly what the kid was thinking. But before he could open his mouth to explain, Su Yanhong suddenly chimed in with a laugh. Bro Xing, you're really misjudging Brother Feng on this one. Oh? How so? Lu Xing asked curiously. That girl? Chen Yao? She's actually a classmate of mine. Perhaps still unsure of the relationship between Brother Feng and the girl, Su Yanhong hesitated before mentioning her name, ultimately deciding against using terms like sister-in-law. He then explained to Lu Xing, Brother Xing, don't be fooled by how she always keeps her head down with her long hair covering her face. She's actually quite pretty, she just doesn't bother dressing up. Pretty? How pretty could she be? Lu Xing clearly remained skeptical. After all, the girl's disheveled appearance earlier had left him with a less than favorable impression. It wasn't that Lu Xing disliked her or anything. Deep down, he was just feeling indignant on Feng Ji's behalf. Perhaps in this kid's mind, only girls who were absolutely stunning could be worthy of Feng Ge, whom he admired so much. It's true, Xingge, I swear I'm not lying. Perhaps sensing Lu Xing's skepticism, Su Yanhong grew impatient and immediately cited examples. Some guys in our class who've seen her actually whisper among themselves that if Chen Yao just spruced herself up a bit, she'd be every bit as good as Lu Ting in Feng Ji's class. And from what I know, there are several guys in our class who really like her. They've even slipped her love letters and stuff. If Lu Xing had been somewhat skeptical of Su Yanhong's claims earlier, the moment this kid brought up Lu Ting as a comparison, the others couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, who was Lu Ting? Any student at the Special Forces Academy knew at least something about this unattainable beauty. It could be said that her very existence was the white moonlight in the hearts of most adolescent boys. And now, Su Yanhong was comparing that girl from earlier to Lu Ting. Fine then. I'll believe you this once. Hearing this, Lu Xing finally began to believe him. Then, as if suddenly struck by an idea, he wrapped an arm around Lu Xing's neck and chuckled. Since you're in the same class as that girl Chen Yao, you know what to do from now on, right? What do I do? Oh, I get it. Star, don't worry, leave it to me. Su Yanhong froze at first, but under Lu Xing's frequent glances toward Feng Ge, he finally caught on. He patted his chest and chuckled, got it. Watching the two clowns banter back and forth, Li Feng merely smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the matter. After all, his decision to help this pitiful girl stemmed from his own desire for redemption. As for anything else, Li Feng hadn't given it a second thought. Chapter 41, Everyone's Concern. When Li Feng appeared at the classroom door, everyone was startled by his utterly exhausted appearance. After all, yesterday he had been perfectly fine. Now, no matter how you looked at him, he resembled someone who'd pulled a 10-bagger overnight. After delivering his customary slap to both Li Hong and Wang Hai, Li Feng ignored the strange looks from his classmates and walked straight to his seat. Compared to yesterday's gifts and love letters, the items piled on his desk today were significantly more. His entire desk was nearly overflowing. You could say this was the upside of campus culture. If you were even slightly good-looking and had a bit of fame at school, girls would definitely come flocking to you. Unlike after you enter society, where girls demand cars, houses, and dowries. As for being good at fighting and looking cool? What the hell good is that? They'll probably just label you immature and clueless. Feng, what's with all this? His desk mate Li Ming glanced at Li Feng's expression, hesitated, then asked with concern. Nothing. Li Feng shook his head without elaborating. Then he shoved everything on the desk toward his classmate and smiled. Could you handle these things for me? If it had been yesterday, bored during class, Li Feng might have played with these things to pass the time. But after last night's strange incident, he simply couldn't muster the mood. Oh, sure. Perhaps sensing Li Feng's reluctance to talk, Li Ming didn't dare ask any more questions. Instead, he nodded quickly in agreement. Although his deskmate had become a campus sensation at the Special Forces Academy after his drastic personality change, well, how to put it? His attitude toward Li Ming remained as easygoing as ever, showing no sign of looking down on his old friend because of it. To say Li Ming wasn't grateful for that would be impossible. Even so, he dared not push his luck. After all, respect for a superior was non-negotiable. After tidying his desk, Li Feng said nothing more and simply collapsed face down onto his desk. He wasn't sleeping instead, he was still lost in thought, replaying the long string of words left on his scrap paper. And for some reason, every time he saw those familiar names and titles, a faint sense of warmth would well up inside him. Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and Li Nan, he knew these three, having met them just yesterday. But as for the Black Robe Society, City High, and names like Wang Long and Little Fatty, Li Feng couldn't recall a single thing about them. Wait, there was one more name. Meng Fei. At that thought, Li Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason this name stuck with him wasn't because he had any particular connection to Meng Fei, but rather because, strictly speaking, this guy had also been one of the bullies who had tormented him back in the day. Unlike the targeted harassment from Li Hong and Wang Hai, Meng Fei's bullying targeted every timid and weak student. Put simply, he was just one of those petty thugs who'd occasionally block the school gates demanding money from students. And rumor had it this guy and his gang of miscreants had even dubbed themselves the 13 Tigers. Recalling that he had actually marked this character on his scrap paper, Li Feng found himself lost in thought. Seems like he'd have to meet this Meng Fei, the one he'd marked as a priority, when he found the time. Lost in thought, the fatigue from staying up late gradually overtook Li Feng, and he drifted off to sleep on his desk. Witnessing this scene, a pair of beautiful eyes several rows ahead couldn't help but flicker with a hint of concern. Ting, do you think Li Feng is sick? Why does he look so pale today? Zhang Qian, his desk partner, suddenly leaned over and whispered in Lu Ting's ear, startling her. I don't know. Hearing this, Lu Ting immediately averted her gaze guiltily, her voice trembling slightly as she replied. Why don't you go ask him? Perhaps because her mind was entirely focused on Li Feng, Zhang Qian didn't notice her best friend's nervousness and tentatively suggested. You go ask him yourself. I'm not going. Without hesitation, Ting refused outright. That's just how teenage girls think. If she hadn't realized her own feelings yet, then as class monitor, it wouldn't be out of place for her to show concern for a classmate. But ever since Zhang Qian's persistent questioning yesterday made her realize she harbored an inexplicable feeling toward this boy, the thought of facing Li Feng again now made her feel a bit awkward. Seeing this, Zhang Qian opened her mouth to say something beside her, but ultimately gave up the idea with a pout. After all, over the past 2 days, her overt concern for Li Feng had indeed aroused Ting's suspicion. So to conceal her own thoughts, Zhang Qian naturally dared not offer any further advice. A class period wasn't particularly long, and Li Feng, lost in slumber, felt nothing of it. Only when the bell rang did he open his bleary eyes, startled by the chorus of Brother Feng. Following the commotion, who else could be shouting his name at the classroom door but Lu Xing and his crew? Perhaps the intimidating aura of the Special Forces Academy's top dog was simply too overwhelming. When the entire class saw Lu Xing and his crew gathered at the door, the room fell completely silent. Nearly every pair of eyes was fixed on the silver-haired youth. What's going on? Ignoring the shocked stares from others, Li Feng first shook his dazed head, then looked at Lu Xing and the others with puzzlement before asking directly. Nothing. Just wanted to ask Brother Feng to grab a smoke. Lu Xing grinned, baring his teeth as he spoke. To be honest, Li Feng had been looking pretty rough this morning. That's why, as soon as class ended, Lu Xing had immediately grabbed Kong Lu and the others to rush over to class 2 and check on the situation. As for the cigarette? Frankly, it was just a cover story. Alright. Li Feng wasn't stupid. Perhaps noticing the look of relief on the others' faces, he seemed to realize something. A smile then curved his lips. Li Ming, wanna come along? After standing up, Li Feng glanced at his desk mate beside him and asked. Me, can I come too? Hearing this, Li Ming became visibly excited. If you want to go, just go. What's the big deal? Li Feng chuckled indifferently. Alright. Li Ming nodded eagerly, then quickly stood up and followed behind Li Feng. Whoosh! As Li Feng and the others left, the once silent classroom instantly erupted into a wave of chatter. No one had expected Li Feng to start hanging out with Lu Xing and his crew. Especially the respectful titles Lu Xing and his group used for Li Feng left the entire class utterly astonished and stunned. After all, while outsiders might not know what kind of person Lu Xing was, the students of the Special Forces Academy certainly did. Yet even so, this arrogant, ruthless school bully actually addressed Li Feng as Brother Feng? The thought alone stirred a peculiar sense of absurdity within everyone's hearts. Chapter 42, Conversation with Lu Ting. Li Feng, can I talk to you? During lunch, taking advantage of the sparse crowd in the classroom, Lu Ting finally gathered her courage and approached Li Feng's desk. Her voice was stiff as she spoke. Li Feng froze for a moment upon hearing this, then lifted his eyes to look at the girl before him. Even without makeup, she possessed a pure and exquisite beauty. He smiled. Talk about what? Dating? As he spoke, he gave her a playful, appraising look from head to toe. Swish! The moment Li Feng finished speaking, the beautiful girl's cheeks flushed bright red. Who said we're talking about dating? Don't make things up. After a long pause, Lu Ting finally said through gritted teeth, her voice tinged with indignation. If not dating, then what are we talking about? Seeing this, Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking somewhat disappointed. Seeing his obvious disappointment, Lu Ting's heart skipped a beat. Could it be he really wants to date me? But she had promised herself she wouldn't date anyone before entering the higher academy. For a moment, the young girl's heart was plunged into deep turmoil. She had to admit she felt a certain fondness for the boy before her, but that fondness was limited to mere liking. Besides, with the final exams looming, Lu Ting hoped both parties would prioritize their studies first. Could we talk about this after the written exams? After hesitating for a long while, Lu Ting softened her tone and spoke gently to Li Feng. Right now, we really need to focus our minds on our studies. If you still feel this way, then I'll seriously consider it. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and if Li Feng hadn't been so close, he might not have caught every word. Come on, class monitor Lu, I was just joking. Seeing her shyly lower her head, Li Feng's eyes widened in surprise. You wouldn't actually be thinking about dating, would you? Truthfully, Li Feng hadn't meant it at all. It had been nothing more than a momentary slip of the tongue. Who the hell could have guessed she'd take it seriously? This made Li Feng feel like he'd really messed up. You jerk. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Ting's jade-like face flushed crimson. But this time, it was from sheer anger. Feeling her sincere feelings had been toyed with, Lu Ting gritted her teeth so hard they ground together. Forgetting all about the gap in their strength, she lunged at Li Feng with pure fury. Hey! Class monitor Lu, men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't get carried away. If you keep this up, I'm going to call for help. Seeing this scene, Li Feng scrambled to his feet and began circling around the seats. With this shameless display, where was the ruthless decisiveness he'd shown when facing enemies? You, don't run. Perhaps exhausted from chasing, Lu Ting leaned against the corner of the desk, panting heavily. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Li Feng, as if she wanted to bite him. How dare he now preach about gender boundaries? When he touched her head twice earlier, why hadn't he known about gender distinctions then? The thought sent a wave of shame and fury coursing through the young girl. Then don't chase me. Hearing this, Li Feng replied with a faint smile. For some reason, seeing the usually aloof and proud girl lose her composure in front of him, Li Feng felt a strange sense of satisfaction and amusement welling up inside him. Is that why they say men are forever young at heart? At the very least, that was certainly true for Li Feng, who had lived 2 lifetimes. You. Staring at the young man's shameless expression, Lu Ting suddenly felt a sharp sting in her nose. Her large eyes instantly filled with tears. Over her 3 years at the Special Forces Academy, the number of boys she'd rejected was countless. Yet today, after finally letting her guard down just a little, she'd been toyed with. How could the proud and haughty Lu Ting not feel utterly wronged? Sigh, why are you suddenly crying out of nowhere? Seeing the girl like this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Women were such a hassle, clumsy and playful. Who's crying? I'm not. Hearing this, Lu Ting immediately lifted her chin defiantly, her words stubbornly denying the accusation. Though she said that, if she hadn't tilted her little head back slightly, tears would likely have spilled from her eyes. Fine. Just spit it out, what do you want to talk about? Li Feng stopped teasing the girl before him and asked why she had suddenly come to see him. Come here first. The girl didn't elaborate, merely pouting and snorting lightly. Without needing to guess, Li Feng understood Lu Ting's little games. He didn't bother to care, though. Instead, he exhaled softly and slowly walked over to stand beside her. He spread his hands and said, "All right, can you tell me now?" You jerk. Seeing her chance for revenge right before her eyes, the girl wasn't about to let it slip away. With that, her small feet clad in white sneakers delivered a vicious kick straight to Li Feng's calf. Ow! Kicked, Li Feng immediately winced and stumbled back several steps, feigning pain. Oomph. Even though she knew he was faking it, Lu Ting felt a little better seeing his reaction. Li Feng, from now on, could you please stay away from that group? After venting her frustration, the girl hesitated for a moment before finally stating the reason she'd come to confront him. As for who that group referred to, it was obvious it could only be Lu Xing and his friends. Why? Li Feng froze at the question. He never imagined that when Lu Ting sought him out, it would be to discuss this very topic. They're all troublemakers who love getting into fights. I'm afraid you'll pick up bad habits hanging out with them. Lu Ting blurted out without hesitation. Hearing the girl's words, a faint, ambiguous smile appeared on Li Feng's face. He didn't say much more, only glancing toward where Li Hong and Wang Hai were sitting. The implication was clear, he wanted to tell Lu Ting that she wasn't much different either. You're different from them. You're just rebelling, but Lu Xing and the others. Seeing this, Lu Ting hurriedly tried to say something anxiously, but Li Feng cut her off. If that's all you wanted to say, then I can only thank you for your concern. But who I choose as friends is something I know best myself. Hearing this, Li Feng waved his hand to stop her from continuing. Though he'd forgotten most of his past life, his personality had been profoundly shaped by it. Playing around was one thing. But if anyone tried to interfere with his friendships, even someone he'd secretly admired as a teenager, that was absolutely out of the question. Li Feng. Lu Ting had intended to offer more words of comfort, but for some reason, upon seeing the earnest and resolute expression on the boy's face, she ultimately held her tongue. Is there anything else, Class Monitor Lu? If not, I'll go eat now. Li Feng didn't want to discuss this topic with the girl any further, so he smiled and made a light-hearted remark. Hearing this, Lu Ting looked at the boy before her with a complex expression, then fell silent. Truthfully, she genuinely disliked the idea of Li Feng associating with that group of delinquents, but she felt she had little standing to interfere. Seeing the girl fall silent, Li Feng didn't linger in the classroom any longer. He nodded to her and turned to walk out. Li Feng, where do you plan to go to school after your academic exams? Just as Li Feng had taken a few steps out, Lu Ting suddenly called out from behind him. Hong Kong City. Hearing her question, Li Feng's footsteps faltered slightly before he blurted out the answer without hesitation. Chapter 43, Eating in the Cafeteria. As Li Feng stepped out of the classroom, he immediately ran into Lu Xing and the others hurrying over. After exchanging greetings, the group headed straight toward the school cafeteria. Along the way, many students instinctively kept their distance upon seeing Lu Xing and his crew, their expressions suggesting they feared provoking this group of school bullies and troublemakers. Brother Feng, Brother Xing, what would you like to eat? I'll go get it for you. As soon as they entered the bustling cafeteria, Kong Lu eagerly stepped forward and addressed the two. No need for me. Someone's already got mine covered. After a quick glance around the hall, Li Feng spotted a frail figure sitting quietly in the corner. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Get me a plate of twice-cooked pork over rice." Hearing this, Lu Xing didn't say anything. He simply told Kong Lu the dish name without hesitation, then followed right behind Li Feng. The two headed straight for the corner not far away. Seeing the girl who had delivered breakfast to Brother Feng at the school gate that very morning, Lu Xing felt no surprise whatsoever. Yet, driven by curiosity, he couldn't help but take a closer look at Chen Yao sitting diagonally across from him. After all, Su Yanhong had mentioned that this girl who always kept her head down, her long bangs obscuring most of her face, possessed a beauty rivaling that of Lu Ting, the campus flower of the Special Forces Academy. Perhaps sensing Lu Xing's scrutinizing gaze, the already timid girl grew even more nervous. Didn't I tell you to get 2 meals? What, was I not clear enough last time? Seeing only 1 meal set before his own table, while Chen Yao still had the same pickles and steamed buns from last time, Li Feng's expression turned slightly cold. He fixed his gaze on the girl and demanded. No, I'm fine with just this. Chen Yao shook her head hastily, her voice barely above a whisper. Although this boy had been genuinely kind to her, for some reason, whenever she faced Li Feng, Chen Yao couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. Did I say you could eat it? Li Feng remained unmoved, his tone cool as he spoke. Hurry up and get me another serving. The girl froze upon hearing this, glancing at Li Feng and then at Lu Xing sitting beside him. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. I'll go right now. Seeing this, Chen Yao sprang to her feet like a startled rabbit, her voice stumbling as she spoke. It was clear the girl had misunderstood something, but Li Feng didn't bother explaining. He simply nodded in agreement. As the girl walked with her head down to the cafeteria window to queue up, Lu Xing immediately leaned over and grinned. Bro Feng, you like this girl, huh? Ha! Hearing this, Li Feng didn't say much, just shook his head with a smile. Truthfully, after all this time interacting, he didn't even know her exact appearance. How could he possibly say he liked her? To be honest, he just felt she resembled his own past experiences. Combined with that momentary softness after his rebirth, he'd simply been looking out for her in various ways. So should I still call her sister-in-law or not? Faced with Brother Feng's ambiguous response, Lu Xing was momentarily confused. Unwilling to let it go, he pressed further. Enough, kid. Stop overthinking it. I just felt sorry for her and wanted to help. Li Feng stated bluntly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to look at Lu Xing. If I recall correctly, Su Yanhong is in the same class as Chen Yao, right? Yeah. Lu Xing nodded immediately. From now on, tell him to keep an eye on Chen Yao in class. Make sure no one bullies her anymore. Li Feng said. While school life might be less cynical and scheming than the real world, when it came to oppression and bullying, it was absolutely no less brutal. Especially someone like Chen Yao, poor and timid, she was the perfect target for those little devils. Got it, Brother Feng. You can count on me. Actually, I already gave that kid Su Yanhong a talking to this morning at the school gate. Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned widely. He couldn't guarantee anything elsewhere, but on the grounds of the Special Forces Academy, he could vouch for it. That'll do. Li Feng nodded with a smile. Xing, your food's here. Just as their conversation ended, Kong Lo walked over carrying 2 plates of food. The other youths followed close behind. In the blink of an eye, the once quiet corner instantly came alive with their arrival. That's just how youth is when friends and brothers bonded tightly. They loved doing everything together. Eating together, surfing the web together, even going to the bathroom, they always went in a group. Just as the group settled down to eat, Chen Yao slowly made her way back to her spot, tray in hand. Sit down. What are you standing there for? Seeing the girl standing there frozen, looking a bit flustered, Li Feng looked up and said with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Yao first looked down at the tray in her hands, then glanced at the food already served on Lu Xing's seat. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Chen Yao, when Brother Feng tells you to sit, just sit. What's the matter? You don't want to give me face? Seeing this, the straightforward Su Yanhong suddenly widened his eyes and said with a hint of intimidation. Okay. Perhaps because Su Yanhong had a reputation for being a bit of a bully in their class, the timid girl, hearing the implied threat in his words, dared not hesitate any longer. She immediately sat down obediently across from Li Feng. Damn it, you kid, can't you speak properly? Is this how you treat girls? Seeing Chen Yao visibly shaken, Lu Xing didn't think twice before delivering a hard smack to Su Yanhong's skull. Kong Lu and the others stared at Su Yanhong with expressions that might as well have said he was mentally challenged. If Brother Feng was being harsh with the girl, it could be that domineering CEO and spoiled wife vibe. But you suddenly dropping that line? What kind of brain-dead move is that? Getting hit out of nowhere left Su Yanhong feeling a bit aggrieved. But just as he was about to protest, he noticed every brother, including Brother Feng, staring at him. The kid immediately shut up, quickly lowering his head to shovel down the food in front of him. Alright, eat up. I already tossed your steamed bun. Consider this meal my compensation to you. Seeing the girl's slightly trembling expression, Li Feng waved his hand dismissively and addressed her directly. Oh. Hearing this, Chen Yao dared not say another word, only responding with a slightly aggrieved nod. At this point, how could the girl not understand that Li Feng wanted her to fetch the meal? But what could she do? Facing these notorious troublemakers from school, how could she dare resist? So in the end, she could only sit across from them, eating in small bites. Chapter 44, 6th Special Forces Academy. Little 5, do you know where Meng Fei usually hangs out? After school let out that afternoon, Li Feng walked straight up to Lu Xing beside him and asked. Wait, Feng, why are you suddenly asking about him? Hearing this, Lu Xing looked at him with a completely bewildered expression. Meng Fei was someone every student at the special academy knew about to some extent. Of course, his notoriety was anything but positive. Extortion, harassing pretty female classmates, and collecting protection money, these were all deeds committed by this guy named Meng Fei and his gang of thugs. Honestly, how many students in their Special Forces Academy didn't despise and fear him? Even Lu Xing, the leader of the 2nd Special Forces Academy, had clashed with Meng Fei's crew on multiple occasions. But in the end, perhaps Meng Fei didn't want to escalate things, so he backed down. Since then, he hasn't bothered Lu Xing's crew again. Essentially, both sides maintained a state of mutual non-interference. Just tell me directly. I need to talk to him about something. Li Feng shook his head without elaborating. Though his memories from his previous life were gradually fading, the names on that note remained etched firmly in his mind. Now, he simply wanted to clarify the relationship between the two sides. And see what role this guy named Meng Fei had played in his previous life. I really don't know about that. Lu Xing shook his head at the question, then turned to Su Yanhong and Kan Lu beside him. Hey, do you two know where that guy Meng Fei hangs out? I heard from others that his crew often hangs out at the pool hall near 6th Hospital. Kan Lu frowned, thinking for a moment before replying uncertainly. Small-town hoodlums? They're always hanging out at internet cafes, arcades, pool halls, or skating rinks. Finding them wouldn't be too difficult. The 6th Academy he mentioned was actually Qingqing's 6th Specialized Academy. Brother Feng. After hearing Kong Li's response, Lu Xing immediately turned to Li Feng with a questioning look. Let's go to the 6th Academy. Li Feng didn't hesitate, speaking decisively. Got it, Brother Feng. Though they still didn't know why they were seeking out Meng Fei, since Brother Feng had spoken, Lu Xing and the others naturally had no objections. Their county town wasn't large to begin with a permanent population of just over 100,000. It took the 4 teenagers only about 10 minutes to reach the grounds of 6th Hospital. 6th Academy was a world apart from their own 2nd Academy. How to put it? Students enrolled here were generally those abandoned by their families. Fighting, skipping class, and defying teachers were practically everyday occurrences at this school. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that at least half of Qingqing's street thugs had come from this school. Even though it had been nearly half an hour since dismissal, the entrance to 6th Academy was still bustling with students laughing and roughhousing. So when Li Feng and his 3 friends appeared in their 2nd Academy uniforms, they instantly drew a large crowd of 6th Academy students watching and staring. However, despite the heavy looks of provocation and hostility in many students' eyes, no one dared to directly pick a fight, largely because of the presence of Lu Xing, that silver-haired youth who stood out like a sore thumb. After all, student cliques were interconnected. Even 6th Academy students had heard rumors about Lu Xing's status as 2nd Academy's leader. What the are you staring at, asshole? Perhaps irritated by the stares, Lu Xing walked over and punched a student who had been staring at him, knocking him to the ground. He then grabbed the student by the collar, hoisting him up, and snarled. So what if I'm staring? You're from 2nd dorm, yet you dare come to 6th dorm acting tough. Think we're pushovers, huh? The beaten student remained defiant, his face still brimming with resentment despite the blow. And it was clear he was actually quite clever, knowing how to escalate a personal conflict into a college rivalry, skillfully shifting blame elsewhere. Sure enough, upon hearing the beaten student's words, many 6th Academy students nearby glared angrily in their direction. Most others would have backed down at this point, fearing the consequences of provoking a mob. But no luck, he'd run into Lu Xing, that unapologetic troublemaker. So what if I hit you? 6th Academy has a few more now. Keep talking back to me, and I'll rip your tongue out, you hear me? Without a second thought, Lu Xing delivered 2 swift backhand slaps across the face. Still not satisfied, he kicked the guy hard enough to send him sprawling. Then, together with Su Yanhong and Kan Lu, they started roundhouse kicking the student. The other students watching felt both anger and an inexplicable fear. After all, these youths were genuinely terrifying when they fought. Without any reason, they weren't eager to stick their necks out for a stranger from the same school. Stop it. Just as Lu Xing and his 2 companions were stomping on the student, who was screaming in agony, several students finally pushed through the crowded crowd and shouted angrily at Lu Xing's group. As the speaker stepped forward, the surrounding crowd of 6th Academy students got their first clear look at who had intervened. Immediately, murmurs of discussion erupted. Judging by the fear in the onlookers' eyes, it was clear these students were likely the top bullies in the 6th Academy. Who the hell are you? What, you think I'm gonna listen to you telling me to stop? You moron. Hearing this, Lu Xing merely gave the 7 or 8 students opposite him a cursory glance before retorting without the slightest courtesy. As he spoke, he stomped his foot directly onto the face of the student who was already unable to move, his entire demeanor radiating utter arrogance. You! How dare you talk to my brother like that? Kid, you wanna die? Beat him up. Hearing Lu Xing's curses, the leader who had brought his crew hadn't said a word yet, but the group of underlings behind him were already fuming. One by one, they pointed at Lu Xing and unleashed a torrent of profanity. Off, come on then. Think we won't smash your skull in? Who the hell do you think you're calling Mother Airs? Come on, if you've got the balls. Su Yanhong and Kong Lu weren't about to back down. They immediately started trading insults with the group. As a brawl seemed imminent, the leader across the way frowned for a moment before finally waving his hand to hold back his crew. Chapter 45, Li Feng, the man of few words. I know who you are. You're Lu Xing from the second dorm, right? The leader across the way frowned for a moment before slowly addressing Lu Xing. You know me? Then get the hell out of my way, or I'll beat the crap out of you too, you hear me? Hearing this, Lu Xing bared his teeth, his handsome face radiating defiance. This look even made some of the girls watching can't help but light up their eyes, unconsciously falling head over heels. I'm warning you, Lu Xing, don't get so cocky. This is 6th ward, not your 2nd ward. Seeing the silver-haired youth refuse to give him any face, the leader's expression darkened further, his eyes unconsciously filling with surging anger. Honestly, if he hadn't known about Lu Xing's reckless ruthlessness, he might have lashed out immediately. 6th ward? Hearing this, Lu Xing chuckled darkly before roaring back. In Xinjiang, I go wherever the hell I want. Don't even talk about me just visiting 6th ward. I could ride you like a horse and take on your head, and what the could you do about it? You. Whoosh. Hearing the silver-haired youth's utterly arrogant words, the surrounding circle of students erupted into a clamor, their collective anger flaring up. Yet amidst their anger, a faint sense of admiration for Lu Xing began to stir within them. After all, standing alone with only a few companions to back him up, he dared to confront the 6th Academy at its very gates. In a small place like Xinjiang, few would have the guts to do something like that. You, Lu Xing. You really want to step on our 6th ward's turf? Even though the leader of the group feared Lu Xing, he was backed into a corner now. He pointed at Lu Xing and shouted. He had no choice. If he kept swallowing his pride, he'd lose all credibility among the 6th ward crew from now on. You. At those words, the fierce glint in Lu Xing's eyes could no longer be concealed. But just as he was about to say more, Li Feng, who'd remained mostly silent, waved his hand to halt the escalating confrontation. Hey, do you know where Meng Fei is right now? As a former faction leader in his past life, Li Feng had no patience left for their childish squabbling. Frowning, he turned directly to the leader of the opposing group and asked. After all, his sole purpose for coming today was to find Meng Fei and resolve some lingering doubts. As for the feud between the 2nd and 6th halls? Li Feng couldn't care less. Who the hell are you? While Lu Xing might have commanded some respect from the 6th hall leader, Li Feng, a stranger who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, drew no such deference. So when he heard this condescending challenge, the leader snapped back impatiently. You. Seeing the other dare to speak to Brother Feng like that, Lu Xing cursed angrily and charged straight at the leader. But though he was fast, someone else was faster still. Almost the instant the leader's words faded, Li Feng's figure darted forward like a cheetah, closing the distance in a single stride. The leader flew backward like a boom. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the gathered 6th Academy students froze in shock before erupting into a roar of astonishment. He literally flew through the air. And these students, still in their infancy, had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Forget them, even most people in Xinjiang might never witness something this outrageous. You wouldn't listen when I spoke calmly, so I had to beat you into submission? Li Feng sneered coldly as he watched the leader, sprawled several meters away, struggling to get up. He genuinely hadn't wanted to pick a fight with this group of students, but sometimes, only fists and brute force could truly make people listen to reason, let alone talk things out. Li Gu! Li Gu! Seeing their leader in such a state, the 7 or 8 student underlings immediately rushed over to help him up once they snapped out of their shock. Damn it! What the hell are you standing around for? Beat him up, damn it! After gasping for several breaths, the leader finally regained his composure. His eyes narrowed with malice as he fixed them on Li Feng, barking orders at his underlings. Why yes, sir. Though the sheer combat prowess of the youth before them sent shivers down their spines, perhaps emboldened by their numerical superiority, the rest of the gang hesitated briefly before steeled their nerves and charged toward Li Feng en masse. However, that courage born of numerical superiority evaporated the instant they clashed with Li Feng. Thud! Thud! After knocking down the 2 frontmost youths with a single punch and kick, Li Feng didn't retreat. Instead, he charged straight into the crowd. Soon, the dull thuds of fists meeting flesh and piercing screams filled the air as several more youths collapsed onto the ground. Hell, take them down! Lu Xing and his 2 companions couldn't just stand by and watch Li Feng fight alone. The moment Brother Feng charged in, they joined the fray, cursing furiously. Before long, under the monstrous combat prowess of Li Feng, the 7 or 8 youths on the opposing side couldn't even last a minute. They were all lying on the ground, moaning and writhing in pain. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively sucked in their breath in shock. Truthfully, they had expected a fight to break out. But a battle like this, few against many, and such a one-sided, crushing defeat, it was simply too unbelievable. Especially that quiet, sharp-featured youth in the center of it all. He was jaw-droppingly impressive. It was clear that even without Lu Xing and his 2 companions, he could have swiftly taken down these 7 or 8 youths. This was downright terrifying. At this thought, a look of awe and shock spread across the eyes of the surrounding students. Yet, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, Li Feng remained as still as a well, not stirring a single flicker of emotion. Truth be told, it wasn't just this group of students. Even those real tough guys fighting outside the district, as long as neither side was armed, Li Feng never feared being outnumbered. So, teaching a group of students a lesson? He didn't think it made him particularly impressive. Chapter 46, Interrogation. Come on, get up. After swiftly dealing with the group of students, Lu Xing wasted no time approaching the leader. He yanked the boy to his feet, delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face, and sneered coldly. You were acting so tough just now, weren't you? What's this? Playing dead now? The blows landed with brutal force, a sharp crack echoing as the boy's cheeks instantly swelled. Even, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xing, don't push it too far. Do you really think? Despite inwardly fearing these youths' combat prowess, the leader's pride refused to let him back down meekly. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xing yanked him by the hair and slammed his knee hard into his face. You, still talking back? Did I give you permission to talk back? That single blow sent blood gushing from the leader's face. But seeing his opponent like this, Lu Xing showed no sign of letting up. He released the youth's hair and proceeded to stomp wildly on the kid's head. Witnessing this brutal, savage scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea wash over them. Some of the more timid ones even turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Enough, little five. Li Feng knew Lu Xing's tendency to lose control completely. Seeing this, he quickly stepped in to stop him. There was no helping it, the head wasn't like other parts of the body. Repeated heavy blows could easily lead to serious trouble. You're lucky, you bastard. Hearing this, Lu Xing delivered another vicious kick before finally stopping, muttering curses under his breath. Honestly, if this had happened any other time, Lu Xing probably wouldn't have given a damn about anyone trying to talk him out of it. But this was Brother Feng. So no matter how hot-tempered and foul-mouthed he was, he had to bite his tongue in the end. Remember this, his name is Li Feng. He's my big bro Feng. You. If you ever open your filthy mouth like that again, I'll skin you alive. Got it? After stopping, Lu Xing pointed at the bloodied leader on the ground and yelled furiously. At the same time, his gaze swept slowly around the crowd of onlookers, a look that was both warning and threat. Swish! Instantly, nearly every 6th hall student who met the silver-haired youth's fierce gaze lowered their heads or averted their eyes in unison, terrified of inadvertently drawing his ire. Li Feng, standing nearby, merely chuckled softly and shook his head. Then, he beckoned to a boy in the crowd with a flick of his finger. Big brother, this isn't my fault. I'm not with them. After hesitating for a moment, the youth Li Feng had singled out scurried over with a wretched expression, his voice trembling as he spoke. At that moment, 1,000 curses raced through the teenager's mind. Who could have imagined that simply watching the commotion would land him in such deep trouble? He considered running, but the memory of the opponent's terrifying combat prowess and the silver-haired youth's brutal methods made his legs go weak. Any other thought vanished from his mind. I know, don't worry. I just want to ask you about someone. Li Feng had no intention of pressuring him. Hearing this, he smiled and spoke up. All right, big brother, go ahead. Hearing this, the youth let out a long sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Do you know where Meng Fei is now? Li Feng lit a cigarette and fixed his searching gaze on the other. After all, dealing with that group of youths earlier had been nothing more than a side task. His true purpose for coming to the 6th ward today was solely for Meng Fei. Ah, Meng Fei? Hearing this, the youth froze in surprise before hesitantly asking, Brother, what do you need him for? Judging by his reaction, it was obvious he knew Meng Fei and most likely knew his current whereabouts too. Ha! Seeing this, Lu Xing, who had just walked over, immediately grew displeased. His gaze turned fierce as he glared at the other youth. What's it to you? Does my brother Feng need to report to you before he looks for someone? The teenager instantly realized he'd said the wrong thing, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. After all, he'd witnessed firsthand the terrifying methods of this demonic figure. After all, the cautionary example was still lying there, bloodied and battered. No, I didn't mean it like that, big brother. The teenager nearly burst into tears upon hearing this, scrambling to explain the moment Lu Xing finished speaking. If you didn't, then say it now. Keep stuttering like that, and I'll break your legs, damn it. Lu Xing wasn't exactly easygoing with outsiders, so upon hearing the other's words, he snapped impatiently. Yes. Hearing this, the teenager hesitated only briefly before decisively pointing out the billiard hall where Meng Fei was currently located. Though he could tell these men clearly weren't looking for Meng Fei with good intentions, escaping this immediate danger was far more urgent than worrying about potential retaliation later. Fine, you can go. Having gotten the information he needed, Li Feng saw no reason to press the boy further and waved him off. Thank you, sir. Hearing Li Feng's words, the youth thanked him repeatedly, his gratitude evident. Seeing this, Li Feng merely smiled without adding anything further. This is the root of human nature's flaws. When you're easy to bully, others can't wait to kick you while you're down. But the moment you show strength, as long as you don't beat them up, they'll shower you with endless gratitude. Let's go, Xiao Wu. We're going to meet this Meng Fei. Glancing toward the pool hall at the end of the sightline, Li Feng's lips slowly curved into a smile before he addressed Lu Xing beside him. Alright, brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing naturally had no objections. He grinned widely and agreed. Let's go. With that, Li Feng wasted no words, striding directly toward the direction the youth had pointed earlier. Following their movements, a large crowd of 6th Academy students who hadn't had their fill of the commotion trailed behind them, keeping a respectful distance. Chapter 47, Meng Fei. Perhaps because classes had just ended, the billiard hall was filled with 6th Academy students enjoying themselves. Of course, the most conspicuous group was a bunch of thugs in their 20s. Nearly all of them had dyed hair, and faint tattoos were visible on their arms. Unlike the other tables occupied by just a few students each, this dozen or so thugs sat or stood around one pool table, chatting and laughing. Occasionally, when the buzzcut youth playing would sink a shot, they'd erupt in cheers and roars of laughter. Their brazen, unrestrained demeanor suggested they couldn't care less if their behavior drew disapproval from others. As Li Feng stepped into the pool hall, he merely swept his gaze around the center area and instantly pinpointed Meng Fei and his crew. Brother Feng, that's Meng Fei. Sure enough, Lu Xing, who followed behind him, only glanced briefly before pointing directly at the buzzcut youth playing pool and informing Li Feng. Upon hearing this, Li Feng remained silent, merely nodding before striding purposefully toward the pool table without pausing. His movements seemed to trigger something among the crowd playing in the hall. All eyes turned curiously toward Li Feng and his group. It was inevitable. Ever since Li Feng and his group of teenagers entered, the dozens of students trailing behind them were simply too conspicuous. It was nearly impossible not to notice them. Facing the stairs, Li Feng acted as if nothing was amiss. He walked slowly to the pool table where Meng Fei's group stood, pushed aside a small-time thug blocking his path, and pressed down on the cue ball the buzzcut youth was about to strike. Fixing his gaze firmly on the other, he raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "You're Meng Fei?" Li Feng's sudden move caught the attention of the dozen or so thugs gathered around the table, including Meng Fei. They all looked at him with surprise, wondering where this kid had come from. "Kid, you're pretty damn cocky, huh? Daring to shove me." Before Meng Fei could respond, however, the thug Li Feng had shoved couldn't contain his rage any longer. He lunged forward, shouting curses at Li Feng. Before the thug could finish his sentence, Li Feng swiftly grabbed his hair, yanked him back, and slammed his head hard onto the pool table. Thud! The dull thud of a head hitting marble echoed through the room. The thug's screams abruptly ceased as he lay unconscious, blood streaming from his head. Li Feng's entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, like water gliding over stones. Even his gaze didn't seem to glance at the thug who had just been ranting. Instead, it remained fixed intently on Meng Fei's face. Swish! Witnessing this scene, not only the other patrons in the pool hall, but even Meng Fei's own group instantly felt their pupils contract. They were all utterly stunned by the teenager's decisive and ruthless actions. Who the hell are you? The buzzcut youth slowly lowered his cue, his gaze shifting cautiously toward Li Feng. It was no wonder Meng Fei was so cautious. There was no helping it. The sudden appearance of this strikingly handsome youth was simply too unsettling. After all, setting aside his ruthless style of smashing someone's head against the pool table without a second thought, the sheer speed and precision of his movements alone were enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. "You don't recognize me?" Hearing Meng Fei's words, Li Feng found himself genuinely puzzled. In his past life's memories, the fact that this young man named Meng Fei had been noted on his little paper slip meant they must have had significant interactions. Yet now, the look in the other man's eyes told Li Feng unequivocally he didn't recognize him? "Kid, who the hell are you?" After initial wariness, Meng Fei was provoked by the clean-cut youth's abrupt outburst. His brow furrowed, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. After all, the thug Li Feng had just beaten up was one of his own men. If he didn't make his stance clear now, who knew how the rest of the county would mock him, Meng Fei, in the future? "Meng Fei, you better watch your ing mouth. This is my brother Li Feng." Though Lu Xing, standing behind him, didn't fully grasp the meaning behind Li Feng's questions, he couldn't stand by and watch Meng Fei show disrespect to the man he admired. He stepped forward, pointed a finger at Meng Fei, and shouted angrily, "Lu Xing, it's you?" Hearing this, Meng Fei finally noticed the silver-haired youth's presence, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It's me, what's it gonna cost me?" Perhaps due to their long-standing animosity, Lu Xing responded without hesitation, lifting his chin defiantly. "Damn it, kid, what the hell kind of talk is that? Damn it, I've had it with this jerk for ages. Fei, let's take him down." "Exactly. That kid's way too cocky." Almost the moment Lu Xing's taunt ended, the dozen or so thugs surrounding Meng Fei erupted in fury, each cursing and ranting. In an instant, the entire pool hall's atmosphere grew tense amid their clamor. It looked like both sides were about to come to blows any second. "Lu Xing, haven't we had any issues lately?" After a moment of silence, Meng Fei waved his hand to silence his men's curses before fixing Lu Xing with a dark, menacing stare. "Nope, nothing between us." Hearing the question, Lu Xing shrugged indifferently. "Then why did you bring your men here to cause trouble?" Hearing this, Meng Fei first looked at Lu Xing, then glanced at Li Feng beside him. His expression suddenly darkened and he roared coldly with savage fury. Or do you, Lu Xing, really think I, Meng Fei, am someone you can push around? The reason he hadn't wanted to clash with Lu Xing, the school bully from the second campus, before was because Meng Fei saw no point in it. But if Lu Xing truly believed he was afraid, he couldn't be more wrong. After all, he wasn't made of clay. Haha, I'll bully you if I want to. What the are you gonna do about it? Come on, don't like it? Bite me. Perhaps recalling past grievances, Lu Xing sneered coldly in return, refusing to back down. By the end, he even flicked his finger at the other guy in the most provocative way possible. Chapter 48, The Brawl in the Pool Hall. Lu Xing's provocative gesture instantly froze the atmosphere in the entire pool hall. Almost every pair of eyes held a mix of shock and disbelief. Who could have imagined these two youths would be so bold? One attacking without a word, the other recklessly stirring the pot and demanding a fight? Couldn't they see there were over a dozen opponents? Of course, the calmest expressions in this situation likely belonged to the group of 6th Academy students who had followed Li Feng and the others over to watch the spectacle. After all, they had witnessed these youths' combat prowess firsthand earlier. So now, as they watched the scene unfold, a look of excitement and thrill flashed in their eyes. No wonder today's spectacle was definitely worth the wait. Seeing Lu Xing's arrogant demeanor, Meng Fei could no longer hold back. But just as he was about to signal his men to move, another voice cut him off. You really don't recognize me? Li Feng stared at the young thug before him, a handsome-looking guy in his mid-20s, still unwilling to give up. His reason for seeking this man out today wasn't to pick a fight. More than anything, Li Feng wanted to clarify their relationship. Who the hell do you think you are? Know you? Off. Having made up his mind, Meng Fei no longer held back. After hurling the curse, he immediately roared at his men nearby, get them. Kill them. As he spoke, he swung his pool cue like a club, aiming a brutal blow straight for Li Feng's head. Looks like I'll have to knock some sense into you before we can talk properly. Seeing this, Li Feng deftly dodged the blow, then sighed and shook his head. With Meng Fei initiating the attack, the brawl in the billiard hall officially erupted at that very moment. Thud. After kicking aside the first thug charging at him, Li Feng didn't pause. He raised his arm to block a cue stick swinging down from somewhere, then twisted and pulled it back. The cue stick instantly landed in his grasp. Xiao Wu, you guys get back. With the cue in hand, Li Feng's aura shifted instantly. He stood like a drawn sword, radiating sharpness and intensity. Got it, brother Feng. Though puzzled by his command, Lu Xing and the others instinctively stepped back. They then charged around the pool table to engage the thugs head-on. Crack! The moment Lu Xing and the others took a few steps back, Li Feng's cue rod traced a semicircle in the air. With a whistling sound cutting through the air, it shot toward the chests of several thugs surging forward. The dull thuds of the cue striking flesh and the screams of several thugs echoed simultaneously through the billiard hall. Then, with a sharp crack, the front half of the cue snapped clean off. The tip spun wildly through the air before slamming hard against the ceiling above. A pool cue is inherently much harder than an ordinary wooden stick. This alone showed just how immense the force behind the youth's strike truly was. But even with the cue broken, Li Feng showed no sign of stopping amidst the chaos. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, wielding the broken half of the cue stick as he plunged into the crowd. Though most of his past life's memories had faded, his combat instincts remained undeniably intact. Li Feng knew that the more chaotic the situation, the closer he needed to get to the enemy's densely packed ranks. Otherwise, if he created distance and became a sitting duck for everyone, even with his exceptional martial arts skills, he simply couldn't block attacks coming from all directions. Armed with his short stick, Li Feng moved through the crowd like a fish in water. Soon, a series of dull thuds echoed through the air. Nearly every thug struck by his stick collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Though he took numerous blows and strikes in the chaos, they barely scratched him. Instead, they only fueled his savagery. Watching the slender youth move through his men as if they weren't there, Meng Fei was both shocked and furious. He never imagined the opponent's combat prowess could be so formidable. Apart from the 4 or 5 brothers Lu Xing had pinned down, this youth alone was taking on 8 or 9 of them, seemingly with ease. Get out of the way. Watching his brothers fall one after another before his eyes, Meng Fei, stuck at the back of the crowd, could no longer hold back. With a furious roar, he charged forward, wielding a pool cue. Brother Feng, watch out. Watching the chaos unfold, Lu Xing gasped in horror as Meng Fei swung his cue stick down toward Li Feng's head. Rage surged through him. But the distance was too great. Though Lu Xing desperately wanted to intervene, it was already too late. Despite the chaos, Li Feng remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Almost the instant Lu Xing's warning cry rang out, Li Feng raised the broken pool cue in his hand and blocked the blow. Then, with a loud thud, Meng Fei's powerful sneak attack was solidly blocked by Li Feng. Damn it! At that moment, 1,000 curses raced through Meng Fei's mind. He never imagined the youth before him could react with such terrifying speed. His own devious sneak attack had been blocked. In the split second Meng Fei hesitated, the fair-featured youth across from him slowly curled his lips into a cold sneer. Seeing this, Meng Fei's heart skipped a beat. But before he could react, a searing pain erupted in his midsection, sending him flying backward. After kicking the opponent away, Li Feng's attacks grew even more ruthless and swift. Virtually every thug standing before him was knocked down with a single blow from his stick. In an instant, the billiard hall echoed with cries of agony, blood splattering across the floor. Soon after Li Feng took down the last thug, the chaotic brawl where one fought many finally came to an end. Thump! 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 At that moment, as the crowd gathered in layers around the center of the hall gazed upon the youth standing tall and proud, hearts pounded like drums in their chests. No one could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary teenager had single-handedly taken down Meng Fei and his gang, the so-called 13 Tigers of Qingcheng. And judging by his relaxed demeanor and lack of injury, he seemed to still have reserves left. What the hell kind of monster was this? Chapter 49, Meng Fei, wanna join my crew? Meng Fei, you finally got what was coming to you? Lu Xing planted his foot squarely on Meng Fei's chest, a cold smirk curling his lips as he reveled in the other's misfortune. What's it got to do with you? You're just a lackey riding someone else's coattails. Put. Meng Fei, who had been kicked flying by Li Feng earlier and still seemed a bit winded, spat out a harsh curse with a look of contempt. Though he'd never gained the upper hand in his past clashes with Lu Xing. At the very least, he'd never really suffered any real losses. He could say that the reason he'd been beaten so badly today was all because of that suddenly appearing youth. The mere thought of that youth's monstrous combat prowess still sent shivers down Meng Fei's spine. Since he'd started mixing in with the underworld as a teenager, he'd never encountered anyone this formidable. Honestly, if he hadn't been personally involved, Meng Fei would never have believed a single person could possess such overwhelming combat prowess. Still talking tough, you bastard? Hearing Meng Fei still shouting defiance at this moment, a flash of frenzied rage shot through Lu Xing's eyes. Without another word, he grabbed the pool cue in his hand and swung it hard toward the other man's head. Brother Fei. The other thugs lying on the ground, both shocked and enraged, shouted in alarm. But with each of them bleeding profusely and unable to move, they could only watch helplessly as the situation unfolded. Meng Fei, of course, sensed Lu Xing's attack. But by now, it was too late to dodge. He could only close his eyes, braced to take the full force of the blow. Crack! Just as everyone in the pool hall braced for Meng Fei to be struck, Lu Xing's cue rod halted inches from his skull in a hair-raising moment. It wasn't that Lu Xing had suddenly taken pity on Meng Fei. Instead, the descending cue was seized by a pair of iron-clad hands. Brother Feng. Seeing his attack blocked, Lu Xing froze for a moment before turning to Li Feng with a mix of reluctance and confusion. Hold your fire for now. Let me ask him first. Li Feng chuckled softly, patting Lu Xing on the shoulder. If anyone else had dared to stop him like this, Lu Xing would have lost his temper long ago. But coming from Brother Feng? Even though he seethed inwardly, he ultimately nodded, set down his cue, and stepped aside. Seeing this, Meng Fei, who had closed his eyes expecting a beating, couldn't help but look surprised. After all, he and Lu Xing were old rivals. While he couldn't speak for much else, Meng Fei knew this kid's temper all too well. He never imagined someone as rebellious and unruly as Lu Xing would now actually heed the words of a teenager his own age. This only deepened Meng Fei's curiosity about the identity of this refined-looking youth before him. Meng Fei, right? Think hard, you really don't recognize me? After calming down the hot-headed Lu Xing, Li Feng finally turned his attention to the young man with the crew cut lying on the ground. Then, as if afraid he couldn't see clearly, he crouched down and leaned in closer. Seeing the youth in this state, Meng Fei couldn't help but feel speechless. If it weren't for the fact that the other guy had seemed perfectly normal during the fight just now, he would have thought Li Feng was seriously ill. After all, Meng Fei genuinely didn't recognize this guy. After all, Qingcheng wasn't that big a place. Anyone with even a shred of notoriety on the streets, he'd have at least some knowledge of. Yet this youth before him, whose combat prowess seemed off the charts, appeared as if he'd materialized out of thin air. Forget seeing him, Meng Fei had never even heard of the guy before. Well, remember anything? Seeing the silence, Li Feng thought Meng Fei might have remembered something and quickly pressed him again. I genuinely don't know you. Spit it out, what do you want? Just tell me straight up if you want me dead or alive, okay? Hearing this, Meng Fei's lips twitched. He finally suppressed his inner frustration and replied with a hint of resignation. He was at their mercy now. Though Meng Fei didn't threaten them further, he refused to beg for mercy either. After all, he had his pride too. Seeing this, Li Feng sighed deeply, stood up, and shook his head in disappointment. He could tell the young man with the crew cut wasn't lying. The other party genuinely didn't recognize him. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Why not just cripple him? Seeing Brother Feng fall silent, Lu Xing leaned in, glaring fiercely at Meng Fei lying on the ground. Though he didn't quite understand why Brother Feng was so fixated on whether the other man recognized him. But since Meng Fei couldn't answer now, he seemed useless. So now, it was time for him to settle the old score with this guy. Lu Xing didn't bother to hide his words, so Meng Fei, lying nearby, heard every clear syllable. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that with Lu Xing's crazy temperament, the bastard would actually follow through on his threats. You bastard, you dare. Before Meng Fei could react, a thug lying on the ground with a bloody head suddenly erupted in rage. His eyes bulged as he glared at Lu Xing. You'll see if I dare. Without another word, Lu Xing delivered a brutal kick straight to the thug's face, his expression twisted with savage fury. He'd harbored resentment toward Meng Fei's gang for ages, so how could he pass up such a golden opportunity today? As Lu Xing spoke, the atmosphere in the entire pool hall fell deathly silent once more. For a moment, nearly every pair of eyes turned to Li Feng. There was no way around it. Deep down, everyone knew that whether the silver-haired youth would act or not ultimately rested in Li Feng's hands. Facing the collective gaze, Li Feng frowned and lit a cigarette. This situation was getting tricky. It could be said that the names he had jotted down on that little piece of paper were undoubtedly people who had profoundly impacted Li Feng in his previous life. But what he never could have imagined was that this Meng Fei actually seemed to genuinely not recognize him. For a moment, Li Feng found himself at a loss. After pondering for a while, he finally waved his hand, dismissing Lu Xing. Then, looking down at Meng Fei, whose expression was also tinged with tension, Li Feng spoke calmly. Meng Fei, starting today, are you willing to follow me? Chapter 50, The Bet. As Li Feng uttered these words, nearly everyone present stared at him with expressions of utter disbelief. What the hell is going on here? Is he recruiting underlings? You want me to join your crew? Not only the others, but even Meng Fei was momentarily stunned. He stared blankly at Li Feng and asked back. What? Is that not okay? Meeting the disbelief in Meng Fei's eyes, Li Feng responded with a faint smile. Even though Meng Fei had just admitted he didn't recognize him, Li Feng was absolutely certain he wasn't mistaken. After all, a name he'd managed to jot down on a scrap of paper before his memories faded away must have belonged to someone who had significantly impacted him in his past life. And now, with no way to distinguish friend from foe, he had to keep this man close. If he was an ally, then everything would be manageable. But if an enemy? At this thought, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Though many memories from his past life had faded, the ruthless decisiveness inherent to a faction leader still unconsciously influenced Li Feng's thinking. Unsurprisingly, that fleeting glimpse of lethal intent was fully captured by Meng Fei, who had been locked in a stare with Li Feng the entire time. For a moment, Meng Fei felt as though he'd been plunged into an ice cellar, his hair standing on end against his will. Yet despite this, Meng Fei forced himself to suppress his fear, his voice tinged with defiance. Why should I? Give me a reason to follow you. There was no way around it. Li Feng was simply too young. If he really acknowledged this kid as his boss, wouldn't he be laughed to death by everyone else in Qingcheng? He might not be a big shot, but the name Qingcheng's 13 protectors carried some weight in the underworld, didn't it? Reason? Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but smirk. You're already in my hands. Isn't that reason enough? Not enough. To his surprise, Meng Fei, who had been visibly intimidated moments ago, shook his head with deadly seriousness. Meng Fei admitted that the youth before him possessed formidable combat prowess, arguably the strongest he'd ever encountered. But that alone was not enough to make him submit to this opponent. After all, if they bowed down for such trivial matters, Meng Fei and his group would have been subdued by other factions in the county long ago. He had his own pride. Follow me, and I'll make you the boss of this county town. How about it? Despite the rejection, Li Feng showed no sign of anger. Instead, he looked at the buzz-cut youth with keen interest before calmly presenting his offer. Whoosh! Though Li Feng's voice wasn't loud, it was clear enough for everyone in the pool hall to hear. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in a roar of commotion. Almost every face wore expressions of shock, confusion, skepticism, and mockery. While no one doubted the combat prowess of this handsome young man, the idea that he could simply prop up someone and become the top dog in the county? That was just too ridiculous. Brother Fei, don't believe him. This kid's just feeding you pie in the sky. Exactly. Who can't talk big? County boss? Ha! He really doesn't know his place. As soon as Li Feng spoke, before Meng Fei could react, his beaten-up henchmen began shouting in unison. Judging by their expressions, not a single one seemed willing to believe Li Feng's tall tales. No wonder, though their county town wasn't large, its fiercely tough as nails reputation meant the concept of a boss had never really taken root here. To put it bluntly, the last person who even dared to think that way was long dead, with weeds growing several meters tall over his grave. Damn it! Keep yelling and see if I don't smash your mouths shut. Seeing this, Lu Xing kicked the loudest troublemaker flat on his back with one swift stomp, then glared at them menacingly as he barked his warning. Ever since he'd willingly sworn allegiance to Li Feng, he wouldn't tolerate anyone showing disrespect to Brother Feng. Though the thugs fell silent after the threat, the contempt in their eyes remained utterly unmasked. Hell. Lu Xing couldn't stand such provocation. He cursed angrily, ready to teach them a lesson. Hold on, Xiao Wu, don't act rashly. Li Feng heard this and quickly waved his hand to stop him. He paid no mind to the other's words, his eyes fixed intently on Meng Fei's face. See, even if I trust you, my brothers here sure as hell don't. Meng Fei understood the young man's meaning perfectly. He shrugged and chuckled lightly. How about this then? How about we make a bet? Li Feng had anticipated this young man's distrust, so after a moment's thought, he spoke again. A bet? What kind of bet? Caught off guard by Li Feng's sudden shift in tone, Meng Fei froze for a moment before responding with surprise. Meanwhile, Lu Xing and the other two nearby, upon hearing these somewhat familiar words, all wore expressions of peculiarity. After all, Lu Xing's submission stemmed largely from his bet with Li Feng. We'll set a 3-month deadline. Within that time, if you absolutely obey my every word, I'll help you become the top dog in the county town. What do you say? Li Feng didn't hesitate, immediately holding up 3 fingers. But what if you fail? Hearing this, Meng Fei's eyes flickered before fixing intently on Li Feng. Heh, then I'll just hand you a venue for free. Li Feng said with a smile. A venue? Which venue? Hearing the young man's words, Meng Fei was completely baffled. The arcade on Old Street in the west part of town. Pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, Li Feng said casually. Isn't that one the lame's place? Meng Fei grew increasingly puzzled, blurting out the question without thinking. But suddenly, as if remembering something, his expression shifted to shock as he stared at Li Feng. You were the one who took down Lame Wang at the late-night food stall yesterday? As Meng Fei uttered those words, the surrounding crowd collectively sucked in their breath. The county town wasn't large, and any minor disturbance spread like wildfire. So the news that Lame Wang and his crew had gotten into a fight at the night market stall last night, only to have their legs crippled by a few teenagers, had already spread throughout the entire city of Qingcheng after a day's worth of buzz. Yes, it was me. Hearing this, Li Feng didn't try to hide it. He simply nodded and admitted it. Whoosh! The moment Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement, the atmosphere inside the billiard hall fell deathly silent. Who was Wang the Lame? Virtually every resident of Qingcheng with any knowledge of local underworld affairs knew this notorious thug who'd been causing trouble for over 2 decades. But for such a notorious thug to be crippled by this seemingly delicate youth before their eyes. So upon hearing this shocking news, how could everyone present not be utterly stunned? Well, have you made up your mind yet? Watching Meng Fei, who was still reeling in shock, Li Feng grew increasingly impatient. He furrowed his brow and asked. What if I still refuse? Suppressing the storm raging within his heart, Meng Fei licked his dry lips and tentatively spoke. Then I'll cripple you right now. Li Feng curled his lips coldly, his words coming without hesitation. Fine. As long as you keep your word, then I, Meng Fei, have no objection to acknowledging you as my leader. After a moment of inner turmoil, Meng Fei clenched his jaw, as if making a firm decision. Chapter 51, Taking Over the Arcade? When they returned to the West City Arcade, Li Feng's crew had swelled from just 4 members to over a dozen. Apart from 2 thugs with severe bleeding injuries who had gone to the clinic for bandaging, nearly all of Meng Fei's crew had followed him over. Though he felt some resistance about working under a teenager 7 or 8 years his junior, Meng Fei knew full well that the handsome youth's threat in the billiard hall to cripple anyone who refused was no empty warning. For he had truly seen it in Li Feng's eyes, that cold, indifferent glint that treated human life as worthless as an insect. In short, whether you called it coercion or temptation. At this point, he could only go with the flow. What if this guy really had the power to propel him to the top dog position in the county? Then what difference would it make if he, Meng Fei, became his underling? As Li Feng's large entourage arrived, the once bustling and noisy arcade gradually fell silent. By the end, the only sound left was the shrill electronic beeps of the slot machines. No one needed to guess the sheer menacing aura radiating from this group made it crystal clear they weren't here to play. Over here. Seeing the timid staff in the corner hesitating to approach, Li Feng didn't hesitate. He simply beckoned them over. Be boss. What is it? Facing Li Feng again, the few henchmen guarding the place were on the verge of tears. After hesitating for a long while, they finally approached with mournful expressions, steeled themselves, and came over. Where's your boss, Lame Wang? After a brief, dismissive glance at the thugs, Li Feng didn't seem inclined to make things difficult for them. Instead, he got straight to the point. Hearing this, the henchmen exchanged glances before fixing Li Feng with strange looks. Damn it! My brother Feng is asking you a question. Are you dumb or something? Lu Xing, standing nearby, immediately slapped the thug at the front hard across the face and yelled angrily. B-boss, our boss is still in the hospital. He hasn't come out yet. Though he'd been slapped for no reason, the thug dared not show the slightest hint of anger. Instead, he immediately answered in a timid, shrinking tone. There was no choice, these youths' methods were simply too brutal. Last night at the late-night food stall, it wasn't just their boss, several other brothers had been sent to the hospital by these kids. So even if the silver-haired youth had gone further than just slapping him, these thugs guarding the place wouldn't dare utter another word. Hearing this thug's words, Li Feng finally understood. No wonder their expressions had been so strange when he'd asked about their boss, Lame Wang. Turns out it was all a huge misunderstanding. Enough. I don't care how you do it, but get Lame Wang notified immediately. Tell him Li Feng is bringing people to take over this arcade. Let's see what he has to say about it. After hearing the thug's explanation, Li Feng felt no awkwardness whatsoever. He waved his hand dismissively and said without hesitation. Ah. The leader of the thugs froze upon hearing this. But the moment he saw Lu Xing raise his hand again, he snapped out of it and nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go tell the boss right now. With that, he dared not linger in the arcade any longer and dashed out in a flash. Witnessing this scene, the gamblers who had been gathered around watching the spectacle began whispering among themselves. They seemed to be discussing who this youngster could possibly be, daring to step into Wang the cripple's territory like this. Of course, some in the crowd knew the details and quietly explained the situation to those beside them. Unsurprisingly, once others learned that lame Wang had been beaten into the hospital by this very youth the night before, their expressions shifted to one of awe and fear. Young man, here, have a cigarette. Just then, a portly middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. He jogged over to Li Feng, grinning as he offered him a cigarette. Boss, we meet again. Recognizing this somewhat familiar figure, Li Feng didn't refuse the gesture. Taking the cigarette, a faint smile touched his lips. Yeah, guess we're meant to cross paths, huh? Hearing this, the portly middle-aged man, who had swiftly distributed cigarettes to the group, burst into laughter and said ingratiatingly. Fate, huh? Li Feng gave a meaningful chuckle, choosing not to call out the insincerity of the polite remark. After the man eagerly lit his cigarette, Li Feng cut straight to the chase. Let me be blunt, boss. If I were to take over this arcade from Lame Wang, what would you say? Hearing the youth's blunt words, the middle-aged, overweight boss froze for a moment before awkwardly rubbing his hands together and chuckling. Well, as long as you've worked it out with Brother Wang, I have absolutely no problem with it. To be honest, he was just a straightforward businessman. So whether it was Lame Wang or Li Feng's crew offering protection, the portly middle-aged boss had no objections as long as they didn't interfere with his business. Fair enough. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately broke into a smile. Since the arcade owner was so accommodating, taking over this place would indeed spare him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ha! The middle-aged, overweight owner merely chuckled in response, saying nothing. After all, with everything still up in the air, it wasn't wise for him to get too close to this youngster just yet. Otherwise, if Wang the cripple ended up being the ultimate winner, he'd be in a real bind. May I ask, how much equity did Wang the lame hold in your arcade before? Li Feng understood the owner's mindset to some extent, so he didn't bother with small talk. He cut straight to the chase with this practical question. 30%. After only a slight hesitation, the portly middle-aged owner disclosed the profit-sharing ratio without reservation. After all, this was something that couldn't be hidden forever. Better to be upfront and honest. Chapter 52, Combining Kindness and Authority. What do you think of this arcade? After the middle-aged, portly owner left, Li Feng took a drag on his cigarette and turned to ask Meng Fei beside him. It's great. Hearing this, Meng Fei glanced around the arcade before nodding in agreement. He wasn't lying about that part. After all, this arcade was among the largest and busiest in Xincheng, both in terms of scale and customer traffic. It could be said that once they secured this venue, even with only a 30% equity stake, raking in thousands daily would be a breeze. Alright then. Li Feng gave a faint smile, then said casually, from now on, this place is yours. Really? Hearing the teenager's words, Meng Fei, who had been wearing a blank expression, suddenly jolted upright. His voice brimming with wild excitement, he asked. Not just him, even the bruised and battered crew behind him lit up with astonished delight at the news. It was impossible for them not to be thrilled. After all, until now, they'd been nothing more than petty thugs scraping by extorting students for their daily expenses. But if they truly had their own turf now, they'd successfully upgrade from low-level punks to full-fledged gangsters in Xincheng. Of course, the real game changer was the guaranteed income stream. Let's be real, how much dough could those broke students possibly cough up? But with this gambling den as their base of operations, money worries? Ha! My word is my bond. Li Feng chuckled. But even though you'll be running this place, you'll hand over 50% of the daily profits to me every single day. Got it? Absolutely. Without hesitation, Meng Fei nodded and agreed immediately. After years of navigating the underworld, he'd long grasped one truth: there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Especially in this apocalyptic era, where human lives were worth less than weeds. If the youth before him truly demanded nothing in return, Meng Fei would have suspected ulterior motives. As for whether 50% was too high, Meng Fei admitted it was indeed a bit steep. But this high wasn't because Li Feng was demanding too much, it was because his own crew was asking for too much. After all, if it were anyone else sending his brothers to run a place, who the hell would negotiate profit sharing with you? Getting tossed a few $100 or $1,000 a day would already be considered generous. Seeing Meng Fei's understanding, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction. Had that young man beside him shown even a hint of dissatisfaction earlier, Li Feng would have crippled him on the spot without hesitation. No choice. He had no interest in dealing with greedy bastards who bit off more than they could chew, whether as friends or enemies. As for Meng Fei, he remained completely oblivious to the fact that he'd just walked back from the brink of death. Right now, he was still riding a wave of extreme excitement, silently mapping out in his mind how he would manage this place once he took it over. Can you guys act like adults? Is this Thai place really worth getting so excited over? Seeing the jubilant expressions on Meng Fei and his crew's faces, Li Feng couldn't help but pour cold water on their enthusiasm. At the teenager's words, the gangsters froze for a moment before all of them rolled their eyes, dismissing his comment. After all, who doesn't know how to talk big? In a small place like Qingcheng, aside from some high-stakes gambling dens, how many other spots could match this arcade's cash flow? If this place was considered a bust, then what on earth could be called a good spot? But despite their inner thoughts, none of them actually challenged Li Feng's words. After all, if you went out of your way to provoke someone you couldn't possibly beat, no one would praise you for your courage. Instead, you'd just get called an idiot, a fool. What? Don't believe me? Li Feng took in every expression on the thugs' faces, including Meng Fei's. Seeing this, he didn't get angry but instead laughed mockingly. Or do you all think I was just bragging about being the county boss? Hearing this, the thugs remained silent, but their expressions grew distinctly awkward. The look on their faces made it abundantly clear. Not a single one of them believed the teenager's bold claims. We don't doubt you, but we just think becoming the top dog in the county town is a bit of a stretch. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness, Meng Fei gave a nervous chuckle and quickly tried to smooth things over. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this kid had entrusted the operation of the place to them. Continuing to embarrass him like this just wouldn't do. No need to say more. I understand your thoughts. Li Feng waved his hand, cutting Meng Fei off. His expression turned serious as he continued. I'll say it again, if within 3 months I haven't helped you become the top dog in the county seat, I'll hand this place over to you for free. You won't have to pay a single penny in taxes. Whoosh! As Li Feng repeated his pledge, all of Meng Fei's men instantly turned their eyes toward him. Had this been his first time making such a claim, they would have dismissed it as empty bravado. But now, with this wager repeatedly laid bare, they couldn't help but seriously consider its authenticity. You're serious? At that moment, even Meng Fei's expression turned solemn. I never joke about things like this. Li Feng declared without hesitation. Of course, the condition is that you obey every single one of my orders. If you dare to play any games with me during this time. As he spoke, a cold, sharp glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. That goes without saying. Meng Fei nodded immediately upon hearing this, then replied with extreme seriousness in his eyes. If you truly achieve that level within 3 months, then I, Meng Fei, will acknowledge you as my boss. What's the harm in selling my life to you? Ha! Hearing this, Li Feng merely let the corners of his mouth curl slightly upward. Pretty words won't cut it. I'm a man who prefers to see results. In short, if I succeed and you don't, I'll slaughter you. Got it? As he uttered the final words, a chillingly cruel and bloodthirsty expression spread across the youth's face. Chapter 53, Guns Blazing. It didn't take long, maybe half an hour or so. First, a dozen or so thugs wielding steel pipes and machetes stormed into the arcade. Then, a middle-aged man leaning on a cane was slowly helped inside. And this man with the leg injury, who else could it be but Wang the Lame, the very same man whose leg Li Feng had crushed with a single kick at the late-night food stall yesterday? Seeing this sudden influx of armed thugs, Meng Fei's group instantly grew tense. Each of them shot wary glances at the intruders, their bodies unconsciously tensing and going on high alert. Even so, they showed no signs of retreating or fleeing. It wasn't that they were particularly loyal to Li Feng. More likely, it was because of the promise the young man had made to them earlier. After all, with Li Feng's assurance that he'd hand over this turf to them to manage, Meng Fei and his crew weren't exactly lacking the guts to take on Lame Wang. In this day and age, who didn't want a better life? Who the hell was willing to settle for being just a low-level thug? Now that such a golden opportunity presented itself, Meng Fei and his crew naturally intended to seize it with both hands. Yet compared to the tension and wariness etched on their faces, Li Feng seemed utterly unfazed, as if he couldn't care less about the formidable display before him. If one looked closely, they could even detect a hint of disdain and mockery in the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's the deal, Lame Wang? Pulling out all the stops like this, don't you want to hand over this turf? Li Feng shot a mocking smile at the middle-aged man who'd been staring at him since entering, then asked calmly and composedly. Kid, don't push your luck. Hearing the mockery in Li Feng's tone, the crutch-wielding Lame Wang's face darkened further. His voice grew ominous as he snapped, I haven't settled last night's score with you yet, and now you dare bring people to take over my turf. Think you're so tough I won't touch you? You, still talking big? Hearing this, Lu Xing beside him immediately grew indignant. Pointing a finger at Wang the Lame, he spat out, have you forgotten who got beaten like a dead dog yesterday, too scared to even fart? You want to mess with my brother Feng? You think you're worthy? You. Hearing his humiliating defeat laid bare like this, Wang the Lame turned beet red with rage, his entire body seething. What do you mean, you? Old fart, if you keep your mouth running, you think I won't break your other leg too? Lu Xing couldn't care less about your feelings. Seeing that Lame Wang still dared to speak up, he immediately fired back. Kid, is this how you train your men? Perhaps realizing he couldn't get the upper hand against the sharp-tongued silver-haired youth, Wang the Lame's furious gaze shifted and landed squarely on Li Feng. Truth be told, he genuinely didn't want to continue this deadly fight with this kid whose combat prowess was absurdly high and whose attacks were ruthlessly merciless. That's why he'd repeatedly forced himself to hold back his temper. Otherwise, based solely on Lu Xing's earlier insults, Wang the Lame would have ordered his men to attack long ago. Even so, he was still furious. "You're wrong. He's not my subordinate, he's my brother." Hearing this, Li Feng merely chuckled softly before shaking his head to correct Wang the Lame. As for what he said, well, it's exactly what I wanted to say. Then, Li Feng's tone abruptly shifted. His entire demeanor instantly turned sharp and menacing. "Wang the Lame, I gave you face by having someone notify you. Now stop beating around the bush. One question, are you giving up this spot or not?" Swish. The moment Li Feng uttered those words, the atmosphere in the entire arcade froze solid. No one could have imagined that, facing over a dozen thugs armed with steel pipes and machetes, this youth would dare to be so brutally domineering. "So, no room for negotiation, huh?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Wang the Lame's expression darkened completely. Though he deeply resisted the idea of openly clashing with this youth, it was now painfully clear the boy intended to ride roughshod over him. If even he, Wang the Lame, couldn't stomach this humiliation, then what place would he possibly have left in Qingcheng? "Aren't we talking right now?" Li Feng gave a cold chuckle, then sneered disdainfully. "Of course. If you think that's not enough, I can always switch to talking with my fists. But if we go that route, I fear you might regret it later." At this point, Li Feng's gaze shifted unabashedly to Wang the Cripple's other leg. Clearly, his intentions mirrored Lu Xing's likely aiming to rename Wang the Cripple as Wang the Wheelchair in the future. "So it seems you really want to mess with me?" Upon receiving Li Feng's definitive answer, Wang Lame's desire for negotiation finally extinguished. Immediately, he beckoned to one of the thugs standing nearby. At his boss's signal, the thug holding the burlap sack swiftly opened it, pulled out a double-barreled shotgun from the center, and handed it to Wang the Lame. Come on then. You all think you're so tough? Try acting tough now, see if I don't blow your brains out." With the gun in hand, Wang the Lame's entire demeanor shifted. He instantly became savage and vicious. As he cursed, he raised his hand, pointing the barrel of the gun directly at Li Feng. His expression made it seem as though he'd shoot the man dead on the spot if he so much as moved a muscle. Whoosh! As Wang the Lame made his move, the crowd gathered in the arcade couldn't help but break out in panic. "That's a ING gun." In an instant, even after realizing the muzzle wasn't aimed at them, the crowd of onlookers who'd gathered for the spectacle scrambled backward in alarm. Honestly, if the arcade entrance hadn't been blocked by Wang the Lame and his crew, who knows, some might have bolted for the door right then and there. It wasn't just them. Even Meng Fei and his group, who had been ready for a fight, couldn't help but tremble inside when they saw this. It wasn't that they were cowards. After all, this was the perfectly normal reaction of ordinary people when confronted with firearms. Chapter 54, Intimidation by Force. With the shotgun in hand, Wang the Lame seemed transformed, radiating a newfound confidence. He hadn't been opposed to negotiating, but the two youths before him were simply too aggressive. If he truly followed their demands, then he, Wang the Lame, would never be able to hold his ground in this small corner of Qingcheng again. "Is this your choice?" Seeing the gun drawn, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Li Feng's eyes, his tone turning icy cold. "Your choice, you little. Aren't you the cocky one? Come on, keep acting tough for me now." Hearing this, Wang the Cripple chuckled darkly, then pointed the gun at Li Feng with a savage expression and spat out his curse. "Looking for death." Hearing the taunt, Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. What he hated most in life was anyone insulting his mother. But before he could act, a chair flew through the air from the side. Instantly, Lu Xing's figure charged forward, curses flying from his mouth. Seeing this, Li Feng froze momentarily, but his reaction was lightning fast. Almost the instant Lu Xing moved, Li Feng planted his feet and lunged forward like a cheetah, pouncing toward Wang the Lame. Whoosh! Witnessing the two youths' actions, nearly everyone present in the arcade erupted in gasps. No one had expected that, even faced with the cold muzzle of a gun, the two youths would show such bravery, seemingly fearless of death. Not only the others, but even Wang the Lame hadn't anticipated this turn of events. However, just as panic seized him and he reached for the trigger, Li Feng had already closed the distance. In the next instant, Li Feng grabbed the shotgun barrel with one hand and kicked Wang the Lame flying backward with his other. Immediately after, Lu Xing rushed over and began kicking and punching the fallen Wang the Lame. "ING bastard! You dare threaten me? I'll slaughter you, you son of a..." Perhaps thoroughly enraged by Wang the Lame's earlier actions, Lu Xing held nothing back this time. He delivered a series of brutal kicks to Wang the Lame's head, clearly intent on finishing him off. "Stop it!" At that moment, Wang Lame's henchmen finally snapped out of their stupor. Seeing their boss being beaten, they immediately tried to rush forward to help. "Get the hell back! See who dares to move a muscle?" Li Feng raised his double-barreled shotgun, aiming it squarely at the gangsters who were already shifting restlessly. This time, facing the cold muzzle of the gun, a chill instantly spread from the soles of the thugs' feet. Almost simultaneously, the entire group froze in place, not daring to move a muscle. "Damn it, all of you, behave yourselves." Faced with this situation, Meng Fei couldn't stand by and watch any longer. He quickly led his men to disarm the thugs, then pushed them aside. He had no choice. If he didn't act now, once Wang the cripple was dealt with, Li Feng's next target might very well be him. Seeing Meng Fei's intervention, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. He understood their paralysis when faced with gun barrels, but if Meng Fei and his men remained spectators after the immediate danger had passed, Li Feng wouldn't be so forgiving. Gripping the double-barreled shotgun he'd seized, Li Feng slowly approached Wang the lame. He towered over him, his gaze cold and condescending. Wang the cripple, should I call you bold or foolish? Looking down at the middle-aged man lying on the ground, blood streaming from his head, Li Feng first gave a cold laugh, then said with a hint of mockery, "You didn't even take the safety off, and you thought you could scare me with that piece of junk? Ha, you've got some nerve." With that, he tossed the gun he was holding to Lu Xing beside him. Truthfully, when he first saw the man pull out the gun, Li Feng had been somewhat startled. After all, in the Eastern District, a nation with extremely strict gun control, it was safe to say that aside from desperate criminals, no one dared openly draw firearms in public. The proliferation of firearms was more prevalent among bandits outside the district. But then, seeing that the other guy hadn't even taken the safety off, he finally understood Wang the cripple's plan. So this was just a bluff to intimidate him? Even so, Li Feng dared not make a rash move, fearing he might accidentally provoke the other guy. Unexpectedly, Lu Xing was such a hothead he lunged without a word, forcing Li Feng to strike first. "What the hell do you want?" Seeing his little scheme exposed, Lame Wang felt a bit embarrassed. But then, his embarrassment turned to anger as he shouted at Li Feng. "What do you think I should do? Ha?" Hearing this, a cold smile slowly spread across Li Feng's lips. "Earlier, I gave you a choice. But you didn't know how to cherish it. Well, then you'll just have to get used to living in a wheelchair from now on." Taking a step forward, Li Feng fixed his gaze on the man's other, perfectly intact right leg. "You, what are you doing? No, I'll hand over this spot to you. I promise I won't bother you again. Just let me off this once." Perhaps sensing the sincerity in Li Feng's tone, Wang the lame began to panic, urgently pleading for mercy. He didn't doubt the truth in the youth's words. After all, it was this very man who had crippled his other leg. If he lost another leg, he'd be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Admit your mistakes and stand at attention when punished. How have you lived this long without grasping such basic principles? Li Feng shook his head, then let out a cruel laugh. Without another word, he stomped down hard on Wang the cripple's right leg. Ah! The sound of snapping bones and a blood-curdling scream instantly filled the entire arcade. That piercing, beast-like wail of agony sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Some of the more timid ones immediately averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. But this was precisely the effect Li Feng wanted. Otherwise, given his usual ruthless and decisive nature, why would he have wasted so many words on lame Wang? After all, reasoning with others often proved futile. Only when you demonstrate true ruthlessness will others respect you and fear you. From this moment on, this arcade is under my control, Li Feng's control. Who's in favor? Who opposes? His voice swept coldly over the crowd like a demon's whisper. Chapter 55, Meng Fei's Submission. As the thugs helped lame Wang out, the chaos in the arcade finally came to an end. Nevertheless, many gamblers around still wore excited expressions, whispering among themselves about the events that had just unfolded. After all, entertainment options were scarce in this small county town, and such a major spectacle was something many were eager to witness. No need to guess just looking at their eager expressions, it was clear that before long, today's events would spread like wildfire through word of mouth, quickly reaching every corner of the county. But Li Feng didn't seem to mind. In fact, he welcomed this kind of situation. Having just been reborn, he simply didn't have the energy to manage such a small operation. Li Feng believed that after this display of force, ordinary troublemakers wouldn't dare come here to cause trouble lightly. Moreover, this kind of incident would definitely be beneficial, not harmful, to his future plans of helping Meng Fei ascend to the position of the county's top dog. "Congratulations, young man." At that moment, the portly arcade owner approached with a broad smile, addressing Li Feng. "Going forward, I'll need your help keeping an eye on this place for me." He pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and passed them around. Though his face wore a cheerful smile, the terror within him was beyond words. After all, judging from these two confrontations, the youth before him wasn't just monstrously powerful, his audacity and ruthless tactics were equally staggering. Most crucially, how old could he possibly be? Judging by his appearance, he looked no older than 18 or 19. It was safe to say that based solely on the boy's earlier monstrous display, he was destined to become a major powerhouse in Xinjiang. So, with the situation beyond change, the arcade owner wisely came over to smooth things over first. "Ha, boss, you don't need to keep calling me young man. From now on, just call me Li Feng." Hearing this, Li Feng toyed with the cigarette in his hand, gave the man a half smile, and replied directly. While he didn't particularly care for such shrewd businessmen, he didn't harbor much dislike either. After all, they would need to cooperate in the future. "All right, Li." The portly middle-aged boss was about to seize the opportunity to add his name, but the silver-haired youth beside him shot him a glare that instantly silenced him. "Feng." Brother Feng. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the middle-aged, overweight boss ultimately didn't dare to call out the other's name. Instead, he stammered out a respectful title. After all, it wasn't just Li Feng who had shown earlier, even the handsome silver-haired youth beside him was more than enough to turn heads. To say nothing else, just that fearless, death-defying ferocity they displayed when facing the muzzle of a gun, how many people could pull that off? Seeing the arcade owner's wise retreat, Lu Xing nodded in satisfaction before flashing a toothy grin at Li Feng, who was watching him. Li Feng shook his head and smiled helplessly. That's just how this kid is. If you don't meet his standards, he'll be all prickly and defensive. But if you truly earn Lu Xing's respect or manage to win his allegiance, this kid would literally treat his own head like a stool for you to sit on. Take just now, for instance, when Wang the cripple had a gun pointed at Li Feng. Lu Xing's all-out, no-holds-barred attitude was plain for all to see. Alright, boss, this is Meng Fei. From now on, he'll be in charge of running this place. You'll be his point of contact. Li Feng didn't bother correcting the title, instead introducing the man beside him to the portly middle-aged boss. Alright, no problem. The portly middle-aged boss nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, then turned to Meng Fei with a smile. Brother Fei, right? Looking forward to working with you. He extended his hand toward the other man. Having experienced Lu Xing's death stare, he dared not take any more liberties. No need to be so formal, boss. We'll look out for each other. Meng Fei responded politely, shaking the man's hand. Although he had already learned that Li Feng intended for him to manage this establishment, the reality of the moment still stirred intense excitement within Meng Fei, causing a faint flush to appear on his cheeks. After dismissing the portly middle-aged boss, Li Feng finally turned to Lu Xing and extended his hand. What is it, Brother Feng? Seeing this, Lu Xing, who had been fondly stroking the double-barreled shotgun, froze in surprise. He looked at Li Feng, clearly confused. Hand it over. Li Feng tilted his head, signaling for the kid to hand over the shotgun. But, hearing this, Lu Xing's face immediately fell into a pout. But seeing Brother Feng's unquestionable expression, he reluctantly handed over the gun in his hands. It wasn't Lu Xing's fault he reacted this way. After all, what man doesn't love a hot weapon that levels the playing field? Seeing Lu Xing's expression, Li Feng couldn't help but curve his lips upward. There was no helping it, the kid's personality was just too reckless. If he really entrusted such a dangerous item to him, who knew what kind of incident he might cause that would shake the entire East District? Meng Fei, you'll hold on to this gun for now. Remember, don't touch it without my orders, got it? After snatching the gun from Lu Xing's hands, Li Feng shoved it straight into Meng Fei's grasp and sternly warned him. Yes, yes. Seeing this, Meng Fei froze for a moment before nodding immediately. Having been in the underworld for years, he understood Li Feng's meaning all too well. After all, in a federal district like East District where gun control was extremely strict, small-time shenanigans like theirs were tolerable. But if you dared to casually pull this thing out to show off, you wouldn't have enough heads to lose. Alright, this place is yours from now on. Satisfied with the other man's compliance, Li Feng nodded approvingly before continuing. For now, just keep a tight watch on the arcade. As for the various factions in Qingqing's underworld, send people out to gather intel. Oh, and if anything comes up you can't handle, don't hesitate to come find me at the second hospital anytime. Hearing the teenager's final words, Meng Fei's heart began to pound violently. It seemed the other party truly meant what he said. He genuinely intended to elevate him to the position of Qingqing's top dog. Just a few minutes ago, Meng Fei would have scoffed at such an idea. But now, having witnessed Li Feng's extraordinary audacity and ruthless methods, he genuinely began to believe it. With that thought, Meng Fei suppressed his inner excitement and nodded repeatedly. Alright, Feng. Brother Feng. Chapter 56, Running. Due to the earlier delay, it was already past 7 p.m. when Li Feng returned home. Even so, his parents were still sitting on the sofa watching TV, waiting for him to come home for dinner. His father, already famished, had some complaints about this, but those grumbles were quickly silenced by his mother's ear-twisting tactics, leaving him to shut up sheepishly. There was nothing to be done about it. The middle-aged couple had treated each other with mutual respect their entire lives. Even their occasional minor arguments were merely seasoning that added flavor to their otherwise uneventful existence. At the very least, ever since Li Feng could remember, he had never once seen his parents truly raise their voices over anything. After all, one was honest and straightforward, the other gentle as water. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to argue, it simply wouldn't happen. Soon, after the family of three finished their meal in a warm atmosphere, Li Feng returned to his room alone. Lighting a cigarette, he sat at his desk lost in thought for a long while before finally taking out the small note and carefully unfolding it. First, he circled Meng Fei's name with a ballpoint pen, then paused to think before adding a question mark after it. After completing these actions, the young man's gaze drifted back to the words written below, Hong Kong City High School. It seemed that if he wanted to retrace the steps of his past life, this place should be his second stop. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Feng found himself staring blankly out at the pitch-black night sky beyond the window, his gaze growing distant. The next morning, as the first faint glimmer of dawn began to spread across the sky, Li Feng opened his eyes from his slumber. After quietly dressing and washing up, he stepped outside and made his way to the ground floor of his dilapidated residential complex. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! The moment Li Feng appeared, the three teenagers who had been squatting on the stone steps smoking leapt to their feet and called out to him in unison. Yeah, I'm here. Li Feng nodded in response, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Lu Xing and the other two. In his mind, he expected to wait a while longer before his brothers finally showed up. Little did he expect that when it came to training, these three were even more passionate than he was. Damn it, if they could channel that same drive into their studies, forget about Tsinghua or Peking University, wouldn't any top-tier or second-tier universities in the country be theirs for the taking? At this thought, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Brother Feng, when do we start? I feel like I'm bursting with energy right now. Seeing Brother Feng hesitating, the usually impatient Lu Xing couldn't contain himself any longer and urged him on. Yeah, Brother Feng, let's get this show on the road. As soon as Lu Xing spoke, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong chimed in unison. No wonder after witnessing Brother Feng's sharp, dashing moves, few teenagers could resist such a huge temptation. That was precisely why the three of them had been waiting here since before dawn. Damn it, they weren't expecting to match Brother Feng's skill level. But if they could just learn a tenth of it, that'd be more than enough to show off in front of girls and act like big shots. Alright, let's go. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled inwardly. He flexed his wrists and ankles, then led the way out of the residential complex, jogging toward the street. You guys, regulate your breathing. Try not to exhale through your mouths. Take it slow and steady, and remember to match my pace. Even while running, Li Feng didn't forget to give the three a reminder. Hey, what's so hard about this? It's just running. Brother Feng, you know what my nickname was back at Second Hospital? Lightning legs, got it? However, upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing merely chuckled dismissively. His stride quickened, and in a flash, he shot ahead to the front of the group. Yeah, Brother Feng, teach us something challenging. Running is way too basic. Back in school, I was the top long-distance runner in our entire school. Seeing this, Kong Lu immediately chimed in. Su Yanhong, bringing up the rear, didn't say much, but the look on his face clearly showed he agreed wholeheartedly with the others. Ha! Seeing the displeased looks on Lu Xing and the others' faces, Li Feng merely smiled without saying much. He understood their feelings all too well. But how to put it? Martial arts training itself couldn't be rushed. Put simply, without the foundation of strength, stamina, or speed, even if Li Feng taught the brothers some combat techniques, it would amount to nothing more than empty form. After all, sayings like train in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer weren't just empty words. To be blunt, if you were truly dull-witted, even years of training wouldn't make much of a difference. Right now, Li Feng's situation is pretty much the same. Maybe because he just reincarnated, his physical condition is completely out of sync with his fighting skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled so much when dealing with Meng Fei's gang yesterday. It could be said that if Li Feng's strength were just a bit stronger, facing ordinary people who hadn't specifically trained in taking blows, he could absolutely knock them out one by one with a single punch, sending them straight to sleep. Not long after. Soon, after about 10 minutes had passed, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle slightly as he looked at the three pale-faced teenagers lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Aren't you the speed demons? The top long-distance runners in school? What happened to all your swagger now? Seeing this, Li Feng slowly halted his stride, exhaled a breath of stale air, and chuckled at them with a hint of mockery. No more running. Damn it, I feel like I'm about to pass out. At this moment, Lu Xing didn't even have the energy to look embarrassed. He lay on the ground, completely drained, gasping for breath as he spoke. As for Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, they didn't even want to utter a word. They just stared up at the sky with utterly hopeless expressions, wondering why the hell they'd given up a perfectly good lazy morning in bed to come here and torture themselves with martial arts training? Wasn't that just pointless, wasting our time here? Chapter 57, Training. Alright. Get up, all of you. Li Feng didn't let them stay lying on the ground. Instead, he kicked each of them once, sending all three flying to their feet. After all, sitting or lying down immediately after intense physical exertion was dangerous. Poor blood circulation could lead to oxygen deprivation or even shock. Perhaps sensing Brother Feng's firm resolve, the trio dared not protest further, slowly rising to their feet. Stop spacing out. Warm up first. Seeing them drenched in sweat and pale-faced, Li Feng knew they were nearing their limits. He abandoned any thoughts of continuing the run. After all, he understood the principle that too much of a good thing can be harmful. After all, physical training couldn't be rushed. What mattered most was consistent, persistent practice. Brother Feng, when are you going to teach us those fighting techniques? After mimicking Li Feng's movements to stretch his body, Lu Xing regained some strength. Grinning, he sidled up to ask. Hearing his question, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong beside him couldn't help but glance over with sparkling eyes. Their look of intense anticipation was enough to make even the softest-hearted person feel awkward refusing their request. No wonder they'd dragged themselves down to Li Feng's building before dawn. They were dying to learn a few moves. Otherwise, who the hell would be so masochistic as to skip a lazy morning nap and come huffing and puffing for exercise? What? You want to learn? Hearing this, Li Feng gave them a half smile. Hell yeah. At Li Feng's question, Lu Xing and the others nodded their heads like chicks pecking at grain. Fine, but I have one condition. Li Feng said with a smile. What's the condition, brother Feng? Just say it. Though puzzled, Lu Xing patted his chest confidently. Simple. If you guys can do 40 push-ups in a row without stopping, I'll teach you. How about it? Li Feng didn't make things difficult for them, he just laid out his demand straight away. That's it? Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others gaped in surprise. They'd expected brother Feng to demand something grueling, but it turned out to be just a few simple push-ups. What's the matter? Having trouble? Li Feng looked at them with a hint of confusion. Hey, it's just 40 push-ups, right? Come on, Feng, forget about 40. How about this, I'll add 10 more for you. 50 push-ups, no problem. Lu Xing immediately offered up this boastful suggestion. As for Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, both wore expressions brimming with confidence. Oh? Is that so? Seeing the expressions on all three faces, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Feng's eyes. He raised an eyebrow and said, alright, let the show begin. After a while, watching them sprawled on the ground, some with arms not fully lowered, others frantically thrusting their hips performing push-ups that resembled the earth-penetrating technique, Li Feng found himself speechless. Damn it! Seeing Lu Xing and the others brimming with confidence earlier, Li Feng had almost thought he'd underestimated them. Turns out, this is what they meant by no big deal? Alright. Stop making fools of yourselves here. After a long moment of silence, Li Feng finally interrupted their performance with a mix of laughter and exasperation. If this was the level of push-ups they were capable of, then forget 40, even 100 reps each wouldn't be a problem. What's up? Brother Feng, is something wrong? Hearing this, Lu Xing stood up from the ground without breaking a sweat, then looked at Li Feng with curiosity. Yeah, brother Feng, you're not going back on your word, are you? Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, standing nearby, also rose with puzzled expressions, muttering under their breath. Back out my ass. Hearing this, Li Feng snapped back irritably, then looked at the three of them helplessly. Is this how you do push-ups? Damn it! What else are we supposed to do? Lu Xing immediately retorted, sounding a bit defiant. After all, hadn't everyone done it this way during PE class back in school? Alright, watch closely now. Seeing the kid's smug expression, Li Feng couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply placed his hands on the ground and demonstrated the proper form for the three of them. Alright, point your fingertips forward, spread your palms shoulder-width apart. Keep your head, waist, and hips aligned in a straight horizontal line. Then lower yourself using your arms, keeping your elbows tucked tightly against your ribs, forming a 90-degree angle. As he spoke, Li Feng swiftly performed several perfect push-ups in a row. Only after Lu Xing and the other two had fully grasped the technique did he rise from the floor. No way, brother Feng. It's just a push-up, why so many requirements? Seeing this, Lu Xing immediately looked at Li Feng with suspicion. He suspected brother Feng might be pulling their leg, but he had no proof. Of course. Or are you guys going to do that sun-worshipping technique instead? If that counts as a push-up, then old Huang downstairs in my building could do hundreds in a minute, right? Li Feng rolled his eyes as he spoke. Old Huang? Who's that? Is he that good? Hearing this, Su Yanhong, who was a bit slow on the uptake, asked in confusion. The big yellow dog Mr. Zhang keeps in the neighborhood. Whenever it spots a female dog, it chases after her just like you do push-ups, except it's way faster than you. Li Feng said with a hint of exasperation. Ha ha ha. Lu Xing and Kong Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. The vivid imagery made it even funnier. Su Yanhong, upon hearing this, immediately scratched his head awkwardly. But then, as if something occurred to him, he grinned and started chuckling foolishly. Alright, stop grinning like idiots. Are you guys actually going to do this or not? Seeing this, Li Feng gave a slightly helpless smile before addressing them. Do it! Do it! Do it! Having failed to learn what they wanted, how could Lu Xing and the others just give up? They bent over again and began practicing according to the standard Feng had just described. At first, the three teenagers didn't feel much. But after doing 10 or so repetitions, they all started to turn red in the face and strain their necks. Needless to say, the results were dismal. Lu Xing pushed himself to the absolute limit, barely managing 25 repetitions before collapsing exhausted onto the floor. As for Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, they fared similarly, managing only around 20 repetitions each. Bro Feng, you're being way too harsh. Who the hell could possibly do 40 reps with your standards? After lying flat for a while, Lu Xing slowly sat down on the ground, panting heavily as he spoke. Now, watch closely. Hearing this, Li Feng didn't bother arguing. Instead, he bent down and started doing them rapidly, one after another. Unlike Lu Xing and the others before him, Li Feng's arms moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he'd already done over 30. But then, his pace gradually slowed. There was no helping it. Having just been reborn, the physical strength of this body was far inferior to what it had been in his previous life. Even so, fueled by sheer determination, he pushed through to about 50 reps. Only when he felt his body reach its limit did he slowly rise from the floor. Chapter 58, Twisting Bottle Caps? Brother Feng, your little maid is waiting for you again. Outside the Special Forces Academy gates, Lu Xing nudged Li Feng with his elbow, grinning and winking. At the kid's words, Conlo and Su Yanhong immediately broke into wide grins. That's just how youth is even if you're not dating yourself, seeing classmates or friends flirting with girls is endlessly entertaining. Just eat your breakfast in peace, you're such a chatterbox. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Then, Li Feng glanced at the frail girl not far away, holding her breakfast and keeping her head down the entire time. He couldn't help but recall what Lu Xing had said. It did seem like she was acting a bit like a little maid. At that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Truth be told, Li Feng didn't harbor any ulterior motives toward the girl before him. After all, if it was just about bringing breakfast and getting meals every day, he wasn't exactly helpless. To put it plainly, he just wanted to help her out more. How much did you find today? After walking over and stopping beside her, Li Feng looked at her with a hint of amusement. Ah! Startled by the sudden voice, the already timid girl flinched violently, nearly dropping the breakfast she held in her hands. But when she recognized the speaker as Li Feng, Chenya breathed a slight sigh of relief before shaking her head and whispering, I didn't find any money. If you didn't find any money, then why are you walking around with your head down all day? What, counting ants? Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. Only then did the girl grasp the implication behind his words, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Honestly, if she hadn't felt at least a little intimidated by Li Feng, she might have bolted on the spot. Alright, hand over my breakfast. After several interactions, Li Feng had gained some understanding of her personality. He didn't tease her further but simply held out his hand. Oh. Hearing this, Chen Yao seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly handed over the breakfast she was holding. As this scene unfolded, the bustling crowd at the school gate seemed to fall silent for a moment. Nearly every passing student's eyes flickered slightly. They exchanged meaningful glances, first at Li Feng, then at Chen Yao standing opposite him. It couldn't be helped. The reason everyone was paying so much attention to this corner was entirely because Li Feng had become too famous at second high school these past few days. First, he'd single-handedly taken on a dozen thugs at the school gate with overwhelming strength. Then, he'd subdued the arrogant school bully, Lu Xing. Even if you took just one of those incidents out of context, it was enough to send shockwaves through the entire student body. So when such a school celebrity appeared, who could resist glancing their way a few extra times? Li Feng, of course, paid little attention to the stares. But it made things awkward for Chen Yao beside him. Even setting aside her naturally timid nature, the mere act of delivering breakfast to a boy at the school gate was enough to make any sensitive girl fear misunderstandings. After all, gossip during school days could truly be deadly. At this thought, the girl could no longer bear to stay. The moment Li Feng took the breakfast, she turned and started running toward the school entrance. Hey, where are you going? Come here. But before Chen Yao could take a step, Li Feng called her back. Hearing this, the girl reluctantly turned back, her expression filled with hurt confusion, unsure why Li Feng had called her back again. Here, help me unscrew this. Li Feng beckoned to her, then pulled a bottle of milk from his bag without a hint of embarrassment. Seeing this scene, not only Chen Yao but even some passing students couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in confusion. What the hell is going on here? Shouldn't the guy be unscrewing the cap of the girl? Why is it the other way around now? What are you standing there for? Hurry up! Perhaps seeing her standing there dumbstruck, Li Feng grew impatient and urged her on. There was no helping it. He pushed himself way too hard during this morning's training, leaving him aching all over. So forget about twisting bottle caps. He barely made it to school, grinding through the walk with sheer willpower. Oh, okay. Startled by Li Feng's sharp tone, Chen Yao nodded frantically like a frightened rabbit. She grabbed the milk bottle, twisted off the cap, and handed it back to him with trembling hands. After waiting 2 seconds, seeing no further demands from this troublemaker, she cautiously glanced at him before scurrying away like she was escaping. Haha, brother Feng, you're something else. Once the girl's figure vanished completely into the crowded stream of students, Lu Xing finally grinned lewdly as he leaned over, giving Li Feng a thumbs up. Yeah, brother Feng, you're a real role model for men. Hearing this, Kan Lu and Su Yanhong also gathered around, their faces filled with admiration. What could they say? That scene had been utterly mind-blowing. Forget everything else. How many people had ever seen a girl twist open a bottle cap for a guy? Faced with their misunderstanding, Li Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. He downed the milk in one gulp and led the way into the school grounds. However, as Li Feng and his friends merged into the stream of students, he failed to notice 2 familiar figures silently watching him from a short distance behind. Ting, see? I told you to be more proactive, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, got caught off guard. After Li Feng walked away, Zhang Qian turned to her best friend with a look of exasperation. What do you mean stolen home? That sounds awful. I don't even have a relationship with him. Hearing this, the prized beauty of the second college flushed slightly, her words tinged with unease. Yeah, no big deal. Hearing this, Zhang Qian rolled her eyes. You're just stubborn as a mule. What did you say? Perhaps because the last part was spoken softly, Lu Ting hadn't heard clearly, prompting her curious question. I said, you're our class monitor, aren't you? And now, during this critical period right before the written exams, some classmates aren't studying properly and even show signs of early romance. Both in reason and in principle, shouldn't you be the one to handle this properly? As if struck by an idea, Zhang Qian's eyes darted around before she spoke with a sly grin. Well. Hearing Zhang Qian speak like this, Lu Ting felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. What? Am I not right? Seeing this, Zhang Qian pressed further. I understand. I'll talk to Li Feng about it later. Perhaps it was her sense of duty as a class officer, or perhaps it was some other psychological state that even Lu Ting couldn't quite grasp. In any case, after furrowing her brow in thought, she finally nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Zhang Qian's lips curved into a faint smile, as if her scheme had succeeded. Yet immediately afterward, she couldn't help but sigh silently to herself. How to put it? As a best friend, she was actually quite high in both academic performance and intelligence. But when it came to matters of the heart, Lu Ting was astonishingly clueless. After all, when she saw that girl handing over breakfast and unscrewing Li Feng's bottle cap earlier, Zhang Qian had clearly observed the complex expression in Lu Ting's eyes. Though it was possible even Lu Ting herself hadn't realized it. Chapter 59, Performing a Skit? His entire body aching from muscle soreness, Li Feng didn't even glance at Li Hong and Wang Hai in the back row when he entered the classroom. He plopped straight down into his own seat. Witnessing this unusual scene, the students in the classroom couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, they had grown accustomed to Li Feng occasionally slapping Li Hong and the others across the face. This sudden break in the pattern felt rather jarring at first. It wasn't just the others who were puzzled, even Li Hong and Wang Hai, who had braced themselves for a beating, were confused. But then, seeing that Li Feng, now seated at his desk, showed no intention of striking again, both Li Hong and Wang Hai couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. And deep down, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of gratitude toward Li Feng. Human nature is indeed fickle, perhaps that's exactly what this meant. After all, some people might not feel grateful even if someone does 100 good deeds for them, taking it all for granted. But if a bully who constantly picked on you suddenly stopped beating you up one day, you might actually feel a tinge of relief and even express gratitude for their magnanimity. Make no mistake, this is raw human nature, and Stockholm Syndrome is a prime example. Li Ming, sitting next to him, was actually curious about Li Feng's sudden change in behavior. But seeing him slumped over his desk, looking utterly listless, he didn't dare disturb him. Thus, the class once again showed signs of polarizing into two distinct groups. Students aiming for top universities focused intently on their textbooks or buried themselves in endless practice problems. Meanwhile, those who felt hopeless about the college entrance exam drifted aimlessly, glancing around restlessly. The classroom felt like a cage, completely isolating them from the vibrant world outside. Class, please settle down. I have an announcement. Amidst the class's peculiar yet strangely harmonious atmosphere, Lu Ting entered the room, placed her backpack on her desk, then sauntered gracefully to the front to address the class. Swish! At her words, the classroom instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to the graceful figure at the front of the room. Li Feng, who had been resting his head on his desk to catch some sleep and recharge, tilted his head curiously. He wondered why this girl had suddenly taken the podium to speak. Perhaps it was from being a class officer for so long, but even under the gaze of the entire class, Lu Ting on the podium remained unfazed, her voice crisp and clear. Since next month is graduation season for the Special Forces Academy, the school leadership has decided to hold a graduation ceremony on the playground this Saturday afternoon. Each class has been assigned 4 to 5 performance slots. Does anyone in our class want to sign up? As she finished speaking, her clear, exquisite eyes slowly scanned the entire classroom. Upon hearing Lu Ting's words, the students in the classroom erupted into a buzz of commotion. Up until now, everyone had assumed they still had plenty of time left at the academy. But now, with Lu Ting's reminder, they suddenly realized. Next month was their graduation season. In that instant, the toil and effort of recent months surged through their hearts, especially the sorrow of impending separation, instantly drowning out any excitement they had felt at the mention of the graduation ceremony. Yet, while every student in the classroom was experiencing complex emotions, Li Feng alone remained detached, observing the scene with a detached gaze. Unlike the others, having been reborn, he felt little emotional resonance with such fleeting reunions and farewells. Truthfully, if time permitted, Li Feng would have pressed fast forward long ago to seek out his lost memories in Hong Kong. Perhaps it was his sense of alienation that made Lu Ting, standing at the lectern, immediately notice his distinctiveness. Their eyes met, and the young girl walked straight toward him. Seeing Lu Ting like this, a bad feeling instantly washed over Li Feng. But before he could lie back down to sleep, a refreshing jasmine scent drifted softly from beside him. Li Feng, would you like to sign up? Her beautiful eyes fixed quietly on Li Feng as she asked. With Lu Ting's sudden action, the attention of everyone in the classroom who had been somewhat immersed in melancholy emotions instantly shifted toward them. It couldn't be helped, Li Feng had been the talk of the town these past few days. Now, anything involving him instantly became the center of attention. Not interested. Without hesitation, Li Feng refused outright. Forget the graduation ceremony. If he could, he wouldn't even want to come to school. If not for fear of worrying his parents back home, he probably would have done just that. After all, third-rate institutions like City High were places you could get into with a little money, even without taking the college entrance exam. There was no point wasting time at this second-rate college. Why not? I thought you played guitar. Hearing Li Feng's refusal, Lu Ting didn't seem discouraged. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, curiosity in her eyes as she asked him, "How did you know?" At her words, Li Feng froze, then looked at the girl in confusion. When he was younger, he had indeed picked up the guitar for a while out of interest, but Li Feng also vaguely remembered never having shown it off to anyone else. Perhaps it was because he'd been bullied so badly in school that he'd developed self-doubt and self-destructive tendencies. Since then, he'd never touched that long-forgotten guitar again. As proof, the instrument was still gathering dust in his room. It was listed under hobbies when you filled out your application form. Lu Ting blurted out without hesitation. After all, in their post-apocalyptic world, guys who could play guitar were still quite rare. So when she'd helped their homeroom teacher organize paperwork before, Lu Ting had deliberately noted this detail. Oh. After hearing the explanation, Li Feng nodded non-committally. After all, having lived 2 lifetimes, he felt like many things both past and future were just a muddled mess. Li Feng, are you joining? How about I sign you up right now? Seeing the boy's expression, Lu Ting assumed that learning his secret had made him willing to join. She asked again, her face full of anticipation. No, I won't. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately shook his head, rejecting the offer coldly and ruthlessly. Chapter 60, The Benefits Li Feng Demanded. Why not? After hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Ting asked in confusion. Perhaps in her mind, possessing such talent meant he should seize the chance to showcase himself on stage. Why, then, would Li Feng refuse without a second thought when faced with such a golden opportunity? There's nothing in it for me. Why should I go through all that trouble just to get up on stage? Li Feng smiled indifferently at her words. But participating in the performance would bring honor to the class and let you showcase yourself. Isn't that enough? Why would you need any extra benefits? Hearing such a pragmatic response, the girl immediately disagreed and argued back. I'm not doing anything that doesn't benefit me. With differing views, Li Feng couldn't be bothered to argue. He waved his hand impatiently. All right. You go do your thing. I'm going to sleep. You. Perhaps stung by Li Feng's attitude, Lu Ting felt an inexplicable pang of sadness well up inside her eyes even turning slightly red. From childhood onward, the young woman had always been proud. Her family, needless to say, treated her like a precious treasure held in the palm of their hands for fear of dropping her, cherished as if she might melt away if not constantly nurtured. At school, her striking looks and outstanding grades made her the center of attention wherever she went, the object of admiration and pursuit. It could be said that if she ever asked for something, many of her male peers would bend over backwards to fulfill her wishes without question. Except for this one boy. He seemed like he had a split personality. Sometimes he was incredibly gentle and caring toward her, but other times he was distant and aloof, making it incredibly hard to get close to him. So tell me, what exactly do you want in return for going on stage? Watching the boy slumped over his desk, completely ignoring her, Lu Ting couldn't hold back her competitive spirit any longer. She confronted him directly. Ha! Hearing this, Li Feng lifted his head in surprise, looking at the girl before him with confusion. He assumed his words would surely deter her, but unexpectedly, she seemed genuinely willing to offer him something in return. Miss Lu, there are plenty of people in this class. Why not just pick a few to perform? Why are you fixated on me? After locking eyes for a moment, perhaps sensing the earnestness in Lu Ting's gaze, Li Feng sighed helplessly. Truthfully, he really wasn't interested in these kinds of spotlight-stealing activities. No, it has to be you. Her competitive spirit had been thoroughly ignited. Without a second thought, she shook her head stubbornly, her tone tinged with pride. Are you sure? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning slightly strange as he looked at her. Yes, I'm sure. The girl nodded without hesitation. All right then. I won't stop you from going up on stage unless you agree to one condition. Perhaps provoked by the girl's stubborn pride, Li Feng first studied her with a hint of amusement before replying with a smile. What kind of request? Under Li Feng's unabashed stare, Lu Ting sensed something was off, yet her pride refused to let her concede defeat. She lifted her sharp, snow-white chin defiantly and demanded. Be my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, the young man replied with a playful expression. Boom! The moment Li Feng uttered those words, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a roar of commotion. After all, in the monotonous grind of school life, a bit of excitement like this was something many were more than happy to witness. Of course, amidst the students' cheers, several angry glances from those harboring unrequited crushes were also mixed in. But Li Feng paid no heed to any of this, his smile fixed firmly on the stunningly beautiful girl before him. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said they'd be your girlfriend? You scoundrel! In an instant, the girl's delicate, pretty face flushed bright red. The look she shot at Li Feng carried a hint of angry embarrassment. Yet this coy mix of blushing and anger did nothing to diminish her beauty. If anything, it made her even more captivating. Hey, how am I being a scoundrel? Despite the rebuke, Li Feng showed no trace of anger. Instead, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. I'm just stating my request. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you, right? At the end, Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, emphasizing his innocence. Agree to him. Before Lu Ting could speak, someone in the classroom started chanting, and soon cries of agree to it echoed throughout the entire room. Truth be told, Li Feng wasn't bad looking at all. With his clean-cut, handsome features, he gave off an approachable, easygoing vibe that put people at ease. If not for his previously timid personality, his looks alone would have easily attracted the attention and affection of many girls. Especially with his recent transformation. It had given him a bold, confident aura that radiated from his very brow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received so many love letters these past couple of days. If any other girl were in this situation, she'd probably have hung her head in embarrassment and fled long ago. But Lu Ting was different. She'd always been fiercely proud and unyielding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stepped up every single time to defend classmates facing injustice. So now, even though Lu Ting felt embarrassment bordering on social death, she didn't choose to flee. Instead, she forced herself to stay calm and swept her beautiful eyes fiercely around the crowd. Perhaps it was her long-established authority. In any case, the students who had been jeering relentlessly all fell silent the moment they met her stern gaze. This left Li Feng inwardly impressed. At the same time, however, his desire to tease her grew even stronger. After all, this girl before him, already possessing the beginnings of breathtaking beauty, was someone he, Li Feng, had secretly admired for years. At this thought, a mischievous glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He gave Lu Ting a cheeky wink and grinned. So, class monitor Lu, have you made up your mind? If you agree, I'll sign up for the graduation ceremony performance right now. What do you say? Chapter 61, agreed. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Ting was utterly at a loss for how to respond. She truly hadn't expected him to make such a request. If it's too much trouble, then forget it. Honestly, I'm not one to force people. Seeing her reaction, Li Feng's lips curved into a playful smile. He shrugged and lay back down, ready to sleep. Who said I wouldn't agree? Whether it was the bait working or some other reason, seeing the teenager's utterly unconcerned expression suddenly ignited an inexplicable fire within her. With stubborn defiance, she declared. Whoosh! The moment the girl uttered those words, the entire classroom erupted. Shock and disbelief replaced the expressions in nearly every student's eyes. Lu Ting, the school beauty of the Special Forces Academy, had actually agreed to Li Feng's request so easily? No way, class monitor Lu, you're serious? It wasn't just the other students in the class, even Li Feng himself was momentarily stunned upon hearing her words. He hadn't expected that his offhand jest would actually be met with a genuine agreement. No. Seeing her words misunderstood, the exquisite beauty of Lu Ting's face flushed crimson. She hastily clarified, what I meant was, if you could actually get up on stage and perform, then maybe after the martial arts and academic exams, I'd consider giving you a chance to pursue me. Her voice grew quieter as she spoke, her entire demeanor becoming flustered. After all, when had she ever spoken such words to any other boy? Since entering the academy, suitors had swarmed her like fish crossing the river. Yet not a single one had ever earned a single word of encouragement from Lu Ting. Phew! As Lu Ting uttered those words, many boys felt an immediate wave of relief wash over them. What they never considered, however, was that even though Lu Ting hadn't explicitly agreed to Li Feng's request, her ambiguous words were already a clear signal of her interest. But Li Feng was as thick as a plank. Upon hearing her words, he shook his head in feigned disappointment. Is that all? Then forget it. It's pointless. I don't want to participate. After speaking, he ignored Lu Ting's slightly reddened eyes and immediately slumped back onto the desk, continuing to look utterly disinterested. You! Hearing this, the girl's heart instantly filled with a bitter mix of hurt and embarrassment. For a moment, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. She hadn't expected that even after making such a huge concession, she'd still be so bluntly rejected by the boy in front of her. Seeing the prized flower of the Special Forces Academy reduced to this state, the other classmates in the class couldn't help but feel indignant. Honestly, if it weren't for Li Feng's overwhelming combat prowess, some knight in shining armor would have already stepped in to confront him. Ting. Zhang Qian, noticing her best friend's distress, rushed over and took Lu Ting's hand in a comforting gesture. Li Feng, just agree to go with Ting. It's just a performance for the show. It won't really take up much of your time. Zhang Qian smiled at Lu Ting first, then turned her beautiful eyes toward Li Feng, who was slumped over the desk, and gently persuaded him. She knew her best friend had had it too easy over the years, which had made her fiercely competitive. There are so many people in this class, why did they single me out? What, because I'm handsome? Hearing this, Li Feng felt a bit helpless. He lifted his head and looked at Zhang Qian before him. Honestly, having been reborn, he was now focused entirely on strengthening himself and expanding his influence. Who had time for some stupid talent show? That was pure nonsense. Unexpectedly, the moment Li Feng uttered those self-admiring words, the pretty girl before him flushed slightly. As for Lu Ting, who was still sulking nearby, she turned her head away in a huff upon hearing this, clearly unwilling to deal with Li Feng, who was impossible to please. Just a few days ago, Zhang Qian had claimed he secretly harbored feelings for her. Looking back at Li Feng's attitude now, there wasn't a shred of affection to be found. Fine, I'll agree. But let's be clear, I don't have time for rehearsals or anything like that. If it doesn't work out, you'll just have to find someone else. Perhaps annoyed by the interruption, or maybe moved by Lu Ting's forced composure as she fought back tears, a flicker of pity stirred in Li Feng's heart. After a long silence, Li Feng waved his hand helplessly. Sigh. There was no helping it. After all, this was someone he'd loved for so long in his youth. So even though Li Feng's personality had changed drastically from his former weakness to his current ruthlessness, but in the end, he still couldn't bring himself to truly refuse her one small request. Really? Hearing Li Feng's answer, Zhang Qian's eyes lit up instantly and her whole body brimmed with delight. Like Lu Ting, she was also quite curious to see what Li Feng looked like when he played the guitar. What else? You two have been standing here forever and I can't even sleep. Li Feng shook his head helplessly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Though his mindset had matured considerably, he simply couldn't muster any anger when faced with the cheerful banter of such a young, pretty girl. Alright, Ting, don't be upset. Look, Li Feng has already agreed. Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang Qian pursed her lips and let out a soft chuckle before gently shaking Lu Ting's slender hand beside her. Oomph. Hearing this, Lu Ting remained silent, merely letting out a proud little snort before pulling her best friend's hand and walking away. However, the faint upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner delight. Brother Feng, you're really going up on stage to perform? After the two beauties departed, Li Ming, who shared a desk with them, finally approached and looked at Li Feng with surprise. He hadn't expected Li Feng to actually agree to something like this. After all, judging by his usual temperament, he should have been highly resistant to such attention-seeking situations. But then, recalling the recent changes in his deskmate, Li Ming quickly realized it wasn't so unbelievable after all. Seeing the kid feigning ignorance, Li Feng couldn't be bothered to answer. He slumped back onto his desk, listless, ready to catch up on sleep. Truthfully, at first, he genuinely resisted such meaningless nonsense. But after Lu Ting and Zhang Qian persuaded him, Li Feng had grown indifferent to it. He figured he might as well fulfill some of the dreams of that timid, cowardly Li Feng from his past life. After all, who in their youth didn't yearn to stand under the spotlight, to be the center of attention among their peers? Yet such aspirations were always fulfilled only by a select few standout figures. As for the old Li Feng, he was forever destined to be nothing more than a background figure. Now that he possessed the ability, why shouldn't he make amends for those regrets? Chapter 62, Martial Arts Class. Brother Feng, wake up. As Li Feng drifted between sleep and wakefulness, his desk mate Li Ming tapped him awake. What's up? Did you eat lunch? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Li Feng lifted his head from the desk in a daze, then immediately stood up and headed toward the cafeteria. Seeing this, the circle of students around them couldn't help but chuckle softly. Clearly, Li Feng's actions had amused them. But while they laughed, they all turned their faces away, not daring to let Li Feng see. After all, Li Feng wasn't the same person anymore. Haven't you seen what happened to those troublemakers Li Hong and Wan Hai? Hey, wait, Brother Feng, it's not lunchtime yet. Li Ming couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, so he hurriedly called out to Li Feng. Why call me if you haven't eaten? Hearing this, Li Feng's brows furrowed involuntarily. While he did have some affection for his deskmate, if the guy woke him up for no good reason, Li Feng definitely had a case of morning grouchiness. Feng. Brother Feng, the martial arts class has started. Seeing the faint anger in Li Feng's expression, Li Ming stammered out an explanation. Martial combat class? Hearing this, Li Feng froze in surprise. Yeah, don't believe me? Look. Li Ming hastily pointed to the classmates around them, all pulling martial arts uniforms from their desks, and said to Li Feng. Seeing this, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Li Feng's eyes before he suddenly seemed to recall something. Perhaps because he had only recently returned to this world, he had completely forgotten about such things. Due to the chaotic post-apocalyptic order, various factions and bandits ran rampant outside the district. Consequently, their special academy now offered martial arts courses. However, being an intermediate academy, the current martial arts classes didn't teach students overly advanced combat techniques. At best, they covered some basic movements. Frankly, it was much like the physical education classes before the apocalypse. The difference was that in today's North Asia district, greater emphasis was placed on students' self-defense capabilities and survival skills should they ever accidentally stray outside the zone. Brother Feng, didn't you bring your martial arts uniform? Seeing Li Feng standing motionless, Li Ming couldn't help but ask curiously. No. After snapping out of it, Li Feng shook his head flatly. Forget the martial arts uniform, truth be told, if Li Ming hadn't reminded him, Li Feng would have almost forgotten this class even existed. Ah. Hearing this, Li Ming's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he stared at Li Feng. After all, their martial arts instructor was notoriously hot-tempered. If Li Feng showed up to training without his uniform, he might very well face punishment. Brother Feng, how about you wear mine? After hesitating for a moment, Li Ming offered his uniform to Li Feng in a somewhat ingratiating manner. After all, judging by Li Feng's current imposing aura, he might need to ask for favors from him someday. And considering it was just a minor punishment, Li Ming thought it was a pretty good deal. Then what will you wear? Hearing this, Li Feng shot him a half-smile, half-sneer. I'm fine. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming steeled himself to speak. Forget it. I'm not really into wearing other people's clothes. Seeing this, Li Feng waved his hand with a smile, declining the offer. Having lived another life, many things no longer mattered to him. He was merely an instructor for a martial arts class, something Li Feng didn't take seriously at all. Perhaps sensing Li Feng's serious expression, Li Ming wisely chose not to press the issue. After exchanging a brief greeting, he dashed out of the classroom to change clothes. On the main training ground of the Special Forces Academy, each third-year class occupied a designated area. At the front of each class stood a young man with a yellow belt tied around his waist. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. These represented the unified martial arts rankings across all regions. However, unlike the fantastical martial arts realms depicted in novels capable of moving mountains and filling seas, these current ranks merely signified an individual's combat prowess and held no greater significance. Li Feng, where's your martial arts uniform? At the front of Class 2's formation, the young man suddenly bellowed, then pointed directly at Li Feng within the ranks. It was impossible not to notice him. Amidst a sea of white martial arts uniforms, Li Feng's light blue school uniform stood out like a sore thumb. It was practically impossible not to notice him. Upon hearing the shout, the students in the formation dared not turn their heads directly, but after the martial arts instructor's rebuke, all eyes silently darted toward this oddity in the crowd. Especially Li Hong and Wang Hai, who had long harbored resentment toward Li Feng. Both wore subtle expressions of schadenfreude. At this point, they'd given up any hope of actually getting revenge on Li Feng. Just seeing him humiliated was enough to make them feel incredibly satisfied. I didn't bring it. When the instructor asked, Li Feng answered promptly and directly. Why not? The young instructor clearly took offense at Li Feng's answer, his expression darkening noticeably. I forgot. Hearing this, Li Feng remained utterly unfazed, his tone as calm as ever, seemingly oblivious to the anger laced in the instructor's voice. Very good. Finally, the young instructor was thoroughly enraged by Li Feng's utterly indifferent demeanor. He gave a cold laugh and nodded, then narrowed his eyes slightly before barking in order. Li Feng, get up here and speak to me now. He couldn't fathom how the timid youth who once cowered before him now dared to speak to him this way. What? Was this a direct challenge to his authority as a martial arts instructor? Sorry, I really don't know how to crawl. Why don't you show me? Hearing the martial arts instructor's words, a cold glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He casually stepped forward a few paces, directly confronting the man. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, the entire Class 2 erupted in an uproar. No one had expected Li Feng to be so bold. It seemed he was no longer content with just picking on Li Hong and Wang Hai. Now, he didn't even hold the martial arts instructor in the slightest regard. Was this really the same Li Feng who never fought back or retaliated when insulted? Was he possessed by some demonic entity? Damn it! Chapter 63, Assaulting the Instructor. Truth be told, even though Li Feng's personality had changed drastically, he wasn't the type to be completely unreasonable. He genuinely respected most teachers. But this so-called martial arts instructor before him? His character was simply too despicable. In Li Feng's hazy memories, this scumbag not only took liberties with female students during martial arts training but also took pleasure in bullying the male students. The old Li Feng, being timid by nature, had suffered countless unjust beatings at his hands. What was even more despicable was that the instructor would periodically arrange sparring sessions between him and Li Hong. Needless to say, facing Li Hong, a figure who had been a nightmare during his youth, Li Feng dared not fight back. He was invariably humiliated in front of the entire class. In short, among all the bullies Li Feng had endured, this martial arts instructor was undoubtedly one who had actively enabled the abuse. At this thought, Li Feng's gaze toward the man grew even colder. What did you say? Probably sensing his authority being challenged, the martial arts instructor instantly flared up with rage, his gaze turning hostile as he fixed it on Li Feng. With classes only held once a week, the instructor naturally hadn't witnessed Li Feng's recent transformation. All he knew now was that this once timid student had the audacity to defy and resist him. I said, you idiot, show me how to roll. I honestly don't know how to do it. The youth stood casually in the early summer sunlight, his tone calm yet utterly arrogant. Boom! This time, not only the classmates in the classroom, but even the martial arts instructor felt his head buzzing after clearly hearing Li Feng's words. No one expected Li Feng to actually dare to openly insult the other person. Li Feng, you're asking for it. The martial arts instructor's eyes turned red with rage as he charged toward the youth. Thud! But before he could reach Li Feng and grab his collar, the martial arts instructor's entire body was sent flying backward at an incredible speed. You weakling! You call yourself a martial arts instructor? You don't deserve it. Li Feng swiftly withdrew his vicious sidekick, his tone dripping with contempt. If the class formation had been somewhat noisy moments ago, the scene now fell into complete dead silence upon witnessing this. Damn, is that even cool? Watching Li Feng's swift and spectacular display, dozens of students gaped in awe, the thought instantly forming in their minds. Truthfully, they couldn't help but be stunned. After all, to kick a grown man weighing 70 or 80 kilograms flying like that, what kind of goddamn strength was that? Li Feng, how dare you? After gasping for breath on the ground for several moments, the martial arts instructor finally began to recover. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Feng, his expression boiling with rage. Words aside, he was utterly stunned inside. The martial arts instructor never imagined this once timid, useless individual could possess such formidable skills. Attacked? Hearing this, Li Feng gave a cold laugh and shook his head. This is merely an appetizer. We're in no rush. I'll settle the old scores with you slowly. Hearing these strangely familiar words, the martial arts instructor's thoughts were unknown, but nearby, Li Hong and Wang Hai couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Clearly, they had already imagined themselves in the same position. What's going on? Old Feng. Just then, instructors from other classes on the field sensed something was amiss. They hurried over to help the martial arts instructor up after Li Feng had kicked him to the ground, asking him with concern. This brat dared to ambush and assault an instructor. The martial arts instructor, supported by others, grimaced in pain before pointing at Li Feng and shouting at the other martial arts instructors. Old Zhang, you guys, step in and teach him a lesson. Seeing reinforcements arriving, the martial arts instructor regained his bravado. Kid, did you hit old Feng? Several instructors turned grim upon hearing this, then turned to glare angrily at Li Feng. After all, martial arts instructors within the academy formed a tight-knit group. Now a student dared to bully one of their own. No wonder they were united in their fury. That's right, I did it. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled lightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Why did you assault an instructor without cause? Seeing the youth admit so readily, several instructors from other classes froze in surprise. One of them immediately grew indignant and confronted Li Feng. Do I need a reason to hit him? I hit him because I wanted to. Not only that, but every time I see an idiot like him, I'll hit him again. Li Feng didn't bother explaining further. Instead, a sneer curled his lips as he replied casually. Kid, what the hell did you just say? The teachers couldn't contain themselves any longer. One by one, they closed in on Li Feng, their expressions darkening. Seeing this, Li Feng showed no surprise. His gaze turned completely icy as he prepared himself for a fight. What do you think you're doing? However, just as the tension was about to erupt into a confrontation, a crisp female voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. Accompanying the voice was a stunningly beautiful, icy-cold figure who stepped directly in front of Li Feng. And who else could it be but Lu Ting? Kid, move aside. We're going to teach this arrogant brat a lesson today. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, the instructors who had gathered around halted in their tracks. Their displeased expressions turned to stern demands directed at Lu Ting. I won't. To their surprise, the girl remained firmly planted in front of them. Without hesitation, she spread her arms wide and declared indignantly, as martial arts instructors of this academy, are you all planning to gang up on a student? If that's the case, believe me or not, I'll report this to the Federal Education Bureau. Hearing this, the martial arts instructors who had been poised to act immediately hesitated. Indeed, as the little brat had warned, if this matter escalated, they would be the ones left holding the bag. Chapter 64. Brother Feng, what's going on? Just as the situation reached a tense stalemate, silver-haired Lu Xing charged over with a dozen youths in tow. After shooting the instructors a fierce, piercing glare, he stepped forward and addressed Li Feng directly. Nothing much, just dealing with a few idiots. Hearing this, Li Feng shook his head with a smile. Faced with several intimidating martial arts instructors, other ordinary students might feel some fear or trepidation. But Li Feng genuinely didn't give them a second thought. After all, he'd dealt with plenty of thugs, big and small, in Qingcheng. Why the hell would he be scared of martial arts instructors who were basically like gym teachers? Kid, what did you just say? Damn it, try saying that again. Hearing Li Feng's words, two of the martial arts instructors instantly flew into a rage, immediately pointing at the defiant youth and bellowing. As martial arts instructors hired by the academy, when had they ever endured such insults from students? For a moment, they were consumed by the urge to tear Li Feng apart. After all, once their authority crumbled, who among the academy students would respect them anymore? Lu Xing, this doesn't concern you. Get back in line with your squad immediately. Another martial arts instructor, presumably from Lu Xing's class, saw the commotion and immediately began reprimanding Lu Xing's group. None of my business? Seeing this, how could Lu Xing not understand what was happening? After a brief moment of shock, he first gave a cold laugh, then erupted in anger. You, Wang Jun. Did I give you too much face before, huh? I called him Brother Feng. You tell me if it's my business or not. As he spoke, he took a step forward, making his stance clear. Truth be told, he hadn't crossed swords with the martial arts instructor before because it simply wasn't worth it. But now that these fools had dared to offend Li Feng, why the hell should Lu Xing put up with them anymore? You dare curse at me? Wang Jun, the martial arts instructor, stared at him in disbelief. Damn it, have all these students gone mad today? First, Li Feng assaulted an instructor, and now another student dares to step forward and insult him. So what if I curse you? Before Lu Xing could respond, Su Yanhong beside him couldn't hold back either. Pointing at Wang Jun, he erupted, "You better get the out of here, or I'll beat the out of you too, you hear me?" Exactly. What the hell do you think you are? We give you some face, and you start acting like you're the big shot? Seeing Lu Xing and Su Yanhong both take sides, Kongla quickly chimed in to back them up. Over the past few days, interacting with Li Feng, the three had become his staunch supporters. So now, seeing these martial arts instructors recklessly provoking Brother Feng, how could they possibly sit idly by? Honestly, if Brother Feng hadn't spoken up yet, Lu Xing and the others would have already charged over to beat the crap out of these idiots. How dare you? How dare you? Seeing these three students dare to hurl insults at him, Wang Jun was so enraged that he nearly lost his mind. For a moment, he could barely get his words out. But unlike the obscure Li Feng, even though they were martial arts instructors, they all knew Lu Xing's reputation as the school's undisputed bully. So even though rage boiled within them, a sliver of reason remained. To put it plainly, they were deeply wary of Lu Xing's influence within the academy. To say nothing else, the mere fact that over a dozen students had gathered around already spoke volumes. As the commotion grew louder, students from other classes on the playground slowly began gathering around. While most were merely curious onlookers, this spectacle only intensified the pressure on the martial arts instructors. Enough, Lu Ting, step aside. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Li Feng finally had no choice but to step forward. There was no way around it, they were still within the academy grounds, and the academic exams were approaching. After much deliberation, he still didn't want to let things escalate too far. Li Feng himself didn't mind, but he felt uneasy about the consequences if Lu Xing's group faced disciplinary action over this incident. Li Feng, but... Hearing this, Lu Ting tried to say something more, but the young man immediately shook his head to cut her off. Be good, listen to me. This isn't something you can handle anymore. Li Feng reached out and ruffled the girl's hair before flashing an exceptionally bright smile. Whoosh! As Li Feng made this gesture, the students who had been watching them immediately erupted into a commotion. After all, they were still in the intermediate academy, where such intimate displays between young boys and girls were typically kept hidden. But Li Feng's public display was nothing short of blinding everyone's eyes. Lu Xing and the other two nearby couldn't help but flash amused smiles. Each of them couldn't help but secretly admire him. Only Brother Feng could manage to flirt with girls even in a situation like this. Impressive, impressive. What are you doing? After a moment of shock, Lu Ting's lovely face flushed crimson. As she spoke, she backed away several steps like a startled little rabbit. Then, her beautiful eyes narrowed in a mix of embarrassment and anger as she glared at Li Feng. That rascal. Doing this in class a few days ago was one thing. But now, in front of all these people, he actually dared to touch her head like that. The thought sent her heart trembling uncontrollably, filling her with both shame and fury. Ha! Seeing the stunningly beautiful girl glaring at him warily, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. If it were any other time, he might have teased her further, but now was simply not the right occasion. So, as Lu Ting dodged away, Li Feng stepped forward several paces and addressed the martial arts instructors directly. You lot just want to save Feng Yuan's face, don't you? Feng Yuan was the name of Li Feng's martial arts instructor in class 3-2. Well then, I'll give you that chance. Come on, bring it all on. I'll take you all on by myself. Otherwise, you'll just say I'm bullying you with numbers. Chapter 65, Sparring Exchange? Under the sunlight, the teenager's words were delivered with unwavering certainty, as if he didn't give the 5 martial arts instructors before him a second thought. For a moment, the atmosphere across the entire playground froze. No one could have imagined that, despite being outnumbered, Li Feng would dare to challenge all 5 of them alone. Though the story of Li Feng single-handedly taking down over a dozen street thugs at the school gate a few days prior had already spread like wildfire throughout the academy. But these martial arts instructors were no ordinary street thugs. It was no exaggeration to say that if they fought freely and without weapons, these 5 martial arts instructors could easily take down a dozen street thugs. And setting aside raw combat prowess, for a student to dare provoke martial arts instructors within the academy like this, that's insane. At this thought, the hundreds of third-year students gathered to watch the spectacle all lit up with excitement and anticipation, their eyes fixed on the center of the arena. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others nearby couldn't help but look worried. They tried to stop Li Feng from making such an unwise move. What? Don't you believe me? Li Feng turned his head and smiled at them. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others quickly shook their heads. Joking aside, others might not know, but after tagging along with Li Feng on several brawls, how could they not understand his combat prowess? The only thing that worried them was that unlike street thugs, these martial arts instructors actually knew some fighting techniques. Still, since Brother Feng had made up his mind, Lu Xing and the others couldn't really argue anymore. Kid, you're serious? Upon hearing Li Feng's words, one of the martial arts instructor's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam before he sternly retorted. Truthfully, they weren't afraid of the dozen or so youths Lu Xing had brought. The real issue was that if a large-scale brawl erupted, they, the martial arts instructors, would bear significant responsibility. After all, a brawl between instructors and students, no matter how you spun it, was unacceptable. Moreover, the academy's leadership would never tolerate such an incident. But now it was different. After all, this request had come from Li Feng himself. If things did get out of hand, they could always claim it was merely an exchange of skills between instructors and students. Rest assured, my word is final. Go ahead and do as you please. Li Feng nodded with a faint smile. Then, as if to completely reassure the martial arts instructors, he turned to Lu Xing and his group, speaking earnestly. Xiao Wu, no matter whether I win or lose, you guys are not to interfere. Got it? Got it, Brother Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xing nodded in agreement. Even so, his gaze remained fierce and savage as it fixed on the 5 martial arts instructors not far away. Simultaneously, Lu Xing made a silent vow within himself. If Brother Feng won, everything would be fine. But if he really lost later, he had agreed not to intervene now, but after school, that wouldn't fall within the scope of his promise. So this is just a friendly sparring session, right? The lead martial arts instructor, seeing Lu Xing agree, finally relaxed. He then raised an eyebrow and sneered at Li Feng. Exactly, just a simple exchange of skills. Hearing this, Li Feng burst into laughter. How could he not understand the martial arts instructor's words? In fact, this was precisely the justification Li Feng had hoped for. Otherwise, if things escalated later and the academy notified his parents, he truly wouldn't know how to explain it. Now that he had this pretext, Li Feng could finally let loose. After all, could martial arts exchanges really be considered fighting? Fine, but you asked for it. Don't come complaining later if you get hurt, running around telling everyone how we instructors bullied a student. Hearing this, the lead martial arts instructor finally relaxed, his tone tinged with playful teasing. He was shrewd enough not to foolishly challenge the boy to a one-on-one duel. After all, old Feng, who wasn't exactly weak, had been defeated in an instant by this somewhat unnerving youth. That alone made him approach the situation with caution. Besides, taking on 5 opponents was the kid's own idea, wasn't it? As long as they held back a bit and avoided causing any internal injuries, it wouldn't be a big deal. At this thought, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in the lead martial arts instructor's eyes. After all, instructors were all in this together. If they didn't teach this arrogant brat a proper lesson today, how could they possibly show their faces around the academy afterward? Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Li Feng paid no heed to the twisted thoughts churning within his opponent. As he spoke, the coldness in his eyes deepened. Reborn into this life, now that he possessed the strength, he desired nothing more than to crush beneath his feet all those who had once humiliated him. Moreover, Li Feng wanted to test the limits of his current physical capabilities. Fine. Have it your way. Seeing Li Feng still dare to be so arrogant at this point, the lead martial arts instructor couldn't be bothered with further empty talk. With that, he exchanged a glance with the other 4, and their figures surged forward in a pincer movement toward their target. The instant the 5 moved, the entire crowd of students watching the playground held their breath in anticipation, eyes widening as they fixed their gaze on the center of the field. It couldn't be helped, this sort of spectacle was simply too entertaining to resist. Moreover, most students were eager to see what made Li Feng, who had been stirring up trouble in the academy lately, so extraordinary. Among the crowd, only Lu Xing and his friends, those familiar with Li Feng, felt their hearts tighten, silently cheering on Brother Feng. As for Lu Ting, her delicate hands clutched her best friend Zhang Qian's arm tightly, her pretty face etched with worry. Though these past few days had left the young girl's heart tangled in a messy knot over Li Feng. At this critical moment, she couldn't help but worry for him. Chapter 66, Everyone's Worry. As he watched the 5 figures charging straight toward him, Li Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Those trained and untrained truly were different. At the very least, these 5 martial arts instructors were worlds apart from the street thugs who fought purely on instinct. They possessed some semblance of coordination and wouldn't mindlessly swarm him all at once. Even so, their movements still seemed painfully slow to Li Feng. Honestly, every inch of their bodies was right for the picking. After sending the frontmost instructor flying with a swift, vicious sidekick, Li Feng instantly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the punches and kicks from the other 2. Simultaneously, he shifted his body sideways while delivering a straight punch that connected squarely with the face of his own class instructor Feng Yuan. A dull thud echoed as Feng Yuan, who thought he'd seized his chance, staggered back several steps under the force of Li Feng's powerful punch. Without uttering a sound, he fell backward onto the ground. But in that instant, the lead martial arts instructor seized the opening, launching a high roundhouse kick that lashed viciously toward Li Feng's cheek. Li Feng had no time to dodge. But swiftly, he raised his arm to block, shielding his jaw with lightning speed. Thud! The impact of the kick against his arm produced a dull, thunderous sound. Clearly, the lead instructor had unleashed this vicious kick with no restraint whatsoever. Caught off guard, Li Feng's body swayed slightly, but he ultimately managed to block the attack. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, another fist slammed viciously toward Li Feng's face. Seeing this, Li Feng had no choice but to step back, allowing the punch to miss its mark. As he retreated, the final martial arts instructor charged forward, delivering a powerful front kick aimed squarely at Li Feng's midsection. Thud! 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 In an instant, as Li Feng parried, the attacks from the three men rained down on the youth like a storm. It must be said, martial artists were truly in a league of their own. Although Li Feng had initially relied on his sharp reflexes to swiftly and cleanly take down two of the martial arts instructors, the subsequent tight coordination of the remaining three quickly overwhelmed the youth. There was no way around it. This wasn't like fighting street thugs. Trained fighters aimed every punch and kick directly at vital points. Though Li Feng looked down on their skills, sometimes 1 + 1 could indeed equal more than 2. And now, there were more than just 2 of them. Xinggu, what do we do? Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation before him, Su Yanhong immediately turned to Lu Xing beside him, his voice filled with panic. After all, Li Feng in the center of the ring seemed genuinely struggling to withstand the attacks from the other 3 martial arts instructors. Yeah, brother Xing, should we go help him? Hearing this, Kang Lu also hurriedly chimed in. Although Lu Xing had personally promised not to intervene earlier, how could they possibly hold back now that the situation had become critical? Damn it, they weren't exactly gentlemen anyway. When it was time to stand shoulder to shoulder, they had to step up. Could they really just stand by and watch brother Feng get beaten up? Let's watch and see first. Lu Xing frowned as he watched Li Feng, who was already at a disadvantage in the center of the ring. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Sure, brother Feng seemed to be constantly blocking and dodging, but honestly, he wasn't exactly backed into a corner yet. Anyway, since brother Feng had said it like that, he and the others should trust him unconditionally. Besides, if brother Feng really couldn't hold on, it wouldn't be too late for them to rush in and help, right? Hearing Lu Xing's words, Kang Lo and Su Yanhong's faces betrayed a hint of anxiety, but they ultimately said nothing more, refocusing their attention back on the arena. While Lu Xing silently worried for Li Feng, not far away, 2 young girls clasped their hands tightly together. Qianqian, what should we do now? Li Feng. Is he going to lose? Lu Ting's beautiful eyes were filled with deep worry, and even the slender fingers clasping Zhang Qian's hand had turned slightly white. Don't worry, Ting. Li Feng will be fine. Hearing this, Zhang Qian felt uncertain herself, but after a moment's thought, she offered reassurance. Yet perhaps even Zhang Qian herself didn't notice how evident the uncertainty and worry were on her pretty face as she spoke those words. No, I have to stop him. Watching Li Feng's figure retreating step by step in the arena, Lu Ting's face grew anxious as she seemed to make up her mind. With that, she started to run toward the arena. Ting, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Zhang Qian quickly grabbed Lu Ting's arm, stopping her. Going over there now won't help at all. It might even make things worse, understand? But, hearing her best friend's words, Lu Ting, now completely flustered, tried to say more, but was quickly cut off again. Listen to me, Ting. Though Zhang Qian was deeply worried herself, she remained far calmer than Lu Ting in such situations. Her gaze shifted to Lu Xing and his group, who were stirring restlessly nearby. She urged Lu Ting, even if Li Feng can't beat those instructors, Lu Xing's crew will step in to help. What we need to do now is not distract Li Feng, got it? Hearing this, Lu Ting finally heeded Zhang Qian's advice and silently stopped in her tracks. Deep down, she understood her best friend's point perfectly well. But when it came to being overwhelmed by concern, that was something that applied to any young girl experiencing her first stirrings of love. Alright, Ting, let's just watch. Trust that Li Feng will win. Seeing Lu Ting finally calm down, Zhang Qian felt relieved and offered comforting words. Beyond Lu Xing and Lu Ting's group, among the crowd of students gathered to watch the spectacle, there was also a slender, frail girl whose face was mostly hidden by her bangs. She too was silently watching Li Feng's figure in the arena. But unlike the others, the girl lost in the crowd was utterly inconspicuous. Yet if someone had leaned in closer to look, they would have noticed that beneath her messy strands of hair, her almond-shaped eyes were brimming with tension and worry. Beneath her oversized school uniform, her body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 67. Despite Li Feng's precarious situation under the combined assault of the 3 martial arts instructors, only the 3 martial arts instructors on the field knew full well that not a single effective strike had landed on the youth. Most of their punches and kicks were either dodged by Li Feng or blocked by him. For a fleeting moment, a peculiar thought even crossed the martial arts instructors' minds. It seemed as though this youth before them was using their very hands to train his own reflexes and skills. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed the moment it arose. After all, such a notion was simply too far-fetched. Not only was this youth barely of age, but even seasoned combat masters renowned on the arena might struggle against their combined efforts. With this realization, the remaining 3 martial arts instructors intensified their attacks, striking with unprecedented ferocity and ruthlessness. Bang! 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 The battle raged on in the center of the arena. The intense clash of fists and feet left the surrounding students wide-eyed, as if afraid they might miss a single moment of the spectacle if they blinked. Li Feng's combat prowess, in particular, left the onlookers speechless. Even though Li Feng was now completely overwhelmed, anyone with eyes could see that the young man's disadvantage lay solely in being outnumbered and surrounded. Truthfully, in a one-on-one match, none of these instructors would last more than a few rounds against him. This was evident from the very start of the fight, when Li Feng instantly took down two martial arts instructors. Thud! Another dull thud echoed as their weapons clashed head-on before swiftly separating. At that moment, all three martial arts instructors felt themselves slightly out of breath. Though the exchange lasted barely 2 minutes, the intensity of their clash proved more exhausting than running a 5-kilometer race. Especially after prolonged inactivity, the martial arts instructor's stamina could no longer sustain such high-intensity combat. "I've had enough of playing with you lot. If this is all you've got, then next, it'll be my turn to step in." Li Feng first shook out his slightly sore arms, then suddenly curved his lips upward as he spoke slowly. Though he was slightly out of breath at this moment, compared to the three martial arts instructors who had been relentlessly attacking, the teenager's condition was undoubtedly far superior. "What did you say?" Caught off guard by Li Feng's words, the three martial arts instructors froze in shock before erupting in disbelief. Could this kid really be playing dumb to catch the tiger? The thought that their earlier suspicions might be true caused their expressions to darken simultaneously, and their vigilance immediately heightened. In contrast to their shock, Lu Xing and the others watching from the sidelines, who had been observing Li Feng all along, all lit up with delight upon hearing his words. Martial arts techniques? They might not fully grasp that. But the arrogance and confidence in Li Feng's tone came through loud and clear. Especially for Lu Ting and Shen Yao, hearing this completely eased the tension that had been weighing on their hearts. A relaxed, exquisite smile then spread across their lips. "Listen up, you all better get down on the ground." Li Feng offered no further explanation. After uttering those words, he charged forward like a leopard. Though the three martial arts instructors had braced themselves mentally, witnessing the youth's blinding speed still made them all gasp in shock. Before they could fully process the shock, Li Feng had already closed the distance. His leg whipped out like a whip, lashing savagely toward one instructor's head. The martial arts instructor reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to block the strike. Immediately after, a thunderous crack echoed as the instructor stumbled sideways several steps, nearly crashing to the ground. For a moment, the instructor who had taken Li Feng's roundhouse kick head-on felt excruciating pain shoot through his arm, as if his bones had shattered completely. The other two instructors finally reacted. The one closest to Li Feng didn't hesitate, unleashing a vicious punch straight at the youth's face. The other instructor wasn't idle either, swiftly raising his leg to deliver a roundhouse kick toward Li Feng. Seeing this, Li Feng paid no attention to the martial arts instructor who was already completely incapacitated. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding both attacks, then landed a hook punch squarely into the ribs of the nearest instructor. With just that one strike, the martial arts instructor's eyes bulged wide in shock before he doubled over, screaming in agony. A single punch to the liver, nothing more, nothing less. Truthfully, if Li Feng hadn't slightly restrained his power at the last moment, that punch might very well have killed the man outright. Even so, the martial arts instructor lay pale on the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. "You brat, how dare you strike so viciously?" Seeing his comrade's pitiful state, the last remaining martial arts instructor, the leader, flashed a look of fear in his eyes before shouting at Li Feng with a tone that was more bluster than substance. As a martial artist himself, he could clearly gauge the destructive force behind Li Feng's punch. It was no exaggeration to say that countless fighters on the stage had been crippled and forced into retirement because of this style of fighting. "Shut the up. Who told you to talk during a fight?" Hearing this, Li Feng showed no intention of stopping. After instantly taking down two opponents, he didn't hesitate. With a quick step, he drove his knee hard into the instructor's chest. Seeing this, the last instructor, already cowed by fear, dared not block the blow head-on. Panic-stricken, his footwork became erratic. Barely dodging Li Feng's flying knee, the lead instructor swiftly followed the same fate as the four before him. Li Feng's follow-up punch smashed squarely into his face. Without so much as a sound, the instructor fell straight to the ground. After all, once one's footing was thrown in combat, even 10 layers of skill would lose at least 7 or 8 layers of effectiveness. Not to mention, when it came to raw strength, he was simply no match for Li Feng. Chapter 68. Compared to the earlier brawl, this scene unfolded with blinding speed. Before the surrounding students could even register what was happening, the remaining 3 martial arts instructors were all lying motionless on the ground. For a moment, the hundreds of students present fell utterly silent, staring at the martial arts instructors, some unconscious, others writhing on the ground in agony. Who could have imagined that Li Feng, who had been at a disadvantage the entire time, would pull off such a miraculous comeback? Damn it, could it be true, just as he'd claimed earlier, that Li Feng had been toying with these martial arts instructors all along? The thought sent shockwaves through the crowd of onlookers. But what they thought didn't matter. The crucial thing was that the group Lu Xing had brought along erupted with excitement at the sight. Within moments, they snapped out of their shock and instantly filled the entire playground with chants like "Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is unbeatable. No wonder back in the academy they'd all hung out with Lu Xing. And now, Lu Xing was hanging with Li Feng. So, in a way, didn't that make Li Feng their old boss? So now, with their old boss making such a huge splash in the academy, didn't they all share in the glory? Hearing Lu Xing's group shouting, Li Feng froze for a moment before smiling and waving at them. Seeing this, the dozen or so youths grew even more excited. Especially when he saw the awe and admiration on their faces, they were practically turning into little fanboys. It couldn't be helped, Li Feng's performance was simply too outstanding. Moreover, among them were several who had accompanied Li Feng to Wang the Lame's arcade last time. So, through word of mouth, they had also heard about the arcade changing hands. Given all these circumstances, who wouldn't feel a surge of admiration for this young man before them? After all, while they were still causing trouble as school bullies and troublemakers, others had already made a name for themselves in the real world. Faced with someone so vastly superior, many couldn't even muster jealousy in their hearts. Amidst Lu Xing's gang's cheers and shouts, many female students of the same grade couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration and infatuation. It couldn't be helped, girls inherently possess a tendency to admire strength. This was evident from the countless love letters Li Feng had received over the past few days. Anyone who's ever been to school would understand this. After all, as the academy's rising star, he naturally drew the gaze of the opposite sex, especially those just discovering romance. Especially when the person in question was exceptionally handsome, that added even more points. However, just as everyone's attention was focused solely on Li Feng, the leader of the martial arts instructors who had been knocked down refused to let it go. His eyes flashed with resentment and fury as he snarled venomously at Li Feng. "You wait, kid. Daring to assault a martial arts instructor in this academy. I'll report this to the academy leadership. You'll face disciplinary action." As he spoke, a sinister and satisfied smile flickered across his face. After all, the critical period for the upcoming written exams was fast approaching. If they could drag this youth down over this incident, the martial arts instructors would finally vent their pent-up frustration. As for fighting to regain face? He'd given up all hope on that front. After all, amateurs watch for the spectacle while experts see the skill. Only those who had actually fought Li Feng understood the terrifying nature of this youth. Especially that overwhelming sense of helplessness. It could shatter the resolve of anyone whose will wasn't ironclad. "What the hell did you just say? What about the friendly sparring we agreed on? Can't beat him, so you're going to snitch? Damn it, you're a martial arts instructor, don't you have any shame left?" Before Li Feng could respond, the onlookers grew restless. Lu Xing's crew, in particular, seethed with rage, hurling taunts and insults at the top of their lungs. After all, it was the other side who had framed this as a friendly sparring match from the start. Now that they couldn't win, they were pulling this stunt? Students who'd long resented the martial arts instructors joined the chorus of jeers. The lead martial arts instructor, seeing the students' jeers and scornful stares, gritted his teeth inwardly with fury. But with matters having reached this point, having already lost all face, he no longer cared about such things. In short, if they couldn't save face, neither would Li Feng. Best to make a huge scene and get the academy to expel this brat. The thought filled the instructor with a surge of satisfaction. But before he could finish fantasizing, a size 12 shoe sole rapidly closed in on his face. Thud. Without a word, Li Feng kicked him square in the face. Ignoring the screams that followed, he pressed his foot down hard on the instructor's cheek. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Care to repeat it?" Li Feng looked down at the martial arts instructor who dared threaten him, his tone calm and detached. In that moment, the mental humiliation utterly overshadowed the physical pain. "Kid, you." The lead martial arts instructor glared up at the youth looming above him, his teeth clenched in fury. For a split second, he even harbored the urge to kill the boy. But before the martial arts instructor could finish his threat, Li Feng's foot suddenly exerted force, instantly silencing him. Then, as if that weren't enough, the youth's foot began to twist slowly and forcefully. Ah! In mere moments, the excruciating pain of his cheek scraping against the ground sent the lead martial arts instructor's agonized scream echoing across the entire playground. That piercing, beast-like wail before death caused the hairs on the necks of many watching students to stand on end. The scene, which had grown noisy due to the martial arts instructor's shameless remarks, instantly fell deathly quiet. "Go ahead, file a complaint if you want." Li Feng's face remained utterly cold and unmoved, as if completely unaffected. "But from now on, you'd better not set foot outside the Special Forces Academy. Otherwise, I'll make you understand what true cruelty really means." The teenager's words carried little heat to many ears. They sounded like an ordinary conversation between friends. Yet strangely, almost everyone who heard them felt a chill creeping up their spine. Especially the lead martial arts instructor, pinned under Li Feng's foot and being ground into the ground, felt an indescribable dread welling up inside him. For he had seen the youth's eyes. Cold, mad, and laced with ruthless ferocity. Chapter 69. After school that afternoon, Lu Xing was still blocking the entrance to Class 2, Grade 3. Upon seeing this scene, the students who had been rushing to leave the classroom due to the dismissal suddenly fell silent. One by one, their gazes shifted to focus on Li Feng. Li Feng seemed long accustomed to this reverent gaze from his classmates. After a brief tidying up, he simply picked up his backpack and walked out of the classroom. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. As Li Feng approached, Kang Lu and Su Yanhong hurriedly greeted him with respectful deference. Though they had only known this handsome young man for a short time, both had come to genuinely respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Especially when they called him Brother Feng, the fervor and admiration in their eyes was almost palpable. It was inevitable the more people got to know Li Feng, the more they were captivated by his charisma and ruthless tactics. As for Lu Xing, it was much the same. However, compared to Kang Lu and the others, his carefree and unrestrained personality stood out distinctly. So even though he admired him, Lu Xing never felt constrained or awkward around him. Brother Feng, did your homeroom teacher give you any trouble afterward? Stepping out of the classroom, Lu Xing cut straight to the chase without any small talk. Hearing this, Kang Lu and Su Yanhong immediately turned to look at Li Feng, their eyes now tinged with a hint of concern. After all, they were still students, their mindset hadn't fully shifted yet. Especially after the major incident this morning assaulting the martial arts instructor. How could the three of them not be worried? No. Li Feng shook his head with a light chuckle. Truthfully, he hadn't given the incident much thought. Truthfully, if it weren't for fearing his parents back home would worry, he'd rather not attend school at all. After all, whether in his past life or this one, Li Feng's academic performance had always been a complete mess. So he'd given up all hope of getting into any of those top-tier elite academies. That's good. Hearing this, Lu Xing finally exhaled in relief, but his eyes immediately flashed with a hint of viciousness as he said, "Why don't we go ambush those jerks at the school gate later?" Daring to threaten Brother Feng? They're asking for it. Damn right. Honestly, I've had it with those instructors forever. They strut around the academy like they own the place, but once they step into the real world, they're nothing. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Su Yanhong quickly chimed in. As he finished speaking, he spat viciously on the ground. As for Kang Lu standing nearby, though he didn't say much, his expression clearly showed he agreed with their proposal. A flash of anger even flickered in his eyes. Clearly, he too was utterly disgusted by those fickle martial arts instructors. We'll see about that. Seeing the trio's expressions, Li Feng merely smiled. Truthfully, he didn't give these martial arts instructors a second thought. If they behaved themselves from now on, that would be fine. But if they dared to come out and cause trouble again next time, Li Feng wouldn't be as patient as he was today. As Su Yanhong had just said, they were mere nobodies not worth Li Feng going out of his way to trouble them. Brother Feng, where should we go next? Seeing that Li Feng had made up his mind, Lu Xing tactfully changed the subject. For these academic underachievers, even with the written exams looming like a fire on their eyebrows, it seemed like it had nothing to do with them. Their motto was simple: play when you should play, and cause trouble when you should cause trouble. As for whether they could get into a top academy? Come on, not only did they themselves have no hope, but neither did their teachers at the academy or their parents back home. What about you guys? Where do you want to go? Li Feng countered. The internet cafe. Pool hall. The ice rink. 3 different ideas popped into their heads instantly. Hearing this, Li Feng burst out laughing. Truth be told, for students of their generation, these were pretty much the only places they could hang out. As for other venues, while they were accessible, ordinary students simply couldn't afford them. And so, amid waves of heated debate, the group of 4 walked straight toward the school gates under the fading glow of the setting sun. Seeing this group, nearby students instinctively kept their distance, afraid that getting too close might land them in trouble. Not to mention Lu Xing, the notorious school bully, but even Li Feng's recent exploits alone were enough to make many law-abiding students who just wanted to study avoid them like the plague. More importantly, the incident that had occurred during martial arts class that morning was now spreading like wildfire throughout the Special Forces Academy. So when confronted with such a formidable figure who dared to beat up even the martial arts instructors, how many students would dare to approach? Li Feng, however, was slowly growing accustomed to this. After all, since his rebirth, he truly was different from the ordinary students around him. Even the path he was destined to walk was fraught with thorns and perils. However, before Lu Xing and the others could reach a conclusion, several familiar figures standing outside the school gates completely disrupted their plans. What were they doing here? Li Feng felt the same confusion upon seeing Meng Fei and his henchmen. An extremely unusual scene unfolded outside the school gates at that moment. The dense crowd of students dispersing after school suddenly parted like the plague had struck whenever Meng Fei and his group passed by. A vast empty space opened up around them, with no one daring to come within an inch. This was precisely why Li Feng and his 3 companions spotted them before even exiting the school gates. It couldn't be helped. While Meng Fei's crew might not be particularly prominent on Qingqing's streets, but among students across all colleges, his reputation was legendary. As for why that was the case, one would have to ask the students who had been extorted by him. Even Li Feng himself had been extorted by Meng Fei's crew multiple times back in the day. Over the years, however, the sheer number of students they'd extorted had grown so large that Li Feng and his friends had simply faded from their memory. Of course, Li Feng never mentioned these old stories to anyone. Otherwise, if Meng Fei found out, he probably wouldn't know how to react. After all, they were now essentially eating off Li Feng's coattails. Chapter 70, Pay Up. Brother Feng. Spotting Li Feng emerge from the school gates, Meng Fei hurriedly led his crew of brothers to greet him. Under the stunned stares of surrounding students, he bowed his head and addressed him directly with those two words. He hadn't deliberately lowered his voice, it was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. But precisely because of that, the once bustling atmosphere at the school gate fell silent in an instant before erupting into chaos. Who could have imagined that this figure, regarded by most students in Xinjiang as a bully incarnate, would address a student with such a respectful title? Damn it, was this some kind of dream? In that moment, many students present felt their worldview crumbling. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. But before they could fully process it, the henchmen trailing behind Meng Fei immediately turned to Li Feng with respectful gazes, their voices echoing in unison. Hearing these successive addresses, even the most skeptical students present could no longer deny the terrifying reality unfolding before them. Could it be, these guys really were Li Feng's men? The thought sent a chill down the spines of the surrounding students, who already harbored a deep-seated fear of Li Feng. There was no helping it, this was likely true for most students. They might not fear their teachers or their parents at home, and some might even not be afraid of the patrol officers from the disciplinary squad. But when it came to the school bullies and troublemakers within the academy, or the street thugs who harassed them outside, fear ran deep in their bones. And now, the two most feared types had merged into one. One could only imagine how terrifying this prospect would be for them. Well, Meng Fei, looks like you're quite the celebrity around campus. Li Feng could sense the shock and commotion among the surrounding students. After a moment of surprise, he turned to Meng Fei with a teasing look. Heh, Brother Feng, don't tease me. Hearing this, Meng Fei grew slightly flustered and quickly laughed it off. Truth be told, he was a man of considerable ambition. Otherwise, even with Li Feng backing him yesterday, he wouldn't have dared to lead a group to cause trouble at Lane Wang's arcade. But back when he had no connections or backing, trying to make a name for himself in Xinjiang was just too damn difficult. Especially with all the major and minor turf wars controlled by the county's big-time thugs, he'd had no choice but to roam the areas around various colleges with his crew, surviving by extorting students. Now, hearing Li Feng's words, whether sarcastic or teasing, Meng Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. After all, when you have shoes to wear, who the hell would choose to walk barefoot? Alright, what brings you here today? After a small act of revenge for past extortions, Li Feng lost interest in teasing Meng Fei and cut straight to the point. Actually, I do have something to discuss. Meng Fei nodded in response. But before getting into it, he pulled a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to Li Feng. Brother Feng, this is yesterday's earnings from the venue, over 6,400 yuan. Count it first. The students gathered at the school gate were stunned by the sight of the bright red stack of bills before them. After all, in those days, most students' monthly living expenses plus pocket money barely reached 400 or 500 yuan at most. Suddenly seeing such a large amount of cash waving before their eyes, how could they not feel astonished and overwhelmed? What was most crucial was that it was always Meng Fei and his crew demanding money from them students. When had they ever seen the other side pulling out cash to pay homage to someone else? This thought made the students' hearts grow even more complicated as they witnessed the scene. As for Li Feng, upon seeing the stack of bills Meng Fei handed over, he too looked slightly taken aback. He wasn't surprised that Meng Fei would hand him money. What truly astonished him was that the profits from that tiny arcade could amount to such a staggering sum in a single day. And this was the profit after dividends had been taken out. So, how much equity do we hold in that arcade? Li Feng asked Meng Fei with a hint of confusion. Half. Meng Fei answered honestly. That Wang the cripple sure is greedy, demanding half the shares as dry stock. Hearing this, Li Feng shook his head and chuckled. Generally speaking, if underworld factions took shares in someone else's operation, it was usually capped at around 20%. Of course, when dealing with particularly tough, hard-nosed operators, 30% was about the absolute limit. What Lane Wang was doing clearly went against the unwritten rules of the underworld. Luckily, it was a slot machine that paid out 10 times the bet. Otherwise, with Wang the cripple pulling this kind of stunt, the other boss would probably have his pants pulled down to his ankles. Hearing Li Feng's mutterings, Meng Fei remained silent. Though this venue was nominally under his management, the real power behind the scenes was undeniably the youth standing before him. Meng Fei understood this perfectly well. Hearing Li Feng's words, however, he found himself in complete agreement. After all, Lame Wang wasn't just fleecing people, he was essentially sucking the marrow right out of other bosses' bones. But since they'd already started this, they couldn't very well go back and change things now. What could they do? Who would turn down extra money? Besides, this dry stock arrangement was something Lame Wang had cooked up back in the day. What did it have to do with them? Alright, I'll keep half of this money. Take the rest and distribute it among the brothers. Li Feng toyed with the stack of bills in his hand. Without counting, he pulled roughly half from the middle and stuffed it into his pocket, returning the rest to Meng Fei. Seeing this, Meng Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Think it's too little? Li Feng looked at him, his tone calm. No, Brother Feng, this is too much. Hearing this, Meng Fei hastily shook his head, insisting he hadn't meant it that way. Truthfully, before coming here, he'd been secretly wondering how much this youngster would actually give him. Typically, for a day's work as a bouncer, the guys could be pretty happy with $100. Meng Fei and his crew total 13 men, which is precisely why some busybodies nicknamed them the 13 Tigers. In short, Meng Fei assumed Li Feng would pay them the going rate, maybe throw in an extra 100 or 2 out of respect for his position as leader. But what he never could have imagined was that Li Feng would actually agree to split it evenly with him and the others. This amount was more than double what he'd anticipated. At this thought, how could Meng Fei not feel both flattered and a bit overwhelmed? Chapter 71. Alright, keep it. I'm not big on this kind of formality. Seeing this, Li Feng frowned and said, frankly, when it comes to navigating the underworld, it all boils down to one thing: profit. Those who rely solely on brotherly loyalty are destined to go nowhere. This wasn't to say Li Feng thought loyalty was unimportant. On the contrary, brotherly loyalty is incredibly important. But these things still need to be built on the foundation that everyone makes money. It's like marrying someone you love. Dating is sweet, but if you lack financial stability after marriage, the daily grind of bills and chores will absolutely grind any love to a halt. In Li Feng's view, only when his brothers all profit alongside him can they avoid countless messy complications. In short, only a community of shared interests can endure. Otherwise, building a team would be like constructing a castle in the air ready to crumble at the slightest touch. After hearing Li Feng's words, Meng Fei probably felt a bit awkward. For a moment, he didn't know whether to accept the money or not. Meng Fei, you just joined me, so there are many things you don't fully understand yet. Seeing his expression, Li Feng paused before softening his tone. I don't care how other bosses handle things, but I, Li Feng, will never shortchange any brother who follows me. This little bit now, it's just pocket change. I've told you before, in the near future, I'll definitely elevate you to the position of county boss. When that time comes, forget about this small amount even 10 or 100 times more. I'll make sure my brothers earn it. You believe me? Staring at the teenager speaking so confidently before him, Meng Fei found himself momentarily lost in thought. If someone had dared to make such grandiose promises to him just days ago, Meng Fei would have scoffed and dismissed them as mad. But for some reason, facing Li Feng, who spoke these words with an utterly calm expression, he found himself genuinely believing it. The reason was simple: Li Feng was simply too damn extraordinary. Not only was his combat prowess off the charts and his methods ruthless, but more importantly, his nerve was truly formidable. Take yesterday at the arcade, for instance. When Lame Lang pulled out that hunting rifle, Meng Fei had been utterly petrified. But look at the other guy. Not only did he show no trace of fear on his face, but he had countered Wang the cripple in an instant. In short, he didn't know if others could pull off such feats, but at the very least, Meng Fei himself certainly couldn't. Meng Fei, what the hell is wrong with you? Didn't you hear Brother Feng tell you to hold back? What's the deal? We're paying you, begging you even? Seeing Meng Fei standing there motionless, Lu Xing, who'd always had a bone to pick with him, couldn't hold back any longer. He unleashed a torrent of curses without hesitation. Hearing this, Meng Fei finally snapped out of his daze. In the past, he would have fired back with insults. But now, having just joined Li Feng's camp, Meng Fei didn't want to continue arguing with him. After all, he could tell that Li Feng treated Lu Xing fundamentally differently from the other brothers. He knew exactly where he stood in the pecking order. Alright, then I'll thank Brother Feng on behalf of the brothers. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Fei finally accepted the money and thanked Li Feng with sincere gratitude. No problem. Just get the job done. We've got plenty of time together ahead, so we'll see how things go. Seeing Meng Fei finally accept the money, a faint smile finally appeared on Li Feng's face. In truth, he wasn't someone who placed great importance on money. This was evident from his willingness to share the 10,000 yuan he'd extorted from the arcade with Lu Xing and the others the first time around. In Li Feng's view, having more brothers meant greater strength, which in turn created more wealth. Relying on squeezing a few pennies out of his own brothers would never lead to anything substantial. Got it, Brother Feng. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei nodded eagerly. The brothers behind him, seeing this, all broke into broad smiles. After all, having a generous leader like Li Feng meant their lives would be so much easier from now on. As for becoming the county boss? That seemed far too distant a goal to warrant their consideration just yet. Alright, Meng Fei, anything else besides this? With that matter settled, Li Feng turned to ask Meng Fei again. He didn't believe for a second that the other guy had blocked the school gate today just to hand him money. Brother Feng, it's like this. You left in such a hurry yesterday, so there are a few things I still need to ask you. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Meng Fei finally caught on. Go ahead. Li Feng nodded and replied directly. Well. Meng Fei glanced around at the students who had been secretly observing them, his words catching in his throat. Alright, let's step aside and talk properly. Seeing Meng Fei's hesitation, Li Feng realized the situation was awkward. He spoke up and headed straight for a corner near the school gate. Meng Fei and the others quickly followed suit. Lu Xing, however, glared fiercely at the students who had been peeking and snarled, You all. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. With the school bully Lu Xing speaking up, the students who had been watching the spectacle dared not retort. In an instant, the crowd, unable even to show their anger, scattered like a bunch of scared rabbits. Yet among them, two young figures lingered. It was Lu Ting and her best friend Zhang Qian. Upon seeing them, Lu Xing didn't say anything further. His gaze lingered briefly on Lu Ting before he turned and walked toward the corner with Kong Lu and Su Yanhong in tow. Truth be told, Lu Xing harbored no particular feelings for this girl, who was the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys in the second ward. The reason he glanced at her was simply because he suspected she and brother Feng might share some unexplained connection. Ting, let's go. Zhang Qian tugged gently at her best friend's hand beside her, her tone soft and persuasive. Lu Ting remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the figures of Li Feng, Meng Fei, and the others in the distance. Her voice carried a hint of desolation as she spoke. Shanqian, why would he hang out with people like that? Who was Meng Fei? Even an academically outstanding student like Lu Ting had heard rumors about him. And now, seeing Li Feng actually associating with this kind of petty thug who made a living by extorting students, how could she not feel shocked and a little bit hurt? Hearing this, Zhang Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. Because Li Feng had changed so drastically in recent times. So much so that, many who knew him sensed a hint of unfamiliarity. Chapter 72. Brother Feng, didn't you tell me yesterday to scout out the street gangs and expand our territory? Once they reached a secluded corner, Meng Fei cut straight to the chase without further preamble. Right. Hearing this, Li Feng responded with a decisive yes before turning to look at his companion with curiosity. What? Have you found a lead? It's not that I have a lead, but I'm a bit confused about what you meant. Meng Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Then, meeting the stares directed his way, he steeled himself and continued. The reason I came over was to ask you, Brother Feng, are we starting with those small-time operations, or do we already have targets and opponents in mind? Small venues? Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Like those ice rinks, pool halls, and such. Hearing this, Meng Fei quickly explained. Generally, these places are also occupied by some small factions. But when it comes to profits, they definitely can't match what we're making at our arcade now. Some places might only bring in a few hundred or 1,000 yuan a month. You mean that pool hall that found you yesterday, right? Li Feng looked at him with a half-smile. Yeah. Though feeling a bit awkward, Meng Fei nodded in agreement. Truth be told, for street punks like them, extorting students was just one way to make money. And those pool halls and small arcades near the school gates? They'd also collect protection money from the owners. Of course, those arcades were different from the one they were guarding now. They were pure game arcades where $1 bought several tokens, not gambling joints with slot machines. Precisely because of this, the profits from both types of places weren't particularly high. At best, the owners could only give the gang a few hundred to 1,000 yuan a month. Put nicely, it was protection money. Put bluntly, it was practically giving alms to beggars. Forget about providing any real protection. As long as troublemakers like Meng Fei didn't come messing with their shops regularly, the owners would count themselves lucky. Forget about these places. We should go after tougher targets. Li Feng shook his head, dismissing Meng Fei's suggestion. He had neither the time nor energy to waste on such trifles. While he understood the principle of accumulating small gains, this was undeniably too low level. Besides, collecting protection money was merely the most rudimentary stage of building influence. Only when you've built enough reputation and firmly established yourself in the county town would the avenues for making money broaden, not just be limited to collecting those pitiful protection fees. Alright, Brother Feng, I get it. Hearing Li Feng say this, Meng Fei finally nodded. Truthfully, after witnessing the profits in the gambling arcade, he too had grown disdainful of the meager monthly protection fees of a few hundred or 1,000 yuan. Do you have any targets or candidates in mind? Li Feng asked Meng Fei. Li Feng wasn't too familiar with the various factions, big and small, in the county town. But Meng Fei had been operating here for so long, he should have some understanding. Actually, there are a few. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei nodded readily in acknowledgement. Tell me about them. Li Feng asked with growing interest. Dou Daqiang from Splendid KTV, Wang Xiaoping from the loan company, and Lu Guowa who runs a gambling den at the bridgehead. Meng Fei paused briefly before naming these three individuals. Then, as if worried the youth before him might not recognize them, he hastily added, their clans are roughly on par with Wang the Cripples, each has about 20 or so underlings. Slots actually refers to small-scale gambling dens, though the terminology varies by region. Start with this Lu Guowa. Li Feng frowned and thought before replying indifferently. Running a slot house was essentially the same as their current game hall, only the gambling methods differed. Most importantly, this thing made money incredibly fast. And if you want to expand your influence, money is absolutely essential. Got it, Brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's words, Meng Fei didn't hesitate at all. He spoke up enthusiastically. I've been to his slot machine place a few times with the guys. The stakes are seriously high. Just the daily rake alone is rumored to be nearly 20,000 yuan, and that doesn't even include the income from the loans he hands out. Holy, is that for real? Over 20 grand in rake? Before Li Feng could respond, Lu Xing beside him couldn't contain his shock and blurted out. It wasn't just him. Even Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, who had remained silent until then, looked utterly incredulous at the revelation. Of course it's not that much normally. Meng Fei didn't seem annoyed by Lu Xing's skepticism. Instead, he explained with a wry smile. The thing is, they've been doing demolition work near the bridgehead lately, so people are betting big. After a round of 3-card poker, the rake is 100 or 200 yuan. And someone saw it in just over 2 weeks. Lu Guohua traded in his Santana for a Mercedes-Benz. By the end of his sentence, Meng Fei's tone had shifted to one tinged with envy. In this era, those who made it big raked in fortunes, while small-time hustlers like them could only watch helplessly. Meng Fei, if we take over Lu Guohua's turf, do you have connections to organize games? Li Feng's eyes flickered before he cut straight to the chase. Hearing this, Meng Fei paused, then shook his head. I don't, but someone I know probably does. But if we get him to organize it, we'll have to split the profits. What percentage? Li Feng pressed. If he's the one recruiting people to organize it, he'd probably want 30 to 40%. Meng Fei pondered for a moment before replying uncertainly. After all, given his previous scale, he'd never been involved in such a large-scale operation before, so he wasn't entirely sure. Alright, then you handle this. If they don't ask for more than 40%, you can agree to it outright. After silently calculating in his mind, Li Feng finally spoke. After all, if the other party demanded too much, it would be better to use force to suppress them later and then aggressively carve out a share of the profits in Lu Guohua's territory. Got it, brother Feng. I'll reach out to them right away. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei nodded before asking, so when do we make our move? This Sunday. Chapter 73, Re-encountering the Martial Arts Instructor. The reason for choosing Sunday wasn't because Li Feng felt his side needed special preparation. The main reason was simply convenience. After all, his current identity was still just that of a student. If he ended up missing school, his parents back home would surely worry. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Meng Fei didn't press further. After all, Sunday was only 3 days away. Since it was his decision, Meng Fei would simply go along with it. In short, though it felt a bit unfamiliar at first, Meng Fei understood his place. After discussing the details, Meng Fei was about to say goodbye and leave when Lu Xing's words suddenly halted his steps. Damn it, brother Feng, it's those idiots. While idly smoking, Lu Xing's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted several figures emerging from the school. His curse erupted instantly. Hearing this, not only Li Feng but also Meng Fei and the others instantly turned their gaze in that direction. The 5 figures at the school gate were none other than the martial arts instructors and others who had been thoroughly humiliated by Li Feng on the playground earlier that morning. Damn it, I was just wondering where the hell you guys were. Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their hatred. In an instant, Lu Xing's rage flared up. Swearing under his breath, he strode toward the group. Seeing this, Li Feng thought for a moment but didn't intervene. Instead, he turned to Meng Fei beside him and said, "You go over there too. Bring those guys over while you're at it." Though he'd rather not bother with such minor figures since they'd crossed paths, Li Feng didn't mind giving them a proper lesson. Letting Lu Xing and his 2 companions handle it alone would clearly be too much of a numbers disadvantage. Yes, brother Feng. Though Meng Fei didn't know what was going on, he didn't question Li Feng's orders. Nodding in agreement, he immediately led his 3 underlings over. That brat Lu Xing was every inch the troublemaker. Without a word, he strode up to the lead martial arts instructor, raised his hand, and delivered a vicious slap across the face. Then, he yanked the man by the collar and snarled, "Come on, all of you. Follow me right now." The resounding crack of the slap echoed through the school gates. Not only were the 5 martial arts instructors stunned, but even the other students leaving school were utterly dumbfounded. After all, the students of the second academy were well aware of the martial arts instructor's status. And Lu Xing was nothing short of a campus legend. But who the hell could have imagined that this second campus bully would be so ferocious? He actually walked right up and slapped one of the martial arts instructors across the face? The lead martial arts instructor's mind went blank for a split second, but once he snapped back to reality, rage consumed him. After cursing under his breath, he swung a punch straight at Lu Xing's face. He recognized the so-called second academy bully standing before him, but so what? Sure, the students feared him, but as a martial arts instructor at the academy, why would he give such a bully the time of day? Especially after what happened on the playground that morning, he was seething with pent-up rage just waiting to explode. Before his fist could land, however, Kong Lu, who had been poised and ready, delivered a swift kick to his midsection. Thud. 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 Caught completely off guard, the martial arts instructor's punch missed its mark. He stumbled backwards several steps before finally regaining his footing. Lu Xing, what do you think you're doing? But just as Lu Xing tried to seize the moment to strike, another martial arts instructor grabbed his arm and confronted him angrily. This man was none other than the martial arts instructor in charge of Lu Xing's class, named Wang Jun. Wang Jun, you better get out of my way, or you think I won't beat you too? Completely enraged, Lu Xing wasn't about to listen to reason. Without a second thought, he roared back. Fine, fine, fine. I'll see how you dare touch me. Hearing this, Wang Jun seemed to be thoroughly enraged by Lu Xing's words. His anger turned to a bitter laugh as he retorted. As he spoke, the remaining 3 martial arts instructors began to stir restlessly. It was one thing to face that freak Li Feng earlier he was simply unbeatable. But now, a student actually dared to ride roughshod over them? If they didn't fight back now, how could they ever show their faces around the second academy again? At this thought, a surge of furious rage flared in the eyes of nearly every martial arts instructor. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, Meng Fei finally arrived with his men. You all! Who dares move a muscle? Think I won't cripple him? Perhaps wanting to impress the new leader, Li Feng, Meng Fei produced a dagger from somewhere as he charged forward. Swish! As Meng Fei's curse echoed, the martial arts instructors poised for action finally noticed him. The cold gleam of the dagger in his hand sent a chill through everyone who witnessed the scene. In an instant, the atmosphere at the school gate turned tense and heavy. You were the loudest one just now, huh? Meng Fei charged forward with his 3 henchmen, his aura menacing. He delivered a vicious kick straight to Wang Jun's midsection, then raised the dagger in his hand, waving it threateningly as he snarled, "Go on, try yelling at me again. See if I dare to stab you, and that'll be the end of it." Seeing this, Wang Jun, who had been seething with rage moments before, turned pale instantly. Terrified, he froze, unable to move a muscle. There was nothing he could do, the weapon was simply too deadly. Moreover, Meng Fei and his crew were clearly dressed like street toughs, which only deepened Wang Jun's fear. The main reason he dared to rant in front of Lu Xing earlier was because the other guy was just a student under his command. You could say that, in terms of status, Wang Jun naturally felt a huge sense of superiority. But now, faced with a street thug like Meng Fei who drew a knife at the slightest provocation, his reaction was no different from that of any ordinary person. For a moment, not only him, but even the other martial arts instructors dared not make a single move. Chapter 74, The Beating. To be precise, Lu Xing's side, including Meng Fei and his 3 companions, numbered only 7 people at most. If it came to blows, the martial arts instructors, possessing some combat skills, would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Even with Meng Fei wielding a dagger, they weren't completely without a fighting chance. But the key point was that ordinary people faced with street thugs would naturally feel a certain fear. Unless they were exceptionally bold, or cornered into desperate resistance. In any case, the vast majority simply lacked the courage to confront street thugs. This is precisely why, upon witnessing such a scene, the martial arts instructors who had been so aggressive moments before instantly backed down. As for the many students gathered around to watch the spectacle, they scattered in all directions, terrified of getting caught up in the trouble. Damn it, all of you, keep your heads down. Got it? Seeing he had the situation under control, Meng Fei felt slightly satisfied. He swept his gaze over the martial arts instructors, then raised his chin and declared, "Come on, follow me. Brother Feng wants to see you." Brother Feng? Hearing this, the martial arts instructors froze in surprise. But quickly, under Meng Fei's pointed gaze, they caught sight of the slender youth standing in the corner nearby. Instantly, their expressions darkened. Not only that, but a faint sense of dread began to creep into their hearts. Was this the reckoning? The memory of that youth's monstrous combat prowess on the training grounds earlier. The last shred of defiance in the martial arts instructors' hearts was utterly crushed. There was no way around it, they were genuinely terrified of Li Feng. Damn it, what are you all standing around for? Move! Seeing them still frozen in place, Meng Fei's temper flared instantly. As he spoke, he kicked one of them hard with his foot. Perhaps realizing escape was impossible, the 5 martial arts instructors reluctantly obeyed Meng Fei's urging. They steeled themselves and slowly shuffled toward Li Feng. This scene was witnessed by numerous students and the security guards at the school gate. Yet despite this, not a single soul dared step forward to intervene. After all, students were likely scrambling to hide at the sight of such a confrontation. Why would any of them foolishly step forward to get beaten? As for the security guards, their excuse was even more compelling. Since you've already stepped outside the school gates, what the hell business is it of ours? Besides, hadn't they seen the knife in his hand? They weren't about to risk their monthly paycheck of 1,000 or 2 for this. And so, despite the distance still separating them, under Lu Xing and Meng Fei's threats, the martial arts instructors cautiously approached Li Feng step by step. Especially that kid Lu Xing. He already kicked each of the 5 several times from behind. Damn it, these martial arts instructors were just too hypocritical. Damn it, when I called them over, not only did they ignore me, but they actually tried to lay a hand on me? But the moment Meng Fei showed up, these cowards scattered like quails. This comparison made him feel like he was inferior to Meng Fei. The thought made Lu Xing, who already had a bone to pick with Meng Fei, boil over with rage. He leapt up and delivered a vicious kick to the lower back of one of them. The man staggered forward several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Even so, the victim dared not utter a word, let alone show any sign of emotion. Well, we meet again? Li Feng gave a cold chuckle as he surveyed the martial arts instructors before him, their faces twisted with obvious discomfort. His tone was tinged with mockery. At his words, 2 martial arts instructors who had met his gaze immediately lowered their heads in fear, avoiding any further eye contact with the youth. Li Feng, what exactly do you want? Finally, the lead instructor mustered a bit more resolve, though his face was still flushed crimson. His voice cracked slightly as he demanded. Smack! You dare call me Li Feng? Call me Brother Feng, got it? Lu Xing, already irritated, lost his temper instantly. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and delivered a vicious slap across the man's face. He didn't hold back at all. In an instant, 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on the martial arts instructor's face. You. Having been so blatantly humiliated once again, even the fear-ridden martial arts instructor's rage boiled over instantly. What the hell? You think you can glare at me? He was furious, but Lu Xing was even more enraged. Almost the instant the man flashed his anger, Lu Xing let out a furious curse, grabbed his shoulders, and slammed him down. Immediately, a series of brutal knee strikes slammed into the martial arts instructor's midsection. This barrage of blows was brutal enough to make even someone with some martial arts training, let alone a complete novice, groan in pain. But just as he could no longer endure the blows and prepared to fight back, he caught Li Feng's gaze. In that instant, he was utterly intimidated by the cold, merciless glare in those eyes. Instantly, the fists he'd clenched in preparation for resistance slowly relaxed. Indeed, any resistance against this monstrously powerful little monster was utterly futile. Worse still, it could very well invite even more brutal suppression. Thud. 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 After several consecutive knee strikes, Lu Xing delivered a vicious punch straight to the martial arts instructor's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn it, come on. Keep barking like a dog. See if I don't beat the out of you. Perhaps not yet sated, Lu Xing, now visibly enraged, snatched the dagger from Meng Fei's hand and plunged it directly into the martial arts instructor lying on the ground. The scene unfolded so rapidly that even Meng Fei was momentarily frozen in shock. Witnessing this, not only Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, but even the other 4 martial arts instructors stared wide-eyed, nearly scared out of their wits. As for the instructor lying on the ground, he felt his very soul had left his body. For a moment, he even saw his long-dead great-grandmother frantically waving at him. Chapter 75. No one could have imagined that Lu Xing would make such a shocking move. Yet, just as the dagger in his hand was about to pierce the lead instructor's abdomen, a foot shot out with lightning speed. With a sharp crack, it struck directly below Lu Xing's wrist. In an instant, the dagger flew high into the air, clanging down again and narrowly missing the instructor's forehead. The sequence unfolded in an instant, but witnessing Lu Xing's attack thwarted, the onlookers around him collectively exhaled in relief. As for the martial arts instructor in charge, his forehead was covered in a cold sweat, and he was nearly scared out of his wits by the situation. Brother Feng. Seeing his attack blocked, Lu Xing felt a surge of resentment. He immediately turned to glare at Li Feng behind him. Get lost. Li Feng, hearing this, showed no leniency. Instead, he snapped back angrily. There was no helping it, this kid was just too impulsive. Being in the underworld wasn't wrong, and getting physical wasn't a big deal either. But the key point was, you couldn't go doing this kind of thing right at the school gate in front of so many people. Besides, a dagger isn't like a machete. If you don't know what you're doing with that thing, one wrong stab could actually kill someone. If something that heinous happened, even with the collapse of order in the apocalypse, the patrol officers wouldn't let a murderer get away with killing someone in broad daylight. Hearing this, Lu Xing tried to say something else, but was immediately dragged away by Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, who had rushed over. Unlike the fiery Lu Xing, these two at least retained their rationality. Besides, judging by the situation, Brother Feng seemed genuinely pissed off. Stop playing dead. Get the hell up. Unwilling to vent his anger on his own brothers, Li Feng instantly redirected his fury toward the martial arts instructor lying on the ground. As he spoke, he even let slip a rare string of profanities. Seeing this, the lead martial arts instructor swallowed hard, his legs still weak as he struggled to his feet. At that moment, his earlier arrogance had completely vanished. After all, if the youth before him hadn't intervened just now, his body would undoubtedly have several bloody holes. I truly did not report that incident to the school administration. Meeting Li Feng's piercing gaze, the lead instructor's face drained of color. He stammered out his explanation. He was genuinely terrified. If the other party was merely an unstoppable force, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, as an externally hired martial arts instructor at the Second Academy, he still had plenty of opportunities to make life difficult for Li Feng. But the crucial point was that this youth actually had connections outside the school. Hadn't he seen it? Even obvious street toughs like Meng Fei obeyed the others' commands. Moreover, Lu Xing's earlier actions had genuinely terrified him to his core. Fine, I'll say it again, go ahead and report me if you want. Li Feng stared coldly at him. Just hope you can afford the consequences when the time comes. His gaze swept over the other 4 martial arts instructors, who cowered like frightened quails. When Li Feng's gaze fell upon them, their faces all paled instantly. They quickly averted their eyes, not daring to meet the teenager's stare. I won't dare again. The lead martial arts instructor, recognizing the blunt threat in Li Feng's words, shook his head like a bobblehead and hurriedly explained. Get lost. From now on, you'd better behave yourselves around school. Seeing this, Li Feng lost interest in lecturing such spineless cowards and coldly barked his warning. Hearing this, the 5 martial arts instructors were overjoyed and scurried away with their tails between their legs. At that moment, they no longer cared about others' opinions. Their hearts were filled with nothing but relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. In any case, even if Li Feng hadn't uttered that final warning, these 5 martial arts instructors would undoubtedly avoid him like the plague whenever they crossed paths at school from now on. Brother Feng, should I have the guys find out where they live? Watching the martial arts instructors retreat in disarray, Meng Fei picked up the dagger from the ground before leaning in to whisper to Li Feng. Perhaps in his mind, he thought Brother Feng shouldn't have resorted to violence right at the school gate. Forget it. Just a bunch of nobodies. Not worth the trouble. Hearing this, Li Feng shook his head. Truth be told, he wasn't some magnanimous saint, but he wasn't a petty person who held grudges either. Ultimately, it depended on how much they provoked him before he decided how to respond. As for these 5 martial arts instructors, after giving them a thorough scolding, the matter was essentially settled. But that was only under the condition that they didn't cause trouble again in the future. As for Li Hong and Wang Hai, who had cast shadows over Li Feng's youth, he would never forget them. But it was still early days, and he wasn't in a hurry to deal with them just yet. After all, this was a game. If the methods were too direct, it would be rather dull. In his previous life, Li Feng had endured 3 years of relentless bullying. Now, repaying them with 2 months of torment shouldn't be too much, right? Of course, once he'd had his fill of fun, Li Hong and Wang Hai would face the full force of Li Feng's brutal methods. Alright. Upon hearing Li Feng's response, Meng Fei nodded in agreement. After taking over Wang the Lame's arcade, he grew even more respectful toward this young man before him. Though he still felt a bit uneasy at times, he had largely settled into his role as the other's subordinate. After all, setting aside other considerations, the benefits they'd gained by following Li Feng were already an unexpected windfall for Meng Fei and the others, weren't they? As for whether they could eventually become the top dog in the county, that hardly mattered anymore. As long as the brothers could prosper under him, what harm was there in recognizing this youth as their leader? This wasn't some old-school era where seniority and lineage mattered. These days, if you've got what it takes, you rise to the top. Acting like those Hong Kong movies, with a bunch of old farts who should be 6 feet under bossing everyone around? That's just ridiculous. Damn it, this is running a gang, not running a nursing home. If you could solve everything by playing cards or hiring a hitman, that'd be even more ing. Bull. Anyway, if Meng Fei ever had any treasonous thoughts, the first ones he'd take care of would be those decrepit old farts. If you're not ruthless, you won't survive. If you're the type who drags his feet and gives away his intentions early, who else should die if not you? Anyway, don't get fooled by Hong Kong movies. When it comes to real hardened criminals in the underworld, you gotta look to the mainland. They don't mess around if they say they're gonna kill you, they kill you. When hundreds clash in street fights and only a few get slashed? That's just how it is. Chapter 76, Lend me your bike for a spin. After those martial arts instructors slunk away, Li Feng and his crew didn't linger in the corner any longer. Perhaps still fuming over the earlier incident, Li Feng completely ignored Lu Xing's presence, leading Meng Fei and the others straight out the door. Seeing this, Lu Xing's face flushed slightly, but he said nothing. He simply followed closely behind Li Feng. Truthfully, he wasn't stupid. He understood perfectly well that Li Feng was acting this way entirely for his own good. But sometimes, he just couldn't stand being provoked. Especially when his emotions got the better of him, he'd act purely on instinct. Simply put, his hands moved faster than his brain. This kind of temperament really wasn't suited for navigating the underworld and made him easy prey for others to exploit. If Li Feng had merely seen him as a subordinate, it wouldn't have mattered, he might even have found him perfect as a scapegoat. But the problem was, Li Feng genuinely regarded Lu Xing as his own brother. So at this moment, if he didn't give Lu Xing a taste of his own medicine and teach him a lesson, who knows what earth-shattering trouble this kid might stir up in the future. Surviving in the underworld isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about navigating social dynamics, and even scheming and plotting. If all you ever do is strike hard and take lives, that's not hustling, that's being a hitman. Alright then, Brother Feng. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the venue. After a few more words, Meng Fei took his leave and prepared to depart with his crew. Li Feng nodded in response. But before Meng Fei could straddle the motorcycle beside him and start the engine, Li Feng called him back. Is that bike yours? Seeing the flashy off-road bike before him, reminiscent of a Kawasaki H2, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Yeah, Brother Feng, but it's a high-end replica. Seeing Li Feng speak up, Meng Fei reluctantly stopped again, scratching his head awkwardly as he explained. After all, the genuine article cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, far beyond the means of an ordinary small-time hustler like him. Even so, his replica bike was still a standout in the county town. Not to mention, picking up girls was a breeze. After Meng Fei confirmed it, not only Li Feng, but even Lu Xing and the other two standing nearby instantly lit up. After all, who could resist a motorcycle this sleek and stylish? And the thrill of speed and adrenaline could ignite the passion in any testosterone-fueled man. Brother Feng, if you like it, then I'll give you my bike. Meng Fei had noticed Li Feng's keen interest, so after gritting his teeth for a long moment, he steeled himself and made the difficult offer. There was no other way. He'd scrimped and saved for over a year, then swindled a hefty sum from his family just to pay for this bike in full. It was no exaggeration to say this bike was practically half of Meng Fei's life. Forget giving it away. Even when his brothers asked to borrow it before, he'd been utterly reluctant. But now, having resolved to follow this youth before him, a mere motorcycle, well, it let it be his blood oath. Seriously? Hearing this, Li Feng froze for a moment before turning to look at him with a faint, mocking smile. He hadn't expected Meng Fei to be so willing to part with it, a motorcycle worth at least 10,000 yuan, given away without a second thought. Yeah, really. Having made up his mind, Meng Fei didn't hesitate any longer. He promptly climbed off the motorcycle seat and handed the keys to Li Feng. As for what Lu Xing and the other two were thinking upon witnessing this scene, no one could say. But the other three underlings who had followed Meng Fei were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined their boss would be so decisive, saying he'd give away the bike and actually doing it. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Li Feng shook his head, took the keys, and smiled. How about this? Lend me this bike for a couple days. I'll buy my own and return it to you later. No problem, brother Feng. If you like it, just take it and drive it. Hearing Li Feng say this, Meng Fei felt even more determined inside. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Admittedly, parting with the motorcycle felt like his heart was bleeding. But after yesterday's incident at the arcade, Meng Fei had become completely convinced of Li Feng's abilities. Besides, it was just a mere motorcycle. He believed that as long as he steadfastly followed this young man before him, the future rewards would far outweigh the value of this bike. A powerful premonition stirred within him. A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. Rest assured, I'll only use it for a few days. Hearing this, Li Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Then, as if something occurred to him, his gaze swept over Meng Fei and the other three. His tone turned earnest. It's just a motorcycle. As long as you guys stick with me and do your jobs well, I guarantee every one of you will get to ride one someday, not just a replica, but a real Kawasaki. You might think I'm just making empty promises, but that's fine. We've got plenty of time ahead. We'll see how it plays out. Just give me 1 year. Li Feng held up one finger. If by then any of you here still can't afford a real Kawasaki, then I, Li Feng, will let you curse me however you want and I won't even argue back. With that, the youth didn't linger. He straddled the motorcycle, fired it up, and twisted the throttle. In an instant, the motorcycle's engine and exhaust roared like a beast, then vanished like a whirlwind at the school gate. Even after Li Feng's figure vanished completely into the distance, Meng Fei, Lu Xing, and their 4 companions stood frozen in place, dumbstruck, unable to move for a long while. A Kawasaki costing well over 100,000 yuan. Yet despite this staggering price tag, not a single person present dared to question it. There was no way around it. Li Feng's words had been too calm. It was as if everything he had just said was merely a simple statement of fact. And the more he acted like that, the more it made those around him believe him without question. After all, before this, no one believed this youth could take down Lane Wang in one fell swoop and seize his turf, right? Chapter 77, Riding a Motorcycle into the Academy. The next day, news of Li Feng's back-to-back beatings of martial arts instructors inevitably sent shockwaves through the academy. Especially that morning at the school gate, the figure of the youth riding the motorcycle looked so cool and dashing that it made the hearts of many female students nearby pound wildly. It couldn't be helped. Li Feng was naturally handsome, and his recent transformation in aura made him appear even more sharp and intimidating. Even the security guard at the academy's main gate, upon seeing the youth riding his motorcycle, dared not block his path. After a moment's hesitation, he simply let him pass through the gates. After all, they were well aware of Li Feng's current influence. It simply wasn't worth risking offending this young troublemaker over such a minor matter. Besides, the academy didn't explicitly forbid students from riding motorcycles onto campus, did it? Whether it's a bicycle or a motorcycle, it's still riding. What difference does it make? The security guard, earning a measly 1,000 or 2 a month, silently consoled himself with this thought. Come here. Parking his motorcycle in the bicycle shed, Li Feng spotted the girl still standing dumbly by the school gate. He waved at her with a smile. Bathed in the morning sunlight, the boy in his black tracksuit wore a carefree, unrestrained smile. His entire figure seemed to glow with a golden radiance. Amidst the sea of students all wearing their secondary school uniforms, Li Feng stood out like a crane among chickens, his aura distinctly different. Seeing this, Chen Yao froze for a moment before her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her head further and jogged over. Breakfast was much the same as yesterday, milk and a few meat buns. This time, however, Chen Yao seemed to have learned her lesson. Before Li Feng could say anything, she deftly unscrewed the cap of the milk bottle. Seeing this, Li Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he suddenly found the situation rather amusing. Actually, it wasn't quite the same as yesterday. After his workout, Li Feng's muscle soreness had improved significantly. Though he still moved with some awkwardness, a minor task like unscrewing a cap required little effort now. Even so, he didn't stop her. Instead, he naturally enjoyed her thoughtful gesture. Most importantly, word had spread among the students of the second branch campus. He was confident that no one would dare cause trouble for Chen Yao at school anymore. After finishing all this, the girl didn't linger. She lowered her head and scampered away again. In her heart, she probably still felt uneasy about living under the gaze of others. Especially when passing through crowds of students, the many meaningful glances made the timid girl feel utterly lost. Still, her actions drew plenty of disapproving glances from her female classmates. Honestly, if they could have even the slightest connection with Li Feng, the campus sensation of the moment, they'd be over the moon. Why would she rush off like that? Truly, a wild boar can't handle fine bran, the envious girls thought sourly to themselves. Ignoring the murmurs of passing students, Li Feng leaned casually against a pillar and focused intently on eating his breakfast. After about 10 minutes, when the stream of students entering the campus had thinned out, Lu Xing and his two friends finally appeared before Li Feng. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. The trio immediately greeted him upon seeing Li Feng. Ah, you're here. Li Feng nodded with a smile. Although he hadn't said goodbye to Lu Xing and the others before leaving yesterday, they had still shown up early this morning to wait for him downstairs at his apartment complex and work out together. Li Feng was quite pleased with this. After all, training required consistent effort. Otherwise, if you only train sporadically, it's better not to bother at all. You might as well sleep and you'd feel more energetic that way. Brother Feng, wanna have some more? Lu Xing offered a plate of steamed dumplings with an ingratiating smile, baring his teeth. Seeing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement. Ever since yesterday, when the kid nearly stabbed that martial arts instructor with a dagger, Li Feng hadn't given him a single friendly glance. Even during the morning exercises, it was much the same. As the person involved, Lu Xing naturally picked up on all this. But the kid had thick skin. Not only did he brush it off, but today he kept popping over to greet Li Feng and such. After all, you don't hit someone who's smiling at you. Li Feng felt a bit helpless about it. It wasn't that he was stingy or anything, but this kid was just way too impulsive. He couldn't bring himself to hit him, and cursing him just went right over his head. What to do? He'd just have to let him stew in his own juices for a bit. Thinking this, Li Feng glanced at the breakfast still being held out to him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly before finally taking it. Seeing this, Lu Xing's grin stretched from ear to ear. Sometimes, between brothers, words weren't necessary. A single gesture, a smile, could convey everything. As for Lu Xing, he might be a bit impulsive, but that didn't mean he was stupid. At the very least, he understood every bit of Li Feng's thoughtful intentions. Otherwise, with that kid's carefree attitude, how could he possibly keep putting on a thick face to curry favor with someone else? Alright, I can't eat anymore. Xiaohong, give this breakfast to Chen Yao in your class. After taking the breakfast, Li Feng thought for a moment before turning and handing it to Su Yanhong beside him. Hearing this, Lu Xing and Kong Li's faces immediately broke into knowing smiles. Earlier, they thought that scruffy girl wasn't good enough for Brother Feng. But after Su Yanhong's explanation, they finally understood Chen Yao's concealment. And now, seeing Li Feng show such concern for a girl, how could they not read into it? Ah! Hearing Li Feng's words, Su Yanhong froze for a moment before taking the breakfast and asking dumbly, what if she doesn't want it? If she doesn't want it, you beat her up. Li Feng snapped irritably. Oh. Su Yanhong nodded. No way, you actually want to beat someone up? Seeing Su Yanhong actually nod in agreement, Lu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. Without a second thought, he delivered a sharp smack to the back of Su Yanhong's head. Didn't Brother Feng say so? Su Yanhong looked utterly innocent after getting hit for no reason. Damn it, if Brother Feng told you to eat, would you do it? Lu Xing rolled his eyes, utterly exasperated. Ugh. Hearing this, Su Yanhong remained unfazed, but Kong Lo, who was eating kanji nearby, couldn't hold back and nearly vomited on the spot. No wonder he was eating pumpkin porridge today. Chapter 78, Why Not Wear the School Uniform? Perhaps because the written exams were drawing nearer, the third-year students were working harder than ever. Of course, those who felt they couldn't pass or had given up entirely were naturally excluded from this group. Even in Class 2, where the study atmosphere was unusually intense, the moment Li Feng stepped into the classroom, everyone seemed to sense something and instinctively lifted their eyes to look at him. It couldn't be helped. Although many had grown accustomed to Li Feng's occasional dramatic antics lately, the incidents of him beating up the martial arts instructor and hanging out with Meng Fei's gang at the school gate were still enough to leave most people utterly speechless. That's just how student groups are. If it was just schoolyard roughhousing, people might understand. But the moment it involved outsiders from the real world, everyone's perception changed completely. In fact, for many, the sudden appearance of Meng Fei's gang was far more shocking and surprising than Li Feng beating up those martial arts instructors. After all, when Meng Fei handed over the money to Li Feng, he did so openly and unapologetically, without hiding it from anyone. And all of this was truly turning the world upside down. In the past, hadn't it always been the students paying money to Meng Fei's gang of thugs? Now look at this, how the hell did it flip to Meng Fei paying tribute to Li Feng? In any case, the mere thought of it left many students feeling this whole affair was far too bizarre and unbelievable. But just as doubts flashed through the classmates' minds, Ting saw Li Feng walk in through the classroom door. Her pretty face instantly turned cold. "Li Feng, how dare you come to school without your uniform?" As the class monitor of Class 2, she naturally had the authority to address this. Coupled with witnessing him mingling with those off-campus thugs yesterday, the icy-hearted girl felt even more furious, her anger tinged with a sense of disappointment, as if she were scolding someone for failing to live up to her expectations. At her words, the entire class's gaze shifted toward Ting once more. That's just how it is in the naive days of student life. Young boys and girls, newly awakened to romance, often do things that seem utterly baffling. And the ways they express their feelings are always bizarre and unpredictable. Some took pleasure in bullying those they secretly admired, while others would constantly tattle and occasionally target the object of their affection. In short, these actions seemed foolish, yet they frequently unfolded during adolescence. Perhaps they don't even realize it themselves, but deep down, they just want to grab the attention of the person they like. Don't doubt it, this is the truth. Oh, I forgot. Though scolded by that Sundara girl first thing in the morning, Li Feng didn't seem to mind at all. He merely smiled faintly and offered a casual explanation. Yet it was precisely this casual attitude that infuriated the girl. What kind of attitude is that? Ting's beautiful eyes glared at Li Feng, the atmosphere around her growing even more tense. Well then, class monitor Lu, what attitude do you want me to have? Seeing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of playful teasing emerging in his expression. As he spoke, he walked directly toward her seat. You. As the tall figure drew nearer, Ting, who had been brimming with fierce resolve moments ago, suddenly felt a pang of unease. The thing was, Li Feng had a history of this kind of behavior. Deep down, Ting wasn't entirely opposed to his playful head pats, but she was still a young girl. That mix of embarrassment and annoyance was inevitable. Why aren't you talking? Li Feng drew even closer, his entire body nearly enveloping the girl's silhouette, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In that instant, the distance between them was less than half a meter. Li Feng could even clearly smell the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her body. Swish! Though this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred, Ting's pretty face flushed crimson instantly upon facing it again. Anyway, you can't come to the academy without wearing your uniform. Her eyes darted away from Li Feng's intense gaze as she murmured softly, her body instinctively retreating half a step backward. Where was the aloofness of the former second-tier campus beauty now? She seemed timid enough to make even the bolder girls blush. Seeing this, Li Feng couldn't help but find it amusing. Wasn't this exactly the definition of being both clueless and playful? As he pondered this, the other male students in the class couldn't help but feel a wave of envy wash over them, their hearts filled with bitter lamentation. After all, no matter how you looked at it, it had the distinct feel of flirtatious banter. But even though they felt deeply uncomfortable, not a single one dared to speak up. There was no way around it. Li Feng's recent exploits had cast an overwhelming shadow over these sheltered students. Fine, I'll remember to wear my uniform next time. Li Feng understood the principle of moderation. Seeing Ting's reaction, he didn't press the issue any further. It wasn't that he wanted to be a rebel or anything. It was just that returning to campus life had made him unconsciously overlook many common sense things. So after his morning workout, Li Feng went home to freshen up, then slipped into a pair of his favorite black sweatpants and headed straight to school. With the academic exams approaching, the second academy was fairly lenient toward their third-year students anyway. Fine, I'll let it slide this time. But next time, you absolutely must remember to change into your uniform. Though her embarrassment was reaching its peak, the proud young girl forced herself to utter this retort upon hearing Li Feng's words. Watching the girl before him, her little head held high, refusing to admit defeat, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Suppressing the urge to tease her further, he walked straight to his seat. After placing his backpack on his desk, Li Feng didn't pause. He took a few more steps forward before raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap to both Li Hong and Wang Hai. The crisp, resounding smacks echoed through the classroom as clear handprints instantly appeared on both boys' cheeks. This time, though it still drew the peculiar stares of most classmates, it wasn't just them. Even Li Hong and Wang Hai themselves had grown accustomed to it. There was nothing to be done, they had grown numb to it. Chapter 79, Everyone Gathers. Time flew by, and Sunday arrived. As dusk approached, a private room at the Hyulai restaurant welcomed a group of street thugs. But they weren't here to cause trouble. Brother Fei, aren't we supposed to be watching the place today? Yeah, why did you suddenly call everyone to the restaurant for dinner? Brother Fei, isn't it risky leaving the arcade unguarded right now? After the dozen or so men settled into two tables in the private room, several underlings immediately approached and began asking Meng Fei questions. Though the rest remained silent upon hearing these questions, their puzzled gazes turned toward their leader, Meng Fei. Over the past few days, everyone had grown accustomed to staying at the venue. This sudden collective outing for a meal left the brothers feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, their current perks were worlds apart from what they used to get. Just sitting around in the arcade earned them $200 a day, and best of all, they actually got days off. Think about it in this day and age, how many low-level thugs could live as carefree as they did? But precisely because of this, the gangsters cherished their current lifestyle immensely. So when Brother Fei suddenly gathered them all and abandoned the golden goose of an arcade, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. If that kid ever came looking for trouble, they'd have a hell of a time explaining themselves. Alright, relax. This is all Brother Feng's orders. Just wait it out. Seeing all eyes turn to him, Meng Fei stepped forward to explain. Oh, I see. That's good. So Brother Feng called us here. Hearing this, the group instantly relaxed. One by one, the doubts vanished from their faces as they lit cigarettes and chatted cheerfully. Watching this scene unfold, Meng Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. After all, he was a perceptive man. If he still didn't understand what his brothers were worried about at this point, he wouldn't be fit to lead them. Even though the youngster hadn't set foot in the arcade once these past few days, his generous and open-handed approach had already earned him considerable respect among this group of old brothers. However, the faint trace of unease in Meng Fei's heart quickly dissipated as he saw the smiles on his brothers' faces in the private room. He knew these brothers had followed him because they were truly terrified of poverty. Sometimes they'd even resorted to pooling money from a dozen guys just to buy cigarettes. But look at them now. Under that young man's leadership, they weren't exactly living high on the hog, but they were undeniably better off than most of the local hoodlums in the county. If things turned out exactly as Li Feng described, if this guy could genuinely lead his crew to greater success, then what would it matter if Meng Fei chose to submit? Brother Fei, Feng. Brother Feng suddenly called us out for a meal. Is there something going on? A few more observant brothers didn't join the laughter and banter. Instead, they turned to Meng Fei with questioning looks and whispered their inquiries. After all, if it were just an ordinary dinner, they'd need to leave a few men behind at the venue. At worst, they could take leftovers home or share them later. But suddenly abandoning the place and gathering all the brothers like this? No matter how you looked at it, it felt like there was something important to announce. What's the rush? Just wait. Brother Feng and the others should be here soon. Hearing this, Meng Fei merely smiled without giving a direct answer. Only the three brothers who had accompanied him to the second hospital last time knew about tonight's operation. The secrecy wasn't because Meng Fei feared a traitor among his men. But when it came to something as crucial as fighting for control of the turf, the fewer people who knew, the better. After all, you never know if one of the brothers might brag to someone else and accidentally spill the beans. So to be safe, keeping one's mouth shut was the wisest choice. Alright. Seeing Meng Fei being so secretive, the brothers who had been asking questions felt their curiosity burning like 1,000 needles, but in the end, they could only sheepishly sit back down without pressing further. Not long after, perhaps 10 minutes or so, Li Feng led Lu Xing and the others into the private room. Cao Yang and Li Nan were also among them. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Upon seeing the new arrivals, everyone in the private room including Meng Fei jumped to their feet in unison. They turned their eyes toward Li Feng, their expressions filled with reverence and a hint of admiration as they called out. Though the calls were somewhat rushed and not entirely in unison, the display was undeniably impressive. Alright, everyone, please sit down. Li Feng's gaze swept over everyone in the private room before he nodded, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't the type to be overly serious, nor did he feel the need to put on airs in front of his brothers to project authority. In the young man's view, what truly earned the genuine respect of his brothers was always his actions, not some artificial display of authority. Only when you made them all money and exchanged sincerity for sincerity could you earn their support and respect. Of course, there were always those insatiable, wolfishly ambitious souls. But for such individuals, you must withdraw your kindness and crush them completely with thunderous force. Soon after Li Feng and Lu Xing joined Meng Fei's table, the rest of the group followed suit. Nearly 20 people, but the two large round tables in the private room accommodated them without feeling cramped. Brother Feng, can we have the waitstaff bring out the dishes now? Meng Fei leaned over to ask Li Feng for his opinion. Sure. Go ahead and arrange it. Li Feng nodded. After all, they still had plenty of time, so he wasn't in any rush. Seeing Li Feng's approval, one of Meng Fei's associates, quick to pick up on cues, promptly stood up and hurried out of the private room to summon the waitstaff. As one of the more upscale restaurants in the county, Haiyulai restaurant served dishes remarkably quickly. Within moments, course after course of delicious delicacies was brought to the table by the waitstaff. While these dishes weren't exactly rare delicacies, Li Feng wasn't being stingy either. He'd basically ordered according to the scale of banquets held by wealthy families in the county. Looking at this spread, it would easily cost an ordinary person 1 or 2 months' salary. Chapter 80, Everyone's Shock. Though the aroma of the dishes stirred the appetites of many present, Li Feng, seated at the head of the table, hadn't touched his chopsticks. Consequently, everyone else remained seated quietly, not moving an inch. At that moment, though no one said it aloud, many silently guessed that an announcement was imminent. Sure enough, after the waitstaff had served all the drinks and dishes, Meng Fei rose first and locked the private room door from the inside. Seeing this, Li Feng nodded at him with satisfaction. He then picked up a glass of liquor, stood up, and addressed the brothers at both tables in a resonant voice. Today marks the day all our brothers gather together. Come, let me raise a toast to everyone first. Without waiting for a response, Li Feng tilted his head back and downed the full glass of beer in one gulp. Bottoms up to Brother Feng. Someone shouted the toast first. In an instant, those 4 words echoed throughout the entire private room. Needless to say, Lu Xing and the others were already staunch supporters of Li Feng. As for Meng Fei and his 13 men, over the past few days, they too had shown a growing willingness to follow him through thick and thin. To put it bluntly, when it came to money, the guy was genuinely generous. Moreover, Li Feng's formidable combat prowess and ruthless tactics were the most compelling factors that had won over everyone present. Following a boss like this? What else could anyone say? Seeing everyone down their drinks, Li Feng smiled but didn't sit down. Instead, he poured himself another full glass and continued, "Second thing, thanks for your support these past days. With you guys watching over the place, I'm totally at ease." With that, Li Feng downed another glass in one gulp. Though he hadn't personally visited the arcade these past few days, he'd learned through Gao Yang and Li Nan that Meng Fei's crew hadn't been up to any shady business. On the contrary, they had been diligently assisting the arcade owner with everything, and no unpleasant incidents had occurred. "Brother Feng, you're too kind." "Yeah, Brother Feng, we're the ones who should be thanking you." "Exactly, Brother Feng is so generous." Hearing this, the group immediately started chattering away. After all, no matter how you looked at it, it was because they followed Li Feng that they were enjoying such good days now. If it had been any other boss, they'd be grateful to get $100 for a day's work as a bouncer. Some stingier ones wouldn't give a single penny, just making empty promises. And you know what? This kind of thing was actually pretty normal in the world of street punks. Ha! Seeing the genuine excitement on everyone's faces inside the private room, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. Truth be told, most small-time hustlers in real life are pretty easy to please. As long as you, the boss, can protect them and show a little generosity, they'll generally follow your lead without question. Especially a boss like Li Feng, who was generous and gave away most of his earnings. A guy like that was damn hard to find. What's a little money? If this is all it takes to satisfy you guys, honestly, I'd look down on you. Once the murmurs died down a bit, Li Feng shook his head and sneered. Swish! Hearing this, everyone present froze in surprise, all turning to stare at the youth seated at the head of the table with baffled expressions. It couldn't be helped, Li Feng's words were simply too baffling. Wasn't being easily satisfied a good thing? Did he expect them to be greedy instead? In the vast private room, perhaps only Meng Fei, Lu Xing, and a handful of others seemed to grasp the meaning. Their expressions immediately settled into calmness. Sure enough, as the others murmured and whispered among themselves, Li Feng spoke again. Actually, I said this to Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others last time too. That is, as long as you all follow me diligently, within a year, I guarantee that everyone here will be worth at least several 100,000 yuan. If I, Li Feng, fail to deliver, you're free to curse me then. By the end, Li Feng's words rang out with unwavering conviction. Murder and arson earn you a gold belt, but building bridges and roads leaves no trace. Frankly, if he couldn't unify the county's underground forces with a dozen loyal brothers at his command in this chaotic era, Li Feng might as well quit the underworld altogether and find a factory job tightening screws. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire private room erupted in commotion. The reason was simple, the young man's words were utterly shocking. That's hundreds of thousands. Back in the day, forget hundreds of thousands, even tens of thousands would have been a fortune beyond the wildest dreams of most small-time hoodlums. You might think I'm just painting a pie in the sky, that you don't believe a word of it. Seeing the disbelief in everyone's eyes, Li Feng shook his head with a light smile before speaking calmly. It's fine. Time will prove everything. We can just wait and see. The reason I called you brothers together today is twofold. First, to have a meal and get to know each other better. Second, to thank you all for your support. And the third reason, the most important one, is this. Tonight, we're taking action. We're going straight for that casino at the bridgehead. At this, the entire group froze in place once more. Li Feng's rapid succession of statements had completely bewildered them. Which casino at the bridgehead? Which one else could it be? Lu Bowo's place, of course. Oh, so that's why the house isn't keeping any staff tonight. They called everyone over for the operation. With Li Feng's final remark, the room erupted into hushed whispers. After all, claims of earning hundreds of thousands a year, whether believable or not, were secondary to the pressing matter at hand, attacking another casino. Shut up! Everyone, quiet down and listen to what Brother Feng has to say. Seeing that the murmurs showed no sign of stopping, Meng Fei frowned deeply before barking out an order. At this moment, whatever Li Feng said would likely be inappropriate, and Meng Fei was undoubtedly the best person to quell the commotion. At Meng Fei's command, the commotion within the private room gradually subsided. Immediately, all eyes turned back to Li Feng. Chapter 81, Rallying the Troops. I know, calling everyone together without prior notice to discuss attacking other venues might feel a bit like forcing ducks to climb a tree. Once the room had settled, Li Feng lifted his eyes to survey the assembled group before speaking in a measured tone. But it's fine. If any of you aren't willing to go, I, Li Feng, won't force you. However, those who choose not to go will have to leave our team from this day forward. So this gathering can also serve as a farewell feast for them. At this point, Li Feng paused briefly before continuing. Now, I ask you all, is there anyone here unwilling to go? At his words, everyone in the private room exchanged uneasy glances. Not a single person stepped forward to speak first. Truthfully, they weren't particularly afraid of attacking other venues. It was more that the idea came as such a shock. After all, up until now, Meng Fei had kept it completely under wraps to maintain secrecy. Damn it, are you all mute? Speak up. Seeing this, Meng Fei instantly felt a surge of anger and embarrassment. Without a second thought, he roared out in fury. In that moment, he couldn't think clearly. Seeing his brothers all standing there like mutes was utterly humiliating. And worst of all, this happened right in front of Brother Feng. Brother Feng, we're all willing to go. Yeah, who's afraid of whose son? Exactly. It's just taking over Lu Guo's turf. Heh, we've been itching to do this for ages. Exactly. Last time we played at his place, those stacks of cash were enough to make anyone drool. Hearing this, the group finally snapped out of it and began chiming in to express their determination to Li Feng. They'd been hustling on the streets long enough to understand the simple truth: to get something, you had to give something in return. Now was their chance to prove their worth. How could anyone present pass up such an opportunity? Surely no one actually thought the $200 a day was just for keeping an eye on the place? That would be laughable. If that were the case, hiring a few more security guards would be far more cost-effective. Fine. I've given you your chance. Hearing these words, a cold, ruthless smile spread across Li Feng's lips as he spoke deliberately. Since no one is backing out now, let me make this clear up front: if anyone dares to desert the field after we move tonight, or cowers in fear and refuses to advance, don't blame me, Li Feng, for showing no mercy. What I want are brothers who will charge into battle with me, not trash who only fight when the odds are stacked in their favor. Got it? By the time he uttered that final sentence, Li Feng was practically growling. It was precisely this intensity that allowed everyone present to hear the iron resolve in his voice. It was clear that if anyone dared to cross this young man, even the heavens themselves wouldn't spare them. Understood, Brother Feng. Everyone present froze for a moment before responding in unison. Especially Lu Xing, the hot-headed fighter sitting next to Li Feng, nearly leapt out of his seat in excitement. Damn it, this is exactly the kind of passion and bloodlust we need, right? Alright, I won't beat around the bush. If we take this bridgehead venue this time, everyone's daily wages will double. Seeing the crowd in the private room fired up, Li Feng waved his hand dramatically and dropped his final bombshell. Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire VIP room reached a fever pitch. Visibly, almost every face was plastered with a mix of disbelief and ecstatic smiles. Hundreds of thousands a year? Whether it was true or not, that seemed far too distant. But doubling their daily wages right now? That was a tangible, solid benefit they could see. Especially since they already considered $200 a day to be pretty decent. And now, Brother Feng was doubling it? For a moment, everyone present, people who'd been scared of poverty, couldn't help but see dollar signs in their eyes. Unspendable, truly unspendable. They couldn't even fathom what kind of heavenly life it would be to have 400 bucks a day. Alright, since Brother Feng has finished speaking, I'll just add one more thing. Seeing Brother Feng had no intention of speaking further, Meng Fei forced himself to suppress his excitement, clearing his throat before continuing. At his words, the crowd finally reined in their excitement after a long moment, all eyes turning to Meng Fei. Nothing else, really. Just like Brother Feng said, since no one's backing out, tonight we're going to work our asses off. Meng Fei declared in a deep voice. His fierce gaze swept over the old brothers who had followed him before, then slowly settled on them. If I catch anyone slacking off or trying to cut corners, I won't wait for Brother Feng to act, I'll cripple them myself. Got it? Meng Fei's words were directed solely at his old crew. As for Lu Xing and the other four, he certainly had no right to lecture them. This approach was also Meng Fei's way of demonstrating his resolve to Li Feng. Understood. At his words, Meng Fei's 12 old brothers responded in unison. Come on, let's all raise a toast to Brother Feng. Seeing his old brother's spirited response, Meng Fei smiled with satisfaction before raising his cup first and turning to Li Feng beside him. To Brother Feng. At this call, everyone in the private room including Lu Xing instantly followed suit, raising their glasses in unison and turning them toward Li Feng seated at the head of the table. Come on, let's drink up. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Li Feng's lips as he raised his glass in turn. To be honest, Li Feng genuinely appreciated Meng Fei's initiative and awareness in leading the toast. It wasn't that he enjoyed flattery, but certain words sounded far more natural coming from Meng Fei than if he had said them himself. After all, they hadn't known each other long enough. That kind of scene where a domineering aura is unleashed and all the supporting characters bow down in submission only ever appeared in mindless feel-good novels. Of course, Li Feng believed that with time spent together, he too would eventually earn the complete loyalty of everyone present. With that thought, Li Feng let out a rare, hearty laugh before gesturing for everyone to sit down. Come on, everyone, take a seat. It's still hours before dark. Let's eat and drink well. If the food runs out, we'll order more. If the cigarettes run out, just ask the waitstaff for more. But there's one rule, no getting drunk. If anyone dares to get so drunk they can't move, don't blame me for having the brothers splash you with piss to wake you up. Ha ha. Don't worry, brother Feng. Chapter 82, laughter and cheer filled the carriage. The gathering lasted until nearly 10 o'clock that night. Thanks to Li Feng's earlier warning, no one dared to overindulge. Soon after, Meng Fei called an acquaintance to confirm that Lu Guo's bar was still open. Only then did Li Feng lead his brothers downstairs to settle the bill. Stepping out of the Haiyulai restaurant, Gao Yang and Li Nan quickened their pace before swiftly unlocking the doors of two large Jinbei vans parked by the roadside. These were the vans Li Nan had borrowed from the auto repair shop where he used to work, after slipping the owner a carton of cigarettes. Though rated for 10 passengers, these vans could easily squeeze in 15 or more if packed tightly. Precisely for this reason, such large Jinbei vans earned the nickname Chan Haonan's mobile office among many members of society. In short, these vans were economical, durable, and the absolute go-to choice for anyone navigating the underworld. Come on, get in. Catching the gentle night breeze of early summer, Li Feng leisurely lit a cigarette before waving his hand, signaling the brothers behind him to get in. Without crowding, they filed in one by one through the sliding side door of the Jinbei van. This scene drew the curious stares of passers-by lining the roadside. Once everyone was seated, Li Feng, cigarette still hanging from his lips, opened the passenger door and plopped himself down. Traffic on the late-night streets wasn't heavy, but since they weren't in a hurry, the two vehicles ahead and behind didn't drive particularly fast, maintaining a steady pace of around 40 to 50 miles per hour. Inside the vehicle, perhaps anticipating the impending battle, the atmosphere grew slightly tense and quiet. Only Lu Xing in the front seat kept fidgeting restlessly, clearly unable to sit still. You got hemorrhoids or something? Seeing his antics in the rearview mirror, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. Haha, brother Feng, I'm just excited. Hearing this, Lu Xing immediately leaned in, flashing a toothy grin. Usually, because they were in the academy, it was mostly just petty squabbles among students. But now, suddenly facing off against the county's biggest thug head-on? How could that not send Lu Xing, a born daredevil, into a frenzy? Ever since brother Feng had settled this matter a couple days ago, the kid had been eagerly anticipating tonight's arrival. Little 5, I'm warning you once the fight starts, don't get carried away and don't kill anyone. Got it? Seeing this, Li Feng sat up straighter and issued a stern warning. If you dare go too far again, I won't bring you along on the next operation. Even though things were chaotic these days, taking lives on a whim was something the police wouldn't tolerate. Besides, tonight was just a routine turf war, no need to resort to lethal force over it. Alright. Hearing this, Lu Xing nodded repeatedly, then smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Feng, whatever you say goes. I promise to listen to you. Damn it, why does your tone make me doubt you so much? Seeing the kid agree so readily, Li Feng suddenly grew suspicious. Soon, he waved his hand impatiently. Forget it. Just stay close to me and don't wander off, got it? Ah. Hearing this, Lu Xing instantly looked miserable. He grumbled, Brother Feng, we don't have to be so strict, do we? Bull. I think it's absolutely necessary. Li Feng didn't bother with further discussion, cutting him off decisively. Are you in or out? If not, get out of the car right now. One more or one less won't make a difference anyway. As he spoke, Li Feng made a move to signal Li Nan in the driver's seat to turn off the engine and stop the car. There was no helping it. Lu Xing was the type who got carried away in the heat of the moment. Even though he agreed readily now, once the fight started, he'd probably forget everything else. Sometimes, Li Feng genuinely believed this kid was born to be a reckless daredevil. Hey, stop it, brother Feng. I'll agree, okay? Seeing this, Lu Xing panicked instantly. He grabbed Li Feng's arm with one hand and pleaded pitifully. They'd already committed the entire force. Asking him to back out now would be worse than just stabbing him in the heart. Ha. Probably never having seen Lu Xing look so humiliated before, Li Nan, who was driving, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Smack! How could Lu Xing tolerate being mocked like that? Without a second thought, he unleashed his pent-up frustration, delivering a sharp smack to the back of Li Nan's head. Damn it, you bastard, stop laughing! The sudden blow made Li Nan's hand jerk as he was concentrating on driving. For a moment, the entire minivan began to sway. Holy! Seeing Lu Xing act so recklessly nearly scared the hell out of everyone in the car. If they didn't even get to fight and ended up crashing instead, wouldn't that be dying before achieving anything? The thought alone made everyone else in the van instantly want to jump out. As for Li Feng in the passenger seat, he shot Lu Xing a disapproving glare before silently buckling his seatbelt. Xing, I wasn't laughing at you. I just suddenly remembered something funny. Li Nan, startled by Lu Xing's blank stare, quickly added with tact. After all, with his reckless personality, only brother Feng could possibly tame him, right? What funny thing? Tell me so I can laugh too. Lu Xing wasn't so easily fooled. After hearing that, he still pressed on with a hint of persistence. Ah, well. For a moment, Li Nan was stumped by the question. But sensing Lu Xing's increasingly hostile glare, he suddenly found his wits. His eyes twinkled as he replied, Bro Xing, you know why most drivers avoid messing with minivan owners when they get road rage? Why? Lu Xing froze at the question. Could it be because minivans are cheaper, so they dare to ram into other cars? Nope, I think it's because minivan drivers are skilled. Haven't you heard people say, only those driving Wuling Hongwang are ing gods behind the wheel? Impossible. My Toyota AE86 is the first to disagree. Nope, none of that. I think it's because minivan drivers are fully equipped. If it ever comes to a fight, they'll just grab a big wrench and go for it. In an instant, as Li Nan posed his question, everyone inside the Dejinbei van began voicing their opinions. But as he listened to their heated debate, Li Nan struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking his head dismissively at each claim. Damn it, what the hell are you laughing at? Just tell us already what's the real reason. After pondering for a while and still unable to come up with an answer, Lu Xing grew impatient and pressed him. At Lu Xing's question, the cabin instantly fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to Li Nan in the driver's seat. Because, after two drivers get into an argument, the other driver never imagines how many people could jump out of a regular minivan to beat him up, haha. Li Nan held back for a long moment before finally bursting out laughing as he delivered the answer. Hearing this, the passengers in the cabin froze for a moment before bursting into laughter themselves. Exactly. Just like now, if some road rage driver suddenly cut in front and blocked their van, imagine all these people storming out together. Chances are, that driver would start avoiding minivans on the road from then on. No doubt about it, they'd be scarred for life. Chapter 83. After driving for about 20 minutes, the two large minivans pulled over near the outskirts of the county town. Brother Feng, we're here. Soon, the door of the lead van swung open. Meng Fei stepped out and walked over to Li Feng. Li Feng nodded, then unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. Xinjiang was actually a county town encircled by a river. Although he had never been to this place called Kayatubo before, its geographical location suggested it should be fairly close to the riverbank. Outside, the moon shone brightly through sparse clouds. The area was quiet, likely due to its remote location. What a perfect spot for murder and robbery. After all, running an illegal gambling den meant you couldn't exactly set up shop in a bustling downtown area. A more secluded environment was far more conducive to organizing such operations. Those with greater resources even set up their small gambling dens deep within uninhabited mountains. Brother Feng, Lu Guo's place is over there. Meng Fei first lit a cigarette for Li Feng before pointing to a spot about 400 or 500 meters away. Though the distance seemed somewhat far, the faint glow emanating from the spot made it quite conspicuous in the darkness. So, what do you say? What should we do now? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Li Feng turned to ask Meng Fei. Unfamiliar with the surrounding terrain, Li Feng didn't act on his own initiative but humbly sought advice instead. He wasn't the arrogant type. Knowing what he knew and admitting what he didn't was nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, those who never listened to their subordinates and always acted on their own whims were the real fools, a cardinal sin for any team leader. If I recall correctly, there should be a few hidden sentries Lu Guo planted around that corner. We'd better not drive over there and risk alerting them. After a moment's thought, Meng Fei addressed Li Feng directly. Alright, we'll do it your way. Li Feng nodded. Typically, a trap would have several hidden sentries stationed along the inevitable routes nearby. Their primary purpose, however, was to guard against sudden police raids, serving mainly as lookouts to alert the gang. Some more daring operators even stationed lookouts at the police station entrance. The moment patrol officers made any significant move, the gambling den's boss would receive immediate word. Of course, this setup was only necessary when the police station itself was understaffed. Otherwise, having an insider would be far more reliable. After all, busting gambling dens and prostitution rings was the patrol officer's favorite pastime. Not only was the risk low, but the payoff was exceptionally high. Especially around the new year, the frequency of these operations skyrocketed. After instructing his brothers in the carriage to hold their fire, Li Feng and Meng Fei walked toward the nearby gambling den. This wasn't arrogance on their part, but rather a necessity. Too many men would inevitably alert the hidden sentries. Halt! What are you doing? Sure enough, as they rounded a corner along the road, a low shout erupted. Immediately, a beam of flashlight light pierced through the darkness, directly illuminating Li Feng and Meng Fei. Having been in darkness for so long, the sudden, blinding light momentarily dazzled both Li Feng and Meng Fei. It's me. I'm bringing a friend to check out Brother Hua's place tonight. Meng Fei turned his head, shielding his eyes from the beam with his palm before speaking out before Li Feng could. Oh, it's you, Meng Fei. The man holding the flashlight finally lowered it after getting a clear look at Meng Fei's face, chuckling as he spoke. After all, the county town was small enough that any thug with even a shred of notoriety was practically a familiar face. Heh, how's the turnout at Brother Hua's place tonight? Seeing the flashlight lowered, Meng Fei walked over with Li Feng and struck up a conversation with a smile. Not bad, pretty crowded. But you're a bit late for the party tonight. Perhaps recognizing a familiar face, the lookout relaxed completely and replied with a smile. No worries, just here for a few quick games. Meng Fei said with a smile as they closed the distance between them. By now, Li Feng could make out the man's outline. Besides this young man in his 20s, two other figures were crouched under a large tree. If you didn't get closer, it would be easy to overlook their presence. Hey, Meng Fei. Heard you're doing pretty well for yourself these days, huh? Followed your big brother and took over Lame Wan's arcade. After meeting, the youth holding the flashlight continued speaking, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Ah, just scraping by, that's all. Meng Fei chuckled in reply, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes and called out to the two figures crouched beside him. Who are those two brothers? Come on over for a smoke. Hearing this, the other two rose without suspicion, chatting and laughing as they approached. Just the three of you guarding this place today? Once they were all close, Meng Fei asked casually, offering them cigarettes. Yeah, we're all here feeding the mosquitoes, damn it. The young man holding the flashlight cursed irritably before accepting the cigarette Meng Fei offered. Besides you three, how many people does Lu Guohua have left at the site? Seeing that Meng Fei had already gathered the facts and drawn all three men's attention, Li Feng beside him couldn't be bothered to keep up the pretense any longer. He spoke up indifferently. Huh? Who the hell are you? You think you can just call Brother Hua by his first name? Perhaps sensing Li Feng's hostile tone, the three men froze, then turned their gaze toward him in unison. One of them barked back without hesitation. Me? I'm here to take over your turf. Li Feng chuckled lightly, then suddenly lashed out, landing a punch squarely on the jaw of the man who had challenged him. A dull thud echoed as the man fell backward without even a groan. The other two were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Before they could react, Li Feng swiftly delivered another punch and a kick, instantly knocking both of them to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Meng Fei, standing nearby, froze in shock. There was nothing he could do. Li Feng's movements had been far too swift and ruthless. He had actually intended to help subdue one of them. But now, seeing three hidden sentries knocked out in less than 2 seconds, a wave of helplessness washed over him. What a useless piece of I am, damn it. Chapter 84, The Lively Barracks. Meng Fei had personally experienced Li Feng's insane combat prowess before, but witnessing it as an observer brought a completely different level of shock. Honestly, if the roles had been reversed just now, he felt he'd likely end up like those three sentries knocked out cold by a single punch from Li Feng. Alright, go round up the rest of the guys. Ignoring Meng Fei, who stood beside him with eyes wide in disbelief, Li Feng simply waved his hand dismissively. After all, it was merely taking down three unarmed street thugs, especially under surprise attack conditions, so achieving an instant kill wasn't difficult. Not just Li Feng, anyone with a few years of boxing training could have done the same. The only difference, perhaps, was whether they dared to strike in the first place. Ah, okay, got it. After a moment of shock, Meng Fei nodded repeatedly before turning and hurrying back the way he came. Soon, within mere minutes, the dark road echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. A dozen men, wielding machetes and steel pipes, came jogging along the path. Leading the group were none other than Lu Xing and Meng Fei. Let's go. Li Feng nodded without further comment, taking a machete handed to him by Lu Xing before leading the way toward the only building illuminated by light in the vicinity. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Now that they were here, let's get this show on the road. Under the deep night sky, the group of nearly 20 men, each armed, strode swiftly toward the house. In the moonlight, some of the machetes glinted with an eerie, cold light. Meanwhile, inside the gambling den, the atmosphere remained wildly boisterous. No one sensed the impending danger. The small gambling den at the bridgehead had once been a modest fertilizer factory, abandoned after failing to sustain operations. Due to its remote location, Lu Guohua negotiated with the owner and rented the abandoned factory on a daily basis. 3 sides, 3 sides. Under the glare of the incandescent light, the middle-aged man dealing the cards had bloodshot eyes. His expression tense, he slowly lifted the corner of the final card. His demeanor seemed poised to channel Stephen Chow's character from God of Gamblers, though he lamented his lack of card shuffling skills. Behind the dealer, layers of scattered gamblers crowded in, their voices echoing in unison. Don't push it, don't push it. Ha! 9 points. All in. Perhaps blessed by extraordinary luck, the dealer drew the 6 of spades from the final card as he'd hoped, slamming it onto the table with a thrill of excitement. Damn it! How the hell did you get a 9 out of that? Hey, Wang Wei, could you hurry up and deal the cards? You're wasting my time dragging this out. Damn, what a lucky bastard. Some rejoiced, others cursed. The moment the middle-aged banker revealed his 9, the rest of the table erupted in curses. As the players at the table cursed, the small-time gamblers who had bet on their side instantly erupted in boos. Dealer has 9 points. All bets lose. The young man sitting at the center of the table, acting as the dealer, seemed utterly unfazed by the commotion. He swiftly collected the losing bets from the other players, counting roughly 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. He then pulled out 200 yuan and tossed it into a large box nearby. The remainder was returned to the middle-aged man running the game. Damn it, can't you guys take a loss? Playing 3 cards is all about the atmosphere, right? If you want to play fair, just show your cards. Why bother with hidden cards? The middle-aged man dealing the cards, feeling targeted for winning, grumbled back in annoyance. You're the one talking. I'm betting 1,000 this round and I'll beat the crap out of you. Damn it. Another gambler at the table, seeing the middle-aged man getting away with his arrogance, flung a small stack of $100 bills toward his seat and spat out an angry curse. Come on, come on. Place your bets now. No more bets after the cards are dealt. The young dealer ignored the commotion and promptly urged everyone. Swish, swish, swish. At his command, both the seated players and the scattered customers behind them immediately placed their prepared bets back on the table. In the blink of an eye, several thousand more yuan appeared on the gambling table. Clearly, many had been thoroughly provoked by the dealer's brazen words. As the new round of betting commenced, a burly man seated on a nearby barstool watched the scene unfold. A faint smile crept onto his face. He was Lu Guohua, the organizer of this gambling den. Brother Hua, this guy wants to borrow 5,000 from us. Should we let him? At that moment, one of his underlings led a gaunt man over and addressed Lu Guohua on the barstool. Ha! Zhang Yong, you're ing asking me for money again? You haven't even paid back the last 3,000 yet. Hearing this, Lu Guohua glanced at the gaunt man before glaring and cursing. It must be said, Lu Guohua's face, covered in bulging muscles, was quite intimidating. Especially when he glared like that, it made the skinny man named Zhang Yong instinctively shrink his head back in fear. Brother Hua, it's just that my wife's keeping a tight grip on the household finances, heh. Lend me another 5,000 and I'll pay you back with interest in a few days. Though inwardly fearful, desperate to recoup his losses, Zhang Yong swallowed hard and plastered on a smile. 5,000 won't do. Give him another 3,000. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Guohua instructed his subordinate. Got it, Brother Hua. Without a word, the subordinate pulled out 3,000 from the waist pouch, then deftly counted out 3 bills before handing the rest to the gaunt man. Thanks, Brother Hua. Zhang Yong's face lit up with relief as he quickly accepted the money and thanked Lu Guohua. Don't thank me just yet. If you haven't paid me back in 3 days, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Guohua sneered coldly, his words laced with threat. Yes. I'll definitely pay it back on time. The gaunt man nodded frantically in agreement, then hurriedly squeezed his way back toward the gambling table. Damn gambling addict. Seeing this, Lu Guohua couldn't help but inwardly curse with contempt. But curses aside, his kind of operation couldn't function without scum like this. Truth be told, most casino operators running these operations weren't actually interested in gambling themselves. It was like those who deal in white powder but never touch the stuff themselves. In short, these gambling addicts were nothing but easy prey in their eyes. Otherwise, where else would his daily rake of tens of thousands come from? Thinking of this, Lu Guohua glanced at the large box on the gambling table, which had already collected at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. A satisfied smile spread across his face. If things kept going like this, he figured he could afford another apartment in the city before long. Fully furnished, no less. Bang! But before he could finish fantasizing about his future life, the large wooden door, which had been left slightly ajar, was violently kicked open from the outside. Chapter 85, The Brawl Inside the Dump. Bang! The deafening sound of the door being smashed echoed through the dilapidated factory yard, causing dozens of gamblers to instantly turn their heads in unison. Some who had been caught gambling before flinched violently, nearly bolting for the back door in panic. Who the hell are you? Seeing Li Feng and his crew kick through the door, the thugs who had been chatting by the entrance froze in shock before erupting in angry curses. Like the startled gamblers, they had just assumed the patrol officers had come to bust the gambling ring. But now, not seeing the familiar uniforms, the thugs guarding the door finally relaxed a bit. You, assholes! Lu Xing, who had followed Li Feng inside, didn't hesitate. He charged forward, machete raised. Other matters might not interest this kid much, but when it came to a fight, Lu Xing absolutely loved it. As he charged forward, Li Feng, pushed aside by the commotion, shook his head helplessly before leading the swarm of men behind him into the fray. Swish! 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 Blade to flesh, the thugs hadn't even registered what was happening before Li Feng's crew knocked them all flat on the ground. Damn it, they're here to wreck the place. Guys, grab your weapons. Seeing this, Lu Guohua, who had been sitting on a high stool, flashed a fierce look in his eyes before urgently calling out to his men in the center of the venue. Hearing their boss's command, the previously flustered underlings in the pit rallied as if finding their anchor. They scrambled to retrieve machetes, steel pipes, and other weapons from corners around the room. Not only that, even some thugs who had been resting in small rooms rushed out wielding weapons, gathering around Lu Guohua. Seeing both sides poised for a violent clash, the gamblers in the pit began to panic. After all, who wouldn't be scared less when suddenly confronted with a large-scale armed brawl in the dead of night? We're only here for Lu Guohua tonight. Outsiders had better keep out of this. If you get caught in the crossfire, don't blame us. The chaotic crowd in the pit made Li Feng frown. He barked out a cold, sharp warning. Got it? All of you ing stand in line. Men left, women right, and the trans folks in the middle. Hearing this, Lu Xing raised his blood-stained machete, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. He immediately bellowed at the crowd of gamblers before him. Swish! At the command of Li Feng and Lu Xing, the gamblers, who had been scrambling about like headless flies, obediently backed away to the sides, not daring to make a single move. As for the instructions about men left, women right, and the trans person in the middle, naturally, everyone instinctively ignored them. Are you kidding me? This is a fight. Can we get serious? Damn it, who the hell are you people? Taking advantage of this pause, Lu Guohua suddenly seemed to realize something. His eyes locked onto Li Feng and his group as he shouted angrily at them. The ones who are taking over your turf. Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes flashed. He immediately raised his knife and charged straight toward Lu Guohua. Now that both sides were clearly divided, he saw no point in wasting words. A fight was inevitable anyway. Seeing Li Feng strike first, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others behind him wasted no words. They all grabbed their weapons and followed suit. Take them down! Lu Guohua had made a name for himself in the county town, and he certainly wasn't the type to shy away from a fight. Seeing Li Feng charging toward him with his men, a fierce glint immediately flashed in his eyes. He roared at his own men. The two sides were already close together, so in the blink of an eye, the two groups clashed. Bang! The moment they clashed, the youth facing Li Feng was sent flying by a kick. Without hesitation, the teenager swung his blade, cutting down another man with a downward stroke. Swiftly sidestepping an incoming steel pipe swing, Li Feng swung his blade again. With a wet thud, the blade sliced through flesh. Blood spattered as another man collapsed, screaming in agony. While numbers matter in a brawl, unless one side holds an overwhelming advantage, the outcome ultimately hinges on combat prowess and ruthlessness. Li Feng possessed both qualities in spades. Thus, within the first exchange, he instantly took down 3 opponents. This scene instantly boosted the morale of his own men. Soon after, Meng Fei and the others who had rushed over raised their weapons and began hacking wildly at the enemy ranks. Especially that kid Lu Xing, he fought with brutal ferocity, aiming his machete almost exclusively at his opponents' heads. Fortunately, they were wielding ordinary, thin-bladed watermelon knives. Had they been heavier machete-style blades, even if they hadn't killed anyone, they would likely have smashed the enemy's brains out. In an instant, the clang of steel, curses, and screams filled the abandoned factory. As for Lu Guohua's group, they'd been caught off guard to begin with. Now, seeing just how fierce and formidable Li Feng's crew was, so after just one exchange, panic immediately began to set in. And that fear reached its peak the instant the delicate-looking youth at the front swung his blade again, felling 2 more of their brothers. Run! No one knew who shouted first, but within moments, 4 or 5 men, their courage deserting them, tossed aside their weapons and turned tail, scrambling frantically toward the back door. Seeing this, Lu Guohua was so furious he wanted to curse them out. But there was nothing he could do. Once someone in the group showed cowardice and fled, the impact on morale was undoubtedly the most devastating. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the remaining fighters who had been holding out a faint resistance scattered like birds and beasts. As for Lu Guohua, seeing the tide had turned against him, he too tried to flee amidst the chaos. But Li Feng's gaze had locked onto him long ago. With a swift lunge, Li Feng closed the distance and brought his blade crashing down on the man's back. A piercing scream erupted as the burly thug stumbled, instantly knocked to the ground by Li Feng. Chapter 86. Enough! Stop chasing! After taking down the knight's main target, Lu Guohua, Li Feng called out to Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei didn't say much. He simply stopped in his tracks as Li Feng had instructed. Lu Xing, however, glared at the fleeing thugs already disappearing into the distance, muttering something under his breath. He clearly wasn't ready to give up. What could you do? This bunch just wasn't tough enough. If you were to time it precisely, from the moment both sides clashed to the enemy's retreat and flight, the entire affair had lasted less than 2 minutes. Truth be told, this was how street brawls played out in the real world. Especially when both sides were armed, it usually ended after 1 or 2 rounds of charging and clashing. The idea of clanging swords for 10 minutes or half an hour? That's pure exaggeration reserved for movies and TV shows. Frankly, if they fought like that in real life, wouldn't a whole bunch of people be dead by now? Unarmed combat might be one thing most thugs probably wouldn't even flinch. But once a machete swings down and draws blood, how many people wouldn't feel fear? Take ancient military campaigns. Once casualties hit 30 or 40%, morale would collapse. You can't expect street thugs and hoodlums to possess the iron will and fearless courage of predators, can you? So even if the enemy outnumbered Li Feng's side, once he charged ahead and instantly cut down 5 or 6 of them, their defeat was already sealed. You must be Lu Guohua? After halting his men's pursuit, Li Feng finally refocused his gaze on the middle-aged man. At that moment, Lu Guohua's back was completely drenched in blood, and he lay on the ground wailing incessantly. He looked utterly miserable. Damn it, didn't you hear Brother Feng asking you a question, you bastard? Seeing the middle-aged man still lying on the ground feigning death and refusing to answer, a hot-tempered Lu Xing couldn't hold back any longer. He charged forward and delivered a vicious kick straight to the man's head. The force of the kick was considerable, causing Lu Guohua to let out another agonized scream as blood gushed from his forehead. Lu Xing seemed unsatisfied, about to swing his knife down, but was ultimately stopped by Li Feng's stern glare. "Who the hell are you?" Wiping away the blood that nearly dripped into his eyes, Lu Guohua suppressed the urge to curse. He fixed his gaze on Li Feng before him and demanded angrily. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you cooperate now. That way, you'll suffer less." Hearing this, Li Feng paid no heed to the murderous glare directed at him. He merely shook his head and spoke in a detached tone. "Kid, I've never crossed you before, have I? We've got no beef. Why did you bring your men to raid my place?" Lu Guohua remained unconvinced, his voice thick with resentment as he pressed the accusation. He couldn't wrap his head around it. He hadn't crossed anyone recently, so why would this group suddenly appear out of nowhere to target him? Especially this youth before him, he looked far too unfamiliar and young. Damn it, when did such a figure emerge on Qingqing's underworld scene? I admit we have no grudge against each other. In fact, I'd never even seen you before coming here just now. Li Feng chuckled lightly. Then why are you doing this? Lu Guohua's eyes widened in disbelief. Honestly, if the other guy wasn't so powerful right now, he'd be cursing like a sailor. Damn it, you don't even know me, so why bring people to attack me in the middle of the night? Got nothing better to do? Simple. I heard this place was pretty decent, so I brought the boys over to check it out. As he spoke, Li Feng casually scanned the entire abandoned factory floor before continuing. How about this? Hand over this place to me. What do you say? At this point, if Lu Guohua still didn't grasp the other guy's intentions, he'd be a complete fool. Without a second thought, he roared back at Li Feng. You're dreaming. You'll only get this place if you kill me first, goddammit. This place was raking in tens of thousands daily, how could he willingly hand over this golden goose? Lu Guohua, brother Feng is talking to you nicely. That's giving you face. You better not be ungrateful. Hearing this, Meng Fei beside him instantly grew displeased, pointing his machete at the other man and snarling. Meng Fei, you've got some nerve bringing people to raid my turf. Fine, just you wait. At that moment, Lu Guohua seemed to recognize Meng Fei. A flash of resentment flickered in his eyes as he stiffened his neck and threatened him. Seeing the other still talking tough at this moment, Meng Fei instantly grew furious. But before he could make his next move, Li Feng waved him off. So from the sound of it, you don't want to give up this turf, huh? Li Feng's gaze remained calm as he stared at Lu Guohua lying on the ground, his tone flat as he asked. If you've got the guts, finish me off today. Otherwise, I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. Lu Guohua cursed without hesitation. Brother Feng, if he wants to die, let's grant him his wish, damn it. Lu Xing couldn't stand being provoked. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot at the words, and he took a step forward. Stand down. Seeing the kid about to cause trouble again, Li Feng shot him a disapproving glare. Though Lu Xing still felt reluctant, he held his tongue. His eyes, however, remained fixed on Lu Guohua. Honestly, if Brother Feng had given the slightest nod, he would have slashed straight for that guy's throat. Lu Guohua, you like playing rough with me, huh? Li Feng slowly approached him, machete in hand, his tone still devoid of any trace of anger. So what if I do? Come on, man, kill me if you've got the balls. At this point, Lu Guohua seemed to have thrown caution to the wind, shouting wildly at his opponent. He had no choice. If he backed down tonight, his reputation on Qingqing's underworld streets would be utterly destroyed. Chapter 87. Killing someone wasn't a trivial matter. Even without all these gamblers watching eagerly, Li Feng wouldn't have done it. After all, you never know what's in someone's heart. Meng Fei and his crew had simply been under his control for too short a time. The young man would never hand over such leverage to others. This was precisely why Lu Guohua dared to act so brazenly. If they were out in the middle of nowhere with fewer people, would this little dare provoke Li Feng like this? No way in hell. If he actually killed you, he could just dig a hole and bury you, it'd be a pointless death. But tonight, even if Li Feng couldn't kill Lu Guohua, he still needed to deliver a necessary warning. Otherwise, how could he lead the team in the future? At this thought, a cold gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He stared down at Lu Guohua lying on the ground and sneered. Looks like you really have gotten too old and stupid from hanging around the streets. Damn it, kid, if you've got the guts, then. Hearing this, Lu Guohua tried to spit out a few more defiant words, but before he could finish, the blade in the youth's hand flashed. In an instant, an indescribable agony erupted from his right wrist, radiating through every bone and nerve in his body. His piercing scream, like that of a dying beast, instantly echoed throughout the entire factory. That heart-wrenching, ghostly wail was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. For with just that single stroke from Li Feng, Lu Guohua's entire hand had been cleanly severed. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the gamblers still cowering in the corners sucked in their breaths in unison. The more timid among them let out a startled cry before quickly turning their heads away, unable to bear the sight. It wasn't just them. Even several of the brothers standing beside Li Feng were startled by the sudden bloody scene, taking a few steps back. There was no helping it, the closer you were, the greater the shock. After all, this was a living, breathing human being, not some cat or dog. But Li Feng couldn't care less. He planted his foot squarely on Lu Guo's chest as he writhed on the ground, sneering coldly. You said you weren't afraid of dying? I only cut off one of your hands, and you're already whining like this? My hand, my hand. After Li Feng spoke, Lu Guo seemed oblivious, his voice muffled and wailing as he continued to cry out. His gaze appeared unfocused, fixed on his severed hand lying on the ground beside him. Thud. Without a second thought, Li Feng kicked the bloody stump aside. Not far away, Konglo, already startled, watched in horror as the severed hand flew toward him. His scalp prickled, and he leapt back as if electrocuted. Seeing his pale face, the brothers refrained from mocking him. After all, the scene was undeniably terrifying. Lu Guo, I'll ask you one last time, are you giving up this territory or not? Casually kicking the severed hand aside, Li Feng leaned forward slightly, his gaze cruel and icy as he locked eyes with his opponent, enunciating each word deliberately. My hand, my hand. Give me back my hand. Lu Guo, however, seemed oblivious to the demand. His gaze remained fixed on his severed hand flying through the air as he let out a shrieking scream. He looked utterly consumed by madness. Ha, looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Seeing the other man still feigning madness, Li Feng instantly lost patience, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. In that case, you'll just have to leave me one hand. With that, the youth stomped down on his other arm, raising the blood-soaked machete high in his hand. Holy! Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd's eyes instantly filled with terror once more. Earlier, some might have dismissed Li Feng as bluffing. But now, with a stark warning already delivered, not a single person present doubted whether this youth possessed the audacity to follow through. No, don't. Yet, just as Li Feng's blade was about to descend, Lu Guo, lying on the ground, finally broke down. He shook his head frantically and screamed. Perhaps sensing Li Feng's brief hesitation, Lu Guo abandoned all dignity, sobbing and begging tearfully, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. This place is yours from now on. Please, please don't cut off my hand. Hearing this, Li Feng felt nothing in particular. Yet for some reason, the onlookers who witnessed this scene all seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Deep down, perhaps many didn't want to witness another brutal, bloody scene like the one just played out. Because, honestly, that stuff could give you nightmares. Why didn't you just say so earlier? Ignoring the thoughts swirling in others' minds, Li Feng slowly lowered his cleaver upon hearing the plea. His tone turned teasing. Look at you. I tried to reason with you earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at this bloody mess. What was the point of all that? Truthfully, this wasn't the first time Li Feng had severed limbs since his rebirth. It was just that when he dealt with Lame Wang earlier, the scene hadn't been as bloody as this one. But in terms of effectiveness, the injuries Wang the Lame had suffered were no less severe than those Lu Guo was facing now. Especially those comminuted fractures, he might well be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Hearing the mockery in the youth's voice, Lu Guo felt no anger or resentment welling up inside him. To him, the seemingly delicate-looking youth before him was nothing but a demonic figure, hideous and terrifying. If he could, he'd never want to see the other again for the rest of his life. Get lost. Watching the middle-aged man cowering on the ground, too terrified to speak, seemingly utterly broken, Li Feng lost all interest in further taunting him. After lifting his foot, he added coldly, you'd better not let me catch sight of you on Qingqing Road again. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just cutting off one of your hands. Got it? Chapter 88. Soon, supported by 7 or 8 other thugs who had also been knocked down, Lu Guo and his group left in disarray. As for the severed hand, it was naturally carried away by one of them, his face pale and filled with disgust. Whether the severed hand could be reattached at the hospital was no longer Li Feng's concern. Brother Feng, what about them? Meng Fei approached cautiously, glancing first at the group of gamblers nearby before whispering to Li Feng. The teenager radiated an intense aura of menace. Even though Meng Fei knew it wasn't directed at him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of fear welling up inside him. Hearing this, Li Feng finally shifted his gaze to the group of gamblers. Although some had fled during the earlier chaos, the vast majority remained frozen in place, afraid to make a move lest they provoke unnecessary trouble. Now, as the youth turned to survey them, even though the gamblers knew Li Feng wasn't targeting them tonight, the sheer intensity of his gaze sent a wave of panic rippling through the crowd. After all, Li Feng's ruthless tactics casually hacking off limbs were simply too terrifying. While most gambling addicts were the type who disregarded family and lost all humanity. But that didn't mean they weren't afraid. Especially when confronted by a ruthless man like Li Feng or the thugs of the underworld, they feared them from the depths of their souls. Everyone, I apologize for today's incident. After a moment's thought, Li Feng addressed the crowd in a clear voice. But rest assured, this is solely between me and Lu Guo. It won't involve any of you. As for the gambling den, we'll close for today. Once we reopen in a couple of days, you're all welcome back. After all, when the casino resumed operations, he'd still need this crowd to warm up the place. So Li Feng felt it necessary to offer the customary pleasantries and reassurances. Whether they'd return to play in the future was entirely up to them. Of course, given the nature of these gambling addicts, chances were high they wouldn't be able to resist coming back. After all, once you get hooked on gambling or drugs, it's practically impossible to quit. Hearing this, the gamblers, already terrified to the core, dared say nothing more. After nodding repeatedly, they scattered in a flurry. "Brother Feng, look." After dealing with the gamblers, Lu Xing produced a briefcase like he was showing off a treasure. He unzipped it and waved it in front of Li Feng's eyes. Inside lay stacks upon stacks of red 100 yuan bills. This bag had been slung across Lu Guo's shoulder earlier, but after Li Feng slashed him in the back, it had fallen to the ground. "Take it out and count it. See how much is in there?" Li Feng merely glanced at it in surprise before nodding and addressing the young man. "Sure." At that, Lu Xing flashed a toothy grin, promptly emptying the entire contents of the large handbag onto the ground. He then crouched down, eagerly counting the bills with great enthusiasm. Soon, as Lu Xing pulled out stack after stack of bills, the eyes of the surrounding brothers lit up with greed. After all, judging by the sheer volume alone, there had to be at least 100,000 yuan. It could be said that in this era, most ordinary families simply couldn't come up with that much cash. "Brother Feng, I'll take some guys to search around too, see if we missed anything." Though momentarily stunned by the sheer amount of money, Meng Fei quickly forced himself to look away and address Li Feng. "All right." Li Feng nodded in agreement. Small-scale gambling dens like this one basically operate on cash flow. Even knowing cash isn't the safest option, there's no other way around it. After all, the trust between the boss and the gamblers was a major issue. Besides, seeing those bright red bills right in front of them definitely stirs up the gamblers' desires more, doesn't it? If everything were converted to chips, it would feel a bit odd. At the very least, most of the low-level gamblers don't like that setup. After rummaging around in this abandoned factory for about 10 minutes, Meng Fei finally walked over carrying that large cash draining box. "Brother Feng, almost all the casino's money is in here. MHM, get a few brothers to help count it." Li Feng glanced at the box filled with 100 yuan bills, then nodded and said to Meng Fei, "Got it." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei immediately agreed. He casually called over two brothers and, mimicking Lu Xing's actions, squatted down on the floor to start counting. Witnessing this scene, the dozen or so brothers all widened their eyes, their faces unconsciously breaking into delighted, excited grins. Even the three brothers injured in the brawl quickly bandaged their bleeding wounds and lit cigarettes, eagerly watching the count unfold. After all, who the hell doesn't love counting money? Especially considering Li Feng's generous nature, there was no doubt everyone would get their fair share of today's spoils. After about the time it took to smoke another cigarette, Lu Xing and Meng Fei finally finished counting all the money in their hands. "Brother Feng, I've got a total of 123,000 yuan here." Lu Xing stood up from the ground first, his face glowing with excitement as he addressed Li Feng. This money had originally been bundled by Lu Guo for lending purposes, so it was conveniently organized into bundles of 1,000 each. But the kid seemed addicted to counting money. He stubbornly insisted on untying every bundle and counting each bill twice over before finally finishing the task. "Whoa!" Upon hearing Lu Xing announce the total, everyone present sucked in a collective gasp. Truth be told, the moment they caught sight of that pile of cash earlier, the brothers had already sensed something. But premonitions were one thing, only when the sum was confirmed could they truly grasp the sheer shock of it. After all, most of the brothers present had never seen that much money in person. Sometimes when they heard others casually mention hundreds of thousands or even millions, it all felt too distant from their own lives. But the 100,000 right before their eyes? That was something tangibly laid out before them. The thought alone filled everyone's hearts with a burning excitement. "Brother Feng, I've got a total of 25,400 yuan here." At that moment, Meng Fei finished counting the bills in his hand, stood up, and addressed Li Feng. Chapter 89. Originally, Li Feng had planned to raid the Bridgehead venue today purely as a strategic move for future operations. But what he hadn't anticipated was that it would suddenly bring him such unexpected good fortune. Come to think of it, it made sense. People who gambled at the pit usually didn't carry large amounts of cash on them. Even the wealthy among them followed this rule. Their caution wasn't born from fear of the house cheating them out of their winnings. Their primary concern was avoiding arrest by the patrol officers who raided gambling dens. If caught, not only would they face fines, but all their gambling funds would be confiscated. Precisely because of this, loan sharks inevitably emerged in all small-scale gambling dens. While this line of work carries significant risk, the rewards are equally substantial. Beyond the 10% upfront cut, the tips from winning bosses and post-game wages alone were enough to make many lenders rich beyond their wildest dreams. Lu Guo likely leveraged his connections and wealth to monopolize the entire loan sharking operation. It was precisely because of this that Li Feng was able to clean out this establishment, walking away with nearly 150,000 yuan in cash. Otherwise, if he'd only taken a cut, he'd have made around 30,000 at most from a single gambling session. "Brother Feng, how about we raid a few more gambling dens? What do you say?" Perhaps stunned by the staggering profits, Lu Xing suddenly looked up and shouted excitedly at Li Feng. Hearing this, the rest of the crew seemed equally intrigued by Lu Xing's suggestion, their eyes lighting up as they turned to stare at Li Feng. Indeed, raiding one casino netted them 150,000 yuan. If they hit a few more, wouldn't they be flying high? No wonder those patrol officers were so eager to bust gambling dens before. If they could also confiscate all the money from the gamblers, wouldn't each operation net hundreds of thousands? The thought sent a rush of excitement through everyone's veins. Can't you think a little longer term, kid? Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. True, robbing a single gambling den yields huge profits, but that's just killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. A one-time feast versus a steady stream of meals, which would you choose? Guess you're right. Lu Xing scratched his head sheepishly at the retort. He wasn't stupid. His earlier suggestion had simply been a momentary lapse, clouded by the sudden allure of such enormous profits. And it wasn't just Lu Xing, even the brothers who'd heard his suggestion earlier felt the same way. Running a casino was all about steady, long-term profits. If they took their cut and added in lending money, they could easily rake in 150,000 yuan in just a few days after covering expenses. In short, anyone with a shred of sense should know which path to choose. Alright, little five, keep that 100 grand for our own lending later. Count out the remaining 20-odd thousand now. Li Feng cut off Lu Xing's rambling and cut straight to the point. Oh, got it, brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing felt a twinge of confusion but promptly pulled out 23,000 yuan from his shoulder bag and handed it over. After taking the money, Li Feng didn't put it in his own pocket. Instead, he tossed it to Meng Fei beside him and said in a flat tone, "Here, distribute this 40,000 plus yuan among the brothers." Ha! Meng Fei froze in place upon hearing this. Not just him, but the entire group of brothers surrounding them were equally stunned. This, over 40,000 yuan? Is brother Feng really going to split it among us? What are you standing around for? Go on. Li Feng chuckled, then seemed to remember something else. Oh, and give each of those 3 injured brothers an extra 1,000 yuan. Brother Feng. Meng Fei called out softly again. He wanted to say it wasn't necessary to give so much, a few hundred each would suffice, but before he could finish, Li Feng waved him off. It's fine. It's just a little money. If we didn't need to keep some for lending, I wouldn't mind giving the entire 100,000 to the brothers. Li Feng seemed to anticipate Meng Fei's thoughts, responding with a light chuckle. He had never been a stingy man. Perhaps 100,000 yuan truly was a fortune to the brothers, who had long been accustomed to poverty. But Li Feng had always believed that the loyalty of his brothers was his greatest treasure. So forget 10,000, even a million yuan, he'd hand out without hesitation. After all, Li Feng's ambitions extended far beyond just 2 venues. Seeing how earnest and resolute Li Feng was, Meng Fei didn't press the matter further. A polite refusal was enough for such a thing. If he kept pushing, he'd end up opposing his own brothers. In this line of work, who doesn't love money? Since brother Feng had made his decision, Meng Fei would simply follow orders. But this meant the young man standing among the brothers would become truly unshakable. Glancing up at the excited, admiring gazes of everyone present, Meng Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truth be told, he wasn't harboring any ill will or anything. It was just that he felt a bit uneasy inside. After all, the admiring gazes of his brothers had always been fixed on him before. For that object of admiration to shift so abruptly to claim Meng Fei felt not a shred of discomfort or awkwardness would be impossible. But he quickly pushed that discomfort aside. After all, encountering a generous and honorable leader like Li Feng was truly a blessing for the brothers, including himself. Moreover, he grew increasingly confident in Li Feng's promise. 100,000 yuan a year? If things kept progressing at this rate, it was absolutely within reach. Thanks, brother Feng. Thanks, brother Feng. Inside the abandoned factory, as Meng Fei handed out the counted money to each of the brothers, a look of excitement lit up every face. Immediately, they felt genuine gratitude for Li Feng's generosity. Over 40,000 yuan even split evenly among everyone present, that meant over 2,000 yuan per person. Not only that, but the 3 brothers who had only suffered minor injuries actually got an extra 1,000. Damn it, in all their years on the streets, they'd never felt this rich. Chapter 90, Li Feng's Ambition. Still, as I said before, this is just pocket change. Seeing the excited expressions on his brothers' faces, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of accomplishment. But he quickly composed himself and spoke with a faint smile. As long as you all stick with me from now on, once we take over every single venue in the county, how much do you think you'll be making per day? At this, the entire room fell silent. Yeah, just like brother Feng said, even with only 2 venues under our control now, he's willing to pay us 400 a day. If they really unified the entire county, how much the hell would they make per day then? Admittedly, once their team grew larger, wages wouldn't double indefinitely. But even so, as the founding members who'd followed Li Feng from the very beginning, as long as they worked hard and stayed loyal, their positions at the core of this team would never be taken away. And most crucially, they all deeply understood brother Feng's generosity and loyalty. In short, as long as they worked diligently for him, Brother Feng would never shortchange them. Wouldn't it be possible for them to be worth hundreds of thousands someday? At this thought, everyone's spirits soared. Their gazes turned toward the young man who had spoken. The admiration and awe in their eyes seemed etched into their very bones. I said it before, give me 3 months, and I'll lead you all to the pinnacle of this county. Meeting the fervent gazes of all his brothers, Li Feng remained composed as he declared in a clear voice. Perhaps many of you doubted me back then, but what about now? Wang Delane was the first, Lu Guohua was the second, and there will be many more to follow. But none of that matters. After all, you've seen it with your own eyes what kind of scum these outsiders think we are. At this point, Li Feng paused briefly. At his words, the brothers all burst into raucous laughter. Because it was exactly as Brother Feng had said, whether it was Lane Wang or Lu Guohua just now, hadn't they both ended up crippled? Especially Lu Guohua's pitiful state and cowardly demeanor just now, it had completely shattered everyone's perception of these so-called big thugs. If they kept advancing at this pace, barring any major setbacks, wouldn't the position of county boss be within reach? Perhaps some of you are wondering, why exactly 3 months? Seeing the pensive looks on his brothers' faces, Li Feng spoke again. Yeah, Brother Feng, if we take it slow, the county will be ours sooner or later. One of the brothers immediately voiced his confusion. His words quickly gained agreement from the others, who all turned to look at Li Feng in confusion. This wasn't arrogance, it was the undeniable reality staring them in the face. After consecutively taking down Wang the cripple and Lu Guohua, 2 notorious local thugs, everyone now harbored deep admiration for their young leader. He possessed overwhelming combat prowess and an exceptionally ruthless streak. He absolutely had the credentials to claim the county's top spot in the future. Why 3 months? Because in 3 months, I'm heading to the city to study. Under the curious stares of the crowd, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly before offering a somewhat ridiculous answer. School? Hearing this, not only his brothers but even Meng Fei beside him felt a thunderclap in their heads, utterly stunned. It was impossible not to be taken aback. Li Feng's displayed courage and skill were so overwhelming that it was easy to overlook his age. Now that they thought about it, he was still just a student at the Second Institute. The realization struck the brothers present. Far from underestimating him, they felt only deeper awe and reverence. Damn it, if he could achieve this much at 18 or 19, what would the future hold? He'll be unstoppable. Truth be told, among those present, only Lu Xing, Kang Lo, and Su Yanhong seemed unfazed, almost taking it for granted. Because Brother Feng had already discussed this matter privately with them long ago. Brother Feng, why not just drop out of school? Keep leading us brothers in our own way. After a long moment of internal struggle, Meng Fei finally managed to squeeze out the words. Earlier, when Li Feng had mentioned promoting him to become the top dog in the county, Meng Fei had assumed it was just a joke. But now, hearing it, Brother Feng seemed dead serious. Admittedly, the position of county boss was incredibly tempting. Yet the thought of this young man leaving soon made Meng Fei feel uneasy deep down. Yeah, Brother Feng, just keep leading us around. Exactly. Brother Feng, why not just rule the county like kings? Why bother going to school? Exactly. Exactly. Hearing this, the other brothers quickly chimed in with their own pleas. Like Meng Fei, the moment they heard Li Feng say he'd be leaving the county town in 3 months, they felt as if they'd lost their anchor. Panic began to creep into their hearts. After all, without this young man leading them, they'd probably still be hanging around the school gates every day, extorting a few coins from students just like before. How could they have ever imagined living such a glorious life now? Alright, listen to me first. Seeing his brothers in such an uproar, Li Feng showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled, raised a hand to silence them, and finally brought the chaotic scene under control. At his words, the others immediately fell silent, their eyes turning to him with hopeful anticipation. Going to school in the city? That's a given. Li Feng's tone was firm and unquestionable. Before the brothers could speak again, he added, but I never said I wanted to leave you all behind. I don't know what's going on in your heads, but let me make this crystal clear, a measly county town is absolutely not my goal. As he spoke, a gleam of ambition flashed in the young man's eyes. If we're going to make a name for ourselves, we have to make it big. Xincheng is too small, the stage isn't big enough. It's just a stepping stone for me. Manhwa City, that's where my journey begins. Chapter 91. Boom. Li Feng's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one had imagined the young man's ambition could be so vast he didn't even seem to care about the position of county boss. Even Lu Xing, standing nearby, seemed momentarily stunned upon hearing this. After all, this was the first time he'd ever heard Brother Feng speak his true thoughts. But after only a moment of shock, the kid felt his whole body ignite with passion. From childhood onward, Lu Xing had always possessed a reckless, unrestrained nature. It could be said he was born to despise this kind of rule-bound existence. He craved excitement, yearned for the reckless abandon and bloody battles of the underworld. Especially after meeting and getting to know Li Feng, Lu Xing felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Whether it was Brother Feng's godlike martial prowess, his extraordinary courage, or his ruthless and brutal methods, these were all things Lu Xing admired from the bottom of his heart, and they were among the most important reasons he was willing to follow him fanatically. Now, upon hearing Li Feng's ambitions and ideas, Lu Xing felt like he was about to explode with excitement. Honestly, he was itching to raid a few more places right then and there, just to vent the excitement surging through him. Exactly. Just as you've imagined, once we consolidate the underground forces in the county, I'll be the vanguard charging into the city. After a long pause, Li Feng's face flushed with youthful vigor as he spoke calmly. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers born from a special breed? My ambition isn't confined to a mere county town. I want our name etched across the entire Eastern District continent. Since we've chosen this path, why not go all in? We're all human beings with two shoulders carrying one head. If others can drive luxury cars, live in mansions, and keep mistresses, why can't we? In short, brothers, if you follow me, Li Feng, I can't promise everything. But one thing is certain, no matter which faction we clash with, I'll only ever say follow me, never get lost. After pouring out his thoughts in one breath, Li Feng slowly scanned the crowd, seemingly gauging his brother's reactions. Damn right, Brother Feng speaks the truth. After a brief silence, Lu Xing was the first to shout and step forward. Completely swept up by the scene Li Feng had painted, Lu Xing's face flushed crimson as he shouted with raw emotion. If we're already out here hustling, why not make a name for ourselves? I'm gonna drive fancy cars, live in mansions, and keep 7 or 8 college girls on rotation. Then I'll take out anyone who pisses me off. Just thinking about that life is awesome. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the entire group of brothers present couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Though Lu Xing's words were undeniably crude, they struck a chord with every single one of them. After all, isn't that what life on the streets is all about? Beyond money and women, the thrill of controlling others' fates was one of the goals many men desperately pursued. As for making a name for themselves in the East District, that seemed a bit too far off. But as long as they stuck with Brother Feng and nothing went wrong along the way, they believed that the kind of life Lu Xing had just described was something they could achieve sooner or later. Hey, Xing, you keep talking about hooking up with 7 or 8 college girls at a time, can your body even handle that? After the laughter died down, one of the brothers teased him. Hearing this, the rest of the crew exchanged knowing glances, all laughing as they stared at Lu Xing's crotch. Bull. I'm Mr. 7 times a night, got it? I can totally handle it. When it came to male pride, Lu Xing instantly flushed red and began arguing fiercely. Pfft, if I didn't know you were from the second college, I might have actually believed you. Exactly. He might even be a virgin. You guys are being unfair. Star's claim about 7 times in one night is probably true. It's just that this particular time, well, it lasted about 3 seconds. 3 times 7 is 21. All told, he finished it in under a minute. You're right. No one knew who started it, but the crowd erupted in a wave of teasing laughter. Unlike Li Feng, Lu Xing had clashed with them many times before. Knowing each other well, Meng Fei's old crew couldn't resist taking subtle jabs at him. Lu Xing couldn't take that. Without a second thought, he fired back. Next time we've got time, anyone who thinks they're better than me can come to Qinghai Club and settle it. The loser gets to play with steel wool. How's that? Holy. When they heard he'd even brought up steel wool pads, the crowd's teasing immediately died down. No wonder, while none of them had ever experienced that particular kind of pain, just imagining it was unbearable. What's up? You guys were all so loud earlier, but now you're all scared to speak up? Seeing everyone fall silent, Lu Xing immediately began gloating triumphantly. When it came to outdoing others in ruthlessness, he'd never lost. And when it came to matters of male pride, how could Lu Xing possibly back down? Hearing this, the others exchanged nervous glances, their eyes silently urging each other to step up. As for themselves? Hell no, forget it. What if he actually lost and got tossed a steel wool pad? That would be deadly. And given Lu Xing's reckless nature, he'd actually pull it off. Forget it. Seeing this scene unfold, Li Feng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He didn't try to stop the brothers' playful banter. On the contrary, seeing them joke around like this, enjoying each other's company, felt like a good thing to Li Feng. After all, he knew more or less about the past conflicts between Lu Xing and Meng Fei. At the very beginning of forming a team, if the brothers couldn't unite and work together, that would be a real problem. As for tactics of division and balance, those were matters to consider only after the faction had grown stronger. Besides, Li Feng had complete faith in his own abilities and personal charisma. Seriously, if he didn't possess even that level of confidence, forget about expanding into the city, he might as well just hole up in the county town. Chapter 92, Arrangements. After another round of laughter and banter, Li Feng stepped forward to speak once more. Seeing this, the rest of the brothers all quieted down. Jokes aside, when it came to serious business, everyone knew how to keep things professional. Meng Fei, what's the latest with that guy you contacted last time about organizing the event? Li Feng turned to face Meng Fei with his question. The venue had been secured, but without someone familiar with casino operations to assist, it was essentially useless. The urgent priority was to get this operation up and running. Otherwise, losing tens of thousands a day would be a real shame. Brother Feng, everything's been settled on their end. They said as long as we're good to go, they can move in any time. Hearing this, Meng Fei quickly replied. What percentage do they want? Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, then asked with a hint of curiosity. 40%. Meng Fei stated. Then, as if afraid Brother Feng might misunderstand, he hastily explained. Brother Feng, since he also needs to give rebates to the high-stakes gamblers and such, 3/10 really wasn't feasible. Although Li Feng had granted him considerable autonomy earlier, Meng Fei didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between them over such petty profits. The more he interacted with this young man, the more cautious he became. For Meng Fei firmly believed that under Li Feng's leadership, their team's ambitions could never be confined to just this modest level of development. Only a fool would sacrifice the greater good for petty gains. No need to explain. I trust you. Perhaps sensing Meng Fei's thoughts, Li Feng smiled and patted his shoulder reassuringly. In the past, having a teenager several years his junior pat him on the shoulder would have made Meng Fei feel distinctly awkward. But now, he felt nothing but flattered and honored. At the same time, touched by Li Feng's trust, Meng Fei nodded slightly and gave a firm nod in response. By the way, is this person you mentioned actually reliable? Don't let it turn out to be some kind of scam. Perhaps recalling something else, Li Feng frowned slightly as he spoke. A pig slaughtering scheme, as the name suggests, refers to a scam involving rigged gambling games. While such a scheme could bring substantial profits to their team, if it ever came to light, their reputation would be utterly ruined. In short, this was absolutely something Li Feng couldn't tolerate. He believed that running a gambling operation like this should be done steadily and sustainably. Even if a single location couldn't be maintained for long, the county was large enough that they could simply relocate when necessary. But if their reputation was completely ruined, who would dare come to their gambling den in the future? Don't worry, Brother Feng. That guy lives near my place, he wouldn't dare cause trouble. Hearing this, Meng Fei understood Li Feng's concerns and immediately patted his chest to assure him. Alright, keep an eye on things yourself when the time comes. Li Feng finally relaxed a little, then added another reminder. Anyway, I don't care what others do, but in our place, it has to be absolutely clean. If anyone dares to pull any tricks, you know what to do, right? His gaze drifted casually toward Meng Fei beside him as he finished speaking. Though the teenager's gaze wasn't particularly sharp, perhaps recalling the bloody scene of the severed hand moments ago, a fine layer of cold sweat instantly beaded on Meng Fei's forehead. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. After all, when Li Feng had severed Lu Guo's hand, he'd been just as calm and composed. Gao Yang, Li Nan, you two will manage the lending operations in this place from now on. If you have any questions, ask Meng Fei, understand? After giving Meng Fei a stern warning, Li Feng turned his attention to Gao Yang and Li Nan standing nearby. They had both resigned from their previous jobs a couple of days earlier. Now was the perfect time to assign them their new roles. Yes, Brother Feng. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang and Li Nan both nodded in agreement. Upon hearing Brother Feng's arrangements, Lu Xing flung his shoulder bag toward his two longtime brothers. His expression showed not a trace of reluctance. However, Lu Xing's actions made Gao Yang tense up for a moment. He immediately clutched the shoulder bag tightly in his hands. After all, it contained a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan. Meng Fei, once this place opens, you'll pull a few guys over from the arcade to handle security here. Li Feng paused, then turned his gaze to Meng Fei. Yes, Brother Feng. Meng Fei naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Right. Oh, and if any of you have trustworthy brothers you can bring along to help out. After methodically arranging all matters, Li Feng finally surveyed his brothers and said. Now that they controlled two venues, their team's shortage of manpower had finally become apparent. Moreover, as long as Li Feng's expansion continued unabated, this problem would only grow worse. After much consideration, he decided it was time to start preparing for the future. Got it, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, I happen to have some friends who are free. I can bring them along too. Yeah, I have some too. Hearing this, many people immediately perked up. After all, unless someone was completely antisocial, who didn't have a few friends around? And if you could earn money while bringing friends along to work together, that was definitely something worth getting excited about, right? Brother Feng, what about their pay? Once the brothers had quieted down a bit, Meng Fei hesitantly turned to ask Li Feng. At Meng Fei's words, the entire group fell silent, each casting an inexplicably curious glance at Li Feng. The new guys obviously can't be paid the same as us old brothers. Let's set them at 200 a day for now. As for later, that'll depend on their performance. Li Feng paused briefly before speaking. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, every brother present visibly brightened with delight. After all, this signaled Brother Feng's recognition of their collective worth. If he treated everyone equally, that would be unfair to the brothers present. After all, they had put in the effort during this battle. If the newcomers who joined later were to receive the same treatment as them, that simply wouldn't make sense. Bottom line, we want brothers who fight hard and never back down. If you're the type to jump ship at the first sign of trouble, don't bother showing up. Got it? Li Feng concluded with a final statement. Yes, brother Feng. Chapter 93, A Father-Son Conversation. By the time Li Feng got home, it was already past midnight. His brothers had suggested grabbing a late-night snack to celebrate securing another venue. But after some thought, Li Feng declined. After all, his current status was still just that of a second-year medical student. Of course, it wasn't that Li Feng cared about his grades or anything. The real issue was that if he stayed out too late, it would be difficult to explain to his parents at home. Even so, he handed over 1,000 yuan to Meng Fei, telling him to take the guys out for a bite. As for any subsequent activities, they could figure those out on their own. There was no helping it, that was the unwritten rule of the brotherhood: treat them to food and drink, but never to prostitutes. He hadn't noticed it when he was downstairs in his old neighborhood, but when Li Feng carefully unlocked his door with his key, the light in the living room made him freeze in his tracks. "Dad, why aren't you asleep yet?" After slipping into his slippers and stepping into the living room, Li Feng spotted the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa watching TV. Curiosity piqued, he asked. Generally speaking, people of his parents' generation had fairly regular schedules. If nothing unusual happened, both his parents would usually wash up and head to bed after 10 o'clock at night. But now, well past midnight, his dad was still in the living room with the TV on low. No matter how he looked at it, this was definitely unusual. "You're back." Hearing this, Mr. Li first turned off the TV with the remote before turning his attention to Li Feng. "Yeah, a friend insisted on dragging me out for drinks, so I got back a bit late." Li Feng whispered a small lie. Even though he was feared by many tough guys as a young gang leader outside, at home, Li Feng still had to behave himself. "Alright, come sit down." Mr. Li gave a non-committal nod before patting the spot beside him on the sofa and speaking softly to Li Feng. Li Feng paused for a moment before walking over and sitting down as instructed. At first, he thought his parents were arguing about something, but now it seemed his father had deliberately waited in the living room, probably wanting to talk to him. Looking at the fully grown child before him, a fleeting look of emotion flashed in Li's father's eyes. He couldn't even recall the last time he'd had a face-to-face conversation like this with his son. Truthfully, this mirrored the dynamic between fathers and sons in most families. After all, men tend to express their emotions in heavy, silent ways. Especially between fathers and sons, there was often a glaring lack of communication and connection. "Xiaofeng, how have things been at the academy lately?" Perhaps recalling something, a flicker of movement crossed Mr. Li's stern face before he forced a strained smile. "Pretty good." Li Feng nodded first, then asked with a hint of confusion. "What's up, Dad? Why bring this up out of the blue?" "Nothing, just asking." Mr. Li shook his head, then paused before asking again. "How are your grades? Do you feel confident about the upcoming written exams?" He phrased it as delicately as possible, then, seemingly afraid of causing misunderstanding, hastened to explain. "Xiaofeng, I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to chat with you. Even if you're not confident, it's okay. After all, academics aren't the only path." Ever since his son entered the second high school, the father had noticed the changes in his son's personality. Though both he and Li's mother were deeply concerned, a natural barrier existed between elders and younger generations, making it rare for them to form friendships. This had led Li Feng to become increasingly taciturn, even bordering on reclusive. Yet these past few days, for reasons unknown, Li Feng had undergone another profound shift. While his newfound openness was certainly a positive development, this sudden transformation left his parents both delighted and inexplicably uneasy. After much deliberation, Father Li decided it was time for a frank and open conversation with his son. And so, he waited until this very moment. "Dad, I'm sorry I might disappoint you." After a long silence, Li Feng spoke with a hint of apology. After all, his academic performance was something that couldn't be hidden from his parents if they even slightly inquired. What's more, even if he had the ability to get into a better, higher-level academy, he wouldn't go. Because the vocational school in the city mentioned on that little note held his lost memories. And Li Feng had to go there to reclaim them. It's okay. Didn't I just say that academics aren't our only path? Look at me, even without much education, I've still managed to shoulder my family responsibilities." Upon receiving the expected answer, Li's father showed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he patiently tried to reason with Li Feng. He hadn't had much schooling himself and couldn't offer grand philosophies. But Li's father understood that everyone had their own path to walk, and such matters couldn't be forced. After all, he himself was just an ordinary, unremarkable man in society. Given that, how could he force his son to become a dragon or a phoenix? Everyone can recite the saying, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you," but when it actually happens to their own child, how many parents truly grasp this principle? In short, Mr. Li didn't have high expectations for his son. He only hoped Li Feng would live a safe, smooth, and happy life. As for wealth and success? If they came, that would be wonderful. If not, it really didn't matter. After all, contentment brings lasting joy. Constantly forcing things only breeds anxiety and fear of loss. "Yeah, I get it. Noticing the concern in his father's eyes, Li Feng nodded firmly before adding with a hint of emotion, "Thanks, Dad." "Hey, don't say that. We don't need formalities between father and son." Hearing this, the rough-and-tumble man's face flushed red, and he quickly waved his hands. Sometimes, men being overly sentimental can feel a bit awkward. "By the way, Feng, if things don't go smoothly after the written exams, do you have any other plans for the future?" After a moment's thought, Li's father finally voiced the question that had weighed heaviest on his mind that evening. "Dad, I want to go to the vocational school in the city." Li Feng replied with certainty. "The city vocational school?" Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Li's father frowned slightly. He seemed to recall hearing about this vocational school before, but couldn't quite place who had mentioned it. "MHM. Li Feng nodded. "Alright, since you have your own plans, your parents will definitely support you. Besides, graduating from a vocational school does make finding a job easier later on." After pondering it briefly, Mr. Li decided not to dwell on it. Patting his son on the shoulder, he smiled and readily agreed. Chapter 94. After brushing his teeth and returning to his bedroom, Li Feng found himself oddly wide awake. He sat alone at the edge of his bed, silently lighting a cigarette. The truth was, the more his parents doted on him, the more the young man felt he was letting them down. For a fleeting moment, Li Feng even considered confessing to his parents, "Why don't you both just quit your jobs? I can take care of you properly from now on." But in the end, he managed to hold back those words. After all, even though he now earned thousands or tens of thousands daily after his brother's wages were taken, it was useless. Ultimately, he could only keep it a secret for now. There was no way Li Feng could explain the source of this money. More likely, it would only cause his parents to panic. After all, he was still just a student. Even if he'd grown increasingly powerful over the years and amassed billions in wealth, it was still money that couldn't see the light of day. At the very least, his parents absolutely must never find out about it. Because revealing it would never bring them joy, only shock. No one knows his parents better than he does. They were just ordinary people, earning a modest monthly salary of $1,000 or $2,000 at most. Though their lives weren't particularly affluent despite hard work and careful budgeting, they certainly weren't struggling. And most importantly, the couple had no grand ambitions, they only wished for the safety and happiness of their family. This much was evident from their earlier conversation in the living room. In short, Li Feng's hope of changing his family's circumstances through his own efforts was, for the time being, an unrealistic prospect. At the very least, for the next few years, he couldn't flaunt his money in front of his parents. "Sigh, take it slow." Flipping the nearly burned out cigarette butt out the window, the teenager sighed before wearily turning off the light and lying down on the bed. At nearly 6 in the morning, Li Feng rose punctually as always. After all, once your biological clock is set, it automatically becomes a habit. Even without an alarm clock or other waking tools, it doesn't stop a disciplined person from getting up. After dressing and splashing cold water on his face, Li Feng slipped out of his home with barely a sound. Surprisingly, he spotted the familiar figures of Lu Xing and the other two downstairs in the residential complex. Li Feng had assumed that after returning home so late last night, these three youngsters wouldn't be able to get up today. But what he never expected was that Lu Xing and the others proved far more resilient than he'd imagined. Still, this was for the best. After all, physical exercise truly required consistent effort to be effective. Brother Feng. Spotting Li Feng emerge from the building's stairwell, the three who had been crouching on the ground immediately sprang to their feet and called out. "Yeah, I'm here." Hearing this, Li Feng smiled and greeted them back. After all the worries last night, he had come to terms with many things. While he couldn't immediately help his parents retire early and enjoy a comfortable life, at the very least, the matter of attending the vocational school in the city had finally been settled. In a few more years, he'd have a legitimate reason to start discussing his financial situation with his parents. So for now, it was best to take things slowly. The most urgent task, after all, was to strengthen himself so that his future path would be smoother and more level. After the four of them met up, there was no need for small talk. They immediately started running along the same route they'd been using these past few days. Perhaps they were starting to adapt to this pace, because today's 5-kilometer run didn't see anyone falling behind like before. Though pale and gasping for breath upon reaching the finish line, Lu Xing and the others had at least managed to persevere. As for Li Feng, he seemed even more relaxed. Then came the physical training, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and more. Even though Lu Xing and the others had gradually grown accustomed to this insane self-torture routine, they still couldn't help but stare in astonishment. After all, they could tell that Brother Feng's training intensity was steadily increasing. He wouldn't stop until he pushed himself to the absolute limit. It was precisely because of this that, feeling somewhat ashamed, Lu Xing and the others began to take initiative themselves. Sometimes, outsiders only saw Li Feng's fierce, swift fighting-style monster-like agility in combat. But the relentless, silent training behind the scenes was something no one had ever witnessed firsthand. For Lu Xing and the others, their initial envy of Brother Feng's skills had gradually transformed into this newfound self-discipline. The biggest reason was that deep down, they all understood, if they didn't push themselves harder now, they'd struggle to keep up with him. Especially after taking down Lu Guo's gang, the ambition and sharp-edged Feng revealed deeply infected these three equally passionate youths. They refused to become burdens to him in the days ahead. What they truly hoped for was that one day, when Brother Feng reached the pinnacle, others would speak their names with awe and admiration. Not that Li Feng rose to prominence by sheer force of will and cunning, dragging his bunch of deadweights along with him. They too craved recognition and aspired to become indispensable pillars within the team. As for what Lu Xing and the others were thinking, Li Feng naturally had no idea. But seeing these brothers start to take initiative without his supervision filled the young man with genuine delight. For while the other brothers might not fully grasp how arduous the path ahead would be, Li Feng possessed an uncanny intuition. The road forward would undoubtedly be drenched in blood and cruelty. And if the brothers he cared about most could strengthen themselves even a little now, wouldn't that increase their chances of survival in the days to come? In short, the saying "sweat more in training, bleed less in battle" was absolutely true. Moreover, Li Feng didn't want to reach the summit of success only to find the ground beneath his feet littered with the bones and flesh of his brothers. What he truly desired was to lead his brothers, heads held high, to survey the foothills together and then set their sights on scaling an even loftier peak. While ruthless, unscrupulous tyrants might indeed achieve success far more often than most leaders who value loyalty. But that was absolutely not the outcome Li Feng desired. For when he looked around and found no other old comrades by his side, Li Feng would be utterly alone. Chapter 95. Didn't bring breakfast? After finishing training and taking a cold shower at home, Li Feng instinctively reached for his sweatpants to head out. But after a moment's thought, he changed back into his school uniform. He wasn't someone who craved standing out in everything he did, nor did he feel the need to constantly flaunt his uniqueness. The reason he'd worn all black workout gear to the academy a few days prior was mostly because he sometimes forgot he was just a student. As usual, when he rode his sleek, stylish motorcycle to the academy, he drew the admiring glances of many students at the gate. As for the security guard at the main gate, he seemed accustomed to it. His gaze lingered on Li Feng for just a moment before promptly and tactfully shifting away. Although Li Feng had changed back into his uniform today, his tall, straight posture and youthful, handsome features still drew the secret glances of many female students nearby. At the same time, a hint of admiration couldn't help but stir in their hearts. Was the uniform ugly? It certainly wasn't the most attractive. But sometimes, it really depends on who's wearing it. It's like the seller photos versus buyer photos on Taobao, they're just not even in the same league. So, the same piece of clothing when worn by someone else with their looks and aura, it's like a fashion runway show. But you? You'd probably look like you're scavenging through trash. And the kind that looks downright sleazy. Soon after Li Feng parked his motorcycle in the shed, he swung his legs over the seat and stepped down with a flourish. But after waiting a moment, the girl who always kept her head bowed low, shy and timid, didn't come running over to deliver breakfast like she usually did. Could it be that he had arrived too early today? After scanning the bustling school entrance without spotting Chen Yao's familiar figure, Li Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. But that didn't seem right. After all, he'd left home around 7:30. Could she have forgotten? With this doubt lingering, Li Feng leaned against a pole by the academy road and waited for the girl. But he ended up waiting for over 10 minutes. By the time the crowd of students at the school gate had thinned considerably, and even when Lu Xing and the others approached, Chen Yao was still nowhere to be seen. "Brother Feng, were you waiting for us here?" Kangle, seeing the situation, hurried over excitedly and asked Li Feng directly. "No." Li Feng didn't lie to them, but simply shook his head bluntly. After briefly answering Kong Lu, he turned his gaze to Lu Xing, who was empty-handed, and couldn't help but ask with a hint of confusion. "Why didn't you bring me breakfast today?" After all, just a few days ago, this kid had often brought him a portion too. "Ah, Brother Feng, didn't your little maid bring it for you today?" Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly explained, "I thought someone would bring you breakfast, so I didn't bother." There was nothing he could do about it. After bringing breakfast to Li Feng several times in a row, the other guy hadn't touched a single bite, so Lu Xing had simply stopped bothering. What he never expected was that precisely because he didn't bring it this time, Brother Feng would actually start thinking about it. "Yeah, Brother Feng, doesn't Chen Yao bring you breakfast every day?" Su Yanhong leaned in and asked curiously. "No idea. I haven't seen her since I got here this morning." Li Feng shook his head in puzzlement. Logically speaking, the money he'd given Chen Yao last time should have lasted her a few more days. And knowing her, even if she ran out of money, that seemingly clueless girl would still bring him breakfast. Otherwise, he'd have seriously misjudged her. "Brother Feng, did you flirt with the girl? Is she mad at you now and won't bring breakfast anymore?" Lu Xing pondered for a moment, then suddenly grinned and said with a sly wink. Hearing the kid's words, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong beside him also wore amused expressions. After all, a virtuous lady is a gentleman's ideal match. If Brother Feng really did that, it would be understandable. Besides, the three of them didn't believe for a second that Li Feng helping Chen Yao didn't involve even a hint of that special something men understand. Indeed, precisely because Chen Yao had been bringing Li Feng breakfast daily these past few days, rumors had already begun circulating around the academy that the two were dating. But many who hadn't seen Shunyao were baffled. How could the academy's rising star, Li Feng, possibly fancy an ugly girl like her? Get lost. Do I look that desperate? Seeing the lecherous looks on his three brothers' faces, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh and curse under his breath. Truth be told, even though Su Yanhong had described Xinyao's beauty in vivid detail, he hadn't felt compelled to dig deeper. After all, the reason Li Feng wanted to help this pitiful girl was because he kept seeing glimpses of his own past in her. But the thing was, even if he said that, no one would believe him anyway. Who knows? We're all men, after all. Lu Xing grinned, flashing a knowing look that screamed, I get it, I totally get it. Hearing this, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong both exchanged knowing glances. In this era of widespread internet access, even as students of the Second Academy, they were well versed in matters between men and women. Putting themselves in his shoes, all three brothers could understand Brother Feng. After all, through their interactions and time spent together, Li Feng hadn't shown any other interests. If he didn't even fancy a hidden beauty, they'd start questioning Brother Feng's orientation. Damn it, you three are getting a bit too cocky, aren't you? As Lu Xing and the others pushed their teasing further and further, Li Feng, who couldn't take it anymore, clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking audibly. Hey, Brother Feng, gentlemen use their mouths, not their fists. We're just having a friendly discussion. Seeing this, Lu Xing and the others instantly sobered up, taking a step back as they spoke. Joking aside, they'd witnessed Li Feng's god-tier combat prowess firsthand. If he actually got physical even as a joke, it wasn't something three greenhorns could handle. Yeah, Brother Feng, let's talk this out calmly. Kangdal was startled too, but his eyes darted around before he quickly came up with a plan. How about this? I'll go buy you breakfast right now. With that, the kid tried to bolt for the door. But before he could take more than a few steps, Li Feng shook his head and stopped him. Because, from his vantage point, two familiar figures were walking toward them together. And what a coincidence, both of them were carrying breakfast in their hands. Chapter 96, Blocking the Path for Breakfast. Ha! Upon hearing this, Kong Lu instantly halted his steps. Even Lu Xing and Su Yanhong, the others, couldn't help but look puzzled. At first, they thought Shunyao had finally brought breakfast over. But when they followed Feng Ji's gaze, they realized things weren't quite as they'd imagined. However, their expressions quickly changed when they spotted the equally beautiful Lu Ting and Zhang Qian. A mischievous grin one only men would understand instantly spread across their faces. Li Feng, however, couldn't be bothered with his three brothers winking and nodding at him simultaneously. After a brief smile, he walked straight toward his classmates chatting and laughing nearby. Lu Ting and Zhang Qian, perhaps sensing someone approaching, glanced over in surprise. But upon recognizing the approaching figure as Li Feng, Lu Ting instantly suppressed the smile at the corners of her lips. Her pretty face immediately stiffened and she gave a slight, proud little snort. Beside her, Zhang Qian felt a sudden flutter of nervousness. Before she knew it, her usually gentle face flushed bright red. As Li Feng drew nearer, she unconsciously lowered her head. Fortunately, Lu Ting's attention was now entirely focused on Li Feng. Otherwise, seeing her best friend like this, she might have noticed something. Li Feng, what are you doing? Lu Ting had initially intended to ignore Li Feng. But after tugging Zhang Qian left and right a couple times, realizing they couldn't dodge his blocking stance at all, the girl instantly grew displeased. She huffed indignantly at the boy. Nothing much, class monitor. Li Feng flashed a bright, sunny smile, his eyes innocent as he looked at the two beautiful girls before him. Then why are you blocking our path? Lu Ting wasn't about to fall for such boyish charm. She furrowed her beautiful willow leaf brows and confronted Li Feng. Though deep down, she did admit that after his aura changed, the boy did have a hint of, well, handsomeness. But only just a little bit. In any case, Lu Ting would never admit it to anyone. Hee, class monitor Lu, how about we discuss something? Hearing this, Li Feng didn't press the issue but instead smiled at her. What is it? Hearing Li Feng's question, Lu Ting couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Well, I didn't have breakfast. Would you mind sharing yours with me? It was his first time asking a girl for food on the street, so even though Li Feng had lived 2 lifetimes, he still felt a bit awkward bringing it up. But for some reason, whenever he saw Lu Ting, he couldn't resist teasing her. Don't even think about it. I'm not sharing mine. Why don't you go buy your own? Seeing Li Feng eyeing her breakfast, Lu Ting immediately grew protective of her food. Then, as if something occurred to her, she added with a hint of irritation, oh, right. Don't people usually bring you breakfast? What, didn't they bring it today? Her voice carried a hint of poutiness, especially at the end, where a subtle, almost imperceptible tinge of jealousy slipped through. But this faint hint of jealousy was masked by her cool, detached tone. Li Feng, however, seemed completely oblivious. He nodded straight ahead and complained, yeah, I don't know what happened today. She didn't bring it. Oomph, serves you right. Starve yourself to death. Hearing Li Feng's matter-of-fact tone, Lu Ting felt a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside her. She huffed indignantly and retorted coldly. Hey, class monitor, we don't have some deep-seated grudge, do we? How could you be so heartless, trying to starve me to death? Hearing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. What do you mean heartless? If you're hungry, why don't you buy your own breakfast? Why are you eyeing mine? Lu Ting was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she glared at him with her beautiful big eyes, her pretty face flushed with anger. Normally, Lu Ting was a cool-headed person, but for some reason, whenever she saw this boy in front of her these past few days, her emotions were easily stirred by him. But the breakfast place is so far away. If I go back and forth now, I'll end up being late again. Li Feng adopted a slightly shameless tone. Besides, you're our class monitor. Isn't it your duty to help a classmate in need? Lu Ting was clearly stunned by Li Feng's shameless statement. Wow, now he's resorting to moral blackmail, huh? How had she never noticed how annoying he was before? Oh, come on, Class President Lu, just do me a favor. Seeing her reaction, Li Feng grinned. I don't need all of it, just give me a little bit, okay? Besides, you can't possibly eat all this breakfast anyway. That only made Lu Ting angrier. What does that even mean? Was he implying I eat too much? I only have 2 steamed buns here, okay? How could I possibly not finish them? But despite her thoughts, Lu Ting hesitated. After all, judging by Li Feng's appearance, he did seem genuinely hungry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped her on the street to ask for breakfast. Besides, it really was almost time for class. The girl reassured herself with these thoughts. Yet, just as Lu Ting was mentally preparing to share half her breakfast with him, she noticed that the breakfast next to her had already been handed directly to Li Feng. Li Feng, if you're hungry, then take my breakfast. Under the stunned gazes of both Li Feng and Lu Ting, Zhang Qian beside them suddenly held out all her breakfast to the boy. Then, as if afraid of causing misunderstanding, Zhang Qian's face flushed bright red, and she stammered out an explanation. I've been dieting lately, so I'm not really hungry. That's all. Li Feng paused for a moment before turning to look at the flustered Zhang Qian with a faint, ambiguous smile. As his gaze lingered, the gentle-eyed girl who radiated the classical elegance unique to Jiangnan women saw her entire face flush crimson in an instant. A closer look revealed that even the roots of her ears were nearly crimson. This scene played out before the eyes of Lu Xing and his 2 friends nearby, who couldn't help but mentally cheer, Brother Feng is awesome. It was one thing to be skilled at picking up girls, but for even her best friend to show Brother Feng such special attention, that was just too unbelievable. After all, those peculiar creatures called best friends had thwarted countless young couples who harbored mutual feelings. Chapter 97, Lu Ting's Meltdown. Alright, Zhang Qian, right? Thanks a lot. Li Feng accepted the breakfast the girl handed him with a slight surprise, but still smiled as he took it. After all, he'd been training all morning and was genuinely hungry now. No, it's nothing. Hearing the boy's thanks, Zhang Qian quickly waved her hand shyly. Seeing her lower her head, unable to meet his gaze, he couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, as if he were seeing Chen Yao again. Ah, you're such a kind person. Not like certain others so stingy and unwilling to help at all. Li Feng chuckled, then deliberately added with a meaningful glance toward a certain aloof girl. He then shook his head with a sigh and turned to walk toward the classroom building. Li Feng, you stop right there. Hearing this, Lu Ting instantly grew furious. The already aloof and proud girl immediately broke into a jog to block his path. Her entire demeanor resembled a cat with its hackles raised, her pretty face flushed with anger as she demanded, explain yourself. Who exactly is being stingy? The stingy one knows best. Looking at the puffed-up girl blocking his path, Li Feng raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement before continuing to provoke her. He then waved the breakfast he'd just received from Zhang Qian. His expression was practically calling her out by name. You. Seeing this, Lu Ting felt like she was about to lose her mind with rage. For a moment, she glared at the boy before her teeth clenched so tightly they felt like they might break. Beneath her loose school uniform, her small, developing breasts rose and fell with each breath, clearly signaling her owner's fury. Honestly, if they hadn't been in school where she had to maintain appearances, Lu Ting would have lunged at Li Feng and bitten him hard. Alright, Ting, calm down. Seeing her best friend and Li Feng locked in a tense standoff, Zhang Qian, who was nearby, feared they might come to blows. She quickly stepped in, tugging at her friend's sleeve and whispering soothingly. Then, she stole a glance at Li Feng with her beautiful eyes and murmured softly, Li Feng, Ting isn't actually petty. She's probably just a little hungry. Zhang Qian's words only made Lu Ting feel even more frustrated. Seriously, sis? What exactly are you implying? That I'm a glutton? Is that so? Li Feng heard this and couldn't help but glance up and down at Lu Ting before him, then said in a flat tone. Truth be told, Li Feng wasn't one for verbal sparring, a trait evident in how he dealt with his enemies. But just because he disliked verbal sparring didn't mean he couldn't be infuriating. The word really carried little weight on its own, but Li Feng delivered it with 3 parts skepticism, 3 parts mockery, 3 parts amusement, and that final, perfectly measured touch of scorn, all executed with consummate skill. Especially when his gaze lingered on Lu Ting's stomach, it felt like a deep, stabbing pain. Li Feng, I'll fight you to the death. In that instant, the usually composed young woman lost all reason, lunging at Li Feng with claws outstretched. Hey, lady, what are you doing? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly took 2 steps back, his voice filled with playful teasing. Truth be told, being the only one in the academy capable of enraging the aloof and unapproachable Lu Ting to this extent was quite an accomplishment for Li Feng. And if it weren't for the sparse crowd on the academy's main avenue right now, this commotion would surely have drawn a massive crowd. Even so, their heated exchange still drew the curious stares of several passers-by. But soon, under the piercing stares of Lu Xing and his two companions, these bystanders scattered in panic, scrambling to get away. Damn it, better not mess with them. Qianqian, let go of me. I'm going to fight him today. Li Feng's latest snide remark made Lu Ting's blood boil. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson. But her actions were halted by her best friend beside her, leaving her helplessly watching as Li Feng continued to wink and make faces at her from across the way. Seeing this, an enraged Lu Ting didn't think twice. She grabbed the breakfast bun she was holding and hurled it at Li Feng with all her might. Ouch! Li Feng's reflexes were lightning fast. Spotting the breakfast bag hurtling straight at him, he swiftly caught it with one hand. Once he had it securely in hand, he even waved the breakfast in front of Lu Ting as if to show off. Oh, how nice! Well then, thank you for the breakfast, class president. Li Feng, you bastard! Hearing this, Lu Ting glared at him through gritted teeth, feeling a sharp ache in her chest from the fury. Li Feng merely looked at her, his face still wearing a smile. You had to admit, a beauty was a beauty even when angry, she looked utterly adorable. Ting, don't get so worked up. Class is about to start. Zhang Qian tugged at Lu Ting's sleeve and gently tried to calm her down. Truthfully, she had never seen Lu Ting like this before. In Zhang Qian's memory, her best friend had always been the epitome of cool detachment and aloof pride. But what she never expected was that Li Feng's few words could completely break through Lu Ting's defenses. So what if we're late? I don't care anymore. I'm going to beat him up today. Lu Ting refused to listen, her voice rising with frustration. But everyone's staring over here. With no other options, Zhang Qian had no choice but to deploy her ultimate tactic. She knew her best friend cared deeply about her image. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lu Ting froze for a moment. Then, as if something clicked, she shot Li Feng a vicious glare before storming off toward the classroom building with Zhang Qian. Heh, brother Feng, you're awesome. Once the two beauties had walked far enough away, Lu Xing finally approached with Kong Lu and Su Yanhong. He immediately chimed in with an admiring tone. He'd always assumed brother Feng wasn't the type to flirt with girls. But now, seeing this, he realized the guy was a hidden master after all. Even Kong Lu and Su Yanhong now gazed at Li Feng with admiration. Forget everything else, just the fact that he could make Lu Ting, the girl most guys in the second college worship like a goddess, so furious was a skill beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hearing this, Li Feng merely smiled without saying much. Truth be told, sometimes he didn't even understand himself. Ever since his rebirth, Li Feng had developed a peculiar fascination with teasing Lu Ting. Especially when he saw her puffed up, flustered expression, it made the young man feel an unusual sense of joy. Of course, this didn't mean Li Feng was boring or malicious. Rather, his teasing was more like harmless playfulness toward a girl he'd once cared for, a lighthearted nudge, nothing more. Chapter 98, Shen Yao took a leave of absence. When she returned to the classroom, Lu Ting still carried lingering anger, her entire demeanor growing even colder and more distant. This scene left the uninformed classmates around her utterly baffled, prompting them to speculate about what could possibly be troubling the class monitor, causing her to wear such a sour expression first thing in the morning. Her mood reached its peak when Li Feng strolled into the classroom carrying 2 breakfasts. Perhaps noticing Lu Ting's furious glare, Li Feng's lips curved into an even wider smirk. Then, as if that weren't enough, he opened a breakfast bag as he passed her desk, took a huge bite of a steamed bun, and muttered something like, "So delicious." That blatant show of provocation sent Lu Ting's already boiling rage into overdrive. She clenched her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. There was nothing she could do. Li Feng's current demeanor was simply too infuriating and despicable. Honestly, if the classroom hadn't been packed with students, Lu Ting would have leaped up again in that moment, ready to fight him tooth and nail. Alright, Ting, just calm down. Watching her best friend like this, Zhang Qian beside her couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. They'd been friends for nearly 3 years, and she'd never seen Lu Ting like this before. If she kept getting this worked up, Zhang Qian feared her friend might even develop rest hyperplasia from the stress. No way. Lu Ting snorted heavily, then turned to her angrily. Qian, didn't you see how infuriating he was? Honestly, you two are like star-crossed lovers, aren't you? Hearing this, Zhang Qian covered her mouth and giggled. Who said we're lovebirds? Don't you dare say that again. For some reason, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed crimson. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, her slender fingers darted straight for her best friend's armpit. Hee. Girls don't eat much to begin with, so after finishing 2 breakfasts in one go, Li Feng didn't feel overly full. After exchanging greetings with his desk mate Li Ming, Li Feng promptly laid his head on the desk and drifted off to sleep. The classroom desk had become his second resting spot. Just like how many teachers scolded underperforming students, "You're not here to study, you're here to grow your body." Seeing this scene, Li Ming, his deskmate, seemed utterly unfazed. He then made an effort to turn the pages of his textbook even more quietly, afraid of disturbing the other's rest. Unlike Li Feng, he believed he still had a chance to turn things around. At the same time, Li Ming couldn't help but envy his current desk partner. After all, back in the day, Li Feng had been just like him, not only a perpetual wallflower at the academy, but also frequently ostracized by classmates and bullied by troublemakers. But look at him now? Not only had Li Feng taken the academy's former leader, Lu Xing, as his subordinate, but he'd also heard Li Feng had connections with many people in the outside world. Most importantly, he'd risen to become a prominent figure in the academy, adored by so many girls. What kind of goddamn life is this? Those who haven't lived it could never imagine it. It's safe to say every guy in the academy envies Li Feng like crazy and desperately wants to be him. At least, that's how it is now. After sleeping through until noon, Li Feng was finally roused by Lu Xing and the others. Together, they made their way into the bustling academy cafeteria. He glanced around but didn't spot the familiar, perpetually timid girl in the corner. Yen Hong, did Chen Yao skip class today? Frowning, Li Feng turned to ask Su Yen Hong, who was about to get food nearby. Yeah, she wasn't in class today. I think the teacher said she took a leave of absence. Su Yen Hong paused for a moment before quickly answering. Do you know why she took the day off? Li Feng asked curiously. No wonder she didn't bring breakfast this morning, she took a leave of absence. No idea. Su Yen Hong shook his head. He was much like Li Feng after training all morning, he had no energy left for other trivial matters. He basically collapsed into sleep the moment he returned to his desk. Hearing this, Li Feng wanted to ask more, but seeing Su Yen Hong's slightly dazed expression, he decided against it. Brother Feng, anything else? If not, I'm heading to get lunch. Seeing Li Feng wasn't pursuing the topic, Su Yen Hong spoke up. Just as Li Feng was about to nod in agreement, Lu Xing raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Su Yen Hong's scalp. What the hell are you talking about lunch for? If you don't know why Chen Yao took leave, then go ask her. Will you starve to death if you eat a little later? Damn it! Su Yen Hong's thick-skinned emotional intelligence left Lu Xing genuinely impressed. How could a subordinate not have some common sense? Bro Xing, why'd you hit me? Brother Feng didn't even ask. Getting hit for no reason left Su Yen Hong feeling wronged, and he mumbled a protest. You still have the nerve to talk back? Hearing this, Lu Xing's anger flared up again. He reached out to deliver another blow to this blockhead. Enough, enough! Li Feng quickly stepped in to stop him. Then he turned to Su Yen Hong. We'll get your lunch later. Go find a classmate who knows what's going on and ask why Chen Yao took a leave of absence. Logically speaking, with the academic exams fast approaching, Chen Yao, who consistently excelled academically, would never take leave lightly. Unless she'd encountered some serious problem. The thought stirred a flicker of concern in Li Feng's heart. This feeling stemmed partly from his genuine sympathy for the girl with such a tragic background, and partly from his desire to see whether his intervention could truly alter someone else's fate. Even though his later memories had faded, he still recalled that in his previous life, Chen Yao had jumped to her death around this very time. Got it, Brother Feng. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Su Yen Hong nodded promptly before turning to search the cafeteria for classmates from his own class. After about 10 minutes, Su Yen Hong finally reunited with Li Feng and the others. Brother Feng, a classmate who lives near Chen Yao, said her grandmother seems to be sick. Since no one else is home, she had to take leave to care for her. Su Yen Hong quickly blurted out everything he'd managed to find out. Do you know where she lives? Li Feng pondered for a moment before asking. The outskirts of Demushan. This time, Su Yen Hong had learned his lesson and answered with certainty. Chapter 99, Taking Leave. After lunch in the cafeteria, Li Feng returned to class intending to catch up on sleep. But for some reason, as he lay face down on the desk, sleep eluded him. He felt like something was stuck in his mind, refusing to clear. Damn it! After about 10 minutes, Li Feng lifted his head from the desk with a look of irritation. Feng! Brother Feng, did I disturb you? His desk mate Li Ming was clearly startled by his sudden movement and asked nervously. It's nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Li Feng glanced at Li Ming, who was busy solving problems, then shook his head. He wasn't the type to take his frustration out on others. Besides, even though they weren't on the same path anymore, they had once been friends, hadn't they? After offering a casual explanation, Li Feng stood up and walked straight over to Lu Ting's desk. Class monitor Lu, can we talk about something? Arriving at her desk, Li Feng propped one hand on Lu Ting's desk and offered a faint smile. What do you want? Startled by his sudden approach, Lu Ting's expression flashed with surprise before turning icy cold the moment she recognized him. She hadn't forgotten how he'd teased her earlier that morning. What's with that look? I'm not going to eat you or anything. Seeing the guarded wariness in the girl's eyes, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. What do you think? Lu Ting retorted irritably. Right, you wouldn't eat me, but you would steal my breakfast. The memory of attending class on an empty stomach made Lu Ting want to punch the person in front of her. Fine, fine. I'm not arguing with you. Li Feng hadn't forgotten the main business at hand and said with a smile, Class monitor, how about I take a leave of absence? Truth be told, he still felt uneasy about that timid, shy girl who kept her head down whenever he was around. Why ask me for permission? If you have something, go see the homeroom teacher. Lu Ting froze at his words, then asked with a hint of confusion. But the homeroom teacher isn't here right now. Li Feng sighed. Although their second academy operated under semi-closed management, faculty members typically returned home for lunch. Then just wait. Talking to me won't do any good anyway. Lu Ting clearly still harbored lingering resentment. But then, as if something occurred to her, the girl furrowed her delicate brows and asked Li Feng, by the way, why are you taking leave out of the blue? Others might not have noticed, but as Lu Ting's closest friend, Zhang Qian, standing nearby, detected the deeply hidden concern in that last sentence. Hey, it's all because of that breakfast you made this morning. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but sigh. He then pretended to rub his stomach dramatically. Now I'm stuffed and my stomach feels awful. Don't believe me? Feel for yourself, I'm still having trouble digesting it. Li Feng even pushed out his stomach a bit, inviting her to test the truth of his claim. Get away from me. Seeing this, the girl who'd never encountered such a scene before flushed instantly, her face turning crimson as she hurriedly shifted her body to the side. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed. He was getting away with it, wasn't he? Lu Ting didn't believe for a second that Li Feng was genuinely taking leave because of indigestion or anything like that. After all, she'd seen him wolfing down his food in the cafeteria earlier. The truth of the matter was clear to both of them, and Zhang Qian beside them knew it too. But the crucial point was, no one else knew. So when they overheard this seemingly flirtatious exchange, the classmates eavesdropping nearby instantly turned pale with awkwardness. Many male classmates even felt a wave of jealousy wash over them. Because what they'd heard was the goddess bringing breakfast to Li Feng. At that thought, even though they were consumed by envy and resentment, they dared not show it on their faces. That bitter ache in their hearts, however, could only be truly understood by those who had experienced unrequited love. So, does that mean you accept? Seeing her evade the question, Li Feng seized the opportunity to press his advantage, smiling as he spoke. Truthfully, whether he took leave or not meant nothing to him. But as a student, even if he didn't care, he still needed a reason. Otherwise, if his homeroom teacher called home, Li Feng wouldn't know how to explain it to his parents. Who agreed to anything? Stop right there. Seeing Li Feng stride straight toward the classroom exit, Lu Ting immediately grew anxious. Hearing this, Li Feng acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He merely waved his hand behind him before striding out of the classroom. Rogue. Watching the boy's receding figure, Lu Ting muttered angrily under her breath from her seat. She couldn't figure out why, but lately, every time they interacted, Li Feng seemed to effortlessly stir up her emotions. This change was so pronounced that even Lu Ting was starting to feel like she didn't recognize herself anymore. Ting, what do you think Li Feng is doing taking time off right now? Just as Lu Ting was lost in thought, her best friend Zhang Qian leaned over and whispered the question. Who knows what he's up to? Hearing this, Lu Ting immediately snapped back in annoyance. She had indeed forgotten to ask after being interrupted by that jerk. Especially recalling how Li Feng had leaned in close with his stomach protruding, an inexplicable flutter began to take root in the young girl's heart. There was no helping it, they had been far too close just now. So, should you go ask the homeroom teacher for a leave of absence for him later? Zhang Qian gave a soft "oh" before turning to her best friend with a curious look. No way am I doing that. Lu Ting refused without a second thought. Seriously? Zhang Qian gave her a mischievous look. Well, absolutely. Seeing Zhang Qian teasing her like this, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed red, then she stubbornly insisted. Fine, you better keep your word. Zhang Qian didn't call her out, merely offering a gentle smile before lowering her head to continue working on her problems. After a long while, Lu Ting surreptitiously glanced around. Seeing that Zhang Qian hadn't noticed her, she finally wrote the 3 characters leave of absence on a scrap of paper. Noticing her best friend's furtive actions, Zhang Qian, who had been watching out of the corner of her eye, let a subtle curve touch her lips. But quickly, after the smile faded, a deeply hidden bitterness surfaced in the girl's eyes. Chapter 100, Chen Yao's Address. When Li Feng rode his motorcycle to the location Su Yanhong had described Damo Mountain, the sight that met his eyes was one of desolate decay. This place was actually close to the outskirts of the city. The sparse brick houses scattered about looked no different from those in some remote villages. As Li Feng's flashy motorcycle came to a stop, several young kids in split crotch pants, squatting by the roadside playing, immediately turned their curious gazes toward him. But perhaps because they were timid, they only watched from a distance, not daring to come closer. Hey, kids, come here. Li Feng naturally had no idea where Chen Yao lived, so after glancing around, he immediately waved at the children nearby. Hearing Li Feng's call, the little rascals didn't dare come forward. They just blinked their pure, dark eyes at him. Seeing this, Li Feng showed no sign of annoyance. He merely shook his head and smiled, then parked his motorcycle before slowly walking toward the children. Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. I just need to ask you about someone. In an era where human traffickers still existed, he understood exactly what these little rascals were afraid of. Who are you looking for? Perhaps softened by the gentle smile on Li Feng's face, one boy, about 6 or 7 years old, hesitated slightly before asking in a childish voice. Do you know where Chen Yao lives? Li Feng didn't get too close. He took a few steps forward before stopping and asking with a smile. "What do you want with Sister Yao?" Upon hearing Chen Yao's name, the child instantly grew wary and glared at Li Feng accusingly. Judging by their expressions, it seemed like if he answered wrong, the kids would be ready to bolt at any moment. If these kids were any older, Li Feng would likely have lost patience by now. But facing these little brats, he forced himself to be patient and explain. "I'm her classmate. She didn't go to school today, so the teachers sent me to check on her." After saying that, Li Feng didn't bother arguing further. He simply pulled out a handful of loose change from his pocket. "Here. Whoever tells me where Chen Yao lives gets this money to buy candy." "Really?" The lure of candy proved too strong. The moment the kids saw it, their eyes lit up with eager anticipation. "Of course. Why would I lie to a bunch of kids like you?" Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. "Alright, I'll give you the money first and then you take me there. How about that?" Saying this, he handed over the few bills. It must be said that Li Feng's clean-cut appearance still carried a certain credibility in the eyes of children. Had someone with a more intimidating appearance approached them, forget about money even if he'd pulled out a bag of candy right then and there, these kids, raised by parents who taught them to be cautious, would have scattered in an instant. After a moment's hesitation, the oldest child cautiously stepped forward and took the money from Li Feng's hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to Sister Yao." With the money secured and a foundation of trust established, the child immediately said to Li Feng after receiving it, then skipped ahead to lead the way. Seeing this, Li Feng abandoned his motorcycle and followed the group of little rascals. It didn't take long, just a few minutes before the child led him to a dilapidated house and stopped. "Sister Yao lives right here." The leader turned to look at Li Feng, still clutching the few bills tightly in his hand, as if afraid the man before him might turn back. "Alright. You can go now." Li Feng understood exactly what the little brat was thinking. He chuckled inwardly before waving his hand dismissively. Hearing this, the children's faces lit up with joy, and they all scampered off happily. Li Feng shook his head with a smile, then looked at the old house before him. Similar to many rural structures, it was old, dilapidated, and small, surrounded by a fence. Yet that waist-high wall might deter the honorable but not the dishonest. Peering inside, Li Feng didn't spot Chen Yao. He was about to knock, but his hand barely touched the wooden door before it swung open. Seeing this, Li Feng paused for a moment before stepping inside. The courtyard, though still dilapidated, was tidy enough, with no unpleasant odors wafting out. After taking a few steps, Li Feng was about to call out Chen Yao's name when he was suddenly drawn by faint sounds drifting from inside the house. And that voice speaking, who else could it be but Chen Yao? "Grandma, please just eat a little. If you don't eat, your body won't be able to handle it." Yao, I'm sorry. I'm such a burden to you. Don't worry about me. Cough cough. You should hurry off to class." After Chen Yao finished speaking, a long silence followed before the room echoed with the frail voice of an elderly person. "Grandma, with you being so sick, how could I possibly focus on school? Besides, I won't be continuing my studies after finishing this semester anyway." Chen Yao gently tried to persuade her. Yao, it's all Grandma's fault. I'm useless. Otherwise, with your grades, you could have definitely gotten into a prestigious academy." Unexpectedly, upon hearing the girl's words, the old woman's already indistinct speech suddenly became tremulous, and she couldn't help but sob softly. "Grandma, how can you say that? If you hadn't been willing to take me in, I would have starved to death all those years ago." Perhaps affected by her grandmother's sobs, Chen Yao's voice also carried a hint of tears, though she quickly suppressed it. "Grandma, please just eat a little. I'm begging you. You're my only family left. If you're gone too, then I don't want to live either." "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking? You have your whole life ahead of you. How could you say such things about yourself?" Hearing this, the old woman hurriedly replied in a trembling voice. Yes, Grandma, just eat something. Don't worry. After I graduate from the second hospital, I'll find a job. Then, things will definitely get better and better for us." The girl understood her grandmother's worries and hurried to comfort her. Alright, I'll eat." The elderly woman in the room seemed afraid Chen Yao might do something foolish and weakly replied. "Okay, Grandma, I'll feed you. Careful, it's hot." Chapter 101, The Sealed Beauty. Li Feng didn't listen to the rest of the conversation. He simply grabbed a stool nearby, sat down in the courtyard, and silently lit a cigarette. Truthfully, suffering in society was far from rare. Cases far more tragic than Chen Yao's were everywhere. But when it happened to someone close to you, it was simply harder to bear. Li Feng's heart was actually a little conflicted right now. Truthfully, given his current influence and income, helping this pitiful girl would be effortless if he truly wanted to. But since they weren't related by blood or marriage, and if it were based solely on a fleeting sense of pity, Li Feng wouldn't go to such lengths to help Chen Yao. After all, being overly saintly in this dog-eat-dog world was a surefire recipe for a short life. He could help, but he needed a reason. Squeak! After about 10 minutes, the door in front of them creaked open from the inside. Chen Yao's eyes had been reddened with tears, but upon suddenly spotting Li Feng sitting in the courtyard, she froze in shock before nearly gasping aloud. It couldn't be helped, the girl truly hadn't anticipated this boy suddenly appearing in her family's courtyard out of nowhere. Shoo! Seeing this, Li Feng quickly raised a finger to his lips and gestured for Chen Yao to be quiet. Perhaps recognizing his gesture, the girl finally understood and quickly covered her small mouth, which had been wide open in surprise. After feeding her grandmother some thin porridge, the elderly woman was now lying in bed with her eyes closed, resting. Disturbing her again at this moment would indeed be rather inappropriate. After quietly closing the door, Chen Yao lowered her head and followed the boy as they walked slowly to a corner beside the courtyard and stopped. Li Feng, why are you here? Chen Yao steadied her nerves before stammering out the question to Li Feng. Even now, she found it hard to believe and couldn't fathom how he tracked her down. I'm here to collect what you owe me. Turning to look at the girl before him, Li Feng smiled and said with a hint of teasing. Collecting a debt? Hearing this, Chen Yao's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him, utterly confused. Yeah, someone promised to bring me breakfast but stood me up today. Tell me, shouldn't I come collect this debt? Li Feng stated firmly. I didn't mean to. Hearing the teenager's words, Chen Yao finally snapped out of her daze. She shook her head frantically and explained, because my grandmother got sick, so I couldn't go to the academy today. I'm sorry, I'll give you the money back right now. Her face flushed as she fumbled in her pocket, intending to return the remaining money. Alright, we'll talk about this later. Seeing the girl was serious, Li Feng waved his hand to stop her. He then asked, if your grandmother is sick, why didn't you take her to the hospital? Well. At his words, Chen Yao's hand froze mid-motion, her expression turning sorrowful. After a long moment, she finally composed herself, forcing a faint smile as she murmured, my grandmother's ailments are all chronic conditions. The hospital can't cure them. Chen Yao didn't know how long Li Feng had been standing there, but to preserve what little dignity she had left, the young girl spoke these words against her better judgment. Just how believable her words were depended entirely on how the other person chose to interpret them. Unexpectedly, Li Feng showed her no mercy whatsoever. He tore away that thin veil of pretense with a sharp chuckle. So is it that she can't be cured, or that you can't afford to treat her? At that moment, Chen Yao felt as if struck by lightning. All color drained from her face. Her body swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing to the ground. She wasn't the type to cling desperately to appearances. Her family's financial situation was dire, something anyone who had interacted with Chen Yao would quickly grasp. But Li Feng's recent help and protection had inevitably stirred a ripple in the young girl's heart. Even though many at the academy felt she was unworthy, and she herself believed it too. Yet like a drowning person clutching at the last straw, a faint glimmer of hope had begun to take root in her heart. Like that day on the back mountain, when Chen Yao had sunk into utter despair, Li Feng's sudden intervention had left an indelible mark on the budding heart of the young girl. Unexpectedly, the ray of light she thought illuminated her dim existence was now being ruthlessly extinguished by him. For a moment, Chen Yao felt utterly crushed. Those who hadn't endured her kind of misery could scarcely fathom the agony of hope blossoming only to be brutally crushed by reality. Ah! Just as the girl staggered and nearly fell, Li Feng sighed and swiftly reached out to steady her. Why didn't you try asking me for the money? Feeling Chen Yao's light weight in his arms, Li Feng's previously hardened heart softened slightly. After a long moment, Chen Yao finally snapped back to reality, her face as pale as paper. For a second, she didn't know how to respond. After all, the boy before her was just a student like herself. How could she possibly pin her hopes on him? Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Li Feng shook his head and reached out toward her face. Chen Yao sensed his movement and instinctively tried to turn her head away. Don't move! Without hesitation, Li Feng cut her off with his usual commanding tone. True to form, the timid girl stiffened at his words, her entire body tensing up. She dared not move another inch. Yet, the faint trembling of her eyelashes betrayed her nervousness. Soon, with Chen Yao frozen in place, Li Feng smoothly swept aside the messy bangs that obscured most of her face. Her brows arched like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes shimmered like autumn waters. In that instant, when the girl's sealed, breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before Li Feng, even though he had mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but feel a wave of awe at her stunning beauty. In that moment, Li Feng finally understood why the girl had always disguised herself as ugly and kept her head down. For a woman of such beauty born into poverty is like a child carrying gold through the streets. Every passerby becomes a thief. Chapter 102. From now on, you'll come with me. Whatever you lack, I can provide for you. After the initial shock, Li Feng seemed to make a firm decision. He stared intently at the breathtakingly beautiful girl before him, his voice slow and resolute. He wasn't someone who'd never seen a beauty before. At the very least, Lu Ting's looks were no less stunning than Chen Yao's. But Li Feng needed a reason to help someone. And if she became his woman, then helping Chen Yao would be the most natural thing in the world. After all, Li Feng wasn't a saint. When confronted with something beautiful, he too felt the desire and urge to claim it as his own. So whether it was Chen Yao's looks or her pitiful background, both served as perfectly valid reasons for Li Feng to help her. Chen Yao was already on edge from the young man's actions. Hearing his words now made her peach blossom eyes widen in shock and confusion. What? You don't believe me? Seeing this, Li Feng's brows instantly furrowed as he demanded in a deep voice. Whether in his past life or now, his aura as a leader profoundly influenced his every word and action. So when Li Feng showed the slightest hint of anger, the oppressive pressure radiating from him was far beyond what a naturally timid girl could bear. No, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just, why would you help me? True to form, Qinyao was startled by Li Feng's sudden change in tone, causing her to shrink back involuntarily before stammering out her response. This isn't helping you, it's a trade-off. Got it? Hearing this, a faint curve touched the corner of Li Feng's mouth. He shook his head. The premise for all this is that from now on, you belong to me. Of course, you could also call it keeping a mistress. Originally, upon hearing the first part of his statement, the girl had felt a deeply hidden flicker of secret delight. But as Li Feng finished his sentence, Chen Yao's face instantly drained of color, turning ashen. What? Is the term keeping you so hard to swallow? Li Feng's tone remained relentlessly aggressive, seemingly unconcerned with her inner turmoil. I don't want to be kept. Though her heart ached intensely, years of hardship had forged an unyielding resilience within her. After briefly composing herself, Chen Yao flatly refused. She desperately needed money. But if the means to earn it involved selling her body and soul, there was no way the girl could accept it. This was precisely why Chen Yao, despite her striking beauty, always concealed her appearance. Is that so? Hearing this, Li Feng merely chuckled softly before continuing in a detached tone. So you're willing to stand by and watch your grandmother suffer from a serious illness without money for treatment and give up on your education, something you clearly love, just because you can't afford it? Each word pierced her heart like a razor-sharp thorn, drawing blood. Because the truth was exactly as Li Feng had described. The root of all these hardships was that she simply couldn't afford them. Or is it that you hate me? Seeing her reaction, Li Feng showed no intention of letting the pitiful girl off the hook. He leaned in closer and pressed further. Their bodies were pressed so close together now that Li Feng could even make out the faint downy hair on Chen Yao's fair face. I don't. Chen Yao shook her head, hastily explaining. Though his words had already stirred her heart into utter chaos, no matter what, she simply couldn't bring herself to dislike the boy before her. For in her short life of just over a decade, Li Feng was the first person besides her grandmother who had ever made her feel genuine warmth. So how could she possibly hate him? If you didn't, then why can't you come with me? Or is it that your pride won't let you accept the word maintenance? As he spoke, Li Feng leaned closer, his face inches from hers, so near she could almost feel the faint rhythm of her breath. He wasn't a harsh or cruel person. The reason he kept using words to pressure her was simply to wear down the stubbornness in Chen Yao's heart. Truthfully, Li Feng could see that though the girl before him was timid and shy, the resilience forged by hardship meant she'd never readily accept help. The moment he had clearly seen her face, Li Feng had resolved within himself to help this girl escape her current predicament. Call it coveting Chen Yao's beauty, or accuse him of lacking compassion. In short, that was simply the kind of person Li Feng was. After all, no matter the era, if you want to gain something, you must first learn to give. Even if fortune falls from the sky, you still have to rise early, don't you? Chen Yao's mind was in utter turmoil at that moment. Especially as Li Feng drew closer step by step, it only made her feel more flustered and disoriented. What young girl doesn't harbor romantic feelings? Truthfully, she harbored deep affection for the young man before her. Handsome, rebellious, and above all, the powerful martial arts that gave girls a sense of security. It was enough to deeply captivate the young women in the academy who were just beginning to experience love. It could be said that if Ting was the white moonlight in the hearts of many second academy boys, then the transformed Li Feng was equally the object of desire for most girls. This was evident from the snacks and love letters that periodically filled Li Feng's desk drawer. Follow me. I'll take care of you from now on, okay? After his earlier harshness, Li Feng's tone unexpectedly softened. As he spoke, his gaze fixed directly on Chen Yao's face. Hearing those words, for some reason, Chen Yao suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cry. After enduring the unexpected death of her parents, relying solely on her grandmother, and bearing the weight of life's burdens on her frail shoulders, this was the first time anyone had ever spoken such words to her. Especially coming from the boy she had feelings for. The thought alone caused tears the size of beans to spill from her beautiful peach blossom eyes like beads on a broken string. Li Feng seemed to sense Chen Yao's emotional state. Without hesitation, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers as her eyes widened in surprise. As their lips touched, Li Feng felt only coolness and softness. But for Chen Yao, it felt as though her mind exploded in a thunderous boom. Her slender body tensed and trembled violently. Chapter 103, Chen Yao's Surrender. What, haven't you had enough yet? Li Feng teased with a playful grin. Since it was her first time, the sensation wasn't particularly intense. The young girl, however, seemed completely lost in the moment. Even when Li Feng's lips pulled away, she appeared oblivious, still dumbly closing her eyes and tilting her small face upward. Hearing this, Chen Yao finally seemed to realize something. In an instant, her entire pretty face flushed bright red. Where had she ever experienced such things growing up? So when she heard Li Feng's teasing remark, Chen Yao immediately ducked her head and tried to escape this mortifying situation. What? Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Feng wasn't about to let her escape. He grabbed her wrist with one hand. Feeling his touch, her slender frame tensed up again. She was so flustered she didn't know how to react. Even the tips of her ears, slightly exposed, turned bright red. Alright, come with me for now. Seeing her like this, Feng couldn't help but soften inside. His tone grew gentle as he spoke. After all, this girl before him was the first female he'd had any kind of intimate contact with since his rebirth. But, my grandmother is here. Though she was deeply willing, Chunyao couldn't forget her sick grandmother inside the house. If she left now, who would look after her grandmother? Don't worry, it won't take long. Feng understood her concern, so he gently rubbed her head and smiled. Perhaps still unaccustomed to such intimacy, Chunyao instinctively pulled her neck back, though she ultimately didn't pull away. After a moment's thought, she couldn't bring herself to refuse Feng's request. She let him take her hand as they walked out of the courtyard. Outside, perhaps due to her intensely shy nature, she gently slipped her hand free from his grasp. Still, her cheeks flushed crimson as she followed behind him with her head bowed. Her demeanor was utterly reminiscent of a dutiful, well-behaved young bride. Feng didn't take offense at her gesture. After all, everyone had their own personality, and showing appropriate respect to those around him was essential. After all, since that kiss, the girl had become his private property in his heart. He wouldn't let her slip away from him. Come on, get on the bike. When Feng led Chunyao to the motorcycle parked by the roadside, he straddled the seat first, then turned to look at the girl beside him, who still seemed a bit flustered. Okay. After a moment of dazed hesitation, the girl nodded quickly. Unlike Feng's straddle position, however, Chunyao sat facing sideways, her knees pressed together as she mounted the motorcycle. Who taught you to sit like that? Seeing this, Feng immediately frowned. While this riding position was common among girls, it undoubtedly posed significant safety risks. Hearing this, Chunyao felt a pang of injustice. Sure, she'd never ridden a motorcycle before, but whether in TV dramas or real life, lots of girls sat like this. Come on, sit like this just like me. Feng paid no heed to her protests, instructing her bluntly. Then, he reached out a hand. Perhaps seeing the young man's resolute attitude, Chunyao merely pouted her lips slightly before leaning into his support. With some awkwardness, she finally sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Hold on tight. Once she was seated, Feng commanded again. It's fine. I can hold on steady. Hearing this, Chunyao mustered her courage and whispered her refusal. She still wasn't quite used to such intimacy between them. Besides, she had her pride too, didn't she? Clearly, whenever confronted by Feng's strong-willed and domineering personality, a faint spark of rebellion flickered within the young girl's heart. However, that flicker of defiance vanished instantly when the motorcycle roared to life and then abruptly stalled. The sudden jolt sent a small gasp escaping her lips. Without a second thought, she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around the waist of the boy seated in front of her. You said you could sit steady? Feeling the soft pressure against his back, Feng didn't turn around, but the clear amusement and teasing in his tone reached the girl's ears without fail. Hearing this, Chunyao's pretty face flushed instantly, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. She wasn't stupid, she knew perfectly well this was Feng deliberately being mischievous. But before Chunyao could release her arms wrapped around his waist, Feng seized her slender hands with one of his own, pulling them tighter against his body. Be good. Hold on tight. Feng's voice was low and commanding. His words were firm and unquestioning, causing the girl, who had been about to let go, to stiffen momentarily before slowly relaxing once more. After all, she hadn't been bullied by this troublemaker for just a day or two. And then, just now in the courtyard, the sudden memory of his kiss sent a wave of heat rushing to Chunyao's face. Even the fierce wind whipping past as the motorcycle sped along seemed powerless to dispel it. Perhaps this was fate, after all. Recalling the scenes that had unfolded since they first met, the complex emotions churning within the young girl gradually began to settle. Though everything had happened in the blink of an eye, every single moment was etched indelibly in Chunyao's heart. She didn't know what their relationship or future held, but her heart told her she wouldn't regret today's choice. On the contrary, she wanted to hold on to it all tightly, even if it was just an illusory dream. For she had endured too much bitterness for far too long. Even the faintest hint of sweetness, she would grasp it like a moth drawn to a flame. Especially the scent lingering on the uniform of the boy sitting in front of her. Chunyao knew she would never forget it for the rest of her life. For she would forever remember who had stepped forward without hesitation to protect her honor when she was trapped in utter despair. Back then, her clothes torn and tattered, she had taken this very uniform from Feng's hands and draped it over herself. Perhaps recalling those past events, a wave of emotion washed over the girl. Slowly, she pressed her face against Feng's back, even tightening the grip of her hands around his waist. Chapter 104, Maintenance Fee. Only after the motorcycle entered the county town did Chunyao become aware of her own actions, immediately releasing her tight embrace around the boy's waist. Feng said nothing, instinctively slowing the bike's pace. Soon, he pulled up directly in front of a bank. After both dismounted, the girl's cheeks remained flushed, an adorable sight. In her previous world, such intimate gestures between them would have been utterly unimaginable. Li Feng, what are we doing here? The girl looked around at the surroundings, her voice trembling slightly as she asked him. Perhaps worried that her grandmother might suddenly wake up and be left unattended, Chen Yao still felt somewhat uneasy inside. Had it not been for Li Feng's insistence, she would never have left her grandmother behind to follow a man into the county town. Follow me. Without further explanation, Li Feng led Chen Yao directly to an ATM nearby. Then, as the girl hesitated to speak, he skillfully inserted the bank card, entered the PIN, withdrew cash, and so on. In mere moments, as the machine dispensed the cash, Li Feng handed the freshly withdrawn 10,000 yuan directly to Chen Yao standing beside him. This scene stunned not only Chen Yao but also passers-by on the street, who couldn't help but stare in astonishment. It wasn't that the amount was particularly large, but rather that the young man before them looked far too young. Especially in his school uniform, it made the whole thing seem even more astonishing. What are you standing there for? Take it. Seeing Chen Yao standing there dumbstruck, Li Feng chuckled softly before feigning impatience. I can't take it. Hearing this, Chen Yao finally snapped out of her daze. She shook her head vigorously, her steps retreating further as she spoke. When Li Feng had taken out the money earlier, the girl had already sensed something was off. But she never imagined he would hand her such a large sum. Without exaggeration, the 10,000 yuan in Li Feng's hand was the largest sum of money Chen Yao had ever seen since she could remember. Get in the car. Perhaps sensing the strange stares from the surrounding crowd, Li Feng didn't linger to say more to Chen Yao. He merely tilted his head, gesturing for her to get on the bike first. Then, regardless of what Chen Yao might be thinking, Li Feng casually stuffed the 10,000 yuan into the pocket of his oversized school uniform before remounting his motorcycle and riding off with the girl in tow. This time, knowing Chen Yao's home address, Li Feng retraced his route and parked the motorcycle in an open space near her house. Even after he pulled her through the courtyard gate, Chen Yao still seemed dazed, as if she hadn't fully snapped out of it. Here, take this 10,000 yuan for now. If you need more later, just let me know, okay? Without another word, Li Feng pulled the stack of bills he'd just taken out of his pocket and thrust them into her hands. Li Feng, I can't accept this money. It's far too much. Chen Yao finally snapped out of her daze. A flash of anxiety crossed her face as she hurriedly tried to push the money back into his hands. Seeing the girl's sincere expression, which held no trace of pretense, a smile immediately spread across Li Feng's face. He stopped her hand mid-return and said with a smile, "Don't worry. This money is all mine, not from my family. You can use it with peace of mind." But Chen Yao naturally didn't believe Li Feng's explanation, but she couldn't think of a response in the moment. Soon, her nose began to glisten with beads of sweat from nervousness and anxiety. No buts about it. Li Feng wasn't the most patient person, so he frowned slightly at this point. Don't tell me you thought my offer to support you was just a joke? But it wouldn't cost that much. This is too much. In her panic, Chen Yao no longer cared about the word support. She stammered out her response. After all, they were still just students. No matter how hard she tried, Chen Yao couldn't fathom how Li Feng had earned this kind of money. It seemed more likely that he'd stolen it from his family to give her. The thought made the girl even more reluctant to accept the money. What? Are you underestimating me, or underestimating yourself? Hearing this, Li Feng burst into laughter. Then, he gently lifted the bangs that covered most of her face, his gaze lingering with a hint of fascination on her exquisite features. His voice softened as he spoke to her. This money really means nothing to me. Just be good and take it for your grandmother's medical expenses. If it's not enough later, just tell me. And your tuition, living expenses, everything will be taken care of by me from now on. Don't ask me where this money came from. All you need to know is that with me by your side, you'll never have to worry about money again, understand? Unlike Lu Ting. Though she had once been the white moonlight in Li Feng's heart. The crucial difference was that she came from a well-off family, sparing her future worries about work and livelihood. As for Li Feng, once he chose this thorny path into the underworld, he had no more options. He didn't want to, nor did he want to disturb the girl he once cared for. Because he couldn't offer her the future she desired. But Chen Yao was different. Even without Li Feng, the girl was already struggling in the mud. In fact, with Li Feng's support, she could live a better life. The reason he chose to help her? Firstly, certain aspects of Chen Yao reminded him of his former self. The second reason was far simpler and purer. Li Feng was utterly stunned by the beauty she deliberately concealed. He wanted to possess her completely. To put it bluntly, Li Feng was just as damn lustful as anyone else. Otherwise, with his cold, hard heart, he would never have helped someone unconditionally like this. After all, if Li Feng were truly that saintly, he wouldn't be messing with the underworld. He might as well find a cross, nail himself to it, and let the world worship and revere him. Chapter 105, You Can't Escape. Li Feng, why are you being so kind to me? Hearing the young man's words, Chen Yao's earlier tension and anxiety melted away. Her tender, almond-shaped eyes brimmed with tears. For beyond her grandmother, who they relied on for survival, this was the first time she'd ever felt someone truly cherish and care for her. Truth be told, the poorer one is, the more acutely one feels the world's deep-seated malice. Not only do harsh lands breed cruel people, but even within the academy, those reckless students could become utterly depraved when they turn to evil. Take their first encounter on the back mountain, for instance. Had Li Feng not intervened, Chen Yao's tragic fate would have been all too predictable. Of course, the tragic ending of that girl jumping to her death in a past life also indirectly proved the despair that consumed her heart. In short, never underestimate the darkness lurking in people's hearts. For it is far more evil than anything you've seen or could ever imagine. In contrast, though Li Feng never gave the girl a friendly glance, anyone with a shred of sense could see the care he showed her through his actions. Thinking of this, the girl felt deeply moved, and tears streamed down her face. She rarely cried, knowing it was futile. Yet today, Chen Yao shed tears twice before Li Feng, proof of how deeply this boy mattered to her. Come on, you're a grown woman, why are you always crying like this? You look like a little kitten. Li Feng chuckled at the sight, then gently wiped the tears from her cheeks with the pat of his thumb. I'm not. Hearing Li Feng's teasing, Chen Yao's pretty face flushed slightly, and she replied with a touch of embarrassment. But tears aren't something you can just stop on a dime. Don't worry. From now on, I'll be here. No one can bully you, understand? Seeing her tear-streaked face, Li Feng felt a pang of pity. Then, he added with a smile, after all, you're mine now, aren't you? That remark sent a wave of blushes racing across the young girl's face. For a moment, her eyes darted away nervously. She seemed about to lower her head to escape his intense gaze. But before Chen Yao could make her next move, Li Feng gently cupped her chin with one hand. He deliberately adopted a stern expression and demanded, "What? You're going back on your word now?" "No, I didn't." Hearing this, Chen Yao's heart raced with panic. But just as she tried to explain, Li Feng leaned in again, lowering his head to capture her lips in a fierce kiss. This time, the teenager kissed her even more forcefully and dominantly, as if he wanted to melt the exquisite beauty before him into his own body. Then, he brutally forced his tongue past her teeth, savoring every inch of Chen Yao's cherry-red lips. Not only that, as if memories from a past life had been unlocked, Li Feng's hands involuntarily drifted toward the budding curves of her chest while he kissed her. Don't! Chen Yao, untouched by such things, had never experienced anything like this before. Her delicate body trembled violently. She immediately grabbed Li Feng's wandering hands, her face flushing crimson as she shook her head at him in pleading silence. Then, as if afraid the boy might misunderstand, Chen Yao stammered out an explanation. "Li Feng, I'm not unwilling, it's just, here isn't really the place. After all, this was her own home. If her grandmother discovered this, Chen Yao would likely die of embarrassment and wish she didn't exist. Besides, this step had happened far too quickly, she hadn't prepared herself mentally at all. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you." Li Feng heard this and couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Then, with lingering desire, he licked his lips. A hint of burning, possessive intensity flashed in his eyes as he said, "I'm in no rush. We'll wait until you're ready. Anyway, you're already mine. There's no escaping it." Truth be told, he'd gotten a bit carried away earlier. After all, what man could resist after seeing Chen Yao's hidden, breathtaking beauty? Besides, Li Feng was currently in the midst of physical training. If he indulged in female companionship too soon now, it could only be beneficial. He knew the difference between one satisfying meal and having his fill every single day. Upon hearing Li Feng's words and seeing him lick his lips, Chen Yao's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She shyly lowered her head, unable to meet the young man's gaze. Even so, the girl managed to squeeze out a barely audible from the depths of her throat. "Alright, I'll be going now. Remember to take your grandmother to the county hospital for a checkup later." Li Feng pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and gently reminded her. "Remember, don't be afraid to spend money. Your man earns it faster than you can imagine, understand?" The reason he had Chen Yao take her grandmother to the hospital herself wasn't because Li Feng feared the hassle. Rather, it was because such matters were simply too complicated to explain. Besides, he believed the young girl wouldn't want their relationship exposed just yet. After much consideration, Li Feng decided it was best to take things slowly. In any case, it was best to give Chen Yao some breathing room. "Okay, I understand." Upon hearing Li Feng broach the serious topic, Chen Yao quickly nodded softly and gave her consent. Especially the words "your man" at the end of his sentence, they sent a wave of sweetness coursing through the young girl, who was just beginning to taste the flavor of love. "That's settled then. Focus on taking care of your grandmother for now. Once you're back at the academy, don't forget to bring me breakfast." After giving his instructions, Li Feng teased her playfully one last time. Then, waving goodbye to Chen Yao, he turned and walked straight out of the courtyard. Only after Li Feng's motorcycle faded from sight did Chen Yao withdraw her lingering, tender gaze. Truthfully, everything that had happened today felt like a dream. She wasn't sure if the boy's kindness toward her stemmed from lust for her beauty or mere fleeting novelty. But none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that the young girl's heart was now firmly tied to him. She doubted she would ever forget this boy who had suddenly burst into her life. Chapter 106. Having already taken leave, Li Feng had no intention of returning to school after parting ways with Chen Yao. After pondering for a moment, he followed the route he remembered from last night and drove straight toward the bridgehead. About 20 minutes later, Li Feng arrived at the spot where the Golden Cup van had parked the night before. From a distance, he could still make out the outline of the abandoned factory building that served as the brothel. However, just as he was about to ride over, a voice suddenly rang out from the roadside around the corner. "Hey! Who are you? What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Li Feng immediately slowed down and fixed his gaze on the source of the voice. Within his field of vision, 3 young men crouched beneath the shade of a tree. The voice that had stopped him belonged to one of them, who was standing upright. But just as Li Feng was about to speak, another youth among them, one who looked vaguely familiar, jumped up in shock upon recognizing him. He smacked the speaker hard on the head and cursed, "You blind dog? That's our boss, Brother Feng. Damn it!" Without a second thought, the familiar-looking youth who delivered the blow jogged over to Li Feng, flashing an obsequious smile. "Brother Feng, my deepest apologies. That's just one of my guys new here today, didn't recognize you." No problem." Li Feng nodded with a smile. Though he couldn't quite recall the familiar-looking youth's name, he knew this guy used to be under Meng Fei's command. Just yesterday, he'd even joined him in taking over Lu Guo's turf. "What's your name?" Now that he'd stopped the car, Li Feng felt no rush and directly asked for the man's name. Moreover, he appreciated the young man's tact and quick-wittedness. "Brother Feng, my name is Zhao Liming. You can just call me Xiao Meng." Upon hearing Li Feng ask his name, the young man quickly replied with a smile. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned and shouted at the 2 young men standing nearby. "What the hell are you 2 standing around for? Come over and meet Brother Feng." Hearing Zhao Liming's words, the 2 young men who had clearly just joined the group immediately jogged over. They then respectfully nodded toward Li Feng on the motorcycle and called out, "Brother Feng! Brother Feng! You 2 just stay here and guard this place properly." Li Feng acknowledged them before turning to Zhao Liming. "Zhao Liming, right? Alright, I'll remember you. If you run into any trouble or need anything while guarding here, go straight to Meng Fei. Got it? Got it, Brother Feng." Perhaps seeing that Li Feng had remembered his name, excitement spread across Zhao Liming's face at a visible pace. As he turned to leave, he hurriedly added with a smile. After Li Feng rode off on his motorcycle, the 2 new brothers immediately gathered around Zhao Liming, both excited and curious. They couldn't wait to ask him, "Brother Ming, is this the Li Feng you told us about? Brother Feng? Of course. Is there another Brother Feng around here?" Hearing this, Zhao Liming rolled his eyes and replied irritably. "No way. You never told me our boss was still a student." Upon receiving the affirmative answer, one of the young men looked genuinely surprised. After all, Li Feng's school uniform was undeniably eye-catching. What the hell's wrong with being a student? Zhao Liming's tone turned displeased at once, then flared into outright anger. "You bastards haven't seen how badass Brother Feng is. Seriously, with just one finger, he could crush both of you flat, you believe me or not?" Ever since last night's incident, it could be said that the vast majority of the team members now harbored an almost fanatical and blind devotion toward Li Feng. And Zhao Liming, naturally, was no exception. "Brother Ming, you're exaggerating a bit there." Hearing Zhao Liming's words, the other man couldn't help but chuckle. As the team leader, they believed Li Feng was capable in a fight. But to claim Li Feng could crush him with a single finger? That was ridiculous. "Damn it, do you think I'd lie to you?" Seeing the 2 stubbornly refusing to believe him, Zhao Liming couldn't help but lose his temper. So he stopped holding back and spilled the beans. "You think how did we brothers and Fei Gu come to respect him? It's because Feng Gu beat the crap out of us, that's why. If you don't believe me, go ask the other guys later and see if I'm just bragging. Damn it, back at the pool hall, Brother Feng took on all 13 of us by himself and barely got hurt." Though Lu Xing and the others had helped back then, Zhao Liming conveniently omitted that fact entirely. Hearing this, the other 2 fell into a stunned silence. 1 against 13? Is that even human? They didn't question it any further. Because if Zhao Liming was indeed bragging, such a lie would be far too easy to expose. Anyway, you 2 will get to see for yourselves just how formidable Brother Feng really is. Seeing the 2 beside him fall silent, Zhao Liming finally spoke with a hint of smugness. "Like last night when we cleaned up this place, Brother Feng took down 6 or 7 of them single-handedly. And that's not all, he even sliced off one of that old bastard Lu Guo's hands with a single stroke. That scene, wow, you guys didn't see it. It scared the hell out of me. As for that Lu Guo, needless to say, he was sniveling and crying like a baby. It cracked me up." By the end, Zhao Liming couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. No wonder who wouldn't be thrilled to have a boss like Li Feng? Loyal and generous to his own, ruthless and merciless to enemies. Damn it, if you had to sum it up in one word, it would be awesome. Hearing Zhao Liming's words, the 2 new brothers beside him felt inexplicably energized. After all, if what he said was true, then this student boss, Li Feng, was definitely worth their wholehearted loyalty. Other considerations aside, at the very least, that 200 yuan daily wage was undoubtedly solid cash, right? Chapter 107, The Atmosphere in the Venue. Perhaps because the pit had changed hands, when Li Feng re-entered today, only about a dozen people were gathered around the gambling tables playing three-card poker. While this scene was still fairly lively, it paled in comparison to last night's bust, where over 30 gamblers had crowded the tables. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Perhaps spotting Li Feng's arrival, Meng Fei, Gao Yang, and a few others who had been lingering near the tables immediately jogged over, greeting him respectfully. As for the other brothers, though they didn't gather around, they all nodded in Li Feng's direction and called out, "Brother Feng." This scene instantly drew the attention of the gamblers at the tables. Originally, they had assumed Meng Fei was the boss of this joint, but to their surprise, he turned out to be just a lackey. What was most crucial was that the person running such a gambling den was, damn it, just a young student. At this realization, even the gambling tables, which had been filled with constant shouting and an incredibly heated atmosphere, miraculously fell silent in that instant. Almost every gambler's eyes betrayed a mix of astonishment, confusion, scrutiny, and utter disbelief. It couldn't be helped. The main reason was that the school uniform Li Feng was wearing was simply too shocking and jarring. But soon enough, most gamblers averted their gaze and refocused on the cards before them. After all, that's how many compulsive gamblers were. They could abandon their own wives and children, let alone some lowly slot machine operator. In their minds, nothing in the world, not even the heavens themselves, could possibly be more important than the game unfolding in their hands. Well, how's it going? Guys, getting used to it? After surveying the scene inside the gambling den, Li Feng nodded and turned to ask Meng Fei. Everything's going great. Meng Fei quickly responded before answering Li Feng's question. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, Feng, want to meet the guy who set this up?" "Sure, is he here now?" Since he was already here, Li Feng didn't mind meeting the guy. "Yeah, he's here. Look, Brother Feng, it's the guy wearing the gold chain around his neck." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei nodded before pointing directly to a young man with a crew cut, looking to be in his 30s, seated at a nearby gambling table. "He gambles himself?" Hearing Meng Fei's words, Li Feng couldn't help but frown. "Don't worry, Brother Feng. I've been keeping an eye on him. He's definitely not one of those scammers." Meng Fei knew exactly what Li Feng was worried about and quickly explained. "This place just opened today. He's just warming up the crowd. Once more people show up, he won't be at the table anymore. That's best." Hearing this, Li Feng finally relaxed a little. After all, the guy was the one organizing the games. If he kept showing up to participate in the gambling sessions, it would inevitably have a huge impact on the establishment, regardless of whether he won or lost. If the organizer won too often, people might suspect cheating or a scam. After all, sometimes no evidence was even needed. Just a few rumors spreading could completely ruin the gambling den's reputation. And if the organizer got desperate from losing too much, he might resort to underhanded tactics to cut his losses. In short, the best option is for both the pit boss and the organizer to stay out of the betting ring. "Brother Feng, should I go fetch him now?" Seeing Li Feng had no objections, Meng Fei cautiously asked him. "All right." Li Feng nodded. Soon, Meng Fei squeezed his way into the gambling circle. After whispering something into the ear of the young man with the gold chain, the latter finally glanced over at Li Feng's direction. With a smile, the young man nodded to Li Feng before hastily wrapping up a current bet. He then strode briskly over to Li Feng's side. "You must be Brother Feng? Ah Fei's been talking about you non-stop these past few days. Finally meeting you in person today, it's a pleasure." The gold necklace youth approached Li Feng with warmth, shaking his hand first before politely offering him a cigarette. Only then did he introduce himself. "My name is Wang Hui. I'm Ah Fei's neighbor. You can just call me Old Hui." Perhaps others, upon seeing how young the slot machine shop owner was, might instinctively look down on him or harbor doubts. But for a seasoned veteran like him, who'd been navigating the underworld for years, he wouldn't show the slightest hint of unease until he knew someone's true worth. At the very least, someone capable of recruiting Meng Fei as a subordinate and then snatching Lu Guo's turf was clearly no ordinary figure. So from the very start, Wang Hui adopted an extremely humble posture. "Brother Hui, right? Nice to meet you." Seeing the other man so courteous, Li Feng didn't want to seem unapproachable either, so he smiled and greeted him first. "Brother Feng, I can't bear such flattery." Hearing this, Wang Hui waved his hands in feigned humility, his face breaking into an awkward grin. He had heard bits and pieces about this student's exploits from Meng Fei. Frankly, a ruthless gang boss with such insane combat prowess was far beyond someone like him, a small-time hustler, to mess with. If you actually thought you were hot stuff just because someone casually called you Brother Hui, you'd be an absolute fool. In short, if you want to thrive in this world, knowing when to keep your head down is crucial. Beyond that, always knowing your place is the only way to go. "No worries, Brother Hui. This place might need your extra attention going forward," Li Feng said with a smile. He understood the principle that success depends on others' support. So it was just a title. Li Feng didn't dwell on it too much. "Not at all, Brother Feng. You're joking." Wang Hui smiled with genuine humility, then quickly added his assurances. "Anyway, whenever you need anything from me in the future, just ask. I promise I won't hesitate for a second. Alright, since Brother Hui is so straightforward, I won't say more. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to work together in the future. We'll take it slow and see how things go. Seeing how understanding the other party was, Li Feng felt a little relieved. Alright, then I'll be begging for scraps under Brother Feng's table from now on. Ha ha. Hearing this, Wang Hui's eyes lit up instantly, and he burst into laughter. Though the young gang leader before him was undeniably young. It was precisely because of this that he seemed all the more remarkable. Especially after hearing Meng Fei's high praise for the youth before him, Wang Hui found himself genuinely valuing him more and more. Therefore, if he could collaborate with such individuals more often in the future, no matter what he pursued, the benefits would be undeniable. In short, no matter how far Li Feng might rise in the future, cultivating good relations with more underworld bosses like this one could only be advantageous, right? Chapter 108. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Hui tactfully excused himself. He could tell Li Feng wasn't particularly interested in continuing the conversation. The main reason Meng Fei had called him over was because they had some business dealings and wanted to meet face to face. If he stubbornly lingered to build connections and chatted aimlessly, he'd likely just become a nuisance. Brother Feng, what do you think of him? Once Wang Hui had left, Meng Fei leaned in and whispered the question to Li Feng. Although he was the one who brought this person in, whether they would continue working together in the future ultimately depended on Li Feng's decision. Meng Fei was well aware of this fact. He's okay. Just keep an eye on him. Li Feng nodded in response. They hadn't known each other long enough for him to possess any special insight into people's true nature. However, the man was indeed someone who knew when to be practical and had a keen sense of discernment. Generally speaking, as long as your strength could keep such people in check, they probably wouldn't dare cause any trouble. Got it, Brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's response, Meng Fei finally felt a little more at ease. Right. How's Lu Guohua doing over there now? Glancing around the scene, Li Feng casually asked. Brother Feng, you mean? Hearing this, Meng Fei froze momentarily, unsure what exactly his brother was asking about. Keep an eye on him. See if he's playing nice. Li Feng shot Meng Fei a glance before saying in a flat tone. You could also send someone to give him a gentle warning. If he dares to pull any more shenanigans, you know what to do, right? I know. Hearing this, perhaps recalling last night's bloody and brutal scene, Meng Fei's heart skipped a beat before he hurriedly nodded in response. After all, they were running an underground gambling den. Even if the other side didn't dare retaliate directly, if they tried any underhanded tricks, it could still cause trouble. To put it bluntly, even if they just sent someone to tip off the police station, it would be enough to shut down this operation. In short, if Lu Guohua kept his head down from now on, that would be fine. But if he insisted on stirring up trouble and causing Li Feng grief, then he really shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Publicly killing someone? He didn't yet possess the capability or connections to smooth that over. But there would be moments when his target was alone, wouldn't there? At this thought, a cold, ruthless glint flashed deep within the youth's eyes. Witnessing this, not only Meng Fei but even Gao Yang and Li Nan beside him shuddered involuntarily. After all, they had witnessed Li Feng's ruthless methods firsthand. Even though this wasn't directed at them, a chill still ran down their spines. Got any new brothers today? After addressing the urgent matter, Li Feng finally remembered the trio he'd encountered upon arrival, Zhou Liming and the others, and turned to ask Meng Fei. Yes, Brother Feng. 7 new brothers joined us. 2 were assigned to the arcade, 2 are on lookout duty outside, and the remaining 3 were brought in by brothers Gao Yang and Li Nan. They're handling the accounts and collections at the stalls. Meng Fei immediately gave a detailed account upon hearing this. He was essentially Li Feng's representative on the outside now. When Brother Feng wasn't around, Meng Fei handled most minor matters single-handedly. Despite his considerable authority, Meng Fei refrained from aggressively bringing in his own people. After all, if an entire team was filled with his own friends and relatives, who would truly be the boss, Li Feng or Meng Fei himself? That was precisely why, even though he could have brought in more people, he deliberately kept the numbers in check. Truthfully, if Gao Yang and Li Nan hadn't been unable to find enough suitable brothers at the time, Meng Fei wouldn't have even wanted to take in those 4. Very good. As expected, upon hearing Meng Fei's arrangement, a satisfied smile immediately spread across Li Feng's face. Truth be told, at this stage, Li Feng wasn't worried about Meng Fei's growing numbers threatening his position. The crucial point was that the fact they were willing to put in the effort was what pleased him most. What he truly dreaded were those clueless hotheads. They were the most troublesome of all. Soon after their conversation concluded, Gao Yang promptly summoned the 3 new brothers he had brought along. Though they were also deeply impressed by Li Feng's youth, they had likely heard some stories about him from Gao Yang and Li Nan. Thus, when facing Li Feng now, the 3 men before him showed no unusual reactions. They all respectfully addressed him as Brother Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng gave a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't bother with formalities like asking their names, as he considered such things rather unnecessary. If these 3 were truly capable, Li Feng wouldn't need to ask, he'd learn their names eventually. If not, they'd just be minions A, B, C, and D, wouldn't they? With nothing else to do, Li Feng settled in beside the gambling table to observe. The rules of Three Dragons were straightforward. Aside from the extremely rare triple card hand, it was simply a matter of comparing the total point values of 3 cards. In short, the real thrill came when the hidden cards were revealed. At the gambling table, besides the dealer and the banker, 4 other players sat down. In Qingcheng slang, they were known as the big players or high rollers. Regardless of their luck, they had to wager a fixed amount per hand. As for the crowd standing behind them, these are the common spectators in gambling circles, colloquially known as fly-by-night players. Their freedom of choice is undoubtedly much greater than that of the seated players, allowing them to freely bet on either the banker or the player. However, they generally didn't bet very large sums. Beyond the minimum 100 yuan bet, whether you wager big or small doesn't really matter. Precisely because so many people place bets in a single gambling session, a single round often sees at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan in winnings or losses. Of course, if the banker sweeps all bets or pays out across the board, the stakes become even higher. The house's rate comes from this profit margin between wins and losses. When a round reaches around 2,000 yuan in winnings or losses, the dealer takes 100 yuan and puts it into a large box nearby. If it hits 3,000 to 5,000 yuan, they take 200 yuan outright. Chapter 109 Warning. Sometimes, you really shouldn't underestimate these 100 or 200 yuan rakes. The key point is that each round of betting is incredibly short. Except for a couple of players who were a bit slower at looking at their cards, as long as the dealer was nimble enough, each round of betting took less than 2 minutes. Anyway, in the 10-odd minutes Li Feng watched, the rake alone had already taken over 1,000 yuan. No wonder they say gambling is a high-profit industry. If things kept going at this pace, just this afternoon's session alone would net the house at least 30,000 yuan in rake. Even after deducting the wages of all the gamblers present, the bare profit would still be at least 25,000. And barring any surprises, there would definitely be another session tonight. The realization hit Li Feng like a ton of bricks. This wasn't a damn casino, it was a mini money printing factory. Even if he had to give up 30% of the profits to Wang Hui, the net profit for the day would still be over 30,000 yuan at the very least. And that didn't even include the income from his own loans. In short, Li Feng's rough estimate told him the venue's daily income was easily over 40,000 yuan. Of course, such a gambling operation couldn't stay in one place forever. There would inevitably come a day when he'd run these players dry. But as long as your influence was strong enough, if one location became unsustainable, you could simply move the operation elsewhere. After all, there were plenty of gambling enthusiasts in this society. Brother Feng, wanna play a few hands? Perhaps noticing Li Feng had been watching for too long, Gao Yang now approached and asked him directly. Hearing this, Li Feng paused, his expression growing increasingly serious. He suddenly realized that in just this short while, several of the brothers who had been keeping watch had all gathered around the gambling table to observe, their expressions growing restless and eager. It had to be said, gambling held a certain allure. At the very least, when you were immersed in it, especially under the influence of that atmosphere, it instantly made you feel like you could play a few rounds or treat money as if it were worthless. Feng. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Probably feeling uneasy under Li Feng's intense stare, Gao Yan, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly grew visibly uncomfortable. Go gather the guys. Get them all to that small room. Li Feng didn't respond to his question. Instead, his expression turned cold. After giving the order, he led the way toward the small room nearby. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding instantly washed over Gao Yang. Though he couldn't pinpoint which of his words had angered Brother Feng, with matters having come to this, Gao Yang had no choice but to grit his teeth and hurry off to gather every brother in the venue. In just over a minute, while the cigarette dangling from Li Feng's lips had barely burned halfway, all but the 3 sentries outside Zhou Liming and his group were assembled. Though none of them knew what had happened, the sight of Li Feng standing expressionless in the room left them frozen in place, holding their breath as they waited for Brother Feng to speak. Just now, while I was outside, I noticed something very troubling. After finishing the last half of his cigarette, Li Feng stubbed out the butt. His gaze swept slowly across all the brothers present before he spoke in a calm tone. Hearing this, the brothers present all startled, their curious gazes turning toward Li Feng. Many secretly wondered who had messed up to make Brother Feng so angry. Only Gao Yang seemed to realize something, his face darkening as he lowered his head. Because it was after he had uttered those words that Brother Feng had summoned the brothers here in the first place. Spill it. Who among you placed bets at the gambling table? Ignoring the stares from his brothers, Li Feng paused briefly before continuing his interrogation. At Li Feng's question, the small room immediately filled with hushed whispers. Many exchanged nervous glances, utterly baffled as to why Brother Feng would suddenly bring this up. Brother Feng, I bet twice just now. I bet once too, but only $100. Brother Feng, me too. After a moment of hesitation, 3 brothers finally stepped forward, lowering their heads to answer in hushed tones. There was no way around it. With so many people watching, trying to hide it or make excuses now was completely useless. Damn it! Who told you to gamble? Did a few good days make you forget your own damn names? Meng Fei recognized the three gamblers as his old brothers from back in the day. His anger flared instantly. He charged forward and slapped each of them hard across the face. With the crowd gathered around the gambling table, he hadn't noticed these three brothers of his placing bets. Unlike these reckless brothers, Meng Fei knew all too well the dangers of gambling. How could he not be furious upon learning this? Just as he was about to strike again, Li Feng spoke up once more. Enough, Meng Fei. Step back for now. Gritting his teeth, Meng Fei shot his three brothers a furious glare before slowly retreating back to Li Feng's side. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I failed to keep them in line. Facing Li Feng once more, Meng Fei immediately lowered his head in shame. It's not your fault. No need to blame yourself. Li Feng shook his head, showing no sign of blame. After all, hadn't he himself been caught off guard too? Truthfully, if Gao Yang hadn't mentioned it earlier, Li Feng wouldn't have realized any of this. I know you all have some spare cash on you now. After offering a word of comfort to Meng Fei, Li Feng turned his gaze to all the brothers present and spoke coldly and sternly. How you choose to spend that money is none of my business. But if you want to keep hanging with me, Li Feng, then gambling and flour, those two things are absolutely off limits. Especially on our turf, that's absolutely forbidden. Today is the first and last time. If I catch any of you doing this again, this little temple of mine won't be big enough for your big ego. Get the hell out on your own, got it? Yes, Brother Feng. Hearing this, everyone present shuddered involuntarily before responding in unison. Chapter 110, Pay Raise. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I failed to keep my brothers in line. After all the brothers had exited the room, Meng Fei turned to Li Feng with a look of shame and apologized. I told you it's not your fault. You really shouldn't dwell on it. Hearing this, Li Feng patted the other man's shoulder and smiled. The longer he spent with this young man, the more he discovered his virtues. Not only was he dependable and steady in his work, but he also showed genuine loyalty to his brothers. Most crucially, he understood boundaries perfectly. In many situations, Li Feng didn't even need to say anything. Meng Fei would instinctively know to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Alright, thanks for that, Brother Feng. Only after seeing that Li Feng truly held no ill will did Meng Fei finally relax. There was no helping it, his position at this stage was simply too awkward. Most of the team members were essentially his former subordinates. This meant that if he did well, he wouldn't get much credit, since he had nowhere left to advance. But if anything went wrong, most of the blame would fall squarely on his shoulders. In short, if Li Feng were less capable, Meng Fei might have harbored a hint of rebellion. But the problem was this kid was just too damn talented. His otherworldly combat prowess goes without saying, and his methods were ruthlessly effective. Most crucially, his personal charisma was undeniably powerful. Perhaps at first, Meng Fei resented being overshadowed by a youth several years his junior. But the more he interacted and got to know him, the last vestiges of that resentment gradually dissolved into admiration for Li Feng. Some might say, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. But when the person you follow possesses immense potential, such proverbs start to seem rather laughable. In any case, ambition is acceptable, but it must be matched by corresponding ability. As for Meng Fei, he knew he couldn't reach Li Feng's level. Precisely because of this, he willingly placed himself beneath this young man, using this position to secure future opportunities. Alright, Meng Fei, no need to overthink it. I already know exactly how you're performing. Li Feng could probably guess what the other was thinking, so he smiled and said to him. Alright, starting today, your salary will be set at 1,000 yuan per day. He then turned to Gao Yang and Li Nan standing nearby. As for you two, 800 yuan per day each. Truthfully, Li Feng had been mulling this over the entire trip to the casino. When there was only one game hall before, he naturally wouldn't have thought about treating people differently. After all, the circumstances didn't allow it. But now, with this golden goose of a casino in hand, it felt somewhat inappropriate to keep paying the three of them the same as the rest of the brothers. Seizing this opportunity, Li Feng voiced his decision. Brother Feng. Hearing this, not only Meng Fei, but even Gao Yang and Li Nan were taken aback. None of them could have imagined that Brother Feng wouldn't just refrain from blaming them, he'd actually give them a raise outright. What? Still think it's too little? Seeing their expressions, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle before teasingly asking. No, it's far too much. Meng Fei was the first to recover, waving his hands hurriedly. Upon hearing him, Gao Yang and Li Nan both nodded frantically in agreement. There was no helping it. After all, just 2 days ago, they'd only been making 200 yuan a day. Now, suddenly, it had skyrocketed several times over. Damn it, thinking about it now, it still felt like some kind of dream. Honestly, forget 800 or 1,000 yuan, even the 400 yuan per day Feng mentioned last night felt like a fortune to all three of them. Sometimes they even felt their meager tasks weren't worth the pay they were receiving. Don't worry, it's not too much at all. Hearing this, Li Feng first shook his head with a smile, then spoke with genuine earnestness. As long as you keep up the good work, forget 1,000, even 10,000 a day won't be impossible in the future. If he'd said that just a couple days ago, none of them would have believed a word. But now, with proof right before their eyes, Meng Fei, Gao Yang, and the others suddenly had no doubts left. Instead, it began to feel almost natural to them. After all, if things kept progressing at this rate, days earning 10,000 yuan a day probably weren't too far off. For a moment, they felt profoundly fortunate to have encountered Li Feng and chosen to follow him as their leader. Otherwise, one of them would still be stuck collecting protection money at the school gate, while the other two would be working themselves to the bone under their boss's exploitation. Alright, bottom line, I expect you to keep both these venues running smoothly. As for what I mentioned earlier, I don't want to see any of you brothers breaking the rules again, got it? After settling the pay issue, Li Feng sternly reminded the three men before him. After all, this was still the early stage of their small team's growth. If they became complacent and indulged in pleasure just because of this small success, that was absolutely not what Li Feng wanted to see. Moreover, gambling and drugs were two things that could ruin people. Once someone got hooked on them, it could completely destroy their mind. Therefore, whether for the sake of the team or his own principles, Li Feng was determined to eradicate such vices from among his brothers. Yes, brother Feng. Perhaps because of Li Feng's previous outbursts, not only Meng Fei, but even Gao Yang, who had initially wanted Li Feng to play a few more hands, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He nodded firmly and agreed without hesitation. All right. For now, just focus on running this casino properly. Seeing their earnest attitudes, Li Feng smiled with satisfaction before continuing. As for recruiting new members, we need to step up our efforts. But I'll say it again, what we want in our team are brothers who aren't afraid to fight and take risks. If any of you dare bring in someone who's just filling space, they'll be punished. If they deserve severe punishment, you must deliver it. Got it? Yes, brother Feng. Hearing this, the three men's expressions stiffened simultaneously as they nodded in unison. Though their team had only recently formed, after experiencing these events, Meng Fei and the others had developed a profound sense of team pride. After all, they didn't want any deadweight dragging them down. One bad apple spoils the whole bunch. Oh, and Meng Fei, about those other two venues you mentioned last time, send some sharp brothers to scout them out. Because soon, we won't be this free and easy anymore. Finally, Li Feng dropped this bombshell. Chapter 111. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That morning, just as Li Feng parked his motorcycle in the campus bike shed, a girl in uniform, her long bangs obscuring most of her face, came jogging over. And who else could this girl be but Chen Yao? Li Feng, your breakfast. Chen Yao still wore the same outfit, her expression shy and bashful. But perhaps because of their recent intimate encounter, she finally mustered the courage to be a bit more proactive when delivering breakfast this time. This was evident from the fact that she dared to call him by his first name. How's your grandmother feeling now? Seeing the girl before him, still looking down as always, a gentle smile curved the corners of Li Feng's mouth. Without further ado, he took the breakfast she offered him, the first in several days. But as their hands touched, the boy deliberately let his fingers lightly brush against the palm of her hand. That single gesture instantly made Chen Yao's entire face flush crimson. I'm much better now. The doctor said I just need to rest at home. Chen Yao stammered softly. She never imagined Li Feng would dare make such an intimate gesture at the crowded school gate. For a moment, the girl nearly panicked and wanted to turn and run away. Yet despite her panic, a faint, sweet flutter stirred in her heart. Glad you're okay. Li Feng couldn't help but smile at her flustered, bashful expression. To others, she still appeared disheveled and untidy, her hair messy. Only Li Feng, who had glimpsed her true face, knew how breathtakingly beautiful and stunningly gorgeous she was beneath those long bangs. The thought alone sent a rush of warmth through the young man's heart. Honestly, if they hadn't been inside the academy, Li Feng probably wouldn't have been able to resist lifting her bangs and kissing her right then and there. Perhaps sensing the intensity in his gaze, Chen Yao lifted her head slightly to glance at him before quickly lowering her eyes again. For a moment, she truly feared he might disregard all caution and act just like last time. Recalling that intimate scene in her courtyard, the girl's slender fingers fidgeted nervously. By the way, do you still have enough money on you? Li Feng, unaware of the thought swirling through the girl's mind, paused for a moment before asking her again. I still have plenty. Let me give it to you first. Hearing this, Chen Yao suddenly seemed to remember something. She hurriedly reached behind her back and unstrapped her backpack, as if intending to return the remaining money to Li Feng. Why give it to me? Keep it with you for your own use. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly stopped her motion and said with a smile, if you run out later, remember to ask me for more. Got it? Chen Yao clearly wanted to say more, but Li Feng cut her off decisively. What? Getting stubborn again? Or do you want me to kiss you right here in front of everyone? As he uttered the last sentence, Li Feng deliberately leaned his face forward, mimicking the motion of a kiss. No, Li Feng, don't. Faced with this situation, Chen Yao couldn't possibly think about repaying him anymore. The moment Li Feng leaned toward her, the girl hastily took a half step back, her eyes pleading as she looked at him. She was genuinely terrified. If Li Feng really kissed her right there in public, disregarding everything, then given Chen Yao's shy nature, she'd probably die of embarrassment on the spot. So, are you still going to pay me back? Seeing her expression, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then, his tone turned threatening. No. I won't pay you back. Hearing this, Chunyao shook her head hastily, looking like a frightened little kitten. That's more like it. After successfully teasing her, a triumphant smile curved the corners of Li Feng's mouth. Seeing this, how could the girl not realize he was just trying to scare her? With that thought, Chunyao lowered her head and pouted, silently cursing him a jerk. What could she do? Ever since meeting this boy, hadn't he been teasing her constantly? And he'd been doing it relentlessly. Ignoring the girl's petty thoughts, Li Feng, who was already feeling hungry, promptly opened the breakfast bag and began wolfing down the meat bun in his hand. Li Feng, slow down. Watching the boy eat like that, Chunyao couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern and urgency. Then, with thoughtful care, she unscrewed the cap of the milk bottle and handed it to him. Her gentle and considerate demeanor made her look just like a devoted little wife. Seeing this, Li Feng took the milk as usual and downed it in one gulp. After letting out a long burp, he finally looked at the girl's unkempt bangs with curiosity and remarked, "Why haven't you gotten your hair cut yet? What, have you gotten addicted to looking ugly?" In the past, due to her family's poverty, Chunyao hiding her identity was understandable. It was the only way she could protect herself. But now, with Li Feng's influence, things outside the school might be uncertain, but within Second Hospital, his word carried far more weight than even the dean's in the eyes of many students. I'm just not used to it. Hearing this, Chunyao instinctively touched the long fringe hanging over her forehead, her expression hesitant as she spoke. Truthfully, before coming to school, she had considered cutting off these bangs. But the thought of facing all those strange stares afterward ultimately robbed her of the courage to take that step. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to blending into the background, living a life of anonymity. Fine, whatever you say. Perhaps anticipating her temperament, Li Feng didn't press the issue. He simply waved his hand dismissively. After all, given that damn possessive instinct men have, Li Feng secretly wished the girl would keep hiding her beauty forever so he could be the only one to possess it. After all, when they were alone together, wouldn't he be able to gaze at her to his heart's content? And thinking about it that way, it felt somewhat thrilling. Chapter 112. Back in the classroom, Li Feng proceeded as usual, delivering a slap to both Li Hong and Wan Hai. This time, however, aside from a few classmates who glanced back, the rest kept their heads buried in books or practice problems, barely bothering to look. There was nothing to be done about it. When habit becomes second nature, even the most unreasonable things seem to lose their significance. Moreover, as the days passed, the pressure of the written exams forced many to pay little attention to other trivial matters. It was nothing more than 1,000 soldiers and horses scrambling across a narrow bridge. Class monitor Lu, is something wrong? Li Feng had barely sat down when he saw the aloof girl striding straight toward him. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he asked. Li Feng, the academy's cultural performance is the day after tomorrow. For some reason, every time Lu Ting saw Li Feng's carefree demeanor, she felt a lump in her throat, something she couldn't quite swallow or expel. Still, remembering her responsibilities and duties, the girl forced herself to calm down before speaking up. Oh, and then what? Hearing this, Li Feng responded indifferently, shrugging his shoulders as if unconcerned. He understood perfectly well what she meant, but whenever he saw her, he couldn't resist teasing the girl a little. And honestly, if Lu Ting hadn't come over to remind him today, Li Feng would have genuinely forgotten about it. What do you mean then? Have you forgotten what you promised me? Sure enough, upon hearing Li Feng's counter-question, Lu Ting instantly grew flustered. Her face turned frosty as she confronted him. I haven't forgotten. Li Feng shook his head, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he retorted. Well then, class monitor Lu, have you forgotten what you said? What did I say? Hearing this, Lu Ting was momentarily bewildered, unsure exactly what Li Feng was referring to. See? You forget your own promises the moment you make them. Hearing this, Li Feng instantly put on a hurt expression, as if betrayed, and declared indignantly, you promised that if I went out to perform, you'd agree to be my girlfriend. At this bombshell, in an instant, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned toward them. Well, who doesn't love a good gossip? You're lying. Hearing Li Feng's twisted version of their conversation, Lu Ting immediately grew flustered, a blush creeping across her pretty face. Then, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood, she hurriedly explained, I only said I'd consider it. I didn't agree, okay? Hey, class monitor, you've gone bad even keeping fish now. Seeing her flustered state, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. Fish? What kind of fish? Lu Ting froze at the unexpected term, then asked with a puzzled look. Never mind, I must have misheard. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to explain further. He brushed it off with a vague gesture. So, about the cultural performance the day after tomorrow? Hearing this, Lu Ting didn't press further and instead asked about her main reason for coming. Don't worry, I'll be there. Li Feng replied. Though he found it somewhat troublesome, once he'd agreed, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Alright then. After school this afternoon, head to the auditorium for rehearsal. Lu Ting nodded. Rehearsal? Hearing that word, Li Feng was taken aback. Yes. Lu Ting replied matter-of-factly. Since we're performing on stage, we naturally need to rehearse beforehand. No way, I don't have time. Without hesitation, Li Feng refused outright. If it was just a quick performance on stage, he wouldn't mind, it was only a few minutes after all. But if it meant having to rehearse constantly, Li Feng simply didn't have the patience for that. Are you kidding me? I'm making hundreds of bucks per minute right now, and you want me to waste time rehearsing? Li Feng, you promised me. Seeing his refusal, Lu Ting's cool, pretty face instantly changed. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed in anger as she glared at the young man before her. I did agree to perform on stage, but I never said anything about participating in rehearsals. Li Feng shrugged indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Ting was momentarily speechless. After all, according to Li Feng's logic, it did seem plausible. But rehearsal won't take long. Can't you just go for a little while? Lu Ting hesitated for a moment before speaking up to persuade him. After all, as the class monitor of Class 2, she had to take responsibility. No, I don't have time. Without a second thought, Li Feng flatly refused. But, you don't even have homework to study. How could you possibly be too busy? Seeing that Li Feng was being unreasonable, Lu Ting started to get a little flustered. Hey, class monitor Lu, what's that supposed to mean? Look down on us underachievers, huh? Hearing this, Li Feng suddenly felt like he was being discriminated against and responded with some displeasure. That's not what I meant. Lu Ting hurriedly explained. She might seem a bit aloof on the surface, but she'd never look down on struggling students. Besides, she was just stating the obvious. Setting aside other factors, Li Feng's attitude toward studying, falling fast asleep the moment he entered the classroom, made it hard to see how he could possibly be short on time. Then tell me, what exactly did you mean? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression amused. Anyway, I don't care. You have to go to the auditorium for rehearsal after school. Seeing the boy's expression, how could Lu Ting not realize he was toying with her? She gave up trying to reason with him and simply declared in a spoiled tone. Sometimes, even Lu Ting couldn't understand why every time she spoke to this boy, he could so easily stir up such unusual emotions within her. No way. Li Feng shook his head firmly, refusing outright. But just as Lu Ting was about to get angry, Li Feng spoke again. Hey, class monitor Lu, don't worry. My performance doesn't need any accompaniment or anything. I'll just go straight on stage. Nothing will go wrong. Really? Hearing Li Feng speak with such certainty, Lu Ting began to waver in her skepticism. Absolutely, totally true. With me here, there won't be any surprises. Li Feng patted his chest in assurance. Fine, I'll trust you this once. If anything goes wrong later, I'll. After pondering for a while, Lu Ting realized she had nothing to threaten him with. Her resolve weakened moment by moment. Alright, I get it. Go back to your seat. I'm going to sleep. Li Feng dismissed the girl with an impatient wave of his hand. Chapter 113, Sister-in-Law? At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Kang Lo and Su Yanhong had intended to get food for Li Feng and the others, but in the end, Li Feng stopped them. Because in a familiar corner of the cafeteria, a girl had already gotten her food and was quietly waiting there. Brother Feng, your little maid's back again? Lu Xing, standing nearby, followed Li Feng's gaze and seemed to notice Chen Yao sitting there. He immediately teased. Get lost. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh and scold him. But his smile quickly faded and turned tense when he saw the meal laid out before Chen Yao. His own meal was quite substantial: braised pork belly, chicken drumsticks, and more. But the key point was that the plate in front of Chen Yao was far too simple, even downright meager. Scattered leaves of vegetables, with scarcely a trace of meat in sight. Li Feng. Perhaps sensing the change in the boy's expression, Chen Yao, who had been seated at the table, abruptly stood up, her face flushing with nervousness. She then stammered out a low, hesitant call. What's wrong? Didn't I give you money? What do you think you're eating? Li Feng ignored the girl's pitiful expression. His face darkened as he pointed at the food before her and snapped harshly. Perhaps his words had been too harsh, for Chen Yao was startled into silence, immediately lowering her head in hurt silence. Truthfully, this was the first time she'd ever seen Li Feng this angry. While the boy had never been particularly polite to her before, it had mostly been playful teasing. A look as stern as this today? That seemed like a first. What do you mean what? Go make another one yourself. It has to be exactly like mine, got it? Seeing this, Li Feng showed no sign of softening. Instead, he continued in a cold tone. They had only recently become intimate, so the young girl, still in a sensitive phase, couldn't bear Li Feng's tone. For a moment, Chen Yao stood trembling in place, utterly flustered. Behind her bangs, a glistening tear shimmered in her eyes. Seeing the strange tension between them, Lu Xing, who had followed along, was completely baffled. He had no idea why Brother Feng had suddenly lost his temper out of nowhere. Brother Feng, should I go get her an order? Though he didn't quite grasp the situation, Lu Xing wasn't oblivious. After a moment's silence, he immediately volunteered. None of your business. Let her get it herself. To his surprise, Li Feng showed no gratitude whatsoever. Instead, he waved his hand to stop Lu Xing's gesture, his gaze remaining fixed on Chen Yao before him. Hearing this, Lu Xing sheepishly withdrew his hand and said no more. Beside them, Chen Yao, who had been holding back tears, felt them spill over her cheeks the moment she heard Li Feng's words. Yet, under the teenager's intense gaze, she quickly lowered her head, silently picked up her tray, and slowly made her way back to the cafeteria window. Brother Feng, what's going on here? Once the girl had walked far enough away, Lu Xing finally approached, his curiosity bursting as he asked Li Feng. Even with his usual thick skin, he couldn't help but sense something was off. Nothing. Li Feng shook his head at first, then seemed to remember something and smiled at him. Anyway, you guys just be nice to her from now on. Sis-in-law? Hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but grasp Li Feng's meaning. But to be absolutely sure, he still asked his brother-in-law with a hint of uncertainty. Yep. Hearing this, Li Feng didn't hide anything. He nodded in acknowledgement. Holy crap! When did this happen? After receiving the affirmative answer, Lu Xing's eyes widened in shock. He then pressed Li Feng for more details, his face filled with disbelief. Because, for the past few days, he'd basically been hanging out with Li Feng all the time. So how could this kid not be utterly shocked to suddenly have a sister-in-law appear out of nowhere? Just a few days ago. Li Feng said with a smile. Although he'd insisted it was a sugar daddy arrangement when they confirmed their relationship, in truth, he'd long since regarded this poor girl as his girlfriend. After all, Li Feng currently had neither a wife nor a girlfriend, so where did this notion of keeping her as a mistress even come from? You mean the day I couldn't find you? Lu Xing pressed on relentlessly. Yep. Li Feng nodded again. Damn it, brother Feng, that's not cool at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing first grumbled before adding with a hint of annoyance, no wonder I couldn't find you that day. Turns out you were sneaking off to date someone behind us brothers' backs. What, did you expect me to drag you along as a third wheel? Hearing this, Li Feng immediately burst into laughter. You could have at least given me a heads up. Though he knew brother Feng had a point, Lu Xing still grumbled unhappily. Seeing this, Li Feng shook his head, about to say more, but was interrupted by Kong Lu and Su Yanhong approaching with several trays of food. Brother Feng, brother Xing, what were you two talking about? Kangol first set down the trays before turning to them with curiosity. What else could we be talking about? Your brother Feng suddenly found us a sister-in-law. Without hesitation, Lu Xing retorted with a hint of annoyance. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? Perhaps due to the lack of context, the naturally slow-witted Su Yanhong didn't catch on immediately. He stared blankly at Lu Xing. Damn it, what else could it be? It's just brother Feng's girlfriend, isn't it? Lu Xing was a bit exasperated with this slowpoke, so he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Holy, is that for real? Who's this sister-in-law? Hearing this shocking news, Kong Li's eyes widened instantly. He immediately turned his head and started looking around frantically. Guess who it is? See if you can figure it out. Seeing Kong Lu and Su Yanhong both looking utterly shocked, Lu Xing instantly felt a bit more balanced inside. Then, his playful mood kicked in, and he asked with a grin. Is it Lu Ting? Kangol asked, still unsure. It wasn't surprising that she was his first thought. After all, within the second campus, Lu Ting's reputation as the campus beauty was simply too well known. And most crucially, the three of them had witnessed brother Feng flirting with her last time. No. To everyone's surprise, Lu Xing shook his head flatly upon hearing the name. Could it be Wang Yu? Or Li Shuero? Su Yanhong chimed in with his own guesses. The two girls he mentioned were quite famous in the second college, their looks second only to Lu Ting, the campus beauty. Neither. Keep guessing. Yet after hearing these names, Lu Xing shook his head again, then spoke with an air of mystery. Neither of them? Hearing this, Kong Lu frowned. After pondering for a moment, he gave up and blurted out, it can't possibly be brother Feng's little maid, right? Chapter 114, Chen Yao's nervousness and sweetness. Damn it, from now on you can't call her little maid, you have to call her sister-in-law, got it? Hearing Kangol's words, Lu Xing didn't hesitate. He smacked Kangol hard on the back of the head with the back of his hand, then laughed and scolded him. Holy, it really is her? Kangol first flinched, then exclaimed in astonishment. At this point, if he still didn't understand who Lu Xing meant by sister-in-law, he'd be a complete idiot. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even Su Yanhong beside him immediately widened his eyes, looking utterly incredulous. He knew Chen Yao was actually quite pretty. If she really dressed up, she wouldn't be any less stunning than Lu Ting, the school's acknowledged campus beauty. But every time he saw her with her head perpetually bowed and hair disheveled, Su Yanhong instinctively overlooked her true appearance. That was precisely why he and Kong Lu had speculated about several candidates but had overlooked Chen Yao entirely. There was no helping it. Just looking at Li Feng and Chen Yao together now, they seemed so mismatched in every way. Otherwise, why would so many girls in the academy who secretly admired Li Feng instinctively think of Chen Yao as a toad? Alright, enough with the speculation. Seeing the trio's expressions, Li Feng chuckled and cut off their discussion. He then turned to Su Yanhong. Yanhong, when you're in your class, keep an eye on Chen Yao for me. If anyone dares to pick on her, you know what to do, right? It didn't matter before, but now that they'd crossed that line, the possessive Li Feng wouldn't tolerate anyone bullying his girlfriend. Oh, sure. Su Yanhong froze at first, then snapped to attention. He pounded his chest emphatically. Brother Feng, you can count on me. If anyone dares mess with my sister-in-law in front of me, I'll beat the out of them. Off. We're eating here, damn it. The earlier part was fine, but upon hearing that last line from the kid, Lu Xing instantly lost his temper and cursed loudly. But you were saying the same thing last time at breakfast. Having been berated for no reason, Su Yanhong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. I didn't catch that. Come on, you little brat, say it again. Seeing the kid dare to talk back, Lu Xing raised an eyebrow and gave him a sideways glare. Just as the four were chatting and laughing, Chen Yao, who had gone out, finally returned with 2 more dishes. The same braised pork belly and chicken drumsticks. Everything was exactly as Li Feng had ordered. Seeing this, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, his earlier harshness toward the girl wasn't born of some macho stubbornness like he couldn't tolerate a woman disobeying his orders. To be honest, he genuinely cared about her and only wanted to improve her life. As for trying to communicate properly, it wasn't that Li Feng didn't want to. Because, honestly, it's incredibly difficult to change someone who's endured hardship for over a decade. So sometimes, Li Feng had no choice but to resort to his own forceful and domineering style, compelling her to change. The results, however, were undeniably evident. Of course, if she felt resentful or harbored grievances toward him from then on, well, that was beyond his control. At the very least, Li Feng felt he had nothing to reproach himself for. Understanding is ideal, but if not, then they were never meant to be on the same path anyway. And Li Feng would withdraw without hesitation. Sis-in-law. Sis-in-law. Just as Li Feng nodded to himself in satisfaction, Lu Xing and the other 2 beside him seemed to have finished some mental preparation. After exchanging glances, they all turned to Chen Yao at once, smiling as they called out. Ah! Hearing this, Chen Yao, who had been pouting slightly in silent sulk, jumped in fright. The 3 simultaneous calls of sis-in-law nearly stunned her into a daze. Honestly, if she hadn't already sat down, she would have dropped her tray in fright. Even so, the girl shuddered violently, her body tensing involuntarily. Hey, you! What are you spacing out for? Seeing her reaction, Li Feng couldn't help but understand her state of mind. With a light chuckle, he spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. Strictly speaking, Chen Yao's temperament really wasn't suited for Li Feng, who was destined to mix with the underworld. But if she were the overly assertive type, Li Feng probably wouldn't have liked her either. Because the path of the underworld was one that simply didn't require women to be involved. Besides, as long as one possessed sufficient strength and capability, the notion of a wise and supportive wife was nothing but a joke. Put simply, what Li Feng needed most was a woman who could provide emotional support and be docile and sensible. As long as she didn't cause trouble, that would be a blessing. Did he really expect the woman by his side to hold up half the sky? Then why the hell are you even in the underworld? Might as well just go live off someone else. Because the underworld is never a place a woman can navigate. Hello. Perhaps Li Feng's greeting jolted Chen Yao back to reality. After wrestling with her thoughts for a moment, the girl steeled herself and stammered out a faint reply. But those 3 simple words seemed to drain her of all courage. Instantly, Chen Yao's pretty face flushed bright red, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Sis-in-law, my name is Lu Xing. From now on, you can call me Xiao Wu, just like Brother Feng does. With that first word spoken, the subsequent use of a sister-in-law came more easily. So Lu Xing flashed a toothy grin and immediately introduced himself to Chen Yao sitting diagonally across from him. Though every student in the second academy knew him as the former leader of the academy, out of respect, Lu Xing still felt it necessary to introduce himself. Following his lead, Kangol and even Su Yanhong solemnly introduced themselves. Alright, let's eat. After all 3 had introduced themselves, Li Feng finally broke the silence at the table and said with a smile. Though he often teased her, knowing Chen Yao's temperament all too well, he refused to let his woman feel awkward. With Li Feng's intervention, Lu Xing and the others fell silent. As for Chen Yao beside them, she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Yet at the same time, that lingering sweetness in her heart refused to fade away. Chapter 115. When school let out that afternoon, Ting had intended to persuade Li Feng once more to attend the program rehearsal. But as if sensing something, he didn't even bother to grab his backpack. The moment the bell rang, he was the first to bolt out of the classroom. This sight made Ting grit her teeth in frustration, cursing him inwardly as a jerk. Only after reuniting with Lu Xing and the others did Li Feng stroll leisurely toward the school gate. He didn't actually have anything to do today, but even so, Li Feng refused to attend that utterly boring rehearsal. Brother Feng, aren't we waiting for sister-in-law? Lu Xing glanced around, noticing Chen Yao was nowhere in sight, and asked Li Feng curiously. When I came out of the classroom just now, I saw sister-in-law packing her bag. She should be here soon. Upon hearing this, Su Yanhong chimed in from the side. Ever since promising Brother Feng at lunch today that he'd keep an eye on sister-in-law Chen Yao, he'd been paying close attention to her every so often. But precisely because of his frequent glances, Su Yanhong's deskmate had misunderstood, thinking he had developed feelings for Chen Yao. Hearing this, Su Yanhong broke out in a cold sweat. Sure, there was that saying about nothing tasting better than dumplings and nothing being more fun than a sister-in-law, but damn it, that depended on the situation and the person, right? Jokes aside, if word of this ever reached Brother Feng, he'd be in deep trouble. No amount of explaining could clear his name. The thought alone made Su Yanhong immediately issue a fierce warning to his deskmate. Then, fearing trouble would find him, he promptly recounted the entire story about Li Feng and Chen Yao, finally feeling somewhat relieved. Whether the story would spread afterward was beyond Su Yanhong's concern. After all, Brother Feng never said it had to be kept secret, right? Forget it. Let's wait outside the school gate. Li Feng knew Chen Yao's shy nature well, so after hearing their conversation, he ultimately shook his head and said. Just as Li Feng rode his motorcycle out of the school gate, he noticed that besides Lu Xing and the other two, Meng Fei was also waiting outside with two of his brothers. Perhaps because he'd grown accustomed to it, Li Feng had already bought this motorcycle outright. Although Meng Fei had stubbornly refused to accept the over 10,000 yuan, Li Feng wasn't the type to take advantage of his own brother. So, under his firm insistence, Meng Fei had no choice but to reluctantly take the 10,000, treating the rest as depreciation costs. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Meng Fei and the others had been standing over there chatting idly with Lu Xing and the others. The moment they saw Li Feng riding up on his bike, the smiles vanished from their faces. They all respectfully greeted Li Feng. Ah, you're here. Hearing this, Li Feng first nodded with a smile, then asked, how's the venue been these past couple of days? Everything's going great, Brother Feng. Meng Fei quickly replied. In truth, aside from the first day when attendance was a bit low, the place had grown increasingly bustling. Yesterday, Wang Hui had even discussed with him whether they should just go ahead and open 2 tables. If they did that, their income might even double. Thinking of this, Meng Fei recounted all these developments to Li Feng. I can't be at the venue every day. Just handle things as you see fit. I have complete confidence in your abilities. Hearing this, Li Feng naturally had no objections. He even took the opportunity to compliment his partner. This was absolutely not flattery. After all, having someone as capable as Meng Fei by his side truly made things much easier for Li Feng. After all, up until now, the 2 venues he'd entrusted to him had never once encountered any problems, right? Thank you for your trust, Brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's words, a look of genuine gratitude flashed across Meng Fei's face. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, he wasn't the type to be easily swayed by a few kind words. But this young man before him was different. Truth be told, Li Feng rarely praised anyone and seldom played the role of a humble leader. Yet for every brother by his side, he was genuinely kind. Not only did he lead by example in every fight, charging to the front lines, but he was also exceptionally generous with his support. Most crucially, Li Feng trusted his brothers implicitly. He delegated authority without hesitation and never nitpicked over trivial matters. In short, working under him was incredibly comfortable. Honestly, a boss like this? You couldn't find one even if you lit a lantern and searched high and low. No need for sentimental talk between brothers. Li Feng waved his hand with a laugh, then turned his gaze to Meng Fei. By the way, what brings you here today? Oh, right. At that, Meng Fei remembered the main reason for his visit. He quickly grabbed a large black plastic bag from one of his henchmen and handed it directly to Li Feng. Brother Feng, the phones you asked me to buy a couple days ago are all here, 5 in total. And the remaining 23,000 yuan has already been transferred to your bank card. Seeing this, Li Feng nodded and took the black bag from him. After glancing inside, he pulled out 2 phones and handed them back to Meng Fei. Here. One is for you. The other, once you get to the venue, give it directly to Gao Yang to use. Feng. Brother Feng, these are for me? Staring at the brand new phone box before him, Meng Fei's expression froze momentarily before he asked incredulously. After all, these new phones cost several thousand yuan each these days, far beyond what most ordinary families could afford. And Li Feng was just handing out something this valuable? Of course. What, did you think I needed 5 phones all to myself? Seeing the other guy's astonished expression, Li Feng couldn't help but tease him. Truthfully, he'd long wanted to equip some members of his team with these communication tools, but his previous income hadn't allowed it, so the idea had been put on hold. Now that he could afford it, of course he needed to buy them. But this is far too expensive. Meng Fei's face twisted with hesitation. Then, as if struck by an idea, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Feng, why don't I just buy one myself? He reached into his pocket to pull out money. Alright. Don't argue with me about this. I said I'd give it to you, so I'll give it to you. It's just a phone, what's the big deal? Li Feng waved his hand to stop him, then smiled. From now on, you won't have to run over to the school so often. Just call me directly when you need something. Yeah, thanks. Brother Feng. Perhaps sensing the sincerity in Li Feng's expression, Meng Fei stopped refusing. In the end, he solemnly accepted both phones. Chapter 116, take on both of them. What's there to thank me for? It's just a phone. Li Feng shook his head and smiled. Once our team grows stronger, I'll give another phone to each of the original brothers who stuck with us from the start. Hearing this, the two brothers who had been standing beside Meng Fei instantly shifted from envy to excitement. They didn't doubt the sincerity in Brother Feng's words, because he had always been like this. After all this time in the underworld, neither had ever encountered a boss more generous than Li Feng. Honestly, forget meeting one, they'd probably never even heard of such a thing. Meng Fei nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Just as Brother Feng said, having a phone would make things much more convenient. At the very least, he wouldn't have to make frequent trips to the second hospital every time something came up. Anything else? After settling the phone matter, Li Feng turned his attention back to Meng Fei. Oh, right, Brother Feng. Didn't you ask me to send someone to scout out other venues last time? Meng Fei snapped to attention at the reminder and hurriedly replied. Go ahead. Li Feng lit a cigarette first, then asked him with interest. Still the two I mentioned last time. One is Do Daxiang from Splendid KTV, and the other is Huang Xiaoping from the loan company. Meng Fei clearly had his thoughts prepared, so he answered immediately upon hearing Li Feng's question. How powerful are these guys? Li Feng wasn't particularly familiar with these two, but if Meng Fei had targeted them, they probably weren't too tough to handle. Do Daxiang is a bit weaker, with only a dozen or so underlings. But Huang Xiaoping, that's a different story. Furrowing his brow slightly, Meng Fei gave this answer. Difficult? What do you mean? Hearing this, Li Feng's eyebrows shot up. Well, loan sharking, Feng Gu. You know how it is. Meng Fei gave a nervous chuckle, his tone tinged with embarrassment. Although their team had recently taken down both Wang the Lame and Lu Guo's operations, facing Huang Xiaoping, who had once been notorious throughout Xinjiang, Meng Fei couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. How many men does he have? Li Feng paid no mind to his hesitation, asking calmly. It was true, as Meng Fei had said, people who dared to get into the loan shark business were generally ruthless. After all, without some means at their disposal, how could they guarantee the smooth recovery of the money they lent out? Probably only about 20 people. Meng Fei replied directly. Li Feng nodded, then paused before asking, how many men do we have on our side now? Over the past few days, Gao Yang and Li Nan have gradually brought in 6 more brothers. So now, between our two operations, we have a total of 28 people. As Li Feng's spokesperson on the outside, Meng Fei naturally had a thorough grasp of the team's personnel. Without hesitation, he replied with absolute certainty. Why are they all from Gao Yang's group? Haven't you recruited any new members on your end? Li Feng looked at him with a half smile, half sneer. Brother Feng, I. Hearing this, Meng Fei suddenly found himself at a loss for words. After all, some matters were simply too awkward to bring up openly. He still felt it was best to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Don't worry. If there's a suitable candidate around you, just bring them in. I'm not the type to be overly suspicious. Li Feng understood Meng Fei's hesitation. After a moment's thought, he decided it was necessary to clarify his stance. Trust those you hire, and don't hire those you doubt. That had always been Li Feng's guiding principle. If he started guarding against everyone and everything during the team's early development phase, then what the hell was the point of even trying? Might as well just stick to studying hard. Alright, Brother Feng, I understand. As Li Feng spoke those words, a complex mix of emotions surged violently within Meng Fei. He nodded emphatically, a profoundly relieved smile spreading across his face. For that moment, Meng Fei felt a surge of loyalty so deep it felt like he'd die for someone who truly understood him. There was no helping it. Ever since following this youth, everything he did had been beyond reproach. Loyalty, generosity, trustworthiness, kindness to his own while ruthless and unscrupulous to outsiders. In short, every outstanding quality of a crime boss was vividly embodied in Li Feng, making it impossible not to be thoroughly convinced. Alright, make thorough preparations over the next couple of days. The day after tomorrow, we'll strike directly. Seeing Meng Fei finally ease some of his reservations, Li Feng smiled with satisfaction before giving his orders. The day after tomorrow? Alright, Brother Feng, I'll make the arrangements. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei didn't say much else, merely nodding his head in agreement. As for Lu Xing and the others who had remained silent, their faces lit up with joy upon hearing Li Feng's decision. Lu Xing, needless to say, was a true troublemaker. He might not care much about other things, but when a fight was on the table, this kid was absolutely the most excited one around. Kangdal, Su Yanhong, and the other two brothers Meng Fei had brought along were equally thrilled. They knew that once the operation expanded, their incomes would rise accordingly. Because it wasn't just the brothers working security who got paid, even Lu Xing and his two buddies at the academy got money every single day. Compared to the guys like Meng Fei who were always on the job, Lu Xing and his crew made a bit less, just $500 a day. Brother Feng, who should we take down first? After agreeing, Meng Fei seemed to remember something and turned to ask Li Feng with curiosity. Why take them one at a time? Can't we handle 2 at once? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Li Feng gave an utterly surprising answer. Both, at once? Hearing this, the brothers present all froze in place. Brother Feng, isn't that a bit too risky? Though the idea sounded strangely thrilling, Meng Fei still cautiously voiced his concern. After all, in his view, taking over a turf was best done one at a time. That approach felt more reliable. Relax, Meng Fei. I know exactly what you're thinking. A faint smile touched Li Feng's lips as he spoke. They're just some lone sharks. Don't let them intimidate us before we even start. Just understand one thing, when a knife cuts them, they bleed too. Got it? Chapter 117. Once Meng Fei's figure vanished from Li Feng and the other's sight, Lu Xing beside him finally let out a frustrated rant. Damn it, Meng Fei's got some nerve, doesn't he? A lone shark scares him this badly? Back in the day, this kid would have flipped him off right to his face. But since the guy was now kinda on their side, Lu Xing only vented his frustration behind his back out of respect for Brother Feng. Was it that the other guy was timid? Clearly, it was you who were way too bold, okay? Seeing Lu Xing like this, not only Li Feng but even Kong Lu and Su Yanhong couldn't help but think the same thing. The only difference was that Li Feng didn't want to say it, while Kong Lu and Su Yanhong dared not say it. Alright, stop complaining, kid. Meng Fei was just looking out for our team. And don't say stuff like that again, it'll mess with our brotherhood. Li Feng shot Lu Xing a sidelong glance before quietly admonishing him. Truthfully, when it came to the closeness of their relationships, Meng Fei definitely didn't rank as high as Lu Xing in Li Feng's heart. But precisely because of that, certain things others could say, Lu Xing absolutely must not utter. If it happened once, fine. But if it happened repeatedly, even the most open-minded person would inevitably start harboring other thoughts. Li Feng didn't want any rifts forming among his brothers right at the team's inception. That would only hinder future development and expansion. Got it, Brother Feng. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing didn't argue, as he understood the underlying logic. Otherwise, given his past hostile relationship with Meng Fei, this kid would have probably already been confronting him face to face, nose to nose. But after giving a casual nod of agreement, Lu Xing grinned and leaned closer to Li Feng. Brother Feng, I've got something to discuss with you. How about it? Go ahead. Li Feng didn't immediately agree, instead looking at him with curiosity. He couldn't help it, this kid's temperament was sometimes too unpredictable, and he really didn't dare to agree outright. We're going to raid that place the day after tomorrow, right? At this point, Lu Xing paused abruptly, then rubbed his hands together and grinned. So, if there's any need to chop off hands or feet during that operation, could you let me handle it? Hearing this, Li Feng instantly wore an expression of utter speechlessness. As for Kong Lu and Su Yanhong beside him, they both shuddered violently. Kong Lu especially, he'd never forget the terror and the hair-raising sensation that washed over him when Brother Feng kicked a bloody palm straight toward him. He wasn't exactly a coward. But he believed that any normal person, after suddenly encountering such a horrifying sight, couldn't possibly claim to feel not even the slightest bit affected. He just couldn't wrap his head around why Brother Xing would rush to take on such terrifying tasks. What, did he find it thrilling? Fine. If you're willing to do it, I'll let you handle it. After a moment's hesitation, Li Feng sighed and finally agreed. Truthfully, he didn't want to handle it this way, but Lu Xing's wildly unpredictable temperament was simply beyond control. If he kept trying to forcefully suppress him, who knew what kind of trouble might erupt later? In short, it was better to channel his energy than suppress it. Rather than constantly holding him down, it was wiser to let Lu Xing vent appropriately. That way, things could be kept within manageable limits, preventing any truly uncontrollable disasters. Really? Brother Feng. Lu Xing let out a delighted shout upon hearing Li Feng agree so readily. Seeing Lu Xing like this, anyone unaware would swear he'd just won the lottery. Truth be told, ever since witnessing Li Feng's ruthless severing of Lu Guo's hand at the casino last time, this kid had become utterly addicted to that thrilling, bloody sensation. He'd expected Brother Feng to flatly refuse his request. But what Lu Xing never expected was that Li Feng would agree so readily. All the elaborate excuses he'd rehearsed in his mind suddenly became utterly useless. Bull. When have I ever lied to you? Li Feng took a deep breath before replying with a hint of irritation. But then, he turned serious and warned Lu Xing earnestly. But little five, let me make one thing clear, you only act when I tell you to. And you absolutely cannot do anything reckless. Got it? The final sentence was delivered with such earnestness and severity that Lu Xing couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But he quickly nodded in agreement. Alright, Brother Feng. Whatever you say, I'll do. I promise not to mess around. Alright, remember what you said today. Seeing the kid agree, a faint smile finally touched Li Feng's lips. He then tapped the air with his finger toward Lu Xing. You bet. Perhaps because his long-cherished wish had finally come true, Lu Xing immediately flashed a toothy grin, almost ready to pound his chest in solemn assurance. Alright, enough about that. Li Feng's peripheral vision seemed to catch sight of Chen Yao at the school gate. With another smile, he tossed the other phone from the bag to Lu Xing, teasing him playfully. Here, take the phone. You'll have to get your own SIM card later. Ha? Brother Feng, this phone is for me? Lu Xing caught the phone box mid-air and asked in surprise. Of course it's yours. Just be careful with it, don't lose it in a day, got it? Li Feng chuckled. Of course. Actually, I've wanted to buy a phone for ages, but my parents are so stingy, they refuse to buy me one. Lu Xing immediately flashed an OK sign, then began examining the phone box with obvious delight. He didn't exchange many polite words with Li Feng, he wasn't the sentimental type anyway. Lu Xing was more accustomed to keeping things to himself. In any case, this kid was the only one he'd ever recognize as his boss. Ah lo, Yan Hong, you two don't need to be jealous. Give it some time, and I'll get each of you one too. Noticing the envious looks from Kong Lu and Su Yan Hong nearby, Li Feng gave a faint smile before explaining. With limited funds right now, he could only arrange phones for the key members. Once things stabilized, he planned to make these communication tools more widespread within the team. While not necessarily one per person, the original group of brothers who had followed him from the start would definitely enjoy this benefit. It's fine, Brother Feng, we can buy our own. Hearing Li Feng's words, Kong Lu hastily waved his hands in refusal. Yeah, Brother Feng, we could save up for a couple weeks and buy them ourselves. Su Yanhong chimed in urgently. To be honest, neither of them had contributed much to the team. Getting 500 yuan for free that day already felt awkward enough. If Brother Feng were to provide them with phones too, they'd truly have no face left. Don't feel burdened. Besides, it's not just for you two, all the other veteran brothers will get them too. Ignoring their words, Li Feng shook his head and declared firmly. Other things? He didn't have the means for those yet. But a mere phone? That was the last thing on Li Feng's mind. Chapter 118. But, upon hearing this, Kong Lu tried to say something else, but Lu Xing delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. What the hell are you babbling about, kid? Whatever Brother Feng says goes, damn it. Lu Xing cursed under his breath. Then, he turned his disappointed gaze toward Su Yanhong. You two, stop whining like a woman. It's just a phone. Brother Feng wants to give it to you, so just accept it. Doing your job well matters more than anything else, got it? Seeing Lu Xing suddenly explode again, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong exchanged a silent glance before daring not to say another word. Unlike with Li Feng, their feelings toward the former were more respect than fear. But when it came to Lu Xing, fear outweighed respect. No choice when this hothead got angry, he didn't hesitate to throw punches. Besides, Brother Xing had a point. Since Brother Feng treated them well, they'd just have to put up with it. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. They just needed to serve Brother Feng diligently, surely there would be ways to repay him later, right? Li Feng, observing the scene, merely smiled and said nothing more. After all, everyone had their own way of communicating. As for Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, having stuck with Lu Xing for so long, they were undoubtedly used to his temperament by now. If he rashly intervened now, it might actually be counterproductive. With that thought, Li Feng left the three clowns be and turned to wave at the girl waiting not far from the school gate. Seeing this, Chen Yao froze for a moment before gathering her courage and slowly strolling over toward Li Feng. Sis-in-law! Sis-in-law! The moment Lu Xing and the others spotted Chen Yao, they immediately greeted her with smiles. It was fortunate that they were leaning against the roadside while discussing matters. Otherwise, if other passing classmates had overheard that address, who knows how shocked they might have been. Perhaps having already braced herself mentally, Chen Yao, who was walking slowly over, managed to avoid losing her composure like she had at noon when she heard Lu Xing and the others address her. Even so, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head and gave a soft nod. Alright, you three go play on your own today. I'll take Chen Yao back first. Seeing Chen Yao approach, Li Feng smiled and addressed Lu Xing and the others. Alright, take care, Brother Feng and sister-in-law. Though slightly disappointed, Lu Xing and the others didn't want to intrude on the young couple. Hearing Feng Ji's words, they all nodded and smiled in agreement. Come on, what are you still standing there for? Nodding to Lu Xing and the others, Li Feng showed no intention of lingering. He straddled the motorcycle parked nearby and turned his head to look at the girl still standing there, head bowed, looking dazed. Li Feng, you don't have to walk me home. I can actually make it back on my own. Perhaps because the school gate was crowded with students, Chen Yao's eyes flashed nervously at Li Feng's gesture. She grew so flustered that her words stumbled out awkwardly. Cut the nonsense. Get on the bike. Li Feng understood the girl's hesitation perfectly well. But having lived a second life, he no longer feared even the toughest street thugs. Why would he care about the opinions of a few students? So when he heard Chen Yao's polite refusal, he snapped back without a second thought. Oh. After spending time with him, Chen Yao had come to understand the young man's domineering nature. Hearing his unquestionable tone, she knew resistance was futile. The girl said nothing more, only pouted slightly and gave a soft nod before shuffling over to Li Feng's motorcycle. Slowly and awkwardly, she climbed onto the back seat. But unlike the last time, she couldn't bring herself to wrap her arms around him in public, especially right in front of the second academy's gates. Seeing this, Li Feng showed no intention of pressuring her. He simply twisted the throttle, and with a roar, the motorcycle carrying the girl vanished from the school entrance. Behind them, a crowd of stunned second college students stood frozen in place. It couldn't be helped. Back when Chen Yao often delivered breakfast to Li Feng at the school gate, most people shared the same view as Lu Xing and the others. They probably thought the girl was nothing more than a little maid. But now, seeing this, their relationship seemed rather unusual. After all, no one had ever ridden on the back of Li Feng's motorcycle before, let alone a woman. Amidst the buzzing whispers of the students, no one noticed the figure of a coldly beautiful girl. She stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, her stunning eyes reflecting a complex emotion incomprehensible to ordinary people. Ting, what's wrong? Zhang Qian, seeing her best friend in such a state, grew anxious and hurriedly asked. She had witnessed the scene of Li Feng riding away on his motorcycle with Chen Yao. And precisely because of that, Zhang Qian grew even more concerned about Lu Ting's state. And no. I'm fine. Hearing this, Lu Ting finally snapped back to reality and forced a smile at Zhang Qian beside her. But anyone with a discerning eye could detect a hint of bitterness in that smile. Ting, don't overthink it. Things might not be what everyone assumes. Maybe he and that Chen Yao are just ordinary friends. Seeing this, Zhang Qian understood exactly what was going through Lu Ting's mind. Without hesitation, she immediately tried to reassure her. After hearing her best friend's words, Lu Ting merely shook her head and said nothing more. After all, what kind of ordinary friend delivers breakfast every single day? Not to mention, the image of the two riding away together on a motorcycle was still vividly etched in Lu Ting's mind. In the past, she might have been able to fool herself. But now, having witnessed it with her own eyes, how could Lu Ting possibly not understand? Ting, I'm asking you a serious question. Seeing Lu Ting's expression suddenly turn extremely gloomy, Zhang Qian, feeling anxious, suddenly thought of something. She then turned to her with a serious expression and said, "What?" Though Lu Ting's emotions were incredibly complex at that moment, she ultimately forced herself to look at her best friend with renewed resolve. "Do you think that Chen Yao is pretty?" Zhang Qian asked directly. She added immediately, "No lying." Though puzzled by Zhang Qian's sudden question, Lu Ting answered honestly after a moment's thought, shaking her head decisively. She wasn't the type to gossip or spread rumors behind people's backs, but someone like Chen Yao, who clearly didn't bother grooming herself and always walked around with messy hair, simply couldn't be considered pretty. This wasn't Lu Ting looking down on her or anything, she was simply stating a fact. If even you think she's not pretty, how could Li Feng not notice? Seeing Lu Ting answer her question, Zhang Qian finally smiled, then countered, "Besides, I don't believe you can't tell at all that Li Feng actually has feelings for you. Or are you just that lacking in self-confidence?" Hearing her best friend's barrage of questions, Lu Ting slowly sank into deep thought. Truth be told, she was just reserved by nature and not good at expressing herself. As for whether Li Feng truly had feelings for her, Lu Ting hadn't been entirely sure before. But after spending more time with him, she could detect some clues. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the tender glances he sometimes gave her and the occasional affectionate gestures he made toward her were undeniable. The thought lifted her spirits considerably. But then, that still didn't explain why Li Feng was getting so close to that Chen Yao. "Oh, Ting, just relax." Zhang Qian had noticed her best friend's mood shift, so she quickly reassured her. "Even I, an outsider, can tell how much Li Feng likes you. You need to have some confidence in yourself, okay?" But, hearing this, Lu Ting seemed to recall the scene of Li Feng riding off on his bike with Chen Yao. Her heart twisted in turmoil once more. Under normal circumstances, she probably wouldn't have revealed her feelings at all. But precisely because she'd been so shaken by that scene, Lu Ting decided to stop holding back. "No buts about it," Zhang Qian declared firmly. "I just don't believe Li Feng would pass up a gorgeous girl like you and go for that Chen Yao instead." "Qian, what are you saying?" Perhaps Zhang Qian's words were a bit too blunt. Lu Ting, who had just begun to recover her composure, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, Ting, stop being so stubborn." Seeing her best friend trying to change the subject again, Zhang Qian sighed with exasperation. "Our college entrance exams are almost here. If you meet someone you like now, you need to be bold and take the initiative, okay? You don't want your youth to be filled with regrets and unfulfilled longing, do you?" Hearing Zhang Qian's final words, Lu Ting seemed to grasp something, and her entire body froze in place. Take the initiative? Leave no regrets? For a moment, it felt like only these two phrases swirled and collided endlessly in the young girl's mind. Seeing her best friend lost in thought, a deeply hidden bitterness flickered in the depths of Zhang Qian's eyes. Because so often, the words we use to counsel others are the very ones we struggle to apply to ourselves. Chapter 119, Chance Encounter with Li's Mother. In the county town, a flashy motorcycle raced recklessly down the road, drawing curious onlookers to pause and stare. When they recognized the pair of teenagers in school uniforms riding it, younger passers-by felt envy, while older ones sighed inwardly about the decline of morals, repeating old adages about students neglecting their studies to pursue romance. In short, different perspectives yield entirely different attitudes toward the same thing. After passing a mobile phone store, Li Feng finally brought the motorcycle to a halt. What's wrong, Li Feng? Perhaps feeling uncomfortable under the stares of passers-by, Chen Yao nervously whispered to Li Feng when he stopped. "Why are you so nervous? Someone might think we're having an affair." Seeing Chen Yao with her head bowed low, looking as if she dared not show her face, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He then teased her playfully. Affair? Hearing the boy's suggestive remark, Chen Yao's face flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple. But precisely because of this, the girl's nervousness and self-consciousness only grew stronger. Honestly, if Li Feng hadn't been standing right beside her, Chen Yao would have definitely ducked her head and bolted away in a panic. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll go inside to get a card. Wait for me here. Seeing how genuinely embarrassed Chen Yao was, Li Feng forced himself to stop teasing her. He simply waved his hand and said, "Okay." Hearing this, Chen Yao finally let out a quiet sigh of relief, then murmured a barely audible okay with her head bowed. Seeing this, Li Feng didn't bother with the girl, who was acting like a timid little bride, and turned to walk straight into the telecom service center. What he didn't notice was that not far away, a middle-aged woman carrying groceries watched the scene unfold with eyes wide in shock and disbelief. This person was none other than Mrs. Li, who had just finished her shift at the market and was carrying groceries home. When she first saw Li Feng, she had momentarily thought she had mistaken him for someone else. But after all, a mother and son share an unspoken bond. Even from a mere 10 meters away, let alone when the face was obscured, most mothers could recognize their sons just by their silhouettes and subtle movements. Quickly, after the shock subsided, a surge of intense joy welled up in Mrs. Li's heart. Oh my goodness, her son was in love? Like most parents, even if it happened during his school years, her son being in love was something to be happy about. But if it were her daughter, she'd probably explode on the spot. She might not go so far as to break the legs of the guy trying to steal her cabbage, but she definitely wouldn't give him a friendly look. Besides, Li Feng was an adult now. He had the freedom to date. At this thought, Mrs. Li's face instantly lit up with the kind of smile a mother-in-law might give her future daughter-in-law. This girl might be a bit thin, but she clearly has an honest and down-to-earth nature. Most importantly, she doesn't fuss over her appearance. She's definitely a promising candidate for a good wife and mother. Moreover, the girl seemed to have a gentle disposition. There was no need to worry about future marital conflicts. Watching Chen Yao standing nearby, delicate and waiting, even the flaws some students might see instantly became the brightest points in Mrs. Li's eyes. As for the face hidden behind those long bangs, that was actually the least important thing to the parents. After all, as long as she wasn't hideously ugly, an ordinary appearance was perfectly fine. After all, she was meant for domestic life. Why bother being stunningly beautiful? It might just invite trouble. Growing increasingly delighted at the thought, Mrs. Li slowly made her way toward Chen Yao. "Young lady, what's your name?" Looking at the schoolgirl before her who kept her head bowed, Mrs. Li asked as gently and softly as she could. "Ah." Startled by the sudden noise, Chen Yao, who had been waiting for Li Feng to come out, jumped in surprise. But quickly, when she lifted her eyes and recognized the person standing before her as a kind-looking middle-aged woman, the girl's previously tense and flustered heart calmed down considerably. Auntie, my name is Chen Yao. May I ask who you are?" Though she didn't recognize the middle-aged woman before her, Chen Yao hesitated only briefly before politely stating her name. Then, with a hint of confusion, she quietly asked the other woman. Never mind who I am for now. I want to ask, what's your relationship with that boy from earlier? Are you two dating?" Upon hearing Chen Yao's question, Mrs. Li was about to answer, but her eyes darted around as if she'd thought of something. She then took the initiative and inquired about the girl's relationship with her son instead. After all, Mrs. Li was afraid of causing a misunderstanding. Well, Chen Yao had already been flustered by Li Feng's earlier mention of affair. Now, confronted by this unfamiliar middle-aged woman's questions, her cheeks flushed crimson once more. For a moment, she was utterly at a loss for words. Girlfriend? I suppose you could say that. After all, they had kissed, and Li Feng's friends had indeed called her sister-in-law, hadn't they? But even if she thought so, she still couldn't bring herself to admit it to a stranger. This is promising. Observing Chen Yao's expression closely, Li's mother felt a surge of delight. There was no denying it. Though the girl hadn't explicitly answered her question, the blush on her cheeks spoke volumes. Chen Yao, right? How old are you this year? Where do you live? Growing increasingly delighted, Mrs. Li could no longer hide the smile on her face and promptly asked more questions about the girl. Auntie, I'm 18 this year. Though somewhat reluctant to answer the questions of this unfamiliar middle-aged woman, the gentle-natured Chen Yao still honestly revealed her age. As for her home address and such, she maintained a necessary level of caution and didn't casually share it with a stranger. What puzzled Chen Yao, however, was why this unfamiliar middle-aged woman seemed so interested in her. After all, even human traffickers wouldn't target someone her age. Nervous and anxious, she desperately wished Li Feng would hurry out. Truthfully, Chen Yao was finding the woman's enthusiasm and persistent questioning rather unbearable. Whether her prayers had worked or not, just as the girl was growing restless, Li Feng finally emerged from the telecom storefront. However, to Chen Yao's surprise, the usually arrogant and domineering teenager now approached her with a look of unexpected surprise, shock, and a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Before long, under Chen Yao's bewildered gaze, Li Feng's next words not only completely resolved her confusion but also left the young girl frozen in place, utterly stunned. Mom, what are you doing here? Chapter 120, Li Feng gets beaten. Mom, what are you doing here? As Li Feng uttered those words, Chen Yao felt as if struck by lightning. Her body swayed, nearly causing her to collapse onto the ground. She never imagined that this seemingly kind-hearted middle-aged woman, who had always been overly enthusiastic toward her, could be Li Feng's mother. The thought filled Chen Yao with such shame and fury that she wanted to turn and run away immediately. But Mrs. Li seemed to sense the girl's thoughts, her hand gently grasping Chen Yao's arm. You little brat, you really don't want to see me? Hearing her son's words, Mrs. Li turned to face him with a hint of irritation in her voice. Of course not, Mom. I'm just curious. Hearing this, Li Feng scratched his head awkwardly and replied with a sheepish smile. Even though he had been reborn in front of his parents, he remained the same young Li Feng he had always been. Oomph. If I hadn't happened to run into you today, how much longer did you plan to keep this from me? Ha! Seeing her son's expression, Mrs. Li gave a soft snort, her tone tinged with reproach. It seemed this brat really had grown a pair, even hiding something as big as getting a girlfriend from her and old Li. At that thought, if they hadn't been out on the street, she would have grabbed the feather duster and given Li Feng a good thrashing. Mom, what do you mean how long? I don't get what you're talking about. Li Feng blinked, trying to play it off with a joke. With most of his past life's memories faded, he was essentially still a teenager at heart. And now, bringing Chen Yao out like this, he'd been caught red-handed by his own mother. To say Li Feng wasn't feeling awkward would be impossible. You little rascal, trying to play dumb with me? I already asked Chen Yao. Now tell me, when did this start between you two? Seeing Li Feng's reaction, his mother could easily tell he was trying to change the subject. Without a moment's hesitation, she glared at him angrily. Ha! Hearing this, Li Feng was taken aback. His puzzled gaze then shifted to Chen Yao, who had been keeping her head down the whole time. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. Though they hadn't known each other long, Li Feng understood Chen Yao's character better than anyone. No matter how he thought about it, she shouldn't have revealed those things. I didn't say anything. Li Feng, I really didn't say a word. Perhaps sensing Li Feng's gaze, Chen Yao, already blushing fiercely, immediately shook her head, her voice trembling with near tears as she protested. She was inherently timid and shy. Meeting Li Feng's parents was one thing, but even the slightest public interaction between them was enough to make her face flush crimson. Anyway, she truly hadn't revealed anything. You little brat, you're rebelling, aren't you? Daring to glare at the girl like that? Looks like you're asking for a spanking. Seeing Chen Yao's pitiful expression, Mrs. Li instantly felt a pang of sympathy. Her gaze then turned fiercely toward Li Feng, her eyes blazing with anger as if she wanted to enforce family discipline right then and there. Mom, I didn't do anything. Hearing this, Li Feng immediately protested. He had merely glanced at Chen Yao in confusion. How could that be considered glaring? Sigh, he felt more wrong than Doi herself. You'll get yours later. Hearing this, Mrs. Li shot her son a furious glare before quickly turning to comfort Chen Yao, whose eyes were brimming with tears. Oh dear, young lady, please don't cry. Did that good-for-nothing son of mine bully you? Tell auntie, and I'll deal with him. Now that's what you call a real mother. Watching this scene of seemingly deep mother-daughter affection unfold before him, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. With that thought, he retorted to the girl with a hint of irritation. Chen Yao, tell me yourself, did I bully you just now? And no. Hearing Li Feng's question, Chen Yao trembled all over and instinctively whispered softly. Seeing the girl look as though she'd been startled, Mrs. Chen felt even more certain of her suspicions. She abandoned all attempts to comfort Chen Yao, lunging forward to grab Li Feng by the ear. Her palm then landed with a resounding thud after thud on his back. You're addicted to being mean, aren't you? Just wait till I beat the living daylights out of you today, you little brat. Mrs. Li was genuinely furious now. After all, she and old Li had treated each other with mutual respect their entire lives. What she despised most were men who showed no respect for women. Hey, Mom, I'm really innocent. I didn't yell at her. Can you let go first? Li Feng tilted his head, immediately scrambling to beg for mercy. Despite his terrifying combat prowess enough to handle 100 Li mothers without breaking a sweat. But with his mother wielding that innate bloodline suppression, how could he dare resist even a little? Forget resisting, he didn't even dare to struggle. In short, he bore no resemblance to the teenage gang leader he once was. He was nothing more than an ordinary student being thoroughly scolded by his family, jumping around in panic. Honestly, if his gang brothers ever saw this scene, who knows what they'd think? You still dare to argue? I saw everything, you were bullying that girl. Li's mother didn't care about the consequences. Right there on the street, she grabbed Li Feng by the ear and began a merciless beating. Put. Watching this unfold, Chen Yao felt her initial extreme shyness and panic suddenly ease and dissipate. In the end, she couldn't hold back any longer and let out a soft giggle. After all, she'd never seen Li Feng look so utterly humiliated. For a moment, the young girl felt he deserved a good scolding. After all, in all the time they'd known each other, the boy had always been gruff and harsh toward her, rarely showing any gentleness. But soon, hearing the sharp smacking sounds of Mrs. Li's hand landing on Li Feng's back, Chenyao couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. With that thought, she found herself slowly walking over. She quickly grabbed Mrs. Li's hand and softly pleaded, "Auntie, please stop hitting him. Li Feng didn't bully me." Of course, Mrs. Li had to save face for her future daughter-in-law. Especially when she saw Chenyao's delicate, vulnerable appearance. The middle-aged woman, who regretted not having a daughter of her own, felt her heart melt instantly. Only then did she stop the beating of her son. All right, Auntie will listen to you." Mrs. Li turned to look at Chenyao with a smile, her voice softening as she spoke. Chapter 121. Seeing Mrs. Li, who had never been this gentle with him before, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. But it didn't end there. Mrs. Li glared at Li Feng, who was awkwardly rubbing his ears nearby, before turning back to the girl with a smile. "Chenyao, don't be afraid. If this brat of mine ever dares to bully you again, just come straight to me. I promise I'll beat him to a pulp." Thank you, Auntie. But Li Feng hasn't bullied me." Hearing Mrs. Li's heartfelt words of concern, Chenyao felt instantly moved. Truthfully, after seeing the darker side of human nature so often, you can usually tell at a glance whether someone's kindness toward you is genuine or self-serving. What a good girl. Looking at the well-behaved, sensible girl before her, Mrs. Li's maternal glow overflowed instantly. She then began patting Chenyao's small hand repeatedly, sighing with admiration. Truthfully, she adored this gentle, soft-spoken girl. Meanwhile, Li Feng, witnessing this heartwarming mother-daughter moment, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. After all, he was the biological son, right? "Alright, Mom, are you done chatting? I still need to take her home." After waiting a moment, Li Feng couldn't bear to stay any longer and finally interrupted. "Shut up." Seeing her attempt to ask a question cut off, Mrs. Li shot her tactless son a disapproving glare before continuing. "What home? I'll grab some extra groceries at the market later and have Chenyao come over for dinner." Ignoring Li Feng, who stood nearby with a look of utter exasperation, Li's mother beamed as she took Chenyao's small hand. Yao, that's what I'll call you from now on. By the way, what kind of dishes do you like? I'll make them for you later." "Ah." Hearing this, Chenyao's eyes widened in shock and she felt completely flustered. This meant she was going to meet the parents? The thought made the young girl's pretty face flush bright red, and her slender frame tensed up slightly. Because she really wasn't prepared for this at all. "Oh my, Mom, her grandmother is still waiting for her at home. Bringing Chenyao over to our place without a word, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Li Feng couldn't help but interject from the side. Today's unexpected discovery by his mother had caught him completely off guard. Not just Chenyao, but even he himself hadn't been prepared. But Li Feng was a man after all, thick-skinned and unfazed. The real issue was Chenyao's temperament. She'd never accept this so easily. What's more, her grandmother was waiting for her at home. After much deliberation, bringing Chenyao home to meet his parents now seemed rather ill-timed. Yao, is what Xiao Feng said true? Mrs. Li was feeling a bit annoyed with her son right now. So upon hearing this, she didn't even glance at Li Feng. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Chenyao before asking softly. "Yes, Auntie." At that moment, Chenyao finally snapped out of her daze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Just as Li Feng had said, her grandmother was still waiting for her at home. If she just ran off to the other family's house without a word, her grandmother would surely worry about her. Besides, her grandmother's health had only just begun to improve, and someone still needed to be at home to look after her. "I see. Well, alright then." Hearing this, Mrs. Li's face clearly showed disappointment. She'd been too emotional earlier. Putting herself in her daughter's shoes, if her own child went off to eat at some boy's house without even saying goodbye, she'd probably faint from worry in the bathroom. "Auntie." Perhaps sensing Mrs. Li's disappointment, Chenyao felt a pang of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. "How about next time? When I have time, I'll come visit you and Uncle." "Really?" True to form, upon hearing Chenyao's words, Mrs. Li instantly lit up with delight. Her eyes locked onto the girl, her face radiating unmistakable joy. Feeling Mrs. Li's gaze, Chenyao felt incredibly shy, but she finally nodded lightly. Truthfully, beyond her nervousness and shyness, she wasn't entirely opposed to the idea of going home with Li Feng to meet his parents. After all, Chenyao was a very traditional girl. After sharing 2 intimate kisses with Li Feng, she had long since made up her mind about him. So even meeting his parents was something the young girl was quite willing to do. Very well. When you have time, your uncle and I would be delighted to welcome you." Upon receiving Chenyao's affirmative response, Mrs. Li's smile instantly spread so wide it made her crow's feet visible, and she continued chatting cheerfully. But soon, she seemed to remember something. "Oh, Yao, does your family know about you dating Xiao Feng?" While she was genuinely delighted that her son had found a girlfriend, such matters required the other girl's family to be informed. Surely she couldn't disregard the girl's family's opinion just because her son wasn't at a disadvantage? "My grandmother doesn't know." Hearing this, Chunyao looked as if she'd done something wrong, quickly lowering her head in embarrassment. Her grandmother doesn't know? Mrs. Li paused, sensing a crucial detail. But with her years of social experience, she didn't press further. Instead, her gaze toward the young woman before her softened, tinged with a newfound tenderness. Yao, while I do hope you and my little stinker end up together, you really should discuss this more with your grandmother, understand? Mrs. Li carefully measured her words before adding with a smile, if your grandmother agrees, it wouldn't hurt for our two families to have a meal together sometime. After all, you and Xiaofeng are both adults now. Adults. Both families having dinner together. Hearing Mrs. Li's words, Qinyao's lovely face flushed crimson once more. She then stole a glance at Li Feng beside her. Seeing no sign of displeasure on the young man's face, a sweet warmth blossomed in her heart. Okay, I understand, Auntie. Chen Yao replied softly. Good, that's good. Seeing the girl's reaction, Mrs. Li's face softened with relief and happiness as she gently patted her hand. Mom, are you two done talking? If so, I'll take Chen Yao home now. Standing by feeling rather bored, Li Feng saw the moment and spoke up to interrupt their conversation. What's the rush? At his words, Mrs. Li's expression darkened instantly as she snapped at him. For some reason, today she found herself irritated by everything about Li Feng. But perhaps worried that Chen Yao's family might be waiting impatiently, Mrs. Li turned her attention back to Chen Yao and smiled softly. Alright, Yao, it's getting late today. Let's continue next time. Come over to our place then, and we can chat properly. Yes, Auntie. Chen Yao nodded obediently and quickly agreed. Only after Li Feng had ridden off with Chen Yao did Mrs. Li, still standing in place, reluctantly withdraw her gaze. But immediately afterward, a strange thought surfaced in her mind. Not only had her son's personality changed significantly lately, but now he was riding a motorcycle and dating a girlfriend. It seemed this brat really did have quite a few secrets. With this thought, Mrs. Li walked back toward home, feeling both puzzled and excited. After all, something as important as her son getting a girlfriend definitely needed a proper discussion with old Li. Chapter 122, Paying Off Debts with Children? Soon, Li Feng's motorcycle came to a stop in an empty lot near Chen Yao's house. Here, take this. After turning off the engine, Li Feng pulled a phone case from the black plastic bag hanging from his handlebar and handed it to the girl. What is this? Chen Yao took it curiously at first, but upon seeing it was a phone, she immediately waved her hands. I can't accept this. It's too valuable. After all, cell phones were still rare commodities in those days. Not only were they unaffordable for students, but even ordinary people couldn't afford them. At the very least, neither Mr. Li nor Mrs. Li owned one. It wasn't that their family was too poor to afford one, but a phone costing several thousand yuan was simply too much for people who had lived through those hard times to bring themselves to buy. What's this? You just met my mom, and now you're suddenly acting like a stranger to me? Li Feng snapped, clearly annoyed. That remark was like pouring oil on the fire. The young girl's pretty face flushed crimson instantly. After all, what had just happened felt a bit too surreal. Even now, Chen Yao still felt lightheaded, as if she were floating in a dream. But, my phone was useless. Seeing Li Feng bring this up, Chen Yao quickly lowered her head and whispered. Who said it wouldn't help? As if anticipating her response, Li Feng grinned mischievously at the girl before him. When you can't sleep tonight because you're thinking about me, you can always call or text me. I wouldn't. Hearing these blunt, unfiltered words, Chen Yao felt as if her secret thoughts had been exposed. Her entire face flushed crimson, even her ears turning bright red. Then, she stammered out a hasty defense. Though it was merely a playful remark from Li Feng, ever since they decrossed that intimate threshold of kissing, Chen Yao had indeed tossed and turned restlessly these past few nights. Perhaps this was simply the inevitable phase of a young girl's budding romance. No? Hearing this, Li Feng's gaze instantly grew intense, and he took a step forward. Li Feng, don't. Perhaps sensing the aggressive intensity in his gaze, Chen Yao instantly tensed up. After all, they were out in public. If anyone else saw this, the girl would probably die of shame and embarrassment on the spot. Don't what? Hearing this, Li Feng feigned confusion, his dark eyes fixed on her with a hint of teasing. You? Chen Yao instantly froze, her pretty face flushing bright red. At the peak of her embarrassment, a faint mist of tears welled up in her eyes. She pouted her lips and whispered softly, Li Feng, if you keep bullying me, I'll tell Auntie. Oh my, you dare threaten me now? Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at her words. Chen Yao remained silent, only lifting her small face to stare at him defiantly, as if engaged in a silent battle. Seeing this, Li Feng flashed a wicked grin. He quickly glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then stepped forward abruptly. Grabbing the girl's head, he pressed his lips firmly against hers. Truthfully, the girl had sensed something was off the moment Li Feng turned his head. But how could her movements possibly match his speed? In the blink of an eye, Chen Yao's lips were captured once more by the boy's forceful kiss. Li Feng never let anyone who dared resist him off the hook, and that applied to women just as much. The methods were just a bit different. Perhaps out of consideration for the girl's feelings, this time Li Feng didn't prolong the kiss. Even so, when their lips parted, Chen Yao gasped as if she'd nearly suffocated. She hurriedly took a half step back, her entire body heaving for breath. Li Feng, you just love picking on me. Chen Yao lowered her head in shame and anger, as if she dared not show her face. Smack! Without a second thought, Li Feng slapped her, but with a firm yet controlled smack, chuckling. So what if I bully you? Don't think I didn't see you smirking earlier when my mom was pulling my ear. Caught off guard in a sensitive spot, the girl let out a startled gasp. But after that, she dared not say another word. After all, ever since they'd met, the boy had completely had her wrapped around his finger. Perhaps seeing that Chen Yao finally dared not talk back, Li Feng smiled as he opened the phone box. He then inserted the SIM card he just activated at the store and fiddled with it for a moment. Here, take it. If anything urgent comes up in the future, you can call me. After entering his own number, Li Feng finally handed the phone back to Chen Yao. Seeing this, Chen Yao remained silent and refused to accept the phone, using her silence to resist Li Feng's domineering behavior. She feared that after this repeated crossing of boundaries, she might truly lose herself. Besides, this phone was far too expensive, something she couldn't possibly afford at her current stage in life. Stubborn again, huh? Seeing the girl's expression, Li Feng grew slightly impatient. He glared at her fiercely and said, "This time, I won't be done in a few seconds. If your neighbors see us, don't blame me." As he spoke, the boy leaned forward, preparing to kiss her again. Li Feng, stop. Seeing Li Feng's actions, Chen Yao was genuinely frightened. She immediately pleaded pitifully for mercy. Then you'd better hold on to it properly. Hearing this, Li Feng stopped teasing her. He halted his movement and shoved the phone forcefully into Chen Yao's hand. Then, perhaps understanding her feelings, his heart softened slightly. Don't worry. Your man is far richer than you imagine. Anyway, anything I give you, just use it without worry. If it really doesn't work out, why not just marry me? Then you can give birth to 10 or 8 children for me, and that'll be your repayment. As he spoke, Li Feng started getting a bit too playful again. Put. Who said I'd have your kids? Chen Yao's face flushed crimson at the last remark. Heh, it's bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Li Feng chuckled, then shrugged it off, turning to straddle his motorcycle. Remember, if you miss me, just call or text me. Chapter 123, Mrs. Li's Inquisitive Questions. When Li Feng walked through the door, his parents were already sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Seeing this scene that resembled a three-way interrogation, Li Feng knew immediately that trouble was brewing. He quickly tried to lighten the mood with some banter. Mom, is dinner ready? I'm starving. Let's eat first. He then tried to head toward the dining table beside the living room. What eating? You little brat, come here and explain yourself first. Hearing this, Mrs. Li shed her usual gentleness and good nature, snapping at Li Feng with obvious irritation. Even his father sat stiffly upright on the sofa, his expression stern. Mom, what's going on? Li Feng plopped down on the sofa with a grin, feigning surprise as he asked. What else could it be? It's about you and that girl. Mrs. Li blurted out without hesitation. Honestly, if she hadn't stumbled upon it today, who knows how long Li Feng would have kept it hidden. The thought made her blood boil. Didn't you ask about it earlier? It's exactly what you saw. Realizing he couldn't dodge the question today, Li Feng shrugged helplessly. You little rascal, stop fooling around with me. I'm asking you, when did you and that girl start seeing each other? His mother wasn't about to let him off the hook with vague answers. She was getting serious about digging for the truth. Just a few days ago. Hearing this, Li Feng didn't hide anything and simply stated the facts. After all, his parents already knew, so there was no point in hiding it. After all, he was an adult now. What was wrong with dating? In short, Li Feng didn't think this was such a big deal. Really? His mother looked at him, somewhat incredulous. Oh, Mom, why would I lie to you? We only confirmed things 3 or 4 days ago. Li Feng said with a hint of exasperation. Well, how far have you two gotten? Mrs. Li nodded, half convinced at first, then hesitated before asking. What stage are we at? For a moment, Li Feng was stumped, unsure exactly what his mother was asking. You're playing dumb with me, aren't you? I mean that thing. Perhaps annoyed by Li Feng's evasiveness, Mrs. Li gave his arm a sharp slap. Discussing this with her own son felt rather peculiar. Even his father cleared his throat awkwardly before lighting a cigarette to mask his own discomfort. At this point, if Li Feng still didn't understand what his mother was asking, he really would be an idiot. It wasn't that Li Feng was slow to react, he simply hadn't imagined his mother could be so open-minded. This was undoubtedly his own mother. Mom, what are you thinking? I'm still a student. How could I possibly do something like that? Li Feng found himself both amused and exasperated, rushing to defend himself. Besides, even if I were willing, with Chen Yao's extremely shy personality, she'd never agree anyway. Of course, he dared not utter that last bit in front of his parents. You still remember you're a student? If I hadn't stumbled upon this today, wouldn't you have kept your relationship a secret just fine? Hearing this, Mrs. Li retorted with a hint of irritation. Hee, it just happened naturally when feelings run deep. Li Feng chuckled. Get out of here. Seeing her son's thick-skinned attitude, Mrs. Li felt utterly helpless. But reflecting on Li Feng's former personality and comparing it to his present self, both Mr. and Mrs. Li felt deeply gratified. They were actually very open-minded parents, never interfering excessively over academic performance or their child falling in love too early. After all, their child was now an adult. What they needed to do was simply guide him from the sidelines. With that thought, Mrs. Li hesitated once more before addressing Li Feng. In any case, your father and I won't stand in the way of you dating. But you must also consider the other girl. Don't get yourself into any serious trouble, understand? Okay, I understand, Mom. Li Feng understood perfectly what his mother meant, so he nodded and agreed immediately. The elderly couple had lived their entire lives being kind to others, almost never causing any resentment or arguments. Precisely because of this, they naturally didn't want their son to do anything that would make people furious. Alright, now tell me about this girl. Having given the necessary reminder, Mrs. Li turned her curiosity toward Chen Yao. Which aspect do you mean? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, momentarily unsure where to begin. Of course, her academic performance at the academy and her family background. Don't tell me you don't know. Mrs. Li glared at him, her tone sharp. I know. Li Feng immediately ducked his head at her words, then proceeded to spill the beans about Chen Yao's general situation. Truthfully, they'd only known each other for this short time, so claiming Li Feng knew her thoroughly would be pure nonsense. But he could certainly give a general overview. When Li Feng mentioned that Chen Yao consistently ranked in the top 10 of her class, both Mr. and Mrs. Li instantly shot him a peculiar look. No need to guess, it was clear they were implying he wasn't good enough for her. Then, upon learning that Chen Yao was an orphan who had relied solely on her grandmother since childhood, the elderly couple couldn't help but sigh deeply. Especially Mrs. Li, who had briefly interacted with Chen Yao. Her heart swelled with pity, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Xiao Feng, Yao Yao is a good girl. You must never let her down, understand? After Li Feng finished speaking, Mrs. Li paused briefly before responding with a stern expression. The reason she was so emotional was because Li Feng's maternal grandfather had also passed away in an accident when Li's mother was very young. Although her grandmother had worked tirelessly to raise all 4 children afterward, Li's mother had personally experienced the hardships of that life. Compared to her own struggles, Chen Yao's circumstances were even more difficult. Don't worry, Mom. Others might not know, but you raised your own son, don't you understand him best? Hearing this, Li Feng immediately smiled and said, anyway, I'll definitely treat Chen Yao well from now on. Even though he was destined to walk the path of crime. Even the most wicked person has someone they care about, right? Chen Yao was the first person Li Feng had felt genuine compassion for since his rebirth. He couldn't promise anything else, but protecting that poor girl for a while? That he could absolutely do. As for the future? Well, that was something to be figured out step by step. Because no one knows whether tomorrow or unexpected events will come first. Chapter 124, The Generous Parents. After dinner, Li Feng intended to head straight to his room, but before he could move, his mother emerged from the master bedroom and called out to him. What is it, Mom? Hearing this, Li Feng looked at her with some confusion. Truthfully, a natural barrier existed between parents and children. Even though Li Feng had been reborn, this reality remained unchanged. The gap in status and age was undeniable. Across the vast nation, few parents and children truly became confidants who could discuss anything. It was just that after living 2 lifetimes, Li Feng cherished this familial bond even more. This was evident in the fact that, barring any special circumstances, he rarely went out at night. Here, keep this money with you for now. If you run short later, just let Mom know. Mrs. Li smiled gently before slipping a small stack of 100 yuan bills into Li Feng's hands. Wait, Mom, why are you giving me so much money out of the blue? Seeing this, Li Feng asked in surprise. Having handled cash frequently lately, he didn't even need to count it. Just by feeling the thickness of the bills in his hand, Li Feng could roughly estimate how much his mother had slipped him. At least 1,500. Just take it. Why ask so many questions? Seeing her son's expression, Mrs. Li snapped back irritably. Truthfully, Li Feng had always been the kind of child who never caused his family any trouble, whether it came to his studies or his self-discipline. It was only after entering the Special Forces Academy that his personality began to shift dramatically. Even so, he never asked his family for extra money. His mother gave him a monthly allowance, and he always managed to save a significant portion. You're dating now, aren't you? There will be plenty of expenses ahead. Just keep these 2,000 yuan on you. When the young lady likes something, you can buy it for her. Understand? After a moment's thought, Mrs. Li added earnestly. But I won't need that much. Li Feng shook his head, still reluctant to take it. There was no way around it. Their family's circumstances were only average at best, and the 2,000 yuan he now held was practically the couple's entire monthly income. How is that too much? Li's mother shot him a disapproving look. Besides, this money isn't all for you alone. Anyway, I'll be honest with you. I genuinely like that girl, Chen Yao. Think of this as your parents' contribution to your dating fund. If you don't treat her well in the future, I'll have your father break your legs, understand? Hearing this, Li Feng finally grasped his mother's reasoning. It seemed his earlier words had struck a chord with her. Now that she knew about Chen Yao's family situation, Mom wanted to use him as a conduit to pour all this money into helping that poor girl. Xiao Feng, just listen to your mom and take the money. At that moment, Li Feng's father, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a stern expression. While our family isn't exactly wealthy, as a young man in a relationship, you should still be generous. And, well, since your, girlfriend's family isn't well off, as a man, you should help support her more, understand? If you run out of money later, just ask your mom. Though we can't offer much, we'll still help you out while you're not financially independent yet. Mr. Li had always been a man of few words, but today he had spoken at unprecedented length. Clearly, even though he hadn't spoken much before, this middle-aged man was deeply concerned about his son's relationship with his girlfriend. Okay, I understand, Dad. Hearing this, Li Feng stopped refusing. For a moment, however, the 2,000 yuan in his hand felt unexpectedly heavy. Was 2,000 yuan really that much? For the average family, it was certainly a significant sum. Especially for ordinary students still relying on their families, it could practically be considered a fortune. But given how quickly Li Feng was earning money now, 2,000 yuan really wasn't much. Yet, he couldn't openly display that money. After all, his current status is still just that of a student. If Li Feng suddenly splurged tens of thousands now and told his parents, I'll support you from now on. Enjoy your retirement worry-free, spend freely on whatever you want, it wouldn't be a pleasant surprise. It would be a shock. Alright, Feng, when are you planning to bring Yao Yao over for dinner? Let your dad meet her. Seeing her son finally accept the money, Mrs. Li's face finally lit up with joy. Then she pressed him further on the matter. She hadn't forgotten Chen Yao's promise to visit before she left. Well. Hearing this, Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. After all, when he'd walked the girl home, he'd been so preoccupied with kissing her that he'd completely forgotten to ask Chen Yao about this. After a moment's thought, Li Feng quickly improvised. Oh, Mom, it's almost exam season now, right? Let's wait a while longer. We can't disturb her studies, can we? Alright then. Hearing Li Feng's words, his mother nodded in agreement, though she felt a twinge of disappointment. But soon, she added with lingering reluctance, just remember, once the exams are over, you absolutely must bring that young lady home to meet us, understand? Got it, got it. Li Feng replied with a hint of resignation. Sometimes, he just couldn't wrap his head around parents. Especially seeing his mother's eager expression, Li Feng couldn't help but wonder thankfully he and Chen Yao weren't old enough yet. Otherwise, with his mom's personality, she'd probably be itching for them to get married on the spot and start having kids. And what was that motorcycle you rode today all about? I don't recall you knowing how to ride one. After inquiring about Chen Yao, Mrs. Li suddenly seemed to remember something else and turned to confront Li Feng. I borrowed it from a friend. I'll return it in a few days. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng blurted out the lie. Then, sensing his mother was poised to press further, Li Feng hurried into his bedroom and quickly shut the door behind him. After locking the door and lighting a cigarette, bored and restless, Li Feng intended to lie down and rest for a bit. But soon, when his gaze casually swept over the guitar in the corner of the room, he remembered the cultural performance scheduled for the day after tomorrow. At that thought, Li Feng hesitated slightly before slowly reaching out his hand toward the long dusty guitar. Chapter 125. The next day, when Li Feng rode his stylish motorcycle to campus as usual, it no longer caused much of a stir among the students passing by. That's just how society works. When something unreasonable happens often enough, people gradually shift from initial shock, bewilderment, or confusion to simply accepting it as routine. There's no helping it. No matter where you are, you can stand out from the crowd or even break the rules. But the one requirement is this: you must possess the capital and strength to flaunt it with impunity. Otherwise, try having a student from another academy ride a motorcycle here? Whether security would let them through is another matter entirely. The real issue is that the school bullies and troublemakers who can't stand it would absolutely make your life miserable. As for Li Feng now, even calling him a prominent figure feels inadequate. Because at Second Academy, he's practically become a legend. Crucially, this is all happening without most people knowing about his antics outside the campus. Otherwise, those troublemakers who skip class would probably worship him like a god or idol. Ting, hurry up. Li Feng has already parked his bike. Just as Li Feng parked his motorcycle in the shed, Zhang Qian hurriedly nudged Lu Ting, who was holding breakfast nearby, and called out. Shanqian, maybe we should just forget it. Hearing this, Lu Ting, her palms already slightly sweaty, responded with a stiff tone. Truthfully, she despotted Li Feng long before Zhang Qian's reminder. There was no way around it. A motorcycle that conspicuous entering campus was impossible to miss for anyone with eyes in their head. But the crucial thing now was that some things only made people realize they didn't have the courage they thought they did when the moment actually arrived. Just like Lu Ting now. Although she had been coaxed by her best friend yesterday and had arrived early this morning carrying breakfast. But now, seeing Li Feng in person, Lu Ting's heart began to race, and she even felt like backing away. What do you mean, forget it? We agreed you were supposed to take the initiative today. Seeing her best friend like this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but feel frustrated. I can't. Lu Ting stammered, her words tangled. Where was her usual cool composure now? She looked like nothing more than a timid, shy little girl. Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Hearing this, Zhang Qian felt utterly speechless. Sometimes, she felt her best friend was actually quite bold. After all, back when Li Feng was in trouble, Lu Ting had fearlessly stepped forward to confront both the thugs outside campus and the martial arts instructors at the academy. But now, just delivering breakfast? She couldn't bring herself to do it. Hearing this, Lu Ting didn't dare argue back. She just lowered her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Honestly, if Zhang Qian hadn't been standing beside her, she probably would have bolted long ago. Come on, I'll take you. Seeing Chen Yao at the school gate also wanting to approach, Zhang Qian couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed Lu Ting's hand and pulled her swiftly toward Li Feng. At that moment, Lu Ting felt like a marionette, allowing her best friend to pull her step by step closer to Li Feng. Ultimately, the two girls were closer, so they arrived before Chen Yao and stood gracefully before Li Feng. What's up, ladies? Need something? Seeing Zhang Qian dragging Lu Ting toward him, Li Feng raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. For a moment, meeting the youth's deep, unfathomable dark eyes, even Zhang Qian, who had just been scolding Lu Ting for being a coward, suddenly felt a bit flustered. Indeed, when things didn't happen to you personally, the feeling was completely different. Ting, you tell him. Zhang Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she tugged at her best friend's sleeve and whispered. Perhaps the combination of a handsome guy and a beautiful girl was just too captivating. Add to that the fact that Li Feng and Lu Ting were already prominent figures in the second dormitory. In the blink of an eye, the gazes of passing students involuntarily turned toward them. And among them, naturally, was Chen Yao. The young girl had intended to walk over and deliver breakfast to Li Feng. Yet, upon seeing Lu Ting and Zhang Qian surrounding the boy, her steps halted. For a moment, she dared not approach any closer. Especially that cool, aloof girl who radiated brilliance even amidst the crowd. She inexplicably made Chen Yao feel profoundly inferior. For a moment, Chen Yao felt an overwhelming urge to flee. As for Lu Ting, perhaps cornered by her best friend's words, the aloof girl merely pursed her lips before steeled her resolve and handed the breakfast in her hand to Li Feng without uttering a single word. Class monitor Lu, what's this? Seeing this, Li Feng couldn't help but feel curious, wondering what these two girls were up to this morning. It's for you. Lu Ting met Li Feng's gaze, her expression shifting slightly. Then, perhaps her tsundere tendencies flaring up again, she hastily added, I felt sorry seeing you scramble for breakfast last time, so I brought an extra portion today. Hearing this, Li Feng stared blankly at her for a moment, then glanced at the breakfast being offered. For a second, he was at a loss for words. It wasn't just him. Even Lu Ting, immediately after saying those words, felt a pang of regret. She hadn't meant it that way at all. How had her words taken on such a different meaning by the end? Even Zhang Qian beside them instantly wished she could sink into a hole. Wait, sis, we were talking about making the first move here. How did it suddenly turn into charity? Sigh, tsundere really is a disease. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I might as well not have brought breakfast at all. This is just pushing her further away, isn't it? The thought filled Zhang Qian with intense regret. As for the classmates nearby who overheard this exchange, their expressions all turned strangely awkward. Seeing this unfold, they'd assumed the unattainable beauty of the second hospital had finally fallen. But it turned out she was only acting out of pity and sympathy. Chapter 126, Chen Yao's Despair. Hey, class monitor Lu, you didn't poison this, did you? Li Feng eyed the breakfast held out before him with sudden suspicion. After all, last time he snatched a girl's breakfast, she'd looked like she wanted to kill him. But today, she'd suddenly offered it to him herself. This couldn't help but make Li Feng a bit cautious. Who poisoned it? Hearing this, Lu Ting, who had been secretly regretting her actions, instantly grew furious. She glared at Li Feng angrily. Do you want it or not? If not, I'm throwing it away. This was the first time in her life she'd ever given something to a guy. Yet here he was, questioning her motives. In that instant, Lu Ting felt both furious and bitter. For a moment, this aloof young woman even considered tossing the breakfast in her hand into the trash. Don't, Ting. Noticing her best friend's unusual expression, Zhang Qian quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She turned to Li Feng and hurriedly explained. Li Feng, Ting just wanted to bring you breakfast. There's nothing else to it, really. There was no helping it as Lu Ting's closest friend, Zhang Qian knew her inside out. To put it bluntly, she was just stubbornly proud. Even if that wasn't her intention, the moment the words left her mouth, they took on a completely different meaning. Sometimes Zhang Qian couldn't figure it out either. This was clearly a good deed, so why did it suddenly become so tense? After hearing Zhang Qian's explanation, Li Feng finally saw the hurt hidden behind the anger in Lu Ting's beautiful almond-shaped eyes. In that moment, the young man's heart softened. He quickly took the breakfast she was holding aloft and chuckled softly. Alright then, thanks a bunch, class monitor Lu. Truthfully, the poisoning accusation had been nothing more than a joke on Li Feng's part. Besides, when a girl finally gathers the courage to bring you breakfast like this, it really wasn't quite right to doubt her intentions like that. Oomph. Seeing Li Feng finally accept the breakfast, Lu Ting's expression softened slightly. But perhaps still holding some lingering anger, the girl shot Li Feng a furious glare before huffing indignantly and tugging at Zhang Qian's sleeve. "Qian, let's go." Hearing this, Zhang Qian saw no reason to linger either. She offered Li Feng a slightly apologetic, gentle smile before following Lu Ting back toward the classroom building. As for the crowd of students who had gathered to watch the spectacle, they slowly dispersed upon seeing this. Yet as many passed by Qinyao nearby, most flashed mocking smiles, some laced with outright scorn. Because during this period, this ugly girl who everyone considered a toad had been delivering breakfast to Li Feng every single day. They didn't care about the real story behind it. They instinctively assumed that Qinyao, the ugly girl, was trying to climb onto Li Feng's tree, like a toad trying to eat swan meat. Worse still, some students passing by Qinyao would mutter derisive remarks like, "as if you're worthy," under their breath. As the murmurs of gossip swirled around her, within just a moment, the girl's face drained of color, turning an almost frightening pallor. Indeed, compared to the radiant Lu Ting, didn't she feel like nothing more than an ugly duckling? Now, under the mocking stares of her classmates, Qinyao felt as if she'd been stripped naked in public, subjected to a spectacle of humiliation. In truth, such humiliating experiences were far from rare in her past life. But why, at this very moment, did her heart, which had grown somewhat numb to such pain, feel as though it were being tortured by slow, agonizing cuts? Perhaps someone like her was destined to be born in the mud and rot there forever. And that glimmer of light in life, even if it had once touched her, didn't mean it truly belonged to her, did it? The thought made Qinyao bite her lip hard, her entire body stumbling slightly. She wasn't without the urge to run away, but at this moment, it felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her body. Her feet refused to budge an inch. Perhaps the commotion had finally caught Li Feng's attention. When he turned and saw the scene, he froze for a moment before his eyes flashed with a mix of pity and anger. Without a second thought, he strode over to Qinyao side. Grabbing the hair of a boy who had just flashed a sneer, he yanked him forward and delivered a hard slap across his cheek. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap and the boy's agonized scream echoed simultaneously. The crowd of students around them, stunned by the scene, immediately froze in their tracks. No one had expected Li Feng to act so impulsively, to physically assault a fellow student right there in the academy, in front of so many people. For a moment, the students lining the academy avenue stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. As for the boy Li Feng had slapped flying, a tooth flew out of his mouth. Lying on the ground, his mouth full of blood, his eyes went blank. "Yao Yao, are you okay? Did he say something to you?" In stark contrast to the savagery he'd displayed moments earlier, Li Feng's expression instantly softened into gentleness when he turned to look at Qinyao. He then asked the girl in a soft voice. Under normal circumstances, Qinyao would have been utterly shocked by this scene. But at this moment, she was still in a state of near mental collapse. Hearing Li Feng's words, she merely shook her head, her expression pale and vacant, and whispered, "No, I'm fine." "Are you really okay?" Li Feng asked again, still unconvinced. Then, his expression hardening, he shot a fierce glance at the boy lying on the ground beside them, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Did that idiot say something to you just now?" After all, he had witnessed Qinyao state of mind earlier, a mix of utter despair and deathly stillness. So when the girl flatly denied it, Li Feng didn't believe a single word of her denial. "I'm really fine. Here's your breakfast. I'll head back to class now." Perhaps spurred by Li Feng's persistent questioning, Qinyao suddenly found a sliver of strength. She slowly handed the breakfast to the boy before her, then shook her head with a hoarse voice. Turning away, she lowered her head and ran off toward the classroom building. Chapter 127. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Li Feng's eyes darkened. He turned his gaze coldly toward the boy lying on the ground. "You better not be playing dead. Tell me, what exactly were you laughing at her for?" Li Feng spoke slowly, his tone deceptively calm. Generally, he disliked picking on academy students. After all, he himself had once been a victim of bullying. But no matter how much he disliked it, if someone dared to provoke him or those close to him, Li Feng would never let them off so easily. I didn't say anything." Perhaps Li Feng's gaze was too unsettling. The boy on the ground flinched the moment their eyes met, his eyes darting nervously before he stammered out his response. "Seems I went too easy on him." Seeing the boy's evasiveness, Li Feng shook his head with a sigh before slowly advancing toward him. The onlookers around them, seeing this turn of events, quickly backed away, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Yet at the same time, their eyes all gleamed with the look of spectators eager for a show. No! Perhaps the impact of Li Feng's earlier slap had left too deep an impression on the boy. Seeing Li Feng's intent to strike again, the boy suddenly panicked. He took a step back, his eyes filled with terror as he shook his head. I just mocked her for being unworthy. Really, that's all I said. She doesn't deserve it?" Li Feng heard this and, after a moment's thought, instantly understood the source of the girl's earlier despair. In an instant, his expression shifted from cold severity to seething rage. "Damn it! Who the hell are you to judge whether she's worthy or not?" Li Feng kicked the boy on the ground hard enough to send him tumbling twice. Then, without warning, he raised his leg and began stomping wildly on the boy's body. I was just joking, Li Feng. Stop hitting me. The boy clutched his head tightly, curling into a ball as he screamed pitifully for mercy. Seeing that Li Feng showed no sign of stopping, the boy's defiance slowly surfaced. He spat out bitterly, I wasn't the only one laughing at Chen Yao just now. Everyone else was laughing too. Why are you only beating me? Ha! Sure enough, upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately halted his actions. Who else said it? Li Feng asked the boy coldly. Him, and him too. Both of them said it. Probably thinking they might as well go down together, the boy lying on the ground lifted his head, scanned the crowd, and pointed directly at two other students among the onlookers. In truth, the moment the boy spoke, those two who had also mocked Chen Yao wanted to make a quick escape. But alas, their reaction was ultimately a split second too slow. Damn it, all of you, get over here. Just as the two students turned to squeeze through the crowd, Li Feng charged forward, delivering a vicious flying knee strike to one of them in the gut. Without pausing, he grabbed the other student by the hair and drove a hook punch into his chest. Two dull thuds echoed as the two foul-mouthed boys followed the first victim's fate, both instantly knocked to the ground by Li Feng. What the hell is going on here? Why are you all gathered around? The commotion quickly drew the attention of the security guards at the school gate. Two guards pushed through the crowd with urgency, their expressions turning angry as they shouted. However, upon seeing the scene inside, both fell silent. There was nothing they could do. After witnessing Li Feng's monstrous strength and ruthless tactics time and again, the academy's security guards had long since classified this youth as someone not to be messed with. But unlike the previous incidents outside the gates, this fight had erupted inside the academy grounds. They could justify ignoring incidents outside the gates, but this was now within their jurisdiction. The two guards found themselves in a difficult position. Li Feng, stop right now. Whatever it is, we can talk it out calmly. Don't hit your classmates. After a long silence, the slightly older security guard steeled himself and stepped forward to mediate. Though meant to stop the fight, his tone was undeniably much softer than the earlier angry shouts. Yeah, don't hit him. If the college leadership sees this, it won't look good. Hearing this, the other security guard quickly chimed in with his own plea. But despite their words, neither dared to step forward. They both remained frozen in place, watching helplessly as Li Feng continued his assault on the three boys. Under normal circumstances, if they encountered students fighting, the security guards would at the very least pull them apart, or even step in with their rubber batons. Why would they be here offering polite advice? Get lost. Perhaps irritated by their incessant nagging, Li Feng didn't hesitate. He glared fiercely at the two security guards and barked out his order without a second thought. Under normal circumstances, Li Feng wouldn't have been this enraged. But now, the teenager had already claimed Chen Yao as his own. So when he heard someone daring to mock her so brazenly, it felt like a slap in the face. Sometimes, you really shouldn't think that a few words are no big deal. Especially when words cut like knives, only those who've truly experienced it can grasp the searing pain. Moreover, verbal bullying could sometimes inflict deeper despair and agony than physical violence itself. This was evident in Chen Yao's lifeless eyes just now. Perhaps it was Li Feng's gaze too frenzied and savage that made the two security guards immediately clam up the moment their eyes met. Aura is an elusive thing, yet it exists undeniably. Especially after witnessing the young man's fighting prowess multiple times, the oppressive weight of that aura only grew more palpable. Damn it, what the hell are you all crowding around for? Get the hell out of my way. Just as the two security guards hesitated over how to handle the situation, a slacker-like voice rang out from outside the crowd. Hearing that, many didn't even need to look closely. The gleaming silver hair atop his head, catching the sunlight, was enough to reveal exactly who the newcomer was. Chapter 128, The Overbearing Lu Xing. With Lu Xing and his two companions arriving, the atmosphere at the scene grew tense once more. After all, with all the hype and seeing it with their own eyes, who in the second academy didn't know that Lu Xing had become Li Feng's #1 loyal henchman? And now, with this notoriously ruthless academy leader in attendance, what fate awaited these three gossip-loving boys? At this thought, the crowd stirred with a murmur, then all wore expressions eager for a show. As the crowd parted, Lu Xing and Lu gradually got a clear view of the scene inside. Brother Feng, what's going on here? Lu Xing glanced first at the three boys writhing in pain on the ground, then turned to Li Feng, his expression puzzled. Little five, you guys are just in time. Come on, help me drag these three idiots out and teach them a lesson they won't forget. Seeing Lu Xing and the others arrive, Li Feng didn't bother with explanations. He simply gave his orders. While Li Feng wouldn't go so far as to break their arms or legs over such trivial matters. But a necessary punishment and lesson were certainly in order for these three loudmouths. Otherwise, would the students in the academy really think they could freely mock those close to him, Li Feng? What kind of punishment, Brother Feng? Hearing he could dish out punishment, Lu Xing's eyes lit up instantly. He stopped prying into the details and excitedly asked Li Feng. Do as you see fit. I have only one demand, make sure they never dare to be so insolent again. Got it? At those words, a cold gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes as his tone grew icy. No problem. Hearing that such a good opportunity had presented itself first thing in the morning, Lu Xing couldn't help but cheerfully throw out a foreign phrase. Ignoring the pleas of the three boys on the ground, he grabbed Kong Lu and Su Yanhong by the hair and dragged them toward the academy gates. As he moved, several familiar faces, school bullies and troublemakers who knew Lu Xing, immediately jumped out from the crowd of onlookers. With a raucous laugh, the group paraded the three boys, their eyes filled with despair, straight toward the school gates in a grand procession. Wait! You can't do this! Before Lu Xing and the others could take more than a few steps, however, the two security guards, seeing the situation, could no longer stand by. They immediately stepped in front of them, their voices urgent. If there's any conflict, you can go to the homeroom teacher or resolve it after school. But forcibly dragging students out of the academy like this? That's absolutely not allowed. Truthfully, the two security guards felt utterly helpless at that moment. But there was nothing they could do after all. This incident had occurred within the academy grounds. If they hadn't witnessed it earlier, it might have been different. But now that they'd seen it and failed to stop Lu Xing's group, they would be held responsible if anything went wrong later. Seeing the guards blocking his path, Lu Xing raised an eyebrow. However, he paid no heed to their words, instead turning his gaze toward Li Feng standing nearby. Quickly, when Lu Xing saw that brother Feng showed no reaction, he dismissed the two security guards entirely. He dragged the boy in his grasp straight toward the school gate. The others, seeing this, followed suit and kept pace with Lu Xing. You! Perhaps provoked by the student's blatant disregard, the younger security guard's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth to protest. But Lu Xing didn't give him a chance to finish. He swiftly kicked out, landing a vicious blow squarely in the guard's midsection. With a dull thud, the young security guard was sent reeling backwards several steps by the sudden blow, nearly landing flat on his ass. Damn it! Think you're getting away with this? Lu Xing flung the boy he'd been dragging away, then strode forward and yanked the young security guard by the collar. His expression turned savage as he snarled, "Come on, try talking back to me again. You think I won't drag you out there and beat you too?" Seeing this, the students who had been watching were completely stunned. No one expected Lu Xing to be so aggressive, immediately starting to beat up the academy's security guard. The older security guard, seeing the situation escalate, rushed forward to intervene. But he was swiftly blocked by Kong Lo and Su Yanhong. After exchanging a fierce, warning glance with the older guard, the latter dared not make another move. What could he do? Facing these fearless young hotheads, was a measly 1,000 yuan monthly salary really worth risking his neck over? The young security guard whose collar Lu Xing had grabbed had intended to say more. But the moment his eyes met the silver-haired youth's gaze filled with madness and savage fury. In that single, fleeting instant, he felt as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. He froze completely, daring not to make another move. Even his mouth snapped shut tight, terrified of sparking any unnecessary misunderstanding. You'd better keep your mouth shut from now on, got it? Or I'll make sure you never leave this academy alive. Lu Xing raised his hand and lightly slapped the other's cheek, then grinned wickedly. He was naturally a reckless sort, and after several recent confrontations with street thugs while following Li Feng, Lu Xing had grown even more ruthless. Perhaps in the past, he might have shown a shred of caution toward the academy's security personnel. But now? Who the hell cares who you are? Forget some lowly security guard. Even if the academy's leadership were standing right there, Lu Xing wouldn't give them the time of day if they refused to give him face. After uttering those words, Lu Xing paid no further attention to the cowering security guard. He simply waved to the large group behind him, and they marched in a grand procession toward the school gates. As for Li Feng behind him, he too dismissed these trivial matters. After silently glancing at the two mangled breakfasts at his feet, he swept his gaze across the surrounding students and declared coldly, "From now on, if any of you dare to spread rumors again, don't blame me, Li Feng, for being ruthless." After delivering this threat, Li Feng paid no further attention to the students, who stood staring at each other in confusion. He turned and walked directly toward the academic building. He was confident that after today's incident, no one foolish enough would dare to gossip in front of Chen Yao or mock her openly again. Chapter 129. When Li Feng returned to his classroom, the first pair of eyes to meet his were Lu Ting's clear, cool, yet slightly nervous. Though she still carried that proud and aloof demeanor, this was the first time she'd ever shown goodwill to another boy by bringing breakfast. To say Lu Ting was completely calm about it would be pure self-deception. However, since she and Zhang Qian had left early, they hadn't witnessed what happened afterward. Had she known, Lu Ting's feelings right now would likely be quite different. This thought left Li Feng feeling both irritated and conflicted. He had to admit. He harbored profound affection for this girl he'd secretly admired for 3 whole years in his past life. Otherwise, how could he keep unconsciously displaying such affectionate gestures whenever they interacted? But liking her was one thing. He absolutely didn't want to do anything to hurt her. After all, the path he was about to embark upon was far too perilous. It wasn't exactly a suicide mission, but it was practically like putting his life on the line. And what about Lu Ting? She was beautiful, came from a wealthy family, and consistently ranked at the top of her class. In short, as long as Li Feng didn't meddle in her life, this golden girl was destined for a bright future and a wonderful life ahead. That's why, every time a spark threatened to ignite between them, Feng would promptly extinguish it. Because he truly didn't want to hurt this girl, cold and aloof on the outside, yet fiercely passionate and righteous within. But today, she suddenly used the excuse of delivering breakfast to express her feelings. Others could see it, and Feng, naturally, understood it all too well. But precisely because of this, Feng found himself sinking into an inexplicable state of irritation. After a moment's thought, he ignored the girl's shy, timid gaze. Instead, radiating an intimidating aura, he strode directly to the back row where Li Hong and Wang Hai sat. Thud! Without a word, Feng kicked Li Hong and his chair to the ground. He then raised his leg and began stomping wildly on Li Hong, who was sprawled on the floor. In an instant, Li Hong's body convulsed in agony under the relentless barrage of kicks, his screams piercing the air. The rest of the class turned in astonishment to witness the scene. After all, in the past, aside from that first day when Feng had beaten Li Hong pretty badly, he usually stopped after just a couple of slaps. But today? Every kick looked like it was aimed to finish him off. Damn it, I almost forgot about you. After delivering 7 or 8 vicious kicks, Feng finally turned his bloodshot gaze toward Wang Hai standing nearby. Wang Hai seemed to sense the unnerving intensity in Feng's eyes. With a startled cry, he tried to turn and run. But how could Feng give him a chance to escape? After just 2 quick strides, Feng landed a vicious hook punch squarely on Wang Hai's midsection. Then, he raised his knee and slammed it repeatedly into Wang Hai's chest. Witnessing Feng's brutal assault, nearby classmates scrambled to their feet and scattered to the sides, terrified of becoming collateral damage. Stop it, Feng! While the rest of the class watched the spectacle unfold, Ting stood up abruptly and urgently tried to intervene. There was no other choice. At a time when most students in the academy avoided Feng like the plague, she was the only one who consistently stepped forward to stop the young man from fighting. Hearing this, Feng glanced up at the aloof girl not far away before finally easing up on his attack. But in the end, still feeling unsatisfied, he delivered a vicious kick that sent Wang Hai flying several steps backward. The boy landed with a thud, landing on his but with a miserable look. The reason he was so furious today stemmed partly from Chen Yao's situation. Secondly, this incident had stirred up memories of his own past life, when he had endured bullying. And undoubtedly, Li Hong and Wang Hai had become the perfect targets for his venting. Truth be told, if not for the fact that they were still within the academy grounds, Feng would never have stopped so easily. I'll just keep you around a little longer then. Feng's cold, murderous gaze swept over Li Hong and Wang Hai as he silently thought to himself. Though he hadn't yet decided how to deal with them, their fate would be anything but pleasant. You. Perhaps it was Feng's indifferent, dismissive attitude that had also annoyed Ting. However, just as she was about to say more, the sudden appearance of a middle-aged man at the classroom door made the already quiet atmosphere grow even more tense. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? The middle-aged man surveyed the chaotic scene unfolding before him and immediately bellowed in anger. At the sound of his demanding voice, every student whose gaze met his immediately looked away, their expressions instantly shifting to one of unease. The reason was simple, this middle-aged man was none other than Xiong Wentao, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 3. Feng didn't have particularly strong feelings about this homeroom teacher. But one thing was crystal clear, he didn't like the guy. In this era, due to shifting values, many of these supposed diligent gardeners had long since become morally corrupt. Of course, there were still a few who held themselves to high standards and genuinely cared for their students. But those individuals were becoming increasingly rare. The vast majority were simply treating teaching as just another ordinary job. Worse still are the incompetent teachers who charge exorbitant tutoring fees, accept gifts from parents, and judge students as either top performers or underachievers based solely on academic scores. And the man before them, Xiong Wentao, belongs squarely to the latter category. Li Hong, Wang Hai, you too. Explain what exactly happened here. Seeing no one in the class respond to his question, Xiong Wentao grew even more furious. He then turned directly to Li Hong and Wang Hai, both looking disheveled and battered, with traces of blood smeared at the corners of their mouths. Li Hong opened his mouth to speak, but upon catching a glimpse of Li Feng's cold, stern expression nearby, the words he'd intended to report were abruptly swallowed back. Wang Hai, however, was quicker on his feet. He immediately turned to Xiong Wentao with an apologetic expression. Class advisor, I'm sorry. Li Hong and I were arguing earlier, and that's why I accidentally tripped. He then shot Li Hong a meaningful glance. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Seeing his friend provide a convenient excuse, Li Hong reluctantly nodded in agreement, though he felt uneasy about it. There was no other choice. Given Li Feng's current strength and influence, he was simply not someone Li Hong could afford to provoke. If Li Hong were to foolishly report this now, the consequences for Li Feng aside, he and Wang Hai would absolutely be unable to withstand the kind of frenzied retaliation that would follow. Of course, this entire calculation was based on the assumption that he didn't know Li Feng's true intentions. Had they known Li Feng had already mentally sentenced them both to death, Li Hong and Wang Hai might well have chosen to go down fighting. But more likely, the fish would die, and the net wouldn't tear a single thread. Alright, mind your manners from now on. I don't care how much you bicker, but don't disturb other students trying to study. Otherwise, don't blame me for summoning your parents to the academy. After hearing Li Hong and Wan Hai's explanation, Xiong Wentao didn't press the issue further. He merely nodded, his anger still lingering. He wasn't stupid. Having lived most of his life, how could he fail to see the underlying issues in this classroom scene? But whether it was Li Feng or the likes of Li Hong and Wan Hai, these academic failures and troublemakers, Xiong Wentao couldn't be bothered to deal with them much longer. After all, graduation was just over a month away, and he didn't want any trouble brewing. After speaking, Xiong Wentao cast one last lingering glance at Li Feng, who remained frozen in place, before turning on his heel and striding out of the classroom. Chapter 130. Once the homeroom teacher left, the classroom finally filled with hushed whispers. Truthfully, everyone understood the situation implicitly, it just couldn't be discussed openly. After all, the academic exams were approaching. Generally speaking, as long as Li Feng didn't cause any major incidents at the academy, Xiong Wentao could easily turn a blind eye. Moreover, given Li Feng's current academic standing, even if things did escalate, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Soon after Li Feng returned to his seat, the classroom fell silent once more. Lu Ting, however, was flipping through her textbook with a flutter of pages, her actions mirroring her chaotic state of mind. "What's wrong, Ting Ting? Why are you so upset all of a sudden?" Zheng Xian, sitting beside her, asked with a puzzled look. "Nothing." Lu Ting shook her head listlessly. "Sigh, didn't I tell you last time? You'd be better off not getting involved in the conflict between Li Feng and Li Hong. Have you forgotten how those jerks used to bully Li Feng?" Seeing this, Zheng Xian couldn't help but sigh. Though she was generally a calm and easygoing person, Zheng Xian actually harbored a deep dislike for Li Hong and Wang Hai in their class. Setting aside their constant bullying of classmates, just the fact that Li Hong had repeatedly harassed and pestered Lu Ting was reason enough for Zheng Xian, as her best friend, to despise them from the bottom of her heart. "I didn't mean to get involved with Li Hong and Wang Hai," Lu Ting hurriedly explained in a low voice upon hearing this. "Qian, you saw it too. With Li Feng acting like that just now, I was afraid he might cause some serious trouble." As she spoke, the memory of Li Feng's indifferent gaze toward her flashed back, and Lu Ting clenched her teeth in anger. At the same time, a wave of bitterness welled up inside her. She had made her feelings so blatantly obvious, why couldn't Li Feng understand? Or was it that he understood perfectly well, but simply had no interest in her at all? It must be said, a young girl's heart was always sensitive and prone to doubt. Especially after confirming her own feelings, even the slightest glance or subtle gesture from the object of her affection could constantly unsettle her peace of mind. "Alright, Ting Ting, stop overthinking it. Li Feng will definitely understand your feelings." Seeing her best friend so distressed, Zhang Qian couldn't help but offer some comforting words. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she casually asked Lu Ting, "Oh, by the way, after the college entrance exams, where do you plan to go to university?" "Probably Manhwa City." Caught off guard by Zhang Qian's sudden question, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed red as she answered somewhat sheepishly. As if afraid of being misunderstood, the girl quickly added, I just want to stay closer to home, so I don't want to study far away." "Nanhua City?" Hearing her best friend's unsurprising answer, Zhang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Nanhua City actually had two top-tier specialized academies, but compared to the Magic Capital Academy Lu Ting had previously wanted to attend, they were undoubtedly half a notch below. Clearly, this academically gifted, aloof girl had only changed her plans after someone mentioned wanting to study in Nanhua City. As for excuses about being closer to home, Zhang Qian wasn't foolish enough to take them seriously. "Qian, what about you? Where do you plan to study after the college entrance exams?" At this moment, Lu Ting also turned to ask Zhang Qian about her plans. For top students like them, aside from the few elite academies in the East District, choosing any other institution was essentially a matter of preference, hardly a difficult decision. "Me?" At this, Zhang Qian's pretty face flushed with an almost imperceptible blush. She stammered slightly as she replied, I actually want to stay closer to home too." Perhaps caught off guard, Zhang Qian blurted out the same excuse as Lu Ting. Hearing this, Lu Ting froze for a moment, a strange thought suddenly forming in her mind. But she quickly dismissed the thought. "Really? Qian!" Lu Ting exclaimed excitedly. "MHM." Seeing her best friend's genuinely happy smile, Zhang Qian suddenly felt a bit awkward about the unscrupulous thoughts lurking in her own heart. But in the end, she nodded and admitted it. After all, love wasn't something one could control. Zhang Qian admitted that she too had chosen Nanhua City to follow in that young man's footsteps. "That's wonderful, Qian. How about we both apply to the economics school at Hua University? That way, we can stay together again." Seeing Zhang Qian's affirmation, Lu Ting's excitement surged. She then exclaimed with genuine joy. Perhaps the thought of attending school with her best friend again, this usually aloof girl could barely maintain her long-established persona. Honestly, if they weren't in the classroom right now, Lu Ting would probably be jumping up and down with excitement. "Great! That's exactly what I was thinking." Hearing this, a gentle smile spread across Zhang Qian's usually composed face. It was true that feelings were inherently selfish, but how could she bear to hurt her best friend and confidant? If Lu Ting and Li Feng ended up together, Zhang Qian would simply let go of her own feelings and quietly choose to bless them. But if they couldn't be together, Zhang Qian would fight for her own happiness. With that thought, her gaze lingered briefly on Lu Ting's excited, pretty face before she turned her head casually to glance at the boy slumped over his seat. Truthfully, she had fallen for him first. So why did it feel like she'd ended up as the third wheel, peering into someone else's relationship? Qian, what's wrong? Perhaps noticing the fleeting bitterness on Zhang Qian's face, Lu Ting asked her with sudden curiosity. Nothing, I'm fine. Zhang Qian shook her head quickly, covering it up with a smile. Then, she spoke softly again. Ting, since we both have our goals now, let's put other things aside for the time being. After all, at this stage, we should still prioritize our studies. Alright, I'll listen to you. Lu Ting nodded with a smile. Though with her grades, getting into Huada's School of Economics should be a sure thing. But it was still an exam, after all anything could happen. So to be safe, she didn't let pride lead to complacency. In any case, whether for her own future or anything else, Lu Ting wouldn't let her guard down. She believed that by then, that jerk big pighead would finally understand her true feelings, right? The aloof and proud young girl thought to herself silently. Chapter 131, Class 4, Grade 3. As expected, Li Feng didn't see Chen Yao in the cafeteria at lunchtime. What's up, brother Feng? Lu Xing, sitting beside him, asked curiously. Although he had thoroughly taught those three rude boys a lesson that morning, he hadn't witnessed what had happened earlier. Seeing Feng constantly looking around, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yan Hong, have you seen Chen Yao? Ignoring the kid's question, Li Feng addressed Su Yan Hong directly. She's in the classroom. Though Su Yan Hong was also a bit confused, he answered Li Feng's question honestly. Before Su Yan Hong could finish his sentence, Li Feng had already turned and walked out of the cafeteria. Seeing this, Lu Xing immediately called out in alarm. Hey, brother Feng, where are you going? Aren't we eating? You guys go ahead and eat. Li Feng didn't even turn his head, just waved his hand dismissively. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xing and the other two fell into an awkward silence. Xing, what's gotten into brother Feng? Kan Lo asked, clearly puzzled. Who the hell knows? Lu Xing shook his head blankly, then muttered under his breath. Guess that's just how people in love are totally unpredictable. Soon after, when Li Feng arrived at class 3-4, the first thing he noticed was the figure of a girl sitting at her desk. At that moment, Chen Yao was slumped listlessly over her desk, seemingly completely unaware of Li Feng's arrival. Although most students in the classroom had gone to the cafeteria for lunch, a few seemed to be avoiding the peak dining hours, still buried in serious review and practice problems. Li Feng's appearance caught their attention, and one by one, they turned to stare at this newly legendary figure from the second academy with expressions of surprise and confusion. However, when they saw Li Feng's gaze fixed squarely on Chen Yao, it was then that they began to understand. After all, the incident that had occurred on the college avenue that morning had spread throughout the campus over the course of the day and was now known to most. It seemed he had come looking for Chen Yao. The male students were fine with this realization, but several female students instantly felt a pang of unease. How to put it? Perhaps it stemmed from a deep-seated envy. In any case, they found it utterly baffling how someone as tall, handsome, and charismatic as Li Feng could possibly be interested in Chen Yao, who seemed to lack any notable qualities. Could it be true, as the rumors claimed, that Li Feng only liked ugly girls? The mere thought sent a chill down the spines of the few girls left in the classroom. It was just a bit too much to stomach, wasn't it? Though they thought this, when Li Feng appeared, not a single person in the classroom dared to show any unusual expression. After all, those three boys who had mocked Chen Yao that morning were probably still hiding in some corner, quietly licking their wounds. What are you doing? Instead of calling out to Chen Yao, Li Feng walked straight to her seat and suddenly spoke up. Ah! At the sudden sound of the boy's voice, the girl who had been slumped over her desk jolted upright, nearly jumping out of her seat. Li Feng, what are you doing here? But when Chen Yao realized the person standing beside her was Li Feng, she gasped in surprise. Why shouldn't I be here? Li Feng raised an eyebrow at her words, then said with a hint of teasing. And you're the one asking? Why aren't you eating in the cafeteria? What are you doing stuck in the classroom? I just don't feel like eating today. Caught off guard by Li Feng's counter-question, Chen Yao stammered for a moment before finally lowering her head and whispering softly. Perhaps after the initial shock, the girl instantly returned to her original sadness and desolation. Perhaps the mockery and ridicule from those people earlier that morning had indeed cast a deep shadow over her heart. So much so that the slight improvement in her outlook on life over the past few days had once again crumbled into dust like self-doubt. Even now, as she spoke, she couldn't bring herself to meet Li Feng's gaze for even a moment. Why don't you want to eat? Just because of what those people said. Li Feng watched her quietly before asking in a calm voice. At his words, Chen Yao seemed to want to explain, but after a long pause, she found herself at a loss for words. Because she had to admit, those taunts of "you're not worthy" and the strange stares from those around her had indeed made Chen Yao feel humiliated and utterly ashamed. Or perhaps, the girl who shone brightly even amidst the crowd had also placed immense psychological pressure on her. After all, compared to the acknowledged campus beauty of the second academy, Chen Yao couldn't help but feel deep down that she simply wasn't worthy. Come on, let's go eat first. Seeing this pitiful girl radiating self-doubt, Li Feng felt an unexpected surge of tenderness. His tone softened unusually as he spoke. I don't want to go. Perhaps because the knot in her heart hadn't yet unraveled, Chen Yao shook her head and flatly refused Li Feng's suggestion. Why? Li Feng asked with a smile. Truthfully, aside from those two instances involving money and the phone, the girl had rarely refused his requests before. But during that period, Li Feng had come across as overly assertive, which might have made her a little afraid of him. But now, he suddenly realized that Chen Yao, who seemed to be throwing a little tantrum, was somehow strangely endearing. I don't want to eat. Chen Yao declared stubbornly without a moment's hesitation. What if I insist you eat it? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone growing more domineering. Hearing this, Chen Yao simply fell silent, her quiet resistance speaking volumes. Under normal circumstances, such a minor matter wouldn't even require Li Feng to insist. The girl would usually give in almost immediately. But today, she genuinely felt hurt, and her rebellious streak was starting to show. You want me to kiss you in front of your entire class? Seeing her reaction, Li Feng leaned closer and murmured softly, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. No. Sure enough, when Li Feng played his trump card, Chen Yao's entire body tensed up. Because, knowing Li Feng's personality, he probably really would do something like that. Alright, come with me. Seeing the girl's fear, a faint smile finally curved his lips. He then took Chen Yao by the hand and walked straight out of the classroom. Chapter 132. Originally, Li Feng had intended to take Chen Yao to the cafeteria for lunch. But perhaps sensing the melancholy in her mood, he reconsidered and instead led her to the back mountain of the academy. Facing this familiar place, perhaps stirred by the scene, Chen Yao froze momentarily. A complex mix of emotions then surfaced in her eyes. Especially when Li Feng led her to the hollow beside the mountain, the girl's footsteps grew heavy. For it was here she had wept bitterly, struggled desperately, and succumbed to utter despair. Truthfully, if not for Li Feng's eventual appearance, Chen Yao couldn't even imagine what her life would have become by now. The mere recollection of those terrifying memories made Chen Yao's body tremble involuntarily. It was fortunate that this reassuring young man was by her side. Otherwise, Chen Yao would have immediately run far away, never wanting to return to this place she once considered a nightmare. You remember this place, right? Li Feng lit a cigarette first, then turned to look at the girl behind him. Hearing this, Chen Yao pressed her lips tightly together, but no words came out. How could she possibly forget this place? Because this wasn't just the place where she'd first truly felt despair. It was also where she and Li Feng had first met. But what puzzled Chen Yao was why Li Feng had brought her here. Don't worry. I didn't bring you here to demand repayment for any favors. Perhaps sensing the confusion in the girl's heart, Li Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled faintly. Then why? Chen Yao was about to speak when the youth in front of her waved her off. Hold your tongue. I have a question for you. Li Feng fixed Chen Yao with a serious gaze before speaking slowly. Does that one phrase from someone else really mean that much to you? You? How did you know? Hearing this, Chen Yao froze instantly, then looked at Li Feng with utter disbelief. After all, they'd been so far apart at the time. Unless he had superhuman hearing, there was no way he could have overheard what others had said to her. Naturally, those people told me themselves. Li Feng gave a cold smile before his expression turned savage. But today, those three who mocked you and said those things, their mouths should be beaten to a pulp. Truthfully, Li Feng had never wanted to lay a finger on these students. But when it came to those with foul mouths, he wouldn't hesitate to use his strength to teach them a lesson on behalf of their parents, a lesson on how to speak to others in the future. You hit them? Hearing this, Chen Yao's eyes widened instantly as she turned to stare at Li Feng. What? Don't they deserve it? Li Feng flashed a bold, unrestrained grin before declaring with utter authority, anyone who dares mock my woman won't get off easy no matter who they are. Then, the young man pointed toward the spot down in the valley. And the reason I brought you here was to tell you this. Back then, I could protect you. Now, just as before, no one can freely humiliate or belittle you. Got it? Li Feng's words might have sounded a bit adolescent, but for his girlfriend, they were undeniably effective. At the very least, a faint glimmer of emotion flickered in Chen Yao's eyes before him. Because he didn't just say it, he always acted on it. Especially when she heard the words my woman, her heart gave a sharp jolt, nearly surrendering completely to his words. But, they weren't wrong either. As if something occurred to her, Chen Yao suppressed the intense flutter in her heart and murmured softly with her head bowed. Perhaps, only the dazzling girl could truly be worthy of the Li Feng before her. Recalling the aloof girl who had also delivered breakfast to Li Feng this morning, even Chen Yao had to admit that the other girl was far more beautiful and accomplished than herself. And precisely because of that, the mockery and scorn from others cut even deeper, leaving her feeling more pained and bitter. Who said that? Hearing Chen Yao say this, Li Feng instantly lost his temper. Without hesitation, he grabbed the girl's delicate face and forced her to look up at him. In my heart, you are the most beautiful one. If anyone is unworthy, it's me who doesn't deserve you, understand? In truth, Li Feng wasn't entirely wrong about this. Truth be told, if judged purely by looks, Li Feng was at best a mildly handsome type. Without his aura or status as a campus celebrity, he truly wouldn't be worthy of Chen Yao's beauty. In short, if Chen Yao were to reveal her true appearance and freshen up a bit, she would absolutely hold her own against Lu Ting. I'm not as good as you make me out to be. Chen Yao's eyes darted nervously at his words, then her lovely face flushed with a captivating blush. I say you are, so you are. Feeling the warmth radiating from her fingers, Li Feng showed no intention of withdrawing his hand. His expression remained earnest and unwavering. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he sighed and added, Chen Yao, I know you have a strong sense of pride. That's why you feel indebted to me for all the money and things I've given you, right? Yes. Meeting the young man's gaze, this time Chen Yao didn't flinch or look away. Instead, she answered with extreme sincerity. The money she earned from selling peaches initially, she had planned to repay Li Feng in full by bringing him breakfast every day. But in the end, when Li Feng handed her the 10,000 yuan a few days ago, she hesitated. It wasn't that Chen Yao was greedy or anything. It was because her terminally ill grandmother desperately needed that money to save her life at that moment. Otherwise, Chen Yao would never have accepted it under any circumstances. Deep down, she longed to love Li Feng openly and honestly, not through the arrangement he called keeping a mistress. Sometimes, she wished her family could just be normal. Only then could Chen Yao truly face Li Feng without any sense of obligation, mustering the courage to pursue her own happiness. Silly girl. Hearing this, Li Feng wore an expression that said, just as I thought. He gently ruffled the girl's hair and smiled. Stop overthinking it. Even as ordinary friends, helping each other out is only natural, right? Especially given our kind of relationship. If you really feel like you owe me, then when you're able to, just earn money and pay me back later, okay? Besides, you've already met my mom. If it really doesn't work out, why not just marry me? That money can be your dowry. What do you say? By the end of his rant, Li Feng's face broke into a mischievous grin. Mentioning this only made Chen Yao's entire face flush crimson again. Seeing this, how could Li Feng hold back? He immediately leaned down and pressed his lips firmly against hers once more. Chen Yao offered only a token resistance before completely surrendering to his tender embrace. Chapter 133, The Homeroom Teacher's Summons. After finishing lunch with Chen Yao in the cafeteria, Li Feng returned to the classroom intending to take a nap. But barely had he laid his head on the desk when a classmate abruptly roused him. What is it? His rest interrupted, Li Feng frowned impatiently. Due to his rebirth, he couldn't recall the name of this acne-covered boy standing before him. The only thing he remembered clearly was that this person seemed to be a classmate. Li Feng, the homeroom teacher wants to see you. Hearing this, the acne-faced boy was startled by Li Feng's attitude. He nervously swallowed hard before stammering out the words. Honestly, if it weren't for the homeroom teacher's orders, he'd rather avoid the current Li Feng. After all, anyone who had crossed him recently, whether students, street thugs, or even martial arts instructors at the academy, hadn't ended up well. Xiong Wentao wants to see me? Hearing this, Li Feng froze. Do you know why he's looking for me? I don't know. Seeing Li Feng's questioning look, the acne-faced boy quickly shook his head, indicating he was merely a messenger. Fine. Li Feng frowned but didn't press the acne-faced boy further, simply waving him away. Li Feng was still baffled by the homeroom teacher's summons. But instinctively, his gaze fell upon Li Hong and Wang Hai sitting in the back row. Because of what happened that morning, Li Feng couldn't help but suspect they were the ones tattling on him behind his back. It wasn't us. We never said anything. Yeah, Li Feng, we definitely didn't snitch. Seeing his gaze turn their way, Li Hong and Wang Hai in the back row immediately shook their heads frantically to explain. Many classmates had overheard the acne-faced boy's earlier words, so seeing Li Feng's gaze now, how could Li Hong and Wang Hai not be utterly terrified? There was no way around it, they were genuinely scared of Li Feng now. They hadn't dared to snitch earlier that morning, and they certainly weren't about to start now. Oomph. Hearing this, Li Feng didn't say a word. He just gave them a cold laugh before standing up and walking straight out of the classroom. Whether they were the ones who snitched or not didn't really matter. Of course, if it really was Li Hong and Wang Hai, Li Feng would only retaliate with even harsher methods. After watching the teenager's figure disappear from the classroom, many classmates began whispering among themselves. After all, the homeroom teacher wouldn't normally summon Li Feng to the office without cause. After all, even if the students didn't say it out loud, knowing Xiong Wentao, they all suspected that summoning Li Feng, the class dunce, suddenly couldn't mean anything good. Shanqian, do you think the homeroom teacher called Li Feng to the office for some reason? Lu Ting asked Zhang Qian beside her with a hint of worry. To be honest, even as the class monitor of Class 3-2, she harbored no affection for their class teacher, a petty, money-grubbing individual who treated students with blatant favoritism. So, like most of her classmates, the young girl couldn't help but feel a bit worried about Li Feng. I don't know either. Zhang Qian shook her head blankly. As she spoke, she glanced toward Li Hong and Wang Hai sitting in the back row. Just like Li Feng, Zhang Qian's instinctive reaction was to wonder if those two had gone to tattle. Honestly, they're always stirring up trouble. With the written exams coming up, can't they just behave themselves? Seeing no response from her best friend, Ting felt both annoyed and anxious, unable to resist muttering under her breath. Beside her, Zhang Qian heard Ting's muttering and couldn't help but chuckle softly as she shook her head. In fact, she silently wondered if Feng were still the same as before, enduring everything silently, never striking back when hit, never retaliating when insulted. Would you still like him this much? Truth be told, during adolescence, especially for girls experiencing their first stirrings of romance, it was almost inevitable to develop a strong attraction to someone like Feng, bold, unapologetic, and brimming with sharp wit. This was evident from the love letters and snacks that occasionally appeared on Feng's desk. Otherwise, why would Feng's personality, after such a drastic change, attract so much admiration from girls when he still had the same face? Teachers' offices weren't private spaces. Typically, 2 or 3 homeroom teachers and subject instructors from the same grade shared one office. So when Feng pushed open the door without hesitation, he was met by several teachers' distinctly puzzled stares. Feng, what are you doing? Don't you know to knock? After a moment of stunned silence, Xiong Wentao was the first to lose his temper. He slammed his fist on the desk and shouted angrily at Feng as he walked in. Though it was a minor incident, it was undeniably a matter of respect. Especially for someone like Xiong Wentao, who valued his dignity above all else, it was utterly unforgivable. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Hearing this, Feng merely smiled and replied apologetically. Since his rebirth, he had struggled to adjust to his student identity, often unconsciously overlooking certain things. Like wearing the school uniform, for instance. Get out. Knock first. Seeing Feng apologize, Xiong Wentao's expression softened slightly before he immediately ordered with an air of superiority. Hearing this, Feng merely raised an eyebrow, his body not moving an inch. If this were the respected teacher from his memories, Feng would have obeyed without question. After all, by the rules, he was indeed in the wrong. But there was no way around it. He couldn't muster even a shred of respect for this Xiong Wentao standing before him. Moreover, judging by his expression and actions, there was zero intent to teach. More likely, he felt his authority had been challenged, which was why he was now acting so irritated and embarrassed. Teacher, you called me over suddenly. Is there something you need? Feng didn't budge an inch, showing no intention of stepping out to knock again. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the other directly. Witnessing this scene, not only Xiong Wentao but also the other teachers in the office couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They had seen their fair share of mischievous troublemakers, even the most defiant students. But without exception, even the boldest among them harbored at least a shred of respect and fear toward teachers, especially their homeroom teacher. A student like Feng, who outright ignored his homeroom teacher's words? They had truly never seen anything like it before. Chapter 134, Xiong Wentao, enraged to the extreme. Bang! Apparently enraged beyond measure by Feng's defiant and careless attitude, Xiong Wentao slammed his palm hard onto the desk in front of him. He rose to his feet, his voice filled with fury as he roared. Feng! Did you not hear what I just said? Get out of here immediately and knock on the door again. The sudden, thunderous outburst startled even the other teachers in the office. As for the other protagonist of this incident, Feng, he seemed completely oblivious. Seeing this, he merely frowned slightly, his gaze instantly turning icy cold. I'm not quite sure how one gets out. Xiong Wentao, why don't you demonstrate it for me? How about it? Hearing this, a cold smile curved Feng's lips as he retorted sharply. If they refused to take the hint, there was no need for him to keep speaking politely. You. True to form, Xiong Wentao nearly fainted upon hearing Feng's words. His finger trembled as he pointed at Feng for a long moment, yet no coherent words came out. In over a decade as an educator, when had he ever encountered someone like this youth who dared to openly defy him? Honestly, it was fortunate Xiong Wentao didn't have a heart condition. Otherwise, Feng's words alone might have triggered a fatal attack on the spot. Point at me one more time, and you better believe I'll chop off your dog's paw. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in Feng's eyes as he issued a threat with a tone that was cruel and ruthless. Having been reborn, if he faced an enemy vastly more powerful than himself, Feng would concede defeat without hesitation. But if it was just a small fry like this one before him, why should Feng endure it? Where would the meaning of his rebirth lie then? This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Hearing Feng's words, Xiong Wentao was so enraged that he nearly exploded. Then, consumed by rage, he strode toward the youth. His expression clearly conveyed that he felt his authority had been severely challenged, ready to resort to violence immediately. Hey, Teacher Xiong, please don't lose your temper. We can talk this through calmly. Yes, Teacher Xiong. When dealing with students, education should always come first. You absolutely mustn't resort to violence. Sensing the situation was escalating dangerously, several other teachers in the office immediately rose to their feet and rushed to restrain him. They then began pleading with Xiong Wentao in a flurry of voices. Truth be told, even if Xiong Wentao hadn't been enraged, none of them could have imagined this youth would be so defiant. Not only had he defied and insulted his homeroom teacher, but moments ago he even threatened to chop off Xiong Wentao's hand? At this thought, several pairs of teachers' eyes, filled with disbelief and astonishment, turned to Li Feng, who stood not far away. Yet despite being scrutinized by the teachers, Li Feng showed no sign of unease. His eyes, cold and dark as ink, remained fixed on the scene before him, while a faint, mocking sneer tugged at the corners of his mouth. It could only be said that Xiong Wentao had incredibly good luck. Otherwise, had he charged straight ahead just now, Li Feng would have given him a lesson he'd never forget. Very well, Li Feng, you've done yourself a real favor. Unaware that he had narrowly escaped disaster, Xiong Wentao, seeing his actions halted by other teachers, suddenly burst into a rage-fueled laugh. Tomorrow, you'd better bring your parents here. I want to see how they raised you. Unable to strike him, yet feeling humiliated by the verbal exchange with the student. In his fury, Xiong Wentao resorted to his ultimate weapon, summoning the parents. How my parents raised me is none of your business, you useless tutor who takes bribes. Hearing this, a flash of menace crossed Li Feng's eyes. Without hesitation, he retorted, and Xiong Wentao, if you have a problem, talk to me directly. Do you think you're important enough to call my parents over? You're lying. When did I ever take bribes? Hearing Li Feng's accusation, Xiong Wentao's face instantly paled with panic as he vehemently denied it. Tutoring itself was already a common practice within the academy. Even though the school explicitly prohibited it, where there's a policy, there's a workaround, nothing to be surprised about. But accepting gifts from parents? If word got out, that would truly ruin his reputation. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Feng's words, the other teachers in the office all shot Xiong Wentao peculiar looks. The look of contempt and disdain was practically written all over their faces. Don't you know deep down whether you've accepted gifts or not? What, you want to have your cake and eat it too? Seeing Xiong Wentao's flustered expression, Li Feng merely snorted in disdain before speaking calmly. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered with such matters. But now that the mask was off, Li Feng saw no reason to spare the other man any face. You. Seeing Li Feng dare to speak to him like this, Xiong Wentao nearly choked on his own breath. After several moments of labored breathing, his face flushed crimson as he shouted, a disruptive element like you, showing no respect for elders, deserves immediate expulsion. Expelled? Hearing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow and sneered. What? You're just some lowly homeroom teacher. You think you have the authority to expel me? You must have your head stuck in a door. Truth be told, Li Feng couldn't care less about expulsion. But according to the Education Bureau's explicit regulations, as long as a student hadn't committed any serious offense, a homeroom teacher didn't have the authority to expel them outright. Is that so? Then what do you think I called you to my office for today? As if suddenly remembering something, Xiong Wentao's furious expression instantly softened slightly. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now that Li Feng dared to defy and humiliate him like this, Xiong Wentao was determined to use this incident to expel the boy. At this thought, a cold smile instantly spread across his pockmarked, ugly face. For now, he truly hated this youth who dared to expose his past. Chapter 135, The Arrogant and Overbearing Lu Xing. Seeing Xiong Wentao suddenly become so confident, Li Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But just as he pondered the reason behind this change, the office door swung open behind him. When Li Feng turned his head in curiosity, he saw that besides a teacher, 3 slouching youths trailed behind. He didn't need to look closely. The moment he spotted the bright silver hair of one of them, Li Feng had a vague idea of what was going on. Hey, brother Feng, you're here too? Perhaps surprised to find Li Feng in the office, Lu Xing couldn't help but show his astonishment before smiling and greeting him. If not for the teachers present, anyone unaware might mistake this place for an entertainment venue rather than an office. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. As for the other two, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, they nodded eagerly and called out to Li Feng after Lu Xing spoke. What are you 3 doing? Did you think I called you over for a reunion? Seeing Lu Xing and the others acting so unrestrained, the teacher who had led them in was instantly filled with anger and promptly scolded them. Oomph. Hearing this, Lu Xing merely gave an indifferent chuckle, his expression utterly unconcerned. Not only him, but even Kong Lu and the others stood slumped and slack, seemingly paying no heed whatsoever to the teacher's call. No wonder even before they joined Li Feng, they were already regulars in the teacher's lounge. And now, after clashing with some real tough guys on the streets, Lu Xing and his crew couldn't care less about these so-called teachers. What are you laughing at? Straighten up and pay attention. Seeing this, the teacher clearly felt his face burning with embarrassment, prompting him to issue another warning. Hey, old Wang, I've already saved your face. Just get to the point, what do you need us for? Can you stop disturbing my nap? The teacher's repeated scolding had clearly worn Lu Xing's patience thin. He frowned, his irritation boiling over as he snapped back. Hearing this, the teacher named Old Wang instantly looked utterly embarrassed. As for the other teachers in the office, their expressions all turned strangely awkward. Damn it, what's going on today? Did I get out of bed on the wrong side? First, there was that audacious Li Feng who dared to curse and threaten their homeroom teacher outright. And now, another defiant, dyed-haired student had the nerve to speak so arrogantly. Thinking this, the teachers couldn't help but silently shake their heads, sighing inwardly about how students were becoming increasingly difficult to handle. But compared to the newly notoriously Feng, troublemaker Lu Xing was undoubtedly far more infamous among the teachers. So after a moment of awkwardness, old Wang composed himself and asked with a stern, solemn expression. Lu Xing, I want to ask you, did you and your friends assault 3 students on campus today? And then, ignoring the security guard's attempts to stop you, did you drag them off campus? As the teacher surnamed Wang's words echoed through the room, the atmosphere in the office gradually grew heavy. Just as expected. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes immediately flashed with understanding. At first, he'd thought Li Hong and Wang Hai were snitching on him. But after seeing Lu Xing and the others arrive, Li Feng finally pieced it together. And now, Teacher Wang's words confirmed his suspicions. It seemed the 3 boys who'd been beaten were the ones complaining. Yeah, so what? Lu Xing didn't try to deny it when he heard this. He just nodded and admitted it straight up. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, the kid flew into a rage and cursed. Damn it! Who the hell ratted us out? Looks like I didn't hit them hard enough. You still have the nerve to say that. Seeing Lu Xing still daring to rant at this point, Teacher Wang grew visibly angry. He glared at Lu Xing with disappointment, his voice rising. Do you realize this has already reached the principal's office? If you keep this attitude, I won't be able to protect you. Clearly, unlike Li Feng's homeroom teacher Xiong Wentao, this Teacher Wang genuinely wanted to help Lu Xing and his friends. If you can't protect me, then so be it. What does the dean of students matter? If he pisses me off, I'll still take him on. Hearing this, Lu Xing's stubborn temper flared, and he retorted irritably. You. Teacher Wang was also infuriated by Lu Xing's brazen attitude, momentarily at a loss for words. While Lu Xing was indeed a troublemaker who rarely listened, as his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang had always upheld the principle of teaching all students equally. Especially now, with graduation approaching, he was even more determined not to let Lu Xing tarnish his record over something like this. But this thick-headed kid didn't even appreciate the favor. How could that not make him furious? Old Wang, what's the point of even talking to students like this? When the dean arrives, don't bother pleading for them. Just expel them all outright. Lu Xing's words seemed to remind Xiong Wentao of Li Feng's earlier attitude toward him. Without a second thought, he began persuading Teacher Wang. A look of conflict instantly flashed across Teacher Wang's face. But before he could say anything, Lu Xing beside him immediately grew displeased. His eyes narrowed with savage ferocity as he barked at Xiong Wentao. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm talking to my homeroom teacher. What gives you, you idiot, the right to butt in? Whoosh! Lu Xing's outburst instantly sent shockwaves through the entire office. No one expected that after Li Feng's insults and threats, Xiong Wentao would be berated by another student. And compared to Li Feng, Lu Xing's words were even more blunt and vicious. You? What did you say? Xiong Wentao was already seething with pent-up rage. Hearing Lu Xing's insults now sent his blood boiling, his fury surging straight to his head. I said your mother. Seeing the other guy still daring to stare him down, Lu Xing didn't think twice before hurling another curse. Then, catching everyone off guard, he lunged forward and delivered a vicious kick straight to the guy's midsection. Chapter 136. Probably no one expected Lu Xing to act so impulsively. Caught off guard, Xiong Wentao stumbled backward several steps from Lu Xing's flying kick before plopping straight onto the floor. Witnessing this scene, the teachers in the office all froze in shock. As for Xiong Wentao, he wore an expression of utter disbelief. His face soon twisted with rage and bewilderment as he confronted Lu Feng. You dare hit me? So what if I hit you? Without another word, Lu Xing delivered several more kicks to Xiong Wentao's body, landing blows indiscriminately. He couldn't stand being provoked, even if the other person was a teacher at the academy. Stop it. Stop hitting him. Yes, let's talk this out calmly. Don't resort to violence. Only then were the other teachers roused by Xiong Wentao's agonized screams. They rushed forward, scrambling to pull Lu Xing off the victim. Damn it, let go of me. I'm going to beat the crap out of him today. Lu Xing's training was ultimately too brief. Held down by 3 or 4 grown men, he couldn't break free and could only curse and yell. Kangdal and Su Yanhong, watching from the sidelines, immediately grew restless, their eyes flickering with the urge to intervene. But seeing Brother Feng standing nearby, seemingly unwilling to intervene, they both managed to suppress that urge. Lu Xing, what the hell do you think you're doing? Witnessing the chaotic scene unfolding before him, Teacher Wang lost his temper completely and roared in anger. At the sound of his roar, Lu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and reluctantly stopped struggling. Though Lu Xing was usually carefree and impulsive with a fiery temper, he still knew right from wrong. And Teacher Wang, standing before him, was someone this kid actually respected deeply. So even though anger and resentment still simmered within him, in the end, he chose to give Teacher Wang face. However, while Lu Xing had calmed down, Xiong Wentao, lying on the ground, wasn't about to let it go. Fine, very fine. You dare assault a teacher. Just wait. I'll make sure the principal expels you. When had Xiong Wentao ever endured such humiliation? especially at the hands of a fellow student within the academy. Gritting his teeth for a moment, he shot Lu Xing a furious, venomous glare before spitting out this threat. Holy! Hearing this, Lu Xing's expression immediately changed. But before his fury could fully erupt, a figure beside him lunged towards Xiong Wentao at lightning speed. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Xiong Wentao's entire body slid backward, crashing into the wall before finally coming to a halt. Ah! Xiong Wentao felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding truck. The sudden, excruciating pain in his chest made him cry out in agony. Where was the man who had been ranting wildly moments ago? Within moments, fine beads of cold sweat formed on the middle-aged man's forehead from the agony, and his normally sallow complexion turned noticeably paler. Shut up! Li Feng paid no heed to the pitiful wails, instead grabbing Xiong Wentao by the collar and effortlessly hauling him to his feet. Perhaps because the pain was too intense, Xiong Wentao didn't stop screaming immediately. Instead, his cries grew even more shrill. Smack! Seeing this, Li Feng wasn't about to indulge his bad habit. He raised his hand and delivered a crisp, resounding slap across the man's face. This time, Xiong Wentao finally quieted down. Not only did he clamp his mouth shut, but his eyes instantly filled with panic and fear. You worthless piece of trash! I tried talking to you nicely, but you wouldn't listen. Had to resort to force to get you to behave. Li Feng shot him a disgusted look before coldly berating him. Truthfully, he didn't want to escalate things further within the academy. But the more he tried to back down, the more this idiot pushed his luck. Did he really think just because he was a homeroom teacher, no one dared to lay a finger on him? Only now did the teachers in the office finally snap out of their stupor. However, just as they prepared to release Lu Xing and move to restrain Li Feng, they froze in place, frozen by the sharp glare of the handsome youth. After all, whether in his past life or this one, few ordinary people could withstand the ruthless aura of a gang boss like Li Feng. What the hell are you all doing? Just as the tension in the office reached a boiling point, a deep, authoritative voice instantly shattered the silence. Under the collective gaze of everyone present, a portly, balding man appeared at the doorway. This middle-aged, short, and stout man had likely just arrived, completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Director! Director! Upon seeing him arrive, the teachers in the office immediately nodded and greeted him. Duh! Director, you're finally here. Quickly, Li Feng not only verbally abused and assaulted a teacher, you must expel him immediately. Seeing his savior finally arrive, Xiong Wentao, who had been trembling with fear moments before, immediately began shouting again. His voice was choked with emotion, on the verge of tears. Smack! Hearing this, Li Feng raised his hand and delivered another hard slap across his face. Sometimes, he genuinely found people like this both disgusting and stupidly endearing. He hadn't even secured his own safety yet, and already he'd forgotten the pain of his wounds. Honestly, if you put that dumb pig Xiong Wentao out on the streets, he'd probably be dead 1,000 times over by now. What are you doing? Let old Xiong go right now, or I'll call security. The balding dean of discipline let out a startled cry at the scene. Though he hadn't yet grasped the full situation, he'd clearly witnessed Li Feng's actions. Hearing this, Li Feng merely smiled faintly before shoving Xiong Wentao away with a single push. Xiong Wentao hadn't expected Li Feng to let him go so easily. Caught off guard, he stumbled backward from the light shove and landed flat on his ass. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat. Chapter 137, Expulsion? What's your name? How dare you assault a teacher? You've got some nerve. Perhaps emboldened by the other's compliance, the bald man cleared his throat before demanding sternly, what is your name? My name is Li Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng remained surprisingly calm. He nodded and stated his name before turning to confront the short, stocky man. You're the dean of discipline? Yes, it's me. Though annoyed by the teenager's defiance, the short, stocky man responded briefly, mindful of his position. He then turned his stern gaze toward the other teachers in the office. Explain yourselves. What exactly happened? As the principal's gaze fell upon them, the teachers exchanged nervous glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Teacher Wang, you speak. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one was willing to answer his question, the short, stocky man grew visibly annoyed. Frowning, he shot an annoyed look at Lu Xing's homeroom teacher and demanded directly. Well, Teacher Xiong and the students had a disagreement and an argument, which led to the fight. Hearing this, Teacher Wang hesitated for a moment before stammering out an explanation. After all, the facts were right before everyone's eyes. He couldn't very well lie through his teeth, could he? Even so, Teacher Wang framed the incident as a conflict arising from a disagreement. Clearly, he was showing a slight bias toward these graduating students. Even if there was an argument, does that justify hitting a teacher? Having risen to the position of Dean of Discipline, the short, stocky man was clearly no fool. He understood Mr. Wang's reasoning the moment he heard it. Then, his face darkening with anger, he demanded, and who started it? Well. Hearing the director's sharp questioning, Teacher Wang tried to say something more. But his hesitation was swiftly cut off by Xiong Wentao's sharp interruption. Principal, you have to stand up for me. I only said a few words to these two students, and they all attack me. Xiong Wentao scrambled to his feet and immediately approached the stocky man, crying out in protest. As if fearing the principal wouldn't believe him, he pointed at the other 3 teachers in the office. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Liao and the others. They can all vouch for me. At this point, Xiong Wentao dared not linger near Li Feng, seemingly afraid the other might attack him again. Though the stocky man felt slightly uneasy seeing a grown man crying like this, he remembered all the gifts Xiong Wentao had given him before. So, in the end, he didn't push him away. Instead, he looked sternly at the other 3 teachers and asked, Xiao Liao, is that what old bear said? Yes, that's correct, director. Though the 3 teachers had no desire to get entangled in such trouble, faced with the principal's interrogation, they had no choice but to nod and confirm Xiong Wentao's account. After all, it was the truth. Very well. Who gave you the audacity to assault a teacher over a few words? The short, stocky man burst into a furious laugh upon hearing this. His gaze then fixed on Li Feng and Lu Xing as he coldly continued, and this morning on Academy Avenue it was you 2 who initiated the violence, wasn't it? Well. The previous incident hasn't even been resolved yet, and now you 2 have started attacking teachers? At this rate, won't it be long before you 2 dare to attack me, the Dean of Discipline? Perhaps from years of leadership experience, the short, stocky man spoke with polished authority, even adopting a hint of officialese. Shorty, if that's what you want, I can make it happen. Lu Xing, clearly annoyed by the short, stocky man's words, let out a dismissive snort. He glared at him fiercely, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Swish! As the words left his mouth, the office fell into a deathly silence. Not only did the teachers present freeze, but even the burly, intimidating principal himself was rendered speechless by Lu Xing's words. What did you just say? Perhaps accustomed to flexing his authority in front of students, the short, stocky principal took a moment to process the words. I said, Shorty, if you want a beating, I can give you one. Got it? Without hesitation, Lu Xing repeated his words, adding extra venom for emphasis. For timid or diligent students, even teachers seemed like gods, let alone the principal. But for a brazen troublemaker like Lu Xing, who cares if you're the principal or not? If you piss me off, I'll still kick your ass. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. At that moment, the short, stout principal finally caught Lu Xing's words clearly, and his face instantly twisted with fury. His face turning a deep, angry purple, he bellowed, Fine. You 2 are something else. I'll grant your wish. Now, get the hell out of building 2. We don't have room for 2 big shots like you here. Shorty, it's not 2, it's all 4 of us. Before Lu Xing could respond, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, who had remained silent until now, exchanged a glance. Then, standing up with unwavering resolve, they smiled and declared, Fine. Hearing this, the already furious Dean of Discipline burst into a maniacal laugh. His eyes locked onto Kong Lu and Su Yanhong as he bellowed, Since you 2 also want to withdraw, I'll grant your wish. Get the hell out of building 2, all of you. Although expelling all 4 students at once would mean he, the Dean of Students, would have to bear some responsibility. But in his rage-clouded state, he cared not a whit. The short, stocky man knew only one thing: if he failed to deal with these 4 rebellious students today, his authority within the academy would be utterly destroyed. At worst, he'd get a scolding later. Besides, judging by the sheer depravity of these 4 youths' actions, they'd already met the criteria for expulsion. Chapter 138, Have you read yourself into stupidity? Principal, perhaps you should reconsider. These kids are actually quite decent, maybe just a bit too impulsive. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Teacher Wang couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped right up to the Dean of Students and pleaded earnestly. After all, graduation was just over a month away. He truly didn't want these mistakes to ruin the futures of these students. Good? What's so good about them? Before Teacher Wang could finish his sentence, a voice cut in sharply. Perhaps feeling he now had backing, Xiong Wentao regained his haughty demeanor. Beating classmates and teachers is bad enough, but now they dare show disrespect to the Dean of Students. Wang Chao, tell me, are these even students anymore? He paused briefly at this point, his gaze lingering on Teacher Wang with a strange intensity. I wonder if you're defending these 4 students because you've received some kind of benefit from them? Xiong Wentao hadn't forgotten how Wang Chao had deliberately sided with Li Feng and Lu Xing earlier. So now, harboring resentment toward him, Xiong Wentao couldn't resist taking a dig at Teacher Wang. You're talking nonsense. I, Wang Chao, conduct myself with integrity and have never accepted favors from anyone. Seeing himself unjustly slandered, Teacher Wang's face flushed with anger. By the end of his statement, he was even tempted to swear an oath. Enough, Teacher Wang. Stop talking. Hearing Wang Chao speak like this, the short, stout Dean of Discipline immediately grew displeased. After all, he himself had accepted gifts from numerous parents and fellow teachers. If he accepted that logic, wouldn't it imply he was morally corrupt and unprincipled? With this thought, the Dean's face darkened as he declared, In any case, my decision is final. These 4 troublemakers will be expelled from 2nd Academy. No one's pleas will change my mind. Hearing this, Teacher Wang's face also fell into a look of utter defeat. There was nothing he could do. He had truly done his utmost. But alas, his voice carried little weight. No matter what he said, he couldn't sway the principal's unyielding stance. "Shorty, are you done talking?" Seeing the situation seemingly settled, Feng, who had remained silent until now, finally stepped forward. He furrowed his brow and spoke softly. It had to be said, Lu Xing sure had a knack for giving people fitting nicknames. At the very least, Feng couldn't help but see a resemblance to a winter melon in the balding, short, and plump middle-aged man before him. You pack your things right now and get out of the second branch. Otherwise. Having been repeatedly called short winter melon by these 4 students, the Dean of Discipline was now thoroughly embarrassed. In his fury, he pointed a finger at Feng and shouted. Thud! Before he could finish his sentence, his obese body flew backward through the air. Seems sitting in that high chair too long has made you a bit dim-witted. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Feng casually withdrew his foot and strode toward the dean, who lay sprawled on the ground retching uncontrollably. As he moved slowly forward, a sneer of contempt curled the corner of the youth's mouth. Feng, how dare you strike the dean? Xiong Wentao's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire body trembling with shock. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he shouted urgently to the other teachers nearby. Xiao Liao! What are you all standing around for? Quickly stop this thug! Ah, yes. Hearing this, the other 3 teachers finally snapped out of their shock. After responding, they immediately moved to intercept Feng. After all, this was different from when he had just beaten up Xiong Wentao. The person Feng was attacking now was their direct superior. If they didn't step up and show their loyalty now, what if he held a grudge against them later? Their lives would become unbearable. I dare anyone to move a muscle. Lu Xing, standing nearby, immediately grabbed a nearby stool and pointed it directly at the 3 teachers as he shouted. His expression made it clear, anyone daring to take another step forward would get their skull split open. Kangol and Su Yanhong immediately followed suit, each grabbing a chair with eyes blazing with ferocity. Truthfully, when the short, stocky director had been nagging earlier, Lu Xing had wanted to act immediately, but Li Feng's glare had stopped him. But now, since Brother Feng had chosen to strike first, what the hell did they have to hold back for? Let's just do it. In an instant, the 3 teachers who had been about to intervene were instantly intimidated by Lu Xing and his crew's overwhelming presence. One by one, they stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered and paralyzed. Not a single one dared to move forward, terrified of provoking any unnecessary misunderstanding. What could they do? While their jobs and futures were important, compared to their own lives, they were utterly insignificant. At this point, no one doubted whether Lu Xing and his crew would actually pull the trigger. After all, the cautionary tales of Xiong Wentao and the Dean of Discipline were already laid bare before them. I've always heard people say that reading too much can make you stupid. Feng seemed utterly oblivious to the commotion around him, his gaze fixed solely on Xiong Wentao before him. To be honest, I used to doubt that claim. But seeing 2 idiots like you now, I'm absolutely convinced. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, slamming it hard against Xiong Wentao's face, which looked as if it had been struck dumb with fear. A sharp crack echoed as Xiong Wentao, a man weighing at least 150-160 pounds, was sent flying backward by the force of the blow. Blood spattered everywhere, mixed with 2 teeth that had been knocked loose. I just don't get it. Knowing full well I dare to hit you, why do you keep provoking me again and again? What, is it Liang Jingru who gave you the courage? Feng shook his head and chuckled lightly. Just as Xiong Wentao was about to scream again, Feng planted his foot squarely on the man's swollen cheek. He twisted his foot slightly, instantly transforming the screams into wails of agony. Chapter 139. As Xiong Wentao's agonized wails filled the office, everyone present shuddered involuntarily. It was impossible not to feel the pain just watching. Classmate, you can't keep doing this. Something bad will happen. Teacher Wang hesitated for a moment before finally steeled himself to step forward and intervene. Unlike the other teachers, he had always approached the situation with a problem-solving mindset. To put it bluntly, Wang Chao was what people called a doormat. People might have different reactions to this type, but one thing was certain, you simply couldn't dislike him. After all, deep down, he was genuinely a good person. Teacher Wang, is it? Hearing this, Feng gave him a calm glance before smiling faintly. You shouldn't get involved in this matter. Besides, they won't appreciate your help anyway, right? The youth referred to were, of course, Xiong Wentao, who was now lying on the ground wailing in pain, and the short, stout head of discipline who had rushed over. After all, anyone who wasn't a complete fool could see how those 2 had treated Teacher Wang earlier. Hearing Li Feng's words, Teacher Wang tried to say something more, but after opening his mouth, he ultimately sighed again. Indeed. The situation had escalated to this point, it was no longer something he could intervene in. Seeing this, Feng paid no further attention to the good-natured old man. With a sudden burst of force from his foot, he kicked Xiong Wentao aside. His gaze then shifted to the principal, who lay motionless on the floor nearby. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, don't you dare do anything rash, or I'll call security right now. The dean, catching his breath, glanced up and met the teenager's menacing gaze. Instantly, fear gripped him. Then, dragging his pain-racked body, he scrambled backward a few inches, desperate to escape Li Feng's continued assault. What exactly are you afraid of? Watching the fat pig wriggle on the floor, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. He continued with a mocking tone. To be honest, I actually preferred your earlier look, all fierce and defiant. Ha ha. Hearing this, before the principal could respond, Lu Xing beside him couldn't help but burst into a toothy grin. Following Brother Feng these past days, he hadn't felt the slightest bit stifled. In a word, it was all about one thing, pure bliss. It wasn't just him. Even Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, who were holding chairs, instantly broke into smiles. What the hell do you think you're doing? Hearing the unrestrained mockery from the four students, shame and anger overpowered reason in an instant. Lying on the ground, the head of discipline glared at Li Feng angrily and demanded. Nothing. Seeing the other man's state, Li Feng remained completely unfazed. He merely shrugged casually and chuckled. Look, the four of us will graduate in just over a month. So, let's just pretend you never saw this. We'll go our separate ways from now on, okay? Truthfully, graduation meant little to him. More than anything, Li Feng was just afraid of worrying his parents back home. Besides, if Lu Xing and the others really got expelled, wouldn't they have a hard time explaining it to their families? After weighing it all, Li Feng decided staying at second college was still the best option. Impossible. Unexpectedly, the short, stocky dean of student affairs rejected Li Feng's suggestion outright without a moment's hesitation. Setting aside the other issues involving these four students, the mere fact that they had dared to lay a hand on him was unforgivable. Then, feeling as if he had Li Feng firmly in his grasp, his voice rose several notches as he angrily declared, "You will be expelled without question. As for the other three, I might consider it." Having climbed to the position of Dean of Discipline, he was certainly no complete fool. In short, based on his understanding of these teenagers, Li Feng was highly likely to agree to his terms. After all, young people placed great importance on loyalty and honor, adhering to the principle of one person's actions, one person's responsibility. If he dug his heels in now and refused to budge, with one already expelled, who knew what these four remaining students might do to harm him? Bang! Yet, while the thought was pleasant, reality proved cruel. Almost the instant the dean finished speaking, Li Feng swung his leg up and delivered another vicious kick straight to his chest. This time, Li Feng held nothing back. So, the moment the screams echoed, the principal's body, resembling a soccer ball, was sent sliding across the floor by the teenager's brutal kick. Don't you get it yet? Li Feng gave a cold smile, a hint of cruelty flickering across his otherwise handsome face. Shorty, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm warning you. Got it? After finishing his words, Li Feng turned to Lu Xing beside him and asked, Little Five, do you know his name? Ah. Oh, right, Brother Feng. This shorty's name is Dong Dawei. Lu Xing froze for a moment, but once he caught up, he hurriedly replied to Li Feng. Dong Dawei? Got it. Upon hearing this, Li Feng nodded, as if committing the name to memory. Then he inquired again. Oh, and do you know where he lives? I'm not really sure about that. Lu Xing shook his head, then looked at him with confusion. Brother Feng, why are you asking about this out of the blue? Li Feng didn't answer Lu Xing's question. Seeing the kid was clueless, he turned to Kong Lu and Su Yanhong beside him. Do either of you know? Su Yanhong shook his head at the question, but Kong Lu seemed to recall something. He turned to Li Feng and replied honestly, Brother Feng, that short guy seems to live around the Jinsho residential area. I saw him there last time. Got it. Li Feng nodded, committing the names Jinsho residential area and Dong Dawei to memory. What exactly are you trying to do? The conversation between these four youths naturally reached the ears of the short, stout principal with crystal clarity. At that moment, the unease in his heart grew even more intense. Though he couldn't grasp Li Feng's intentions just yet, he knew one thing for certain, whatever was coming wouldn't be good. At this thought, Dong Dawei's face drained of color, his lips began to tremble uncontrollably, and a look of utter terror flashed in his eyes. Chapter 140, Threat. What are you doing? You'll find out soon enough. Hearing Dong Dawei's terrified question, Li Feng merely sneered coldly before pulling his phone from his pocket. Soon, the ringing of the phone echoed through the dead-silent office. To better intimidate Dong Dawei and the other teachers, Li Feng deliberately activated the speakerphone. Unsurprisingly, the phone was answered after only 3 or 4 rings. Hello, Brother Feng. The moment the call connected, Meng Fei's respectful voice came through the speaker clearly. Yeah, it's me. What are you doing right now? Hearing some noise in the background, Li Feng frowned slightly before asking. Brother Feng, I'm at the bar. It just opened, so it's a bit noisy. As Meng Fei spoke on the other end, the clamor gradually subsided. Clearly, after receiving Li Feng's call, he had moved some distance away. Alright, get things sorted at the pit first, then take some brothers over to Jinsho residential area. Li Feng didn't bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Got it, Brother Feng. How many guys should I bring? Is 20 enough? If not, I'll bring the whole crew. Though he didn't fully grasp what was happening, Meng Fei responded without hesitation upon hearing Li Feng's words. Ever since he'd resolved to follow Brother Feng, the young man's words were nothing short of ironclad orders. Whoa! The words blaring from the phone speaker sent a collective gasp of shock rippling through the office. If they still didn't grasp what this handsome young man intended at this moment, they'd be complete fools. Moreover, the fact that he could summon 20 people or more with a single phone call spoke volumes. It was almost too obvious to even think about. No need for that many. Just take 10 or so brothers over there. Find out about this Dong Dawei guy where he lives, who else is in his household. Li Feng rejected Meng Fei's suggestion and coldly stated. Then, as if remembering something, his gaze drifted downward to Dong Dawei on the ground. Oh, and he's the Dean of Discipline at Second Hospital. Should be easy to find out, right? No problem, Brother Feng. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei immediately offered his assurance. Now that they knew his name and approximate home address, plus Dong Dawei's profession. If he couldn't find the guy now, wouldn't that make him a total loser? But after a moment's thought, Meng Fei pressed further. Brother Feng, once I find him, what should I do? Start by making sure they can't sleep a wink. Li Feng sneered coldly. If there are any updates later, I'll let you know. No, please don't. Take it out on me if you must, but don't ever bother my family. Almost the instant Li Feng finished speaking, Dong Dawei, who'd been lying dumbstruck on the ground, suddenly scrambled over at lightning speed. He grabbed Li Feng's pant leg tightly, his face twisted with terror and pleading as he shouted. At this moment, he no longer cared to judge whether the teenager's words were true or false. Because Dong Dawei couldn't afford to gamble. If these petty troubles really dragged his family into this mess, he wouldn't even have tears left to cry. After all, no matter how despicable a person might be, they always had their own vulnerabilities. And the safety of one's family was undoubtedly the most potent threat to the vast majority of people. Thud. Seeing this, Li Feng didn't hesitate. He kicked Dong Dawei, who was clutching his pant leg, flying backward. A cruel smile curled the corner of the teenager's mouth as he leaned in, his eyes dark and menacing. Don't worry, he said, it's not just your family. You won't get away either. Got it? Perhaps Li Feng's words were too sinister, for in the office, aside from Lu Xing and the other two who knew Brother Feng's methods all too well, the rest of them couldn't help but shiver violently. No, please no. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. Just let me go this once. Hearing this, Dong Dawei immediately forced himself to endure the excruciating pain in his body and began begging tearfully. If he'd harbored even a shred of doubt before, the sight of the youth's utterly ruthless eyes had turned this short, stout Dean of Discipline into a terrified wreck. Gone was the arrogant demeanor of moments before. Now, Dong Dawei looked utterly helpless, like a lamb led to the slaughter, a pitiful sight beyond words. Weren't you just trying to expel us and kick us out of Second Hospital? What's with begging for mercy now? Li Feng stepped forward, lightly slapping Dong Dawei's cheek with his palm before speaking with a mocking expression. It was precisely this kind of action, harmless yet deeply humiliating, that instantly froze Dong Dawei stiff as a board. No firing. No firing. Dong Dawei shook his head frantically. Then, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying onto his greasy face, he scrambled to appease him. Really? From now on, whatever you guys do in the Second Hospital, I won't interfere. Please, just let me off this once. Perhaps genuinely sensing the threat, Dong Dawei now cared nothing for his pride. The look on his face was practically begging the youth before him to let him kowtow an apology. Fine. Since you've put it that way, I'll give you one more chance. After staring intently at the pitiful-looking Dong Dawei on the ground for a full moment, Li Feng finally softened his tone slightly. He then exchanged a few words with Meng Fei, who was still on the line, before slowly putting his phone away. Truth be told, during his little over a month at the Second Hospital, Li Feng hadn't wanted to stir up any trouble. But sometimes, events unfolded regardless of one's intentions. Especially with Li Feng's current temperament, he couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. In short, as long as no one came looking for trouble, Li Feng intended to stay quietly at the Second Hospital until graduation and the written exams arrived. Dong Dawei, don't think I was just bluffing. If you get the chance, go ask around outside. How many people who crossed me, Li Feng, ended up with a good outcome? I hope this is the first and last time. Otherwise, you'll end up like Lane Wang and Lu Guohua. Got it? With a final cold laugh, Li Feng uttered these words before leading Lu Xing and the others straight out of the office. Chapter 141. After the four youths exited the office, the atmosphere inside remained thick with tension. It was inevitable. When a leader makes a complete fool of himself in front of his subordinates, the psychological pressure on those employees is immense. Only those who've experienced such a scene can truly grasp the awkwardness, even the sheer terror that lingers afterward. As for Dong Dawei, his mind was elsewhere entirely, so he failed to notice the awkward expressions on the faces of the teachers under him. The reason was simple. Li Feng's final remark before leaving had delivered a shockwave of dread so profound it left Dong Dawei utterly paralyzed. He hadn't really interacted much with Lane Wang, so he wasn't entirely sure what had become of him. But Lu Guohua? He'd shared several proper meals with the man. While their relationship wasn't particularly deep, they were definitely the kind of friends who shared drinks and meals. Thus, when Lu Guohua got into trouble a few days ago, Dong Dawei had heard bits and pieces of the story. He vividly recalled how, at the dinner table, someone had mocked Lu Guohua. Not only had his business been snatched away, but someone had even chopped off one of his hands. And what's more, the leader of the opposing group was reportedly just a student. When he first heard about it, Dong Dawei hadn't taken it seriously. After all, he wasn't a streetwise hustler at most, he had some acquaintances among the motley crew of all sorts of people. But what he never could have imagined was that Li Feng's words today would hit him like a thunderclap, jolting him wide awake. If Dong Dawei still didn't grasp the true identity of that youth at this point, he'd be beyond foolish. The thought sent shivers through his slightly plump frame. He was terrified. Let's be honest, he was just a minor leader with a bit of power within the academy. Perhaps some parents or teachers might give him a little face. But outside the academy? Who the hell even knew who the hell Dong Dawei was? At the very least, he knew he couldn't afford to mess with a street-hardened tough guy like Li Feng. Director, what's wrong? Should I help you to the infirmary right now? Seeing Dong Dawei's deathly pale face and trembling body, Xiong Wentao immediately scurried over like a sycophant, bending low as he spoke ingratiatingly. Even if Dong Dawei had just made a complete fool of himself, at the end of the day, he was still the academy's head of discipline, their direct superior. So no matter what, a show of concern was necessary. Get lost. Unexpectedly, it was precisely this fawning gesture that completely ignited Dong Dawei's fury. Honestly, if it weren't for this man standing before him, how else would he have ended up getting beaten today and worse, unnecessarily offending a ruthless figure like Li Feng? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Dong Dawei abruptly pushed away Xiong Wentao's hand as he tried to help him up, then slowly rose from the ground, wincing in pain. In the end, he said nothing. He merely shot Xiong Wentao a fierce glare before storming out of the office, his face dark as storm clouds. In stark contrast to the deeply conflicted emotions of the teachers and the dean, the four teenagers leaving the office felt nothing but pure exhilaration. Li Feng was perhaps the most composed, but Lu Xing and the other two beside him couldn't help but break into broad grins. After all, in all their years of schooling, they'd been involved in countless brawls big and small within the academy. Yet none had ever felt as satisfying as today's. It wasn't that the fight had been particularly spectacular or intense. On the contrary, while in the office, aside from Lu Xing kicking Xiong Wentao several times, Kong Lo and Su Yanhong had barely lifted a finger. Yet despite that, the sense of satisfaction they felt was absolutely unparalleled. Just imagine, a student not only beats up a teacher and the dean of discipline, but gets away with it completely. How could such an unbelievable story not fill these three delinquent students Lu Xing, Kong Lo, and Su Yanhong with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and exhilaration? Brother Feng, if Dong Dawei hadn't backed down just now, would you really have gone after his family? In the bathroom, Lu Xing eagerly pulled out a cigarette, grinning as he held the lighter to it before lighting it. Only then did he ask curiously, "What do you think?" Li Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, a faint smile curling his lips. "I don't think you would." Based on his recent observations of Li Feng, Lu Xing shook his head after a moment's thought. Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, standing nearby, didn't speak but nodded in agreement. After all, while Brother Feng dealt ruthlessly with enemies, he was actually pretty easygoing otherwise. "No, I would." Yet, under the astonished gazes of Lu Xing and the others, Li Feng retorted. And judging by his resolute tone, there wasn't a hint of jest in his words. "Why?" Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes widened instantly as he asked in confusion. "Didn't we agree on the rules of the underworld that no matter what, family members wouldn't be harmed? Who told you that?" Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but glance at the young man. "That's what they say on TV. Seeing this, Lu Xing immediately felt a pang of guilt and stammered. "That's all bull." Li Feng froze for a moment, then shook his head with a hint of amusement. Then, as if pondering the path the three of them would soon walk alongside him, he sighed and explained. "The way of the underworld is far more brutal than you can imagine. Sometimes you have to be ruthless to get things done. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance against the old hands in this world. Got it?" Though many of his past memories had faded, as long as Li Feng's core character remained unchanged, his principles and approach to action would essentially stay the same. "Brother Feng, so you're saying we should be like Ling Kuan from Young and Dangerous. If you say you'll kill his whole family, you absolutely must kill his whole family?" Lu Xing nodded thoughtfully before drawing that conclusion. "Damn it, what the hell are you talking about?" Li Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly upon hearing this. Then, with a hint of resignation, he explained, "What I mean is, from now on, in everything we do, we shouldn't get bogged down by formalities. Got it? Like how I just threatened Dong Dawei, we need to achieve our goals with the least effort and fastest speed. Whether it's threats or force, it all boils down to making him comply." Lu Xing was completely baffled by this explanation, utterly confused. "But what if threats don't work? Then we'd still have to go after Dong Dawei's family, right?" he asked in confusion. "Exactly. We'll definitely have to take action." Li Feng smiled, then turned to look at Lu Xing, "But not like you imagine killing his entire family or anything like that. That would be too ruthless, not good. As human beings, we need to maintain some boundaries. Otherwise, we truly become slaves to our desires." Hearing this, Lu Xing seemed to grasp the meaning. Brother Feng, you mean we can target the enemy's family, but only to achieve our goals, not for the sake of killing? Most importantly, we shouldn't go too far in anything? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Li Feng nodded with a smile. After all, being in the underworld meant being in the underworld. If you started lecturing your enemies about morality and rules, you might as well go be a cop. What the hell were you doing in the underworld then? Chapter 142. By the time Li Feng returned to class 2, the lesson had already begun. After knocking on the open classroom door, Li Feng immediately announced his presence. The sound instantly drew the attention of everyone in the classroom. Even the teacher at the front desk glanced curiously at Li Feng standing by the door. Though puzzled why the student arrived mid-class, graduation was approaching, so the teacher didn't dwell on it. With a tolerant wave, he gestured for Li Feng to return to his seat. As he passed by Lu Ting's desk, though the girl only pretended to glance at him casually, Li Feng could still detect a hint of concern and worry in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. However, when Li Feng returned a faint smile, Lu Ting flushed bright red and shot him a fierce glare. What's wrong with her? Seeing this, Li Feng felt utterly baffled, wondering what he could possibly have done to offend this young lady. With this confusion lingering, he walked straight to his seat and sat down. Brother Feng, what did the homeroom teacher want with you? No sooner had he sat down than his deskmate, Li Ming, leaned over and asked curiously. He thinks I've been doing great lately, so he wants to get me a spot at Qingbei Academy. Li Feng chuckled, casually making up a story. If it were Lu Xing, that kid would have already started bragging about everything that happened in the office. But Li Feng? He didn't think beating up a teacher or the dean was anything worth bragging about. Partly it was his nature, partly because the opponents were too insignificant for him to even bother with. Hearing Li Feng say this, his desk mate Li Ming was left speechless. He knew full well the other was just spouting nonsense, but it did successfully wrap up the conversation. Perhaps it was a shared sense of mutual sympathy that had once allowed them to exchange whispered confidences. But ever since that day when Li Feng learned to stand up for himself, their friendship had gradually begun to fade. It wasn't that Li Feng looked down on him, on the contrary, Li Feng often looked out for him. It was just a pity that two people with such vastly different personalities would never truly be on the same path anymore. Time flew by. When the final afternoon class bell rang, Li Feng, who'd been asleep on his desk all day, immediately perked up and lifted his head. His state was exactly as many teachers described, as sleepy as a hibernating bear during class, yet as alert as a caged tiger released at dismissal. Hey, Li Feng, wait a moment. Just as Li Feng was about to rise and dash out of the classroom, a cool, young female voice called out to him in time. What is it, class monitor Lu? Hearing this, Li Feng's footsteps halted involuntarily. He raised an eyebrow, turned around, and looked at her with some confusion. Could you please stop calling me that? It sounds awful. Hearing the way he addressed her, Lu Ting couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Truthfully, she wouldn't have minded much in the past, but for some reason, today it grated on her nerves no matter how she heard it. Then what should I call you? Li Feng paused for a moment, then immediately replied with a playful glint in his eyes. Little Lulu? Or Little Ting Ting? Put. Hearing this affectionate nickname, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed red as she spat out a sharp ft and shot Li Feng a withering glare. After all, Little Ting Ting was a nickname only her parents used regularly. See? This won't do, that won't do. You tell me, what should I call you? Seeing this, Li Feng spread his hands helplessly, his expression turning slightly exasperated. I have a name. Can't you just call me by it? Lu Ting retorted indignantly. It's just that calling you by your name feels too formal. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. But almost immediately after saying it, he found himself silently regretting his words. After deciding to walk the path of the underworld, he had resolved not to provoke this girl any further. Yet for some reason, whenever they spoke, Li Feng couldn't help but start shooting his mouth off again. Could it be he really was a ing scumbag? We're not exactly close to begin with. Lu Ting retorted unhappily. Her words seemed less about distancing herself and more about playful banter, given her blushing expression. Watching this scene, Zhang Qian felt a pang of envy mixed with genuine happiness for her best friend. Still, Ting Ting was just too stubborn. She clearly knew how she felt, yet she'd never admit defeat with her words. Alright, Lu Ting, what did you need? Realizing he couldn't tease her any further, Li Feng sighed inwardly before reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor and asking her directly. Though the girl's feelings were carefully concealed, anyone with even a shred of common sense could sense them. I just wanted to remind you not to forget about tomorrow. Seeing his tone finally turn serious, Lu Ting spoke with a mix of happiness and slight disappointment. Tomorrow? What is it? Hearing this, Li Feng's face immediately clouded with confusion. You really did forget. Seeing his expression, Lu Ting instantly clenched her teeth, her flawless, fair face puffing up in annoyance. You mean the graduation talent show? Li Feng frowned in thought before asking uncertainly. What else could it be? Lu Ting glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. How could I forget? Don't worry, I'll bring the guitar over tomorrow. Li Feng quickly laughed it off. Truthfully, if Lu Ting hadn't reminded him, he would have completely forgotten about it. To other students, the cultural performance might be something to look forward to with bated breath. But in Li Feng's eyes, it was just a trivial matter, neither here nor there. Honestly, if not for Lu Ting's persistent nagging and near tears, he wouldn't have wanted to perform on stage at all. It was a complete waste of time. You better hope so. Lu Ting glared at him, slightly annoyed. After all, she had clearly seen that fleeting look of bewilderment on Li Feng's face just now. The girl refused to believe she'd misread the situation earlier. Alright, I promise I won't forget. Li Feng waved his hand helplessly, then didn't linger any longer, quickly striding out of the classroom. Seeing the boy's unwillingness to linger, Lu Ting stomped her foot in frustration behind him. Chapter 143, Little Luck. The next morning, when Li Feng rode his bike to the academy, a guitar case was conspicuously perched on the back seat. Upon seeing this, the students who had already grown somewhat accustomed to his presence began whispering and murmuring among themselves. After all, while the graduation arts festival was primarily a celebration for the third-year students, attendance was mandatory for all other grades. Only the performers on stage were all third-year students about to take the cultural exams. But judging by this scene, Li Feng must be performing too. Especially in the eyes of some young girls, little stars instantly began to sparkle. Not only was he handsome and a campus celebrity, but the mere fact that he could play the guitar was enough to captivate the attention of the opposite sex at this age. Shen Yao, waiting at the school gate, seemed to freeze in place. She stood there dumbstruck for a long moment, unable to snap out of it. Only when Li Feng parked his car and stood there waving at her with a smile did the young girl finally snap out of it. Li Feng, your breakfast. Chen Yao jogged over, her expression slightly nervous as she spoke. Though she'd been bringing him breakfast for quite some time now, her personality was simply like that, something that wouldn't change anytime soon. What's more, even when they were alone together, she still felt nervous when she should. She never grew bolder just because they'd shared a few intimate moments. What are you looking at? This? Li Feng had probably noticed the girl's curious yet cautious gaze. So, as he took the breakfast, he deliberately shifted his posture to reveal more of the guitar case slung across his back, then smiled at her and asked. Catching him observing her secret glances, Chen Yao flushed slightly but gave an almost imperceptible nod in response. Perhaps it was because of what Li Feng had said yesterday on the back mountain that had untangled her heart's knot. So now, when facing Li Feng, though she still felt shy and nervous, at the very least, she dared to express her true feelings. And most importantly, that dazzling girl wasn't here delivering breakfast to Li Feng today. This fact not only made Chen Yao happy but also caused her to breathe a huge sigh of relief. There was no helping it, Lu Ting's beauty exerted far too much pressure on her fellow girls. Here's the guitar. Want to take a look? Seeing this, Li Feng chuckled and shrugged his shoulders, flinging the guitar case down. He even reached out to hand it to the girl across from him. No. Seeing the guitar case being offered, Chen Yao hastily waved her hands. But then, as if summoning tremendous courage, she nervously asked Li Feng, you play guitar? What? I don't look like someone who plays guitar? Or in your mind, I'm only good at fighting? Hearing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with playful teasing. No, that's not it at all. Chen Yao immediately grew flustered, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle. While it was true that Li Feng got into fights frequently, she still had a sense of right and wrong. If one judged others solely by their tendency to resort to fists without considering the circumstances, then the great Buddha of Lesan could be moved aside. Such a person would be more suited to sit in its place. Alright, I was just teasing you. Seeing the young girl's frantic attempts to explain, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned to Chen Yao. Oh, I forgot to tell you I'll be on stage for the graduation performance this afternoon. Ah. Chen Yao froze for a moment before letting out a soft gasp. She knew about the cultural performance, of course, but she never imagined Li Feng would be participating. Well, what could you do? In the eyes of many, aside from his astonishing martial prowess, Li Feng didn't seem to have any other talents that had made the rounds. So out of nowhere, he tells someone he can play guitar and is even going to perform on stage? Honestly, the contrast couldn't be any more jarring. What the hell? Seeing the girl's astonished expression, Li Feng didn't hesitate. He bent his finger and tapped her forehead lightly before saying irritably, What? Is it really such a big deal that I'm going on stage to perform? Suddenly struck on the forehead, Chen Yao felt both embarrassed and a little hurt. After all, he clearly knew that wasn't what she meant. More likely, this troublemaker just wanted to pick on her. Still not convinced? Seeing this, Li Feng tried to tap her forehead again, but Chen Yao quickly stepped back half a pace. This reaction instantly made him laugh. As she gazed at the boy standing silhouetted against the light, his smile warm and joyful, Chen Yao felt an unexpected pang in her heart. The resentment within her instantly melted into tenderness. Truthfully, in terms of looks alone, Li Feng wasn't the kind of guy who was immediately striking as handsome. But the unique aura about him and the rebellious spirit between his brows undoubtedly added to his appeal. Especially now, with that sudden smile lighting up his face, Li Feng radiated pure sunshine, his youthful charm becoming almost tangible. Hey, Chen Yao, do you have any songs you like listening to? Li Feng naturally couldn't read the girl's mind, but after his smile faded, he asked casually. Favorite songs? Chen Yao froze. Yeah, just pick one. I'll see if I can play and sing it. Li Feng nodded with a smile. Well, little luck, do you know that one? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yao finally spoke up. Truthfully, her family background and circumstances had always set her apart from other students. So while her classmates discussed which celebrities had the best voices during breaks and pestered their parents for MP3 players, Chen Yao could only bury herself in her studies, unable to fit in. Because she knew that if she wanted to change her circumstances, diligent study was her only path forward. As for envy and longing? Of course she felt them. After all, it was adolescence. What teenager didn't wish to have friends around and freely do the things they loved? But there was no choice. When the burdens of family and caring for her elderly grandmother fell upon her slender shoulders, Chen Yao had to grow up fast. Li Feng's appearance was undoubtedly a ray of light in her difficult life, and at the same time, the biggest little bit of luck for the young girl. In short, after accidentally hearing this song on a classmate's MP3 player just 2 days ago, Chen Yao had already fallen deeply in love with it. Just as the lyrics say, meeting you is such good fortune. Even though the song itself carries a melancholy tone, that single line was enough for the young girl. It was just like her feelings for Li Feng. No matter what the final outcome might be, Chen Yao no longer cared. As long as he had appeared in her life, there would be no regrets. Sure, you want to hear this one? Upon hearing the song, Li Feng nodded and looked at the girl. MHM. Chen Yao replied softly, a faint smile curving her lips. Alright then. Remember to cheer me on when the time comes. Though he didn't know why Chen Yao liked the song, since he happened to know it, Li Feng didn't mind fulfilling her small request. As he finished speaking, Li Feng reached out and gently ruffled the young girl's hair. Swish. In just a moment, Chen Yao's pretty face flushed bright red at the boy's affectionate gesture. Chapter 144, Lu Xing's Doubts. Just as Chen Yao ran off with her face flushed, 3 figures appeared beside Li Feng. It was Lu Xing, Kong Lo, and Su Yanhong. Holy crap, Feng, what the hell are you carrying on your back? Is that a sniper rifle? Lu Xing's eyes widened as he stared at the guitar case strapped to Li Feng's back, his voice thick with disbelief. He truly hadn't expected Brother Feng to give him such a huge surprise this early in the morning. Seriously? Is it that awesome? Hearing this, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong also made some connections, their expressions turning utterly astonished. A sniper rifle? What the hell? Turning around, Li Feng was also thrown off by Lu Xing's outburst, looking at the kid with a bewildered expression. Isn't it a sniper rifle? Seeing Li Feng deny it, Lu Xing felt a pang of disappointment. But quickly, his hand reached out curiously toward the guitar case. Brother Feng, what kind of weapon is in there? Come on, let's find a corner. Let me take a look. Damn it, what the hell is this? Facing the puzzled stares of the 3 before him, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. At this point, if he still didn't understand Lu Xing's bizarre train of thought, he'd be the real fool. Without bothering to explain, Li Feng simply reached behind him, took down the guitar case, and opened it. Wait, Feng, weren't we supposed to raid a place tonight? Why the hell did you put a guitar in there? When the contents of the case were laid bare before Lu Xing and the others, the kid was utterly speechless. Then, with a tone laced with disappointment and astonishment, he turned to ask Li Feng. After all, just a few days ago, Brother Feng had explicitly told them they were going to raid a place tonight. We are hitting the scene, but what does that have to do with a guitar? Li Feng retorted irritably. How is it not related? Lu Xing immediately protested. Brother Feng, haven't you seen those movies? The protagonists always hide sniper rifles inside guitar cases, right? Yeah, I've seen those too. Exactly. Hearing Lu Xing say this, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong beside him quickly nodded in agreement. You're nuts. When someone is utterly speechless, they really do laugh. At the very least, Li Feng let out a genuine chuckle. Forget about not having a sniper rifle. Even if he did, there was no way he could pull out such a deadly weapon during a turf war in a small county town. If he did something like that, he'd probably be hunted down worldwide as a terrorist. No wonder so many male classmates had shot him strange looks of shock and fear when he rode his bike over earlier. Probably, many shared the same thoughts as Lu Xing and his crew. Hey, Feng, if you're not hiding any weapons, then why are you lugging around this crappy guitar? Maybe it was because he was a bit disappointed, but Lu Xing started to get annoyed too. Damn it, all that excitement for nothing. Get lost. Can't I just be carrying it to play? Li Feng snapped irritably. Just like the question he'd asked Chen Yao earlier, did his hands only exist for fighting? Couldn't they serve any other purpose? Ah, Brother Feng, don't tease me like that. Hearing this, Lu Xing burst into loud laughter. Then, laughing so hard he could barely breathe, he added, if you really can play guitar, then I can play piano too. After laughing several more times, Lu Xing finally realized something was off when none of his brothers joined in. Slowly, his roaring laughter died down. Because not only was Brother Feng's face dark and gloomy, but even Kangol and Su Yanhong beside him were staring at him with strange looks in their eyes. Hey, what the hell are you two staring at me like that for? Damn it! Lu Xing dared not provoke Li Feng, but when it came to Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, he certainly wasn't one to mince words. After a long, awkward silence, he finally snapped. Xing, did you forget about our academy's graduation performance this afternoon? Hearing this, Kong Lu, who couldn't stand watching any longer, quietly reminded him from the side. Yeah, I know. So what? Without a second thought, Lu Xing nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the event. Seeing Lu Xing respond so matter-of-factly, even the somewhat thick-headed Su Yanhong couldn't help but want to cover his face. They all say he's the clueless one. And here was someone even more clueless. No wonder Brother Feng would often give Lu Xing a firm pat on the head. Turns out, there was a pattern to all this after all. Wait, no. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Lu Xing finally seemed to realize something. Guitar, Brother Feng, graduation talent show? Oh, I finally get it. Lu Xing exclaimed in sudden realization. Brother Feng, did someone want to perform on stage and ask to borrow your guitar? Off. Li Feng couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the kid away with a swift kick, then snapped angrily. Can't it be me performing on stage? Damn it. No way, Brother Feng. Despite getting kicked pretty hard, Lu Xing still looked a bit dazed and confused. He then scrutinized Li Feng from head to toe several times before uttering in disbelief, You actually know how to play guitar? You're going to perform on stage? Of course. Or do you want to take my spot at the afternoon performance? Li Feng burst out laughing in exasperation, secretly impressed by the kid's nerve. Well, actually. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before hesitantly speaking up. Well, I guess I could consider it. But what if I steal all the spotlight the moment I step on stage? Get lost. Facing this incredibly thick-skinned Lu Xing, Li Feng felt utterly helpless. Honestly, if he hadn't been holding breakfast in his hands, he'd have wanted to punch the kid hard. Wait, Xing, what talent do you even have that you dare perform on stage? Kong Lu, standing nearby, asked with a puzzled look. After all, he and Lu Xing had known each other for 2 or 3 years, and he'd never seen the guy demonstrate any particular talent worth showcasing. Damn, I know plenty of stuff. Seeing Kong Lu ask him, Lu Xing immediately started bragging. Like smashing rocks with my chest, stepping on light bulbs, throwing knives blindfolded, and so on. If you don't believe me, come up on stage with me later and try balancing an apple on your head. Chapter 145. Bro Feng, you're not seriously going to perform on stage, are you? After a moment of joking around, Lu Xing couldn't help but lean in closer, persistently asking again. Honestly, it wasn't that he didn't trust Li Feng, it was just that the contrast felt too stark. If Brother Feng were to perform martial arts on stage, or find some extras to stage a 1 versus many fight scene, he would have believed it. But playing guitar? Is this really something a gang boss like you, the kind who breaks legs or chops off hands at the drop of a hat, should be doing? Hearing this, Li Feng genuinely couldn't be bothered to respond. If it were anyone else, Li Feng might have already silenced them with brutal force. But there was nothing he could do. This person happened to be Lu Xing. This left him utterly helpless inside, yet he could only silently endure this relentless barrage of questioning. Fine. Perhaps Li Feng's silence forced Lu Xing to accept this ridiculous reality. After a long sigh, the kid asked again, still curious. Brother Feng, what song are you going to sing during the performance this afternoon? Seeing the kid's question finally return to normal, Li Feng paused briefly before softly uttering 3 words. Little Luck. What? Little Luck? Hearing the song title, Lu Xing's voice shot up an octave. His eyes widened in disbelief. Even Kong Lu and Su Yanhong beside him wore expressions of utter shock, doubting their own ears. Wait, bro, you're serious? What, got a problem with that? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the 3 of them with confusion. No, Brother Feng, are you sure it's Little Luck, and not Blade and Sword or Years of Friendship or something? Lu Xing's face instantly contorted into a holy crap expression before he pressed on, unwilling to give up. Why would you want to sing those? Li Feng was genuinely puzzled. To be honest, if he hadn't asked Chen Yao's opinion earlier, he really would have wanted to sing Blade and Sword. Because it doesn't suit you. Lu Xing glared at him. We can't just force ourselves to sing songs meant for women just to impress girls, right? Listen to me, Feng, refuse to be a suck-up starting with you and me. Damn it, I think you really need a lesson today. Hearing that, Li Feng couldn't hold back any longer and simply started getting physical. Ouch, don't kick my butt. Lu Xing clutched his rear and scrambled away. Seeing Li Feng had no intention of chasing him, the brat turned back with a smug grin. Seriously, Feng, you gotta keep up your badass image. No singing with your ass clenched. Get lost. Gotcha. After parting ways with Lu Xing and the others, Li Feng walked straight into the classroom with his guitar slung over his back. Unsurprisingly, his imposing presence drew stares from everyone in the classroom. Although the class knew Li Feng had promised Lu Ting he'd perform on stage, seeing it actually happen still felt unbelievable. After all, in this era, boys who could play the guitar were extremely rare, and most of them were just dabbling in it as a hobby. In short, daring to take the stage and play guitar at the cultural performance was as rare as spotting a panda. As the classroom buzzed with whispers, Lu Ting and Zhang Qian spotted Li Feng walking into the classroom with his guitar case slung over his shoulder. Ting, look! Li Feng really brought his guitar. Seeing this, Zhang Qian quickly nudged her best friend's arm and said excitedly, "Well, what girl wouldn't be charmed by an instrument so steeped in romance?" And with all the other factors piled on top, it only made Li Feng seem even more multi-talented and irresistibly charming. Good for him for knowing better," the aloof girl remarked with a hint of pride. Truthfully, she had spotted Li Feng long before Zhang Qian nudged her. After all morning, Lu Ting had been worried he might stand her up and simply not show up for the performance. After all, Li Feng hadn't attended a single rehearsal and hadn't even submitted the title of his song. She'd been under immense pressure. Truthfully, if not for Lu Ting's repeated assurances, the teacher in charge of the performance would have crossed Li Feng's name off the lineup altogether. Hearing this, Zhang Qian couldn't help but smile. She knew her Tsundere bestie's personality all too well. So despite Lu Ting's current nonchalant act, she was actually more nervous than anyone else. However, just as Zhang Qian was about to tease Lu Ting some more, she glanced up and saw Li Feng walking past their seats. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she dared not say another word. Maybe it was the filter effect. In any case, Li Feng looked incredibly youthful today. Especially with that guitar case on his back, it gave him a distinctly artsy vibe. Of course, this was all an illusion born from ignoring his arrogant and domineering personality. Beside her, Lu Ting seemed to have noticed something too, a faint blush spreading across her pretty face. The flutter in her heart reached its peak the moment Li Feng glanced over and gave her a faint smile. "Li Feng, what song did you perform this afternoon? I need to report it to Teacher Lu right now." Suppressing the blush rising in her cheeks, Lu Ting finally stood up and addressed him as he passed by. The Teacher Lu she mentioned was likely the instructor in charge of the performance. Little luck. Hearing this, Li Feng's footsteps faltered slightly before he blurted out the song title. Truth be told, when Lu Xing had teased him earlier, Li Feng had briefly considered switching to a different song. But in the end, recalling the cautious yet eager look in Chen Yao's eyes, the young man abandoned that thought. After all, he never cared much about others' opinions, especially from a bunch of students who probably hadn't even grown any facial hair yet. He'd treat it as granting Chen Yao a small request. After all, in all the time he'd known this poor girl, she hadn't once asked him for anything. Little luck? Hearing those 3 words slip from Li Feng's mouth, Lu Ting's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Like that kid Lu Xing, the aloof girl hadn't expected him to sing such a sentimental song. What, is there a problem? Perhaps mentally prepared for this reaction, Li Feng merely raised an eyebrow slightly before calmly countering. No, nothing. Perhaps overwhelmed by the emotional resonance, Lu Ting shook her head, her cheeks flushed, stammering out a hasty reply. Chapter 146, Early Entry. After lunch in the cafeteria, Li Feng was about to rest his head on his desk when he saw Lu Ting walking toward him. "Class monitor Lu, you wanted to see me?" Seeing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled directly at her. "Why are you sleeping all day long?" Lu Ting frowned slightly, her expression slightly displeased as she addressed him. Today, she didn't bother to correct his use of her title. Perhaps after hearing it so many times, she had grown accustomed to it. As for complaining about Li Feng sleeping, she wasn't lying. Because no matter how long the class lasted, Li Feng would inevitably spend that entire time sprawled face down on his desk. Anyone unaware might think he stayed up all night sneaking off to do something shady. "If I didn't sleep, how could I possibly appreciate all your hard work, right?" Li Feng countered with a laugh. "That's nonsense." Lu Ting snorted lightly. "Heh, go ahead, class monitor Lu. What's the matter?" "If it's nothing, I'm going back to sleep." Li Feng chuckled, cutting short his banter with the girl and getting straight to the point. He didn't believe for a second that Lu Ting would suddenly care about his sleeping habits out of the blue. After all, the written exams were just around the corner. Any notion of making a last-minute push was pure self-deception. For a lazy slacker, even if they rolled over, they'd still be a lazy slacker, nothing would change. As for effort, that only mattered for students with a fighting chance. And Li Feng's grades? Did they even have room to drop any further? "Stop sleeping. Come with me," Lu Ting said, a hint of irritation in her voice. She hated how the boy always adopted that careless attitude whenever he spoke to her. Honestly, if not for the occasional look Li Feng gave her and her best friend Zhang Qian's solemn assurances, Lu Ting would seriously doubt whether the Li Feng before her had ever truly liked her. "Go? Where?" Li Feng froze at her words. But immediately, his eyes narrowed strangely as he looked at the girl. He then forced a look of terror and fear onto his face. "You wouldn't happen to have any ulterior motives toward me, would you? I'm warning you, I'm still a virgin." Li Feng. Hearing this, Lu Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, her stunningly beautiful face flushed bright red with embarrassment and anger. "Stop talking nonsense. Who would have any intentions toward you?" After snapping this accusation, she couldn't resist kicking his desk. Clearly, the innocent desk had been mistaken for Li Feng. "Then why the hell did you suddenly ask me to come with you?" Li Feng chuckled and countered directly. "I just wanted you to come to the academy auditorium." Lu Ting retorted indignantly. There was nothing she could do about it. It seemed that whenever she encountered this boy, her normally cool and composed demeanor simply couldn't hold up. You should have said so earlier. Now I got my hopes up for nothing. Hearing this, Li Feng shot her a slightly annoyed glance, as if blaming Lu Ting for being vague and causing him to misunderstand. Before the girl could erupt further, he continued, besides, the performance isn't for another 2 hours. What's the rush to get there now? That's when the audience enters, and some of the performing students definitely need to go ahead of time. Lu Ting had been about to get angry, but seeing Li Feng suddenly change the subject, she reluctantly explained with patience. No. As the girl spoke, Li Feng was about to refuse, but the moment the words left his lips, Lu Ting cut him off immediately. No, you absolutely have to go. Her pretty face was set with seriousness, and the atmosphere around her grew steadily colder. If he didn't make time for rehearsals normally, that was one thing. But now he wanted to slack off? She'd have no way to explain it to teacher Lu, who was in charge of the performance. Fine, you decide. Faced with the girl's slightly angry expression, Li Feng finally threw in the towel. After all, she was the girl he'd adored for so long in his youth. Teasing and joking around was one thing, but seeing her genuinely upset made him feel a pang of guilt. Oomph. Seeing Li Feng give in, Lu Ting's pretty face thawed slightly before she let out a soft snort, brimming with proud and stubborn attitude. No need for preparations. Quickly, Li Feng stood up, slung the guitar case beside his seat over his shoulder, and walked straight out of the classroom with Lu Ting. Behind them, the students in the classroom watched the scene unfold, many eyes filled with envy and jealousy. No one was fooled. Over the past period, everyone in the class had witnessed just how closely Feng and Lu Ting had grown. Especially Lu Ting. During her 3 years at the Special Forces Academy, who had ever seen her exchange more than a few words with any other male student? It seemed the unattainable flower of the second academy had finally been plucked. Many male classmates felt a pang of bitterness, yet there was nothing they could do about it. The midday sun wasn't particularly fierce, but its warmth felt pleasant on the skin. And so, a young man and woman walked shoulder to shoulder through the campus. Savoring this pleasant feeling, along with the peculiar atmosphere that seemed to belong solely to the two of them, the girl, who had previously exuded a distinctly cool and aloof aura, now radiated a serene and tranquil presence. Especially when she stole glances at the tall boy's profile beside her. Lost in thought, a faint, charming blush spread across Lu Ting's pretty face, and her body leaned in closer to him without her realizing it. Under normal circumstances, she would never have dared to act so boldly, nor would she have felt comfortable doing so. But now, alone together, her mind seemed to have completely relaxed. Such unconscious gestures spoke volumes about the depth of Lu Ting's feelings for the young man. They say there are two things in this world that can never be hidden. One is poverty, and the other is affection. Li Feng, however, seemed completely oblivious to the girl's subtle gestures beside him. His eyes were half closed as he basked in the warmth of the midday sun, his entire demeanor growing languid and relaxed. If only there were a lounge chair here, wouldn't napping be 10,000 times more comfortable than slumped over a desk? The thought brought a hint of regret to Li Feng's heart. Even if he did take a nap now, no one would dare to stop him. But people still needed to follow some rules. Besides, he had a vague feeling that once he arrived in Manhwa City, days like this so relaxed and carefree would become increasingly rare. By then, even wanting to nap on his desk would likely become a luxury he could only dream of. Chapter 147. Hey, class monitor Lu, why are you heading to the auditorium? After strolling lazily for a while, Li Feng suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to the girl beside him with curiosity and asked directly. Lu Ting had been secretly observing Li Feng, but hadn't expected him to turn around so suddenly. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, the girl's pretty face flushed crimson. I'm going up on stage to perform too. Lu Ting hurriedly turned her head away, her voice trembling with nervousness. Truth be told, it was just a simple exchange of glances. But the girl's own peculiar thoughts made her blush so intensely. It was a classic case of denying something you're obviously doing. Were you just peeking at me? Li Feng had noticed the girl's unusual reaction. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he asked. Who was peeking at you? I wasn't. At those words, Lu Ting's cheeks flushed bright red. Yet despite her embarrassment, she stubbornly insisted. You didn't? I saw everything just now. Seeing this, Li Feng felt his suspicions confirmed, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. You! Frustrated and embarrassed, Lu Ting clenched her teeth tightly. Without a second thought, her small foot clad in white sneakers kicked furiously at Li Feng's calf. Oh, can't win with words, so you resort to violence, huh? Li Feng's reflexes were lightning fast. Facing the girl's clumsy attack, he merely shifted his body slightly to dodge it entirely. You jerk! Seeing Li Feng still mocking her, Lu Ting, who had missed her kick, felt her eyes redden with anger. After muttering an angry curse at him, she quickened her pace and walked alone toward the academy auditorium. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Oh, and you still haven't told me what you're going to perform on stage later. Li Feng chuckled and hurried after her. Inside the academy auditorium at that moment, though the audience seats remained empty, students and teachers were already rehearsing and discussing around the stage. When Li Feng and Lu Ting walked in, one behind the other, the previously noisy scene grew slightly quieter. After all, these two were now the Academy's most talked about figures. Especially Li Feng, his string of exploits was nothing short of astonishing. First, he gained fame overnight in a battle at the Academy gates. Then, he subdued the school bully, Lu Xing. After that, he clashed with several martial arts instructors. Suffice it to say, even if these incidents were taken individually, they would be enough for most students to brag about for years until graduation. Most notably, word has it that just yesterday, Li Feng went into the faculty office and gave both his homeroom teacher and the dean a thorough beating. Of course, whether these stories were true or not was impossible to verify. After all, there were simply too few eyewitnesses. But even so, it wouldn't dent Li Feng's legendary reputation. At Second Academy, you might not know the principal or other administrators, but the name Li Feng? Everyone, to some degree, has heard of him. Upon entering the auditorium, Li Feng paid no mind to the curious glances or speculative whispers around him. He casually scanned the stage, then nonchalantly set his guitar case aside before plopping down in the front row. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Holy! Seeing this scene, some of the boys present couldn't help but gasp inwardly. As for the girls, some frowned in displeasure, while others' eyes sparkled with admiration. What can you do? Rebellion is the theme song of adolescence. Boys, well, they always liked doing attention-grabbing things to show off how different they were. Girls, on the other hand, gradually started paying attention to their appearance and became more beauty-conscious. Especially those handsome, charismatic guys, they could easily capture their hearts. And right now, Li Feng perfectly matched the ideal partner most girls envisioned. This was evident from the pile of love letters filling his desk every single day. Li Feng, how could you smoke? Not long after Li Feng lit his cigarette, Lu Ting arrived with someone who looked like a teacher. However, when the girl saw Li Feng acting so brazenly in the auditorium, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. She knew he smoked, but there were teachers present. Even if you want to smoke, couldn't you at least try to be a little discreet? Well, what? Want one too? Hearing this, Li Feng feigned ignorance and chuckled. Then, he actually pulled out another pack of cigarettes from his pocket, making a show of offering one to Lu Ting. You? The girl was nearly driven mad by his utterly shameless, devil-may-care attitude. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. It's fine, it's fine. Seeing this, the male teacher in his 30s quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he said, anyway, you'll be graduating soon. Once you get into higher education, you'll be able to smoke then too. Truthfully, if any other student had acted this way in front of him, the male teacher would have lost his temper and given a stern reprimand long ago. But facing this student, a tough guy who dared to assault the dean and walk away scot-free, he dared not stick his neck out. While most students remained unaware of yesterday's incident in the office, as a teacher within the academy, he naturally had his own circle. Certain matters, however, could only be discussed in private. After all, in this world, any secret involving two people present and involved can never truly remain a secret. See, even the teacher says so. Hearing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow and shot a teasing glance at Lu Ting beside him. As he spoke, the cigarette he offered made a full circle before landing in the hands of the young male teacher across from him. The male teacher didn't refuse it, nodding with a smile as he accepted it. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ting felt her worldview was completely shattered. She had assumed that even if Teacher Lu didn't fly into a rage, he would at least give them a stern look. But now it seemed she was still too young and naive, completely baffled by how things had turned out this way. After all, the girl's earlier questioning had been more about trying to defuse the situation. How had she suddenly managed to put herself in such an impossible position? This realization left Lu Ting seething with pent-up frustration. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into a fierce glare directed squarely at Li Feng before she turned on her heel and stormed away. Chapter 148. The teacher in charge of the performance didn't linger with Li Feng for long. After discussing the details of the show with the boy and confirming his order of appearance, she headed straight to the stage to direct the other students. After all, this was merely a graduation performance within the academy. To impose the same strict standards as the Spring Festival Gala or television variety shows would be unrealistic. Besides, spending extended time with this notoriously fierce student, well, the psychological pressure on Teacher Lu was actually quite significant. In short, never live your life by the book. Especially when dealing with someone you can't afford to provoke and who offers you no benefit. Just be polite and keep your distance. As for Li Feng, he actually held a favorable impression of Teacher Lu for being so tactful. Besides, he wasn't unreasonable by nature. Generally speaking, as long as others showed him a modicum of courtesy and there were no conflicting interests involved, the young man was actually quite easy to get along with. And so, as time ticked by, Li Feng took his seat at the very front row like a judge or an important figure, watching the rehearsal performances on stage. Even so, not a single person in the venue found this inappropriate. After all, those with real talent always enjoy certain privileges wherever they go. Didn't you see? Even Teacher Lu, who was in charge of this performance, didn't dare show the slightest hint of emotion. So for them, the students, it went without saying. Truth be told, the Second Academy was brimming with talent. In any case, after sitting in the auditorium for over half an hour, Li Feng felt no trace of drowsiness. Instead, he watched with keen interest as group after group of students took the stage to showcase their talents. Singing and dancing were commonplace, as expected. Even in real life, two groups of students performed relatively obscure skits and crosstalk routines on stage. Admittedly, their stage presence and dialogue delivery were a bit stiff. For students without formal training, it was actually quite impressive. The only thing Li Feng found a bit disappointing was that, probably because they were students, the girls dancing couldn't wear anything too revealing. Even so, the youthful vitality unique to young girls and their snow-white thighs left Li Feng feeling somewhat unsatisfied. During the rehearsal, teacher Lu had even suggested Li Feng take the stage to rehearse or get accustomed to the setting, but he ultimately declined with a shake of his head. Truth be told, if not for Lu Ting's repeated pleas, Li Feng wouldn't have bothered performing on stage at all. It wasn't that he was some guitar virtuoso with an inflated ego. The main reason was that Li Feng felt such things were a waste of time, and he certainly didn't want to be paraded on stage for others to gawk at like some kind of monkey. Just as these thoughts crossed the teenager's mind, a familiar figure appeared on the spacious stage, instantly capturing his gaze. It was Lu Ting. The girl now wore a red and white hanfu outfit, her hair transformed from the previous high ponytail into a cascade of long, flowing locks. Her jet black hair was casually gathered with a ribbon, without the elaborate coiling of traditional styles. Yet it was precisely this simplicity, paired with her ethereally beautiful, icy-cold features, that seemed to embody the very essence of heavenly grace. It was precisely this stunning appearance of the peerless beauty that, in just a fleeting moment, silenced the previously buzzing stage area to a pin-drop quiet. So beautiful. An envious exclamation from an unknown girl broke the silence. In that instant, every student present, stunned by Lu Ting's attire and beauty, couldn't help but gasp and murmur in awe. It was impossible not to be moved. The girl's appearance was simply too breathtaking. To borrow a perfect line from ancient poetry, a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm, dancing gracefully in her emerald gown. And it wasn't just the surrounding students. Even Li Feng, who had interacted with Lu Ting up close several times before, was utterly stunned by the transformed girl. If one were to assign a numerical rating, Lu Ting in her school uniform might have scored around 95 points. But in this hanfu outfit, her beauty and charm instantly skyrocketed to 99 or perhaps even a perfect score. In short, whether in real life or on screen, Li Feng had never seen anyone more stunning than Lu Ting at that moment. Perhaps Chen Yao could rival her, but that would depend entirely on how she chose to present herself. As for Lu Ting on stage now, she was naturally aware of the expressions on everyone around her. Yet she seemed utterly indifferent to others' reactions, her expression remaining as cool and distant as ever. However, when her gaze fell upon Li Feng's mesmerized stare from the front row seats below the stage, a deeply concealed flicker of delight suddenly appeared in Lu Ting's eyes. Even the corners of her lips curved upward slightly, almost imperceptibly. Soon, following Lu Ting's stunning entrance, several students responsible for logistics swiftly carried a guzheng and a stool onto the stage. Perhaps because they were standing too close, after setting down the items, all three boys stole a glance at the stunningly beautiful girl before blushing, lowering their heads, and scurrying off the stage. Wow, that's a guzheng. Other students unaware of the situation gasped in astonishment at the sight. It was no wonder in this modern era, ancient traditional instruments like the guzheng were rarely seen, not just in real life, but even on television. Most crucially, the instrument matched Lu Ting's Han-style outfit perfectly. It was an absolutely perfect fit. Yet the murmurs and gasps of the others seemed to have no effect on the young girl's composure. She sat upright before the zither, closed her eyes, then opened them again. Instantly, her entire demeanor transformed into one of quiet serenity and gentle composure. Zheng. As Lu Ting's delicate fingers plucked the strings, the crisp and melodious tones instantly silenced the surrounding clamor. The girl seemed to enter a state of complete absorption, as ethereal and delightful melodies drifted into the ears of everyone present, creating an illusion that the music lingered in the air, refusing to fade for days. Even students unfamiliar with traditional instruments found themselves instantly captivated by the enchanting melody. Chapter 149, Li Feng, the man who wants to be a scumbag. When the piece ended, the audience seemed unable to snap out of the spell cast by the melody. They stared blankly at the dazzling figure of the girl on stage. Though most likely unfamiliar with the guzheng itself, music transcends boundaries. It speaks to the soul. Regardless, people still possess the ability to discern whether something sounded good or not. Clap, clap, clap. No one knew who started it, but in an instant, the rehearsing students surrounding the stage all began clapping spontaneously. No wonder Lu Ting truly played beautifully. Judging by her skill and the sheer quality of her performance, this girl was absolutely professional level. At the very least, the gap between her and the mediocre performances of many other students was nothing short of staggering. Even Li Feng, seated in his spot, found himself clapping involuntarily. For a moment, he even thought being a scumbag wasn't so bad. After all, if he let such a stunning girl slip away from his life, it might just leave him with a lifetime of regret. He didn't consider himself a saint anyway, and in life, comfort and ease were what mattered most. At worst, he could just keep it hidden. Just like the saying goes, you can't hide loving one person, but loving two? That's something you absolutely must conceal. With that thought, the young man stood up and walked straight toward the backstage area. Lu Ting, you looked absolutely stunning just now, and your guzheng playing was so beautiful. Backstage, a girl spotted Lu Ting approaching and immediately grabbed her arm, her face lighting up with excitement and envy. This girl was from another class. Though they hadn't known each other well before, after meeting during rehearsals these past few days, they had gradually become somewhat acquainted. Previously, she had harbored a hint of jealousy toward the girl who held the title of the school's second most beautiful girl. But after witnessing today's performance, that feeling had gradually faded. After all, Lu Ting was truly far more talented than she was. Moreover, with graduation season fast approaching, that lingering bit of jealousy and resentment had naturally faded as time grew short. Really? Thank you. Even though she wasn't fond of interacting with outsiders, Lu Ting responded to the girl's compliment with a polite smile and a cheerful thank you. Truthfully, having been exceptional since childhood, she had received countless compliments and praise. Her happiness had nothing to do with the girl's approval. For the young girl's heart had long since drifted off to who knew where. While performing on stage, Lu Ting had been keeping an eye on Li Feng's direction the entire time. When she saw the look of awe and fascination on the young man's face, she couldn't help but feel a quiet thrill inside. In fact, her emotions were so stirred that she nearly played a few wrong notes. But these minor flaws went unnoticed by others. By the way, Lu Ting, where did you learn to play the guzheng? I'd like to take lessons too. The girl seemed oblivious to Lu Ting's distracted state, so she shifted the topic and asked curiously. After witnessing Lu Ting's breathtaking performance today, the girl had also developed a desire to learn the guzheng. After all, who wouldn't want to achieve the kind of breathtaking performance Lu Ting had just delivered on stage? However, just as Lu Ting was about to answer the girl's question, the sudden appearance of a young man instantly drew both their gazes. It was Li Feng. Li Feng. Seeing the tall, straight figure of the young man walking straight toward them, the girl's face flushed instantly. She greeted him with a touch of embarrassment. In fact, among the drawerful of love letters Li Feng had kept, there was one from this very girl. This explained why the girl suddenly grew coy when Li Feng appeared. Of course, if she knew Li Feng had barely glanced at those letters and didn't even know her name, who knows what she'd think. Yeah, I need to talk to Lu Ting. Li Feng wasn't the least bit surprised that the girl knew his name. He merely nodded, responding with a faintly detached expression. Oh, well then, you two talk. I won't bother you anymore. How could this girl not pick up on those clearly dismissive words? So after a moment of stunned silence, she forced a smile and left, her heart feeling a bit heavy. There was nothing she could do about it. Compared to the stunningly beautiful Lu Ting, she simply had no chance. You, what do you want with me? After the girl left, Lu Ting turned to the boy in front of her with a puzzled look. For some reason, the moment her eyes met Li Feng's gaze, her heart instantly tightened with nervousness, causing her voice to falter. If any other man had been there, he would have recognized this gaze as one filled with intense possessiveness. But Lu Ting was, after all, just an inexperienced young girl. So when she met Li Feng's gaze, she only felt a flutter of unease and discomfort. Come with me. Instead of answering her, Li Feng grabbed her cold, slender hand and pulled her toward a secluded corner. What are you doing? Let go of me. The moment her hands were clasped, a thunderous roar echoed in Lu Ting's mind, and her pretty face flushed crimson instantly. She instinctively began to struggle. Even so, her resistance wasn't particularly fierce. Rather than a quiet struggle, it resembled the playful push and pull of a couple teasing each other. After all, excluding the two previous light touches on her head, this was her first intimate contact with Li Feng. So even though she didn't resist his closeness, she couldn't help but feel nervous and flustered. In contrast, Li Feng, who was holding her hand, seemed oblivious. He simply pulled her straight into a corner before finally releasing her palm. What's the big deal, Li Feng? You're hurting me. Looking at her slightly reddened palm, Lu Ting frowned slightly and murmured her complaint. But despite her grumbling, as his hand released hers, a faint sense of disappointment crept into Lu Ting's heart. After waiting for a long while without a response from Li Feng, the girl was about to lift her head to ask again. But suddenly, she met his intensely red, almost aggressive gaze. Chapter 150. Sensing danger, Lu Ting instinctively tried to turn and run. But before she could react, the boy grabbed her small head firmly, then leaned down and kissed her fiercely. MMMPH. Caught off guard, the girl's eyes widened instantly, her pupils reflecting utter disbelief. But as her mind cleared, she immediately bit down hard on Li Feng's lips. Ouch. Feeling the sting on his lips, Li Feng sucked in a sharp breath before finally releasing the forceful kiss. If it had been anywhere else, it wouldn't have mattered. But lips? No matter how much you train, they just can't take a punch. Are you a dog or something, biting people? Li Feng frowned, gently wiping the blood from his lips as he spoke with a hint of irritation. You? Seeing Li Feng dare to turn the tables on her at this moment, Lu Ting was so furious she nearly exploded. She never imagined the teenager had dragged her into the corner without a word just to force a kiss on her. Shock and fury surged through Lu Ting, yet at the same time, an indescribable, turbulent emotion churned within her heart. That was her first kiss. How could he have done this without her consent? Perhaps the more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. The originally cool and composed girl's eyes quickly reddened, and large tears began to fall. Alright, stop crying. Seeing Lu Ting like this, Li Feng felt a pang of regret. However, he didn't regret the kiss itself. More than anything, Li Feng felt he should have been gentler and given the girl some warning. Hearing this, Lu Ting paid no heed to his words, continuing to weep silently. Unlike the timid Qinyao, she possessed a strong and proud nature. Even though she had genuinely fallen for Li Feng, the boy's disrespectful approach kissing her without warning left her feeling deeply hurt and furious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bitten his lip the moment he moved in. Fine, I'll take responsibility. Come on, be good. Stop crying. Watching the silent girl, Li Feng's expression grew slightly exasperated. How to put it? When it came to upsetting Lu Ting, he had a knack for it. But when it came to comforting words, Li Feng was utterly hopeless at that. Besides, he couldn't possibly use the same tactics he'd employed with Qinyao on Lu Ting, could he? If he did that, the girl might very well turn on him right then and there. Who said you have to take responsibility? Lu Ting said, her voice slightly choked with emotion. Truthfully, she wasn't entirely averse to the intimacy with Li Feng. But this sudden assault felt disrespectful, and the pace was simply too fast. After all, given their relationship they weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend, how could Li Feng just kiss her like that? Oh, is that so? No responsibility after kissing? Hearing this, Li Feng feigned surprise. You bastard. Seeing the boy still daring to tease and toy with her at this moment, Lu Ting, already feeling hurt and embarrassed, could no longer suppress her anger. Then, she reached out and twisted the soft flesh at his waist. Though it did hurt, compared to the pain of biting his lip earlier, Li Feng felt he could endure it. However, he was never one to take a beating lying down. So, despite the sting, Li Feng reached up to steady the girl's delicate face and leaned down to press his lips fiercely against hers once more. MMMPH. MMMPH. This time, Lu Ting didn't bite Li Feng like before, but her body still struggled quite violently. Yet, the moment Li Feng's tongue pried open her teeth, her body suddenly stiffened for an instant before swiftly going limp. Only after a long while did the young couple reluctantly part their lips. What could they do? His kissing skills were still a bit too clumsy. Do you still want me to take responsibility? Looking down at the girl collapsed in his arms, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle mischievously before teasing her with a playful tone. At this moment, where was Lu Ting's previous aloofness? Especially with the blush spreading across her pretty face, filled with bashfulness, she looked just like any ordinary girl caught up in love. You still dare to say that? At his words, Lu Ting instantly grew annoyed and reached out to pinch him again. Feeling her movement, Li Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The previously aggressive glint in his gaze slowly turned dangerous once more. He couldn't help it, the girl before him was simply breathtaking in her outfit. Otherwise, Li Feng wouldn't have followed her all the way, then forcibly dragged Lu Ting into a corner and begun kissing her with such domineering force. Li Feng, stop! Seeing the boy's eyes once again filled with that restless, eager look, Lu Ting immediately let out a small, startled cry. After all, though this spot was somewhat secluded, better safe than sorry. If someone suddenly stumbled upon them, Lu Ting truly wouldn't know what to do. After all, she was still just a teenager. To say she wasn't afraid of being caught would be downright strange. Then why did you dare twist my arm? Seeing this, Li Feng's lips curled into a teasing smile, followed by a threatening tone. As he finished speaking, the lecherous hand gave the girl's pert buttocks a firm yet measured slap. You. The earlier kiss was one thing, but now another sensitive area had been ambushed. Lu Ting's eyes instantly filled with moisture, and she glared at Li Feng with a mix of anger and frustration. What? Got a problem with that? Li Feng couldn't care less. Perhaps seeing the girl still daring to glare at him, he raised his hand again as he spoke. Stop. By now, Lu Ting had regained some strength and immediately shoved the boy away. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she seized the moment when Li Feng wasn't looking and delivered a vicious kick to his calf. Without another moment's hesitation, Lu Ting turned and broke into a run toward the stage. She couldn't help it, the girl's emotions were quite complicated at that moment. Although she wasn't averse to this kind of intimacy with Li Feng, the truth was that things had progressed a bit too quickly. What Lu Ting needed most now was to calm herself down. Besides, if she stayed with this lecher any longer, who knew what embarrassing things he might do next? Chapter 151. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Li Feng made no move, merely standing in place, shaking his head and smiling. To be honest, he had been a bit impulsive just now. So he could understand Lu Ting's inner turmoil and conflict. But now that he'd made up his mind, the young man wouldn't hesitate any longer. After all, it was better for people to be a little selfish. If one truly feared hurting this person and worrying about that person, then they might as well not bother living in society at all. Besides, indecisiveness simply wasn't in Li Feng's nature. But how to balance the relationship between the two girls would require some careful consideration first. Soon, as the clock struck past 2 in the afternoon, the students filed into the auditorium in an orderly fashion, led by their homeroom teacher. As for Li Feng, he naturally didn't take a seat in the front row. Instead, like the other students participating in the performance, he made his way to the backstage area, quietly awaiting the commencement of the graduation cultural show. Unsurprisingly, among this group was the stunning young woman in the red and white hanfu. But the moment she caught Li Feng's gaze, Lu Ting's eyes immediately darted away. Clearly, the incident of being forcibly kissed in the corner earlier still hadn't allowed the inexperienced girl to fully recover. Otherwise, Li Feng's gaze would most likely have earned him a withering glare. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, once the vast auditorium was completely filled with students, the school leaders took turns delivering speeches. They spouted a lengthy stream of empty rhetoric and meaningless platitudes before reluctantly handing the stage over to the two student hosts. The students below had long grown restless, so the moment the cultural performance was announced, the venue erupted in thunderous applause and shrieks. After all, compared to a spectacular performance, who the hell actually cares about those greasy school officials with their potbellies and receding hairlines? These days, the integrity of scholars has long since vanished. What we see more of are fat cat professors and experts who've eaten themselves into oblivion, obsessed only with making money. Take these so-called school leaders, which one of them doesn't have a rosy complexion and drive around in luxury cars? Esteemed university leaders, teachers, and students, good afternoon. Youth is a stirring anthem. 3 years ago, we entered second high school with colorful dreams. Over these 3 years, we've shared laughter, shed tears, weathered trials, and grown. Next, please enjoy a song from Wang Yu of Class 3-1. Those years, let's give him a warm welcome. Following a brief introduction by the male and female student hosts on stage, a melodious tune began to play. Soon, as the hosts exited and a handsome young man emerged from behind the stage, applause erupted instantly throughout the auditorium. From one particular section of the audience, the applause and cheers were especially loud. That must be the entire Class 3-1. Shouting, Ting, what number are you performing under? Li Feng's mind wasn't on the stage at all. Instead, taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the side, he slowly strolled over to Lu Ting's side and asked her in a low, smiling voice. Get away! Lu Ting had noticed the boy's movements long ago. To hide her slight fluster, she deliberately put on a cold expression and snapped back. Finally, the girl added with a huff, and stop calling me that. Who's little Ting Ting anyway? Heh, doesn't that make us seem closer? Li Feng ignored her tone, thick-skinned as ever. Besides, what else should I call you? Little Ting Ting? Or do you want me to call you little darling? As the last word fell, he looked at Lu Ting with an expression of utter disbelief. Nonsense! I never did! Hearing this, Lu Ting's pretty face flushed instantly. Then, feeling a bit guilty, she glanced around nervously. Only after confirming no one had noticed her did she breathe a slight sigh of relief. Why are you acting like a thief? Seeing her reaction, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh. His face twisted into a teasing expression as he added, someone watching us might think we're having an affair. What nonsense! Who said we were that? Lu Ting was both embarrassed and angry, her ears turning bright red. Well, she was still an innocent young girl after all. Even the words having an affair felt too embarrassing to utter. Despite her embarrassment and anger, a faint tinge of sweetness unexpectedly blossomed in her heart. If not me, then who else would you want? Li Feng feigned anger. You bastard! Seeing him still teasing her at this moment, Lu Ting gritted her teeth in fury, itching to reach out and twist his arm again. But with so many classmates around, the young girl reluctantly abandoned the idea. How to put it? Girls' pride is ultimately a bit more fragile than boys'. If Lu Ting had to publicly engage in playful banter with Li Feng in front of everyone, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Li Feng seemed to have read her mind perfectly, which was why he dared to tease her so shamelessly in a low voice. Under normal circumstances, Lu Ting would have just gotten angry. But the crucial thing was that they had just shared that intimate moment. So for a long while, an ambiguous atmosphere lingered around the young couple, refusing to dissipate. The students gathered behind the stage weren't blind, of course. They'd noticed this long ago. After all, as the prominent duo of the Second Academy, Li Feng and Lu Ting were impossible to overlook. Even so, the students about to take the stage dared not openly stare at them. Lu Ting was manageable at worst, she did just look coldly aloof. But Li Feng? If you angered him, he did genuinely beat someone up. Everyone had witnessed the fate of those 3 wisecracking boys yesterday morning. Amidst the whispered banter between the young couple, time swiftly passed until it was Li Feng's turn to take the stage. Next, we have Li Feng from Class 2, Grade 3, who will perform a guitar piece titled Little Luck. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. After the previous performer finished, the two hosts on stage delivered a brief introduction before announcing Li Feng's song directly. Chapter 152. Alright, Ting Ting, it's my turn now. Remember to cheer me on, okay? As soon as the host finished speaking, Li Feng smiled and gave a quick wave to Lu Ting beside him before striding onto the stage with his guitar in hand. Hearing this, Lu Ting's eyes flickered. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, watching the youth's departing figure, she pressed her lips tightly together. Unlike other students who needed a mental pep talk before going on stage, perhaps because he was simply strong-willed enough. So when Li Feng stepped onto the stage, facing thousands of students in the audience below, he showed no signs of stage fright. His expression remained utterly calm, even carrying a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! The moment Li Feng stepped onto the stage, a series of loud whistles erupted. It was Lu Xing and the others. Seeing this, Li Feng raised an eyebrow and waved a smile in their direction. Woo woo! Probably because Brother Feng had noticed them, Lu Xing and his crew immediately let out a chorus of wolf howls. This kid had always been something of a school bully, so the moment he let out his shrieks, dozens of troublemakers from the academy immediately joined in. With their lead, applause and cheers instantly filled the entire auditorium. No wonder after all, the most famous figure in Second Academy right now was undoubtedly Li Feng on stage. Director Dong, which class is this student from? Probably struck by Li Feng's commanding stage presence and the absurdly high popularity he commanded the moment he appeared, the dean of the Second Academy, seated in the front row, turned to Dong Dawei beside him with a curious look. Hearing this, the teachers in the back rows who knew the inside story instantly exchanged knowing glances. After all, there's no such thing as a wall that never leaks. Aside from the high-ranking college leadership, most faculty members had likely heard about yesterday's events. Ah! Principal, this is a student from class 3-2. His name is Li Feng. Hearing the principal's question, Dong Dawei, whose heart had been filled with fear and resentment upon seeing Li Feng on stage, froze momentarily. But quickly regaining his composure, he nodded and replied. This young man is quite impressive. The principal, oblivious to the flicker of emotion on his face, merely nodded and smiled. After all, he could tell that unlike the other performing students who looked slightly nervous, the confidence and ease radiating from Li Feng on stage now came from within. Regardless of anything else, that formidable mental fortitude was something ordinary people simply couldn't possess. Yes, principal is absolutely right. I also find this young man quite extraordinary. Upon hearing the principal's praise, the rest of the school administrators and teachers all chimed in agreement. Even Dong Dawei, upon hearing this, looked as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of dirt, his face turning an ugly shade as he forced a response. Honestly, if he weren't on good terms with the principal, he'd have sworn the remark was meant to mock him. Shoo! After Li Feng took his seat on the high stool brought over by the staff, he noticed the applause and cheers in the auditorium showed no signs of stopping. He quickly smiled, held up a finger, and pressed it to his lips. Shoo! With just that one gesture, the once boisterous auditorium instantly fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere now felt far more solemn than during the earlier speeches by the school leaders. Seeing this, the principal and other administrators who had just been praising Li Feng's excellence instantly looked awkward. After all, the prestige of an ordinary student far surpassing their own was certainly not a comfortable situation. I hear raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the distant school bell ringing. But I haven't heard your voice, calling my name with such earnestness. Li Feng paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd below the stage. Accompanying only the strumming of his guitar, he launched into an a cappella rendition. Though this song leaned toward a feminine style, it was actually quite easy to sing as long as one's voice was pure and clear. And with Li Feng's slightly husky voice, it took on a unique charm. So for the moment, it didn't feel particularly jarring. So be it a touch of freshness wouldn't hurt. It certainly wouldn't diminish his reputation. In short, while Li Feng was definitely not the type to be a suck-up, he didn't mind fulfilling small requests for the people he cared about around him. However, while everyone in the auditorium was enjoying Li Feng's performance, there was one girl in class 3-4 whose nails dug deep into her palms. Behind her long hair, her peach blossom eyes were veiled with a thin mist. It was emotion. Truthfully, Chen Yao never imagined that this boy on the college stage would actually perform Little Luck for her in front of everyone. Truth be told, when Li Feng had asked her earlier that morning, a faint suspicion had already stirred within her heart. But before it actually happened, Chen Yao still couldn't quite bring herself to believe it. After all, this song seemed so out of character for Li Feng's usual demeanor. Just like Lu Xing had said, given Brother Feng's image in everyone's minds, wouldn't he at least have to pull off something intense and dramatic? But Little Luck? What the heck was that? No matter how you looked at it, the contrast was just too stark. Yet, against all expectations, Li Feng actually began strumming and singing Little Luck. And precisely because of this, the shock surging through Chen Yao's heart grew even more intense, while the depth of her emotion became profoundly heightened. Just as the young girl was lost in these thoughts, Li Feng on stage finally spotted her in the crowd. For a moment, their eyes locked. For the first time, Chen Yao didn't instinctively look away. Instead, she tensed her body, lifted her little chin, and bravely met the gaze of the boy on stage. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Feng's eyes before his smile broadened into genuine delight. He knew that changing the song at the last minute had been the right call. Otherwise, given the girl's timid nature, like a frightened rabbit, she would have likely averted her gaze by now. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Feng didn't pause his strumming. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on Chen Yao, smiling warmly at her position not far below the stage. It felt less like a stage performance and more like he was playing solely for the girl he cherished. Chapter 153, Apology. To be honest, Li Feng's guitar skills weren't particularly masterful. But what mattered most was his powerful stage presence and charisma. Precisely because of this, even though Li Feng's performance wasn't outstanding, the students in the auditorium still found it incredibly moving. Of course, there were inevitably some who looked on with disdain and contempt. Like Li Hong, Wang Hai, and those who disliked Li Feng. But no matter how much they disliked him inwardly, not a single one dared to show it openly. After all, Li Feng's current standing, whether in martial prowess or reputation, was simply too formidable. It could be said that if anyone dared to stab him in the back, they'd end up on their knees singing conquest. Soon, the song came to an end. Li Feng first nodded in acknowledgement toward the audience before exiting the stage. For a moment, the audience gave him a thunderous round of applause, showing great respect. So, what do you think, Ting Ting? Not too shabby, huh? Carrying his guitar backstage, Li Feng walked straight over to stand beside Lu Ting, grinning as he asked. I don't think it was that great. Hearing this, Lu Ting maintained her usual proud and stubborn expression. She'd never admit that when the young man had been strumming and singing on stage just now, he did look rather handsome. For a moment, she'd even found herself captivated. Of course. My skills are nothing compared to your professional level. Li Feng chuckled and quickly chimed in. Under normal circumstances, he would have teased or belittled her a bit more. But after forcibly taking the girl's first kiss just moments ago, teasing her now would be downright inconsiderate. Good to know. Seeing Li Feng surprisingly not argue back, Lu Ting froze for a moment, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it. But soon, a faint curve appeared at the corners of her lips, and her little head lifted high, like a proud little cockerel. Seeing the girl's adorable expression, a hint of amusement flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Honestly, if there weren't so many performing arts students around, he might have been tempted to ruffle her hair. Hey, Li Feng, why did you suddenly decide to sing Little Luck? As if something had occurred to her, Lu Ting suddenly asked Li Feng with a hint of curiosity. Because I want to dedicate this song to someone. Li Feng replied honestly. Dedicate it? To whom? Lu Ting pressed further. Truth be told, she also felt this gentle, refreshing song didn't quite fit Li Feng's usual style. If he was using the song as a gift for someone else, that would make perfect sense. But at the same time, the young girl's heart began to fill with a mix of anticipation and conflict. She hoped to hear the young man's affirmative answer. The conflict stemmed from her own fears and insecurities, dreading that the answer she might hear wouldn't be what she hoped for. There was no helping it, this was the universal affliction of all young men and women caught in the throes of love. Even someone as cool and reserved as Lu Ting couldn't escape it. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Feng's lips curved into a smile. His dark eyes locked onto hers as he countered. He disliked deceiving others, but he was certainly no straight shooter either. So when faced with questions too awkward to voice, Li Feng preferred to simply bounce them back. Sure enough, upon hearing the youth's deliberately vague words, coupled with his unwavering gaze, Lu Ting's lovely face flushed slightly. Clearly, she had already imagined herself in the song's narrative. Seeing this, Li Feng couldn't help but silently marvel at his own cleverness. He then declared with unwavering conviction, this song. I wrote it to tell a girl that meeting her is the greatest fortune of my life. Boom! The moment those words left his lips, it felt like a bombshell had been dropped into the young girl's heart. Instantly, every emotion within Lu Ting was stirred to life. Given Lu Ting's beauty and excellence, she had never lacked admirers at the second hospital. Including countless so-called sweet nothings she'd heard before. But without exception, the young girl had always found them cloying and irritating. Today, however, upon hearing Li Feng's words which bordered on a confession, Li Ting felt her heart instantly enveloped by happiness and a faint blush of shyness. It wasn't that the words themselves were particularly eloquent. The most crucial factor was who had spoken those words. Little Ting Ting, please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? Seeing the girl's moved and stunned expression, Li Feng gently took her small hand and spoke softly. I really couldn't help myself earlier. I didn't mean to be abrupt. If you really can't forgive me, just hit me a couple of times to let off steam, okay? Then, perhaps drawn by the comforting chill of her jade-like hand, Li Feng couldn't resist gently squeezing her palm twice. Li Feng, let go of me first. At that moment, Lu Ting, finally coming to her senses, flushed crimson with embarrassment and murmured softly. Though she struggled, both her strength and her bashful expression made it seem more like playful teasing than genuine resistance. No way. I'll only let go if you forgive me. Li Feng began acting like a spoiled brat again. He knew this girl's temperament all too well. If he didn't strike while the iron was hot now, she'd probably give him the cold shoulder for days. After all, forcing a kiss on a girl with such a proud and stubborn personality before even confessing his feelings regardless of whether she harbored any affection for him would inevitably create an insurmountable barrier. Fine, I forgive you. Now let go of me. Probably noticing the strange looks from the other students around them, Lu Ting's embarrassment had long since become unbearable. She quickly whispered in a trembling voice. Especially after Li Feng's words, which bordered on a confession, the girl's initial mix of embarrassment and annoyance gradually softened. Really? Seeing Lu Ting finally relent, Li Feng raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Really? Lu Ting nodded gently, her previously cool and composed face now flushed with embarrassment. Truthfully, she hadn't been angry in the first place, it was more that she couldn't accept the young man's lack of respect. Now that Li Feng had confessed his feelings and offered a sincere apology, how could she possibly stay angry with him? Alright, but you said it yourself. Hearing this, a delighted curve instantly appeared at the corner of Li Feng's mouth. Only then did he reluctantly release her slender hand. But at the very last moment, he gave her palm a light yet deliberate squeeze. This promptly earned him another round of eye rolling from the girl. Chapter 154. The two whispered to each other for a while longer until the host on stage announced the guzheng piece Lu Ting would perform. Only then did Li Feng stop talking. Go for it, Ting Ting. As the girl prepared to take the stage, Li Feng smiled encouragingly at her. Perhaps because her emotional knot had been untangled, Lu Ting no longer gave Li Feng the cold shoulder. Instead, she offered him a charming smile before gliding gracefully toward the stage. In truth, this wasn't the first time the young girl had performed in front of such a large audience. But Li Feng, reborn into this life, had forgotten many of the details from before. Yet the breathtaking awe and heart-fluttering sensation this moonlight beauty evoked in him remained indelibly etched. No wonder they say the white moonlight is always the softest spot in a man's heart. Clap clap clap. True to form, the moment Lu Ting stepped onto the stage in her breathtaking Hanfu attire, the auditorium erupted in waves of thunderous applause. And this thunderous applause was absolutely more enthusiastic than when Li Feng had performed on stage. No wonder the appearance of the second campus beauty was simply more captivating than a grown man's performance. Especially with Lu Ting's outfit, not just the students, but even the school leaders and faculty sitting in the front rows couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in their eyes. As for Li Feng, his thoughts were far simpler. Because this dazzling beauty on stage was the very same girl he'd held in his arms and kissed passionately not long ago. That was an unparalleled sense of pride. It was like those beautiful movie stars. Why were they so favored by real-life tycoons and even capitalists? The reason, at its core, was nothing more than the filter effect. Li Feng, at his core, was just an ordinary man. He was greedy for money and lustful, with a rather selfish personality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up on this path of mixing with the underworld. Compared to other crime bosses, though, Li Feng's moral boundaries are significantly higher. He could pay his men generous wages and show great loyalty to his brothers. Because what he coveted was never these petty gains before his eyes. Don't mistake Li Feng for foolish just because he now shares most of the profits from his operations. He understood that as long as loyal brothers worked for him, he could continuously generate ever greater profits. This principle mirrors the Taoist concept of striving through non-striving. A true tyrant need not betray kin or brothers. If you simply follow your chosen path, slaying gods who stand in your way and Buddhas who block your path, ruthless toward enemies yet boundless in loyalty to your brothers, that too is the mark of a tyrant. Those who sacrifice much for the common people and the welfare of the realm, they are the true heroes. As for Li Feng, he absolutely never wanted to be a hero. Perhaps it was the lingering awe from earlier, but this time, as the girl played the guzheng on stage, Li Feng's gaze from the wings regained a thread of clarity. He didn't lose himself in it again. The same was true for the classmates beside him who were about to take the stage. However, upon seeing the ethereal beauty on stage, playing her instrument with such serene grace, many male classmates couldn't help but steal glances at Li Feng beside them, their eyes flickering with envy and a hint of jealousy. It couldn't be helped. Though their earlier intimate gestures had been subtle, the others weren't blind or deaf. How could they not have noticed? Precisely because of this, a sudden sense of imbalance stirred within the hearts of the male students. After all, aside from being somewhat handsome, tall, and decent at fighting, what else did Li Feng have? What made him so special? Why would a girl as beautiful as Lu Ting not like a studious guy like me with such excellent grades? Clearly, I'm not that bad either. Among them, a bespectacled boy with a face full of acne seated inwardly. After watching from the side of the stage for a while longer, Li Feng didn't linger any further. Because later that evening, he had plenty of other things waiting for him to do. With that thought, Li Feng slung his guitar over his shoulder. As he exited the auditorium through the back door, he immediately called Lu Xing, who was still seated in the audience. At that very moment, Lu Xing had been admiring his sister-in-law's performance when he suddenly heard his phone vibrate in his pocket. He quickly pulled it out and answered. On the grand stage of the auditorium, as soon as Lu Ting finished her guzheng piece, the thousands of students in the audience erupted once more into thunderous applause that seemed to pierce the heavens. Even the school leaders in the front rows nodded approvingly, clearly captivated by the stunning beauty's professional-level performance. Seeing this, Lu Ting didn't show any signs of excitement. She simply gave a brief nod of acknowledgement before stepping off the stage, her feet carrying a hint of joy and lightness. However, just as she turned to share her joy with a certain young man, she suddenly realized that Li Feng was no longer seated where he had been moments before. "Excuse me, do you know where Li Feng went? He was standing right here just a moment ago." Lu Ting's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly turned to ask a boy beside her, one wearing thick glasses and sporting a face full of acne. "Ah." Hearing this, the acne-faced boy, struck by the girl's beauty at such close range, flushed bright red. He stammered nervously, Li Feng just walked away carrying his guitar. He laughed. Upon hearing this, the previously cheerful expression on Lu Ting's stunningly beautiful face instantly turned to visible disappointment. Yes, yes. The bespectacled boy nodded obediently. Alright, thanks. For some reason, after confirming Li Feng had truly left, a pang of sadness welled up in Lu Ting's heart. She paid no further attention to the hesitant words lingering on the bespectacled boy's lips. Turning away with a look of melancholy, she walked off to a corner, lost in her own thoughts. Upon seeing the resolute retreat of the second hospital's prized beauty, the feigned courage the bespectacled boy had mustered vanished instantly. But soon enough, he found himself inwardly complaining about Li Feng's unearned privilege. After all, it wasn't just him, even many of the other boys around them felt that Li Feng was simply not worthy of this radiant girl. Chapter 155, Two Sisters-in-Law? Brother Feng, what's up? Why did you call us out so early? As soon as the four gathered outside the auditorium, Lu Xing couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out his question to Li Feng. He hadn't forgotten about today's tasks, but going now seemed a bit too early. Besides, the performances inside the auditorium were actually quite entertaining. The kid was engrossed in watching them. If you're reluctant to leave, you can stay here and watch. Me, Kangle, and Yin Hong will go ahead first. Hearing this, Li Feng couldn't miss the hint of complaint in his tone. He raised an eyebrow, amused, and looked at Lu Xing. No. Brother Feng, I was just curious. I swear I didn't mean anything else. Lu Xing heard this and panicked. He immediately grabbed Li Feng, who was already turning to leave, flashing a toothy grin that screamed flattery. After all, it was just a school cultural performance. How could that possibly compare to the thrill of fighting over territory? Really? Li Feng asked with a hint of teasing in his voice. Absolutely. Lu Xing pounded his chest in assurance, but then chuckled. Brother Feng, your little sister-in-law was still performing just now. If you leave without a word like this, won't she be upset? Your sister-in-law? Hearing this novel title, Li Feng froze for a moment before shaking his head and chuckling. Truthfully, just as Lu Xing had said, his abrupt departure would undoubtedly leave Lu Ting feeling a bit upset. But he had no choice, he had to do it. Otherwise, if he waited until the cultural performance ended, facing both Chen Yao and Lu Ting, Li Feng would truly be caught between a rock and a hard place. Moreover, after that impulsive kiss, he needed to carefully strategize how to navigate the relationship between the two girls with ease. After all, since all three were in the same academy, the chances of things going wrong were pretty high. Yeah, since Chen Yao is now Brother Feng's girlfriend, doesn't that make Lu Ting his little sister-in-law? Seeing this, Lu Xing immediately chimed in as if it were obvious. Though the kid had no clue about Li Feng's inner thoughts, he'd witnessed the latter's interactions with Lu Ting just days prior. In Lu Xing's carefree mindset, any woman who'd ever shared a flirty moment with Brother Feng was, damn it, his sister-in-law. You little. Seeing how confident Lu Xing sounded, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Then, as if remembering something, he added a warning with a hint of unease. Keep that nickname between us. Don't let either of them hear about it. Both of them? At those three words, Lu Xing and the others instantly widened their eyes, then erupted into a buzz of astonishment. Are you serious, Brother Feng? Kangle stared at Li Feng in disbelief, his mouth forming an O shape. Even when Lu Xing had mentioned it earlier, he'd dismissed it as a joke. But now, it seemed Brother Feng was actually admitting it? Yeah, Brother Feng, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? What if Chen Yao and Lu Ting find out? Su Yanhong chimed in from the side, sounding equally conflicted. Though he didn't finish his sentence, the other three could roughly grasp the implication. It was basically fear of things blowing up in their faces later, leaving none of them unscathed. Damn it, what's the big deal? Hearing this, Lu Xing instantly raised his hand and smacked Su Yanhong hard on the back of the head. Then, frustrated beyond belief, he snapped, so what if we get another sister-in-law? What's the big deal? Besides, even if Brother Feng has trouble pulling it off, we can cover for him, right? Damn it! Unlike Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, Lu Xing had never been one to follow the rules since childhood. Though he was slightly surprised when Li Feng admitted it, he mostly felt it was only natural. After all, which big shot in the underworld doesn't have women on both sides and countless mistresses? Those TV characters who play the devoted lover? That's ing bull. If a man could control desires like greed and lust, why bother with the underworld? Wouldn't it be better to just find a factory job and tighten screws? Brother Feng, is that how it is? After getting hit out of nowhere, Su Yanhong blinked his innocent little eyes and asked with a hint of hurt. Honestly, he found it hard to accept. How could Brother Feng suddenly turn into such a scumbag? Or was his belief in loving only one person for life truly a mistake? Yeah, do as Xiao Wu says. If anything happens later, you guys need to cover for me, got it? Li Feng had no idea how much of a mental shock his shady maneuvering would deliver to Su Yanhong, a pure virgin. So upon hearing his question, he simply nodded and agreed. At the same time, Li Feng flashed a satisfied smile at Lu Xing. After all, having such a sharp-witted teammate was definitely no bad thing. That was precisely why Li Feng had readily admitted to the matter. Don't worry, Brother Feng, I've got this covered. Catching Li Feng's gaze, Lu Xing immediately blinked, flashing a knowing look before baring his teeth in a grin and making his promise. Truth be told, he was growing increasingly fond of Brother Feng's personality. After all, if he were in Brother Feng's shoes, seeing Lu Ting's stunning outfit today would have stirred a desire within him to claim that breathtaking beauty is his own. Men should face their desires head-on. It was those hypocrites, the ones who secretly indulged in debauchery yet put on a righteous facade in public, who were truly repulsive. Alright, Kangol, if you and Su Yanhong are free, grab a cab to the Bridgehead venue and meet up with Meng Fei and the others. Wait for my call. Li Feng naturally wouldn't waste time on romantic entanglements, so after a brief mention, he immediately turned to business. Got it, Brother Feng. Seeing Li Feng's expression turn serious, Kang Lu and Su Yanhong immediately dropped their joking mood and responded in unison. What about me? Lu Xing grew anxious upon realizing he hadn't been included. You'll come with me. The two of us will go check out that loan company first. Chapter 156, The Lending Company's Confrontation. Around 4 in the afternoon, Fuping Loan Company welcomed two peculiar visitors. The reason they were called peculiar wasn't because their appearances were unusual, but rather because they were far too young. Especially in their school uniforms, which made several young men inside the loan company raise their eyebrows in surprise. Hey, you little brats, did you two get the wrong place? Seeing the two teenagers casually push open the glass door and walk in, a bald young man in the shop looked taken aback for a moment before his tone turned impatient. It wasn't that they refused business or treated customers rudely. But after years in the lending business, they'd never once served customers who looked like students. Typically, those who came here to borrow money or pawn items were mostly middle-aged or young adults. Of course, there were also elderly people or women among them. But in any case, customers this young, who looked like students, were something this loan company had never dealt with before. Who the hell do you think you're calling a kid? Unexpectedly, the bald young man's tone was aggressive, but the silver-haired student was even more defiant. Almost the moment the question left his lips, the silver-haired youth's curse echoed through the shop. Holy! Seeing the other dare to act so brazenly on his turf, the bald youth's vicious face froze in surprise. But once he snapped out of it, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. But quickly, the bald youth sprang to his feet, his eyes narrowing with fury as he unleashed a torrent of curses at the silver-haired youth. Kid, you're really asking for it, you little. Don't you know where you're causing trouble? His shouts drew the attention of several youths playing cards inside the shop, who all stood up in unison, glaring menacingly at the two teenagers. Two of them grabbed steel pipes from the corner, clearly ready to fight at the drop of a hat. After all, people who live by the streets don't give a damn about respecting elders or showing kindness to the young. If they saw you as an enemy, it didn't matter if you were two schoolboys or even an old man in his 70s, they'd attack without hesitation. Yet, upon seeing the situation in the shop, the silver-haired youth showed not a trace of fear. Just as his expression hardened and he was about to speak up to confront them, the other, more delicate-looking youth shot him a sharp glare. This timely intervention forced the silver-haired youth to swallow the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. And these two youths who had come to the loan company, who else could they be but Li Feng and Lu Xing? Everyone, please calm down. We're not here to cause trouble, we're here to borrow money. After stopping Lu Xing's impulsive outburst, Li Feng turned around and smiled at the young men inside the shop. Borrow money? Hearing this, the bald youth finally gave the two teenagers a puzzled once-over, the fury on his face softening slightly. Yeah, borrow money. Meeting the other's skeptical gaze, Li Feng's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he nodded with a smile. Fine, borrowing money is fine, but you better keep your attitude straight from now on, got it? Otherwise, I might recognize you, but my guys under me won't. Seeing Li Feng's friendly smile and realizing he wasn't here to cause trouble, the bald youth finally let it go. He muttered a warning under his breath. He finished by shooting a glare at Lu Xing standing beside Li Feng. Truth be told, if not for Li Feng's cooperative attitude and his status as a potential customer, the bald youth might have been tempted to give that silver-haired youth a lesson he'd never forget. Hearing those words, which sounded like both a lecture and a threat, Li Feng had expected Lu Xing to explode on the spot. But unexpectedly, Lu Xing merely fell silent for a moment before breaking into a toothy grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. He nodded calmly and said, "Alright, I'll remember that." Seeing the silver-haired youth's expression, the bald youth's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp aura emanated from his entire body. After all, having been in the underworld for so many years, how could he not know that this silver-haired youth clearly harbored resentment toward him? But before the bald youth could speak, a short-haired youth beside him couldn't hold back. "You little bastard, you must be sick of living. What's that look on your face? You think you can take us on?" The short-haired youth slammed his palm hard onto the coffee table in front of him, then pointed a finger at Lu Xing and cursed furiously. Having hung around Xincheng for so many years, not only would a mere student kid never dare act this cocky in front of his crew, but even other small-time punks rarely dared to. Especially now, right in their own turf, how could the short-haired youth possibly tolerate Lu Xing's provocation? It was precisely this furious outburst that instantly transformed the previously easing tension inside the loan company's storefront back into a standoff. "What? Is this how you run your business here?" In an instant, Li Feng's expression darkened. although the main force was still behind them, and the two of them were merely here to scout the situation. But seeing his brother treated with such disrespect, Li Feng couldn't just stand by and do nothing. If you're here to borrow money, we're more than happy to help. But your friend here is being downright arrogant. Let me give you some friendly advice, young man, don't let your temper get the best of you, understand? Hearing this, the bald youth paused for a moment before waving his hand, signaling his crew to sit down. Seeing the bald youth's gesture, the other youths in the shop slowly returned to their seats. Only the short-haired youth seemed still seething inside, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Xing, clearly intent on provoking a confrontation. Lu Xing, however, was unusually quiet today. He merely let a cold smile curve his lips, seemingly oblivious to the hostility directed at him. Only Li Feng, who knew him well enough, might have vaguely guessed something. Even so, Li Feng made no attempt to dissuade the young man. Instead, he casually patted Lu Xing on the shoulder and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. In that instant, as if receiving some secret signal, the smile on Lu Xing's lips instantly grew colder and more ruthless. Because the nod from Brother Feng meant agreement. Chapter 157, Borrow Money? Alright, Xiao Jun, you sit down too. Seeing his companion still staring intently at Lu Xing, the bald youth waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down too. After all, anyone who stepped through their door was a customer of their loan company. Besides, who would turn down money? Besides, once these two teenagers established a lending and collateral relationship with them, they'd have 1,000 ways to control them. There was no need to chase them away now, right? As he spoke, the bald youth gave the short-haired youth a subtle wink, signaling his partner to calm down. Seeing the bald youth's gesture, the short-haired youth seemed to catch on to something. He shot Lu Xing a malicious glance before finally saying nothing more and simply sitting back down. So, how much do you two want to borrow? After calming his companion, the bald youth turned his attention to Li Feng and his partner, asking directly. 100,000. Without hesitation, Li Feng blurted out a figure. 100,000? Hearing this amount, not only the bald young man but also several others inside the loan company instantly fixed their gaze on Li Feng, who had spoken. They couldn't help but be astonished. After all, in this day and age, 100,000 yuan could buy a decent 3-bedroom apartment in a county town. What? Is there a problem? Li Feng raised an eyebrow and asked. He then sat down directly at the coffee table opposite the bald young man. That's not the issue. The key question is, do you have any collateral? At this point, the bald young man had no time to dwell on the teenager's casual attitude. He furrowed his brow and asked, his gaze shifting slightly. After all, 100,000 yuan was no small sum. It certainly warranted the bald young man's careful consideration. Collateral? Hearing this, Li Feng froze in surprise. He hadn't really considered that aspect. But quickly, the teenager smiled and spoke up. How about my motorcycle? What motorcycle? The bald young man was intrigued. The one parked outside the shop. You can go take a look. Li Feng tossed a set of keys onto the coffee table. Alright, Xiao Jun, go check it out. Seeing that this teenager actually had collateral, the bald youth's expression softened. He then immediately gave orders to the short-haired youth beside him. Yes, Brother Long. Without another word, the short-haired youth grabbed the keys and walked out the door. However, less than 2 minutes later, just as Li Feng had pulled out a cigarette and lit it, the short-haired youth Xiao Jun burst back through the door, his face flushed with anger. Kid, you screwed me over, didn't you? That piece of motorcycle? Is it worth 100 grand? Xiao Jun pointed a finger at Li Feng and unleashed a torrent of curses without hesitation. Seeing this, Li Feng, who had been sitting and smoking, instantly turned cold. Before he could say anything, however, the bald youth stepped forward. Xiao Jun, what's going on here? The bald youth's expression darkened slightly as he asked, puzzled. Brother Long, even if that kid's motorcycle is brand new, it's only worth around 13,000 yuan. It's nowhere near worth that much. Seeing the bald youth getting angry, Xiao Jun finally forced himself to calm down and immediately began explaining. Is that so? Hearing this, the bald young man's jowls twitched and he shot a dark glare at Li Feng standing before him. Well, I did spend over 10,000 when I bought it. Li Feng was surprisingly straightforward, admitting it outright. Seeing Li Feng's completely unguilty response, the bald youth was momentarily taken aback. Honestly, if it weren't for how young these two students looked, he'd suspect they were here to cause trouble. Kid, do you seriously think something that originally cost over 10,000 could get you 100,000 in collateral? Or are you just here to mess with me? The bald youth forced himself to speak through gritted teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? We're just here to borrow money. Li Feng scoffed. It's you lot who've been giving us the cold shoulder since we walked in. If you really don't want our business, I can always go elsewhere. After all, Xingcheng isn't the only lending company around. Kid, what did you say? Seeing Li Feng's increasingly rude tone, the short-haired youth Xiao Jun instantly flew into a rage. What? Can't a man speak his mind? Hearing this, Li Feng stood up abruptly, his gaze instantly turning cold and sharp. He was growing increasingly impatient with this foul-mouthed young man. Honestly, if it weren't for wanting to learn more about the loan company's specifics, Li Feng would have already taught him a lesson. Enough, Xiaojun, hold your tongue. Seeing the tension escalate again, the bald youth stepped in to feign reprimand. After all, dealing with just these two student boys wasn't a big deal. But as Li Feng had pointed out, they were still customers. If they went too far before the loan was even processed, it wouldn't reflect well on their reputation. Making money was the priority, putting up with a little humiliation was no big deal. If they defaulted later, wouldn't his crew be able to squeeze them however they pleased? With that thought, the bald young man turned back to Li Feng and softened his tone. Look, buddy, it's not that we won't lend you the money. It's just that your collateral isn't worth that much. How about this? We'll take half the total value of your motorcycle, 7,000. What do you say? No way. 7,000 is too little. I want to borrow 100,000. Li Feng shook his head flatly, rejecting the bald youth's proposal outright. Well, there's nothing we can do then. The bald young man spread his hands helplessly. If you don't believe me, go ask around at other loan companies. See if anyone else will lend you that much money with just a motorcycle as collateral. In this day and age, even loan sharks need to assess whether the borrower can actually repay the debt. They couldn't just hand out huge sums based on someone's word alone, right? What if the borrower really couldn't repay? Even if you killed them, it wouldn't solve anything, right? At the end of the day, they run loan companies to make money, not to take lives. Chapter 158, High Interest Loans. So there's nothing we can do? Hearing the bald young man say this, Li Feng's face immediately fell with a look of disappointment. Well, it's not entirely hopeless. Seeing the youth finally take the bait, the bald young man smirked inwardly before adopting a feigned look of reluctance. Oh? What do you mean? Li Feng immediately put on a dramatic act, asking excitedly. Normally, this motorcycle wouldn't be enough collateral for such a large loan. The bald youth coaxed gently. But considering you seem genuinely strapped for cash, we could make an exception and give you a chance. What kind of chance? Li Feng asked curiously. This time, the teenager wasn't pretending. He genuinely knew little about the lending business. The reason he brought Lu Xing along today was twofold. First, to probe the background of this lending company. Second, to familiarize himself with the specific procedures of high-interest lending. After all, 100,000 yuan isn't a small sum. Alright, to be on the safe side, we need to run a background check on your family situation. The bald young man said with a smile. What kind of background check? Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Simply put, we need to know where you live, how many people are in your household, and what your parents do for a living. Got it? The bald young man explained earnestly. Then, as if worried the teenager might not be convinced, he added quickly, of course, we don't mean anything by it. It's just that after lending money, both sides should have some peace of mind, right? Otherwise, if you can't pay back later, or worse, if you disappear, who are we supposed to go to? Right? So does that mean you'll lend me the money? Li Feng asked innocently. He understood these things perfectly well. After all, even if it wasn't a loan shark, wouldn't a bank loan also consider your repayment ability? Of course. The bald young man nodded firmly in agreement. As long as we understand everything clearly, we'll be willing to lend you not just 100,000, but even more than that. The reason the bald young man was being so patient was simply because he sensed this clean-cut youth had solid family backing. There was definitely profit to be made here. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered explaining so much. After all, if a family could afford to spend over 10,000 yuan on a motorcycle for someone Li Feng's age, how bad could their financial situation really be? Damn it, this kid might just be a fat lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At that thought, the bald youth's smile grew even warmer. I see. Li Feng nodded in sudden understanding before turning to the bald youth with another question. So how do you calculate the interest here? Not expensive, just 1% interest. The bald young man replied with a smile upon hearing this. 1%? Li Feng was taken aback. It wasn't that the interest rate was too high, it was just too low. Granted, if an ordinary person took out a loan from a bank, the interest rate would be much lower than 1%. But anyone who'd ever borrowed from a bank knew how cumbersome the paperwork and procedures could be. And this lending company charging just 1% interest? It sounded almost too good to be true. That's right, exactly 1% interest. The bald young man affirmed with certainty. Yet beneath his sincere facade, Li Feng across from him accurately caught the hint of cunning in his eyes. And that wasn't all. When the bald young man mentioned the 1-cent interest rate, the corners of the other youth's mouths curled into faint, cold smiles. It seemed this 1-cent interest rate was heavily inflated. Though Li Feng admittedly knew little about the loan shark business. But even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run, right? The reason loan sharking is called loan sharking is twofold. 1, making borrowers sign blank contracts so they can fill in the details arbitrarily. Second, they charge upfront fees, meaning the actual amount the borrower receives is far less than the loan amount stated on the contract. The third and most deceptive trick involves blurring the concept of interest. They substitute daily or weekly interest rates for annual rates, then compound the interest. In short, once you get entangled with this kind of loan sharking, you either have to bite the bullet and pay off the entire debt at once, like a lizard severing its tail to survive. Otherwise, under this compound interest scheme, even if you have a fortune at home, you'll end up with nothing but a ruined family and a shattered life. So this 1 cent interest, is it calculated as an annual rate or a daily rate? Perhaps realizing this, a faint smile instantly appeared at the corner of Li Feng's mouth. Swish! As the words left his mouth, the young men inside the loan company instantly turned their gaze toward Li Feng in unison. After all, they hadn't expected this student-looking teenager to understand such schemes. How could it be daily interest? It's just weekly interest. The bald young man faltered slightly at this, but his thick skin kicked in. After a moment of awkwardness, he forced a smile and continued. Let me calculate. A weekly interest rate on 100,000 yuan means 1% per week, which is 1,000 yuan. With 4 weeks in a month, that's 4,000 yuan. Li Feng ignored the bald youth's words, calculating silently to himself before smiling and speaking up. If we go by your math, that's actually a 4% interest rate. And that's without factoring in compound interest. If I recall correctly, the laws of the East District explicitly state that any annual interest rate exceeding 36% constitutes usury. What do you say to that? Hearing Li Feng's words, the bald youth's face darkened further. If he still didn't realize the kid in front of him was here to stir trouble on purpose, he'd be a complete idiot. The thought ignited his rage. He slammed his palm hard onto the coffee table before him and roared at Li Feng. Damn it! You little punk, you must be sick of living. Open your eyes and look around. Where the hell do you think you are? Now tell me, who sent you here to cause trouble? Honestly, he didn't believe these two schoolboys had the guts to come alone and cause trouble. The more likely scenario was that some other faction was backing them up. The only thing the bald youth wasn't sure of yet was exactly which faction they represented. But whoever it was, he wouldn't let them off so easily. If they dared to mess with the dragon on its own turf, they'd better be prepared to pay the price. Chapter 159, Take them away. Soon, as the bald youth erupted in fury, the atmosphere inside the shop instantly grew tense. The other youths all stood up, their eyes fixed on Li Feng and Lu Xing, poised to move and take them down. You don't need to yell at me. Facing the menacing bald youth before him, Li Feng didn't even bat an eyelid. His expression remained calm as he spoke in a measured tone. Where's Huang Xiaoping? Is he in the shop? Get him out here to talk to me. After testing the waters earlier, Li Feng knew this loan shark operation was staffed by nothing but a bunch of small fry. Moreover, before exposing the bald youth's vague understanding of interest rates, he had received a text from Meng Fei confirming that the main force had already assembled outside the shop. Given all these factors, Li Feng saw no point in continuing this charade with these men. Damn it, you dare call Brother Ping by his first name? I'll see to it that. The short-haired youth flew into a rage when Li Feng dared to address Huang Xiaoping by name. But before he could hurl more insults, a figure flickered before his eyes. A searing pain shot through his chest, and his entire body flew backward at breakneck speed. With a thud, he slammed into the wall behind him. You talk too much. After sending the short-haired youth flying with a vicious sidekick, Li Feng's handsome face flashed with impatience. His voice turned icy as he spat out the curse. No one had expected that, despite being clearly outnumbered, this youth would dare to act so impulsively. Especially after witnessing the short-haired youth Xiao Jun's pitiful state, the atmosphere in the entire shop froze. But the moment they snapped back to reality, a savage glint of brutality flared in the bald youth's eyes. Damn it! Guys, charge! Kill them! Whoosh! With the bald youth's furious roar, 5 or 6 other youths, some grabbing chairs, others snatching steel pipes stashed in the corner, swore and charged toward Li Feng and Lu Xing. Before they could reach Li Feng, however, the glass door at the shop entrance shattered with a loud bang as it was kicked open from the outside. Then, a dark mass of figures poured in all at once. You all! Who dares touch my brother Feng? The leader, Meng Fei, charged forward wielding a machete. He swung it, slashing the back of the nearest youth, then roared, Brothers, take them all down. This scene instantly froze the bald-headed youth and his companions inside the shop. How could they possibly continue their attack on Li Feng and Lu Xing? Though they were startled by the sudden commotion, the crowd behind Meng Fei wasn't idle. The moment Meng Fei's words echoed, the entire mob surged forward in a chaotic rush. Bang! 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 This overwhelming battle began swiftly and ended just as quickly. In less than a minute, the young men from the loan company were all knocked to the ground by machetes, steel pipes, and other weapons. Some of the brothers who couldn't squeeze vented their energy on the shop's interior decorations, smashing and destroying everything in sight. Who the hell are you people? Watching his brothers get knocked down and the shop reduced to shambles, the bald youth's eyes nearly bled as he angrily confronted Li Feng and his crew. Thud! Seeing the opponent still daring to shout defiance, Lu Xing didn't hesitate. He snatched a steel pipe from a nearby brother and swung it hard, striking the man squarely across the jaw. The brutal blow sent the bald youth screaming in agony. Blood spurted from his mouth as several teeth instantly shattered and fell out. I've put up with you for far too long, you hear me? Lu Xing spat coldly, his hands never stopping as he rained blows with the steel pipe on the prone bald youth. He was a man who held grudges. Truthfully, if not for Brother Feng holding him back earlier, Lu Xing would have lashed out long ago. Now, with such a golden opportunity for revenge right before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? In the blink of an eye, the bald youth had taken at least a dozen blows from the steel pipe. Lu Xing beat him into a pulp on the ground, screaming in agony, his body racked with pain from countless broken bones. His frenzied, brutal assault sent chills down the spines of his brothers in arms nearby, who had already stopped fighting. Their temples throbbed violently. Enough, little five, hold back. Seeing that the beating was sufficient, Li Feng finally stepped in to stop Lu Xing. This wasn't out of any sudden mercy on his part. The real reason was that Li Feng still had questions to ask the man. You got lucky this time, but I'll finish you off later. Hearing this, Lu Xing, who had just vented his anger, let out a long, pent-up sigh. Then he delivered another vicious kick to the bald youth's head as he cursed. He held nothing back with that kick. A dull thud echoed as the bald youth's head slammed into the tile floor from the momentum, his expression instantly dazed. Stop playing dead. I'll ask you one more time, where's Huang Xiaoping? Li Feng towered over the bloodied youth, his expression calm as he demanded. This time, the bald youth had learned his lesson. Though unwilling to answer Li Feng's question, he kept his mouth shut, not daring to utter another curse word. Playing the tough guy with me, huh? Seeing this, Li Feng burst into laughter. The surrounding brothers who knew him well watched the scene unfold, their hearts leaping into their throats. But unexpectedly, Li Feng didn't immediately resort to violence. Instead, he turned to Meng Fei and said, "Get a few brothers to take him to the car." Got it, Brother Feng. Though he didn't understand Li Feng's intentions, Meng Fei nodded and obeyed after a moment's hesitation. What do you think you're doing? The bald young man, who had expected at most a beating, grew visibly panicked when he saw the group preparing to take him away. He wasn't stupid. He understood the saying, when people are the butcher and you're the meat, you're at their mercy. If he really got dragged off by these guys, he'd be stuck in a situation where no one would come to his rescue. Who knows what unpredictable trouble might arise then? The thought made him struggle violently, but having just been beaten by Lu Xing, he was quickly pinned down by Meng Fei and several of his brothers. They dragged him toward the exit. Gao Yang, Li Nan, you two come help out. Take this kid away too. Damn it. Meanwhile, Lu Xing hadn't forgotten the foul-mouthed short-haired youth either. Upon seeing Feng's actions, he immediately directed his other brothers to assist. As he spoke, the kid didn't forget to deliver a vicious kick to the short-haired youth, instantly drawing a pained cry from him. Hearing this, Gao Yang and Li Nan were about to step forward, but the moment they took a step, they seemed to remember something. Their expressions turned awkward as they turned to look at Li Feng again. There was nothing they could do. After all, Li Feng was now the team's leader. Before doing anything, they still needed to ask Brother Feng for his opinion. Go ahead. Seeing Gao Yang and Li Nan's eyes turn to him simultaneously, Li Feng understood their hesitation. With a smile, he nodded his consent without objection. Chapter 160, Up the Mountain? Brother Feng, where are we headed now? After shoving both bald youths into the car, Meng Fei finally asked Li Feng curiously. Li Feng paused briefly before asking, is there a secluded spot nearby where we can handle business? Brother Feng, what exactly do you mean? Hearing this, Meng Fei's heart skipped a beat and his tone grew even more cautious. Relax. It's nothing like that. Noticing Meng Fei's unease, Li Feng patted his shoulder with a smile and explained, just somewhere secluded, it'll be easier to negotiate there. Over this period, Li Feng had come to understand a truth. To unify the county's underworld, he didn't need to personally handle every detail or seize every territory. What they needed to do was establish a simple rule: those who obeyed would thrive, those who defied would perish. As long as the local thugs, big or small, acknowledged his authority and paid tribute on time, Li Feng didn't mind granting them some breathing room. Of course, if anyone dared to resist this arrangement, he wouldn't hesitate to show ruthless cruelty and crush their factions outright. After all, what Li Feng demanded was absolute dominance over Qingqing's underground world. There could only be one voice here. Brother Feng, that's not what I meant. I just haven't prepared myself mentally yet. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Meng Fei's expression turned slightly awkward. Truthfully, when he'd heard Li Feng mention finding a secluded spot, his gut instinct had been that the other guy was planning some kind of trap. So to say he wasn't afraid? That was simply impossible. After all, this involved murder. In all his years on the streets, Meng Fei had mostly just gotten into fights and occasionally extorted money from students. At worst, he'd seen some bloodshed or cracked someone's skull open. Truthfully, the bloodiest thing he'd ever witnessed up to that point was when Li Feng chopped off Lu Guo's hand. In short, the reasons he respected this young man before him were twofold: his combat prowess, and Li Feng's unwavering loyalty and generosity. As for the last reason? The youth's ruthlessness. It was precisely because of this that when Li Feng asked Meng Fei if he knew any secluded spots, Meng Fei couldn't help but overthink it. Moreover, a strong, uneasy premonition nodded Meng Fei's gut: this youth before him was genuinely capable of committing murder and robbery. It all depended on whether others would push Li Feng to that point. It's fine. Take your time. Everything has its process. Hearing this, Li Feng understood exactly what Meng Fei meant. He gave a faint smile and offered a reassuring word. After all, this was just hustling on the streets, not exactly the assassin's trade. So Meng Fei's hesitation and worry were completely understandable. Take all the hustlers in Qingqing, to put it bluntly, how many of them would actually have the guts to kill someone? Only someone with Lu Xing's innate desperado temperament had any real chance of walking that path. As for the rest, most were only bold enough to bully ordinary folks or pick fights when the odds were in their favor. In short, courage was something forged through experience. Li Feng would give his brothers time to adapt. Of course, if Meng Fei continued to be this indecisive and hesitant, Li Feng would seriously consider kicking him out of the team's leadership. It all boils down to one simple principle: if you've got what it takes, step up. If not, then settle for being a lowly grunt and collect your measly salary. Alright, thanks, brother Feng. Seeing that Li Feng understood, a look of genuine gratitude flashed across Meng Fei's face. But at the same time, he silently vowed to himself, determined to remember this moment of weakness. Alright, take a look around. Can you find a suitable place nearby for negotiations? Li Feng shrugged indifferently before pressing Meng Fei further. After all, it was already nearly 5 in the afternoon. If they kept dawdling, resolving the Huang Xiaoping situation would be uncertain, let alone moving on to the second venue. Upon hearing this, Meng Fei frowned in thought before suddenly seeming to grasp an idea. Brother Feng, how about the mountain? The mountain? Li Feng froze at the suggestion. Yeah. Meng Fei nodded. Not far ahead is Tianzi Mountain. It's pretty secluded, and cars can drive up there. Perfect for negotiations or a showdown. Having spent years navigating the county town, Meng Fei knew its hidden corners well. Alright, you and the guys lead the way. I'll follow on my bike. Seeing how confident Meng Fei sounded, Li Feng didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Got it, brother Feng. Without further ado, Meng Fei signaled the others to hop on their bikes once Feng Gu agreed. He then climbed onto the front seat of the first Jinbei van. During their first raid to seize the bridgehead venue, those two Jinbei vans had been borrowed from a car repair shop after Li Nan slipped them 2 cartons of cigarettes. But later, once the casino business got on solid footing, Li Feng waved his hand generously, shelled out over 30,000 yuan, and had Li Nan scour the used car market for 3 Jinbei vans. Otherwise, having to borrow vehicles for every operation would be downright embarrassing. In short, vehicles and other means of transportation were absolutely essential. Otherwise, whatever they wanted to do in the future would be downright inconvenient. Xiao Wu, let's go. After seeing Meng Fei and the others all get into the cars, Li Feng finally turned his gaze to Lu Xing, who was smoking nearby, and nodded his head. Hee, brother Feng. After both men straddled the motorcycle, Lu Xing tossed his half-smoked cigarette butt aside and called out to Li Feng with a grin. What? Li Feng raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Nothing much, just wanted to ask you. Could I handle those 2 guys later? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xing plastered on a sheepish grin. Truth be told, the scene inside the loan company, those 2 guys, the bald youth and Xiao Jun, acting all arrogant and bossy, yelling right in his face, was still fresh in Lu Xing's mind. Now that such a golden opportunity for revenge had presented itself, he absolutely had to seize it, didn't he? Fine, but you must follow my orders exactly. Li Feng understood exactly what was going through this kid's mind. So, he just chuckled and agreed immediately. Ha, no problem, brother Feng. Chapter 161, Guessing the Identity. As Meng Fei had mentioned, Tianzi Mountain was indeed quite remote. Though no proper highway led up there, the relatively flat terrain meant the 3 large minivans could make the ascent without much difficulty. After getting out, Li Feng surveyed the desolate surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. This location wasn't actually very far from the county seat, only about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Moreover, with no villages or dwellings at its base, Tianzi Mountain was essentially a pure wilderness, perfect for duels or handling business. Brother Feng, what should we do now? As Li Feng surveyed the area, Meng Fei approached and asked. Have them call Huang Xiaoping over first? Having already made up his mind, Li Feng replied without hesitation. Got it. Meng Fei, naturally, had no hesitation in obeying Li Feng's command. Nodding, he immediately walked toward the 2 bald-headed youths not far away. Seeing Meng Fei striding toward them with such intensity, the 2 bald youths surrounded by their crew couldn't help but flash a hint of fear in their eyes. What could they do? Suddenly dragged out to this desolate wilderness by such a large group, just how bold would someone have to be to act like nothing was wrong? To put it bluntly, even if they really did kill you, you'd die for nothing. You heard what Brother Feng said earlier. I suggest you cooperate with me. Call Huang Xiaoping right now and tell him to get his ass over here. Meng Fei walked over to the 2 men with a stern expression, his voice icy as he spoke. Compared to their arrogant swagger back at the loan company, the bald youth and the short-haired youth Xiao Jun now looked utterly wretched. Almost the moment the convoy pulled into the clearing atop the mountain, the brothers had dragged them both out of the car and forced them to their knees on the ground. Xiao Jun got off relatively easy, receiving only a few kicks. But the bald youth was in a pitiful state. After all, Lu Xing had shown no mercy when he lashed out at the loan company. Not only was his skull cracked open, but he likely had multiple fractures throughout his body. Who the hell are you? Despite his injuries, the bald youth still managed to ask Meng Fei, his voice tinged with lingering defiance. Perhaps the pain from his wounds was the cause, for as he spoke, cold sweat poured from his forehead. Even so, he was determined to voice his lingering doubts. That's none of your concern. Without authorization from Li Feng, Meng Fei refused to reveal their identities. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the bald youth and snapped impatiently, Wang Xiaolong, you'd better do as Brother Feng says and call your brother over right now. Got it? You know me? Hearing his name spoken aloud, the bald youth froze in surprise. The Huang brothers? Who in Xingqing's underworld doesn't know them? Meng Fei chuckled coldly. If this had been the past, upon encountering such a local tough guy in a small county town, Meng Fei would have either gone out of his way to avoid him or approached to make a friendly impression and curry favor. How could he ever have imagined, like now, that he could actually make the other guy kneel before him to speak? The thought filled him with a surge of triumphant superiority. Yet despite this, Meng Fei remained clear-headed. He knew exactly where his current status and power came from. Perhaps out of gratitude, Meng Fei couldn't help but glance again at the handsome youth nearby, his eyes brimming with admiration and awe. This subtle gesture did not escape the notice of the bald-headed youth, Huang Xiaolong. Precisely because of this, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a deeper sense of unease. He couldn't help it. Throughout these events, he had always assumed those two youths were merely minor figures sent by some faction to cause trouble. But considering Meng Fei's address and reverent gaze toward the fair-featured youth, it was clear that boy was the leader of this group. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong recalled the rumors circulating on the streets these past few days. A bolt of lightning seemed to strike his mind, and he froze in place. Teenager, crime boss, turf war? Once these keywords connected, the student's true identity seemed about to be revealed. After all, while ordinary townspeople might not know the fates of Wang the Lame and Lu Guohua, those like them who navigated the underworld couldn't possibly have missed the whispers. You're the ones who took over Lu Guohua's turf? Shock and panic overwhelmed Huang Xiaolong. He couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out his suspicion. Heh, you got it right. Too bad there's no reward. Seeing his identity exposed, Meng Fei dropped all pretense and even took a playful jab. Then, remembering the task Brother Feng had assigned him, he turned to Huang Xiaolong with a chilling tone. Now that you know, just call your brother. I'm lazy, so don't make me do it myself, okay? After all, judging by Brother Feng's objectives, unifying the forces in that county was undoubtedly part of the plan. Therefore, Meng Fei couldn't care less about offending anyone. Brother, I don't recall any grudges between us. How about this? Let me talk to your boss. If there really is some misunderstanding, we can apologize. Huang Xiaolong, likely having heard of this group's ruthless methods, couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. Upon hearing Meng Fei's words, he immediately adopted a submissive tone. A glimmer of hope flickered in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he spoke. His words weren't born of genuine cowardice. Even if his older brother, Huang Xiaoping, had been in his place, they probably wouldn't have chosen to go to war outright if there weren't significant interests at stake between the two factions. After all, in the underworld, it was all about making money. There was no need to constantly clash with other factions. Not only was it unprofitable, but it also easily drew the attention of the Public Security Bureau. In short, unless there were irreconcilable conflicts or deep-seated grudges, disputes on the streets were usually settled through negotiation. Otherwise, how many lives would have been lost in the chaotic Eastern District over the past year? Chapter 162. Uncertain of Li Feng's true intentions, Meng Fei's resolve wavered the moment he heard Huang Xiaolong's half-hearted plea. After all, you don't bite the hand that feeds you, especially when the other party had already lowered himself so far. Truthfully, if this were handled on the streets, it would usually be resolved smoothly. At worst, one could simply state their demands. After all, seizing territory didn't necessarily require bloodshed, did it? But just as these thoughts crossed Meng Fei's mind, a furious roar erupted nearby. Meng Fei. Brother Feng asked you to handle something, and you're acting like a sissy? Damn it. Seeing no movement from this side for a while, Lu Xing, the most hot-tempered of the group, couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately charged over and yelled at Meng Fei. Hearing this, Meng Fei opened his mouth, about to explain. But almost as soon as he uttered the first syllable, Lu Xing spat out his cigarette butt, his eyes flashing with a menacing glare. What do you mean, what? Damn it, Brother Feng told him to call Huang Xiaoping over, not to stand there chatting with you. Got it? Since you're so full of yourself, why don't you just take over as boss? How's that sound? Lu Xing already had some grudges with the bald youth, and his temperament was such that once he opened his mouth, there was no room for niceties. Especially that last line, it was pure poison, meant to cut deep. Swish. As Lu Xing's words fell, the expressions of the 30 or so brothers present shifted abruptly and simultaneously. Most eyes turned toward Meng Fei, their expressions growing distinctly awkward. Of course, several unfamiliar faces among the youths, upon hearing Lu Xing's blunt words, immediately shot angry glances his way. Their expressions seemed to be taking up arms for Meng Fei. What's up? Staring at me like that, you wanna mess with me? Lu Xing, naturally, caught the hostile stares from those youths. He stiffened his neck and glared right back, shouting, come on. If you're not happy, bring it on. Damn it, looks like since Brother Feng hasn't been showing his face around here lately, you bastards don't know who's the boss anymore, huh? By the end of his rant, the kid had already pulled a steel pipe from the back of his motorcycle, seemingly ready to fight. Li Feng, standing nearby, showed no intention of intervening. He remained rooted to the spot, coldly observing the unfolding scene. To be honest, at first, he hadn't thought Meng Fei had done anything particularly wrong. But those unfamiliar faces daring to show hostility toward his crew? That was something Li Feng absolutely couldn't tolerate. Just like Lu Xing had said earlier, who the hell was the real boss in this crew? Feng. Brother Feng, believe me, I never meant it like that, I swear. They're all new guys who just joined in the last couple days, so they don't know the ropes yet. Brother Feng, I never once thought of betraying you. In an instant, Meng Fei's entire face drained of color. Then, he stammered out a hurried explanation, his words becoming increasingly incoherent. He had no choice. If it were just Lu Xing ranting, Meng Fei wouldn't have cared. After all, they'd always had their differences, and he knew Lu Xing's temperament all too well. But now, even Brother Feng had adopted an attitude of tacit approval. That left Meng Fei no choice but to panic. Because this kind of confusion over who's in charge, where the big shots and small shots stand, that was absolutely a major taboo in the underworld. The realization made Meng Fei's eyes instantly turn bloodshot. Without another word, he stepped forward and delivered a vicious slap to each of the young men who dared glare at Li Feng and Lu Xing. Still unsatisfied, he snatched a steel pipe from a nearby brother's hand, clearly intending to deal them a brutal beating. Enough! Do you want to make this spectacle even more ridiculous? Seeing this, Li Feng finally spoke up with a cold rebuke. Though he was defusing the situation, the displeasure and anger in his tone were unmistakable to anyone present. Last time at the pit, those two new guys didn't know him, and Li Feng could understand that. But now, just because of a few words from Lu Xing, his own men were glaring at him with such hostility? Honestly, even someone as forgiving as Li Feng couldn't tolerate this kind of thing happening now. Clang! Perhaps sensing the fury in Li Feng's voice, Meng Fei, already on edge, instantly dropped the steel pipe he held. He then scrambled a few steps toward Li Feng and, to everyone's stunned gaze, dropped to his knees before the youth. What the hell are you doing? Seeing Meng Fei kneeling stiffly before him, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Feng's eyes. Brother Feng, believe me, I truly meant no harm. If you think I've done anything wrong, I'll accept any punishment you deem fit. But I swear I never betrayed you. Meng Fei held his head high, his gaze fixed intently on Li Feng as he spoke with utmost sincerity. Though kneeling before this youth several years his junior, he felt no shame whatsoever. After all, through their time together, Li Feng's personal magnetism had completely won him over. It could be said that Meng Fei had surrendered to him from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would never have knelt before so many brothers to admit his mistake. Alright, get up first and then we'll talk. Sensing the sincerity in Meng Fei's tone, Li Feng exhaled softly. Then, he exerted his arm and pulled the other man up from the ground. Truthfully, he didn't believe Meng Fei would betray him. But the fact remained, those unfamiliar faces among the brothers had just glared at him with palpable hostility. In short, even if Meng Fei harbored no ill intent, his failure to properly discipline his subordinates constituted serious dereliction of duty. Brother Feng, Meng Fei dared not defy the other man's will. After using the momentum to stand up, he wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. There was no way around it. Explaining too much would only make him seem guilty. It's fine. I understand. Hearing this, Li Feng waved his hand to cut him off. But at the last moment, his expression turned sharp as he fixed Meng Fei with a stern gaze. But I hope this is the last time. If something like this happens again, don't blame me for not warning you. Though he rarely visited the venue himself, that was no excuse for his men to show him disrespect. He might be approachable, but if a team didn't understand hierarchy, how could he possibly lead them? Yes, Brother Feng, I promise there won't be a next time. Seeing Li Feng finally relent, Meng Fei immediately expressed his relief. Chapter 163. Witnessing this scene, the young men who had harbored some hostility toward Li Feng and Lu Xing now realized they'd gotten themselves into trouble. They kept their heads bowed, daring not to show the slightest emotion. They weren't unaware that above Meng Fei, there was actually a teenage boss. But after spending several days in the place and rarely catching sight of him, their sense of awe had dwindled to practically nothing. After all, Meng Fei was the one they knew personally, and he was the one who paid their wages. So over time, Meng Fei had become the undisputed leader in their minds. Otherwise, after witnessing Lu Xing treat Meng Fei so rudely, the newly joined youths wouldn't have instinctively flashed such hostility. But just now, seeing Meng Fei kneel before that delicate-looking youth had truly shaken them to their core. They probably couldn't wrap their heads around it how Meng Fei, a figure who commanded considerable respect on Qingqing's underworld scene, could genuinely feel fear and kneel to apologize just because of a teenager's words. And judging by Meng Fei's genuinely submissive demeanor, this was clearly not some temporary bowing of the head born of enduring humiliation or biding one's time. He genuinely revered and feared this youth. The thought sent a chill through the young men, making them shift uneasily in their spots. They feared Li Feng or Meng Fei might come after them later to settle the score. After all, the entire incident had been sparked by their own guilty glances. Yet, just as everyone assumed Li Feng's next target would be these newly arrived brothers, the youth merely cast a fleeting glance at them before shifting his gaze away. This scene left the other 20-odd brothers, who had braced themselves for a purge, frozen in place. Little Five, go make him call. Glancing at Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth still kneeling nearby, their pitiful expressions evident, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He was never one for patience, and now, after spotting the hint of schadenfreude and amusement on Huang Xiaolong's face when conflict had begun brewing within his own team, Li Feng's anger flared even more intensely. So how could Li Feng possibly let him off the hook now? Got it, brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's order, Lu Xing, who had been itching to act, immediately flashed a toothy grin. Then, on the way over, he snatched the steel pipe from Kong Li's hands, his smile turning disturbingly cruel. No, I'll call my brother right now. Perhaps the fear this silver-haired youth instilled in Huang Xiaolong ran too deep. Seeing him make another move, cold sweat instantly beaded on his shaved forehead. Huang Xiaolong fumbled for his phone in his pocket, but whether from pain or nerves, his fingers wouldn't cooperate. Damn it, it's too late now, you hear me? Seeing this, Lu Xing didn't hesitate. He charged forward and delivered a vicious flying kick straight to Huang Xiaolong's chest. Then, raising the steel pipe in his hand, he began swinging it wildly at the fallen Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, Lu Xing's curses, the dull thuds of the pipe striking flesh, and Huang Xiaolong's piercing screams echoed across the desolate mountain. Faced with anyone else, he might have tried to reason with Huang Xiaolong. But who was Lu Xing? He was a complete hothead and a reckless troublemaker. So even if Huang Xiaolong wanted to make a call now, this kid wouldn't give him a chance. Who could blame him? Back at the loan company, Huang Xiaolong had inadvertently crossed Lu Xing. Thus, with Li Feng's orders in place, the rest of the brothers present stood frozen in place, watching the scene unfold without daring to move a muscle. But witnessing Huang Xiaolong being beaten into a pitiful heap rolling on the ground, writhing in agony and moaning in pain, each brother felt a wave of revulsion wash over them. There was nothing they could do. Lu Xing's blows were simply too brutal. Forget everything else, just the sound of that steel pipe connecting with flesh was enough to make anyone imagine the agony Huang Xiaolong was enduring. He wasn't treating the other guy like a human being at all. Fortunately, Li Feng's earlier warning seemed to have taken effect. Despite Lu Xing's merciless assault, he ultimately avoided striking Huang Xiaolong's vital areas. Even so, the excruciating pain and injuries inflicted by that hollow steel pipe were beyond what most people could endure. After a full minute or two of relentless beating, when Huang Xiaolong had lost even the strength to scream, Lu Xing finally stopped, still seemingly unsatisfied. This wasn't out of any sudden surge of kindness or mercy on his part, it was simply that the kid had no strength left. If you ask me, beating someone up is actually a physical job. Especially when you don't hold back on every single strike. Damn it, you're lucky to be alive. Gazing at Huang Xiaolong, his head covered in blood and slumped lifelessly on the ground, Lu Xing cursed breathlessly. Then, without another glance at Huang Xiaolong, who was probably thinking all sorts of things inside, Lu Xing fixed his fierce gaze on the short-haired youth beside him. What about you? You want to make that call now, or you want me to walk through the whole process before I beat you too? Lu Xing swung the steel pipe in his hand, now feeling heavier, and snarled. No, I'll call now. The short-haired youth trembled visibly at Lu Xing's savage glare before stammering out his reply. After witnessing these two violent outbursts, he was utterly terrified by the youth before him. Because beneath that seemingly handsome silver-haired exterior, a demon truly resided within. Even though their gang was ruthless when lending at exorbitant rates, they generally didn't enjoy tormenting debtors if the latter cooperated. Lu Xing, however, didn't give a damn about that. If you crossed him, he showed absolutely no mercy. Judging by Huang Xiaolong's current state, his life probably wasn't in danger, but a few broken bones were practically guaranteed. The thought alone made the short-haired youth panic. After meekly uttering his surrender, he fumbled his phone from his pocket and dialed his boss Huang Xiaoping's number immediately. After all, if he waited any longer, who knew when that vicious silver-haired youth might start beating him up again? This, perhaps, was the sheer terror of being a street thug. Because he wouldn't bother lecturing you on any grand principles. Chapter 164, Conversation with Huang Xiaoping. The call was answered almost immediately. Hey, Xiaojun, where are you guys now? And what the hell happened to Xiaolong? The moment the call connected, a middle-aged man's slightly anxious voice rang out from the other end. Clearly, Huang Xiaoping had also learned about the incident at the loan company earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped straight to that question. Faced with his boss's inquiry, the short-haired youth Xiaojun momentarily didn't know how to respond. His eyes darted fearfully toward Lu Xing, seemingly awaiting instructions. There was no way around it. Without explicit permission from this group, he dared not speak out of turn. After all, Huang Xiaolong's cautionary tale was still fresh in everyone's minds. Hey, Xiaojun, speak up, damn it. Who took you guys away? Tell me. Seeing Xiaojun didn't respond immediately, Huang Xiaoping on the other end grew impatient, his tone turning angry. After all, the people Li Feng had taken away were his own flesh and blood younger brother. Perhaps because he was nearby, Huang Xiaoping's furious shouting over the phone was clearly heard by Lu Xing beside him. But since he didn't know what Brother Feng's next move was, he didn't dare to speak up on his own initiative. After a moment's thought, Lu Xing snatched the phone from the short-haired youth Xiao Jun's hand, took a few steps back, and handed it to Li Feng. "Damn it, I'm warning you, don't you dare mess with this. Or else I won't let you off the hook." Huang Xiaolong, unaware of the situation unfolding nearby, grew impatient when no one responded on the line. He immediately launched into a torrent of threats. Upon hearing this, Li Feng, who had just taken the phone, froze for a moment before a cold smile spread across his lips. "Huang Xiaoping, right?" Ignoring the others ranting, Li Feng pressed the phone to his ear and asked directly. "It's me. Who the hell are you? You dare take my brother Huang Xiaoping in Qingchen? You must be tired of living. If you know what's good for you, I advise you to release my brother and the other guy. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Perhaps Li Feng's voice sounded too unfamiliar, causing Huang Xiaoping on the other end to pause briefly before erupting into furious curses once more. Ever since learning his younger brother and Xiao Jun had been taken by a group, Huang Xiaoping had been frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. But earlier, because both Huang Xiaolong and Xiao Jun had been subdued, he'd been unable to get in touch. Now, driven nearly mad by worry, Huang Xiaoping couldn't care less about the consequences, he just had to vent his rage first. "I don't think you've grasped the situation yet, have you?" Hearing the curses on the other end, Li Feng's expression grew even colder. Then, he gave a faint chuckle before speaking calmly. "Huang Xiaoping, go ahead and keep spewing your filth. But I can guarantee one thing, if you dare utter another swear word, I'll have someone break one of your brother's hands. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." After speaking, Li Feng turned his gaze directly to Lu Xing standing before him. Seeing this, how could Lu Xing not understand Brother Feng's meaning? Without another word, the smile on his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. He turned and strode directly toward Huang Xiaolong, who lay sprawled on the ground. "No, don't come any closer." Huang Xiaolong, of course, heard the commotion. Seeing the ruthless silver-haired youth approaching him, he instantly became tense and panicked. Then, realizing his pleas were falling on deaf ears, he suddenly summoned every ounce of strength left in him and shouted toward Li Feng. "Brother, make them stop. They'll really do it." There was no other way, he was genuinely terrified of this silver-haired youth. Forget about Lu Guo's fate, just the way Lu Xing had beaten him without mercy had already shattered Huang Xiaolong's courage completely. "You?" Perhaps hearing his younger brother's panicked cry, Huang Xiaoping swallowed the curse word that had been on the tip of his tongue. "Who the hell are you? Just say what you want. Leave my brother alone, okay?" After a few heavy breaths, forcing down his rage, Huang Xiaoping finally softened his tone and spoke calmly. "Heh, see? You can talk nicely after all." Hearing this, Li Feng burst into laughter. After mocking him, he immediately called off Lu Xing, who was about to attack. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat as if he'd been pulled from water. So close. Honestly, if that handsome young man hadn't stepped in, Lu Xing's raised steel pipe would have smashed right into his arm. "Alright, who the hell are you guys? If my brother did something wrong, just tell me. There's no need to make such a big deal out of this." Despite Li Feng's taunting voice on the other end of the line, Huang Xiaoping desperately wanted to explode. But perhaps mindful that his younger brother and a key subordinate were still in the other party's hands, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his rage, no matter how furious he felt. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom when he'd ever crossed such a group of people. After all, in Xingqing's criminal underworld, Huang Xiaoping might not know everyone personally, but surely he'd recognize most faces? Usually, if misunderstandings arose, they'd first try sorting things out over the phone. Only if negotiations failed would they declare war or escalate. Where had he ever seen a group like Li Feng's, who said not a single word before smashing up shops and kidnapping people? This kind of move practically sealed an irreconcilable feud and mortal enmity, leaving almost no room for compromise. "Rest assured, you haven't done anything to offend me." Seeing the other party finally calm down, Li Feng eased his aggressive tone. With a smile, he said in a level voice, "The reason I brought your brother and his men here is simply to discuss something with you." "Discuss something?" Huang Xiaoping froze at the words, then felt 1,000 curses race through his mind. Honestly, if the situation hadn't been too tense to turn hostile, he'd have used the time-honored national treasure to give Li Feng a proper greeting. "Damn it, if you want to discuss something, then discuss it. But you've trashed the place and kidnapped people. And now you tell me it's just a discussion? Is this how you discuss things?" "Right." Li Feng, of course, couldn't sense the seething anger boiling inside Huang Xiaoping. So upon hearing this, he merely responded flatly before continuing. "Alright, come to Tianzi Mountain first. If we can reach an agreement, I guarantee your brother and his men won't face serious consequences. Otherwise, if they end up missing a few body parts, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." Perhaps it was Li Feng's overly casual tone that stunned Huang Xiaoping on the other end of the line. After a moment of silence, he immediately agreed. "Alright, hold on. I'm driving over right now." "Good. But I'm not a patient man. You've got exactly half an hour. Got it?" Li Feng glanced at the time on his phone and hung up without another word. Chapter 165, Keep cleaning up. Brother Feng, as long as they don't lose any limbs, it's fine, right? After Li Feng finished the call, Lu Xing grinned, baring his teeth, and leaned in close. Pretty much. Just take it easy. Li Feng understood exactly what the kid meant and nodded without hesitation. Got it. At those words, a cold smile instantly spread across Lu Xing's face. Without another word, he took the short-haired youth's phone and walked straight up to him. I've already made the call as you instructed. The short-haired youth, Xiao Jun, watched Lu Xing approach with ill intent and immediately stammered out the words. He had no choice. He'd overheard the two teenagers' unguarded conversation earlier. So the underlying message in the short-haired youth's words was, since I've already made the call, you can't hit me now. So what if you made the call? Did I ever say I wouldn't touch you? Ah. Hearing this, Lu Xing instantly looked at him with a mocking expression. Without hesitation, he slammed the phone in his hand onto the ground with a loud thud, then stomped viciously on the shattered pieces twice. This scene made the surrounding brothers, including the short-haired youth, wince in pain. After all, in this day and age, even the cheapest phone costs several thousand yuan. To see it smash like that, it was impossible for anyone not to feel a pang of regret. Xing, don't smash it. Kangdal, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold and immediately exclaimed with a pained expression. If you really can't use it, you could at least give it to me. Ever since Brother Feng generously gave Lu Xing a phone last time, Konglu and Su Yanhong had both been eyeing it. Envy was definitely there, but jealousy? Absolutely not. So seeing Lu Xing smash a perfectly good phone like that, how could he not feel heartbroken? Get lost. It's just a phone. What, do I need to steal someone else's to use? If word gets out, people will think we can't afford one? Hearing this, Lu Xing snapped back in irritation. Honestly, with their current salaries, they could easily save up for a few days and buy a phone outright. But if they had to steal even something like this from others, what the hell would happen to Brother Feng's reputation? Fine, forget I said anything. Seeing Lu Xing genuinely upset, Konglu quickly lowered his head sheepishly and mumbled apologetically. To be honest, he hadn't thought that deeply about it. He just thought it was a bit of a waste to smash such a nice phone. And after Lu Xing's explanation, he understood why the other guy had acted that way. After all, they were out here representing Brother Feng's reputation. Seeing that Konglu had stopped talking, Lu Xing's anger subsided slightly. But before long, he redirected his fury straight at the short-haired youth standing before him. While the other guy was still reeling from the pain of his phone being smashed, Lu Xing suddenly raised the steel pipe in his hand and swung it at him without warning. As mentioned earlier, this kid was incredibly petty. It could be said that anyone who had ever crossed him would inevitably face retribution from Lu Xing the moment he found an opportunity. Unfortunately for the short-haired youth, he had already been marked by Lu Xing back at the loan company. So soon after the shaven-headed youth Huang Xiaolong, piercing screams echoed across the barren mountain once more. Witnessing this scene again, the surrounding brothers felt a twinge of reluctance, yet they seemed to be slowly growing accustomed to it. As for the newcomers who had dared to glare at Li Feng and Lu Xing earlier, their hearts were now filled with bone-chilling dread. Truth be told, it was fortunate that Li Feng was magnanimous enough. Otherwise, it could very well have been them suffering this fate. The thought instantly sparked a tinge of fear toward this hot-tempered silver-haired youth. After all, rumors were one thing, but many things only truly revealed their bone-chilling nature when witnessed firsthand. Brother Feng, are we just going to wait here for Huang Xiaoping? Just as the brothers were all feeling moved, Meng Fei cautiously approached Li Feng and asked him in a low voice. What, worried he'll pull some stunt? Hearing this, Li Feng withdrew his gaze from Lu Xing and looked at Meng Fei with a faint, ambiguous smile. Well, better safe than sorry. Faced with Li Feng's gaze, Meng Fei's face flushed crimson. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and replied. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be this cautious. But the crucial point was that he had just made the mistake of failing to properly instruct his subordinates. So when facing Li Feng now, Meng Fei couldn't help but feel a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Are you worried he'll report us to the police? Li Feng seemed to have guessed his thoughts and asked calmly. Yes. Meng Fei answered honestly. Though he'd only been with this young man for a short time, he'd been profoundly influenced by him. If it came to a showdown with other factions in Xincheng, he felt no fear whatsoever. But if the other side resorted to underhanded tactics, that would indeed be troublesome. After all, commoners don't fight the authorities. Even in this era of collapsing order, patrol officers remained patrol officers. In short, they were far too small a group to provoke such an authority. Alright, take a few brothers down the mountain to keep watch. If anything happens, call me. After a moment's hesitation, Li Feng finally nodded slowly before speaking. Though matters on the streets are settled by the streets, a long-standing unwritten rule for those who've been in the game for years. But better safe than sorry. Truthfully, if Huang Xiaoping really broke the rules like this, their small team wouldn't have much recourse right now. It seemed that once his own faction grew stronger, building connections with the county police station and local leaders would become an urgent priority. At this thought, a contemplative gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, Meng Fei, having received Li Feng's approval, nodded in acknowledgement and departed to carry out the task. Chapter 166, Arrangements. Meng Fei took away the brothers who had previously shown hostility toward Li Feng. Clearly, he intended to use this opportunity to give them a proper talking to. Li Feng said nothing about it, merely watching the departing figures with a faint smile. He couldn't claim to understand Meng Fei completely after all, human hearts were unpredictable. But after spending time with him, Li Feng genuinely valued the man. Although Meng Fei had indeed made some missteps in handling the brothers, that couldn't completely negate his contributions. If nothing else, he had managed both venues diligently, never causing Li Feng any trouble. In short, Meng Fei was undoubtedly a capable commander who could hold his own. Of course, trust was one thing, but Li Feng would never simply hand over complete control of all the brothers to him. Gao Yang and Li Nan were like nails driven into the wood. This fact, perhaps, was something Meng Fei himself understood all too well. As for his thoughts on the matter, Li Feng couldn't care less. After all, if Meng Fei harbored no rebellious thoughts, he would undoubtedly focus on his duties without distraction. Even with Gao Yang and Li Nan present, their presence wouldn't shake his pivotal role in the team. But should he harbor any ulterior motives, Li Feng was confident he could crush Meng Fei into the dust completely. After all, it was always wise not to put all one's eggs in one basket. This move was merely laying the groundwork for his faction's future penetration into Manhwa City. With that thought, Li Feng pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. His gaze drifted toward the mountain's base, his expression growing profoundly intense. It wouldn't be long now. Once he set foot in Manhwa City, the lost fragments of his memory should resurface. As for Qingcheng, he never harbored the slightest concern. After all, it was merely a small county town, lacking any substantial major factions. If Li Feng couldn't unify the underground forces here under such circumstances, then advancing into Manhwa City would be nothing more than a laughable fantasy. Brother Feng, should we send a warning to Meng Fei? Perhaps because Li Feng had stared at the receding taillights for too long, Gao Yang slowly approached and whispered in his ear. Li Nan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement with Gao Yang's suggestion. Unlike Meng Fei, who had joined midway, their connection to Lu Xing meant that, strictly speaking, these few were Li Feng's true confidants. So when those newcomers dared to openly show hostility toward Li Feng and Lu Xing, it left both of them seething inside. No sooner had Meng Fei left than Gao Yang stepped forward, speaking up indignantly. Yeah, Brother Feng, Yang's right. If Meng Fei's crew can disrespect you like this now, what the hell will they do later? Hearing this, Lu Xing spat and cursed. Damn it, we should have taken him and those idiots down right then. Exactly. I was about to jump them myself. If Kong Lu hadn't been holding me back, I would have taken them on. Su Yanhong added indignantly. What the hell are you talking about? I held back because Brother Feng didn't give the order. Hearing Su Yanhong's words, Kong Lu immediately responded with displeasure. Truth be told, if Meng Fei hadn't promptly knelt down and apologized, their little group might have erupted into internal strife right then and there. As for how the brothers in Meng Fei's faction would have reacted then, that was anyone's guess. Enough. This matter ends here. No one mentions it again, understand? After Lu Xing and the other four had finished speaking, Li Feng slowly exhaled a puff of smoke before saying calmly. But, hearing Feng speak, Lu Xing tried to say something more, but was cut off by a dismissive wave of the hand. Since we've come together to work, we are one unit. Even if conflicts arise in the future, never let them show in front of outsiders. That would just make us look ridiculous. Li Feng said calmly. He added another point. Also, if Meng Fei ever does something wrong in the future, you must come to me privately. Never escalate the conflict. Got it? As he finished speaking, Li Feng's gaze fixed directly on Lu Xing. The other four were fine, they had some sense of propriety. But this kid was the exception, a classic case of acting before thinking. Honestly, if things ever came to blows, that kind of rift would be impossible to mend. In short, Li Feng absolutely refused to let that happen. In his mind, since they were working together, they were all brothers. As long as no one committed a fundamental breach of trust, Li Feng believed forgiveness could be granted on a case-by-case basis. Of course, some things only needed to be said once. If they happened again, don't blame him for being ruthless. Brother Feng, why are you looking at me? I wouldn't do anything reckless. Seeing this, Lu Xing gave an awkward chuckle and scratched his head. Hearing this, the others all exchanged looks that clearly said, yeah, right. However, Li Feng didn't press the matter further. He turned his attention to Gao Yang. By the way, Gao Yang, how many brothers have you managed to bring over so far? Besides me and Li Nan, there are 6 other brothers. Brother Feng, rest assured, they're absolutely reliable. Though puzzled by Li Feng's question, Gao Yang answered honestly. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement before adding thoughtfully, from now on, feel free to recruit more people. Once the operation expands, you and Li Nan will need to step up and take charge on your own. Got it? Hearing this, Gao Yang and Li Nan froze for a moment before their faces lit up with wild excitement. After all, what man could resist the thrill of wielding power? Thanks, Brother Feng. Thanks, Brother Feng. As soon as they processed the news, both immediately expressed their gratitude to Li Feng in unison. Meanwhile, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, standing nearby, wore expressions of envy. What could they do? After all, they and Lu Xing were still students at the academy. In any case, matters of controlling factions and claiming territory were simply beyond their reach for now. But before long, they too gradually calmed their minds. After all, everything had two sides. Just as they envied Meng Fei and Gao Yang. If they turned the tables, didn't everyone else envy them too? Setting aside other factors, just being able to stay by Li Feng's side all day meant their status was naturally higher than most others in the team. Alright, no need for thanks. Just focus on doing your jobs well. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just remember one thing, learn how to manage the venue effectively. Avoid conflicts with Meng Fei whenever possible. If anything comes up, discuss it privately with me, got it? Yes, brother Feng. Gao Yang and Li Nan quickly agreed. Chapter 167, Fierce Tiger Lu Xing. The wait was agonizingly slow, but with so many companions around, no one in their small group voiced any complaints. Even so, after standing on the mountaintop for over 20 minutes, Lu Xing, the most impatient of them all, couldn't hold back any longer. Brother Feng, I bet that Huang Xiaoping chick is too scared to show up. Damn it. It's been forever. How about we just chop these two idiots to pieces now? We can deal with Huang Xiaoping later. What do you say? Lu Xing leapt up from the ground in frustration, his voice thick with resentment. As he finished speaking, the young man shot a malicious glance toward Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth standing nearby. Hearing this, Li Feng showed no reaction, but Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth both shuddered involuntarily. No wonder after enduring several brutal beatings, they were genuinely terrified of this ruthless, silver-haired youth before them. If they really ended up missing limbs, they'd be completely crippled for life. How could they not tremble at the thought of such a fate? However, just as Huang Xiaolong's lips trembled, about to utter something, Li Feng finally spoke. Wait a bit. There are still 8 minutes left. If Huang Xiaoping doesn't dare show up by then, you can take action later. Hearing this, Li Feng first pulled out his phone to check the time before waving his hand with a relaxed expression. After all, whether navigating the underworld or simply being a decent person, one must uphold a measure of integrity. If you say you'll give someone half an hour, then it's half an hour. After all, they'd already waited over 20 minutes. What difference would a few more make? Alright, brother Feng, I'll take your word for it. With Li Feng's approval, Lu Xing immediately flashed a toothy grin. Seeing his delighted expression, Li Feng couldn't help but understand the kid's meaning. He gave him a half smile, half sneer. Clearly, Lu Xing wasn't angry about waiting this short while. More likely, he was just looking for an excuse to get his hands dirty himself. To many, severing limbs might seem brutal. But in Lu Xing's inherently reckless mind, it was undoubtedly a supremely stylish and cool thing to do. No wonder this guy was born for the underworld life. If nothing else, his ruthlessness alone probably put even Li Feng slightly in the shade. After all, that ruthless streak was something Li Feng had only cultivated gradually over his 2 lifetimes. But Lu Xing? He was born restless and unruly. The thought made Li Feng feel both amused and slightly exasperated. Still, he didn't hold it against him for playing him like a fiddle. Deep down, though, Li Feng grew even more wary of the young man. This wariness, however, wasn't about guarding against him. It was a form of protection. Because what he feared wasn't Lu Xing betraying him, but rather that if he wasn't careful, this reckless troublemaker would stir up some huge, sensational incident. Taking responsibility and getting dragged into trouble was one thing. Beyond that, Li Feng feared this kid might stir up trouble so big he couldn't contain it, leaving him unable to protect this single-minded brother. There was no helping it. Among all the brothers by his side, Lu Xing was undoubtedly the one he valued most and trusted most. Even if human hearts are unpredictable, certain personalities simply wouldn't betray you. And when it came to judging character, Li Feng was exceptionally confident in his own ability. Perhaps the emotions in his gaze were too complex and overwhelming, because the moment Lu Xing met his eyes, his expression instantly turned awkward and sheepish. Brother Feng, why are you staring at me like that? Probably feeling guilty, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask after a long awkward silence. Nothing. Li Feng shook his head with a wry smile, offering no further explanation. After a moment of silence, he added with lingering concern, from now on, before you do anything, you need to work on that impulsive nature of yours, got it? Got it, brother Feng. Hearing this, Lu Xing grinned and readily agreed. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. I'll listen to you. You'd better remember what you just said today. Li Feng chuckled at this, then playfully tapped the kid a few times in the air. But words were just words. Deep down, he made a silent vow he would keep Lu Xing close by his side from now on, never letting the kid get the chance to make a huge mistake. After all, Li Feng didn't want to stand atop the mountain of success, having achieved fame and glory, only to find himself without a single brother he could confide in and trust. As for this tiger capable of choosing its prey, he couldn't suppress it too harshly either. Just like today. Allowing Lu Xing to occasionally show his sharp edges and vent his pent-up rage was undoubtedly a form of control. He firmly believed that when the day came for this tiger to truly break free, enemies and bystanders alike would tremble in fear at the mere mention of Lu Xing's name. In stark contrast to the relaxed, easy conversation between Li Feng and Lu Xing, Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth found themselves secretly on edge, even trembling slightly. There was no way around it. With matters having reached this point, they harbored no hope for a peaceful resolution. After all, the young leader had made it crystal clear, even if they were to negotiate, it would only happen after their boss, Huang Xiaoping, arrived. And if Huang Xiaoping couldn't make it in time, their fate was all too predictable. At this thought, Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth silently prayed that their older brother and boss wouldn't be delayed by anything. Otherwise, if they really got crippled, it would be too late for any excuses. Perhaps their prayers had worked. Just as Lu Xing began to fidget and Li Feng frowned for the second time, pulling out his phone to check the time, the roar of car engines finally echoed once more from the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, Li Feng rose from the rock beneath him, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. As he rose, the other 20-plus brothers on the mountaintop also scrambled to their feet, each gripping their weapons even tighter. But unlike the last time they stormed Lu Guo's turf, this time, most of the veteran brothers showed no trace of tension or fear on their faces. Instead, they radiated excitement and a sense of readiness. After all, in the grand vision Li Feng had laid out, such opportunities were bound to multiply. And every time they seized a new territory or turf, their respective shares of the spoils and their standing within the group would rise significantly. In short, it wasn't so much that the brothers were fighting for Li Feng as it was that they were fighting for themselves. Chapter 168, Meng Fei's Betrayal? Perhaps sensing the palpable energy radiating from his brothers behind him, a faint smile instantly touched the corners of Li Feng's lips. Truth be told, those born with innate boldness or a natural aptitude for the underworld were, after all, a rare breed. Take Lu Xing, for instance. For most people, courage is something forged step by step. Right now, buoyed by the sweet taste of victory from clearing the venue earlier and the confidence it brought, these brothers didn't need Li Feng to rally them. They'd all gotten themselves pumped up and were eagerly preparing for battle. There was no way around it. Li Feng had given them far too much. Let's be honest, in this day and age, how many people in a county town could earn $400 a day? To put it bluntly, when it came to salary alone, even the chief of their local police station probably didn't earn as much as this group. Of course, no one relies solely on wages to get by. Precisely because of this, Li Feng's small team now was virtually free of slackers coasting through life, ready to jump ship at the first sign of trouble. For nothing else, but for their own tangible interests, even if you're scared inside, you'd still have to put on a brave face, right? Otherwise, those steadily increasing perks would slip right through your fingers. And when that day comes, you won't even have a place to wipe your tears. After all, if not for Meng Fei and Gao Yang constantly keeping the team size in check, hordes of opportunists would have been clamoring to join by now. Brother Feng, something feels off. Just as 4 cars sped toward them from the mountain's base, Gao Yang suddenly furrowed his brow and whispered to Li Feng. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others, who hadn't been paying attention to these minor details, suddenly noticed something amiss. Logically, after confirming Huang Xiaoping wasn't up to anything, Meng Fei, who had gone down the mountain earlier to check the situation, should have either called or driven ahead to lead the way. But now, the large Jinbei van driven by Meng Fei and the others was firmly sandwiched between 3 unfamiliar vehicles. At a glance, it felt like they'd been either invited in or forced into this situation. After all, the leading Jeep SUV was far too conspicuous. It was practically impossible to ignore it. Damn it! Could it be that bastard Meng Fei has betrayed us? Upon seeing this, Lu Xing didn't hesitate. He instantly flew into a rage and cursed. The other brothers nearby heard his words and their expressions abruptly changed, their faces turning grim. Under normal circumstances, they likely wouldn't have given Lu Xing's wild accusations a second thought. But the crucial point was this: not long ago, because of those 3 youths who had shown hostility toward Li Feng, Meng Fei had indeed been forced to kneel and apologize. And precisely because of that, with resentment festering inside him, who could guarantee Meng Fei wouldn't betray Brother Feng? And such a possibility was indeed hard to dismiss. After all, once sufficient justification exists, everything becomes so logical and inevitable. He dares? Hearing Lu Xing's words, even the usually mild-mannered Li Nan instantly turned crimson-eyed. He snarled viciously, "If that bastard dares betray Brother Feng, I'll skin him alive, damn it." As he finished, Li Nan shot a warning glance at the group of brothers behind him. There was no other way. After all, aside from a handful of core members, most of these men had been recruited by Meng Fei himself. If that guy really did betray Brother Feng, things would get very dicey today. No, impossible. Brother Fei would never do such a thing. Yeah, maybe there's some misunderstanding. Exactly. Seeing the furious glances from Lu Xing and the others, the brothers who had been primed for battle began to look flustered. Many of them shook their heads repeatedly, trying to explain. After all, most of them had been loyal brothers to Meng Fei for years. In other words, even if Meng Fei truly intended to betray Brother Feng, wouldn't he at least have said something or given them a heads up? This sudden, out-of-the-blue situation left them utterly at a loss. Brother Fei absolutely isn't that kind of person. Besides, we never received any notification about this. Amidst the murmurs of the group, a young figure stepped forward from the crowd, his expression resolute as he spoke. Seeing the somewhat familiar face before him, Li Feng's slightly furrowed brows lifted in recognition. He recognized the man before him, the young man who had been keeping watch at the intersection while bringing in new recruits when he visited the pit a few days ago. If Li Feng remembered correctly, his name was Zhao Liming. You think just saying it isn't makes it so? Lu Xing spat on the ground at the words, then pointed a finger at Zhao Liming with venom. Maybe he decided on a whim and didn't have time to notify you guys? Well. Hearing this, Zhao Liming suddenly felt uncertain too. There was no denying that Lu Xing had a point. After all, the recent conflicts had been unexpected. Meng Fei hadn't had time to notify their group of brothers, which was somewhat understandable. Otherwise, there'd be no explanation for why Fei Ji's car ended up mixed in with Huang Xiaoping's convoy. What? Got nothing to say now? Seeing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but snort derisively. His fierce eyes slowly swept over Zhao Liming and his group as he spoke in an icy tone. Now, it's your turn to make a choice. Tell me, if Meng Fei really betrayed Brother Feng, what would you do? As he spoke, the young man tightened his grip on the steel pipe in his hand, clearly ready to act at the slightest provocation. Lu Xing had no intention of sparing anyone who dared betray Brother Feng. Boom! Perhaps Lu Xing's question had cut too deep. Almost the instant his words fell silent, the dozen or so brothers erupted into an uproar. Most of them turned deathly pale, their expressions twisted with agonizing conflict. Of course, 3 or 4 of Meng Fei's most loyal brothers began to look increasingly inscrutable, their minds churning with other thoughts. Chapter 169, Choosing Sides. Li Feng observed every expression on the faces of these dozen or so brothers. As for those struggling and bewildered, he found it perfectly normal and felt no disappointment. After all, these men had been with Meng Fei for so long. To expect them to abruptly choose him over Meng Fei after merely half a month of allegiance was unrealistic. After all, even if we're not talking about people, but just dogs, if you spend enough time with them, you develop deep bonds, wouldn't you? But while he remained outwardly magnanimous, Li Feng's gaze grew increasingly cold and murderous toward the 3 brothers whose eyes betrayed hidden agendas. He could forgive the others wavering, it meant they still remembered some of his good points. But these 3 had made up their minds so quickly. That was absolutely unforgivable in Li Feng's eyes. For it laid bare their true allegiance, their hearts belonged solely to Meng Fei. Worst of all, they had completely forgotten all the favors Li Feng had done for them. Truth be told, he understood the existence of 2 or more factions within a team. After all, people naturally gravitate toward those they feel closer to. Wherever there are people, there will inevitably be conflicts and competing interests. In short, factional strife was nothing out of the ordinary. But who was Li Feng? He was the true leader of this team. He could forgive many things. But betrayal? That's absolutely unforgivable. If even that could be forgiven, what's the point of navigating society? Might as well just take down the Buddha statue and sit on the throne yourself, wouldn't that be better? Perhaps it was Li Feng's piercing gaze, or perhaps he had stared at the 3 for too long. Soon, the murmurs among the dozen or so brothers died down completely. Each of them looked back at Li Feng with expressions of reverence and fear. Especially those 3 who had harbored ulterior motives, they didn't dare lift their heads at all. Though in that instant, they had made a certain decision in their hearts. But when truly confronted by Li Feng, a leader whose combat prowess was terrifying and whose ruthlessness was legendary, it was impossible for them not to feel fear. You all. Looks like Brother Feng spent all that money raising you just to end up with a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Seeing the dozen or so men remain silent for a long while, with not a single one stepping forward to speak, Lu Xing instantly flew into a rage. As he spoke, he took a step forward, ready to settle the matter with his fists. As he moved, Gao Yan, Li Nan, Kong Lo, and the others also tensed, ready to spring into action. Though their group of 5, plus the 7 recruits brought in by Gao Yang, was outnumbered by the wavering brothers. But in terms of fighting spirit and sheer presence, Lu Xing's 12 men far surpassed the nearly 20 opponents. Swish! As Lu Xing's group moved, the atmosphere atop the mountain instantly grew thick with tension and unease. In stark contrast to Lu Xing and his group, who were sharpening their blades, the other 20 brothers all turned deathly pale. Panic spread visibly across their faces, and many could barely hold onto their weapons. They were terrified. Honestly, they'd rather face twice as many enemies than confront the terrifying Li Feng. After all, the scene of Li Feng single-handedly subduing all 13 of them back in the beginning was still vividly etched in their minds. Brother Feng, you have to believe us. We truly never intended to betray you. Perhaps sensing the prelude to an impending storm, Zhao Liming could no longer hold back. He frantically blurted out his explanation. Yeah, Brother Feng, we absolutely never had that intention. Exactly. A wake-up call. As Zhao Liming spoke, the others seemed to find their anchor, rushing to echo his words. Is that so? Hearing this, Li Feng finally spoke with a faint smile. Then if Meng Fei really did defect to Huang Xiaoping, what choice would you make? Though the teenager smiled as he spoke, the warmth never reached his eyes, it bordered on coldness. It was clear, if their answers failed to satisfy him, Li Feng would rather abandon them all and weaken his own forces than continue leading them in his quest for power. After all, any faction incapable of true loyalty would only become a liability sooner or later. If Brother Fei truly betrays you, then I, Zhao Liming, will be the first to refuse. Perhaps realizing the critical nature of this moment, Zhao Liming hesitated for only a second or two before clenching his teeth and declaring firmly. Then, as if resolving something within himself, he added, "Anyway, Brother Feng, everyone sees how good you've been to us. Fei was my boss before, no question. But since I joined you, you'll always be my boss. That will never change." After speaking, Zhao Liming fixed Li Feng with an intense, burning gaze, seemingly intent on conveying the unwavering resolve behind his words. Hearing this, not only did Li Feng freeze in place, but even the group of brothers surrounding Zhao Liming stiffened instantly. Soon, countless complex gazes converged on him. No one had expected Zhao Liming to make his choice so swiftly. "Are you serious?" Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, then raised an eyebrow as he looked at him and asked. "Brother Feng, I, Zhao Liming, swear to heaven. If I utter a single false word, may I be struck by lightning and meet a miserable end." Seeing Brother Feng's skepticism, Zhao Liming immediately grew anxious and began pleading earnestly. His gaze swept over the other brothers before he continued with utmost sincerity. "You might think I, Zhao Liming, am a sycophant who follows the powerful. But those who know me, ask yourselves honestly, when I followed Brother Fei, did I ever betray him? Did I ever do anything, even the slightest thing, to wrong Brother Fei? No, not even once. Because back then, Brother Fei wasn't just my brother, he was my leader. In short, whether it was out of brotherly loyalty or moral duty, I have nothing to reproach myself for. But now? After all of us, including Brother Fei, have followed Brother Feng, he is our boss. I believe everyone here is a smart guy. We all know exactly how Brother Feng treats us. One thing's for sure, Zhao Liming would never betray his boss and turn against him. As long as Brother Feng treats me like a brother from now on, I'll never do anything to betray him. Because I refuse to become a disloyal, unprincipled man who gets stabbed in the back on the streets." By the end of his speech, Zhao Liming's face was flushed crimson, his entire body trembling with emotion. After all, being a man requires standing by your principles and keeping your word. Since Meng Fei had chosen to lead them in pledging allegiance to Li Feng back then, Brother Feng was indisputably their sole leader. Even if emotionally, his bond with Meng Fei ran much deeper. But given how well Li Feng had treated him and the others, if Meng Fei chose to betray them over such a trivial matter, he would be deeply disappointed. So his current choice was only natural. Moreover, beyond that, the genuine awe and admiration he felt for Li Feng was the most crucial factor driving Zhao Liming to stand with the young man. For in this society, it's not only women who admire strength, men do too. The difference lies in the nature of that admiration. Women's is infatuation, while men's is reverence. Chapter 170, Zhao Liming's thoughts. Zhao Liming's words sounded like both an excuse and an expression of his true feelings. In any case, after he finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the brothers who had been harboring some unease turned pensive. The truth was exactly as Zhao Liming had stated. Though Li Feng rarely came to the club to manage affairs, his generosity toward the brothers was something no other gang boss had ever matched. After all, in an era when most street toughs pooled money just to buy cigarettes, receiving a daily wage of 400 yuan carried a weight that needed no explanation to understand. True, emotionally speaking, they were undoubtedly closer to Meng Fei. But in this line of work, who wants to live a life of grinding poverty? Moreover, it was an undeniable fact that Meng Fei had led them to pledge allegiance to Brother Feng first. If they were to switch allegiances on a whim, loyal one moment, traitor the next, how would the underworld regard them henceforth? No one would welcome such fickle scum and trash. Frankly, if they did that, ending up disgraced would be the best case scenario. It was highly likely they'd become pariahs, hunted down like rats in the streets. At the thought of this, the faces of the nearly 20 brothers grew increasingly conflicted and troubled. Meanwhile, the three most steadfast brothers who had long since made up their minds felt a surge of anxiety at this sight. They weren't fools, they could clearly see the hesitation and doubt etched on the faces of the others. Yet at this moment, the three of them dared not utter a single word. Whether it was their imagination or not, they felt Li Feng's gaze fixed coldly upon them. Needless to say, if they dared to step forward and voice dissent now, they would undoubtedly face his ruthless suppression. And just as they had anticipated, seeing that the three showed no further resistance, Li Feng slowly withdrew his gaze with a hint of disappointment. After all, whether Meng Fei had truly betrayed him remained uncertain. If Li Feng had truly cracked down on those three now, it would have been unjustified. Moreover, he feared such an action might provoke resistance from other brothers whose loyalties were already wavering. In any case, this matter would have to wait for further observation. Truthfully, he didn't quite believe Meng Fei would betray him over such a trivial matter. If that were the case, it would only prove the other party was utterly foolish. His earlier decision not to stop Lu Xing's words and actions had a deeper purpose. Li Feng wanted to see what choices these men would make if he and Meng Fei ever reached an irreconcilable conflict. Fortunately, aside from those three young men who resolutely sided with Meng Fei, the reactions and responses of the other brothers left Li Feng quite satisfied. Even if they hadn't firmly chosen to stand by him, at the very least, the vast majority still remembered the good he, Li Feng, had done for them. As for Zhao Liming's words, that was an absolute pleasant surprise. After all, he was among the earliest brothers to follow Meng Fei and pledge allegiance to him. And now, when this situation arose, he chose him without hesitation. How could that not make Li Feng happy? Setting aside any ambitions, the mere fact that Zhao Liming remembered his kindness was reason enough for Li Feng to invest in cultivating him. As this thought crossed his mind, the coldness in Li Feng's gaze toward Zhao Liming gradually softened. When Zhao Liming met Li Feng's gaze, he clearly sensed the warmth and closeness in those eyes. Instantly, a look of wild delight spread across the slender, short-haired youth's face. Ever since their first encounter at the billiard hall, he had been profoundly awed by Li Feng's formidable, almost superhuman strength. Even though he'd taken a beating back then, his deep-seated admiration and respect hadn't diminished one bit. After getting involved in the incident with Wang the Lame and Lu Guohua, Zhao Liming had practically become this young man's devoted fanboy. In terms of combat prowess, ruthless tactics, and generous loyalty, Li Feng was undoubtedly the most outstanding individual Zhao Liming had ever encountered without a doubt. In short, Zhao Liming was the kind of person who would willingly sacrifice his life for the youth's every command. So at this critical moment of choosing sides, he hesitated only briefly before immediately aligning himself with his idol. Of course, he feared Li Feng might see him as a sycophant, a traitor who sold out his brothers. Indeed, after delivering that lengthy speech, Zhao Liming felt a pang of unease. But now, having received Li Feng's warm and approving gaze, all his lingering doubts vanished. Because he had indeed made the right bet. "Brother Feng, what should we do now?" Seeing that Li Feng hadn't made a move, Lu Xing beside him was at a loss for what to do. After a moment of stalemate, he turned to Li Feng and asked, "Let's see how things play out." Hearing this, Li Feng shook his head lightly, showing no urgency to resolve the matter. After all, within just these few minutes, the 4 vehicles at the mountain's base were steadily closing in on the summit. In any case, internal conflicts could be dealt with later. Right now, the urgent priority was to deal with Huang Xiaoping first. After all, whether Meng Fei had betrayed him or not would become crystal clear soon enough. To put it bluntly, even if Meng Fei led a full-scale rebellion, as long as he still had Lu Xing and his 12 brothers by his side, Li Feng was absolutely confident he could lead his men to fight their way out. But if things truly came to that, then once he regrouped and rose again, everyone present would have to seriously consider how to face Li Feng's brutal, bloody vengeance. At this thought, Li Feng turned his gaze toward the convoy just a few hundred meters away, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He hoped Meng Fei wouldn't disappoint him. Otherwise, he, Li Feng, would show absolutely no mercy to his enemies. Chapter 171. Soon, a convoy of 4 vehicles came to a thunderous halt at the mountain pass intersection. The screeching tires of the lead jeep were particularly jarring. One might suspect it would have plowed straight into Li Feng's group if not for the 3 large minivans blocking its path. Seeing this scene, a cold smile instantly appeared in Li Feng's eyes. After all, vehicles are driven by people. This single fact alone revealed the driver's unyielding attitude. Clearly, these visitors meant trouble. It made sense when you thought about it. First, their establishment was inexplicably wrecked. Then, their own brother and trusted lieutenant were abducted. Anyone in their shoes would be furious. "Brother! Boss!" True to form, the moment they spotted the jeep, Wang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth Xiao Jun, who had been kneeling pitifully on the ground, cried out excitedly. Then, they made a move to struggle to their feet. "Damn it, stay put, you bastards!" Seeing this, Zhao Liming, who was closest to them, kicked Wang Xiaolong back to the ground without a word, seemingly to assert his dominance. He cursed under his breath as he did so. The other 2 youths beside Zhao Liming clearly followed his lead. Seeing him act, they immediately joined in, pinning Xiao Jun back down. This scene was clearly witnessed by the middle-aged man who had just stepped out of the jeep. "You! Try touching my brother again?" Seeing his own younger brother Huang Xiaolong beaten right before his eyes, the middle-aged man with a face full of fleshy bulges instantly turned grim. His sunken eyes flashed with a hint of crazed ferocity as he immediately pointed angrily at Zhao Liming and shouted. As his voice echoed, the doors of the 3 vans behind them swung open simultaneously. Instantly, over 20 young men armed with cleavers and steel pipes poured out like dumplings being tossed into boiling water. Apparently well acquainted with Li Feng's unyielding stance, Zhao Liming didn't hesitate for a second upon hearing the man's words. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp, resounding slap across Huang Xiaolong's face. While Huang Xiaolong reeled in shock, the man turned to the middle-aged man with a look brimming with defiance and provocation, his expression seeming to say, "I just hit him, what are you gonna do about it?" Witnessing this scene, Li Feng didn't reprimand Zhao Liming for acting on his own initiative. Instead, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he was pleased with Zhao Liming's attitude. As for Lu Xing, he grinned, baring his teeth, then gave him a thumbs up. In short, this kid never held back praise or affection for those who suited his taste. UING. In stark contrast to the admiration in Li Feng and his group's eyes, the middle-aged man was boiling over. His eyes widened with fury, his expression screaming a desire to tear Zhao Liming limb from limb for daring to challenge him. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that the opposing side vastly outnumbered his own, he would have ordered his men to attack immediately. After all, in this little corner of Qingcheng, when had Huang Xiaoping ever endured such contempt? You must be Huang Xiaoping? Just as Huang Xiaoping was panting heavily, trying desperately to quell the rage boiling within him, Li Feng's voice drifted over calmly. Who the hell are you? Huang Xiaoping's irritation flared into outright impatience when he saw the person addressing him was a teenager in a school uniform. He then swept his gaze across the crowd on the mountaintop, his voice booming like thunder. Which one of you is actually in charge here? Is there really no one else? Sending some little punk who hasn't even grown any hair yet to talk to me? Shut the up. Hearing the other party dare to show disrespect toward Li Feng, Lu Xing, his #1 die-hard supporter, instantly flew into a rage. In a moment of near madness, he swung the steel pipe in his hand without hesitation, aiming a brutal blow at the middle-aged man's head just across from him. The middle-aged man and his group were stunned by this sudden turn of events. None of them had expected the other side to resort to violence so abruptly. Honestly, if it weren't for the distance between them and the attacker's poor aim, that spinning steel pipe might very well have blown the middle-aged man's head off. But before Huang Xiaoping could fully process his rage, the 30 or so men from the other group took a unified step forward, clearly intending to attack. Many of them even spat out threats like, "You better not disrespect Brother Feng again, or I'll kill you." After all, in the underworld, if even their own boss was insulted and they didn't react, what kind of underlings would anyone want? You are their boss? Whether out of fear or sheer shock, Huang Xiaoping's expression froze for a split second before settling into a stunned stare. He stared at Li Feng, his voice thick with disbelief. Yes, that's right. Facing the middle-aged man's astonished gaze, Li Feng nodded indifferently, acknowledging it outright. Ha 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 ha. Upon receiving confirmation, Huang Xiaoping immediately burst into loud laughter. Seeing him doubled over in laughter, anyone unaware might have thought he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. As his unrestrained laughter continued, Lu Xing and his group grew increasingly grim. Honestly, if Li Feng hadn't waved them off in time, Lu Xing would have charged right at this guy who dared mock Brother Feng. Oh my, I can hardly stand it. Little kid, are you sure you guys aren't just playing house? At your age, trying to act like you're out here hustling in the real world? Ha! After a long while, Huang Xiaoping finally managed to suppress his laughter. He then turned to Li Feng with a look of mockery and amusement, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As if echoing their leader, the 20 or so armed youths behind him all burst into easy laughter upon hearing this. It couldn't be helped, Li Feng was simply too young. Especially in that school uniform, he was clearly just a wet behind the ears teenager. Chapter 172. Finished laughing yet? If not, I can give you a little more time. Seeing this, Li Feng merely pulled out a cigarette with an expressionless face, lit it, and spoke in an extremely calm tone. Truthfully, unless someone insulted his parents, ordinary mockery rarely provoked his anger. Of course, this didn't mean Li Feng was completely without temper. After all, when someone possesses extreme self-confidence, they simply don't care about others' gossip. Like a tiger that had just finished a satisfying meal, as long as its safety wasn't threatened, it wouldn't even bother with the glances of some jackals lurking nearby. That kind of indifference has nothing to do with fear, it's pure, unadulterated disregard. Who the hell are you? Or do we have some kind of beef? Seeing his mocking words had no effect whatsoever, Huang Xiaoping finally wiped the smile from his face. His expression turned serious as he looked at Li Feng and asked. As before, if not for the sheer numbers of his men, he wouldn't have bothered exchanging another word with this youth. More importantly, years of street experience had taught Huang Xiaoping that this seemingly unfamiliar group was no rabble that could be scattered with a single charge. Because after being provoked, the anger and fighting spirit radiating from his opponent was something that couldn't possibly be feigned. Relax, we've got no beef. I've never even seen you before today. Seeing the other finally adopt a proper attitude, Li Feng's face softened into a faint smile. He shook his head. As for my name, you probably wouldn't recognize it anyway. But since you asked, I'm not afraid to tell you I'm Li Feng. If possible, I'd like to hear you call me Brother Feng later. These words flowed from the youth's mouth without a trace of hostility, as if he were chatting with an old friend. There was none of the tension one might expect from negotiations between opposing factions. Brother Feng? Huang Xiaoping froze at the words, then quickly snorted in derision. Clearly, he was mocking the arrogance of this delicate-looking youth across from him. He wasn't a child. How could Huang Xiaoping fail to grasp the blatant overture of allegiance in Li Feng's words? But expecting him, a notorious crime boss renowned throughout Qingqing, to submit to a teenager whose beard hadn't even grown in yet. That was nothing short of a pipe dream. At this thought, Huang Xiaoping's expression turned grim. His eyes narrowed with fierce intensity as he fixed them on Li Feng, speaking coldly. Whether you're Li Feng or Wang Feng, since we've never crossed paths before, I advise you to release my two brothers. Otherwise, we'll truly become sworn enemies. In a small county town like this, when two factions didn't harbor deep-seated grudges, they usually resolved issues through negotiation as long as their strengths were evenly matched. Though Huang Xiaoping hadn't yet gauged the full strength of this unfamiliar group, judging solely by the men before him, they were clearly no weaker than his own men. After much deliberation, though his anger still burned fiercely, if they were willing to back down, apologize, and release the men, he didn't want to escalate things into an embarrassing mess. Yet, just as Huang Xiaoping believed he had offered them sufficient face and an exit, the youth across from him suddenly grinned. No wonder none of you ever amount to anything. Li Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaled slowly, then looked at Huang Xiaoping with utter contempt. And you have the nerve to call me a greenhorn? If someone like you can become a local crime boss, does that mean Qingcheng is devoid of talent? Li Feng's words were utterly merciless. Not only did Huang Xiaoping and his crew turn crimson with rage, but even Li Feng's own crew members felt their faces flush slightly. After all, hadn't they all once been part of the underworld in Qingcheng? Being confronted like this, Huang Xiaoping couldn't possibly swallow his pride. Truthfully, if it weren't for his own younger brother still being held captive by the other side, he would have turned on him immediately. What? Am I not telling the truth? Seeing the other man's face twisted with fury, Li Feng merely chuckled lightly before sneering. What's the big deal about running with the boys? It's just me beating you today, you beating me tomorrow. Why always ask if there's a grudge or history between us? What's the point? Can't it just be about clearing out the competition and claiming territory? Or have you been living too comfortably for too long that your brain's gone completely mushy? By the end, Li Feng's expression had hardened into sheer resolve. To Huang Xiaoping and his crew, these words felt like a blatant insult. But to Lu Xing and his crew, they rang with refreshing clarity and satisfaction. This was their leader, Brother Feng. In a single phrase, he embodied sheer dominance and authority. So you're here to steal my turf, huh? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoping's eyes narrowed slightly. The deep-set, sinister gaze within his eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. If it were just a routine dispute, the two factions might resolve it through haggling or mediation. But if they came to seize territory? That was something utterly non-negotiable. After all, cutting off someone's livelihood was akin to a vendetta for murdering one's father and stealing one's wife. If this had happened a few days ago, you might have had no other choice. But today, you're in luck. Hearing this, Li Feng burst into a brazen, unrestrained laugh before fixing his gaze squarely on Huang Xiaoping. Now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Bring the people behind you and pledge allegiance to me. You can continue running the loan company, but you must hand over 40% of the net profits to me every month. The other is to quietly disband your operation and hand it over to me. So, which will it be? By the end, Li Feng's tone carried an air of absolute finality, his aura growing increasingly sharp and overbearing. In short, having made such a grand show today, he was determined to settle the matter of the loan company once and for all. Chapter 173, Arrogant at first, humble later. You want me to choose? What the hell gives you the right? At that moment, Huang Xiaoping seemed finally provoked by the teenager's arrogant attitude. Without a second thought, he lashed out with a curse. After all, he'd been navigating Qingcheng's underworld for over 2 decades. Truth be told, anyone still operating in this neck of the woods today would give him some respect. But now, he was being humiliated right to his face by a wet behind-the-ears kid? How could Huang Xiaoping, who always thought highly of himself, possibly swallow his pride? The thought pushed him over the edge. He was about to order his men behind him to prepare for a fight. What gives you the right? Just as Huang Xiaoping was about to make his move, the youth sneered coldly and spoke again. Because I've got more men than you right now. Because I could crush you with a flick of my wrist, believe it or not? Then, as if losing patience himself, Li Feng lifted his head to stare at Huang Xiaoping. Huang Xiaoping, while I'm still giving you a chance, don't push your luck, got it? If you insist on going head-to-head with me, think about what happened to Wang the Cripple and Lu Guohua first. After speaking, Li Feng spat out the half-smoked cigarette but from his mouth. He then took a gleaming, sharpened machete from Gao Yang standing beside him. Truth be told, he wasn't one for wasting words with enemies either. But the thing was, when it came to loan sharking operations, Li Feng really didn't know much about the business. If he could directly recruit Huang Xiaoping, not only would it bolster his own forces, but it would also spare him a lot of unnecessary trouble. In short, this was absolutely a win-win situation. Swish! As Li Feng's words and actions concluded, the aura of his brothers behind him abruptly shifted. Nearly every one of them was now primed for battle. Even though still anxious about the missing Meng Fei found themselves swept up in the overwhelming momentum, their will subsumed by the collective surge. Wait! Just as Li Feng's patience was nearly exhausted and he was about to act, Huang Xiaoping's expression abruptly changed upon hearing the words. As if suddenly recalling something, he looked at the youth with a grave expression and cautiously asked, that incident with Wang the Cripple and Lu Guohua, you did that? As one of Qingcheng's notorious big shots, Huang Xiaoping had naturally heard tales of lame Wang and Lu Guohua. But the person involved, Li Feng, was simply too mysterious. He had barely ever appeared in public. Otherwise, how could Huang Xiaolong before him, and now Huang Xiaoping, have failed to figure out Li Feng's background all this time? Of course. If Brother Feng didn't do it, who the hell else could it be? Before Li Feng could respond, Lu Xing, who'd been seething with pent-up rage, pointed at Huang Xiaoping and erupted. You! Brother Feng sparingly shared his story with you out of respect. Since you're so ing shameless, you better believe I'll chop off your ing hands next. After unleashing a torrent of abuse, the kid snatched a machete back from Kong Lo, his eyes flashing with a terrifying glint of murderous intent. Lu Xing had always been a petty and unforgiving man. The fact that this punk had dared to mock Brother Feng was something he had etched firmly into his memory. Now that the mask was completely off, how could Lu Xing possibly let this go? It could be said that if Brother Feng gave the nod, chopping off Huang Xiaoping's hand would be the absolute minimum punishment. No. We can talk this out calmly. There must be some misunderstanding. After receiving confirmation from the silver-haired youth, Huang Xiaoping deliberately ignored the barrage of insults. His face grew tense as he stammered out a series of hurried explanations. For a split second, he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wang the cripple could be set aside for now, but Lu Guohua? That guy used to be a big-time thug whose reputation and power were practically on par with his own. Even so, the aftermath of that incident was something everyone in Qingqing knew all too well. And now, the mysterious figure who had cleanly severed Lu Guohua's hand with a single stroke had suddenly appeared before him. Such a shock to the soul, how could Huang Xiaoping not feel a tinge of lingering fear? Misunderstanding? Li Feng seemed to read the tension and fear in his opponent's heart. After hearing those words, he merely sneered contemptuously before speaking with a hint of mockery. I'm not aware of any misunderstanding between us. Besides, I already made myself perfectly clear just now. Now, it's time for you to make your choice. After speaking, Li Feng calmly fixed his dark, piercing gaze upon Huang Xiaoping, waiting for his response. Well. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoping's face instantly twisted with conflict. He was utterly unwilling to either work for someone else's benefit or abandon his own turf. But facing off against this little demon before him, Huang Xiaoping felt a twinge of unease. After all, a person's reputation precedes them. Before learning that this youth was the one who had wiped out Lu Guohua's operation and severed his palm, Huang Xiaoping had dismissed him as nothing more than a wet behind the ears brat. But now that he knew the truth, he suddenly felt the boy was unfathomably deep. It was contradictory, yet undeniably true. Because whether it was aura or intimidation, such formidable presence could only be forged through a series of terrifying feats of combat. Young brother Li Feng, I suppose we become acquainted through conflict. How about this? After hesitating for a long while, Huang Xiaoping's eyes darted about before he spoke in a more subdued tone. Let me host a banquet at the Zhonghong Grand Hotel. We'll set up a few tables and get to know each other better. What do you say? And if you ever need anything in the future, little brother, anything I can help with, just ask. By the end, Huang Xiaoping even twisted his expression, instantly transforming into a picture of amiability. He really didn't want to start a fight with this hot-headed youngster without any stake in the matter. After all, the other was ultimately just a hot-blooded youngster. He believed that if he lowered his stance sufficiently and gave Li Feng enough face, the other party probably wouldn't maintain such a hardline attitude, right? Yet, while imagination painted a rosy picture, reality proved relentlessly harsh. Just as Huang Xiaoping thought the youngster would be easy to fool, Li Feng's next words instantly plunged his mood into the depths of despair. Chapter 174, Threat. Either I'm not making myself clear, or you've got a ing problem with your ears. Do you know what a multiple choice question is? It's what I just said, pick one of the two options I gave you, got it? Seeing Huang Xiaoping treat him like a child, Li Feng's patience snapped completely. His eyes glowed with icy coldness. There was no helping it, a small county town was just that. Most of the local tough guys here, especially the older ones, had probably grown too comfortable with their easy lives. As a result, the vast majority had lost their former drive and ambition. Otherwise, how could they still be beating around the bush after he'd made himself perfectly clear? Is there no room for negotiation? Huang Xiaoping's smile slowly faded from his face, replaced by a deepening gloom. He truly hadn't expected this youth before him to show him such a lack of respect. After all, he had already lowered himself considerably. Negotiate? Do you even have the right? Li Feng snorted coldly at the retort, his expression dripping with contempt. Cut the nonsense. Today, you either submit or I cripple you. Either way, don't push my patience any further. You. Seeing Li Feng's unyielding stance, which had completely shattered any pretense of civility, Huang Xiaoping's thick-featured face twitched. A fierce resolve hardened within him. Since you insist on pushing things to this extreme, don't blame me for what comes next. With that, he waved to his men behind him and bellowed, bring them over here. At their boss's command, his henchmen scrambled to drag several young men out of the nearby van. The sight of those disheveled figures, their faces bruised and battered, sent shockwaves of panic through Li Feng's men. For who else could they be but Meng Fei and his crew, who had vanished after descending the mountain? Hell, let Brother Fei go. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Brother Feng, what do we do now? They've got Brother Fei. As soon as Meng Fei was brought forward, propped up by his captors, the group of old brothers who had followed him erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Shut up! Hearing the chaotic clamor that sounded like a bustling market, Gao Yang roared in anger. His thunderous roar instantly silenced the cacophony. Nevertheless, the worry and tension etched on everyone's faces remained starkly visible. Huang Xiaoping, is this your trump card? Once the commotion among his brothers had subsided somewhat, Li Feng finally turned to face his opponent with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tilting his head, he spoke in a calm, detached tone. Truthfully, even before Meng Fei appeared in Huang Xiaoping's camp, Li Feng had already suspected something. The current situation only confirmed Li Feng's suspicions. Cut the crap. You forced my hand. Perhaps seeing no trace of the panic he'd expected on the youth's face, Huang Xiaoping instantly flew into a rage. He spat viciously on the ground, his eyes wild with fury. Now that your men are in my hands, what else can you say? Oh? And what exactly do you want now? Hearing the other's rant, Li Feng's tone remained as calm as ever. What do I want? Huang Xiaoping burst into a savage laugh, his eyes flashing with malice as he fixed them on Li Feng. Right now, you'd better get your men to drop their weapons before we discuss this any further. After speaking, he snatched a gleaming machete from one of his henchmen and immediately pressed it against Meng Fei's throat, seemingly demonstrating his resolve to go down fighting. What the hell do you think you're doing? Before Li Feng could respond, Lu Xing, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. He pointed his own knife at Huang Xiaoping and shouted, "Threatening me? Go ahead, cut him if you've got the guts. If you do, I'll just kill you next and take you down with me." Setting aside the fact that he and Meng Fei had never gotten along, Lu Xing absolutely refused to tolerate anyone threatening him. Remember, when he first started hanging out with Brother Feng, he wasn't exactly convinced either. It wasn't until Li Feng demonstrated his skills and charisma that Lu Xing gradually submitted and pledged his loyalty. In short, threatening someone like him was harder than killing him outright. Huang Xiaoping froze upon hearing this. He simply hadn't expected this silver-haired youth in the same school uniform to be so unyielding. He practically held a knife to his brother's throat. Didn't this guy feel even the slightest hesitation or doubt? Honestly, if he hadn't been one of the parties involved, Huang Xiaoping would have thought he was the one being threatened. But precisely because of this, he found himself utterly at a loss for what to do next. After all, the thought of actually killing someone in front of all these people made Huang Xiaoping genuinely hesitant. This was the difference between a seasoned veteran and a greenhorn. The former weighed gains and losses, while the latter acted purely on impulse, driven by temperament and temper. But just as Huang Xiaoping found himself in a bind, the group of old brothers who had followed Meng Fei for years stepped forward. "Xinggu, you can't do this. Fei Gu is still in their hands. Yeah, we can talk this out. Let's rescue Brother Fei first." "Exactly. Brother Feng, you gotta talk some sense into Brother Xing." In their desperation, the group of brothers could no longer hold back. One by one, they began pleading anxiously. Though they likely understood Huang Xiaoping wouldn't dare kill Meng Fei outright, better safe than sorry, right? What if the bastard got carried away and really slit Brother Fei's throat? Regretting it afterward wouldn't do a damn thing. Perhaps that's what they mean by worry clouds judgment. Seeing the chaotic scene across from him, Huang Xiaoping finally relaxed. He knew his threat had at least achieved its purpose, hadn't it? If the entire group had been as clueless as that silver-haired youth, he'd have been utterly helpless. Chapter 175, Outdo Each Other in Cruelty? Shut the up, all of you. Damn it. Hearing the shouts from his brothers behind him, Lu Xing instantly flew into a rage, whirling around to bellow at them. He never imagined these guys could be this stupid. If they actually believed the enemy's words, then by laying down their weapons, wouldn't they truly become fish on the chopping block? Anyway, since they'd chosen this life on the streets, they should have expected this day to come. Whether the enemy dared to strike or not, they shouldn't be subjected to such threats in the first place. Otherwise, risking the lives of countless brothers to save one would be idiotic. The thought filled Lu Xing's eyes with murderous intent. His voice turned icy as he addressed the shouting brothers. "From this moment on, anyone who dares utter another word of dissent, I'll cut them down first. Bottom line, whatever Brother Feng says goes. Got it?" He then turned to Gao Yang, Li Nan, and the others standing nearby. "You lot keep an eye on things. If anyone else starts whining, don't hold back, just do as I say." "Yes, sir." Hearing Lu Xing's words, Gao Yang and the others glanced toward Brother Feng. Seeing no objection from him, they instantly understood Li Feng's intentions. Without hesitation, they stiffened and shouted their reply. Swish! In an instant, Gao Yang and the others fixed their gazes on the rowdy group, radiating an aura that screamed, "One more word, and we'll strike hard." Witnessing this scene, the dozen or so veteran brothers who had long followed Meng Fei all paled simultaneously. Some were furious, some were terrified, and others were filled with dread. After all, they had experienced firsthand the terrifying combat prowess and ruthless tactics of Li Feng. And since Lu Xing had spoken, Brother Feng hadn't stepped in to stop them. This attitude alone spoke volumes. As for Huang Xiaoping and his men across the way, witnessing this hint of internal discord on the opposing side, their faces all lit up with delight. Originally, the enemy clearly held the numerical advantage. But now, after his threats, the opposing group seemed to be falling apart. This unexpected turn of events was undeniably a huge stroke of luck for them. "Huang Xiaoping, I advise you not to play these petty tricks." Noticing the delight on their faces, Li Feng's eyes narrowed dangerously. His voice turned icy as he spoke. "What? Do you really think restraining one of my brothers will make me hesitate? Naive. You have a hostage, but don't you think I have one too? Ha! At this point, Li Feng waved to Lu Xing beside him, signaling him to bring over Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth who were still kneeling on the ground. Only then did he turn his icy gaze toward Huang Xiaoping across from him. Come on, why don't we test who's got the guts to strike harder? You dare? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoping's eyes widened in fury. There was no way around it. The man across from him was his own flesh and blood, his younger brother. As if answering Huang Xiaoping's challenge, Lu Xing, who had walked over to Huang Xiaolong, didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and swung his knife straight at the other's head. Holy! Witnessing this horrifying scene, every person present instantly wore expressions of utter terror. No one had expected this silver-haired youth to be so ruthless, striking a lethal blow without a word. Fortunately, the shadow of death seemed to unleash a latent power within Huang Xiaolong. In that critical moment, he raised his hand to block the blow. Ah! Soon, amidst the spurting blood, a piercingly shrill scream echoed across the mountaintop. Huang Xiaolong's forearm now bore a gaping wound, the edges torn open by blood. Those with keen eyes could even glimpse the stark white bone beneath. Damn it, stop this! As for Huang Xiaoping, upon witnessing this scene, he froze in shock before his face twisted with terror and rage as he shouted. Seeing his own brother writhing and screaming in agony on the ground ignited a fierce killing intent within him. What, scared? You wanted to threaten us? Well, let's see who's got the nastiest moves now. Hearing the other's shrieks, Lu Xing swung his machete around, bared his teeth in a grin, and coldly retorted. You really think I won't do it? Huang Xiaoping seemed to be provoked into a rage by the words, tightening his grip on his cleaver. Almost instantly, as he moved, a thin line of blood appeared on Meng Fei's neck, held firmly in place by his men. There was no choice. Not only was Meng Fei being held by his own men, but he himself was already being roasted over the fire. Moreover, if he backed down now, not only would he lose face, but crucially, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Then, the negotiations would truly become a joke. Alright then, let's settle this. When it came to showing ruthlessness, Lu Xing had never backed down from anyone. Without a second thought, he raised his machete, ready to strike Huang Xiaolong lying on the ground. Hold on, little five, stop right there. Just as the tension froze the air and every breath in the room seemed to halt, Li Feng finally spoke. The moment his words fell, Lu Xing's swinging machete halted mid-air. Huang Xiaolong, seeing the sharp blade glinting mere inches from his head, turned deathly pale. He froze, utterly petrified. There was no way around it. Only when truly facing this silver-haired youth could one grasp the full extent of his ruthlessness, treating human life as worthless as grass. He truly dared to strike with lethal intent. Seeing this, not only did Huang Xiaolong feel immense relief, but the others on the mountaintop also unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the situation. Huang Xiaoping, I advise you not to test my patience any further. After reprimanding Lu Xing, Li Feng finally turned his gaze to Huang Xiaoping, whose forehead was now beaded with cold sweat. His tone was calm as he spoke. I'm giving you one more chance to choose. Either you bring your men to submit to me. The loan company will remain under your management, but you must surrender 40% of the net profits each month. Or you completely disband your faction and withdraw from the underworld forever. Well, which will it be? Chapter 176, Meng Fei swears allegiance. Li Feng, don't you think this is pushing things too far? Seeing the youth still clinging to this mindset, a flash of resentment crossed Huang Xiaoping's face. No one willingly bows down to serve another. Especially when faced with a youth more than twice his junior, Huang Xiaoping found it even more unbearable. After all, if he truly submitted, how would the rest of Qingqing's underworld view him, Huang Xiaoping, from then on? Regardless, whether it was for the sake of his interests or his pride, he refused to submit to Li Feng's authority. But, if he didn't do it, what choice did he have? Was he really supposed to do as the silver-haired youth suggested to see who was tougher? Truth be told, if he did that, forget about anything else in Qingqing alone, there'd be no place left for Huang Xiaoping to stand. Even in this era of collapsing order, if you dared to kill someone in broad daylight before so many witnesses, the police station would never let you off the hook. In short, he was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. I'm pushing it too far? Hearing this, Li Feng burst into a cold laugh. Then, his tone turned icy. The weak get devoured by the strong. That's the jungle law of this underworld. If you insist on bullying you, well, you're not wrong. But when you were bullying ordinary folks back then, did you ever think this day would come? And... At this point, Li Feng tapped the air with his finger toward the other man, his expression turning impassive. From the very beginning, it seems like you've been the one threatening me with my brother, hasn't it? Truthfully, when Li Feng ordered Huang Xiaolong and the short-haired youth captured, he never intended to use them to coerce Huang Xiaoping into doing anything. After all, resorting to such tactics would be utterly despicable. Besides, the other party would never have accepted it willingly. But what he never anticipated was that even without Li Feng resorting to threats, the other party would choose to take Meng Fei hostage and force him into submission. Now that was interesting. Isn't that because you went too far? Hearing Li Feng say this, Huang Xiaoping couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. we've always kept to ourselves. You came knocking on my door for no reason, don't I have the right to take some countermeasures? In his mind, Feng was the real villain who'd been bullying everyone all along. Forget it. I don't want to argue about this. Seeing the other party stubbornly refusing to budge, Feng couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation. After all, you can't explain ice to a summer insect, nor the ocean to a frog in a well. Arguing over right and wrong with someone whose mindset was fundamentally different was utterly pointless. After all, survival of the fittest is a law of nature, there's no logic to it. What truly matters is one's own strength. If everything in life could be neatly categorized as right or wrong, why bother navigating society at all? Might as well become a judge and call it a day. Spit it out, Wang Xiaoping. What the hell do you want? Give me a straight answer now. Feng fixed his gaze on the other man, his tone tinged with impatience. Honestly, his patience was completely gone. If Meng Fei weren't still in the other guy's hands, he probably would have started a fight right then and there. Like Lu Xing, Feng was the type who'd rather shatter like jade than be crushed like tiles. In short, threatening him with his brother's life was utterly impossible. Feng, do you truly care nothing for the lives of your own men? Seeing Feng's response, Wang Xiaoping still asked with a look of reluctance. Clearly, for the sake of his future interests and status, he was determined to make one last desperate attempt. Moreover, he could see that Feng's team wasn't entirely united. This much was evident from the recent commotion. Stubborn as a mule. Seeing the other man attempt to use such divisive tactics again, a fierce glint flashed in Feng's eyes. Without another glance at Wang Xiaoping, his gaze shifted directly to Meng Fei, whose neck was now held at knife point. His voice was cold as he demanded, Meng Fei, tell me, are you afraid? Swish. In that instant, as Feng posed his question, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Meng Fei. I'm not afraid. Meeting Brother Feng's piercing gaze, Meng Fei's face turned as pale as paper. He swallowed hard, steeled his resolve, and declared, Brother Feng, let the brothers do their job. If anything happens to me, avenge me. Truth be told, having a knife pressed against his throat like this, it would be pure nonsense to claim Meng Fei wasn't afraid at all. But he was an exceptionally clever man. He understood that whether he showed fear or not, it was utterly pointless at this moment. The youth's unyielding demeanor made it clear he wouldn't surrender just because of Meng Fei's safety. So rather than that, Meng Fei might as well choose to be tough. That way, at the very least, he could still make a good impression in front of Brother Feng and the brothers a fearless, unyielding one. More importantly, he was gambling. Betting that Wang Xiaoping wouldn't dare to actually harm him. Alright, your word is enough. Hearing this, Feng burst into hearty laughter, his mood instantly lifted. Then, his gaze toward Meng Fei held a hint of deep admiration. Actually, not long before you guys showed up, a lot of us including me thought you'd betrayed us. At this point, the young man paused slightly, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. For that, I owe you an apology. We all misunderstood you. Brother Feng, I may not be a good person, but I know how to write the words loyalty and righteousness. In short, since I chose you as my leader, you will always be my leader, and that will never change. Hearing this, Meng Fei immediately responded with unwavering resolve. Truthfully, after witnessing the hostility his own men showed toward Brother Feng, he knew a rift had formed between them. So if he didn't pledge his loyalty now, when the hell would he? With that thought, the lingering fear faded from Meng Fei's face. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Brother Feng, go ahead and do it. If something happens to me, at least someone'll take the fall. With that, Meng Fei burst into a maniacal laugh. Chapter 177. Wang Xiaoping, standing nearby, sensed something was terribly wrong with each passing word. But by now, even if he wanted to stop them, it was too late. Could it be that the other side was truly this bold? Or did this group genuinely believe he was weak and easy to bully, afraid to strike hard? The thought filled Wang Xiaoping with a surge of fury. Before he could devise a countermeasure, however, Feng across the way could hold back no longer. Without a word, the youth raised his hand and coldly commanded, Everyone follow me. Anyone who resists gets cut down. Before the others could react, he charged forward first, axe raised. Seeing this, Lu Xing and the others, who had been itching for a fight, followed without a word. Truth be told, if it weren't for Brother Feng's plan to subdue the enemy and Meng Fei being held by Wang Xiaoping's crew, they would have slaughtered the opposition long ago. Why waste words with them? As for Meng Fei's old crew, seeing Brother Feng lead the charge, they hesitated only briefly before rushing forward under Zhao Liming's command, swarming toward the enemy. After all, Brother Fei's stance had just been made crystal clear. If they hesitated now, they'd end up pleasing neither side. Damn it, everyone charge. Kill them all. Seeing Feng leading his men charge forward, a ruthless glint flashed in Wang Xiaoping's eyes. He immediately barked orders to his men. He had been extremely reluctant to start a fight, but at this point, no matter how unwilling he was, he had little choice. Thus, at this critical juncture, Wang Xiaoping revealed his ruthless and decisive side as a hardened thug, choosing to confront the enemy head-on. Perhaps he wouldn't dare kill someone in front of so many witnesses. But when it came to a brawl or a fight, Wang Xiaoping wasn't that timid. Besides, the enemy was ultimately just a minor faction that had only recently emerged in Xinjiang. What if they weren't particularly strong? What if his crew crushed them in a single round? It wasn't impossible, right? With this thought, Huang Xiaoping steeled himself inwardly. He abandoned any concern for Meng Fei and charged straight ahead with his men. Yet, while imagination painted a rosy picture, reality proved brutal. The moment their forces clashed, he was utterly stunned by the sheer combat prowess displayed by the opposing group. The others might have been merely aggressive in a fight. But the leader, the delicate-looking youth, Li Feng, immediately demonstrated astonishing combat prowess in this brawl. Thud! After kicking the foremost youth flying with a single blow, Li Feng didn't hesitate. He swung his blade, slicing cleanly into another man's shoulder. As the victim's piercing scream echoed, Li Feng swiftly withdrew his blade, then executed a sweeping arc midair before slashing diagonally at 2 or 3 others. A clang echoed as the weapons in the other 2 hands were sent flying by Li Feng's machete. Without pause, he executed 2 backhand swings, sending the stunned youths, their palms numb, crashing to the ground. It was fortunate that Li Feng wielded a heavy, rugged machete made of resilient material. Otherwise, had he wielded a standard thin-bladed watermelon knife, it wouldn't have lasted even a second in such a fierce clash. The other 2 groups were still charging and fighting, but when they caught a glimpse of Li Feng single-handedly executing 4 consecutive kills right at the start, shock and disbelief flashed in nearly every pair of eyes. His own brothers might have been somewhat prepared, having at least some clear understanding of their leader's combat prowess. But Huang Xiaoping's crew? They were utterly dumbfounded. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't have imagined that such a seemingly delicate and frail youth could fight with such ruthless ferocity and terrifying skill. Yet, after instantly cutting down 4 opponents, Li Feng showed no sign of stopping. His gaze turned coldly toward Huang Xiaoping, who stood behind the fallen bodies. Next, his figure moved as if through empty space, charging straight toward Huang Xiaoping. In short, anyone who dared to stand in his path met a gruesome end before Li Feng could even swing his blade a second time. Whoosh! Witnessing the youth's godlike display of combat prowess, Huang Xiaoping's men collectively sucked in cold breaths, their limbs growing numb with fear. In stark contrast, Lu Xing and his men, currently locked in combat with other opponents, experienced an instant surge in morale. Each of them redoubled their fighting strength, striking with increased ferocity and speed. Quick! Quick, stop him! Realizing something, Huang Xiaoping's eyes instantly filled with terror. After all, the young man's target was painfully obvious. If he let that kid charge right up to him, he'd be dead. The thought filled Huang Xiaoping's mind with fear, panic, and regret, emotions that clung to him relentlessly. In truth, though the description seemed lengthy, the melee had only just begun when Huang Xiaoping's group instantly collapsed into disarray. There was no way around it. Li Feng's side had significantly more people to begin with. And with Li Feng, whose combat prowess was off the charts, slicing through them like a knife through butter, it was nothing short of a crushing, one-sided battle. In short, even upon hearing their leader Huang Xiaoping's panicked shouts, not a single one of them dared to stand in the way of Li Feng, who moved like a god or a demon. After all, they were just street thugs, not some ancient loyal warriors. Who the hell would risk their lives for a measly few $1,000 a month? I'm outta here. Run! No one knew who lost their nerve first. But after a young thug's trembling voice broke the silence, the dozen or so remaining henchmen on Huang Xiaoping's side instantly tossed their weapons aside and bolted down the mountainside, their pants full of. With that, the battle turned completely one-sided. Except for a few who managed to outrun the chaos, the rest were swiftly cut down and fell to the ground. Chapter 178, Surrender? Soon, the battle cries faded, leaving only the mingled scent of earth and blood in the air. Huang Xiaoping collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks and mingling with the blood on his forehead, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. His gaze was vacant as he stared at the blood-soaked, handsome youth before him, wielding a machete. An indescribable fear surged within him. Li Feng stood before him, the blade's tip pointing diagonally at the ground. His gaze was as cold as ice, like a predator that had just torn apart its prey, now surveying its conquered victim from above. Huang Xiaoping. Li Feng's voice was low and calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Any last words? Huang Xiaoping's throat convulsed. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, yet found himself unable to form a single coherent sentence. His gaze swept around the area, revealing that his remaining henchmen had already scattered in flight. Only a dozen or so wounded men lay on the ground, moaning incessantly. Li Feng's men formed a circle around him, their eyes cold and fixed on him, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. I surrender. Driven by sheer terror, Huang Xiaoping finally managed to squeeze out the words, his voice hoarse and weak. Brother Feng, I surrender. From now on, this turf is yours. Li Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly crouched down until he was eye level with Huang Xiaoping. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seeming to pierce directly into the other man's soul. Huang Xiaoping dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head as his hands braced against the ground, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Surrendered? Li Feng chuckled softly, his tone laced with mockery. Huang Xiaoping, I've seen plenty like you. You surrender today, only to bite back tomorrow. Do you really think I trust you? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoping's body jerked violently. He quickly raised his head, pleading urgently, "Brother Feng, I swear. I, Wang Xiaoping, keep my word. If you spare me, my life is yours. And from now on, you are my big brother. I will never betray you." Li Feng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood up, turning his back to Huang Xiaoping as his gaze swept over the brothers surrounding them. Seeing this, Lu Xing, Zhou Liming, and the others nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. They knew that after this battle, Li Feng's reputation would resound throughout Xinjiang. And most importantly, their incomes would undoubtedly rise accordingly. After all, while other matters were uncertain, the brothers had long experienced Brother Feng's generosity firsthand. "All right." Li Feng finally spoke, his voice low and powerful. "Huang Xiaoping, I'll give you one more chance. Starting today, your turf belongs to me. But I'll let you keep managing the loan company. However, if you dare to harbor any second thoughts." At this point, he turned back, the tip of his knife lightly pressing against Huang Xiaoping's chest. "I won't mind letting you taste what it means to wish you were dead." Huang Xiaoping's body stiffened violently before he began nodding frantically, his voice trembling. "Yes, yes. Brother Feng, rest assured. I, Huang Xiaoping, keep my word." Li Feng withdrew the knife and walked toward his henchman. Lu Xing immediately approached and whispered, "Brother Feng, just letting him go like this? What if he turns on us later?" Hearing this, Li Feng waved his hand, cutting him off. "It doesn't matter. People like Huang Xiaoping fear death above all else. As long as he knows the price of betrayal, he'll never dare to harbor any ill intentions again." Lu Xing nodded, then flashed a toothy grin, his eyes flickering with a hint of admiration. In his mind, whatever Brother Feng said went. He never doubted a word of it. Just as the two were talking, Meng Fei limped over. During the earlier clash between the two groups, Wang Xiaoping, who hadn't dared to strike with lethal force, naturally hadn't troubled him either. As for the injuries he now bore, they were clearly sustained earlier at the mountain's base. "How are you holding up?" Seeing the young man before him, a faint smile instantly appeared at the corner of Li Feng's mouth. Regardless of his previous thoughts about Meng Fei, after witnessing the events just now, Li Feng felt everything could be forgiven. And to be honest, it wasn't really his fault. At most, Meng Fei had been a bit lacking and inappropriate in how he taught his brothers. "Brother Feng, I'm fine." Hearing this, Meng Fei shook his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Truthfully, his injuries were merely superficial scrapes. Compared to Huang Xiaoping and the others, his situation was undoubtedly far better. "Really?" After hearing Meng Fei's reply, Li Feng first gave him a thorough once-over. Seeing that there were indeed no visible wounds, he finally relaxed. He then added with a smile, "Anyway, if you still have any grievances, Huang Xiaoping is over there. You can go talk to him. I'll pretend I didn't see anything." Unlike the core brothers by his side, Huang Xiaoping's faction could only be considered peripheral forces within the team. Li Feng wasn't foolish enough to believe the man had truly submitted to him. But whether his words came from genuine sincerity or mere pretense, Li Feng couldn't care less. Because, to put it bluntly, Huang Xiaoping was nothing more than an experiment for Li Feng. If he played along, Li Feng wouldn't mind feeding him. But if he dared harbor ill intentions, Li Feng wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Huang Xiaoping completely. The reason he hadn't wiped them out completely was that his team lacked anyone skilled in lending. Starting from scratch would be far less efficient than recruiting capable individuals to serve his purposes. Of course, the most crucial reason was this: if they crushed every faction they encountered, the backlash they faced in the county seat would only grow fiercer as they advanced. It wouldn't be surprising if the remaining factions banded together to resist Li Feng's team. Rather than risk that, it was wiser to adopt a more measured approach. After all, if they blocked every other group's escape route, it would be no wonder if others fought them tooth and nail. "Forget it, Brother Feng. I just twisted my ankle, it's really no big deal." Meng Fei, of course, couldn't fathom Li Feng's true intentions. Seeing Huang Xiaoping had already lowered his stance, Meng Fei assumed there was a decent chance they might end up working together, so he wasn't eager to settle scores now. Besides, seeing the bloody mess his crew was in, he felt a bit awkward about retaliating over such a minor incident. Chapter 179. The engine of the minivan faded into the distance, its wheels grinding over the rugged mountain road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Feng sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed in quiet contemplation, his expression utterly unreadable. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. Only Lu Xing occasionally whispered a few words to Zhao Liming. The others remained silent, seemingly still immersed in the aftermath of the earlier melee. Meanwhile, atop Tianzi Mountain, Huang Xiaoping stood amidst the chaos, his gaze dark as he watched the van disappear into the distance. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms, yet he felt no pain. The agonized moans of his men reached his ears, along with his younger brother Huang Xiaolong's weak voice. "Brother, maybe we should just call it quits. We can't beat them." Having known each other for over 30 years, they understood each other intimately. Huang Xiaoping's current demeanor clearly signaled only a temporary concession. Revenge would surely follow when the opportunity arose. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoping whipped his head around, his gaze piercing like a knife as it locked onto Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's face was deathly pale, his arm wrapped in a blood-soaked cloth. Lu Xing's slashing blow had nearly severed his arm. Worse still, his eyes were now filled with terror, clearly cowed by the ruthless tactics of Li Feng's group. Forget it? Huang Xiaoping's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with suppressed fury. Xiaolong, do you have any idea what this place means to us? It's the foundation we've built together over all these years. Are you really willing to just hand it over like this? Though according to Li Feng's terms, Huang Xiaoping would retain operational control of the loan company, what did a 40% monthly cut of net profits signify? Anyone with basic business sense could see it clearly. In short, after paying all the brothers' wages, Huang Xiaoping's hard-earned money would likely end up lining Li Feng's pockets. Huang Xiaolong opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately lowered his head, his voice faint. But, brother, Li Feng's crew is ruthless. If we provoke them again, we might not even survive. Truthfully, if he hadn't blocked that strike just in time, that silver-haired youth would have sliced his throat without a second thought. They were truly capable of murder. Shut up. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoping cut him off abruptly, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. Xiaolong, when did you become such a coward? When did anyone from the Huang family ever fear anyone? No matter how ruthlessly Feng is, he's still just a greenhorn. I refuse to believe he can keep acting so arrogant forever. Huang Xiaolong lifted his head, staring at his brother's face twisted with rage. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He knew Huang Xiaoping had always been proud and arrogant, never one to bow down or admit defeat. But this time, the enemy they faced was far more terrifying than any they'd encountered before. Brother! Huang Xiaolong tried to plead further, but Huang Xiaoping had already turned away, waving to the few henchmen still able to stand. Listen up, all of you. Huang Xiaoping's voice echoed across the mountain peak, carrying a ruthless determination. What happened today? Not a word to anyone. From now on, we'll keep a low profile for the time being. But this turf, I will take it back. Li Feng. I will make him pay in blood for what he's done. The injured men exchanged nervous glances. Though their fear of Li Feng lingered, Huang Xiaoping's menacing expression silenced them. They could only nod in agreement. Huang Xiaoping took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew he no longer had the strength to confront Li Feng head-on, but he wasn't ready to give up. His mind raced, searching for exploitable resources and opportunities. Xiaolong. Huang Xiaoping suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with icy coldness. Go contact Old Ghost. Tell him I have a business deal to discuss with him. Huang Xiaolong's body jerked violently, a flash of terror crossing his eyes. Brother, you want to contact Old Ghost? He's a madman. Working with him? I'm afraid. What's there to fear? Huang Xiaoping sneered coldly. Madmen are the easiest to manipulate. Li Feng may be ruthless, but he's still just a hot-headed rookie. Old Ghost has been a veteran in Xinjiang for over a decade, with plenty of connections and resources at his disposal. If he's willing to step in, Li Feng's gang won't even be worth considering. Worst case, I'll just pay a higher price. If he thinks I, Huang Xiaoping, will bow down to him, he's dreaming. By the end of his rant, a savage, terrifying grin spread across Huang Xiaoping's face. Clearly, he was already losing his mind. Even knowing this move was likely inviting disaster, Huang Xiaoping couldn't care less. Huang Xiaolong tried to persuade him further, but seeing the resolute glint in his older brother's eyes, he finally fell silent. He knew further words were useless. Huang Xiaoping was utterly resolved to exact revenge on Li Feng, no matter the cost. In the distance, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, carrying the faint rumble of thunder. Huang Xiaoping glanced up at the gloomy sky, a cold smile curling his lips. Li Feng, you think you've won? Ha! This game has only just begun. Chapter 180, Dinner and Conversation. The convoy pulled up outside an elegantly decorated restaurant, its signboard flashing the 4 characters Hongyun Restaurant. Li Feng dismounted his motorcycle and led the way inside, followed closely by Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and the others. The restaurant was brightly lit, waitstaff in neat uniforms. Seeing Li Feng's large group suddenly enter must have startled them. The key point was that, aside from the few school-uniformed youths at the front who looked somewhat normal, the rest of the group wore menacing expressions, obviously the type who hung around on the streets. Gentlemen, do you have a reservation? Finally, a waiter plucked up the courage to approach and nervously addressed Li Feng at the front. Li Feng never enjoyed picking on ordinary people. Hearing the question, he waved his hand dismissively. No reservation. Just get us a large private room and bring out all the signature dishes. Seeing their gentle demeanor and no intention of causing trouble, the waiter quickly nodded with a smile. Certainly, please follow me. Soon, Li Feng and his group were led into a spacious private room, while the rest of their brothers were seated in separate rooms. After all, in a small place like Xinjiang, no restaurant had yet been able to seat a group of over 30 people in a single private room. No sooner had they sat down than Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and the others began chattering excitedly. Brother Feng, that fight today was so satisfying. Lu Xing said as he poured tea. That bastard Huang Xiaoping is probably still crying up in the mountains right now. Hearing this, Kang Lo leaned in and chuckled. Yeah, we'd heard they were a bunch of arrogant jerks. Everyone in town was scared of them when they came collecting debts. Who knew once we got into it, they'd all turn into a bunch of spineless cowards. Damn. Hearing Kong Lee's choice of words, the dozen or so people present burst into laughter. Come on. However, after the laughter died down, Su Yanhong stepped forward and poured a bucket of cold water on Kangle's words. That's only because Brother Feng is too formidable. Honestly, if Brother Feng hadn't single-handedly taken down so many of them, today would have been a bloody battle. As his words fell, the private room fell silent before everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Because the situation was exactly as Su Yanhong described. After all, these were loan sharks' ruthlessness was practically their baseline trait. It could be said that without Brother Feng's outstanding performance today, even if they had managed to take down Huang Xiaoping's gang, they would have paid a hefty price. But the most critical issue was the internal discord that erupted within the team before the fight even began. That was the truly fatal blow. At this thought, many eyes turned to Meng Fei standing nearby. During the drive down the mountain, Meng Fei had also managed to glean some details from his brothers about what had transpired within the team in his absence. So when he saw the many eyes turning toward him at the table, his expression immediately tightened, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Brother Feng, I. Meng Fei opened his mouth as if to speak, but momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Truth be told, he really was quite wronged. After all, he had genuinely never once considered betraying Li Feng. And the thoughts in the minds of the other brothers under him weren't something Meng Fei could stop. But now that it had happened, his responsibility was inescapable no matter what. Xiao Wu, Gao Yang, please step outside for a moment. Seeing Meng Fei like this, Li Feng waved his hand to cut him off before addressing Lu Xing and the others. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others froze for a moment before rising without protest. They exchanged meaningful glances at Meng Fei before exiting the private room. For some reason, once everyone had left and he was alone with Li Feng, Meng Fei felt his nerves tighten even more. Come, sit down. Seeing Meng Fei's unease, Li Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. He patted the seat beside him and said, come sit down. Yes, Brother Feng. Though his nerves were frayed, Meng Fei dared not hesitate at Brother Feng's summons. He stiffly shuffled over to the empty seat beside Li Feng and sat down cautiously. Relax a bit, it's fine. Let's just treat this as a casual chat. Li Feng lit a cigarette for himself first, then tossed the pack toward Meng Fei. Truthfully, he'd long wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Meng Fei, but never found the right moment. Today, however, presented an undeniably perfect moment. Hearing this, Meng Fei hesitated for a moment before slowly pulling a cigarette from the pack and clicking it lit. Soon, as the smoke filled his lungs, his tension eased slightly. Meng Fei, tell me honestly in your opinion, what kind of person am I, Li Feng? Only after seeing the other man's expression relax somewhat did Li Feng slowly address Meng Fei. Though his gaze appeared casual and gentle as he asked, it carried an unmistakable intensity that pierced straight to the soul. Brother Feng, I won't lie to you. You're absolutely the best boss I've ever seen in this line of work when it comes to treating your brothers. Hearing this sudden question, Meng Fei's hand holding the cigarette paused. He immediately turned his earnest gaze toward the young man beside him and spoke from the heart. On this point, he wasn't flattering him at all. After all, everyone knew exactly how Brother Feng treated his brothers. To name just one thing, when it came to wages, Li Feng had never shortchanged anyone. Even Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, who spent their days idling around the academy, still earned several hundred yuan daily. But most importantly, in every battle, Li Feng always charged ahead, forever standing at the forefront of all his brothers. In short, having a boss like this was absolutely the most coveted thing for anyone in the underworld. This was precisely why Meng Fei grew so anxious upon learning of his old brother's actions. There was no helping it. While fearing the young man's ruthless methods played a part, the most crucial reason was that he simply couldn't bear to lose such an exceptional leader. Chapter 181. Inside the private room, smoke swirled thickly as Li Feng and Meng Fei sat facing each other, the atmosphere slightly heavy. Li Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop, his gaze deep and pensive, as if lost in thought. Meng Fei kept his head bowed, the cigarette in his hand already half burned, yet he hesitated to take another drag. Meng Fei. After a long pause, Li Feng finally spoke, his voice low and steady. Though we haven't known each other long, you should have some sense of my character. I'm not one for beating around the bush. Today, let's lay our cards on the table. Although Meng Fei's earlier response had satisfied Li Feng to some extent, he still felt it necessary to clarify many things. Otherwise, if the matter remained unresolved, it would inevitably become a major in the future. Meng Fei looked up, a flicker of tension in his eyes. Brother Feng, I. Li Feng waved his hand, cutting him off. No need to rush with explanations. I know today's situation put you in a tough spot. You can't control the minds of your old brothers all by yourself. But you must understand, trust and unity are the cornerstones of our team. If anyone starts wavering, the consequences would be unimaginable. Got it? Meng Fei nodded, his voice hoarse. Brother Feng, I understand. Today's incident is indeed my responsibility. I failed to manage them properly and nearly plunged the team into internal strife. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Unfair as it may be. But those men were his old brothers, brought in by Meng Fei himself. So whenever they ran into trouble, his responsibility was inescapable. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Li Feng merely smiled, patted Meng Fei on the shoulder, and said, "Punishment? Do you think I'm the kind of person who punishes brothers at the drop of a hat? Meng Fei, I asked you to stay not to assign blame, but to hear what's on your mind." If Li Feng had harbored any lingering reservations or dissatisfaction toward Meng Fei before, then after witnessing the attitude Meng Fei displayed on the mountaintop when Huang Xiaoping pressed a machete to his throat, had completely dispelled any lingering doubts in Li Feng's mind. After all, not everyone could stand firmly on Li Feng's side and consider things from his perspective under such circumstances. In the end, attitude determines everything. Otherwise, Li Feng and Meng Fei wouldn't be having this heart-to-heart conversation now. Hearing this, Meng Fei froze for a moment before taking a deep breath and speaking slowly, "Brother Feng, to be honest, you're the best leader I've ever seen. You've never been stingy with your brothers, always charging ahead in every operation. For us to be able to follow you is our good fortune. What happened today was my failure. I'm sorry." By the end, Meng Fei bowed his head, overcome with shame. Li Feng shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Manfei, you really shouldn't blame yourself. This path in the underworld has never been easy. Today's incident, though unexpected, has revealed some issues within our team. On the surface, we appear united, but in reality, some hearts aren't truly aligned." Meng Fei nodded, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "Brother Feng, you're right. Today's events exposed many problems. Those old brothers of mine, even after all these years under my wing, still have their own agendas. That's where I failed." Li Feng smiled, his tone firm. "Manfei, let bygones be bygones. Starting today, we're restructuring the team. You're one of my most trusted brothers. I need you to help me weed out every disruptive element within the team. Got it?" At those words, fear flashed intensely in Meng Fei's eyes. "Feng. Brother Feng, you mean? Where did that come from?" Seeing his reaction, Li Feng realized Meng Fei had misunderstood his meaning and quickly clarified with a smile. "By eliminate, I meant their harmful ideas, not the men themselves. Besides, they're still our own brothers. We can't do something so inhumane, right?" If before, Li Feng had harbored thoughts of expelling those few from the team. But seeing Meng Fei's stance now, he felt much more at ease. After all, as long as Meng Fei's mindset remained sound, the opinions of just a couple of individuals were hardly worth worrying about. Moreover, if Li Feng took an overly hardline stance and insisted on kicking those three out of the team, it would plant a thorn in the hearts of many brothers. After all, those individuals hadn't actually done anything substantial. Unfounded accusations simply wouldn't hold water. Hearing Brother Feng's words, Meng Fei finally exhaled deeply. He nodded firmly, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Brother Feng, I understand. Starting today, I'll pay extra attention to this matter and ensure nothing like today happens again." "Alright, with that promise, I can rest easy." Li Feng smiled and patted Meng Fei on the shoulder. "Just focus on doing your job well. I promise I won't go back on my word about making you the county boss." Unexpectedly, upon hearing those words, Meng Fei jumped up from his seat in shock. "Brother Feng. I've never harbored such ambitions. In my heart, you're my leader, and that will never change. Really, you have to believe me." Meng Fei stammered, his words trailing off. "What are you talking about?" Seeing the other man's anxious expression, Li Feng immediately broke into a smile. Then, he explained seriously. "You know that in a little while, I'll be heading to Manhwa City for school. But here in Xinjiang, I still need someone capable to help me manage things. In short, once I'm gone, Xinjiang will be under your command. Got it?" Though unifying Xinjiang's underground forces was still a long way off. But preparing for the future couldn't hurt. As for Gao Yang, Li Nan, and the newly emerged Zhao Liming, the three of them clearly lagged far behind Meng Fei in handling affairs. Besides, with the other three keeping each other in check, even if Li Feng wasn't in Xinjiang, this team would never make any major mistakes. Hearing this, Meng Fei finally exhaled in relief, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, "Yes, Brother Feng." Chapter 182, The Next Target. Soon, their conversation drew to a close. In short, after this heart-to-heart exchange, Meng Fei finally let go of his lingering doubts. His sense of awe and admiration for Li Feng deepened considerably. What surprised him most was that Brother Feng not only didn't blame him, but was actually planning to entrust him with important responsibilities in the future. The thought alone stirred a quiet excitement within Meng Fei. Even though, at best, their team currently controlled only 3 venues, the goal of unifying the entire county still seemed distant. But inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming confidence in the young man before him. If that day ever came, he would become the underground king of Xinjiang territory, second only to Brother Feng. Recalling how recently he'd been leading men to extort protection money at the academy gates, then contrasting that with the promising life ahead, Meng Fei's gratitude toward Li Feng surged to new heights. "Alright, go bring all the brothers inside." Noticing Meng Fei's ambitious fervor, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. He understood that excitement all too well. After all, what man didn't dream of a life where he could lie drunk beside beauties and wake wielding the power to kill? If you truly desired nothing at all, then what the hell were you doing in this world? Wouldn't it be better to just go home and lie down? Got it, brother Feng. Hearing Li Feng's words, Meng Fei snapped out of his daydream and quickly nodded in agreement. He was feeling a bit too cocky. But he dared not forget who had granted him this power in the first place. Anyway, the future might be uncertain, but for now, wherever Li Feng pointed his finger, that was definitely the battlefield Meng Fei would fight on. Before long, as the waitstaff served the dishes, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively. Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and the others raised their glasses to toast Li Feng, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation. Li Feng didn't hesitate either. He smiled, took the cup, and downed it in one gulp. Then he patted Meng Fei beside him, signaling for him to relax a bit. Though Meng Fei remained somewhat reserved due to earlier events, Li Feng's encouragement gradually drew him into the lively atmosphere. Brother Feng, shouldn't we strike while the iron's hot and take over Do Dachang's KTV too? Lu Xing asked while pouring drinks, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hearing this, Gao Yan leaned in and chimed in with a grin. Yeah, brother Feng. Back on the mountain, the guys felt like we didn't quite get our fill. Why not seize this chance and take over splendid KTV too? That way, after our team dinners, we'll have a place to hang out afterward, right? Exactly. Hearing Gao Yang's suggestion, the rest of the brothers at the table immediately chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. After all, compared to Huang Xiaoping, Do Dachang's strength was undoubtedly much weaker. In short, it shouldn't take much effort. Li Feng smiled, his gaze sweeping over the group before replying with measured calm. Do Dachang's KTV is indeed part of our plan. Since everyone's so eager, let's move forward with it later tonight. He paused briefly, then gestured toward the glasses in everyone's hands. Anyway, you can eat as much as you want, but don't overdo it with the liquor. Otherwise, when we clean up the place later, you won't even be able to hold a knife steady, and that wouldn't be good. Brother Feng, how could that be? Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and the others burst into laughter at this, then eagerly rubbed their hands together. You can count on us. Once we get to that KTV, we'll make sure that old bastard Do Dachang gets his ass kicked. Alright. Li Feng set down his glass, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Got it. The group responded in unison, their eyes blazing with determination. Just as the mood in the private room was heating up, Zhao Liming knocked on the door and entered, his face carrying a hint of restraint. Earlier, during the battle on the mountaintop, several brothers had sustained minor injuries, so he had taken them to the Black Clinic to have their wounds dressed. Clearly, Zhao Liming had now completed his task and had come to report to Li Feng. Seeing this, Li Feng, seated at the head of the table, immediately beckoned him over. Liming, come sit here. Zhao Liming hesitated for a moment before approaching Li Feng's side, sitting down with a look of flattered surprise. Li Feng, likely sensing his nervousness, patted Zhao Liming on the shoulder and said with a smile, You did well today. Keep learning from Meng Fei. Our team needs people like you, understand? A flicker of excitement crossed Zhao Liming's eyes as he nodded eagerly. Thanks, brother Feng. I'll definitely work hard. Hearing Li Feng's words, the others in the private room exchanged glances. Though somewhat surprised, they didn't comment further. They knew Li Feng always had a keen eye for talent. If he had taken a liking to Zhao Liming, then the kid must possess something special. And honestly, the guy was worth brother Feng's investment. If nothing else, when Meng Fei and the other old brothers were still hesitating, it was Zhao Liming who resolutely stepped forward first and steadfastly backed Li Feng. That alone was exceptionally commendable. Of course, some who didn't understand might label Zhao Liming's actions as opportunistic or sycophantic. But that's a matter of perspective, different people see it differently. Alright, everyone, don't just focus on drinking, eat more dishes. If there's not enough, just ask the waitstaff to bring more. In short, feel free to help yourselves. Li Feng smiled as he addressed the group, then picked up a bite of food and ate it leisurely. After all, there was plenty of time. No need to rush. Besides, when it came to sweeping the county town, it was better to wait until later in the evening. That way, they wouldn't attract the attention of the patrol officers. At his words, the atmosphere in the private room finally livened up again. Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and the others continued eating while discussing their plans for the evening. Even though Li Feng hadn't set a specific time to act yet, they were still buzzing with excitement, as if they could already see Do Dachang getting taken down. Chapter 183, Splendid KTV. Late at night in Xincheng, pedestrians and vehicles gradually thinned on the streets, leaving only the dim yellow streetlights flickering in the darkness. Li Feng rode his motorcycle, followed by 3 large Jinbei vans, and came to a stop in front of the glorious KTV. Looking up, the neon sign of the KTV glowed brightly against the night sky. Inside, besides a few hostesses, 2 young, burly security guards stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Feng's large group disembark, the 2 security guards instantly grew wary. After all, no matter how you looked at them, this group seemed like trouble waiting to happen. Brother Feng, should we just barge in? Just then, Lu Xing leaned in close, his voice hushed as he asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused briefly before shaking his head calmly. Hold your horses. Our goal today is to take over Do Dachiang's turf, not cause trouble. You few come inside with me. The rest stay in the car, ready for action. Hearing Li Feng's plan, the brothers naturally had no objections whatsoever. They all returned to the car and sat down. Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others nodded before following Li Feng straight into the KTV. Inside the KTV, even with soundproof doors, the music blared deafeningly, lights flashing wildly. As soon as Li Feng's group entered, a male attendant approached them with a professional smile. "Gentlemen, do you have a reservation?" Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual, "No reservation. Give us a large private room. And call your boss, Do Daxiang, over. Tell him someone's looking for him." Hearing this, the attendant froze momentarily, clearly surprised that this young man in a school uniform would directly request to see the owner. But he quickly recovered, hastily asking, "May I ask what business you have with our boss? Or perhaps you are friends of Mr. Do?" After all, he was just a lowly waiter. If every customer who walked in claimed to need the boss, even if Do Daxiang could split himself in two, it wouldn't make much difference. Besides, if it was nothing important, constantly bothering the boss would make him look utterly useless. He might even get fired on the spot. Damn it! I told you to go find Do Daxiang. Why the hell are you still standing here spouting nonsense? Get the hell out of here. Though the waiter had his own grievances and reasons, Lu Xing, known for his explosive temper, couldn't care less. Without a second thought, he pointed right at the guy's nose and unleashed a torrent of curses. Swish! With Lu Xing's unrestrained outburst, the previously noisy hall fell silent. Nearly every pair of eyes in the room turned toward their group. Curious, scrutinizing, gawking, you name it, they were all there. As for the waitstaff and security personnel who witnessed the scene, their expressions turned wary. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this group seemed to be here to cause trouble. "Sir, I'm terribly sorry, but please understand." Though visibly flustered by Lu Xing's tirade, the waiter maintained professional decorum, explaining politely, "Our manager isn't here right now. If it's not urgent, you could speak with our assistant manager instead." UING. Seeing the waiter blatantly lying through his teeth, Lu Xing was ready to explode. After all, out in the parking lot, Meng Fei had spotted Do Dachiang's Audi at a glance. So how could he possibly believe the attendant's claim that the boss wasn't in the KTV? Hold it, little Wu. But before Lu Xing could unleash another tirade, Li Feng stepped in to cut him off. Unlike the hot-headed and easily angered Lu Xing, he could somewhat understand the hardships of these working-class folks. Still, since they'd come all this way today, the matter with the venue needed resolving. With that in mind, Li Feng first gave the attendant a nod with a smile, then said in a calm tone, "I know Do Daxiang is here. In any case, whether you notify your manager or go straight to your boss, please relay this to Do Daxiang. We need to speak with him. If he still refuses to come over, then whatever unpleasant consequences arise, don't blame me for not warning you beforehand." This. Hearing these threatening words delivered in the most matter-of-fact tone by the handsome young man before him, the waiter's face instantly showed a hint of unease. But he quickly composed himself and nodded in response. "Alright, I'll pass it on to Boss Do later. But whether he'll agree to meet you then? That's not something I can decide. After all, it was just relaying a message. Worst case, he'd get yelled at. As for who these people really were, what did it matter to a mere waiter?" Once he grasped this crucial point, the waiter led Li Feng and his group straight to a luxurious private room. Dim lights filled the room, abstract paintings adorned the walls, and the table was laden with fruit platters and drinks. Li Feng sat on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, his gaze deep and pensive, as if lost in thought. Lu Xing, Gao Yang, and the others, however, were instantly overcome with excitement at the sight of such opulent splendor. Damn, Do Daxiang sure knows how to throw a party. This place is lavish. Kangol had been poking around since entering, his curiosity and delight evident. Clearly, he too was stunned by the sheer opulence of the KTV. "You bet." Li Nan, who knew a thing or two about this place, chimed in immediately. "Alu, do you have any idea how much the average person spends here for a night?" "How much?" Kangol turned to look at him. Li Nan didn't speak, but simply held up 2 fingers. 200? Seeing this, Kangol said uncertainly. "Bull 200. See if you can even buy a single beer with that here." Hearing the kid quote such a price, Li Nan snapped back irritably. "What? You wouldn't dare say 2,000, would you?" Having been snapped at for no reason, Kanglo felt a bit resentful. "Of course it's 2,000. That's the minimum charge. Take this private room we're in during nighttime hours, the minimum spend is 1,880. Li Nan snapped back without holding back. Chapter 184, Other Services. Holy, this is ing robbery. Hearing the figure Li Nan quoted, Su Yanhong's eyes widened in shock, momentarily speechless. Like Kong Lu, they were both still students. People like them, who had barely ever set foot in entertainment venues like KTVs, could never comprehend the terrifying costs involved. After all, in a small place like Qingcheng, most ordinary people only made around 1,000 yuan a month. Yet singing a few songs at this Huawei KTV cost nearly 2 months' wages. How could this not leave them stunned? Even if it's robbery, someone has to be willing to let Do Daxiang rob them. Didn't you see all those luxury cars parked outside? Hearing this, Li Nan couldn't help but explain. Those are mostly Qingqing's wealthy elite. Ordinary folks wouldn't dare come here to spend money. His tone paused slightly at this point before he added with a mysterious chuckle, besides, you two don't seriously think this place is just for singing and drinking, do you? What do you mean? Kangdal and Su Yanhong's eyes lit up instantly, their interest piqued. Seeing their expressions, Li Nan leisurely lit a cigarette and began to tease them. Damn it! Are you deliberately teasing me? Lu Xing, who had been waiting for his answer, couldn't hold back any longer. He swung his hand back and delivered a sharp slap to the back of Li Nan's head, nearly knocking the cigarette from his mouth. Xinggu, easy there. While Li Nan, having stepped into the real world, still carried a certain air of superiority around Kong Lu and Su Yanhong, he couldn't muster any arrogance around Lu Xing. After all, this guy really would hit you if he said he would. Damn it, are you going to talk or not? Watching Li Nan scramble back a few steps, Lu Xing showed no intention of letting him off. He cursed and lunged forward, intent on teaching the kid a lesson. Kangdal and the others, having been provoked earlier, were now happily watching the show unfold. For a split second, both of them considered stepping in to help, pinning Li Nan down. Fine, I'll talk. Okay? Realizing the others were itching to intervene and fully aware he'd incurred their collective wrath, Li Nan quickly backed down. He dared not keep up his act any longer and hastily began explaining. Besides drinking and singing, this splendid KTV also offers escort services. You know, that kind of. At this point, a lecherous grin spread across his face, his hands gesturing suggestively in the air. Seeing this, the men present understood exactly what he meant. In an instant, the solemn atmosphere that had been sweeping the room turned awkward and irreverent. No way. Holy. Lu Xing's eyes lit up with a greenish glow upon hearing this. After all, he was just a teenager. At that age, curiosity and a desire to explore such matters were only natural. So whenever the topic turned to that realm, who wouldn't feel intrigued and full of energy? Except for the posers and hypocrites, of course. Of course it's real. Otherwise, how could a pure green KTV dare to charge such outrageous prices? Li Nan explained earnestly. And if you offer the right price later, any of the hostesses here can come out with you. Whoa! As the revelations grew more shocking, faces like Lu Xing, Kong Lo, and Su Yanhong, those less experienced in the ways of the world, immediately broke into knowing grins. Come to think of it, it made sense. In an era when KTVs typically charged only a few hundred yuan, this Huiguan KTV dared to charge such exorbitant fees. If there weren't some other special features involved, it would have gone out of business long ago. Brother Feng. Perhaps envisioning a prosperous future, Lu Xing's eyes lit up. He dashed over to Li Feng and blurted out impatiently, we absolutely have to win this one tonight. Damn it, if Do Daqiang dares to complain, I'll chop off his head myself. Get lost. You're just horny, aren't you? Seeing Lu Xing's eyes gleaming with excitement and his body radiating confidence, Li Feng shifted away from him on the sofa with a look of disgust, then laughed and scolded him. Ha ha. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. After all, they were all men. Who couldn't understand each other? In short, seeing Lu Xing like this, everyone understood exactly what had sparked his sudden fighting spirit. Brother Feng, that's not very nice. Seeing Li Feng teasing and mocking him, Lu Xing instantly felt a bit resentful. You can't expect us to be satisfied just because you've got two sisters-in-law now, can you? Hearing this, Li Feng's face twitched involuntarily, and he felt an urge to kick the kid away. Meanwhile, Gao Yang, Meng Fei, and the others, unaware of the inside story, perked up their ears at the hint of gossip. They were eager to hear the juicy details about Brother Feng. Unlike Lu Xing and the others, they were busy with their own affairs daily and knew little about Li Feng's academy life. Naturally, they were curious to hear any juicy gossip about Brother Feng from Lu Xing's mouth. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a hint of envy toward Lu Xing's special treatment. After all, within the team, Lu Xing was likely the only one bold enough to joke around with Brother Feng so brazenly. It wasn't that Li Feng was overly serious or wore a perpetual frown. The real reason was the aura and authority he commanded. It simply made most of the team too intimidated to ever dare act out in his presence. Get lost, go chill somewhere else. Seeing Lu Xing's shameless expression, Li Feng felt a bit helpless. He then snapped back irritably, you don't seriously think that after we take over this place, you won't have to pay to play here anymore, do you? Let me make this crystal clear, even if you're playing in your own place, you won't get a single penny off your bill. Got it? Though directed at Lu Xing, Li Feng's gaze swept over everyone present, his tone carrying a hint of warning. After all, no rules, no order. If, after taking over each new venue, his men started running wild inside, wreaking havoc and turning the place into a complete mess, trouble would inevitably follow sooner or later. In short, Li Feng had no desire to see that kind of situation unfold. Got it, Brother Feng. Perhaps sensing the seriousness in Li Feng's tone, Lu Xing dared not argue further and reluctantly agreed. Play was play, and messing around was messing around, but whenever Brother Feng spoke with a stern expression, Lu Xing would carry out his orders to the letter without question. As for the others present, they all nodded silently, as if carving those words into their hearts. Chapter 185, The Battle in the Private Room. While Li Feng and the others were still talking, the private room door burst open with a loud bang from outside. The atmosphere instantly froze. Music still echoed in the background, but everyone's attention was fixed on the dozen or so thugs at the doorway, wielding steel pipes and clubs. The leader, his face twisted in menace, scanned the room with a piercing gaze that finally locked onto Li Feng. "Damn it! Who just said they wanted to see our boss?" The leader bellowed, slamming his steel pipe against the doorframe with a dull thud. Hearing this, Li Feng remained seated on the sofa, his expression calm, as if the commotion before him were nothing more than a minor skirmish. He then exhaled a smoke ring and met the leader's gaze with a calm, icy tone. "It was me. What's the matter? Do Dashan doesn't dare come himself, so he sends you minions to save face?" Though Li Feng didn't know what Do Dashan looked like, the leader's words made it clear to him that Do Dashan wasn't among this group. Come to think of it, it made sense. Li Feng wasn't exactly a household name these days, so it was understandable that the other party didn't recognize him. The more likely explanation was that Do Dashan had received word from the waiter earlier, which had annoyed him enough to send his men to deal with them. Seeing this school-uniformed teenager still daring to shout defiance at this moment, the leader's face darkened instantly. "Kid, you want to die? Messing with us at Brilliant KTV? If we don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know how many eyes the Horse King has, damn it." Li Feng smiled, his tone laced with mockery. "I don't know how many eyes the Horse King has, but I do know this, none of you are qualified to act so arrogant in front of me." In an instant, the leader was enraged by Li Feng's attitude. He swung his arm violently. "Guys, move it. Kick these arrogant bastards out." Before he finished speaking, a dozen thugs charged forward, swinging steel pipes and clubs. The confined space of the private room quickly descended into utter chaos. Yet Li Feng remained seated on the sofa, showing no intention of rising. He merely waved his hand lightly and said indifferently, "Xiao Wu, Meng Fei, this place is yours to handle." Hearing this, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately jumped to their feet with excitement. Lu Xing grinned, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Guys, let's do this." At Lu Xing's command, Li Feng's men in the private room immediately charged forward, beer bottles raised. Though outnumbered, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others were battle-hardened veterans. Lu Xing, in particular, was known for his exceptionally brutal tactics. Crash! The moment the two sides clashed, Lu Xing smashed a beer bottle into one thug's head. Blood gushed out instantly as the man staggered backward several steps. Lu Xing showed no mercy, grabbing the broken half of the bottle and stabbing it repeatedly into the thug's abdomen. As the sharp object pierced his flesh, the young thug instantly let out a piercing scream of agony. As for the rest of the team, they seemed determined to prove themselves before Brother Feng, each displaying extraordinary ferocity. They charged into the fray with reckless abandon, locking horns with the thugs. There was no way around it. Perhaps because they were on their own turf, the thugs were only armed with steel pipes and sticks, with almost no machetes in sight. This gave Lu Xing and his crew the freedom to fight with utter abandon, completely without fear of retaliation. This very fact allowed Li Feng to sit back on the sofa, looking as calm as could be, quietly watching his brothers in action. After all, the men he'd brought along were arguably the most crucial members of his current team. Moreover, they represented the intermediate force Li Feng most wanted to cultivate. If he always had to stand in front of them for every situation, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. In any case, it was essential to give Lu Xing and the others as much experience as possible. True to expectations, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others did not disappoint Li Feng. Soon, the fight became a one-sided affair. The brothers charged like tigers descending a mountain. Within mere minutes, the dozen or so thugs were scattered and beaten, lying on the ground wailing in agony. The leader's face drained of color at the sight. He never imagined this group could fight so fiercely. Gritting his teeth, he turned to flee only to be grabbed by the collar by Lu Xing and dragged right back. "Damn it! Did I say you could run?" Lu Xing sneered coldly, punching the man squarely in the gut. The leader doubled over, writhing on the ground in agony. Once the dust settled, Li Feng slowly rose from the sofa and walked over to the leader. Towering over him, he looked down coldly. "Go tell Do Dashan this. If he doesn't show his face, I won't mind finding him myself. When that happens, it won't be so easily resolved. Got it?" Truthfully, before taking any action, he always liked to give others a chance to choose. Of course, if the other party didn't appreciate it, that was a different story altogether. The once arrogant leader now had none of his earlier swagger. Instead, he clutched his stomach in agony, nodding frantically. Yes, I'll go tell the boss right now." Li Feng waved his hand, signaling Lu Xing to release him. "Get lost. Don't keep me waiting, got it?" Seeing Brother Feng's attitude, Lu Xing didn't say much either. He just delivered a vicious kick to the man's thigh before snapping angrily. "Yes, I got it." The gang leader immediately felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. Without a second thought for his men, he scrambled out of the private room, practically crawling away. After all, these guys were way too brutal, and when they fought, it was like they were out to kill. In any case, it was best to let the boss handle this himself. His measly paycheck wasn't worth risking his life against these demons. Chapter 186, Bad Omen. Damn it, what a bunch of useless trash. If I'd known it'd be like this, brother Feng, you wouldn't have even needed to come over. You could have just gone home and slept. A bunch of garbage like this? I could have handled them with just a few of my brothers. Watching the leader of the thugs flee the private room in a panic, Lu Xing couldn't help but snort derisively. He wasn't exaggerating about that part. And to be blunt, with this bunch being such pushovers, if brother Feng had actually stepped in, Lu Xing and his crew probably wouldn't have gotten a single bite. Yeah, what a waste. When I came over earlier, I thought we were in for another brutal fight tonight. Who knew, this is it. Kangdal chimed in with Lu Xing, his face twisted in contempt. Perhaps it was from spending too much time around Li Feng, but now they all seemed to have developed a haughty air, looking down on Qingqing's tough guys. After all, whether it was Lame Wang, Lu Guohua, or even Huang Xiaoping and his crew this afternoon, none of them could last even a single round against them. And now, Dou Daqiang's crew? They'd been taken care of swiftly by just a few of them without even needing brother Feng to lift a finger. With that kind of success, how could Kong Le not feel a bit cocky? Alright, look at you two getting cocky. Li Feng noticed the smugness in Lu Xing and Kong Li's eyes. Seeing this, he frowned and cautioned them. Dou Daqiang and Huang Xiaoping's crew are different. He's not purely a street thug. So what's so impressive about beating these henchmen who are basically security guards? If you two think you're really that awesome, then from now on, you can handle all the venue sweeps. Deal? As he spoke, Li Feng's tone grew increasingly stern. The others in the private room exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused as to why brother Feng had suddenly lost his temper for no apparent reason. As for Lu Xing, the kid quickly ducked his head, not daring to utter another word. No choice around others, he always acted like he was king of the hill. But when it came to brother Feng, he had no choice but to tuck his tail between his legs. Seeing his brothers cowering like frightened rabbits, Li Feng realized his words had been too harsh. He waved his hand helplessly and continued, "Anyway, the underworld is treacherous. I want you to always keep a sense of reverence. Don't go around thinking you're some big shot, got it?" There was no helping it. Qingcheng remained a small town at heart. This meant that most of the big shots who managed to make a name for themselves in the county seat had a fair share of luck mixed into their success. But Li Feng's ambitions reached far beyond this. Seeing his brothers getting carried away like this was precisely why he'd gotten so angry. If Lu Xing and the others carried this mindset into the underworld of Manhwa City, they could easily end up paying a heavy price. As a great man once said, look down on your enemy strategically, but never underestimate them tactically. Yes, brother Feng. Facing brother Feng's admonition, though no one knew what the others were truly thinking, Lu Xing and his crew ultimately nodded obediently in unison, acknowledging they'd taken it to heart. The others might have taken it to heart to some extent. But that hint of disbelief deep in Lu Xing's eyes didn't escape Li Feng's sharp gaze. Seeing this, Li Feng sighed inwardly and said nothing more. After all, many lessons could only be truly understood after suffering the consequences. As for Lu Xing, that reckless troublemaker, his nature was simply like that. No matter how much you lectured him, it would go in one ear and out the other. Brother Feng, should we call all the guys up here? Just then, Meng Fei cautiously approached and whispered the question. While Dou Daqiang's gang certainly couldn't match the former Huang Xiaoping crew in raw strength. But when it comes to the underworld, it's always better to be cautious. Besides, since they'd already started something, they might as well go all out. Better to avoid any unexpected twists where we end up getting surrounded and wiped out. That'd be downright ridiculous. Let's wait and see how things play out. Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused for a moment before shaking his head. After all, his brothers were all waiting outside the KTV. Even if something happened, they could rush over quickly. In short, if he could resolve the current situation peacefully, Li Feng would prefer to avoid using force. Even in the underworld, violence should be a means, not an end. Alright, brother Feng. Seeing that Li Feng had made up his mind, Meng Fei didn't press further, merely nodding in agreement. Truthfully, most of the time, being a subordinate meant acting just like him. Not only did he rarely speak out of turn, but he seldom voiced his own opinions either. But occasionally, it was necessary to subtly remind the boss and assert his presence. This way, he avoided overstepping his bounds while demonstrating his ability to manage and coordinate all affairs. In short, the key was maintaining a steady demeanor. And it was precisely this quality in Meng Fei that Li Feng admired most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered entrusting the role of Qingqing steward to him when heading to Manhwa City shortly thereafter. There was no way around it, whether in the team's early stages or as it matured. Too many voices were never a good thing. As for Meng Fei, he was undoubtedly an excellent choice for steward. He might not be the most ambitious, but when it comes to maintaining the status quo, he's more than capable. Don't believe it? Try handing the steward's authority to that kid Lu Xing. You could bet your bottom dollar that within a week, the guy would turn the entire territory into a complete mess. Before you know it, he'd likely provoke a clash with rival factions from neighboring counties. At this thought, Li Feng shot Lu Xing beside him another exasperated glare. Lu Xing, however, looked utterly puzzled and confused, unsure what he'd done to offend brother Feng again. Still, he dared not ask questions. Instead, he plastered on a sheepish grin, baring his teeth in a forced smile, signaling he was just a clueless fool. Please don't take it personally, brother Feng. Seeing this, Feng felt both exasperated and amused, yet utterly helpless against his friend's antics. Chapter 187, Do Dachang and the Protection Fee. Not long after, the door to the private room swung open again. Leading the way was a burly middle-aged man. He wore a black leather jacket, his face bearing a hint of confusion and wariness. The man was none other than Do Dachang, the owner of Splendid KTV. Following closely behind him were 5 or 6 young thugs carrying machetes and steel pipes. Unlike the earlier group of arrogant thugs, however, these men visibly carried a hint of tension and fear on their faces. Truth be told, if not for their boss's insistence, they wouldn't have dared set foot in this private room. After all, the leader of the gang Feng had earlier let go had truthfully relayed the condition of their comrades. Sure enough, the moment Do Dachang entered, his gaze immediately fell upon the group of henchmen cowering in the corner with their heads tucked between their knees. But he quickly shifted his gaze to Feng and his group. After sizing them up, his brow furrowed noticeably when he spotted Feng's school uniform. "Who the hell are you?" Do Dachang asked, his tone tinged with caution. He was now certain he didn't recognize the people before him. He quickly ran through the notorious figures in Qingqing's underworld, but none matched the descriptions of Feng and his group. Hearing this, Feng smiled first, then stood up and said calmly, "You must be Boss Do Dachang? I've heard a lot about you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Feng. You may not have heard of me yet, Boss Do, but that's fine. I'm confident that before long, you'll remember my name very well indeed." Seeing the young man before him speak with relative courtesy, Do Dachang nodded. But quickly, as if remembering something, his expression darkened. "Feng, is there some misunderstanding between us? I've been in Qingqing for years. I don't recall ever crossing someone like you." If the man before him had been even a little older, he might have suspected he'd inadvertently offended him without realizing it. But the key point was that Feng looked far too young. At first glance, he couldn't be much older than his own school-age child. In any case, no matter how shady his business dealings might be, Do Dachang couldn't possibly be tangled up with a kid who looked like he was still in school. Hearing Do Dachang's question, Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with indifference. "Mr. Do, there's no misunderstanding between us. I'm here today simply to discuss a business deal." "Business?" The moment he heard the reason, Do Dachang's anger flared. He sneered coldly. "You storm into my place with a bunch of men, beat up my guys, and this is how you do business?" Seeing the accusatory tone, Feng's lips curled slightly, his voice instantly turning icy. "Mr. Do, conflicts are sometimes unavoidable in the underworld. Besides, I came to see you today with absolute sincerity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just these few people sitting here now, understand? Are you threatening me?" At the youth's words, Do Dachang's expression darkened instantly. "Threat? No. This is merely a piece of advice." Feng burst into a wild, unrestrained laugh upon hearing this. His piercing gaze locked onto the middle-aged man before him as he spoke bluntly. "How about this? I could call up my 30 or so brothers right now to come cheer on Boss Do. What do you say?" Swish! Hearing Feng's words, not only Do Dachang but even the few underlings beside him instantly turned pale. They didn't doubt the truth behind his words. After all, such a lie was far too easy to expose. At the same time, Do Dachang felt a subtle tightening in his chest. A group of over 30 men? Even in Qingqing, a place known for its fierce and unruly folkways, that was easily enough to establish themselves as a local powerhouse. But what puzzled him even more was, when exactly had such a formidable faction emerged in this county town? As this thought crossed his mind, Do Dachang's expression grew solemn. He turned to Feng and asked, "So, what business do you actually want to discuss with me?" Though he was still completely baffled, unable to fathom what business he could possibly have with this person. But since he was already here, he might as well hear what this youngster had to say. "That's more like it, Boss Do." Seeing the other party seem to soften a bit, Feng's smile reappeared on his face. His gaze swept dismissively over the few henchmen behind Do Dachang and the thugs still cowering on the ground, too scared to stand. His tone was cool and detached. "Earlier, I tested the mettle of your men for you, Mr. Do. To put it bluntly, I don't think they're capable of protecting your establishment. Therefore, I propose my own men take their place and guard Mr. Do's establishment. Naturally, this arrangement will require some compensation from Mr. Do to cover my men's wages. What do you say?" Though Feng phrased it diplomatically, the contempt and disdain in his tone were unmistakable to anyone with half a brain. Even so, not a single one of Do Dachang's men dared to speak up in protest. Instead, they all gritted their teeth, swallowing the insult with grim expressions. What choice did they have? After all, that defiant group was still cowering in the corner, covered in wounds, too scared to even get up. "So you're saying you want protection money for my KTV?" After a long pause, Do Dachang finally snapped out of it, turning to Feng with disbelief in his eyes. The reason it took him so long to grasp the situation wasn't because Do Dachang was stupid, but because he never imagined that in Qingqing, his own turf, he would one day be the one being extorted for protection money. "Don't put it so harshly. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled and replied, "You provide the money, I provide the manpower. Doesn't that sound like a mutually beneficial arrangement?" Of course, if Boss Do insists on framing it that way, calling it protection money isn't entirely off the mark. Chapter 188. Hearing the teenager's blunt words, Do Daqiang's entire being erupted in fury. After all, he was a prominent figure in Xinjiang, yet now a teenager had come knocking on his door demanding protection money. How could he not be furious? The thought darkened Do Daqiang's face, his gaze hardening as he fixed it on Li Feng. And what if I refuse? Boss Do, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Don't let your temper get the better of you, it won't end well for you. Li Feng still smiled, but the chill in his voice grew steadily colder. He'd brought his men here today, so this matter had to be resolved. If the other party still didn't get the hint, then Li Feng would have no choice but to resort to force. Don't push your luck, Li Feng. I've been running things in Qingqing for years, I'm no pushover. Besides, I've got my own crew. They're more than capable of keeping this place safe. I don't need your so-called protection. Do Daqiang retorted, unwilling to concede. What could he do? After all, in this line of work, who doesn't care about saving face? Though unlike Lu Guowo and Huang Xiaoping, Do Daqiang wasn't purely a street thug. Still, he was a big shot in Xinjiang. Forget about the protection money for now, the very fact that someone was demanding it would be enough to make him a laughingstock for the rest of his life. Damn it, Do Daqiang, did we give you too much leeway? Brother Feng tried to reason with you, but you wouldn't listen. Now we have to get tough? You think I won't tear this damn KTV apart today? Seeing Do Daqiang remain stubbornly unyielding, Lu Xing beside him instantly lost patience. Pointing directly at him, he erupted into a torrent of curses. By the end of his rant, still not satisfied, he turned to Kong Lu beside him. Lo, go downstairs and round up all the brothers. Got it. Kangol froze for a moment before nodding eagerly. But just as he started toward the private room door, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Scratching the back of his head, he turned to Li Feng with a slightly embarrassed look. That instinctive reaction earlier was merely a habit ingrained over years. But deep down, he knew exactly who the real leader of the team was now. Seeing this, Li Feng merely gave a slight nod, showing no sign of displeasure. If anyone else had overstepped like that, he might have read more into it. But Lu Xing? Forget it. Who could blame him for being so single-minded? With Li Feng's nod of approval, Kong Le felt his mental burden lift. He turned and walked straight out of the private room without looking back. Meanwhile, Do Daqiang's expression grew increasingly sour. Truthfully, he vaguely believed Li Feng's claim about 30 brothers waiting outside. Yet, without seeing them, Do Daqiang harbored a lingering doubt. After all, he was a semi-underworld figure himself. While he might not have been an expert on Xinjiang's criminal underbelly, he certainly understood how the power structures were divided. Yet he had never heard a single whisper about Li Feng and his crew suddenly popping up like this. Young man. After pondering for a moment, Do Daqiang still felt uneasy. He shifted his tone and said, well, today we become acquainted through a fight. Let's forget about everything else. Let's just consider this a new friendship. From now on, whenever you come to my place, all your expenses are on me. How does that sound? He had no choice. With such a large business empire to protect, he truly didn't want to get entangled in the rivalries of the underworld. So, lowering his stance a bit wasn't such a big deal. Besides, no matter what kind of people they were, making friends couldn't hurt. At worst, he could figure out Li Feng's background later and decide how to treat him then. It wasn't too late, right? Friends? Hearing this, Li Feng scoffed. In my philosophy of life, there are only 3 kinds of people in this world: allies, strangers, and enemies. So when you speak of friends, Mr. Do, I'm afraid I'm at a loss to categorize them. Perhaps the mindset from his past life was gradually influencing Li Feng's thinking. Even now, many of his ideas differed significantly from those of ordinary youths. In short, anyone who thought Li Feng was too young to be taken seriously was sorely mistaken. You? Seeing Li Feng refuse to give him face like this, Do Daqiang couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. After all these years navigating the underworld, he'd encountered countless characters. Some were ruthless, some were arrogant, and some were stubborn as mules. But they all shared one common trait: if someone lowered their stance and spoke softly with flattering words, they usually wouldn't dwell on it. This kid in front of him, though, who knew what he was thinking? He was as stubborn as a mule. Thus, the private room fell silent once more. As for Li Feng, he calmly lit a cigarette and waited in silence. Clatter! 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 Before the cigarette had even burned halfway down, the corridor outside the private room echoed with the distinct sound of a large group of people rushing by. This sound gradually drowned out the original deafening music playing in many of the private rooms, growing louder and louder. Before long, as Do Daqiang's face darkened with dread, the door to their private room was violently pushed open from the outside. Immediately after, a swarm of young thugs carrying all manner of cleavers and steel pipes poured in. Perhaps due to their sheer numbers, the once spacious private room proved too small to hold them all. Many were left pressed against the door, unable to squeeze inside. Seeing this, Do Daxiang, now completely surrounded, must have been thinking all sorts of thoughts. But the few brothers behind him instantly turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. For a moment, they even envied their comrades cowering in the corner of the private room. Otherwise, if all those opponents attacked at once, they might very well be chopped into mincemeat. Chapter 189, Surrender. Brother Feng. No one knew who shouted first, but in an instant, the private room echoed with a chorus of cries. The deafening roar carried a palpable mix of reverence and adoration. Anyone could sense it. This sudden commotion also drew the attention of many customers throughout the KTV. Soon, the hallway was packed with onlookers crowding around to watch the spectacle. Even so, no one dared to get too close. After all, the weapons in their hands and their menacing expressions made it abundantly clear this was no joke. Inside the private room, the atmosphere froze instantly, thick with tension. Do Daxiang's face twisted into a grim expression, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As for the henchmen behind him, their faces had gone pale, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. There was no denying it. The scene before them made it clear that Li Feng's group was far beyond what they could handle. Li Feng remained standing tall and straight, the cigarette in his hand burning slowly. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was cold and calm. He gently exhaled a smoke ring and said in a detached tone, "Mr. Do, do you really think there's any point in continuing this conversation now?" Do Daxiang's throat convulsed, his voice hoarse with fear. "Li Feng, what exactly do you want?" At this, Li Feng smiled, his tone tinged with a chill. "Mr. Do, I made myself perfectly clear earlier. From now on, this place will be guarded by my brothers. Naturally, as compensation, you ought to pay them some compensation, don't you think? If you still refuse." He trailed off, but his gaze swept over the men in the private room armed with cleavers and steel pipes, making his meaning abundantly clear. For a moment, Do Daxiang's expression flickered between anger and fear as inner turmoil raged within him. He knew he had no choice left today. After all, the group Li Feng had brought both in numbers and sheer presence far exceeded his expectations. If he tried to fight back, not only would he have no chance of winning, but he might even get bloodied on the spot. As for calling the police, Do Daxiang hadn't even considered that option. After all, the underworld had its own ways of settling matters. Moreover, before Li Feng's men had even made a move, rashly alerting the police and escalating the situation would leave him with no room for negotiation in the future. He was, after all, a businessman. If he antagonized these pure underground forces, he'd be the one suffering the consequences. Li Feng. After a long pause, Do Daxiang finally gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with resignation. "Alright, what are your terms?" "That's more like it, Boss Do." Seeing the other party soften, Li Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Alright then. I won't ask for much. Just hand over 20% of the KTV's future profits, and we'll be in business." Truthfully, Li Feng had already weighed his options on the way over. It wasn't that he'd suddenly grown soft-hearted and didn't want more shares. The key difference was that Do Daxiang's KTV wasn't like Huang Xiaoping's loan shark operation. The former was a brick-and-mortar business, while the latter was essentially a loan shark operation, a high-interest lending scheme run by criminal gangs operating out of rented storefronts. The nature of the two businesses was fundamentally different. If he demanded a whopping 40% stake just for collecting protection money, it would be tantamount to driving Do Daxiang into a corner. Originally, Li Feng believed that with his offer not being particularly high, Do Daxiang should agree readily. But to his utter surprise, the moment Do Daxiang heard the teenager demand a 20% dry share in the KTV, his head shook like a rattledrum. He immediately erupted in protest. "Impossible. Everything else is negotiable, but a 20% stake? Absolutely out of the question." Seeing the other man's outright refusal, Li Feng's expression turned completely cold. His voice grew icy as he spoke. "Do Daxiang, have I been too easygoing, giving you the false impression that you can refuse me? Damn it, Brother Feng, let's just show this bastard what we're made of." Hearing this, Lu Xing chimed in angrily from the side. "Earlier, when you demanded 40% of Huang Xiaoping's profits, that little didn't even dare to fart. Now you're being merciful and only asking for 20%, and this asshole still dares to whine? He's just asking to be taught a lesson, damn it." As his words fell, the rest of the brothers nodded in agreement, clearly backing Lu Xing's stance. Immediately, a barrage of vicious, hostile stares converged on Do Daxiang. You even messed with Huang Xiaoping's turf?" Diao Daxiang's face drained of color as Lu Xing's words sparked a sudden realization. His eyes widened in terror as he darted glances toward Li Feng and the others, desperately trying to discern if they were joking or bluffing. Of course. Seeing the old man still daring to doubt him, Lu Xing snapped back irritably. "Or why don't you go ask around right now and see where Huang Xiaoping's brothers are hospitalized?" Hearing this, Do Daxiang wisely shut his mouth. He knew they wouldn't lie about something like this. Qingcheng was a small place, and lies got exposed quickly. But precisely because of that, the pressure on his mind only grew heavier. After all, who was Huang Xiaoping? He was a damn loan shark who'd seen plenty of bloodshed. And yet, even someone like that had been taken down by this group. The thought sent a fresh wave of cold sweat trickling down Do Daxiang's forehead. Quickly, though, he took a deep breath and hurriedly explained to Li Feng, "Brother Feng, it's not that I don't want to give you a 20% share. It's just that I only hold less than 30% of this KTV myself. If you don't believe me, go ask around. This place isn't just mine." By the end of his plea, Do Daxiang's demeanor had completely shifted. He looked at Li Feng with a pitiful expression. What could he do? Even Huang Xiaoping, who was far better off than him, had fallen. What chance did Do Daxiang have? Really? Li Feng asked, sounding skeptical. It's true, absolutely true. This KTV has several shareholders, and... At this point, Do Daxiang deliberately lowered his voice. Some of the higher-ups also have a stake, so by the time it gets to me, there's really not much left. Perhaps seeing how convincing he sounded, Li Feng immediately turned his gaze to Meng Fei beside him. He had no choice after all, this venue was the target he had originally selected. When Brother Feng's gaze landed on him, Meng Fei nodded awkwardly, confirming that Do Daxiang wasn't lying. Of course, this mix-up wasn't entirely Meng Fei's fault. After all, when Li Feng led the team to take over the venue, he hadn't mentioned anything about non-voting shares. Thinking this, Li Feng sighed inwardly, but his expression remained impassive as he turned back to Do Daxiang. His tone was cool as he countered, "Well then, since you refuse to give us shares, how exactly do you plan to compensate my brothers for their hard work? Call it compensation if you like, but in reality, it was protection money." Chapter 190, Negotiated. Faced with Li Feng's sharp questioning, Do Daxiang instantly grew cautious. How about just paying cash? His expression tense, he looked at the youth before him and hesitantly spoke. Fine. Name your price. At this point, Li Feng no longer harbored any desire for a non-voting stake. Even in the underworld, there was no such thing as driving someone to the brink of destruction. After all, if he really did that, the other guy might fight back desperately, and that wouldn't be good either. 10,000? Hearing Li Feng's words, Do Daxiang swallowed hard before blurting out a figure. "Mr. Do, you're truly generous. Let's do it your way. 10,000 a day is absolutely no problem for me." Hearing this, Li Feng immediately burst into laughter. Gulp. Realizing his misunderstanding, Do Daxiang's eyes widened in shock. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. If he really paid Li Feng that price, he'd have to sell his own soul to afford it. The thought made his throat go dry, and he forced a stiff, awkward smile. "Brother Feng, you've got some nerve joking like that." Heaven knows he meant 10,000 a month, not 10,000 a day. But the moment Do Daxiang uttered those words, he saw the expression on the young man's face suddenly turn murderous. "Me, joking?" Li Feng's icy gaze fixed on Do Daxiang as his voice turned menacing. "Wasn't it you, Mr. Do, who started joking around? Damn it, 10,000 a month? You think that's pocket change for a beggar? Or do you think I, Li Feng, am that easy to deal with?" As he spoke, Li Feng's feet instinctively took a step forward. As if responding to his movement, the expressions of his brothers in arms in the private room instantly turned hostile. Some even raised their weapons slightly. They looked as if, at Li Feng's command, they would immediately turn on Do Daxiang and his group. Swish! This time, not only did Do Daxiang turn as pale as a sheet, but even the few underlings beside him instantly filled with terror. Even though they too held weapons, it offered them not a shred of reassurance. Honestly, if Li Feng's men hadn't completely surrounded the entire private room, they might have already bolted for their lives. No, no, no. Seeing this, Do Daxiang felt his limbs go ice cold. He frantically waved his hands, desperately signaling the other party to calm down. He dared not play any more clever tricks. Stammering, he blurted out, "Brother Feng, I never meant any harm. Why don't you just name your price? As long as it's within my authority, I'll agree to anything." Perhaps it was the reputation of the man, or the shadow of the tree. In any case, before hearing that Li Feng's crew had taken down even the Huang brothers, Do Daxiang still felt somewhat confident enough to haggle with them. But after hearing the news and witnessing their true strength, he was genuinely terrified. After all, the older you get, the more you fear death. Even if Do Daxiang had once possessed a fierce and courageous spirit, those traits had been completely eroded by years of comfortable living and idleness. In short, a tiger stripped of its claws could only rely on past glory to intimidate ordinary folk. If it came down to a showdown with a ruthless man like Li Feng, Do Daxiang wouldn't dare, no matter what. 30,000 a month. Without hesitation, Li Feng blurted out the figure. "1 penny less, and I'll make sure this KTV never operates in Qingqing again, you believe me?" For any other small-time KTV, such extortion would be tantamount to suicide. But Splendid KTV was among the top establishments in their county town. Its nightly revenue easily exceeded 6 figures. So while his demand was steep, it was certainly within their means. Sure enough, after a long moment of grim-faced deliberation, Do Daxiang gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll do it your way, Brother Feng." At this point, he glanced hesitantly at Li Feng before plowing ahead. "But after I pay this money, I hope Brother Feng will honor our agreement, make absolutely sure none of the brothers here cause any trouble. Of course. If they just want to come and have fun, they're always welcome. I'll even give each of them a 20% discount." Truthfully, Do Daxiang didn't need this protection service at all. He was paying this money more to avoid trouble than anything else. Beyond that, his greatest fear was that this young boss before him would encourage his underlings to come in and freeload. If that happened, his KTV would become a complete mess, and it might even get shut down altogether. After all, he'd seen it happen before at other venues. Otherwise, Do Daxian wouldn't have risked offending Li Feng and his crew by bringing up this issue directly. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng remained relatively composed, but the expressions on the faces of the other brothers immediately soured. There was no helping it. Do Daxian's accusation was far too pointed and direct. Rest assured on that point, Boss Do. Hearing this, Li Feng understood their concern. He quickly waved his hand to stop the angry glares from his men, then smiled and said, "As long as you pay your dues on time every month, I guarantee my crew won't cause any trouble." Then, as if still concerned Do Daxian might not be convinced, he slowly scanned all the brothers present with his gaze and declared in a deep voice, "From now on, Splendid KTV is our turf. If I find any of us causing trouble on our own turf, I, Li Feng, will not let them off lightly. Got it?" He emphasized the last sentence, his tone thick with resolve. Truthfully, even if Do Daxian hadn't mentioned it, Li Feng would never tolerate his men causing trouble on their own turf. After all, without rules, there's no order. If even his own turf descended into chaos, he'd never be able to lead the team properly. Moreover, such behavior would be extremely detrimental to future development. Yes, Brother Feng. Perhaps sensing the sternness in Li Feng's tone, every brother present instinctively stiffened before responding with resounding affirmation. "Alright, since that's settled, I'll have someone fetch the money for you right away, Brother Feng." Seeing Li Feng speak so decisively, Do Daxian finally felt much more at ease. Without further hesitation, he turned to one of his underlings behind him. "Tiger, go get 30,000 yuan from the finance office." Chapter 191, Do Daxian's Reluctance. As the matter was settled, the tension in the private room gradually eased. Though Do Daxian's expression remained grim, it was a marked improvement from his earlier anxiety and fear. He waved his hand, signaling his henchman named Huzi to fetch the money. Then he turned to Li Feng, his tone tinged with resignation. "Brother Feng, the money will be here shortly. I hope we can coexist peacefully from now on." Hearing this, Li Feng smiled calmly. "Mr. Do, rest assured. I, Li Feng, always keep my word. As long as you pay on time, we're family. If anyone causes trouble at your place in the future, just come straight to this brother here. He'll handle it for you." With that, he pushed Meng Fei forward and introduced him to Do Daxian. After all, Meng Fei would be the one handling affairs in Qingcheng going forward. Having him mingle with these business owners now could only be beneficial. Seeing this, Do Daxian nodded and exchanged contact information with Meng Fei. Though he still felt a lingering sense of reluctance, he knew this was the best outcome for now. With that thought, he took a deep breath, forced a faint smile, and thanked Li Feng again. "Thanks a lot, Brother Feng." Before long, the young man named Huzi hurried back, clutching a black plastic bag. He handed the bag to Do Daxian and whispered, "Boss, I got the money." Do Daxian nodded, took the bag, and immediately handed it to Li Feng. "Brother Feng, here's 30,000 yuan. Count it." Li Feng took the bag, casually opened it, and glanced inside. 3 neat stacks of 100 yuan bills lay neatly arranged. He smiled, passed the bag to Meng Fei beside him, then turned to Do Daxian. "Mr. Do, looking forward to working with you in the future." Do Daxian gave a wry smile and nodded. "Happy cooperation." Li Feng didn't seem to notice. He patted Do Daxian on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Do, from now on, we're family. If you ever need anything, just ask." Do Daxian forced a smile but remained silent. He knew Li Feng's words were merely polite formalities. Moreover, from this day forward, his establishment no longer belonged entirely to him. After settling the main business, Li Feng said no more. He turned and led his men out of the private room. "Brother Chang, are we really going to have to pay each other every month from now on?" After dismissing his own men, Huzi finally turned to Do Daxian, who looked rather gloomy, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Unlike the others, he was one of Do Daxian's most trusted lieutenants, having served him the longest. "What else? You want to go kill him for me?" At those words, Do Daxian's anger flared instantly. Being forced to pay protection money was already unpleasant enough. Hearing that remark, how could he possibly contain his rage? "Well." Hearing this, Huzi's expression turned sheepish as he ducked his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Though he dared not openly defy his boss, he couldn't help but inwardly curse. "Damn it, if I really had the guts to kill someone, would I still be hanging around with you?" Still, letting the standoff drag on made him look like a useless underling. After rolling his eyes, Huzi hesitantly spoke up again. "Brother Chang, you're tight with those other big shots in Qingcheng, right? Why don't we get some backup to put pressure on Li Feng's crew? Otherwise, this extra 30 grand a month, how are you and the other shareholders gonna explain that? What the hell do you know?" At that, Do Daxian snapped back irritably. He shot Huzi a look as if he were staring at a moron. "What? You seriously think just because you share meals and play cards, people actually consider you a brother?" Truth be told, in this day and age, friendships were the least valuable thing. Especially for people like them who lived by the street's rules, it was even more obvious. When you're riding high, flattery and sycophants will swarm around you. But once you hit rock bottom, if they don't kick you while you're down, they're doing you a huge favor. Haven't you seen it? Even blood brothers turn on each other over the slightest gain, how much more so those fake friends you meet over drinks and feasts? In short, getting them to intervene isn't impossible, but it depends entirely on what price you're willing to pay. Bottom line, unconditional favors never exist in this world unless you possess something others desperately want. So we're just letting it go? Hearing this, Huzi immediately looked downcast. He was the leader of the thugs who had been brutally beaten by Lu Xing. So without confronting the man directly, Huzi still wanted to cause trouble for that group. Forget it? That's absolutely impossible. At those words, a flash of defiance flickered in Do Dachang's eyes. After all, he was still a big shot in Xincheng. If he really let someone come to his doorstep, beat him up, take protection money, and then not even dare to make a peep, how could he ever show his face in public again? But the thought of going head-to-head with Li Feng's crew in a real fight made Do Dachang feel genuinely uneasy. After all, hadn't Huang Xiaoping's gang of ruthless loan sharks been taken down by the other side? Wait, Huang Xiaoping. The moment this thought struck, Do Dachang's hand, which had been reaching for his cigarette pack, froze mid-motion. A meaningful smile then spread across his face. Just think about how he'd been forced to pay 30,000 yuan in protection money. He was already seething with resentment. Huang Xiaoping, who had just lost 40% of his shares and ended up hospitalized, must be seething with rage. After a flurry of thoughts, Do Dachang wasted no more time. He pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed Huang Xiaoping's number. Chapter 192, The Conversation of Two Losers. Sitting on the sofa in the private room, Do Dachang held a cigarette that burned slowly. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze was deep and dark. As expected, the call connected quickly. On the other end, Huang Xiaoping's voice carried a hint of exhaustion and anger. Mr. Do, what is it at this hour? Though their friendship wasn't particularly deep, they both moved in the same circles in Xincheng, so their contact information had long been exchanged. Do Dachang took a deep drag on his cigarette, his tone tinged with tentative inquiry. Mr. Huang, I heard you've been through some trouble recently. I just got wind of it myself, so I thought I'd call and see how you're holding up. For a moment, the line fell dead silent. Just as Do Dachang wondered if the other end had hung up, Huang Xiaoping let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Do, you sure have your fingers in every pie. But my business, Huang Xiaoping's business, isn't exactly your concern, is it? It wasn't surprising that Huang Xiaoping's tone was laced with barbs. After all, being thoroughly beaten by a teenager wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Huang Xiaoping was desperate to hide it, yet here someone was calling to rub salt in the wound. How could he possibly keep his cool? It was already showing Do Dachang considerable face that he hadn't flipped out on the spot. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a pang of suspicion. Could there be a mole within his own ranks? How else could Do Dachang have found out about this so quickly? Do Dachang merely chuckled, ignoring Huang Xiaoping's fury. His tone then took on a meaningful edge. Mr. Huang, we're both old hands in Xincheng. Some things don't need to be hidden. I called today precisely to discuss Li Feng's matter. Li Feng? Huang Xiaoping's voice instantly sharpened. Why the hell are you bringing him up? What, Do Dachang, you came here to laugh at me? No, Mr. Huang, you've misunderstood. Hearing this, Do Dachang hastily tried to explain, but his tone quickly turned cold. Let's be straight with each other. Just moments ago, Li Feng stormed into my place with his men. They beat up my guys and extorted 30,000 yuan in protection money from me. Hearing Do Dachang's confession, there was a moment of silence on the other end before Huang Xiaoping's deep voice came through. Mr. Do, what exactly are you implying? After all, they were both down and outs, so Huang Xiaoping managed to rein in his anger for the moment. At the same time, he began to quietly speculate on the purpose of this call. Do Dachang chuckled, his tone laced with ruthlessness, then cut straight to the point. Mr. Huang, that kid Li Feng is getting way too cocky. If we don't teach him a lesson, where'd we old-timers hang our heads? So, I'm calling to ask if there's anything I can do for you? Huang Xiaoping fell silent for a moment before responding with a cold laugh. Mr. Do, you certainly know how to play your cards. That kid Li Feng isn't someone to mess with. I don't want to get myself into any more trouble. At this, Do Dachang's face darkened. Mr. Huang, what do you mean? Are you just going to let some greenhorn walk all over you? Huang Xiaoping scoffed coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. Mr. Do, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to use me to deal with Li Feng so you can reap the benefits? Ha, I'm no fool. Do Dachang gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with urgency. Mr. Huang, think carefully. I genuinely want to help. Enough, Do Dachang. Unexpectedly, Huang Xiaoping cut him off without a moment's hesitation, his voice cold as ice. Li Feng messed with your turf? Then you deal with him yourself. Bottom line, I won't be joining forces with you. With that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Do Dachang sat motionless on the sofa for a long time. Brother Chang, what's gotten into Huang Xiaoping? Could it be he's really scared off by Li Feng and won't seek revenge anymore? Seeing Do Dachang's expression, Huzi cautiously approached and asked with obvious frustration. Although the phone hadn't been on speaker during the call, the quietness of the private room meant he'd heard every word clearly. "Huzi, you're still too young." To everyone's surprise, Do Xiang, who should have been seething with rage, suddenly broke into a broad smile. He shook his head with a sigh before explaining, "Huang Xiaoping isn't unwilling to seek revenge, he just doesn't trust me." "Got it? But our place got raided too?" Huzi asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, with both Huang Xiaoping and Do Xiang's operations being wiped out by the same person, shouldn't they be united against a common enemy? He couldn't fathom why the other party would so decisively reject Brother Chang's proposal to join forces. Surely it couldn't be that he feared Brother Chang and Li Feng's crew would set him up? Learn a thing or two. Seeing his trusted lieutenant's naivety, Do Xiang couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "Anyway, many things in this world aren't as simple as you think. Then, should we just drop it?" Hearing this, Huzi felt a tingling sensation in his head, utterly unable to grasp the crux of the matter. But then, he still couldn't quite let it go unasked. "Damn it, I'm seriously impressed with you. You've been in this game for years, right? How can you not even grasp this much?" Faced with his dim-witted subordinate, a hint of exasperation flashed across Do Xiang's face. After a moment's thought, he patiently explained, "Since Huang Xiaoping doesn't trust us and wants to handle it himself, let him go ahead. Isn't it better for us to sit back and watch the tigers fight?" As he spoke, a sinister grin spread across Do Xiang's face. "Who knows? We might even reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Just wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, that hothead Huang Xiaoping will make his move soon enough." Though Do Xiang didn't know Huang Xiaoping's exact plans, he knew from experience that Huang wasn't the type to swallow his pride and keep quiet. In any case, he'd just sit back and enjoy the show. Chapter 193, Contact Old Ghost. At that moment, inside the hospital ward, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. Huang Xiaoping sat on the hospital bed, the cold glow of his phone screen reflecting off his sullen face. He stared at the name Old Ghost in his contacts for a long time, his thumb hovering over the dial button, trembling slightly. Because he knew that once he dialed this number, there would be no turning back. Beep, beep. After a long silence, Huang Xiaoping finally steeled himself and pressed the button with gritted teeth. "Hello?" A raspy voice, like sandpaper scraping against metal, soon answered from the other end Old Ghost's distinctive tone. "Ghost, it's me, Huang Xiaoping." Hearing that voice, Huang Xiaoping's heart tightened instantly. He stated his identity concisely. There was no other way. Facing this madman, he dared not and didn't want to beat around the bush or engage in polite pleasantries. Before the person on the other end could speak, Huang Xiaolong, lying on the adjacent hospital bed, suddenly struggled to his feet. The four-stand clattered loudly as it slammed against the iron bed rails. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoping shot his younger brother a fierce glare, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the phone. "Oh, you're calling me this late at night? What's up?" Lao Gui deliberately elongated the last syllable of "oh" before asking with a hint of mockery in his voice. He knew his reputation on Qingqing's underworld scene wasn't exactly stellar, so Huang Xiaoping's sudden contact instantly piqued his interest. "Here's the thing. I need you to take care of someone." Having already made the call, Huang Xiaoping decided to cut to the chase and state his purpose directly. "Interesting. Very interesting." At those words, Lao Gui suddenly let out a wicked, cackling laugh. The sound was like a demon crawling up from hell, piercingly harsh and unbearable. After a long pause, just as Huang Xiaoping was about to pull the phone away from his ear, Lao Gui spoke again. "Tell me. Who is this person? What's their background?" He added with a threatening edge, "Huang Xiaoping, don't try to outsmart me. You know what I'm capable of." Though everyone in Qingchun considered Old Ghost a complete lunatic, he wasn't stupid. He knew who he could afford to offend and who he couldn't. Otherwise, if he were just a brute, he wouldn't have risen to his current position. True to form, upon hearing Lao Gui's threatening words, Huang Xiaoping couldn't help but stiffen. Without a moment's hesitation, he laid out everything he knew about Li Feng, spilling every detail without reservation. Heh, this is getting more and more interesting. When did Qingcheng produce such a figure? After hearing Huang Xiaoping's account, Old Ghost fell silent on the other end of the line. But soon, his laughter grew increasingly sinister and maniacal. It must be said that Li Feng's faction operated with remarkable discretion. Before the incidents involving Huang Xiaoping and Do Xiang, few in Qingcheng were even aware of his existence. Ghost brother. Seeing Old Ghost evading the topic, Huang Xiaoping couldn't hold back any longer. But before he could finish his sentence, the other party cut him off. 50,000 plus 20% of your operation. And after we deal with that kid, I want his 2 operations too. Without hesitation, Ghost Brother laid out his demands. Ghost Brother, that's a bit too harsh, don't you think? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoping's expression darkened. The money was negotiable, but he absolutely refused to hand over that stake. After all, who wouldn't want to keep their operation intact and independent? Harsh? I don't see it that way. Besides, this is a special favor I'm doing for you. Hearing Huang Xiaoping's response, Old Ghost snorted derisively. After all, if he wanted Old Ghost to step in, some price had to be paid, right? Alright then, Ghost, I'll think it over. Seeing no sign of the other party budging, Huang Xiaoping couldn't help but frown. Huang Xiaoping, haven't you got something wrong? Just as Huang Xiaoping was about to hang up, Lao Gui spoke again. What? Huang Xiaoping froze, baffled by the remark. Do you think this is a damn market where we haggle? Consider it. Lao Gui sneered coldly, his voice hoarse and menacing, piercing through the phone receiver with chilling clarity. Since you made this call, whether you do the job or not, you'll pay the price. Got it? You. Hearing these words, laced with threat and utterly unreasonable, Huang Xiaoping's expression instantly changed. But just as he was about to explode, Lao Gui's voice cut in again, cold as ice. What? You think you can turn on me? Lao Gui asked in a low, gravelly tone. No, no. As this bone-chilling voice echoed, Huang Xiaoping seemed to realize who the person across from him was, his tone stuttering momentarily. Quickly, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Fine, ghost brother. I agree to all your terms. I just hope you'll keep your word and help me deal with Li Feng as soon as possible. Though he felt like he'd just escaped one danger only to fall into another, leaving Huang Xiaoping deeply frustrated. But at this point, he had no other choice. Heh, now we're talking. Seeing Huang Xiaoping yield, Old Ghost let out another eerie chuckle before saying, rest assured. Since I've taken your payment, I'll make sure this matter is handled properly. Soon after Huang Xiaoping hung up the phone with a grim expression, Huang Xiaolong, lying on the hospital bed beside him, could no longer contain himself. Brother, have you lost your mind? How could you actually go to Old Ghost? Huang Xiaolong snapped angrily. He's a ruthless devil who devours people whole. Have you forgotten what happened last year? After Old Ghost took over Scar Chang's turf, he had the guy sunk in the river the very next day. He then pointed to his heavily bandaged arm. As for Li Feng's crew, no matter how ruthless they are, they'd still leave us a way out, right? Why must you seek revenge? Is saving face really that important to you? Isn't that how the underworld works? Today you hit me, tomorrow I hit you. Now that a new power had emerged, couldn't the two brothers simply retire from the underworld? They'd made enough money over the years. Why invite trouble into their own home, only to fight to the death? Alright, Xiaolong, my mind is made up on this matter. Just focus on recovering here for now. Huang Xiaoping's expression darkened further, likely because his younger brother had exposed his innermost thoughts. In truth, Huang Xiaolong was right. He simply couldn't tolerate someone half his age riding roughshod over him. After all, Huang Xiaoping was a figure of some standing in Xinjiang. If he let himself be bullied like this without retaliating, how would others view him, Huang Xiaoping, from now on? Watching his older brother slam the door and storm off in a huff, Huang Xiaolong, confined to his hospital bed, closed his eyes in anguish. With matters having reached this point, and unable to persuade his elder brother, he could only pin his hopes on Old Ghost successfully taking down Li Feng. Otherwise, the mere thought of facing retribution if Old Ghost failed sent a chill down Huang Xiaolong's spine. And for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Li Feng's crew wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Especially Li Feng's godlike prowess on the mountain peak that afternoon remained etched in Huang Xiaolong's mind, refusing to fade away. Chapter 194, Li Feng's Instructions. As night deepened, Xinjiang's streets remained brightly lit. Clearly, for many night owls, the nightlife was just beginning. Standing outside the KTV entrance, Li Feng watched his brothers revel in high spirits. Yet, inexplicably, a vague sense of unease crept into his heart. Although they had smoothly taken over Huang Xiaoping and Do Dajiang's turf today, he knew full well that matters in the underworld never ended so simply. After all, if someone had just taken over his place out of nowhere, Li Feng wouldn't have let it slide either. Brother Feng, let's grab a drink together. The guys have been bottling up their excitement all day and haven't celebrated properly yet. Lu Xing approached then, his face aglow with excitement. For this kid, it seemed like any chance to get into a fight was reason enough to be happy. Yeah, Brother Feng, we don't have school tomorrow anyway. Let's just head back a little later. Hearing this, Kan Lu and Su Yanhong chimed in with their own persuasive pleas. As for the rest of the brothers, though none spoke, their eager gazes made it clear they desperately wanted Li Feng to stay and join the wild fun. Seeing this, Li Feng wavered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head calmly. You guys go ahead. I won't be joining you. After all, if he stayed out all night, his parents back home would surely be worried sick. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Li Feng patted Meng Fei on the shoulder beside him. Oh, right, Meng Fei. Take 5,000 from that 30,000 we just got and make sure the guys eat well and have a good time. But remember, don't drink too much, and don't cause any trouble, got it? Hearing this, Meng Fei quickly agreed, got it, Brother Feng. Li Feng trusted Meng Fei, who had a steady temperament. After all, as long as he was leading the group, he was confident these brothers wouldn't cause any major trouble. Li Feng nodded, then turned toward his motorcycle. But just as he straddled it, he seemed to remember something. He turned back to Meng Fei and Gao Yang and said, Meng Fei, Gao Yang, you two come over here for a moment. Hearing this, Meng Fei and Gao Yang exchanged a glance before hurrying over to Li Feng. The other brothers, though puzzled, sensibly refrained from following. Once the three were out of earshot, Li Feng lowered his voice, his tone tinged with seriousness. You two need to be extra vigilant these next few days, understand? I have a feeling Huang Xiaoping and Do Daxian won't let this slide. Especially Huang Xiaoping, he took such a big hit, he'll definitely be looking for payback. Bottom line, keep a tight grip on the place during this period. Don't give them any openings. Truthfully, Li Feng could have been more ruthless. But in this line of work, pushing things too far could hinder future prospects. After all, with so many entertainment venues and grey market businesses operating openly in Qingcheng, if every establishment were wiped out, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether the police would come after him. The fierce backlash from rival factions alone would be more than enough to give Li Feng's crew a run for their money. In Li Feng's plan, his faction absolutely had to get its share of the spoils. But at the same time, he couldn't leave nothing for the other factions to scrape up. As for Huang Xiaoping now, he was more like a test case. If he obediently followed orders, everything would be fine. But if he dared to resist or pull underhanded tricks behind the scenes, then don't blame Li Feng for being ruthless. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Meng Fei froze momentarily. Yet he quickly nodded, his tone unwavering. Brother Feng, rest assured. I'll keep a close watch. After their heart-to-heart conversation in the private dining room during lunch that afternoon, he had already placed the team's development above even his own life. In short, if anyone dared to sabotage things, he was absolutely prepared to fight them to the death. Beside him, Gao Yang quickly chimed in, Brother Feng, we'll be extra careful. Seeing that the two men showed no signs of underestimating the situation, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. But immediately after, a hint of coldness crept into his voice as he added, if anything seems off during this period, notify me immediately. Understood? Understood. Meng Fei and Gao Yang answered in unison. Seeing this, Li Feng said no more. He started his motorcycle and slowly rode off into the night streets. Meng Fei and Gao Yang stood where they were, watching Li Feng's departure before turning toward Lu Xing and the others. Guys, Brother Feng just said to enjoy ourselves tonight. All food and drinks are on him, but anything else? That's on us. Meng Fei called out loudly. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't relay any dampening words to the brothers present. After tonight, Meng Fei would stay alert at all times, guarding against the very thing Brother Feng had just warned them about. Gao Yang seemed to be thinking along the same lines as Meng Fei. He didn't say much, only glancing at the other man with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Haha, no problem. Don't worry, Brother Fei, we all know the rules of the underworld. Exactly. After all, you can treat someone to food and drink, but you can't treat them to prostitutes. At this, the brothers all burst into laughter. After all, they were all men who didn't understand each other? Meng Fei heard this, waved his hand, and grinned. That's settled. Come on, brothers, let's drink till we drop tonight. Seeing this, the group cheered in unison before crowding around Lu Xing and Meng Fei, heading toward the nearby night market. The night breeze carried a slight chill, and the streets echoed with laughter and cheer. Little did anyone know that beneath this bustling scene, a dangerous undercurrent was brewing. Chapter 195, Flirting with Two Girls. Morning sunlight bathed the school playground, the air brimming with a crisp freshness. Li Feng rode his motorcycle slowly into the school grounds, parking it in the bike shed. His gaze swept around the area, and for the first time ever, he felt a tinge of nervousness. After all, ever since he forcefully kissed Lu Ting in the auditorium last time, he'd been dreading the possibility of Chen Yao and Lu Ting crossing paths. That kind of hellish scene was the last thing he wanted to deal with right now. Fortunately, aside from Chen Yao still waiting for him at the school gate, there was no sign of Lu Ting anywhere. Seeing this, Li Feng, feeling guilty as a thief, let out a sigh of relief. A smile then curved his lips as he waved directly at the girl standing nearby, her head bowed. Chen Yao stood at the school gate, holding an elegant breakfast bag. Her head was bowed, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. As usual, she wore an oversized school uniform, her frail frame appearing as though a gust of wind could carry her away. Fortunately, perhaps due to the extra meals Li Feng had been providing her lately, the pallor that had once lingered on Chen Yao's face had now given way to a healthy flush. Spotting Li Feng beckoning her, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She hurried over at a light jog. Li Feng, this is your breakfast. Chen Yao held out the breakfast bag to Li Feng, her voice soft and almost inaudible. Li Feng took the bag, the smile on his lips deepening. He looked down at Chen Yao, a hint of teasing in his voice. Little Yao Yao, haven't seen you in a couple of days. Did you miss me? Chen Yao's face instantly flushed as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting nervously together. However, perhaps because their relationship had already experienced several intimate moments under the young man's intense gaze, her little head gave an almost imperceptible nod. Honestly, if they hadn't been so close, Li Feng probably wouldn't have even noticed. Seeing this, Li Feng felt a surge of tenderness, but his words remained relentless. Really? Then why didn't you text or call me? You should know I've been missing you terribly. Perhaps he was getting addicted to teasing the shy girl before him. At this rate, the team's development might not keep pace with Li Feng's thick skin. Hearing this, Chen Yao grew even more flustered by Li Feng's words. She lifted her head slightly, her eyes flashing a hint of playful reproach at him before turning and trotting away. All she left behind was a quick, "You better hurry to class." Li Feng watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle. What could he do? This bashful girl always managed to put him in a wonderfully cheerful mood. With that thought, he hoisted the breakfast bag and strolled leisurely toward the classroom. Perhaps due to getting used to exercising lately, Li Feng no longer felt sore all over like before. Instead, he now seemed as if nothing was wrong. Soon, Li Feng strolled into the classroom, breakfast bag in hand. The room was quiet, broken only by the soft scratching of pencils on paper. Everyone was buried in practice problems with the written exams approaching. No one wanted to falter at this critical moment. Li Feng's gaze swept across the classroom, finally settling on Lu Ting. The girl sat in her usual window seat, pen in hand, her head bowed as she wrote intently. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on her delicate profile, creating a serene and beautiful scene. Yet, when Lu Ting unexpectedly lifted her head and met his gaze, Li Feng saw an incredibly complex emotion in her eyes. Her almond-shaped eyes held anger, resignation, and even a hint of inexpressible shyness. Seeing this, Li Feng felt a pang in his heart, realizing she was still holding a grudge over that day's incident. Heh, still upset? As he passed by the girl's seat, Li Feng suddenly halted his steps and asked in a lowered voice, his tone tinged with teasing. Swish! At his words, Lu Ting's lovely face flushed crimson. Others might not grasp the meaning behind Li Feng's words, but how could she not understand? How dare he? After a moment of flustered panic, Lu Ting finally steadied herself slightly. Her pen paused mid-stroke as she replied, her expression turning slightly cold. Li Feng, I don't know what you're talking about. And please, don't disturb my studies. Seeing her stubbornly proud expression, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle, his tone tinged with teasing. Study? I don't think you've gotten much done these past few days. Have you been thinking about me? He whispered the last two words softly, as if he didn't want anyone else in the classroom to hear. Lu Ting's face flushed crimson in an instant. She whipped her head around and glared at Li Feng. You're talking nonsense. Li Feng shrugged, his voice innocent. I'm not talking nonsense. Look at you even wrote the wrong problem. Lu Ting looked down and realized she had written Li Feng on her math problem. She felt utterly mortified. She quickly erased it with her rubber, then shot Li Feng a fierce glare. Stay away from me. Li Feng smiled and didn't tease her further. He knew that despite her outward anger, Lu Ting's feelings toward him had already undergone a subtle shift. A change she might not even be aware of herself. As for the other male students in the classroom, they all watched the scene unfold with mixed emotions. For whenever it began, Lu Ting, that high and mighty flower of the second college, seemed to be gradually showing signs of falling. But such matters were bound to be clearer to outsiders than to those involved. Perhaps only Lu Ting herself could delude herself into thinking that her ambiguous interactions with Li Feng went completely unnoticed by everyone else. Ting, what's up? What did Li Feng say to you just now? After Li Feng had walked away, her desk mate Zheng Qian leaned over curiously and asked casually, feigning nonchalance. And nothing. How could Lu Ting possibly tell her friend the truth about being forcibly kissed? So when her best friend asked, the girl shook her head nervously, insisting it was nothing important. Seeing the lingering blush on Lu Ting's pretty face, Zheng Qian's expression turned suspicious. But there was nothing she could do. Since her friend refused to talk about it, she couldn't very well keep pressing her for answers. Still, Zheng Qian couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened between the two of them without her knowing. Otherwise, Lu Ting wouldn't have reacted so intensely all of a sudden. Chapter 196, Brother Injured? As usual, after delivering a slap to each of Li Hong and Wang Hai in the back row, Li Feng sat down at his own seat and buried his face in his hands. But for some reason, though he usually fell asleep quickly, tonight he just couldn't drift off. After pondering for a moment, Li Feng borrowed a novel from his desk partner, Li Ming, and began reading. After reading for a while, his thoughts drifted off again. Accompanying this was an inexplicable sense of unease. He drifted in and out of consciousness until lunchtime. In the cafeteria, Chen Yao had already served up Li Feng's meal as usual and was waiting for him in a corner. Perhaps out of habit, Chen Yao didn't wait for Li Feng to say anything today. She simply served herself an identical portion, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, making for a reasonably balanced meal. Just then, Lu Xing, Kang Lo, and Su Yanhong arrived with their own meals. Upon seeing Chen Yao, all 3 of them immediately called out cheerfully, "Sis-in-law." Hearing this, Chen Yao's fair face, already partially hidden by her long hair, instantly flushed crimson. There was no helping it with her naturally timid and shy disposition. The fact that she hadn't bolted at that moment already took tremendous courage. As for responding with grace and composure, that was completely out of the question. Beep beep beep. Just as the group of 5 was about to eat, a phone rang abruptly. It was Meng Fei's. The moment Li Feng saw the caller ID, his brow furrowed and his heart began to race. A sense of foreboding grew stronger and stronger. After all, unless something major happened, Meng Fei wouldn't normally contact him at this hour. With that thought, Li Feng answered the call without hesitation. After listening for a few moments, his expression darkened considerably. "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Lu Xing, sitting nearby, seemed to notice the change in Brother Feng's expression and quickly pressed for answers. Kang Lu and Su Yanhong immediately put down their chopsticks, their expressions turning tense. After all, in all the time they'd known him, they'd never seen Brother Feng look this serious. It seems something major had occurred. Soon after hanging up the phone, Li Feng glanced at the flustered Chen Yao across from him. Ultimately, he said nothing, merely standing up and speaking in a calm tone. Xiao Wu, you three come with me now. Chen Yao, you stay here and eat. I might have something to handle outside. Hearing this, Chen Yao opened her mouth as if to say something, but upon seeing the stern look on Li Feng's face, she nodded instead, her voice soft. All right, be careful. Though the girl had never asked Li Feng what exactly he did outside. She was no fool. After all, a student carrying that much cash around, casually giving away expensive items like phones as gifts. Combined with his personality and temperament, it was pretty easy to guess what Li Feng was up to. Even so, Chen Yao maintained her innocent persona and never pressed for more details. Because ever since that first meeting when he pulled her back from the brink, and through all their time together since, Chen Yao had already made up her mind about him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if Li Feng was out there committing murder or arson, it wouldn't matter. Because he would always be her salvation. Seeing the girl before him, hesitating as if she had something to say, how could Li Feng not guess what she was thinking? With a reassuring smile, he reached out and ruffled Chen Yao's hair gently. Don't worry, it'll be fine. After that, Li Feng put aside any lingering sentimentality and led Lu Xing and the others straight toward the school gates. Brother Feng, what's going on? Did something happen at the venue? The moment they stepped out of the cafeteria entrance, the impatient Lu Xing couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out his question to Li Feng. Hearing this, Li Feng's expression instantly turned icy cold, his tone laced with a hint of ferocity. Meng Fei called. He said a group just stormed into Bridgehead's turf. Over a dozen of our guys got slashed. What? Hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes widened in shock before his entire body erupted with fury. Damn it! Was it Huang Xiaoping or Dou Daxian? Those bastards must be tired of living. Kang Lu and Su Yanhong beside him were also stunned by the news, but quickly snapped out of it and cursed in unison. Brother Feng, let's go kill them. Hold on. According to Meng Fei, the attackers were unfamiliar faces. They probably aren't Huang Xiaoping or Dou Daxian's men. Though seething with rage, Li Feng hadn't lost his head. After hearing Lu Xing and the others' outburst, he calmly shook his head and said, if it's not them, then who else could it be? We just cleaned out their turf the day before yesterday, and now our brothers are getting payback today. What kind of coincidence is that? Lu Xing's expression remained indignant after hearing Li Feng's words. As for Kang Lu and Su Yanhong, though silent, they nodded in silent agreement with Lu Xing's words. Shut up. Under normal circumstances, it might have been overlooked. But at this critical juncture, Li Feng saw this kid daring to defy him. Without a second thought, he barked the order coldly. Realizing Brother Feng was genuinely furious, the trio immediately fell silent, lowering their heads with grim expressions. Enough. Go check on the brothers first. If it really was Huang Xiaoping and his crew, they're dead meat. Knowing Lu Xing and the others were feeling terrible too, Li Feng didn't scold them further. Instead, he delivered this decision in an icy tone. Though he didn't believe in such coincidences, the immediate priority was confirming the safety of his brothers. As for revenge, opportunities would come in due time, there was no need to rush it. Xiao Wu, you ride my motorcycle over. As for Lu and Xiao Hong, you two grab a cab and meet us at Lu's clinic on the suburban highway. After gradually calming down, Li Feng immediately began making arrangements. Yes, Brother Feng. Though unfamiliar with the location, Kang Lu and Su Yanhong silently committed the clinic's address to memory before nodding in agreement. Soon, the roar of motorcycles echoed near the second hospital. The security guards at the school gate didn't dare to stop them at all, simply watching as Li Feng and his companion sped away. Chapter 197, Who Swept the Floor? Li Feng rode the motorcycle like a bullet toward Lu's clinic on the suburban highway. Lu Xing sat on the back seat, his face dark and his fists clenched tightly, clearly seething with anger. Li Feng remained silent, his gaze cold and sharp, his mind racing with thoughts on the next course of action. Upon arriving at Lu's clinic, Li Feng immediately parked and strode inside. Inside the clinic, Meng Fei was waiting anxiously. Spotting Li Feng and his companion enter, he hurried over. Brother Feng, you're here. MHM. Upon hearing this, Li Feng acknowledged briefly before his gaze fell on Meng Fei's blood-soaked appearance. His brow furrowed with concern. You're injured? It's nothing, Brother Feng. Just a cut on my hand. It's already stitched up. Hearing Li Feng's concern, Meng Fei shook his head quickly, gently waving his arm to show it was nothing serious. Seeing this, Li Feng nodded. But when his gaze swept over the dozen or so brothers lying inside the clinic, his expression darkened further. How are the brothers? Meng Fei sighed, his voice tinged with anger. A few brothers are seriously injured and have been sent to the county hospital. They're not in immediate danger, but the attackers were too fast and too ruthless. It was clearly targeted at us. Hearing this, Li Feng finally exhaled in relief. Yet immediately, he strode over to one of the injured brothers and demanded in a low voice, did you get a clear look at who they were? The brother shook his head weakly. Brother Feng, they were all wearing masks. I couldn't see their faces. Got it. Li Feng nodded and patted the brother on the shoulder. Focus on getting better. Leave the rest to me. Turning to Meng Fei and Lu Xing, his tone grew icy. Meng Fei, send some uninjured brothers to check on Huang Xiaoping and Dodaxiang, see if there's any movement. Lu Xing, come with me to the bridgehead venue. We need to figure out what's going on. Meng Fei nodded and immediately sprang into action. Li Feng, accompanied by Lu Xing, mounted the motorcycle once more and sped directly toward the bridgehead territory. The bridgehead venue bore no resemblance to its usual bustling self today. The entrance lay in utter disarray, with everything else smashed to pieces. Spots of blood still stained the floor. Li Feng and Lu Xing entered the scene to find utter chaos inside. Tables, chairs, and benches lay toppled haphazardly, while broken bottles and shards of glass littered the floor. Gao Yang and Li Nan were busy cleaning up the mess with a few henchmen. Spotting Li Feng enter, they hurried over. Brother Feng, you're here. Li Feng nodded, his tone calm yet carrying the ominous prelude to a storm. Do you know how many of them there were? Though Li Feng hadn't shown much anger until now, the horrific state of his brothers inside Lu's clinic was etched into his mind. Yet without knowing the identity of the attackers, his rage had no outlet. I just returned from collecting payments with Li Nan. I'm not entirely sure. Hearing this, Gao Yang shook his head, his expression grim as he replied. But one of the younger brothers quickly chimed in, Brother Feng, I know. There were over 30 of them, all wearing masks and armed with machetes and steel pipes. Even though Brother Fei led us in fighting back, it happened so suddenly we couldn't overpower them. In the end, we could only watch helplessly as they wrecked the place. Li Feng's brow furrowed deeper with each word, a growing sense of unease settling in his heart. After all, if Huang Xiaoping and Dodaxiang were truly behind this, they wouldn't have needed to hide their identities, they could have simply brought their men directly. But now, it was clear the attackers had come prepared and didn't want their identities exposed. Brother Feng, who do you think did it? Lu Xing leaned in and whispered the question, his tone tinged with confusion. Clearly, the kid had also sensed something fishy. Before coming here, he had been convinced it was Huang Xiaoping or Dodaxiang who brought people to do it. Li Feng shook his head. Let's wait and see what Meng Fei finds out first. His voice grew colder as he continued, whoever it is, they'll pay the price for messing with our turf. Lu Xing nodded, saying nothing more. However, just as Li Feng's mind was racing, another subordinate hesitated briefly before speaking with a hint of uncertainty. Brother Feng, I might know who they are. Swish. As the subordinate spoke, all eyes in the room instantly turned toward him. Spit it out. Which bastard did this? Lu Xing, the most impatient among them, couldn't hold back any longer and urgently demanded. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps sensing all eyes fixed on him, the guy suddenly felt the pressure mount, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. After all, this matter could be either trivial or serious. If he got it wrong, the consequences wouldn't be pretty. It's okay, just speak up boldly. Even if you end up being wrong, I won't blame you. Perhaps sensing the man's hesitation, Li Feng immediately responded with an encouraging tone. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, in their current state of complete confusion, they couldn't afford to overlook even the slightest clue. Alright, Brother Feng. True to form, after receiving Li Feng's assurance, the tension in the younger brother's expression visibly eased. After a moment's thought, he frowned and said, I think it's highly likely Old Ghost's crew did it. What's your basis for that? Hearing this, Li Feng first murmured the name Old Ghost under his breath, then fixed the subordinate with a piercing stare as he demanded. Even though the guys who came to raid the place were all wearing masks and hats, I remember one of them had a tattoo. Hearing Brother Feng's question, the man quickly recalled and replied. He then gestured with his hand on his own neck. Yep, right here. He had a skull tattooed on it. I thought it looked pretty cool at the time, so it stuck in my mind. Anyway, that guy was definitely Old Ghost's henchman. As he spoke, the look on this guy's face grew increasingly certain. Meanwhile, Li Feng and the others listening nearby saw their eyes gradually brighten. Chapter 198, Old Ghost. Inside the hotel private room, the atmosphere was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Meng Fei's face was dark and sullen, his brows tightly knitted, clearly filled with apprehension at the mention of the name Old Ghost. As for Lu Xing, he wore a look of utter disdain, clearly dismissing this so-called Old Ghost as insignificant. Old Ghost? Meng Fei repeated the name quickly, a hint of unease in his voice. Brother Feng, are you really sure it's him? Hearing this, Li Feng nodded, his voice calm. According to the leads our brothers provided, one of the men you fought earlier was indeed an Old Ghost's subordinate. Though there was no solid proof, Li Feng chose to trust his brother. Besides, finding the man with the skull tattoo on his neck would surely lead them to the mastermind behind this raid on their turf. Brother Feng, if it really was Old Ghost behind this, we're in some serious trouble now. Perhaps reassured by Li Feng's confirmation, Meng Fei's expression darkened. Lu Xing, standing nearby, immediately bristled at the remark, so what if it's Old Ghost? One slash and he'll bleed just the same. Meng Fei, no offense, but you're too chicken for your own good. Hearing Lu Xing's words, Meng Fei couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. Lu Xing, you don't understand. This Old Ghost isn't the same kind of guy as Huang Xiaoping. He's been operating in Xinjiang for over a decade. He's ruthless, cunning, and absolutely ranks among the top major powers around here. In Meng Fei's mind, Lu Xing would surely rein himself in a bit after hearing this. But to his surprise, Lu Xing only sneered coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Meng Fei, stop boosting his confidence and undermining your own. No matter how powerful old ghost is, could he possibly match brother Feng? I don't give a damn if he's got 3 heads and 6 arms. Even if he did, I'd chop them all off. You believe me? Meng Fei heard this and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. After all, what could he possibly say to a reckless troublemaker like Lu Xing? Li Feng waved his hand, signaling Lu Xing to quiet down. Then he turned to Meng Fei, his tone turning serious. Meng Fei, how much do you know about old ghost? Tell me everything. Taking a deep breath, Meng Fei slowly replied, Brother Feng, old ghost suddenly rose to prominence a few years ago. He commands a gang of desperate men. He never plays by the rules any means to achieve his ends or fair game. Plus, he's ruthlessly strict with his men. The slightest dissatisfaction earns brutal punishment. Rumor has it he once chopped off one of his men's hands for failing to complete a task. I don't know much about other aspects, but I've heard from people in the underworld that he's got a couple of murders on his hands. Anyway, most of the big-time thugs in Qingqing don't dare mess with him. After hearing Meng Fei's account, Li Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He knew that someone like Old Ghost was no match for Huang Xiaoping or Dou Daqiang. If Old Ghost was indeed pulling the strings behind the scenes, things were about to get complicated. Only Lu Xing, after hearing it all, showed no sign of worry whatsoever. Instead, his expression grew increasingly excited. Clearly, he was itching for a showdown with an opponent like Old Ghost. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Seeing Li Feng remain silent, Meng Fei quietly asked again, a hint of worry in his voice. After a moment of deep thought, Li Feng's voice carried a chill. Whoever dares touch our turf will pay the price. If this old ghost is truly behind it, I'll make sure he becomes a real ghost. By the end of his sentence, the teenager's eyes flashed with an unmistakable, palpable murderous intent. Lu Xing perked up at the words, Brother Feng's right. That old ghost bull. If he dares cross us, I'll make sure he becomes a dead ghost, damn it. Put. Hearing this, Li Nan, who had been sipping tea nearby, instantly couldn't help but spit it out. He clutched his stomach and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Seeing Li Nan suddenly act like he'd gone mad, the rest of the people in the private room were all left utterly bewildered. Lu Xing, particularly furious, slammed his fist on the table and glared at the kid. Li Nan, have I not disciplined you in a while? You think you're invincible now? Though he didn't know what exactly was so funny, he absolutely shouldn't have burst out laughing right after he finished speaking. No, Brother Xing. After a long moment, Li Nan finally stifled his laughter and stammered, do you remember the last word you said? In an instant, Lu Xing's curiosity was piqued by his reaction. He tentatively repeated the word. Not that one. The 2 words before it. Li Nan's face flushed bright red as he shook his head repeatedly. Hearing this, Lu Xing frowned in thought before venturing an uncertain guess. Ghost? Ha 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 ha. Hearing those 2 words come out of Lu Xing's mouth again, Li Nan couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter right there in his seat. By now, Li Feng and the others seemed to have caught on to the joke too, and they couldn't help but crack smiles. Soon, the private room filled first with soft chuckles, then with loud laughter. After all, calling someone a dead ghost like that inevitably carried a certain suggestive undertone. Lu Xing finally snapped out of it, realizing his slip of the tongue. Furious and embarrassed, he grabbed Li Nan by the collar and slammed him to the floor, pounding him mercilessly. But after the laughter subsided, they had to return to the previous topic. Brother Feng, what should we do now? After that little incident, Meng Fei, who had been looking rather serious, now seemed a bit more relaxed. Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused to think before speaking. First, send a few brothers to find that guy with the skull tattoo on his neck. Though it was almost certainly Old Ghost's doing, to avoid being used as a pawn, Li Feng decided it was better to confirm it first. Moreover, he had a nagging feeling that beyond the group that had disrupted his operation, someone among Huang Xiaoping and Dou Daqiang was also involved. As for who exactly, that would require digging deeper. Chapter 199, Deliberate Collision. After the meeting concluded, everyone finished their meals and gradually exited the hotel. Night had already fallen silently. The city's neon lights flickered, yet they failed to illuminate the darkness concealed within a car parked by the roadside. Within that seemingly ordinary vehicle, a pair of eyes cold as venomous snakes peered through the window's crack, fixated on Li Feng's figure. Their gaze radiated a chilling intent to kill. Since the brothers Meng Fei had sent to investigate the skull-tattooed man still needed time, Li Feng and Lu Xing decided to head home first. After exchanging farewells with the others, Li Feng mounted his motorcycle while Lu Xing settled securely on the back seat. The roar of the engine shattered the momentary silence as they headed home. The motorcycle cruised smoothly along the road, surrounded by a constant stream of traffic as the city's clamor echoed around them. Yet, what neither of them could have imagined was that danger was silently closing in on them. Just as they approached a turn at an intersection, the car that had been lurking by the roadside suddenly roared like a beast primed to strike. Its tires screeched against the asphalt, spewing acrid smoke as it accelerated recklessly toward Li Feng's motorcycle. In that split second, Lu Xing casually turned his head and caught a glimpse of the car charging toward them like a black lightning bolt out of the corner of his eye. His pupils dilated instantly, his heart lurched, and he shouted in terror, "Brother Feng, watch out!" Though unaware of the danger, the moment he heard Lu Xing's cry, every nerve in Li Feng's body tensed. Without a second to think, he instinctively twisted the handlebars with all his strength. Crash! The immense impact sent the motorcycle reeling violently. Despite Li Feng's desperate attempt to swerve, the bike was still savagely scraped by the car. Squeal! Accompanied by the shrill screech of metal scraping against the pavement, the motorcycle instantly lost its balance, toppling sideways and leaving a long trail across the road. Li Feng and Lu Xing slammed hard onto the pavement, their knees and palms scraping against the rough surface, sending waves of excruciating pain through them. Yet at that moment, the shock and rage in their hearts far outweighed the physical pain. Especially when they spotted the car not far away, deliberately obscuring its license plate. They froze for a moment, then their eyes blazed with furious rage, the anger and resentment born of deliberate provocation. Ignoring the surprised stares and gasps from passers-by, they scrambled to their feet. Li Feng's eyes locked onto the fleeing vehicle, his gaze seemingly ablaze with fury as he bellowed, "Stop right there!" Lu Xing's face twisted with fury as he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You son of a... I said stop, damn it!" Ignoring the pain in their bodies, both men sprinted toward the car at full speed. However, upon realizing the collision had failed, a flicker of panic crossed the driver's face. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward like a cannonball, accelerating into the night. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the darkness, leaving only the acrid fumes of exhaust lingering in the air, mocking their helplessness. Watching the car vanish like a ghost into the night, Lu Xing, who had given chase for a few steps, suddenly turned crimson with rage. He cursed furiously, "You! Don't you dare let me catch you!" As he cursed, he kicked a roadside rock with all his might, sending it flying far away. Yet this did nothing to ease the rage boiling within him. Li Feng, however, stood rooted to the spot, his chest heaving violently. His eyes were bloodshot and an unprecedented, overwhelming rage burned fiercely within him. His jaw clenched so tightly his cheeks bulged, his hands instinctively balled into fists until his knuckles turned white. After forcing down the rage, Li Feng took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He fumbled his phone from his pocket, fingers trembling slightly with rage, and finally dialed Meng Fei's number. Once connected, he forced his voice to remain steady. "Meng Fei, Lu Xing, and I were ambushed on the road. Someone deliberately rammed us with a car. You guys need to come over immediately." After speaking, he hung up immediately, forcing himself to think clearly. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any useful clues. But it was clear the attackers had planned this meticulously. Not only had they covered their license plate, but choosing this exact moment to strike showed they intended to kill him. Honestly, if Lu Xing hadn't spotted the danger and warned him in time, tonight would have been truly perilous. At this thought, Li Feng's eyes grew even colder, and he silently vowed to track down the mastermind behind this and make them pay the price they deserved. Due to the short distance, Meng Fei and the others soon arrived, rushing over in a panic. Seeing Li Feng and Lu Xing in such a disheveled state, concern and worry immediately filled Meng Fei and the others' eyes. He hurried forward, scanning them up and down, his voice urgent as he asked, "Brother Feng, are you two okay? What the hell just happened?" As he spoke, several brothers behind him gathered around, their faces etched with anger and confusion. "Damn it, isn't it obvious?" Hearing this, Lu Xing, already in a foul mood after narrowly escaping death, immediately pointed at the motorcycle still lying by the roadside and cursed. "Someone deliberately drove into me and Brother Feng just now. Thank God we're both still alive. Otherwise, you guys would be gathering around a table tomorrow to eat at a funeral banquet." Swish! Hearing Lu Xing's account, the expressions on the brothers' faces changed dramatically. Their eyes flashed with a mix of rage and relief. None of them had imagined the enemy would be so ruthless, actually sending someone to run over Brother Feng with a car. Damn it, it must be Old Ghost's crew. Still shaken, Gao Yang beside him also erupted in rage. In Qinchun, only they would stoop so low. "Yeah, Brother Feng, I think Old Ghost sent them too." Hearing this, Zhao Liming, who had recently integrated into the team's core, finally voiced his opinion. While Huang Xiaoping's gang was notoriously ruthless with their loan sharking, deliberately ramming someone with a car felt more like the style of that madman Lao Gui. Then let's go get revenge on him. We can't just sit here and wait for trouble anymore. Damn right. Let's get him. Following Gao Yang and Zhao Lining's speculation, the remaining three Conlu, Su Yanhong, and Li Nan all echoed their anger in agreement. After all, Brother Feng wasn't just their boss, he was the sole linchpin holding this crew together. To put it bluntly, if anything happened to him, this hard-won gang would inevitably fall apart. On this point, there was not a shred of doubt among them. Chapter 200, Searching. Despite the rage surging within Li Feng like a raging tide. As the backbone of the team, he knew he absolutely couldn't let impulsive instincts lead him by the nose. With that thought, he drew a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves before addressing his brothers. "Alright, we can't rush things now. The more critical the moment, the more we need to keep our cool. Got it? But..." At these words, Lu Xing's brow instantly furrowed. After huffing and puffing for a long moment, he finally said with obvious reluctance, "Brother Feng, I just can't swallow this. Are we really just going to let them off like that?" After all, just moments ago, he and Brother Feng had come within inches of meeting the Grim Reaper. Li Feng understood Lu Xing's frustration. Patting his shoulder, he said with unwavering resolve, "We're not letting them off. We're getting to the bottom of this first. Besides, that guy with the skull tattoo has already been exposed. That's a crucial lead. Anyway, we can't plan our revenge until we find that bastard." Though the brothers were convinced that the raid on their turf and the car crash were almost certainly the work of that old bastard. But since it had already happened, no amount of anger would change anything. Better to use this time to track down that skull-tattooed thug and get answers first. If Old Ghost was indeed behind all this, Li Feng would never let him off so easily. At this thought, a bone-chilling murderous intent flared deep within the youth's eyes. Seeing Brother Feng speak so decisively, Lu Xing gritted his teeth and reluctantly nodded. "All right, Brother Feng. I'll do as you say." After calming this hot-headed troublemaker, Li Feng turned his attention to Meng Fei. His expression turned stern as he ordered, "Meng Fei, ramp up the search for that thug with the skull tattoo. Get every available man out there. Find him tonight, no matter what. Got it?" "Yes, Brother Feng." Meng Fei nodded vigorously, his eyes flashing with determination. "Don't worry. I'll get the guys moving right away. We'll have news as soon as possible." "All right, get to it then." Li Feng waved them off, then glanced at the scrapes on himself and Lu Xing from the motorcycle crash. "Lu Xing and I will head back to Lu's clinic to get our wounds bandaged. Call me immediately once you have any news." Upon hearing this, Meng Fei, Gao Yang, and the others quickly responded. Without further delay, they set off to search for the thug with the skull tattoo, carrying out Li Feng's orders. Only after everyone had left did Lu Xing glance down at his tattered clothes and mutter, "Brother Feng, what about going home?" Seeing this, Li Feng gave a helpless smile. "Put it on hold for now. I don't want to worry my family. Besides, if we go back before this is sorted out, what if it drags them into trouble?" With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed home, forcing a casual tone as he spun a lie. Soon, when Li Feng and Lu Xing, both covered in scrapes and bruises, stepped back into Lu's clinic, the group of injured brothers who had just finished getting stitches immediately wore expressions of surprise and concern. They never imagined that after the Bridgehead venue was raided, Brother Feng would also be attacked. This news instantly made the atmosphere in the clinic even heavier. "All right, no need to worry. Just some minor scrapes." Seeing the worried looks in the eyes of the dozen or so brothers, Li Feng knew exactly what was on their minds. He waved his hand dismissively, offering reassurance. "We're starting to get some leads on the gang that attacked our turf. Rest assured, once we get to the bottom of this, I'll make sure justice is served for you brothers." Whoosh! Hearing Brother Feng speak, the brothers all erupted in a chorus of exclamations. "Brother Feng, who the hell did this? Damn it, was it Huang Xiaoping and Dou Daqian? Let's take them down." Yeah, exactly. No one knew who started it, but in an instant, the small clinic erupted into chaos, as noisy as a bustling market. Witnessing this scene of fury, the clinic doctor who had been about to tend to Li Feng and his companion's wounds froze in place, utterly at a loss. What exactly these people were up to, others might not know, but the clinic doctor who had personally bandaged their wounds, how could he not understand? Honestly, if Meng Fei hadn't offered such a high price earlier, he'd never have agreed to treat this bunch of street thugs. Damn it, what the hell are you all yelling about? His head already buzzing from the noise, Lu Xing already in a foul mood from his injuries lost his patience at the commotion. He slammed his fist on the nearby table and roared, "Didn't you hear Brother Feng? We wait until the damn situation is sorted out. Are none of you getting the hint?" Swish! Lu Xing's intimidating presence was formidable. In an instant, his roar silenced all the brothers in the clinic. "All right, you guys take a break. Anyone who wants to go home can head out." Seeing the atmosphere freeze, Li Feng sighed softly and stepped forward to smooth things over. "Don't worry. Once we find out who raided our place, I'll make sure to avenge you brothers." After hearing Brother Feng's words, the brothers present still harbored some doubts. But with Lu Xing, that menacing presence, glaring nearby, they dared not ask any more questions. Once everyone nodded and dispersed, Li Feng turned to the clinic doctor with an apologetic smile, gesturing for him to come over and treat the minor scrapes on himself and Lu Xing. Thus, in agonizing anticipation, time slipped by unnoticed until past 10 o'clock at night. Beep beep beep. As Lu Xing paced back and forth for what felt like the 100th time, Li Feng's phone suddenly rang. Hearing the sound, Lu Xing immediately stopped in his tracks, while Li Feng swiftly answered the call. "Brother Feng, we found that kid. He's at this miracle internet cafe in the west part of town." Before Li Feng could ask any questions, Meng Fei's excited voice came through the receiver. "All right, keep an eye on him there. Don't let him get away. I'll be right over." Hearing the news, a cold smile curved the corners of Li Feng's mouth. He promptly instructed Meng Fei on the other end of the line. Yes. Chapter 201, Net Cafe Manhunt. Inside a slightly worn-out Jean Bayvan parked by the roadside, Li Feng, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and their core crew were gathered together. The cramped cabin was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Li Feng's gaze fixed intently on the miracle internet cafe nearby, its neon sign flickering on and off in the night. The shifting light seemed to foreshadow the uncertainty of what was about to unfold. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned to Meng Fei beside him, his voice low yet commanding. "Meng Fei, you're certain the thug with the skull tattoo is inside this internet cafe?" At this, Meng Fei immediately nodded, his eyes brimming with absolute certainty. He replied without hesitation, "Brother Feng, I'm certain. One of our guys spotted him, and I went inside to double-check myself. That kid's in the back corner of the internet cafe, playing games with headphones on." He paused briefly before adding, "But I didn't want to tip him off, so I didn't make a move. Plus, I noticed he had a few buddies with him. From the looks of them, they're probably all old ghosts men too." Li Feng listened, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, and said nothing more. As for the other brothers in the compartment, their faces lit up with excitement. After all, capturing this kid now would reveal which faction had attacked them. "Brother Feng, should we move now?" Upon receiving Meng Fei's confirmation, Lu Xing immediately flashed a toothy grin, his normally handsome face contorted with savagery. Honestly, if Brother Feng hadn't been here, he wouldn't have bothered saying a word. He'd have grabbed his knife and stormed into the internet cafe to hunt them down. Upon hearing his words, Li Feng showed no further hesitation. He waved his hand decisively and shouted to Lu Xing and the others, "Let's go, brothers." With that, he pushed open the car door first, grabbed the machete by his feet, and leaped out. Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the other brothers quickly grabbed their steel pipes and machetes, following closely behind Li Feng like a pack of enraged beasts charging straight toward the internet cafe. Their menacing appearance, weapons drawn, instantly sent the previously quiet customers into chaos. Screams erupted, people scrambled to their feet to look, chairs scraping the floor with a shrill noise. Fortunately, the people of Qingcheng were known for their tough-as-nails nature. Rather than fleeing in terror, the customers seemed intrigued, gathering around to watch the spectacle unfold with keen interest. In a corner at the back of the internet cafe, the thug with the skull tattoo was completely immersed in his game, utterly unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Yet, when he casually looked up and caught sight of Li Feng and his group charging in like ravenous wolves, his face instantly drained of color. The carefree expression that had lingered on his face was now completely replaced by fear, his eyes filled with sheer panic. Clearly, he recognized them at a glance. Seeing this, he inwardly cursed his luck. Realizing this situation was dire, the skull-tattooed thug frantically reached out to push his nearby brothers, trying to rally them to fight back. But his movements were a split second too slow. Lu Xing and his crew, already seething with pent-up rage, now unleashed their fury like a flood bursting through a dam, unstoppable. They roared as they charged forward, swinging their machetes and steel pipes mercilessly at their opponents. Screams and the crash of overturned tables and chairs filled the air. You're the ones running this joint, huh?" Lu Xing cursed furiously, raising his blade to hack at the skull-tattooed thug's shoulder. Blood spurted instantly. As if oblivious to the pain, Lu Xing swung again, slicing through the arm that reached out toward him. Witnessing this utterly bloody scene, coupled with the skull-faced thug's piercing screams, many customers watching inside the internet cafe couldn't help but gasp in horror, their eyes widening in shock. It was no wonder often, despite the fierce street fights where both sides wielded all manner of weapons. But those weapons were mostly just for show. This was different. That silver-haired youth truly swung his blade without hesitation. And judging by the sheer force behind each swing, it looked like he was going for the kill. As for Meng Fei and his crew, they were all much the same. One after another, they swung their weapons high and brought them crashing down, cursing incessantly as they fought. Clearly, after everything that happened today, they were all seething inside a rage they couldn't vent or swallow. Before long, the thug with the skull tattoo and his buddies were all hacked to the ground. They lay writhing in agony beside the computer seats, moaning and groaning in pain. Under normal circumstances, Li Feng might have cautioned Lu Xing and the others to exercise restraint. But now, he couldn't afford such considerations. Slowly, Li Feng stepped forward, grabbed the skull-tattooed thug by the collar, and yanked him up from the floor. He forced the man to look him straight in the eyes. "What? You had the guts to cause trouble in my place, but now you don't have the guts to fight back?" The thug with the skull tattoo tried to speak, but upon meeting the unmistakable murderous intent in the youth's eyes, his entire body trembled involuntarily, his lips quivering uncontrollably. No problem. The night's still young. We can take our sweet time playing." Realizing this wasn't the place for questioning, Li Feng let out a cold laugh. He clenched his fist and dragged the man out of the internet cafe like a dead dog. "No, don't." Realizing the grim fate awaiting him if taken away, the skull-faced thug immediately began struggling violently. Thud. Without hesitation, Li Feng delivered a vicious roundhouse kick straight to the thug's head. The skull-faced thug, struck by such a heavy blow, didn't even manage a sound before collapsing unconscious on the spot. "Enough, stop hitting him. Let's go." Seeing Lu Xing and the others still beating the other thugs, Li Feng frowned and quickly called out to stop them. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others reluctantly stopped. They then scrambled to drag the skull-tattooed thug out of the internet cafe and shoved him into the minivan. Seeing this, Li Nan in the driver's seat wasted no words. He slammed the accelerator, and the minivan roared away, leaving behind only chaos in the internet cafe and customers still reeling from the intense confrontation. Chapter 202, Interrogation. The van sped through the night, its cabin thick with the scent of blood and tension. The thug with the skull tattoo lay unconscious on the back seat. Li Feng sat in the passenger seat, his gaze cold as he tapped his fingers lightly against the windowpane, lost in thought. Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others sat in the back, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. They knew that once they extracted the truth from this thug, their next move would have a clear target. And when that time came, no matter who the enemy was, they wouldn't escape their relentless vengeance. Brother Feng, where are we headed now? Li Nan asked quietly as he drove. Li Feng glanced in the rearview mirror, his tone calm. To the old grain warehouse. It's deserted, perfect for questioning. Li Nan nodded, turned the wheel, and steered the minivan straight toward the old grain silo on the city outskirts. The old grain warehouse lay abandoned for years on the outskirts of Qingcheng. Its rusted iron gate creaked in the night wind, while inside, the space was cluttered with rusted machinery and discarded sacks. Li Feng and his crew dragged the thug with the skull tattoo into the warehouse and tossed him onto the floor. Splash! At that moment, Lu Xing appeared from somewhere, carrying a bucket of cold water. He dumped the entire contents directly onto the thug's face. The icy splash jolted the thug from unconsciousness. After a few coughs, he looked around in terror. Awake? Li Feng crouched down, his gaze cold and fixed on him. Now we can have a proper chat, huh? Hearing this, the thug's face instantly drained of color. His voice trembled as he stammered, what do you want? Li Feng smiled, his tone laced with coldness. Simple. Tell me who sent you to wreck my place. Faced with Li Feng's blunt, no-nonsense demand, the thug clenched his jaw, his eyes darting nervously. I don't know what you're talking about? Clearly, he was preparing to play dumb. Seeing this, Li Feng wasted no words. He punched the thug squarely in the face. Blood gushed instantly from the thug's nose, and a piercing scream echoed through the empty warehouse. I advise you not to test my patience. Li Feng's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Talk. Who sent you here? I really don't know what you're talking about. The thug clutched his nose, his voice trembling with fear. You've got the wrong guy. Despite being dragged out to this remote wilderness by so many people in the dead of night, it was impossible for the thug to claim he wasn't scared. But compared to facing his boss's brutal treatment of traitors if he spilled the beans, he chose to keep up his defiance. At those words, a cold glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes. His patience was truly wearing thin. The daytime raid on their turf and the injuries to his brothers had already left him restless and irritable. Then the assassination attempt from the vehicle had pushed Li Feng's rage to its peak. Honestly, if not for Lu Xing's warning, his parents would probably be weeping over his corpse right now. The thought made him snatch a gleaming machete from Meng Fei's hand. Seeing this, the thug with the skull tattoo instantly turned pale with terror, his body involuntarily retreating backward. Brother Feng, let me handle this. At that moment, Lu Xing stepped forward, baring his teeth in a savage grin. Like Li Feng, he too had nearly met his end today. In short, that burning rage inside him still needed an outlet? Fine. Upon hearing this, Li Feng paused briefly before replying coldly. I don't care what methods you use to make him talk. I just need to know who the mastermind behind this is. After speaking, Li Feng returned the machete to Meng Fei and strode directly out of the warehouse. Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Xing froze for a moment before a wicked grin spread across his lips. Because this was the first time Brother Feng had ever given him free rein to act. With that thought, Lu Xing's eyes, now gleaming with cruelty, slowly shifted toward the thug lying on the ground. For some reason, the moment the thug met the silver-haired youth's gaze, his scalp tingled violently, and he instinctively tried to step back. Ah! In an instant, a piercing scream like that of a dying beast sliced through the night air, echoing long and hard within the warehouse. Following that, a series of wails grew louder and louder. That wailing, like the cry of a night owl, would likely give nightmares to anyone with a weak heart. Brother Feng, should we stop Lu Xing? He might get himself into trouble doing this. Outside the warehouse, Meng Fei hesitated for a moment before urgently turning to Li Feng beside him. Though he didn't know what was happening inside, he knew Lu Xing's manic temperament all too well. And within their entire team, only Brother Feng could rein in this reckless fool. What? You think what I just told Xiao Wu was meant to scare that old ghost's men? Hearing this, Li Feng slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone utterly calm. For some reason, despite the youth's voice sounding utterly detached, cold sweat broke out on Meng Fei's back. Because from Li Feng's words, he sensed that the other party had genuinely resolved to kill. Meng Fei, the martial world is a one-way street. And for us, there is no turning back. Understand? As if reading his thoughts, Li Feng lifted his gaze to the night sky, his voice cold and distant. In this world, you either endure or choose cruelty. If you're afraid of this and afraid of that, you'll forever be nothing but a stepping stone for others, ultimately discarded by the new forces. Like Huang Xiaoping and Dou Daqiang. In truth, Li Feng had intended to say these very words to Meng Fei back in the hotel private room that afternoon. Because he could see that deep down, Meng Fei harbored genuine fear toward a figure like Lao Gui. Otherwise, upon learning that the mastermind behind it all was that man, Meng Fei wouldn't have reacted with such palpable tension and worry. And Li Feng absolutely did not want his valued core member to be such a cowardly and weak individual. If he reacted like this to a local tough guy in the county seat, what would happen when they moved into Manhwa City? In short, being mature and steady was fine, but if taken too far, it would completely sap one's fighting spirit. I understand, Brother Feng. Hearing this, Meng Fei's body trembled. He probably realized where his problem lay. Because, just as Brother Feng had said, his performance today had indeed been a bit cowardly. And as things got bigger and bigger, killing and arson were simply unavoidable. If he kept clinging to this mindset, Meng Fei didn't know whether the new faction would weed him out. But this current team? They'd definitely marginalize him, even kick him out. Alright. I'll be watching your future performance. Seeing Meng Fei beside him seemed to grasp the situation, a hint of relief flashed across Li Feng's face. Chapter 203, The Old Ghost's Whereabouts. The night was as dark as ink, and the wind outside the old grain warehouse still howled, whipping up dust from the ground. Li Feng stood at the warehouse entrance, his cigarette burned down to the filter, yet he seemed oblivious. Soon, Lu Xing emerged, his hands covered in blood, a sickly smile on his face. Following behind him, Gao Yang, Su Yanhong, and the others looked pale, clearly shaken by what they had witnessed inside the warehouse. Brother Feng, he confessed. Lu Xing's voice carried a hint of excitement. Old Ghost made them do it. So it was him. Li Feng's brows furrowed slightly at the words. He stubbed out his cigarette, his gaze turning cold. Truthfully, upon learning the skull-tattooed thug was Old Ghost's henchman, he'd suspected Old Ghost's involvement. But his team was still too weak. Without solid proof, he didn't want to be misled and end up as someone else's pawn. Otherwise, if he had sufficient strength, he might not even bother investigating. He'd simply uproot all the factions that crossed him. Wouldn't that be far more efficient? But wait, why would Old Ghost do this? We've never crossed paths before. Even if he wanted to take over Brother Feng's turf, why go for the kill right off the bat? Meng Fei frowned beside him, voicing his confusion. Truthfully, after Brother Feng had previously advised him, Meng Fei no longer harbored fear or apprehension. Now, his focus was purely on the matter at hand, not the individuals involved. Lu Xing glanced at him and shook his head. That kid doesn't know either. Old Ghost only told them to take over the bridgehead turf. He didn't mention anything else. They weren't even fully aware about the car crash targeting Brother Feng. Li Feng fell silent for a moment, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew the truth was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Lao Gui's actions were too unusual. There had to be something else behind it. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Meng Fei stepped forward, his tone tinged with an inexplicable undertone. Truthfully, none of the men present were fools. In short, they could all sense something was amiss. Li Feng took a deep breath, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable authority. Regardless of what Lao Gui intends, the fact remains that he disrupted our operation and arranged for an assassination attempt on me. In short, since he dared to do this, he must be prepared to face my wrath. As he spoke, a terrifying glint of murderous intent flared in the youth's eyes. He immediately turned to Lu Xing and asked, Little Five, is that man still breathing? Yeah. He's still alive. Hearing Feng Ji's question, Lu Xing nodded and replied promptly. After all, he was just a lowly lackey. Feng Gu wasn't so reckless as to kill anyone indiscriminately. Alright, bring him out. I'll question him. Li Feng said coldly. Yes. Lu Xing responded without hesitation, then beckoned to Gao Yang and the others nearby. Only then did he return to the warehouse, where they worked together to drag the thug with the skull tattoo out. Upon seeing the thug's gruesome state with his own eyes, Meng Fei's brow twitched involuntarily. There was no helping it. Lu Xing had simply been too brutal. The skull-tattooed thug was now utterly unrecognizable as human. Not only was his arm snapped at a grotesque angle, but every inch of his body was stripped of flesh. His clothes were completely soaked through with blood. He looked exactly like a demon crawling out of hell. Honestly, if not for the faint moans occasionally escaping his lips, Meng Fei would have thought the man was already dead. Li Feng, however, seemed utterly unfazed by the sight. His expression remained cold as he stared down at the blood-soaked figure on the ground. Where is Old Ghost now? Do you know? Faced with Li Feng's demand, the skull-tattooed thug seemed deaf to the question. His eyes were vacant as he stared up at the night sky, his entire being a hollow shell of a man. Damn it! My brother Feng asked you a question. Didn't you hear him? Seeing the thug remain silent for so long, Lu Xing instantly flew into a rage. After hurling another curse, he delivered a vicious kick straight into the thug's body. Ah! Perhaps Lu Xing's kick had reopened the thug's wounds, or maybe the sheer terror he instilled was too profound. In any case, the skull-tattooed thug let out a piercing scream before snapping back to his senses. His eyes filled with terror as he stared at Lu Xing, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, where's your boss Lao Gui now? Tell me, and I'll spare your life today. Seeing the thug's state, Lu Xing realized the guy hadn't heard Feng Ji's words at all. Spitting contemptuously, he demanded again. I don't know. Perhaps terrified of this ruthless silver-haired youth, the thug immediately shook his head weakly upon hearing the question, then replied in a trembling whisper without a moment's hesitation. Damn it! You think you can play games with me? Did I go easy on you just now? At this answer, Lu Xing's face twisted into a savage grimace. Snatching the machete from Kangle's hands, he lunged forward as if ready to strike. I really don't know. The thug, as if suddenly awakening dormant potential, began shaking his head frantically, his voice now tinged with a distinct whimper. But soon, as if remembering something, he blurted out, no, but he likes to go to Qinghai every night. Yeah, he should be there. Qinghai? Which Qinghai? Hearing this, Lu Xing finally halted his steps and frowned at the man. Qinghai bathhouse. The skull-tattooed thug dared not hesitate any longer and quickly answered. Then, as if afraid Lu Xing wouldn't believe him, he added, Ghost Brother has basically been spending every night there lately. Really, I'm not lying. At this moment, he no longer cared about old Ghost's brutal methods for dealing with traitors. After all, the silver-haired youth before him, who seemed like a demon incarnate, appeared to be even more ruthless than old Ghost. Besides, if he stubbornly refused to answer now, whether he'd survive the night was anyone's guess. For now, survival came first. As for the future, well, that could wait. Chapter 204. Upon learning that old Ghost was likely hiding at the Qinghai bathhouse, Lu Xing instantly lost all interest in the skull-tattooed thug. His gaze swiftly shifted to Li Feng, his eyes brimming with anticipation and eagerness. Meng Fei and the others also fixed their eyes on Li Feng. At that moment, everyone was waiting for Li Feng to make the crucial decision. Li Feng showed no hesitation whatsoever, making his decision almost instantly to confront old Ghost immediately. After all, in his code of conduct, suffering a loss without retaliation was simply not his style. For a moment, the youth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and resolve, as if he could already envision the confrontation with old Ghost. Upon receiving this unsurprising answer, Lu Xing's face flushed with excitement. His thrill was palpable as his fists clenched involuntarily, seemingly unable to wait to dive into the fray. As for Meng Fei, his expression turned cautious. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned to ask Li Feng, Brother Feng, should we gather some reinforcements? Old Ghost's influence is considerable. With just a few of us right now, going to his place Qinghai bathhouse feels like we're outnumbered and outgunned. Yeah, Brother Feng, let's call the brothers and get everyone here. Gao Yang nodded in agreement upon hearing this, then addressed Li Feng directly. His reaction wasn't born of fear, but rather a simple belief that this approach was more prudent. Li Feng, however, shook his head gently, rejecting their suggestion outright. His gaze steady, he explained, over a dozen of our brothers were injured today. Morale is already shaky. Gathering reinforcements in the middle of the night? Who knows how long that'll take. Right now, our only chance is to strike fast. Before old Ghost can react, we hit him with a decapitation strike. That might just give us an edge. After hearing Li Feng's analysis, the others agreed it made sense. Once the plan was set, the brothers said no more, each silently preparing themselves. Just then, Su Yanhong glanced at the half-dead thug with the skull tattoo lying on the ground and asked, Brother Feng, what should we do with this guy? Hearing this, the others frowned and turned their gaze toward the bloodied, mangled figure. Truthfully, if they left him out here in the wilderness now, he was as good as dead. There was no other outcome to consider. Li Feng understood this logic well, yet his expression remained impassive as he casually remarked, we'll just dump him at the hospital entrance. Let him fend for himself. Time slipped quietly into the dead of night, as if the entire city had been draped in a veil of stillness. Inside Qinghai bathhouse, however, lights blazed brightly, their glow jarringly stark against the pitch-black night. Yet unlike usual, customers were scarce, the entrance deserted and eerily quiet. Inside the minivan, the atmosphere was oppressive and tense. Li Feng, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and the others sat silently, each face etched with solemnity and resolve. Their gazes pierced through the windows, fixed intently on the bathhouse entrance as if trying to see right through it. Li Feng frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve and ruthlessness. He knew that if he didn't eliminate the threat of old Ghost completely today, there would be no peace in the days to come. Moreover, too many questions demanded answers. Why had Lao Gui suddenly turned against him? Was Huang Xiaoping or Dou Daqiang involved in this? In any case, his plan was clear. Just like capturing that skull-tattooed thug earlier, he would first find a way to subdue old Ghost, then force the truth out of him. After all, he couldn't sit still knowing a venomous snake lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment, watching him and his team with predatory eyes. Brother Feng, once we go in, I'll lead the charge. Lu Xing lowered his voice, his tone brimming with impatience and excitement. As he spoke, his hands unconsciously tightened around his weapon. Exactly. We're taking that old bastard down today. If he dares lay a finger on Brother Feng, I'll slaughter him first. Gao Yang nodded slightly beside him, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Damn right, let's take him down. Hearing this, the others quickly nodded in agreement. After all, Feng Ji's importance within their team was plain for any clear-eyed person to see. In short, the enemy had dared to attack Brother Feng. It was like slapping them all in the face. As for Meng Fei, perhaps it was his cautious nature. So as he gazed at the brightly lit bathhouse under the night sky, he couldn't shake the feeling that the building resembled a monster with a gaping maw, waiting for its prey to walk right into its trap. But since Brother Feng and the rest of the brothers were already brimming with confidence and fully prepared, he dared not say anything more. Deep down, Meng Fei silently prayed that it was all just his imagination. In the passenger seat, Li Feng smiled upon hearing the team's high morale. He then spoke up. If Old Ghost is inside, hold off on killing him for now. I need to ask him a few things. In any case, if possible, we should tie him up and bring him out. Got it? Yes, Brother Feng. The others nodded in unison, their eyes flashing with resolute determination. Alright, let's move. Li Feng wasted no more words. A resolute gleam flashed in his eyes as he abruptly reached out and yanked open the car door. With a clang, the door swung open, letting the cold night wind rush in with a whoosh, making everyone's clothes flutter. Li Feng, agile as a leopard poised to strike, leapt out with a swift whoosh, his gleaming machete in hand. His feet landed firmly on the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The machete in his hand gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen under the lamplight, as if foretelling the impending battle. Seeing this, the others roared in unison and followed closely behind. Meng Fei also leaped from the vehicle, his movements deliberate and powerful. Though lingering worries still gnawed at him, the sight of his brothers charging forward made him grit his teeth, temporarily casting aside his doubts. Gripping his weapon tightly, he joined the advancing group. In an instant, the once quiet street echoed with the clatter of footsteps and clashing weapons as the group surged toward the entrance of Qinghai Bathhouse like a tidal wave. Chapter 205 Ambush at. The moment Li Feng and his men stormed into Qinghai Bathhouse, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Battle intent flashed in their eyes, their weapons reflecting a cold, menacing gleam under the lights. However, the lobby of the bathhouse did not present the scene Li Feng and his companions had imagined, service staff and customers fleeing in panic. Instead, a deathly silence hung heavy in the air. Before they could react, a sharp crack echoed from the glass doors behind them, followed by a thunderous slam as the doors locked from the outside, sealing them off from the outside world. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Before they could react, however, the once empty hall erupted with the clatter of footsteps. Within moments, at least 30 young thugs armed with various weapons surged forth from all directions like caged tigers released, completely surrounding Li Feng and his companions. Hostility and excitement blazed in their eyes as they brandished their weapons, pointing them menacingly at Li Feng and his companions, as if announcing the arrival of their doom. Seeing this scene, how could Li Feng not understand what was happening? Clearly, they had fallen completely into Old Ghost's trap. Sure enough, when Li Feng looked up, he saw a figure slowly emerge from the shadows atop the high railing of the second floor, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. It was a man in his 30s, his cheeks gaunt, eyes cold and predatory, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth as if he were savoring the sight of his prey struggling. His sudden appearance instantly silenced the entire crowd, every pair of eyes fixated on him. Though Li Feng had never seen this man before. Merely observing the young man's aura and appearance was enough to confirm he was undoubtedly Old Ghost. After all, in this world, names might be chosen wrongly, but nicknames are never mistaken. To say nothing else, just look at the young man's gaunt, skin and bones cheeks. It was no exaggeration for the underworld to call him Old Ghost. Li Feng, never thought you'd come knocking on my door yourself. Old Ghost's voice was hoarse and raspy, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. As he spoke, he looked down at Li Feng from above, his eyes flashing with smugness and mockery. Truth be told, the moment he received word that his men had been ambushed at the internet cafe and the skull-tattooed thug had been taken away, Old Ghost realized he might have been exposed. Sure enough, after setting the trap at the bathhouse, he'd successfully reeled in a big fish. You're Old Ghost? After a moment of shock and panic, Li Feng instantly regained his composure. Upon hearing the young man's words, he remained calm, raising an eyebrow slightly as he addressed him. Interesting. Very interesting. Old Ghost stared at the youth, who stood surrounded by his men yet showed no trace of fear or tension. He paused, then burst into loud laughter. As for his gang members, lacking explicit orders from their boss, none dared to make a move. They maintained a buffer distance, surrounding Li Feng and his companions in the center of the hall. After a long moment, when the laughter finally subsided, Old Ghost once again fixed his deep-set eyes on Li Feng with renewed interest. I must admit, I'm starting to admire you. Here's the deal, Li Feng. I'll give you a chance. From now on, you and your men pledge allegiance to me. I'll offer you the position of second in command in my team. What do you say? By the end of his sentence, a warm smile had spread across his lips. The Old Ghost didn't know much about the youth before him. Much of what he knew came from Huang Xiaoping. But setting aside other factors, Li Feng's fearless courage in the face of danger alone was enough to earn Old Ghost's genuine admiration. Moreover, to have organized such a large gang at such a young age, his capabilities couldn't be too shabby, right? And the most crucial reason was this: if he could successfully recruit Li Feng and his crew, who in Xinjiang would be a match for Old Ghost in the future? The mere thought of this glorious scenario made Lao Guai's smile grow even broader. As for the promise he'd made to Huang Xiaoping, who the hell cared? If push came to shove, he'd just have to deal with him. Off. With your half-human, half-ghost pathetic look, you think Brother Feng would join your gang? Do you even think you're worthy? Seeing the other guy dare to speak so brazenly, Lu Xing couldn't hold back any longer. Without a second thought, he raised his machete toward Old Ghost and unleashed a torrent of curses. Exactly. Look at your pathetic face. Ugly as sin, yet you still think you're hot? Honestly, having you as my underling would be a ing disgrace. Li Nan, standing nearby, chimed in immediately upon hearing Lu Xing's words. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the rest of the brothers burst into laughter. Truth be told, after being ambushed by so many people, claiming they weren't nervous at all would be a lie. But perhaps it stemmed from their trust and confidence in Brother Feng. In any case, as long as the slender youth was present within their ranks, there was nothing to worry about. After all, Li Feng's combat prowess so formidable it bordered on inhuman was ISO internationally certified. Worst case, they'd just fight to the death. After all, they had 8 people on their side, they weren't completely defenseless. Kid, you've successfully pissed me off, you know that? Hearing Lu Xing and Li Nan's taunts and curses, Lao Gui's expression instantly darkened like storm clouds gathering. In this little corner of Qingcheng, it had been ages since anyone dared speak to him like that. Today, Lao Gui genuinely harbored the desire to crush them to dust. Yet a sliver of hope lingered within him. He turned his gaze back to Li Feng, his voice icy as he demanded, Li Feng, I'm giving you one last chance to choose, submit, or die. After all, securing such an ally would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to his future ambitions. Yet beneath Old Ghost's piercing gaze, the youth below the hall broke into a smile. In that case, I'll give you a chance too. Hearing this, Li Feng chuckled first, then his tone gradually turned icy. Kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might consider granting you a relatively painless death later. How does that sound? Fine. Very fine. Old Ghost burst into a loud, booming laugh. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, he coldly barked at the group of underlings surrounding Li Feng and the others. Attack! Kill them all! Chapter 206, A Desperate Struggle. The atmosphere in the lobby of Qinghai Bathhouse instantly became tense to the breaking point. Old Ghost's command ignited the powder keg. Over 30 thugs, armed to the teeth, surged toward Li Feng and his companions like a tidal wave. Amidst the flashing blades and whirling swords, Li Feng's gaze remained as cool as ice. Brothers, follow me and take them down. Li Feng roared, swinging his machete in a flash. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a piercing whistle in its wake. He rarely resorted to such coarse language, but at this critical juncture, he'd say whatever boosted morale. Otherwise, surrounded by so many enemies, the brothers would truly be in grave danger. At his command, Lu Xing, Li Nan, and the others immediately charged forward in a counterattack. Though vastly outnumbered, their eyes held no trace of fear, only fierce determination. Lu Xing's machete whirled with fierce momentum, each strike carrying thunderous force that instantly cut down a thug charging at the front. Spurting blood splattered across his face, making silver-haired Lu Xing look like a demon risen from hell. Damn it, come on! Today I'll show you what real ruthlessness looks like. Lu Xing roared, his face contorting into an even more ferocious grimace. Li Nan swung his machete while taunting loudly, Old Ghost, is this all you've got? Bullying the outnumbered with your gang? Man up and come down for a one-on-one. Old Ghost stood on the second floor, utterly disinterested in this meaningless verbal sparring. He merely watched the chaotic brawl below with a cold, mocking smile. Li Feng, you think a handful of you can make waves? Today is the day you die. By the end, he erupted into a maniacal laugh. If they couldn't be used, eliminating them was undoubtedly the best option. Li Feng, however, offered no response to Old Ghost's taunts. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and with each swing of his machete, he either wounded or knocked down an enemy before him. Though vastly outnumbered, Li Feng's combat prowess was overwhelming. Within mere minutes, 7 or 8 thugs lay fallen beneath his blade. Yet their numerical disadvantage proved insurmountable. As time wore on, Li Feng and his companions grew increasingly fatigued, their bodies covered in fresh wounds. Soon, Lu Xing's arm was slashed, blood trickling down his sleeve. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, his weapon never pausing as he swung relentlessly at the enemies' heads. Brother Feng, we can't hold out much longer. Gao Yang gasped for breath, leaning against Li Feng's back, his voice tinged with urgency. After all, they didn't possess Brother Feng's formidable fighting skills. Their ability to hold on this long was fueled solely by sheer determination. Hearing this, Li Feng's gaze swept around the area, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He knew that if this continued, he might survive, but Lu Xing and the others would be worn down and killed here sooner or later. They had to find a way to break through. Brothers, follow me. With that thought, Li Feng let out a low roar. His machete swung out violently, forcing back several thugs in front of him before charging toward the side door of the hall. Lu Xing and the others followed closely behind, fighting desperately to carve a bloody path through the enemy. However, Lao Gui's men were clearly prepared. 7 or 8 of them had been lying in wait by the side door. Seeing Li Feng and the others charging toward them, they immediately swung their weapons and met the attack head-on. Damn it, let's go all out. Lu Xing roared, his machete slashing viciously at a thug's head. The man let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Li Feng lunged forward in a single stride, his machete swinging like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing trailing a trail of blood. However, the enemy's encirclement was far too tight. Despite fighting with all their might, Li Feng and his men still struggled to break through. "Get the hell over here, all of you. Whoever kills Li Feng gets 100 grand right now." Old Ghost, perched on the second floor railing, had already discerned Li Feng's intentions. Without hesitation, he resorted to the tried and true tactic of monetary incentive. His henchmen, upon hearing their boss's words, grew even more frenzied. After all, people die for money, and birds die for food. In the underworld, who could resist the lure of money and power? In an instant, as this gang of thugs charged forward with renewed vigor, the pressure on Li Feng and his companions grew even heavier. Zhao Liming was slashed twice in quick succession, nearly tumbling headfirst to the ground. Seeing this, Li Feng swiftly slashed his blade diagonally, forcing several attackers back before pulling Zhao Liming behind him. He then plunged back into the frenzied slaughter. There was no other choice. The thugs were simply too numerous. If Li Feng couldn't draw enough fire for his brothers, Lu Xing and the others would have been overwhelmed long ago. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a thunderous crash erupted from the glass doors of the hall. Instantly, a dozen or so armed youths burst through. Though Li Feng couldn't name the leader, he recognized him as one of his own men. "Brother Feng, we're here." The young man bellowed, his machete slicing through a thug and sending him crashing to the floor. Seeing this, Li Feng's eyes flashed with surprise and delight. "How did you get here?" Hearing this, the youth swung his machete wildly as he shouted back, "Brother Feng. I got word from Brother Fei that you might be ambushed, so I rushed over with the brothers right away." Hearing the young man's words, Li Feng glanced at Meng Fei, who was still struggling to hold his ground nearby. He couldn't help but silently admire the situation. After all, if it weren't for this backup plan, they would have been in real danger today. With the arrival of these dozen or so brothers, the tide of battle swiftly turned. Though Lao Gui's men outnumbered them, they were thrown into chaos under the pincer attack from Li Feng's group and the newly arrived reinforcements. Seeing this, Lao Gui's expression darkened on the second floor, his face turning so grim it seemed like water could drip from it. For he never imagined Li Feng would have another ace up his sleeve. Chapter 207, Lu Xing's Battle of Deification. Although the dozen or so brothers had joined the fray in time, turning the tide for Li Feng and his group, Old Ghost's men still held a clear numerical advantage. So, after the initial chaos, Old Ghost's men gradually stabilized the situation and began organizing a counterattack, leveraging their numerical superiority. They regrouped, brandishing their weapons, and launched a vicious counterattack toward Li Feng and his companions. The battle cries once again echoed throughout the entire Qinghai bathhouse lobby. Now unencumbered by Lu Xing and the others, Li Feng's terrifyingly formidable combat prowess began to manifest in full force. His figure darted like lightning through the mob, moving with effortless agility. The machete in his hand seemed to have taken on a life of its own, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistling wind. It could be said that scarcely any thug could withstand even a single exchange against him. More often than not, they were cut down with a single blow, screaming in agony as they fell to the ground. Blood spattered around him, staining the ground crimson. He resembled a war god risen from hell, leaving a trail of defeated enemies in his wake. Old Ghost, who had been coldly observing from the second floor railing, witnessed it all. Though his face remained composed, his mind was already churning with shock. He never imagined that this seemingly delicate youth possessed such extraordinary, superhuman combat prowess. If Li Feng truly escaped today, Old Ghost would have to live in constant fear of his revenge, a prospect he absolutely refused to accept. The thought flashed a ruthless gleam in Lao Gui's eyes. Clenching his jaw, he immediately led several of his most trusted henchmen down the stairs from the second floor. A sharp machete gripped tightly in his hand, its blade glinting coldly under the light, as if foretelling the bloodshed to come. With Lao Gui joining the fray, the scene descended into even greater chaos. After all, he was a ruthless man who had earned his stripes in the thick of danger. Though lacking formal combat training, his skills far surpassed those of ordinary street thugs. Thus, the moment the fight began, Old Ghost swiftly cut down two of Li Feng's men. Seeing this, Li Feng wanted to fight back, but he simply couldn't spare a hand. Ever since Old Ghost had shouted, "Kill Li Feng and you'll get 100,000 yuan reward," the thugs, driven by the lure of that hefty bounty, had charged at him like mad dogs, completely disregarding their own safety. They had swarmed him, trapping him in a tight hold. But Lu Xing was different. He had always harbored resentment toward Old Ghost, a burning determination festering within him. So when he saw Lao Gui personally enter the fray, excitement surged through him, his eyes blazing with a fierce fighting spirit. Though Lu Xing was already covered in wounds, his clothes stained crimson with blood, he gritted his teeth, roared like a rabid beast, and charged straight at Lao Gui. "Old Ghost, today's the ing day you die, you bastard!" Lu Xing bellowed as he charged forward. His eyes were filled with utter resolve and madness, as if he had cast life and death aside. Only one thought consumed him, to settle the score with Old Ghost once and for all, to see who truly was the madman of Qingcheng. "You?" Watching the silver-haired youth, covered in blood yet still charging toward him with fierce momentum, Lao Gui's lips curled slightly upward. He let out a dismissive snort. That smile brimmed with contempt, as if in his eyes, Lu Xing was nothing more than an overconfident insect. Yet simultaneously, his own gaze hardened, his eyes flashing with a sinister, cruel light like two burning black flames. After all, he remembered all too clearly how, not long ago, this reckless brat had dared to spew insolent insults at him. Those jarring words, like sharp needles, still pierced his nerves from time to time. Now, old grudges and fresh resentment surged within him, and old Ghost could no longer suppress the murderous intent boiling in his heart. With that thought, Lao Gui wasted no words. Gripping his machete tightly, he roared and charged forward at Lu Xing, blade raised. His strides were heavy and powerful, each step seeming to shatter the ground beneath him. In truth, Lao Gui was well aware of his own capabilities. He had witnessed Li Feng's terrifying combat prowess firsthand from the second floor just moments ago. He knew that if he charged recklessly, he might very well end up just as he feared, caught in a capture the king first scenario and taken down instantly. If that happened, old Ghost would truly become a laughingstock in the underworld. Therefore, his plan was straightforward. First, use his pack of ravenous brothers to wear down Li Feng's stamina. Once Li Feng was completely drained, no matter how skilled he was, he'd be helpless. As for Lu Xing, who had walked right into his trap, he would serve as the perfect outlet for his pent-up rage. Before long, with little resistance, Lu Xing and Old Ghost locked horns in close combat. Their fierce clash erupted in an instant. Deep down, Lu Xing knew full well that in terms of pure fighting prowess, he was no match for the battle-hardened Old Ghost. What's more, after battling through a horde of thugs, his body was already covered in wounds of all sizes, and his stamina was steadily draining away. But Lu Xing had his own plan. He decided to outdo Lao Gui in sheer ruthlessness. "Aren't you the one they call madman on the streets of Qingchun? Let's see who's crazier." Lu Xing thought silently, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. At that moment, he had completely abandoned defense, casting life and death aside. Old Ghost, of course, knew nothing of Lu Xing's thoughts. With a thunderous roar, he swung his machete with such force it whipped through the air like a gust of wind, aiming straight for Lu Xing's head. The blade flashed with a cold gleam, as if it could slice through the very air itself. Lu Xing, however, showed no sign of retreat. He tilted his head slightly, narrowly dodging the deadly blow. Nevertheless, Lao Gui's blade sank deep into Lu Xing's shoulder. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining his clothes crimson. Yet Lu Xing seemed oblivious to the pain. The very instant Lao Gui's blade sank into his shoulder, he suddenly thrust out his left hand and clamped down hard on the back of the blade, pinning it in place so Lao Gui couldn't pull it free. Then, Lu Xing lifted his head and flashed an evil, icy grin at Lao Gui. That grin, framed by the blood, looked especially hideous and terrifying. Swish! Under Lao Gui's utterly shocked gaze, Lu Xing swung his blade back without hesitation, channeling every ounce of strength into a savage strike aimed squarely at Lao Gui's head. The blow came with overwhelming force, carrying Lu Xing's boundless fury and madness. Seeing this, Old Ghost's heart sank in terror. He never imagined Lu Xing would be so reckless. Yet years of hard-earned combat experience in the underworld kicked in, causing him to instinctively jerk his head away. With a sharp snap, Lu Xing's blade sliced past Old Ghost's scalp, tearing away strands of hair. Though he narrowly dodged the deadly blow, an agonizingly long gash still opened in Lao Gui's scalp. The sheer terror of that brush with death instantly drained the color from his face. "Damn it! Aren't you the one everyone calls Old Ghost and Madman? How come you're scared less the moment I trade lives with you?" Seeing this, Lu Xing erupted into a maniacal laugh, his cackle dripping with provocation and madness. Without a second thought for the blood gushing from his shoulder, he swung his blade toward Lao Gui's throat once more. At this moment, Old Ghost dared not continue clashing head-on with this clearly reckless youth. Besides, he knew all too well that if this continued, he might truly meet his end here. Without a second thought, Lao Gui scrambled backward, his eyes brimming with terror and apprehension. As for the others witnessing this scene, they too were utterly stunned by Lu Xing's reckless fury. For a moment, the entire lobby of the Qinghai bathhouse fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, their hearts filled with shock. It was in this very moment that Lu Xing, fueled by his reckless fury, etched an indelible impression upon everyone present. After tonight, his name would surely spread like wildfire through Qingqing's martial arts circles, becoming the stuff of legend. Truly, a single battle cemented his legend, nothing less. Chapter 208, The Tide Turns. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Li Feng's men were instantly galvanized. For a moment, their eyes flashed with excitement and fervor, their weary bodies seemingly recharged with boundless energy. Lu Xing's reckless fighting style acted like a shot of adrenaline for the brothers present, convincing them that with such a fighting spirit, no enemy was invincible. "Brothers, follow Brother Feng. Let's take them down." A shout erupted from somewhere, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the entire group. With that cry, the group roared in unison, brandishing their weapons as they launched an even fiercer assault on Old Ghost's men. At that moment, every pair of eyes burned with unwavering resolve and fearlessness. It felt less like a perilous battle and more like fulfilling an immensely honorable mission. In stark contrast, Old Ghost's men wore expressions of utter dread. Especially when they witnessed their leader falter in his one-on-one duel with Lu Xing, retreating in fear step by step. The crushing sense of defeat became overwhelming. This scene struck a blow to their morale akin to an ancient general failing in a one-on-one duel at the front lines during battle. In their minds, Lao Gui had always been a formidable, awe-inspiring presence. Yet now, he had suffered such a humiliating defeat at the hands of a seemingly insignificant youngster. How could such a turn of events not cause their convictions to crumble instantly? Moreover, Li Feng's terrifying combat prowess had always left them trembling with fear. Thus, after this series of defeats, a sense of helplessness gradually welled up within Lao Gui's men. Their will to fight began to waver, and their actions grew increasingly passive and reluctant. This negative sentiment spread like a plague through Lao Gui's ranks. This caused their once orderly and disciplined offensive formation to gradually become loose and chaotic. Suddenly, they began to hesitate and hold back, no longer charging forward with the same boldness as before. Some even retreated repeatedly when facing the counterattacks from Li Feng and his men, refusing to engage. Perhaps influenced by this mood, the tide of battle completely turned. Although Lao Gui's men still held a slight numerical advantage, their morale had plummeted and panic had set in, leaving them unable to fight at their full potential. Li Feng and his group seized this golden opportunity to press their advantage. Soon, the once bustling lobby of the Qinghai bathhouse was filled with the agonized screams and pleas for mercy from Lao Gui's men. Chaos reigned supreme. Witnessing this turn of events, Old Ghost felt a chill run through his heart. However unwilling he was to accept it, he had to admit that tonight's defeat was already sealed. He had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking he could still put up a fight with his numerous underlings. But reality struck like a heavy slap, shattering his illusions completely. Just as Old Ghost hesitated, one of his trusted lieutenants rushed to his side, urgently pleading, "Brother Ghost, we gotta get out of here. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." The brothers can barely hold on. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, his eyes brimming with fear and worry. Hearing this, Old Ghost clenched his jaw. Though 1,000 regrets churned within him, he understood that if they didn't retreat now, today might truly be the day they lost their lives here. With no other choice, he finally gave the order to retreat. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Old Ghost's voice carried a hint of exhaustion and anger, yet it also betrayed a profound sense of helplessness. However, Old Ghost wanted to run, and Li Feng wasn't about to let him off that easily. After all, Li Feng knew full well that if he didn't seize the chance to eliminate Lao Gui tonight, who knew if such a golden opportunity would ever come again? Opportunities were fleeting things. Once missed, they might never come again. Moreover, given Old Ghost's ruthless and cunning nature, if he couldn't be dealt with completely in one fell swoop, there was a real risk of facing a vicious backlash from him in the future. By then, both himself and all the brothers present would likely be plunged into endless trouble. There was no choice. Having come this far, there could be no room for hesitation or retreat. Brothers, block them. Don't let Old Ghost escape. Li Feng bellowed, his command echoing through the noisy hall with unquestionable authority. His men sprang into action at the command, charging toward Lao Gui's henchmen to cut off their retreat. In an instant, the hall erupted once more with shouts and cries of battle, the fighting growing ever more intense. Li Feng himself charged toward Old Ghost without a moment's hesitation. His eyes blazed with furious rage, the machete in his hand gleaming coldly under the lights, as if speaking volumes of his boundless hatred for Old Ghost. Even when outnumbered, Li Feng had led his brothers in a counterattack. Now, with the advantage on their side, they fought with even greater ferocity and aggression. In mere moments, Lao Gui's men were driven back by Li Feng and his men. As for Lu Xing and the others, they charged at Old Ghost's men with all their might. Witnessing this scene unfold before him, a glimmer of despair slowly crept into Lao Gui's eyes. He knew that barring some unforeseen twist, today might truly be the day he fell at the hands of this youth, Li Feng. Yet what Old Ghost never could have imagined was that despite his trap being set to perfection, why, then, could he not subdue this small group before him? Could it be that raw combat prowess truly granted one absolute power? Had he known things would turn out this way, he wouldn't have been so overconfident. He should have brought that gun from home. But now, it was too late for regrets. Still, sitting around waiting for death wasn't Old Ghost's style. With that thought, Lao Gui unleashed the fierce spirit of Qingqing's notorious tough guy. With a furious roar, he swung his machete and charged straight at Li Feng. Chapter 209, The Final Victory. Perhaps it was the overwhelming fear instilled in these thugs by Li Feng's earlier display of formidable combat prowess. This time, not a single one dared to stand in his path. In an instant, the chaotic brawling crowd seemed to be parted by an invisible force, clearing a path straight to Lao Gui for Li Feng. Thus, without warning, the first direct confrontation between Old Ghost and Li Feng erupted. Like a tiger charging down a mountain, Li Feng advanced with unstoppable momentum. His machete swung high, cutting through the air with a whistling sound as he brought it down fiercely toward Old Ghost. This strike contained Li Feng's full fury and resolve, as if he intended to sever all of Old Ghost's schemes and plots. Old Ghost, seeing this, was struck with terror. He hastily raised his own machete, attempting to block Li Feng's fierce strike. A deafening clang echoed as the blades collided, sparks flying in a dazzling display. The immense force surged along the blade, sending a powerful shockwave through Old Ghost. He stumbled backward, reeling from the impact. Soon, his wrist went numb, nearly losing sensation. The machete he used to block the attack nearly flew out of his grasp. In that instant, Lao Gui profoundly grasped the unparalleled combat prowess of the youth before him. He never imagined Li Feng's strength and speed could be so astonishing. This single strike alone subjected him to an unprecedented, overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this, Li Feng's brothers were instantly galvanized. Their already high morale skyrocketed like a rocket. "Brother Feng is mighty. Take down old ghost." Soon, the brothers' shouts echoed in waves, reverberating throughout the entire bathhouse lobby. Yet Li Feng seemed oblivious to their cries, his gaze fixed intently on old ghost as his movements showed not a hint of hesitation. Seizing the moment while old ghost was off balance, he launched another attack. With a light tap of his foot, Li Feng lunged forward like a ghostly apparition. The machete in his hand traced 3 sharp arcs through the air. Swish! 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 3 consecutive blows, each aimed directly at old ghost's vital points. Old ghost was already at the end of his strength. The previous blow alone had left his arm numb. Facing Li Feng's relentless barrage, he could no longer defend. Suddenly, a clang rang out as Li Feng violently knocked old ghost's machete from his grasp. It flew high into the air before crashing down onto the ground nearby with a sharp, piercing clatter. Seizing the moment when Lao Gui's weapon was knocked away, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick. The kick was powerful and precise, striking old ghost squarely in the chest and sending him flying several meters away. The heavily struck old ghost crashed to the ground, letting out a muffled groan as a trickle of crimson blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Old ghost, you've lost." Li Feng strode forward in a few quick steps, standing firmly before old ghost. He swiftly pressed the machete in his hand against old ghost's throat and spoke coldly. The sharp blade pressed lightly against Lao Gui's skin, as if the slightest pressure would slice through his throat. Old ghost lay on the ground, gazing up at the handsome youth towering over him. Li Feng's eyes were cold and stern, a victorious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet in Lao Gui's eyes blazed a torrent of rage, a fury that seemed poised to incinerate everything before him. Simultaneously, a profound sense of irony welled up within him. After all, just minutes ago, he had stood at the second-floor railing, looking down with the same air of superiority as he watched Li Feng and the others fall into the trap he had meticulously set. How utterly triumphant he had felt then. But now? The situation had undergone a complete reversal. He had fallen to this lowly state, trampled under Li Feng's foot. Perhaps the kick from the youth had knocked the wind out of him. Old ghost felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his entire body was drained of strength. He knew any struggle now would be futile. Realizing this, old ghost abandoned all resistance, merely glaring at Li Feng with eyes brimming with bitter resentment. As for Lao Gui's henchmen, witnessing their boss subdued by Li Feng, they were suddenly overcome with bewilderment. They exchanged glances, each pondering the same question: if even their boss had fallen into enemy hands, what was the point of continuing the fight? The moment this thought arose, their will to resist vanished without a trace. Soon, the barely holding defensive line collapsed like a house of cards. In the chaos, many were caught off guard by Li Feng's men, who seized their openings, cutting them down one after another as they fell to the ground, screaming in agony. The more timid thugs were utterly petrified by the scene unfolding before them. Realizing the battle was lost, they dropped their weapons to save their own lives, collapsing to their knees with a thud. Their faces contorted with fear and despair as they begged for mercy. "Don't hurt us! Don't hurt us! We surrender!" Witnessing this scene, Lu Xing and his men chose not to pursue further action. It wasn't that they were soft-hearted. After such a grueling battle, every member of the group was utterly exhausted, drained of any remaining strength. Their earlier bravery and skill in battle had been fueled more by sheer passion than anything else. "Speak up, Li Feng. What exactly do you want?" Old Ghost, utterly defeated, glared coldly at Li Feng before him, the rage burning in his eyes nearly boiling over. Yet beneath this seething fury, an indescribable dread began to stir within him. After all, Old Ghost knew full well that he had not only sent men to raid Li Feng's establishment but had also gone so far as to order a car to ram into him. Now that he was in the other man's hands, it was highly unlikely that Li Feng would let him off easily. "What do you want?" "You'll find out soon enough." Li Feng replied coldly, his tone as icy as winter wind, devoid of any warmth. After speaking, he paid Old Ghost no further attention, as if the once arrogant man before him was now nothing more than an insignificant insect. Turning to Meng Fei beside him, Li Feng instructed with grave expression, "Meng Fei, assess the injured brothers and determine their conditions. Get the wounded to Lu's clinic immediately. Have the doctors there suture and treat their wounds. No delays, understood?" Without a word, Meng Fei nodded firmly and swiftly turned to make arrangements. As for Lu Xing and the other corps members, Li Feng kept them all behind. The youth's gaze swept over each of them in turn. His eyes held both praise for their heroic actions tonight and consideration for the matters ahead. He knew tonight's events were far from over. Many issues still needed to be discussed and resolved with these trusted brothers. And Old Ghost must pay the price for his actions. Chapter 210. The commotion caused by the fierce battle was considerable, so after making some brief arrangements, Li Feng did not allow his brothers to linger at the bathhouse. With a single punch, he knocked Old Ghost unconscious and had him carried away. Ignoring the other henchmen, the group moved swiftly. As for the core members of the team, they swiftly boarded Li Nankai's minivan under the cover of night. Soon, the roar of the engine filled the air as the van slowly started up, heading straight for the outskirts. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was slightly oppressive, and the smell of blood was particularly pungent. In truth, everyone present bore significant injuries. Yet, at Li Feng's insistence, they had merely removed their clothes and applied simple bandages to their wounds, choosing not to accompany the others to the clinic. It was fortunate that the weather was gradually warming up, otherwise, in this dilapidated Jinbei van without air conditioning or heating, they'd all freeze their asses off. Li Feng sat in the passenger seat, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought. After a long while, once the vehicle had traveled some distance, he hesitated before finally speaking slowly, "Everyone here is family. So let's be clear, I won't let old Ghost off the hook. If any of you don't want to be involved, you can get out now and go to Lu's clinic to get your wounds treated. I won't hold it against you." By the end of his statement, Li Feng's expression had turned serious and stern, his gaze sweeping deliberately across the faces of everyone in the cabin. Hearing this, the core members present understood the weight of Brother Feng's words all too well. Instantly, the cabin fell silent, each face growing somber. This was different from their usual routine of sweeping the premises or engaging in gang fights. After all, they were now heading out to kill someone. To say that not a single one of them harbored any other thoughts was utterly impossible. Lu Xing, however, remained his usual fearless self. Almost the instant Feng finished speaking, he shouted without hesitation, "Brother Feng, what's there to think about? That bastard Lao Gui dared to go after you? Then he deserves to die. Anyway, I'm the first one on board." His eyes flashed with unwavering resolve and ruthlessness, as if killing held not the slightest psychological burden for him. With Lu Xing's stance declared, the others hesitated only briefly before speaking up in turn. Meng Fei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Brother Feng, I'm with you. We can't just let old Ghost get away with what he's done. Though I'm a little scared too, I don't want to leave this team." His voice remained steady, yet his trembling hands betrayed his inner tension. "Yeah, Brother Feng, take him down, damn it." "Exactly, I'm in too." Soon, Gao Yang and the others chimed in one after another, declaring their willingness to follow Li Feng's lead. As for Zhao Liming, who joined the core group later, he didn't hesitate at all either, simply nodding to express his stance. Though they all harbored some degree of apprehension and fear about killing someone. But they also understood clearly that if they got off this bus now, their chances of ever becoming core members of the team would be completely gone. There was no way around it. Navigating the underworld was inherently a path fraught with risks, and this step had to be taken sooner or later. Especially after everything they'd been through together, this team had long become their second home. In short, every person in that train car had found a sense of belonging and recognition here. So how could they possibly abandon everything they had built and the status they held over something like this? If that's the case, then let's just do it. If it came down to it, they'd rather die fighting than live in shame. Hearing his brothers in the car unanimously declare their willingness to follow him, Li Feng's face, which had been tense and stern, finally relaxed completely. For a moment, his eyes brimmed with relief and deep emotion. After all, these men were the core members of their small team, each playing an indispensable role in its growth. Losing any one of them would be a tremendous loss to Li Feng. However, on the thorny path of navigating the underworld, team cohesion and loyalty were paramount. If, on a matter as vital to the team's survival and dignity as taking down old Ghost, someone dared not participate, then their ideals and courage were on different levels, and they could never truly be part of the same crew. Fortunately, the brothers' choice did not disappoint Li Feng. As the tension in the car gradually eased, Li Nan, who had been focused on driving, finally found a moment to ask Li Feng, "Brother Feng, where are we headed?" Hearing this, Li Feng furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of hesitation creeping into his thoughts. After all, dealing with old Ghost required both ensuring the operation went smoothly and avoiding detection, making the choice of location crucial. Just then, Meng Fei spoke up. After a moment's thought, he stated plainly, "Brother Feng, there's a barren mountain a few kilometers away. That place is rarely visited by people and would be quite suitable for our business." Meng Fei was known for his cautious approach and thorough consideration, so the location he suggested was undoubtedly a sound choice. Truth be told, if Meng Fei hadn't sent out the message earlier tonight to gather those dozen or so brothers, the outcome of the fight against old Ghost at the Qinghai bathhouse might have been far from certain. Hearing his suggestion, Li Feng didn't hesitate. He nodded in agreement immediately and said, "All right, let's go there." "Got it." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Li Nan wasted no time either. Following Meng Fei's directions from the back seat, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The car roared to life and sped toward their destination like a bullet. Though the car fell silent, everyone inside knew an important operation was about to unfold on that barren mountain. Chapter 211, Old Ghost Begs for Mercy. The night breeze blew gently, the moon bright and the stars sparse. By the time the minivan slowly rolled up to the desolate mountain Meng Fei had described, the clock had silently crept toward 1 o'clock in the morning. The surroundings were pitch black, eerily quiet. Aside from the occasional chirping of insects, only the faint sound of the vehicle breaking through the endless silence could be heard. Soon after the vehicle came to a stop, Li Feng pushed open the door and stepped out slowly. His gaze swept the surroundings, taking in nothing but overgrown weeds and a desolate, uninhabited landscape. Seeing this environment before him, Feng nodded in satisfaction. After all, what they were about to do was bury someone. In such matters, safety was absolutely the top priority. This location offered sufficient concealment. In short, staying far from people minimized the risk of anyone noticing anything suspicious. As Feng stepped out, Lu Xing and the others sprang into action. They scrambled to drag Old Ghost, still unconscious, out of the vehicle. Old Ghost lay limp on the ground, utterly helpless. "Brother Feng, let me handle this." As soon as they set Old Ghost down, who lay like a dead dog, Lu Xing chuckled darkly. Under the moonlight and headlights, his normally handsome face instantly took on a sinister look. As he spoke, the young man snatched a gleaming machete right from Kangle's hand. But before he could decide where to strike first, Li Feng's voice cut through the air. Feng reached out to block Lu Xing, his gaze drifting casually over to Old Ghost as he said, "Little Five, hold your horses. I still have a few questions for him." Hearing this, Lu Xing felt a bit disappointed, but he didn't say anything more. He knew Brother Feng had his reasons for doing things his way. Still, unable to contain his impatience, Lu Xing immediately returned to the car, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and poured it directly onto Lao Gui's face. The icy water struck like a hammer, jolting Lao Gui's nerves. The unconscious Lao Gui, jolted awake by the cold splash, slowly came to his senses. He blinked dazedly at first, but the moment he recognized the desolate wilderness around him, terror instantly engulfed him. His eyes widened in shock, his face etched with terror and despair. After all, he was a man known for his ruthless cruelty. Faced with this scene, how could he not understand what this group intended to do to him? Yet, the moment Old Ghost tried to flee, he looked up to see Feng and his men standing over him, weapons raised and eyes fixed on him like predatory beasts. The last shred of hope in his heart shattered completely. "Feng, how about letting me off?" Knowing escape was impossible, Old Ghost softened his stance. Gone was his former arrogance and recklessness. Now, he swallowed nervously, his voice trembling with fear and tension. "From now on, if you're on one end of the street, I'll take the other. If that's not enough, I'll hand over every single one of my operations to you. I beg you, just this once, please spare me." What could he do? Faced with the shadow of death, who wouldn't feel fear and dread? Even though he, Lao Gui, was feared by all on Qingcheng Road, a man they call a madman. Killing someone and being killed were two entirely different matters. In short, he really didn't want to die just yet. "Spare you?" Before Feng could respond, Lu Xing beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Without a second thought, he kicked the seated Lao Gui to the ground, sneering coldly as he spat out, "What the hell are you thinking? Back at the bathhouse, you were so cocky. Now you're reduced to this pathetic state? Ha! This kid was the type to hold a grudge. Forget about Lao Gui sending someone to run him and Feng over with a car earlier. Just that fight at the bathhouse alone was enough to cement Lu Xing's hatred for the guy. Honestly, if Brother Feng hadn't stepped in to stop him just now, Lu Xing wouldn't have even bothered talking to Old Ghost. He'd have sliced him in half right then and there. Exactly. Why didn't you start begging for mercy earlier? You're right, Old Ghost. You're dead meat today." Hearing this, Gao Yang and the others spat venomously on the ground. After all, they still bore the scars from their earlier fight. Not to mention, they'd overheard the entire conversation in the train compartment earlier. Having resolved to walk this path of no return, Old Ghost was the first thorn they had to eliminate. Otherwise, who in Qingcheng's criminal underworld would ever fear their gang? Facing Lu Xing and the others' fierce threats, Old Ghost felt a chill run through his heart. But he knew all too well that within this group, only Feng held the power to decide his fate. At this thought, Lao Gui's eyes, filled with supplication and utter humiliation, fixed intently on the figure of the handsome young man. Where was the former swagger and arrogance in his current state? He looked exactly like a stray dog begging for scraps. Watching this scene unfold, Meng Fei, who had remained largely silent until now, suddenly felt a pang of pity for Old Ghost. Back in the day, this man had been the towering figure he'd always admired. Even yesterday, upon learning that Lao Gui was the one sweeping the floor, Meng Fei had found it troublesome and tricky. But now, here he was, like meat on a chopping block, completely at their mercy? For a moment, this surreal scene felt almost unreal. Yet simultaneously, it only strengthened his resolve to follow Brother Feng to the bitter end. After all, he knew full well who had granted him this position of absolute power and authority over life and death. Chapter 212, The Puppeteer Behind the Scenes. Yet, just as Old Ghost cast a pleading glance toward Feng, the latter's next words brutally extinguished the last flickering hope in his heart. "Old Ghost, you've been in this line of work for so long. Don't you find it laughable to say such things now?" Feng remained utterly unmoved, his expression hardening into a cold, ruthless glare. His piercing gaze bore into Lao Gui, as if trying to see straight through the fear lurking in the man's soul. "Let me make this perfectly clear, I intend to take your life today." Feng's voice echoed through the night air, cold and resolute, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Upon hearing these words, Old Ghost's eyes instantly dimmed. The faint glimmer of hope that had flickered in his gaze was now utterly extinguished, replaced by despair. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but his throat felt constricted, choking him into only a few dry, choked whimpers. At this moment, Lao Gue understood clearly. Since the other party had spoken so decisively, there was absolutely no room for negotiation. If that's the case, why didn't you act earlier? Did you have to wait until I was fully conscious? Suddenly, Lao Gue erupted in a roar that was part cry, part laugh. Clearly, upon learning his time was near, this notorious thug, a major player in Ching Ching's underworld, was slowly losing his grip on sanity. Rest assured, I'm not one to enjoy torturing others. After hearing Lao Gue's outburst, Li Feng understood his meaning and replied indifferently. But immediately after, he added another sentence. Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Of course, that's only if the other party cooperates with me. Got it? Upon hearing the youth's words, Old Ghost's expression froze, as if his brain had momentarily ceased functioning. He stood rooted to the spot. But soon, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he burst into a maniacal laugh. The sound echoed eerily and piercingly through the silent wilderness. Since I'm about to die anyway, why should I cooperate with you? He shouted amidst his laughter, his facial muscles contorting into grotesque shapes. Oh, right. You want to know why I suddenly turned against you, don't you? As if struck by a sudden realization, a fierce will to survive surged within Lao Gue. For a moment, his eyes flashed with greed and longing, as if he had grasped his last lifeline. Clearly, if he still had value, he held bargaining chips against his opponent. Li Feng, if you spare me, I'll tell you everything. And I have money. I can give you all of it. Just let me go. What do you say? Old Ghost gasped out to Li Feng. All traces of his former ruthlessness and arrogance vanished, replaced by endless fear and a pitiful plea. Facing the now almost neurotic Old Ghost, Li Feng shook his head in disappointment. Earlier, when Meng Fei had described him, even as enemies, Li Feng had sensed Old Ghost was a formidable figure, someone with real street smarts and guts. But now, at this critical moment of life and death, the man's utterly pathetic display left him profoundly disappointed. I told you before today, you die. Li Feng stated coldly, his tone utterly devoid of emotion, as if pronouncing an irreversible verdict. But how you die is up to you. Cooperate, and you'll die painlessly. Refuse, and don't blame me for getting creative. Understand? The youth's voice was calm and resolute, radiating an authority that brooked no argument. Upon hearing these words, Old Ghost felt his spirit shatter. In an instant, even the last glimmer of light in his eyes vanished completely. He bowed his head, seemingly resigned to his fate, all courage to struggle utterly drained. Seeing the other man's silence, Li Feng knew Old Ghost was still resisting. He pressed on without hesitation. You think keeping quiet will hide the truth from me? It's either Huang Xiaoping or Dou Dashan who offered you some deal, isn't it? He pressed relentlessly, leaving Lao Gue no breathing room. If you think this will make me spare you, you're deluding yourself. By the end, Li Feng's patience was wearing thin, his tone tinged with coldness. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Xing beside him, silently conveying an order. Upon catching Brother Feng's look, Lu Xing instantly understood. He raised the machete in his hand and slowly advanced toward Lao Gue, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Witnessing this, Old Ghost felt a surge of fear. After all, during that battle at the bathhouse, he had experienced firsthand the ruthless nature of this silver-haired youth. I'll talk. Lao Gue's hoarse voice trembled with sheer panic. It was Huang Xiaoping. He offered me a deal to take you out. You're telling the truth? Hearing this, Li Feng immediately waved his hand to stop Lu Xing's action, his eyes fixed intently on the deathly pale Lao Gue. It's true. I have no reason to lie to you. If you don't believe me, check my phone records. Judging by Li Feng's attitude, his fate tonight was already sealed. Old Ghost didn't want to endure any more torment. Besides, he harbored resentment toward Huang Xiaoping. Honestly, if it weren't for that phone call, how would he have ended up in this predicament today? If he was going to suffer, then why should Huang Xiaoping get off scot-free? With that thought, Lao Gue decided to spill every detail of their deal, hoping to secure a quick death. As for Li Feng, his expression grew increasingly grim with every word. He knew deep down that Huang Xiaoping was likely the one behind this mess. But upon confirmation, a raging inferno of fury ignited within him. Granted, taking a 40% cut of the venue's profits was indeed a hefty share. But at the very least, hadn't he left him a way out? Since you, Huang Xiaoping, are so ungrateful, don't blame him, Li Feng, for being ruthless. In the darkness, a fierce, murderous intent flared in the youth's eyes. Chapter 113, Old Ghost, Die. Li Feng remained silent, but Lu Xing and the others beside him were seething with rage. Especially after learning Huang Xiaoping was behind this scheme, Lu Xing, Meng Fei, and Gao Yang all erupted into furious curses. After all, back on Tianzi Mountain, Huang Xiaoping had clearly shown his submission. Who would have thought he'd turn around and stab Li Feng in the back like this? Brother Feng, let's go take out this traitorous bastard, damn it. Lu Xing, the most hot-tempered of them all, couldn't stand it. After a few more curses, his face darkened as he immediately declared. After all, in this kid's mind, compared to the fates of Wang the Cripple and Lu Guohua, it could be said that Brother Feng had been incredibly merciful to Huang Xiaoping. But even so, the other had chosen betrayal. When dealing with such a shameless scoundrel, the only way to ease his burning hatred was to eliminate him. Yeah, brother Feng, we absolutely can't let him off. Honestly, giving him just 40% of the shares is way too generous to that asshole Huang Xiaoping. Let's be decisive, just kill him and take over the place. Gao Yang followed suit, his voice thick with rage. Brother Feng, I agree, Huang Xiaoping must be eliminated. Even more unexpectedly, Meng Fei, who had always opposed killing, voiced his opinion. Unlike the furious Lu Xing and Gao Yang, he believed the team's authority must be upheld at all costs. Allowing a traitor like Huang Xiaoping to live would be a brutal trampling of the entire team's reputation. As for the others like Li Nan, though they remained silent, they all nodded in agreement. It could be said that never before had any matter achieved such unanimous agreement among the team's core members. Li Feng observed his intensely agitated comrades and knew this wasn't the time for debate. Waving his hand, he spoke calmly. Alright, I won't let Huang Xiaoping off the hook. But for now, let's focus on other matters first. His voice was calm, yet the resolve within it was undeniable. At the same time, however, a fierce killing intent surged within him toward Huang Xiaoping. Betrayal was one of the acts he found most intolerable. No matter what justification Huang Xiaoping offered, it couldn't change the fact that he had already betrayed them. Upon hearing Li Feng's stance toward Huang Xiaoping, Lao Gui, slumped on the ground, flashed a deeply complex smile. Well then, having Huang Xiaoping accompany him on the road to the underworld meant he wouldn't be entirely alone, right? Alright, Lao Gui, any last words you wish to impart? Having silently decided Huang Xiaoping's fate, Li Feng turned his gaze back to Lao Gui. After all, the man had revealed the mastermind behind the scheme as requested. Naturally, Li Feng would honor his promise and grant him a swift end. Can I have a cigarette? Old Ghost asked, his expression weary. Perhaps realizing his time was up, his expression had grown strangely calm, as if he'd finally shed all burdens. Hearing this, Li Feng said nothing more. He silently pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to Lao Gui. Then, without a second thought, he lit it for him. The flickering flame illuminated Lao Gui's weathered, weary face in the darkness. Thanks. Old Ghost paused slightly, seemingly surprised by Li Feng's gesture, then nodded his thanks softly. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xing and the others said nothing more. They stood quietly in place, each silently lighting a cigarette. Strictly speaking, there was no deep-seated grudge between the two sides. But what could they do? In this underworld circle, wasn't that just how it was? Today you fight over turf, tomorrow you fight to the death. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a clash of interests. And so, the group that had been locked in a life and death struggle moments ago now found themselves suspended in an eerie, temporary harmony within the stillness. Amidst the swirling smoke, Old Ghost's face wore a look of melancholy. At this moment, he couldn't help but reflect on his own turbulent and tumultuous life. He remembered his childhood, when he had known the warmth of family. Those moments spent gathered together, though simple, had been filled with happiness. Yet, at some point, the tension between his parents began to grow. Arguments became a daily occurrence, followed by endless verbal abuse and violent confrontations. Ultimately, the family shattered, and his parents chose divorce. From that point on, living with his father, who had developed a gambling addiction, Old Ghost's life grew increasingly difficult. Especially since whenever his father gambled, he would lose track of time, often disappearing for days at a time. Back then, he was only a few years old, often going hungry from one meal to the next. If it weren't for neighbors taking pity on the child, Old Ghost would likely have starved to death by then. His current emaciated frame is likely a lasting consequence of that period. Eventually, his father, burdened by massive gambling debts, simply fled. Left utterly alone, Lao Gui had no choice but to live with his elderly grandparents. Without parental protection, his situation at school was predictable. Those days of bullying were like a nightmare, deeply etched into his memory. The taunts and exclusion from classmates filled his heart with pain and helplessness. Finally, Old Ghost snapped beyond endurance. That day, when he picked up a brick and smashed it viciously into the face of the tall classmate who had bullied him constantly, fear began to show in the eyes of those around him. From that moment on, Lao Gui tasted the sweetness of fighting fire with fire. This crude and brutal method allowed him to find a shred of so-called security in this dog-eat-dog world. Deeply influenced by his family background, Lao Gui's personality grew increasingly extreme and paranoid. Perhaps in his mind, violence was the only solution to every problem. At the slightest provocation, he would strike without hesitation. Over time, the moniker Old Ghost spread throughout Xingqing's underworld, becoming a name that struck fear into hearts. For a moment, Lao Gui's thoughts drifted aimlessly as scenes from the past flashed before his eyes. In this life, he had committed countless evils, and ending up in his current predicament was, in truth, a fitting punishment. Yet he never regretted the choices he'd made. Life, after all, is better lived fighting back than cowering in submission. After all, hadn't he once known glory? Soon, the crackle of the cigarette but extinguishing echoed distinctly in the silent night. Lao Gui's gaze swept over this familiar land one last time before he slowly closed his eyes. He felt no fear, no struggle, only a long-lost peace and release. Li Feng stood behind him, his expression unchanged. His hands first cupped the back of the man's skull and jaw, then with a sudden, forceful jerk. With a bone-chilling crack, Lao Gui's final breath ceased abruptly. Thus fell the legendary figure who once ruled the streets of Qingcheng. Chapter 114, Burying the Body. Had this been a mere ordinary dispute, Li Feng's temperament might not have compelled him to utterly annihilate Old Ghost. But Old Ghost had dared to orchestrate a hit-and-run attack against him. This act had undeniably crossed Li Feng's line, and from that moment onward, Old Ghost's fate was sealed. In this intricate underworld, rules and authority were paramount. It could be said that if Li Feng were to easily overlook such a heinous act bordering on assassination, other factions would inevitably look down on him. Worse still, more would follow Lao Gui's example, daring to provoke him. To prevent such incidents from recurring and to send a warning to others in the underworld, Li Feng had to strike with ruthless force. He intended to make it crystal clear to everyone, anyone who dared to entertain thoughts of assassinating Li Feng would pay a terrible price. Otherwise, in this dog-eat-dog world, who would fear him? Who would take his organization seriously? As for the brothers in the team, after witnessing Old Ghost lying motionless on the ground, the expressions on each of their faces gradually grew complex. Though they hadn't directly participated in the act, witnessing a vibrant life vanish so effortlessly left no one entirely untouched. Human life felt so fragile in that moment, as if a mere breeze could extinguish it. This made them keenly aware that the path they had chosen in this chaotic world was fraught with unknowns and dangers. Every decision, every action, could bring unforeseen consequences. In short, they felt a tinge of satisfaction at having successfully resolved a potential major trouble, yet were also filled with awe and reflection at the unpredictability of life. This complex mix of emotions weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving the brothers with more thoughts and uncertainties about the road ahead. Among the group, only Lu Xing seemed utterly unfazed. Not only did his expression betray no emotion. Then, perhaps out of curiosity, he deliberately walked over and gave Lao Gui's corpse a light kick. After confirming the body didn't move, he even reached out to check for a pulse. This scene instantly diluted the complex emotions lingering in the brothers' hearts, and they all couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, you go dig a hole already. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, then without a second thought, he kicked the guy. Heh, no problem. Despite getting kicked for no reason, Lu Xing didn't seem the least bit annoyed. Instead, he grinned and agreed readily. He then called out to Meng Fei and the others standing idle nearby before stomping over to a vacant spot and digging away with a grunt. Perhaps in this kid's mind, since he hadn't participated in the killing himself, he couldn't very well neglect the cleanup work. However, that enthusiastic drive vanished completely after just a few minutes. No wonder they were utterly exhausted. They'd already been drained dry during the earlier fight at the bathhouse. Combined with injuries and the lack of proper tools, they were all gasping for breath in no time. Bro Feng, I think we really need to keep some shovels and hose in the truck. This is exhausting, damn it. After digging for only a few moments, Lu Xing sat down on the ground, his machete caked in mud, ranting furiously. Yeah, brother Feng, this is harder than a fight. Hearing this, Kan Lo, who was panting heavily while digging with a steel pipe nearby, chimed in agreement. The others nodded in deep agreement upon hearing this. Sure, many hands make light work, but that doesn't help when you don't have the right tools. After all, what kind of person digs holes with a machete and steel pipes? Seeing everyone drenched in sweat, Li Feng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. After a moment's thought, he addressed Meng Fei directly. Alright, Meng Fei, remember to grab some shovels and stash them in the truck tomorrow. Shovels were actually a good idea. If weapons were scarce, they could double as makeshift tools. As for hose and such? Forget it. After all, if someone unaware saw them, they'd probably think they were down on their luck and occasionally took on odd jobs doing farm work. That would be a total loss of face, wouldn't it? Yes, brother Feng. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Meng Fei immediately responded with sullen resolve. Truthfully, he'd already considered this issue even before brother Feng mentioned it. After all, during their earlier conversation, the young man had already revealed his murderous intent toward Huang Xiaoping. Moreover, Meng Fei couldn't shake the feeling that Lao Gui and Huang Xiaoping were far from isolated cases. He was certain that on their path to dominating Qingqing's underworld, the blood on their hands would only grow thicker. In any case, it was always better to be prepared for the worst. And so, after digging and resting and digging again, the group finally completed a pit at least a meter deep. It wasn't that they didn't want to dig deeper, but the further down they went, the harder the soil became. Even so, this modest undertaking consumed nearly an hour of labor from 8 men before it was finally completed. Killing takes a second, digging a hole takes an hour, damn it. Once Old Ghost's stiffening corpse was tossed into the pit, the task of backfilling proceeded much more smoothly. As the earth covered Lao Gui's body layer by layer, a heavy silence fell over the group. After all, it was one of their own they'd taken down. To claim they felt absolutely nothing would be impossible. But that fleeting sense of unease lasted only a moment. Soon, Meng Fei and the others pushed aside any lingering thoughts. What welled up instead was an illusion that everyone present was now tightly bound together. Perhaps that is the nature of humanity. If a group gathered to do good deeds, likely none would feel much. But when it came to killing and burying a body, it always inexplicably forged a deep bond among the group. At the same time, they understood clearly that from this day forward, they were all in the same boat. In short, they stood to rise or fall together. If any one of them dared to act against the group's interests, it wouldn't even take Li Feng to say anything, the others wouldn't let them off the hook. And this very outcome was precisely what Li Feng desired. Otherwise, what would be the point of him insisting so firmly on keeping these core members of the team to participate in this endeavor together? Chapter 115, Arrangements for the Team. After filling in all the soil, Li Feng instructed Li Nan to drive the minivan back and forth over the small mound where Old Ghost had been buried, rolling over it several times. The rolling wheels kicked up a faint dust until the once soft mound became solid and level again, showing no trace of its past. Only then did the group finally board the van and depart. Night remained deep and dark. Behind them, the land bore only fresh soil marks and tire tracks. No one would suspect that, not long ago, a harrowing slaughter had unfolded here. Inside the minivan, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Everyone seemed lost in the events that had just unfolded, each silent, lost in their own thoughts. Noticing this, Li Feng reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and lit one. A wisp of smoke curled upward inside the cabin. He then casually tossed the rest of the pack to the others in the back. Meng Fei, quick as a flash, caught the pack and distributed it to the other brothers one by one. Soon, a haze of smoke filled the compartment as everyone puffed away, trying to ease their frayed nerves. Since Do Dachang's operation didn't require their team's immediate attention, Li Feng used this lull to ponder arrangements for their current operations. He turned his head slightly, his gaze first landing on Meng Fei before he said earnestly, "Meng Fei, you'll take over the Bridgehead gambling den." Meng Fei froze momentarily upon hearing this, seemingly puzzled why Brother Feng would suddenly bring this up. But he quickly nodded in agreement. "Got it, Brother Feng." After assigning Meng Fei, Li Feng turned his attention to Gao Yang and Li Nan, who was driving. He continued, "As for Gao Yang and Li Nan, you two will handle the loan operations at the casino with Meng Fei. Once we take care of Huang Xiaoping, his loan company will be yours to manage. Got it?" After all, as the team expanded and took over more and more venues, meticulous planning was essential. Only this way could they ensure all operations ran smoothly. "Brother Feng, but we don't understand the specifics of running a loan company." Hearing Li Feng's instructions, Gao Yang and Li Nan exchanged hesitant glances before Gao Yang spoke up reluctantly. Truthfully, for both of them, being entrusted to independently manage a venue was something they should have been thrilled about. It signified a promotion within the team and offered more opportunities to demonstrate their capabilities. However, Gao Yang and Li Nan were acutely aware that if they botched the job due to their lack of understanding of the loan company's operations, not only would they fail to bring benefits to the team, but they would also have no face to show Brother Feng. If you don't know, learn. I don't believe Huang Xiaoping's people are all set in stone. Figure out a way to poach a few over. You can always ask them for advice. Li Feng's gaze was calm as he looked at the two, his expression radiating unwavering confidence and composure. Seeing their lingering worry, Li Feng softened his tone slightly, his eyes flashing with encouragement. "Don't worry. If there are any mistakes at the beginning, I won't blame you. Just go for it boldly. This team will always be your strongest backing, understand?" Hearing the young man's words, a wave of warmth instantly surged through Gao Yang and Li Nan's hearts. Exchanging a glance, their eyes flashed with resolve as they nodded firmly in unison. "Brother Feng, we understand." Seeing their decisive response, a satisfied smile slowly spread across Li Feng's lips. That smile held both satisfaction at his team members' willingness to follow his lead and anticipation for the team's future growth. His gaze swept around the cabin, finally settling on Zhao Liming. Though he hadn't yet gained deep insight into this taciturn young man's capabilities, Zhao Liming's unwavering loyalty had not gone unnoticed. With that thought, Li Feng leaned forward slightly and addressed Zhao Liming. "Zhao Liming, as for that arcade venue in the southern part of the city, you will temporarily take charge of it." "Ha?" Zhao Liming, who had been sitting quietly, froze upon hearing this, as if unable to believe his ears. He had been quietly listening, never expecting Brother Feng to suddenly entrust him with the responsibility of managing an entire venue. After a moment of shock, he instantly sat up straight, his expression tense and awkward. Honestly, he truly hadn't anticipated Brother Feng making such an arrangement. In his mind, the team was filled with so many experienced and capable brothers. He was just an obscure, insignificant figure with little seniority. He truly didn't dare to readily accept such an important task. Overwhelmed by the unexpected honor, Zhao Liming hastily waved his hands and shook his head vigorously, replying earnestly, "Brother Feng, I'm still too green to shoulder this responsibility. Why not find another brother? I really don't think I'm up to it yet." Hearing this, Li Feng burst into hearty laughter. He understood Zhao Liming's concerns, but he had his own thorough considerations. After all, in his view, compared to the Bridgehead Casino and the loan company they would eventually take over, the operations at the arcade in the southern part of the city were relatively straightforward. The day-to-day management didn't demand particularly high levels of capability. Therefore, without fully knowing Zhao Liming's specific capabilities yet, he felt confident assigning him to this position for training. "Don't worry. Like I told them earlier, if you don't know something, just learn it. And in our team, seniority doesn't matter at all, that's just nonsense. If you can handle it, you're in. If you can't, I'll have another brother step in later. Li Feng said with a smile, his eyes radiating encouragement and trust. After speaking, he turned to Zhao Liming with an expectant look. In short, just do your best. As long as you're capable enough, this little arcade won't be your final destination, got it? Hearing Brother Feng's motivating words, Zhao Liming felt deeply moved. Never before in his life had anyone placed such importance on him. This feeling of being recognized and entrusted with high hope stirred an indescribable wave of emotion within him. His eyes stung slightly as he nodded firmly. Yes, Brother Feng. I won't let you down. Chapter 216, Outer Circle Members. Seeing Zhao Liming's reaction, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction and smiled. After a moment's thought, however, he addressed Gao Yang and Zhao Liming solemnly once more. From now on, if anything comes up in your territories, you can call me directly. Of course, if it's not too serious, you can also go through Meng Fei. Got it? Within this team, Meng Fei's capabilities were undeniable and widely recognized. He handled matters with steady composure and thorough consideration, always managing the tasks assigned to him flawlessly. Li Feng especially admired Meng Fei's steady temperament. Moreover, Li Feng had long-term plans in mind. Once he went to study in Manhwa City, the team here would need a reliable person to take charge, and Meng Fei was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Therefore, formally elevating Meng Fei's status now laid the groundwork for future developments. Upon hearing this, Gao Yang and Zhao Liming were momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated Li Feng specifically emphasizing this point. But they quickly snapped out of it and nodded in agreement. Got it, Brother Feng. After speaking, their eyes involuntarily drifted toward Meng Fei, the envy in their gazes impossible to conceal. Yet despite their admiration, neither Gao Yang nor Zhao Liming harbored any jealousy or resentment. After all, when it came to handling matters, they were truly no match for him. As for Meng Fei, he likely sensed their gaze and turned to give them a nod and a smile. But when his gaze met Zhao Liming's, Meng Fei's expression stiffened slightly before he finally nodded. As for Zhao Liming, he felt a touch of awkwardness. After all, he had once followed Meng Fei around, but ever since that incident at Tianzi Mountain, an inexplicable, indescribable rift had formed between them. Though Meng Fei understood perfectly well that Zhao Liming hadn't done anything wrong under the circumstances back then. Yet for some reason, the knot of unease in his heart remained stubbornly untied. Especially whenever he saw Zhao Liming, that incident would involuntarily resurface in his mind. The feeling left him at a loss, unsure how to face his former brother-in-arms. Zhao Liming felt the same way. He constantly sensed he had somehow wronged Meng Fei, even though his rational mind insisted he hadn't. But these tangled emotions made him feel he could never again face the man he once held in such high regard with the same ease and openness as before. In short, their interactions had become cautious and guarded, losing the ease they once shared. Li Feng naturally noticed this subtle tension between them. Yet even so, he had no intention of deliberately mediating. After all, from the perspective of a team leader, Li Feng didn't want his core members to form overly tight cliques. In short, a certain degree of imperial cunning was necessary to ensure the team's stability and growth. While Li Feng never doubted the loyalty of his brothers, he preferred, out of caution, that team members present a united front externally while maintaining mutual oversight and checks internally. This was the optimal operational model for any team. Just as Li Feng pondered this, Lu Xing suddenly spoke up. Brother Feng, what about Old Ghost's turf? Shouldn't we take it over? Li Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing out the window as he replied calmly, Old Ghost's operations, with our current strength, we can't handle them yet. Right now, the priority is to strengthen our own team, not expand recklessly. Got it? Lu Xing gave a low oh and didn't press further. Though he felt a twinge of regret at passing up such a juicy opportunity. Lu Xing also knew full well that Brother Feng's decision must have been carefully considered. His question likely stemmed more from envy, seeing how Meng Fei and the others had their own turf and operations had made him a bit jealous. It wasn't that Lu Xing craved power or anything, he just thought it looked cool and badass. After all, he'd always yearned for the life of a street tough. Honestly, if it weren't for Brother Feng still being at the second hospital, Lu Xing would have long since wanted nothing to do with that godforsaken place. After dismissing Lu Xing, Li Feng turned to Meng Fei and the others. After a moment's thought, he said, you guys need to recruit more brothers in the coming period, understand? Of course, you can relax the requirements a bit. Hearing this, Meng Fei froze, clearly caught off guard by the order. After a moment's thought, he tentatively asked, Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? Li Feng smiled, his gaze unwavering as he replied, the core members of our team are already at a sufficient number. It's time to recruit some peripheral members. Peripheral members? This time, not only Meng Fei, but even the other brothers in the compartment wore puzzled expressions. Li Feng nodded and explained, unlike our current brothers, peripheral members are specifically tasked with guarding our turf and handling odd jobs. After all, our operations and territory will only expand. Relying solely on core brothers for loyalty is too demanding. From now on, anyone wanting to join must demonstrate tangible contributions. His words brought sudden clarity to the group, revealing the deeper meaning behind Li Feng's vision. The team's growth required fresh blood and clear division of labor. Core brothers handled the most critical decisions and execution, while peripheral members could take on more foundational tasks. This not only lightened the load on the core members but also facilitated better management of their expanding sphere of influence. Got it, Brother Feng. Meng Fei nodded first in agreement, followed by the others who chimed in with approval. Hey, Brother Feng, what's a fair daily wage for the peripheral brothers? After a moment's thought, Meng Fei turned to Li Feng with another question. 100. Li Feng paused briefly before giving the figure. After all, they were just peripheral members. Paying them too much would strain finances, and the core brothers who risked their lives might grumble about it. Besides, 100 yuan a day wasn't exactly low pay. At the very least, any thugs on Qingqing streets who heard about it would definitely be flocking to join. 108? Lu Xing frowned in confusion upon hearing this, puzzled why the figure included a single digit. Did this mean they'd have to make frequent trips to the bank to break bills? The thought of payday when Meng Fei and Gao Yang would pull out 200 yuan notes, only for the guys to have to give them 20 and change, made the kid burst out laughing. Get lost. Hearing the kid deliberately nitpicking his words, Li Feng didn't think twice before delivering a sharp slap to his head. The rest of the brothers couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. In an instant, thanks to Lu Xing's interruption, the previously stifling atmosphere in the car shifted to one of light-hearted cheer. Chapter 217, Chen Yao's Concern. Early the next morning, Li Feng arrived at the academy looking utterly exhausted. He had no choice. After dealing with the old ghost on the barren mountain at dawn, the group had rushed to Lu's clinic to treat the wounds sustained during the fight at the bathhouse. After all that turmoil, Li Feng hadn't even managed to get a decent night's sleep. He'd only managed a brief nap on a chair at the clinic before forcing himself to come to school. As soon as he rode his bike onto campus, Chen Yao, who had been waiting at the gate, spotted him. Seeing him appear, Chen Yao felt immense relief. The slight worry that had clouded her face instantly gave way to a bright smile. Li Feng, what happened to you yesterday? What exactly went down? The girl shyly handed him the carefully prepared breakfast, her eyes brimming with concern. Then, she quietly asked him. After all, the stern look on Li Feng's face when he received that phone call during lunch yesterday at the cafeteria had been deeply etched into Chen Yao's mind, refusing to fade. Ever since then, her heart had been in knots. She couldn't even focus in class afterward, completely consumed by worry for Li Feng. Her mind kept wandering, constantly wondering if he'd gotten himself into some kind of trouble. Nothing much. Just a friend ran into some trouble, so I handled it. It's all sorted now. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly as he replied. Really? Chen Yao naturally didn't believe such an explanation, so she pressed him with a lingering doubt. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, partially hidden behind her bangs, scanned the boy with lingering worry. She couldn't help it, the girl was genuinely worried. Otherwise, with her shy and timid nature, how could she possibly raise her eyes to scrutinize Li Feng like this? How about I find a place to strip down so you can check me out? Seeing Chen Yao's unprecedentedly tense expression, Li Feng couldn't resist teasing her first. But immediately after, a deep wave of emotion welled up inside him. After all, he knew this girl all too well. It was clear that if she weren't genuinely concerned for him, Chen Yao would never have dared to ask him so many questions in a row. True to form, upon hearing Li Feng's embarrassing remark, the girl's face flushed crimson as she quickly lowered her head. For a moment, even her slender, jade-like fingers clenched tightly together. Alright, class is about to start. You should go now. Seeing her utterly adorable expression, Li Feng couldn't help but smile. As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked the soft strands of hair atop her head. Chen Yao murmured softly in response. She was gradually growing accustomed to the boy's affectionate gestures. Besides, from her earlier observation, Li Feng didn't seem to be injured at all. With that thought, Chen Yao said no more. She merely lifted her eyes slightly to steal another glance at Li Feng before turning away, her cheeks flushed as she trotted off. The moment she turned away, Lu Xing's teasing voice echoed behind her. Ah, it's great to have a girlfriend. Someone brings you hot breakfast every single day. Unlike us losers injured and still having to buy our own damn breakfast. At the end, the kid even let out a deliberately drawn-out sigh, his exaggerated expression practically screaming his envy and resentment. Get lost. Li Feng instinctively spun around, ready to kick the kid. But remembering Lu Xing's injuries, his raised foot halted abruptly. In truth, it wasn't just Lu Xing, Kong Lu and Su Yanhong were also injured. Even Li Feng himself had been slashed several times by a machete during last night's fierce clash. Fortunately, none of the wounds were deep, and the loose-fitting school uniform cleverly concealed them, preventing the perceptive Chen Yao from noticing anything amiss. Otherwise, given that girl's shy, timid nature and her extreme concern for him, who knew how worried she would become? Brother Feng, I was just speaking from a place of envy. Is that not allowed? Lu Xing pouted, his face brimming with displeasure. If you're jealous, why don't you just go find a girlfriend yourself? Sour grapes all day long, how annoying is that? Hearing this, Li Feng shot back with a sarcastic retort. Hey, what can I say? Those immature girls at the academy just aren't my type. The moment this topic came up, Lu Xing perked up, his face lighting up with a smug expression. Yeah, brother Feng, you're out of the loop here. Brother Xing only has eyes for mature women. Conla couldn't help but chuckle beside him, seizing the chance to spill the beans. No kidding. That's where the real charm lies. Those little girls at the academy? They're like underdeveloped bean sprouts. What's so appealing about them? Lu Xing picked up the teasing in Conley's tone but didn't seem to mind, responding with his usual carefree attitude. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly darted around before fixing on Li Feng with a sly look. Brother Feng, how about I take you to the Silver City Club next time? Trust me, you'll love it once you're there. Get lost. Go entertain yourself somewhere else. The moment he heard the name, Li Feng knew this place probably wasn't exactly legitimate. Without a second thought, he flatly refused. Maybe it was a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Anyway, he couldn't muster the slightest interest in girls who might entertain several customers in one night, no matter how beautiful they were. Hey, brother Feng, it's really fun. Don't believe me? Ask Ah Hong. Seeing Li Feng completely unmoved, Lu Xing immediately started pushing the idea. After all, they were brothers. Getting down and dirty together was no big deal, but if you had to be so high and mighty about it, well, that just ruined the fun. Yeah, brother Feng, it's really good. Perhaps recalling something, Su Yanhong's eyes flashed with a look of having tasted the sweetness, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Take it easy, boys. Seeing the lecherous expressions on all three faces before him, how could Li Feng not understand? Shaking his head with a sigh, he then turned serious and warned them earnestly, anyway, you guys better be careful for a while. Don't aggravate your injuries, got it? With that, he had no desire to waste time bantering with these three troublemakers. He turned on his heel and headed straight for his classroom. Chapter 218. Morning sunlight streamed through the classroom windows. Li Feng lay sprawled lazily across his desk, his eyelids heavy as lead. No wonder last night's intense battle had left him physically and mentally drained. Add to that the time wasted treating his wounds at the clinic, and all Li Feng wanted now was to catch up on some much-needed sleep. But just as he was drifting off, a cold voice rang out beside him. Li Feng. At the sound, Li Feng forced himself to lift his head. Before his eyes was Lu Ting's clear, beautiful face, tinged with a hint of coldness. The girl stood before his desk, holding a stack of homework notebooks, her gaze complex as she looked at him. What is it? Class monitor Lu, is something wrong? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with teasing. For some reason, hearing that familiar title suddenly stirred a pang of bitterness in Lu Ting's heart. After all, just days ago, this boy had forcefully taken her first kiss in the auditorium. And now, he addressed her with such a distant tone. The stark contrast sent a sharp pang through her heart, as if something had been torn apart. When you used to watch the moon with me, you called me sweetie. Now you call me Mrs. Cow? The movie line flashed through Lu Ting's mind, making her feel even more bitter. At this thought, her pretty face grew even colder, her voice tinged with accusation. Li Feng, why did you skip class yesterday afternoon? Li Feng paused at the question, then leaned lazily back in his chair, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What's this? The class monitor has come to lay charges? Li Feng's attitude provoked a surge of irritation in Lu Ting, but she forced down the complex emotions churning within her. Her voice remained icy as she replied, as class monitor, it's my duty to uphold classroom discipline. Your unexcused absence yesterday afternoon, without even requesting leave, violates the rules. Young boys and girls are just like that. Often, they don't know how to express their feelings. So even when they genuinely care, the words that come out of their mouths can take on a completely different tone. And Lu Ting's proud yet stubborn personality made it even worse. Under normal circumstances, Li Feng might have considered teasing the girl before him, but right now, he was simply too exhausted. So he simply shrugged indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Oh, my apologies. Something urgent came up yesterday, and I didn't have time to request leave. Truthfully, he could have easily blamed the whole leave-taking thing on Xiong Wentao. After all, after the beating and threats in the office last time, the guy probably wouldn't dare meddle in such trivial matters anymore. But there was nothing he could do. Still reeling from the effects of staying up all night, Li Feng's reactions had become noticeably sluggish. Lu Ting frowned, clearly displeased with his dismissive attitude. Urgent matter? What kind of urgent matter could possibly make you skip requesting leave? Don't you know this will seriously affect the class's evaluation? Li Feng smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Class president, you're so concerned about me, could it be that you're worried about me? Lu Ting's face flushed instantly. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with panic. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just doing my duty as class monitor. Watching her flustered state, Li Feng suddenly found it rather amusing. He stood up, leaned in close to Lu Ting, and whispered, so, class president, how exactly do you plan to punish me? In an instant, the accusatory tone shifted into something distinctly suggestive. Startled by his sudden proximity, Lu Ting instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. Forcing herself to remain composed, she coldly declared, You write a written apology and hand it in to me tomorrow. Li Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with teasing. That's it? Class president sure is soft-hearted. Li Feng's words left Lu Ting speechless with anger. She could only glare at him fiercely before turning and walking away quickly. A murmur instantly filled the classroom as classmates' eyes darted between Li Feng and Lu Ting, clearly fascinated by the scene. Brother Feng, you're something else. Even the class monitor dares to tease you. Suddenly, his desk mate Li Ming leaned over, looking at him with admiration. Li Feng smiled but didn't respond, simply returning to his seat. Flirting? That was nothing. If the classmates knew he'd actually kissed this unattainable beauty from the second college, who knew what kind of shocked reactions they'd have? But then again, he wasn't the type to brag about such things. Enough with the gossip. Let me catch some sleep first. At that moment, Li Feng genuinely had no desire to chat, and soon after, he yawned. Hearing this, Li Ming naturally dared not say another word and promptly shut up. As Li Feng rested his head on the desk, his eyes closed, the image of Lu Ting's face, cool yet tinged with a hint of panic, unconsciously surfaced in his mind. He had no idea how long he'd been asleep. Just as Li Feng remained deep in slumber, a sharp ringtone suddenly pierced the classroom's quiet atmosphere like a blade cutting through the air. The abrupt noise not only jolted Li Feng from his slumber but also startled the teacher lecturing at the front of the classroom and the students listening attentively. In an instant, Li Feng snapped out of his drowsy state. Realizing his phone hadn't been silenced, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Instinctively, he reached to hang up immediately, hoping to avoid further disruption to the class. But when he glanced down and saw Meng Fei's name on the caller ID, he froze. There was no way around it. Given Meng Fei's typically steady temperament, he wouldn't call at this hour unless it was something important. With that thought, Li Feng hesitated no longer and answered the call without a second thought. The classroom atmosphere instantly turned awkward. The students exchanged glances, none daring to speak, merely staring at Li Feng with slightly surprised expressions. The teacher at the front of the classroom, who had been engrossed in his lecture, was abruptly interrupted by the ringing. A flash of displeasure crossed his face. But quickly, as if remembering something, his expression shifted to one of caution. After a moment's thought, he ultimately pretended not to notice, picking up his textbook and resuming the lecture as if nothing had happened. After all, the incident where Li Feng had beaten up Xiong Wentao and the head of discipline in the office last time had caused quite a stir among the faculty at Second Branch. Under such circumstances, how could any teacher dare to provoke the student whose reputation had become so notorious throughout the school? Chapter 219, The Difference Between Taking Leave and Skipping Class. Hey, Meng Fei, what's up? Li Feng paid no heed to the eerie silence that had fallen over the classroom. He quickly pressed his phone to his ear and asked urgently. Normally, he wasn't the type to openly disrupt class like this. But after yesterday's sudden attack on the venue orchestrated by Old Ghost, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a bit paranoid. Moreover, knowing Meng Fei well, he understood the other wouldn't call without reason. It must be something urgent he couldn't handle alone, prompting him to reach out at this hour. Sure enough, Meng Fei's voice soon came through the phone. Whatever he said caused Li Feng's brows to furrow involuntarily. Compared to the sternness he displayed when receiving the call in the cafeteria yesterday, however, his expression today was noticeably more relaxed. More than that, he appeared deep in thought, his face tinged with a hint of confusion. Soon, after Meng Fei finished explaining the matter, Li Feng showed no hesitation whatsoever. He simply nodded lightly and said, "All right, I understand. I'll head over shortly." With that, the young man decisively hung up the phone. Glancing down at his phone, Li Feng realized the time had slipped past 11 a.m. Perhaps something had occurred to him, for he now completely disregarded the fact that class was still in session. Without another word, he stood up and headed straight for the classroom door. But before he could step out, Lu Ting's sharp voice rang out, "Li Feng, what are you doing? It's class time, don't you know?" Lu Ting had intended to show concern for Li Feng, but somehow, the words that came out sounded more like an accusation. The scene before them was genuinely contradictory and bizarre. After all, even the teacher at the front of the classroom had remained silent in the face of Li Feng openly answering his phone and preparing to leave, showing no intention of stopping him. Yet here was Lu Ting, the class monitor, stepping out of line by rising to question him. It was undeniably ironic. Truthfully, if anyone else had confronted him like this, Li Feng probably wouldn't have bothered responding. But the girl before him was different. A gentle smile touched Li Feng's lips as he explained, "I have something urgent to attend to, so I'd like to request permission to leave." What could be so urgent? Class is almost over. Couldn't you just wait a little longer? Lu Ting was genuinely concerned for Li Feng, desperate to know what had happened. But with everyone watching, she felt awkward pressing him further. Reluctantly, she could only resume her duties as class monitor. Nothing major. Just a friend's situation came up, and I need to handle it right away. Li Feng understood the worried thoughts of this proud young lady, but with the urgency of the situation, he could only respond with a vague smile. But Lu Ting tried to say more, hoping to keep Li Feng from leaving. But Li Feng seemed to have anticipated this, cutting her off with his words. He turned to face the teacher at the front of the classroom, who now looked utterly flustered and at a loss. "Teacher," he called out loudly. "I have an urgent matter to attend to. Could I please take a leave of absence?" Hearing the teenager's request, the young male teacher in his 30s dared not utter a single word of refusal. Quickly, he forced a slightly obsequious and awkward smile onto his face and hurriedly said, "No problem, no problem. Since Li Feng has urgent business, you should go handle it first." After saying this, he let out an awkward, nervous chuckle. Hearing the teacher's permission, Li Feng smiled and withdrew his gaze. He then looked straight at Lu Ting, his eyes seeming to say, "See?" Even the teacher agreed. Seeing this, how could Lu Ting not understand his meaning? For a moment, her pretty face flushed bright red with anger. But the facts were clear, even the teacher had given permission. As class monitor, she really couldn't forcefully stop him. Still, the young girl couldn't fathom why teacher's son at the front of the classroom had been so accommodating. Without even asking for a reason, he'd so readily agreed to Li Feng's request for leave. Seeing the matter resolved, Li Feng showed no intention of lingering. He simply smiled and strode briskly out of the classroom. Behind him, he left behind a group of teachers and classmates who were at a loss for words. "Ting, what do you think Li Feng is up to?" Once Li Feng's figure vanished completely from the classroom doorway, Zhang Qian, sitting next to her, first stole a glance at the subject teacher who had turned back to scribble on the blackboard. After confirming the teacher wasn't paying attention this way, she cautiously lowered her voice and leaned close to ask Lu Ting. "How should I know?" Lu Ting replied irritably, her teeth grinding together involuntarily. Clearly, she was still fuming over Li Feng's earlier insistence on leaving class despite being stopped. "But he skipped class yesterday, and now today." Zhang Qian had intended to say skipped class again, but recalling how firmly Li Feng had insisted on taking leave from the teacher moments ago, she felt it wasn't quite right to put it that way. She quickly swallowed the words before they left her mouth. Truthfully, anyone paying attention could see Li Feng couldn't care less about the teacher's opinion. Calling it a leave of absence was just a euphemism. What fundamental difference was there between that and skipping class? Oomph. Tomorrow I'll definitely ask him what he's been up to these past 2 days. Lu Ting could easily detect the undertone in her best friend's words. After simmering with silent fury for a while, she finally puffed out her cheeks and huffed again. Hearing Lu Ting's words, a peculiar gleam flashed in Zhang Qian's eyes. She knew her best friend all too well, especially that particular tone Lu Ting had used just now. How to describe it? It carried that distinct resentment one might feel when a partner is unaware of the other's whereabouts. Yes, exactly like that. Recalling Lu Ting's unusual behavior over the past 2 days, Zhang Qian felt her suspicions confirmed. It seemed that behind her back, something had definitely happened between Li Feng and Lu Ting. Chapter 220, an old-timer in the business? Brother Feng, what's going on? Did someone else come looking for trouble? Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, Lu Xing couldn't help but frown, his face filled with worry and urgency as he hurriedly called out to Li Feng in front of him. It was no wonder he thought that way. After all, it was around the same time yesterday that trouble had suddenly erupted at the venue. Immediately after, Lu Xing hurriedly asked, "Should we call Kong Lu and Su Yanhong too?" "Forget it, no need to call them." Seeing Lu Xing's flustered state, a smile flashed across Li Feng's face. He waved his hand to stop him. "Besides, no one's causing trouble. Someone just wants to treat us to a meal." Hearing this, Lu Xing froze, his face filled with confusion. "Invite us to dinner? Who? I don't know either." Li Feng shook his head helplessly, giving Lu Xing a surprisingly unexpected answer. "What do you mean, Brother Feng? You don't even know who's inviting us?" Lu Xing was thoroughly confused by this, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. "Alright, stop asking questions, kid. Anyway, once we get there, won't we find out who it is?" Li Feng chuckled, his tone light. Truthfully, this wasn't Li Feng deliberately trying to be mysterious. He genuinely didn't know which faction had invited him to dinner. After all, Meng Fei had only given a brief explanation over the phone. But from what Meng Fei had said, Li Feng surmised that this dinner gathering was likely connected to Huang Xiaoping's affairs. But the specifics? He'd only find out once he got there. With that thought, Li Feng cut off his casual chat with Lu Xing and twisted the motorcycle throttle hard. With a roar, the bike shot out of the campus gates like an arrow leaving the bowstring, carrying both men away. Before long, Li Feng arrived outside the White Palace Hotel on his motorcycle, immediately spotting Meng Fei, Gao Yang, and the others. Spotting Li Feng, the core members of the team immediately rushed over enthusiastically. "Brother Feng! Brother Feng!" Their faces lit up with smiles as they greeted Li Feng one after another. Seeing this, Li Feng smiled and nodded in response. "Meng Fei, wanna guess who's treating Brother Feng to dinner?" Before Li Feng could speak, Lu Xing, who had just leaped nimbly off the back of the motorcycle, impatiently fired the question at Meng Fei. This kid had an impatient temperament to begin with, and when faced with something this tantalizing, it felt like a kitten scratching at his insides. He just had to get to the bottom of things immediately. The messenger said it should be old Bai and his crew. Hearing this, Meng Fei frowned slightly, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Bai Yi? Which Bai Yi?" Lu Xing froze at the name, his mind racing to recall any information about Bai Yi. Who else could it be, Brother Xing? At that moment, Li Nan, standing nearby, immediately chimed in and began explaining in detail. It's that Bai Yanghao Baiyi, the guy who used to be the most powerful figure in our Qingqing underworld. Upon hearing Li Nan's words, Lu Xing finally understood, nodding thoughtfully. Though they weren't from the same era, Lu Xing had indeed heard of Bai Yanghao. He was a legendary figure in Qingqing's underworld, a veteran gangster with deep roots. Back in the day, Bai Yanghao's influence in Qingqing's underworld had reached its zenith, unrivaled in prominence. Later, however, as he grew older and his energy waned, he gradually stepped back from the front lines to operate behind the scenes. Even in this secondary role, Bai Yanghao seemed unwilling to fade into complete obscurity. He remained a frequent presence in Qingqing's underworld, periodically stepping in to mediate disputes between rival factions or resolve thorny problems. In essence, he functioned as a sort of community mediator within Qingqing's criminal underworld. Leveraging his past prestige and extensive connections, he maintained considerable influence in the criminal sphere. Damn it, why the hell is that old bastard inviting us to dinner out of the blue? Lu Xing frowned, his tone dripping with confusion and disdain. In his view, since Bai Yanghao had stepped back from the limelight, he should be staying home enjoying his retirement, not constantly showing his face on the streets like some socialite. Who knows? Maybe it's about old ghost's business, or maybe it's about Huang Xiaoping. Li Nan shrugged, offering a light-hearted analysis. In any case, none of the men present were fools. They understood that everything had its causes and effects. To suggest that Bai Yanghao suddenly inviting brother Feng to dinner came out of nowhere was simply implausible. Looks like he's trying to smooth things over again? What's his problem, acting all high and mighty? If he dares to start about this, I'll take him down with the rest. Hearing this, Lu Xing sneered coldly, his heart filled with silent fury. Except for Li Feng, he wouldn't tolerate anyone interfering in this matter, especially those self-important old farts. Hearing this, Gao Yang and Zhao Liming beside him nodded in agreement, endorsing Lu Xing's stance. After all, they were young. Who among them would fear those so-called elders? Alright, let's go inside first. We'll see what they want before deciding. At that moment, Li Feng stepped forward, waving his hand to cut off the discussion. He knew that until they met face to face, further discussion was pointless. Only by meeting the other party personally could they uncover the purpose behind this banquet. Hearing this, Lu Xing and the others naturally had no objections. Thus, led by Li Feng, the group walked straight into the White Palace Hotel, ready to unravel the mystery behind this banquet. Chapter 221. In Xincheng, the White Palace Hotel was unquestionably the pinnacle of luxury, with no other establishment coming close to its stature. Its vast grounds resembled a luxurious castle nestled within the city. Stepping inside, the interior was a spectacle of extreme opulence. Every detail radiated gilded splendor and dazzling brilliance, instantly captivating the eye and transporting visitors to a dreamlike palace. Li Feng and his companions had never had the chance to dine here before. Yet, judging by the hotel's scale and the opulent scenes before them, they could easily guess that for the average person, a single meal here would likely cost far more than a month's salary. More significantly, this hotel belonged to Bai Yanghao, a figure of considerable renown on Qingqing Road. Perhaps the imposing name White Palace City was derived from his surname, carrying a unique significance. Good evening, distinguished guests. May I ask if you have a reservation? The moment Li Feng and his companions stepped through the hotel's spacious, bright entrance, a waiter in a crisp uniform approached with a light yet steady stride. His face bore a standard, respectful smile as he greeted them politely. Which private room is your boss in? He invited our brother Feng over. As the younger brother, Meng Fei was always quick to read the situation. Before Li Feng could speak, he addressed the attendant directly, his tone tinged with pride and confidence. I see. In that case, please follow me, distinguished guests. The waiter's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this, then instinctively shifted to the leader, Li Feng. Meng Fei and the others blended in somewhat, but Li Feng's slightly plain school uniform stood out like a sore thumb in this opulent setting, completely out of place with everything around him. Nevertheless, the waiter said nothing further, merely bowing slightly and leading the way ahead with even greater deference. In truth, such blatant snobbery was actually quite rare in real life. Moreover, the owner had specifically instructed earlier that important guests would be arriving for lunch, so the waitstaff naturally dared not show the slightest negligence. Damn, Bai Yanghao sure built a hell of a hotel. Brother Feng, when do you think we'll take over this place? Lu Xing walked along, taking in the grand and imposing scene before him. He couldn't help but grin, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. It was his first time stepping into this hotel, but he'd long heard rumors about its exorbitant prices and extravagant luxury. Now, witnessing this breathtaking scene firsthand, the young man could no longer contain his inner excitement. After all, everyone in the team knew full well about Brother Feng's ambition to dominate Xincheng. Upon hearing Lu Xing's bold and astonishing words, the male attendant leading the way ahead stiffened instantly. The composed expression that had graced his face moments before gave way to a look of utter astonishment. He knew his boss's background and power all too well. After all, in Xincheng, the boss was a figure whose very footsteps could make the ground tremble. Yet now, this peculiar group of teenagers and young adults dared to speak so arrogantly. It left him utterly shocked and stunned. Can't you just keep quiet, kid? At least they invited us over for a meal. If you keep talking like this, what will the host think when they find out? Hearing this, Li Feng shook his head helplessly, a faint smile touching his lips as he gently admonished. Though he still didn't know Bai Yanghao's true purpose in inviting him, openly declaring they'd take over the place in front of the host's employees seemed downright inappropriate. Clearly, Lu Xing was trying to stir up trouble. Hey, what's the big deal? We already took care of old Ghost. Now it's just this washed-up old fart. What the hell are we afraid of? Lu Xing immediately laughed it off, his face radiating confidence. In his mind, anything beneficial to his team should be seized without hesitation. He couldn't care less about how others perceived him. Yeah, brother Feng, I totally agree. Li Nan, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he could already see a bright future. And once we take over this place, we'll finally have a spot for the brothers to hang out and eat together. For a moment, Lu Xing and Li Nan were lost in their vivid fantasies of the future, their excitement growing by the second. After all, in their eyes, who wanted to eat at roadside stalls every day when you were in the underworld? If they could dine and gather in such high-end places daily, accompanied by luxury cars and beautiful women when they went out, that would be a life well lived, truly making a splash in this world. Though Meng Fei and Gao Yang remained silent, the ambition flickering in their eyes was unmistakable. Alright, let's not discuss this now. We'll see Bai Yanghao first. Li Feng smiled as he cut off their discussion. He understood that one must take things step by step, one meal at a time. As for this luxurious hotel before him, he certainly coveted it, but now was not the time. Once his team grew stronger, he would undoubtedly seize a share of such high-end entertainment venues. The attendant leading the way grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, his mind racing with speculation about the origins and identities of Li Feng's group. But as a service employee, he knew all too well that excessive curiosity was never a good thing. He kept reminding himself that no matter what happened, it wouldn't be up to a lowly attendant like him to bear the consequences. With this in mind, he led Li Feng's group toward their destination with even greater caution and care. For a moment, the corridors of the luxury hotel shimmered with lights like stars. Soft carpets lay thick on the floor, muffling footsteps to near silence. Li Feng and his group followed quietly behind the attendant. Lu Xing and Li Nan's excitement was unmistakable, as if they had already become the masters of this place, envisioning themselves wielding power here in the future. Before long, they traversed the long corridor and arrived before an exquisitely decorated private room. The attendant first knocked lightly on the door, the sound crisp and polite, as if afraid of disturbing those inside. Then, bowing slightly, he slowly pulled open the door with both hands. A courteous smile graced his face as he ushered Li Feng and his companions inside. Chapter 222, Bai Yanghao. The private room was exceptionally spacious, appearing to be at least 40 or 50 square meters in size. A massive rotating dining table stood at its center, large enough to seat 20 people for a meal. Beyond that, the room featured a lounge sofa for relaxation, an elegant coffee table, a mahjong table, and other amenities. At a glance, every corner radiated extreme luxury, with each detail exuding an extraordinary sense of style. At that moment, several people were seated on the sofas, engaged in casual conversation. Upon hearing the door open, their gazes turned sharply in unison toward the entrance. Among them was an elderly man in his 60s, dressed in traditional Chinese attire, radiating an extraordinary presence and remarkable vitality. Alongside him were 5 or 6 middle-aged individuals in their 40s. What surprised Li Feng most was spotting Huang Xiaolong among them. No wonder Huang Xiaolong's signature bald head was simply too conspicuous. Damn it, Huang Xiaolong, you dare show your face? The moment Lu Xing beside Li Feng spotted Huang Xiaolong, his expression instantly twisted into a ferocious grimace. His eyes widened with rage as he pointed a finger directly at Huang Xiaolong, unleashing a torrent of curses without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, the previously harmonious atmosphere in the private room turned tense and murderous with Lu Xing's furious shout. Truth be told, if not for seeing Brother Feng hadn't spoken yet, Lu Xing's fiery temper would have likely sent him charging headlong into a fight already. Huang Xiaolong's face instantly turned pale and green upon hearing those words. Simultaneously, his eyes betrayed a hint of fear toward the silver-haired youth before him. After all, he had personally experienced Lu Xing's ruthless and decisive methods before. Even now, recalling it still sent shivers down his spine. Li Feng remained silent too, his gaze as cold as ice blades, fixed on Huang Xiaolong. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room seemed to freeze, oppressive enough to take one's breath away. After a brief standoff, perhaps sensing the tension could erupt into conflict at any moment, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire quickly rose to his feet. His face beaming with a broad smile, he walked toward Li Feng with a hearty laugh, saying as he approached, "You must be Li Feng. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." He extended his hand warmly toward Li Feng. After all, you don't hit a smiling face. Besides, since he was already here, he might as well see what tricks Bai Yanghao had up his sleeve before deciding. With that thought, Li Feng hesitated only briefly before extending his hand to shake the other man's. Simultaneously, he shot Lu Xing a warning glance, signaling him to hold his fire. Only then did he turn to the elderly man with a smile. "Mr. Bai, I presume? I've heard a lot about you. Come, sit down and talk." Perhaps seeing that Li Feng hadn't exploded on the spot and was showing restraint, the elderly man in the traditional Chinese attire, Bai Yanghao, immediately wore a satisfied expression. He gave a slight nod before warmly inviting Li Feng and the others to take a seat. He then turned to the group of middle-aged men seated beside the sofa and called out, Tianyong, Xiaojun, you lot come over and sit down too. Hearing the elderly gentleman's call, the middle-aged men rose one after another and slowly made their way over. As they passed by Li Feng, each of them politely nodded his head in his direction, expressing their goodwill. Huang Xiaolong, however, appeared somewhat awkward. He did not join the table but remained seated on the sofa, motionless. It was clear that before Li Feng and his group arrived, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, Bai Yanghao, had likely anticipated their possible reactions. He had specifically instructed Huang Xiaolong not to join the table and to wait. Come, young brother Li Feng, allow me to introduce you. Once everyone was seated, Bai Yanghao extended his hand, pointing to a stocky, crew-cut middle-aged man seated to his right. He smiled and said, this is Li Tianyong from the northern part of the city. Come to think of it, you two are actually distant relatives. If you have time in the future, you should get to know each other better. Since they weren't familiar with each other, Li Feng and Li Tianyong merely exchanged polite nods after Bai Yanghao's introduction. Next, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire proceeded to introduce the other two men seated beside him. Though Li Feng didn't catch all their names, he understood these middle-aged men were undoubtedly notorious, influential figures in Qingqing's underworld. Moreover, judging by the current situation, even though Bai Yanghao never explicitly stated his intentions, summoning three such notorious figures from Qingqing's South underworld to this place at once made his purpose abundantly clear, nothing more than an attempt to pressure Li Feng. Yet despite all this, Li Feng remained remarkably composed, saying little in response. Particularly when Bai Yanghao offered perfunctory pleasantries like I've long heard of your reputation and it's truly an honor to meet you today, Li Feng merely nodded with a smile, occasionally offering a brief, simple reply. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. Seated at the head of the table, Bai Yanghao observed every nuance of Li Feng's reaction, his mind quietly filled with doubts. In his original conception, even if Li Feng and his crew were ruthless and brutal, at the end of the day, Li Feng was still just a young man untested by the world. He believed that as long as he gave them enough face and sprinkled in a few well-timed compliments, they would likely become overconfident and proceed according to his plan. What Bai Yanghao never anticipated was Li Feng's remarkable composure. He knew perfectly well that Bai Yanghao had summoned him to mediate and defuse the situation, yet the youth never once spoke up. He simply sat quietly and comfortably in his seat. That composed demeanor was genuinely unsettling. For a fleeting moment, Bai Yanghao felt as if he were facing a seasoned veteran who'd spent years navigating the rough edges of society, a man he simply didn't know how to approach. Truth be told, if it weren't for the tempting price offered by the Huang brothers, he wouldn't have agreed to mediate this conflict. After all, the man before him was the formidable figure who had single-handedly crushed Lao Gui's entire operation in an instant. And word had it that after Old Ghost was taken away by this group last night, he hadn't been seen since. Looks like he's probably in serious trouble. Chapter 223, The Illusion of Mutual Enjoyment. Before long, following Bai Yanghao's instructions, hotel staff entered the private room one after another, each carrying trays of exquisitely prepared delicacies. They filed in and arranged the dishes on the table. Each dish was a feast for both the eyes and the palate. From the selection of ingredients to the culinary techniques employed, every detail exuded extreme luxury, clearly indicating their exorbitant cost. Adding to the extravagant atmosphere were 2 bottles of premium liquor, elegantly packaged, placed at the center of the table. It could be said that the cost of this single table of food and drink alone would likely exceed several months' wages for the average person. Lu Xing and his companions, seated nearby, had long since reined in their earlier bravado after catching Li Feng's warning glances. They knew Brother Feng's temperament all too well. Despite his current calm demeanor and placid smile, they understood he'd likely already made up his mind. Moreover, in their eyes, the few individuals attempting to pressure Brother Feng were nothing more than clowns. If they truly believed such tactics could shake Brother Feng's resolve, they were delusional. With that thought, and having barely eaten anything at noon, the group no longer held back. They picked up their bowls and chopsticks and dug in without a word. Their wolfish eating, as if starved for days, immediately drew frowns from Bai Yanghao and his group seated at the head of the table. Even so, Bai Yanghao didn't dwell on Lu Xing and the others' lack of manners. After all, he had specifically invited Li Feng today primarily to discuss the matter concerning Huang Xiaoping. Moreover, in his view, Lu Xing and the others were merely supporting characters. Compared to that, resolving the Huang Xiaoping matter was the absolute priority, everything else was trivial. Here, Xiao Feng, try this liquor and see what you think. This is a top-grade Mao Tai I've treasured for many years. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have brought it out today. Bai Yanghao spoke as he picked up the bottle, skillfully and gracefully pouring a glass of crystal-clear liquor. He then gently spun the table's rotating tray, guiding the glass toward Li Feng. When it came to rest, he looked at Li Feng with a warm smile. Just moments ago, he had addressed Li Feng as young brother Li Feng, but now he had switched to the more intimate little Feng. It must be said that Bai Yonghao, having navigated the rough and tumble of society for years, knew the ropes of building rapport. Truth be told, if those present hadn't already known the full story, this warm and harmonious scene might have genuinely led them to believe the older man and the youngster shared a deep bond. That's right, little brotherly Feng, old Bai holds you in high regard. Just look at him, he called us over early this morning specifically to meet Qingqing's rising star. Hearing this, Li Tianyong, seated beside Bai Yonghao, chimed in with a smile. Exactly. Meeting you now, I finally understand what they mean by the rising generation pushing aside the old. Indeed, we can't deny the inevitable. From now on, the streets of Qingchang will truly belong to your generation. Following Bai Yonghao and Li Tianyong's remarks, the other two Qingchang heavyweights chimed in with their own sighs of admiration. In truth, there was no pretense or insincerity in their words. Especially after mentioning the world belongs to you young folks, these middle-aged men, already past their prime, couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. After all, by actual age, they were undeniably on the decline. And here was Li Feng, so young yet already drinking on equal footing with them. How could one not be moved? You flatter me. You gentlemen are all veterans in this line of work. I, Li Feng, am still just a newcomer. In any case, I sincerely hope for your continued guidance and support in the future. Who didn't know how to speak politely? At any rate, before things got completely ugly, Li Feng wanted to gauge their attitudes first. With that, the youth casually lifted the small wine cup from the table. Under the lamp's glow, the clear liquor inside shimmered with an alluring sheen. He gave a slight bow, offering a distant toast to Bai Yonghao and the other three across the table. His movements were natural and graceful. No problem, no problem. Perhaps seeing Li Feng's tactfulness, Bai Yonghao suddenly burst into loud laughter. His laughter echoed through the private room, seeming to sweep away the earlier tension. Without hesitation, he lifted his glass and downed it in one swift, decisive motion, his boldness radiating through the gesture. Seeing this, Li Tianyong and the other two wasted no time. Exchanging knowing glances, they all smiled and downed their cups of baijiu in one gulp. In truth, their motives differed from Bai Yonghao's. When Bai Yonghao extended his invitation, their curiosity had driven them to attend. They wanted to see for themselves what Li Feng, the man whose reputation had rocked Qingqing's underworld, even taking down old ghosts, truly looked like. On the other hand, they also wanted to do Bai Yonghao a favor, considering his standing. After all, Bai Yonghao had deep roots and extensive connections in Qingqing's underworld. Declining his invitation would have been awkward. For them, the ideal outcome would be maintaining harmonious relations with all parties at this banquet, ensuring everyone enjoyed themselves. What could they do? Without any vested interests at stake, who would willingly provoke a ruthless powerhouse like Li Feng? Meanwhile, Huang Xiaolong, still seated on the sofa, observed the entire scene within the private room. His heart surged with unexpected delight. His eyes flashed with anticipation, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. In Huang Xiaolong's mind, if Bai Yonghao's influence could truly resolve his brother Huang Xiaoping's situation, then whatever price he had agreed to pay earlier, no matter how steep, would be worth it. He recalled the early hours of the morning when the brothers had heard the news of Lao Gui's downfall. Their hearts had been in their throats ever since, keeping them on edge all night long. That gut-wrenching fear had left an indelible mark on him. Now, any glimmer of a solution felt priceless. Chapter 224, How do you want to resolve this? Just then, Bai Yonghao seemed to sense Huang Xiaolong's expectant gaze, feeling that the groundwork had been sufficiently laid. With a meaningful smile on his face, he beckoned softly to Huang Xiaolong, who was seated on the sofa, gesturing for him to approach. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately rose from the sofa, hurriedly took 2 quick steps, and came to stand beside Bai Yonghao with utmost respect. The moment Huang Xiaolong appeared, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. The faint smile that had lingered on Li Feng's lips vanished instantly, his gaze turning sharp and cold. As for Lu Xing and the others, who had been happily tucking in, they froze as if paused, all eyes turning toward them in unison. In an instant, the previously harmonious and relaxed atmosphere in the private room turned tense and oppressive, as if the air itself had solidified. And how could Bai Yonghao, that old fox, fail to notice this subtle shift in the atmosphere? Yet he maintained his act of utter ignorance, his face still adorned with that seemingly gentle smile. He slowly rose to his feet, reaching out to pat Huang Xiaolong's shoulder lightly, as if soothing his nervous unease. Then, he turned his gaze to Li Feng across the table. His eyes held a hint of amusement, yet carried an unmistakable undertone of non-negotiation. Little Feng, I understand that there are still some misunderstandings between you and Huang Xiaoping that haven't been resolved. Bai Yonghao spoke in a calm tone, as if engaging in casual conversation. How about this? For the sake of this old man, let's settle this matter once and for all right here today. What do you say? As his words echoed through the private room, every pair of eyes present turned to fix on Li Feng. For everyone knew the true purpose of this banquet had finally arrived. Misunderstandings? Poof. So it seems Mr. Bai is quite aware of the friction between me and young Master Huan, huh? Li Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible chill flickering deep within his gaze. Yet outwardly, his expression remained calm and composed, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. Ahem. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Bai Yanghao immediately cleared his throat uncomfortably, as if something had caught in his throat. Then, he nodded slightly, a strained smile on his face as he said, the specific details. I might not be entirely clear on them, but I have heard some of the general circumstances from young Master Huang. Oh? So you're clear on that, Mr. Bai? Then tell me, how should this matter be resolved? At those words, a cold curve appeared at the corner of Li Feng's mouth. The smile seemed to carry the biting chill of winter, sending a shiver down one's spine. After speaking, he leaned back slightly, relaxing into the seat behind him. Yet beneath the leisurely facade lay concealed sharpness. Others might not grasp the deeper meaning behind Li Feng's demeanor, but Lu Xing and the others beside him understood perfectly. They keenly sensed a long-suppressed fury simmering beneath his expression and tone. At that moment, Li Feng resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, calm on the surface, yet boiling with molten lava beneath. Actually, regarding this matter between the two of you, both of you bear some responsibility. Bai Yanghao, however, remained utterly oblivious to Li Feng's state of mind. He continued speaking as if nothing was amiss, completely unaware that he was stepping deeper into dangerous territory. Look, Xiaofeng, if you hadn't gone to take over Huang Xiaoping's turf first, he wouldn't have gone to Old Ghost to get revenge on you, right? The moment Bai Yanghao finished speaking, he realized his words might have been misguided, fearing they might upset Li Feng. He quickly tried to steer the conversation away, attempting to salvage the situation. Anyway, it's all water under the bridge now, and you didn't suffer any major losses. Take it from your big bro, it's better to resolve grudges than hold on to them. Let's just forget about this whole thing, okay? After speaking, Bai Yanghao plastered a smile on his face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness as he cautiously watched Li Feng's reaction. Unexpectedly, Li Feng paid no heed to his words at all. Instead, his gaze immediately shifted to Huang Xiaolong, who stood beside Bai Yanghao, visibly fidgeting and uneasy. Under Li Feng's piercing stare, Huang Xiaolong squirmed uncomfortably, his body trembling slightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A cold smile curled the corners of Li Feng's mouth as he asked, enunciating each word deliberately, "Where's your brother? Why didn't he come?" The chill in his tone felt like shards of ice, seeming to lower the temperature in the entire private room. My brother had something come up, so he couldn't make it for now." Huang Xiaolong froze upon hearing Li Feng's words, momentarily at a loss. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, his voice trembling slightly, betraying an unmistakable panic. "Is it that he can't come, or that he dares not come?" Li Feng's face immediately broke into a faint smile, one brimming with mockery. He pressed relentlessly, his gaze fixed on Huang Xiaolong as he demanded without mercy. Truthfully, even without Li Feng spelling it out, everyone present understood perfectly well. Huang Xiaolong was clearly afraid of Li Feng, which was why he hadn't dared to attend this banquet. But Li Feng deliberately intended to humiliate Huang Xiaolong, to thoroughly shame him, hence his relentless persistence. True to form, under Li Feng's blunt and sharp words, Huang Xiaolong's expression instantly shifted. His already pale face drained of all color. Yet this look of awkwardness and panic lasted only an instant before vanishing. "Feng. Brother Feng, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against my brother, okay?" Huang Xiaolong took a deep breath, gathering his courage before forcing himself to speak. "Anyway, I'm apologizing on his behalf. Of course, if you have any demands or conditions, feel free to voice them. As long as my brother and I can manage it, I won't refuse." As he spoke, he bowed his head slightly, his demeanor appearing extremely earnest and sincere, a posture of complete submission, ready to take whatever punishment came his way. Judging by his expression, Huang Xiaolong seemed willing to pay any price for Li Feng to drop the matter completely and let it go. "Fine. Then bring your brother here right now. That'll settle this matter once and for all. How about it?" Upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, a meaningful smile slowly curved around Li Feng's lips. The expression seemed relaxed, yet it carried an underlying hint of ruthlessness. His gaze then sharpened, fixing intently on Huang Xiaolong as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately and forcefully, each syllable carrying the weight of immense pressure. That's impossible. Change the condition. I'll agree to anything else." Huang Xiaolong's face instantly darkened upon hearing this, and he hastily shook his head in refusal. He understood all too well that Li Feng's demand to bring your brother here was far from a simple literal request. Knowing Li Feng as he did, this was clearly a demand for Huang Xiaoping's life. And how could he, Huang Xiaolong, possibly agree to such a demand to throw his own brother into the fire? "Just a moment ago, you said you wouldn't refuse if you could do it." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's response, Li Feng shook his head helplessly. But in the blink of an eye, his entire demeanor shifted. His previously calm gaze instantly turned savage, like a rabid beast unleashed. He fixed his gaze on Huang Xiaolong, his voice low and furious as he growled, "Huang Xiaolong, are you toying with me? Ha?" In an instant, Li Feng's roar made the atmosphere in the private room grow even more tense and oppressive. It felt as if the air itself had ignited with this charged tension, ready to explode into a violent confrontation at any moment. Beside them, Lu Xing and the others sprang to their feet almost simultaneously upon hearing Li Feng's voice, their movements perfectly synchronized. Their eyes, sharp as hawks, locked onto Huang Xiaolong, revealing undisguised murderous intent and ferocity. Their posture suggested that at Li Feng's command, they would charge forward without hesitation, tearing Huang Xiaolong to shreds. Chapter 225, Turning on Each Other. In truth, Li Feng understood perfectly well. Regardless of other factors, judging by Huang Xiaolong's current attitude, he was certain that if he were willing to relent and spare Huang Xiaoping, the other party would undoubtedly be willing to pay an enormous price. It was no exaggeration to say that whether it was his current establishments or his wealth, whatever the brothers possessed, they would undoubtedly hand over without hesitation. But the problem was, Li Feng had only one thought in his mind right now: Huang Xiaoping must die. After all, even old Ghost had been buried. As the mastermind behind the entire affair, what right did Huang Xiaoping have to walk free? Moreover, if he let Huang Xiaoping off so easily, how would others in Qingqing's underworld view him, Li Feng, from now on? These thoughts only intensified the murderous intent burning within Li Feng, hardening his stance into an unyielding resolve. Little Feng, look what you've done. Didn't we agree to give your old buddy some face? Besides, we can sit down and talk things out, right? Seeing the tension in the private room escalate instantly, Bai Yanghao, who had been sitting beside Huang Xiaolong, quickly stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. He had his own calculations. After all, he had promised the Huang brothers to handle this matter smoothly. Moreover, whether considering his standing in the underworld or the potential benefits afterward, he had to do everything in his power to make this work. Mr. Bai, it's best you stay out of this. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Bai Yanghao's words, a cold glint flashed across Li Feng's eyes. Fine, we can talk, but Huang Xiaoping must come personally. Truth be told, if it weren't for the fact that his team still needed time to grow and strengthen, Li Feng wouldn't have bothered with this old man at all. Even though he didn't want to escalate things unnecessarily, he was absolutely determined to make Huang Xiaoping pay the price he deserved. There was no way he'd let him off the hook just because of someone else's idle chatter. Little Feng, you're not giving your old brother any face at all. Bai Yanhao seemed genuinely provoked by Li Feng's unyielding stance. In an instant, his expression darkened. After all, he'd been rolling in the mud of Qingqing's underworld for decades. He was a name that carried weight. Even the most powerful figures in the county town today treated him with respect and gave him some face when they saw him. Yet now, this greenhorn youth stood before him with such unwavering resolve, leaving him not even a shred of room for negotiation. As the mediator, this left Bai Yanhao utterly humiliated. Face? Li Feng's expression instantly turned cold and sharp, his eyes flashing with undisguised contempt. Then, a faint smile touched his lips as he let out a light chuckle, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he retorted, "Then when you were speaking on behalf of young Master Huang here, when did you ever give me, Li Feng, any face? According to your logic, after Huang Xiaoping failed to have me killed, all he had to do was move his lips, and I should have let him off the hook, right?" Perhaps thoroughly enraged by Bai Yanghao's words, Li Feng now couldn't be bothered to even use the honorific Bai Yi. He clashed head-on with the other man. You. Hearing Li Feng's merciless words, Bai Yanghao's face instantly flushed crimson, his entire body trembling slightly with rage. What do you mean, you? Before Bai Yanghao could spit out the words stuck in his throat, Lu Xing, already seething with rage and unable to contain himself, slammed his fist on the table. Pointing a finger directly at Bai Yanghao, he erupted, "You old bastard. Did Brother Feng smile at you too much earlier, so you've lost all sense of your own worth? If you keep talking, you think I won't deal with you two later?" In this kid's mind, old farts like Bai Yanghao should have retired completely, still hanging around the streets like this, trying to show off his ing relevance? You? What did you say? Bai Yanhao's eyes widened in disbelief at Lu Xing's merciless tirade. It had been at least 30 years since anyone had dared speak to him like this. Faced with this sudden shock, Bai Yanhao's mind went completely blank, utterly unable to process it. What? Can't you understand the ing word I said? Seeing Bai Yanhao's stunned expression, Lu Xing grew even more arrogant. A cruel sneer spread across his face as he snarled, "If you dare keep playing the big shot here, I'll ing kill you." Got it now? Seeing that Brother Feng hadn't intervened, Lu Xing grew even bolder. As he spoke, his eyes flashed with undisguised murderous intent, as if he intended to devour Bai Yanghao alive in the next instant. Meanwhile, Meng Fei and the others standing nearby all turned their gaze toward Bai Yanghao. Their stares were bone-chillingly cold, as if they were looking at a dead man. Li Feng, is this how you teach your men? Perhaps unsettled by the murderous glare from these men, or perhaps deciding it wasn't worth engaging with these youngsters, Bai Yanghao suppressed his rising anger and instantly turned his gaze to Li Feng, who had remained silent throughout. His eyes burned with fury and accusation. "First, I must correct one mistake of yours." Facing Bai Yanghao's accusation, Li Feng remained utterly composed, his tone calm yet unwaveringly firm. "They are not my subordinates. They are brothers who share life and death with me, Li Feng." At this point, Li Feng paused briefly, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on Bai Yanghao. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. "Furthermore, their words also represent my own. Is that clear?" Swish. As Li Feng's words fell, the atmosphere within the private room instantly turned deathly silent. No one had expected the young man who had been laughing and joking with them just moments ago to become so utterly unyielding. Especially the bone-chilling edge in his voice sent shivers down Bai Yanghao's spine. Because that chill was the kind only someone who had truly taken a life could possess. Chapter 226, Stay here. Young man, I advise you not to be so hot-headed. Though Bai Yanghao felt a faint sense of dread toward Li Feng, Li Tianyong, Wang Xiaolong, and the others were all present. After a moment of silence, his face ashen, he forced down his emotions and addressed Li Feng with stiff words. Truth be told, in the underworld, a significant portion of people operate this way. Often, even when they knew deep down they couldn't afford to offend the other party, the pressure of so-called face would drive them to stubbornly put up a front, trying to preserve what little dignity they had left. Bai Yanghao was exactly like that now. On one hand, he harbored fear toward Li Feng, yet on the other, an inexplicable rage surged within him. This rage made him drop the little Feng and address him directly as young man. Oomph. What kind of young man isn't full of himself? Upon hearing this, Li Feng showed no sign of anger. He merely gave a cold chuckle before responding without hesitation. The teenager's confrontational attitude nearly made Bai Yanghao spit out a mouthful of blood. Li Feng, do you think that after taking down Old Ghost, no one in Qingqing's underworld can touch you anymore? Is that it? Perhaps driven to the brink by Li Feng's crew's relentless defiance, Bai Yanghao's rage overrode his caution toward Li Feng. His voice thick with fury, he spat out the words. Whether others can handle me is hard to say, but you old bastard? You're definitely not qualified. Li Feng, growing impatient with Bai Yanghao's relentless provocation, suddenly shifted his aura. Fixing Bai Yanghao with a cold stare, he retorted, why don't you try it right now? Truthfully, Li Feng had been exercising considerable restraint up to this point. After all, with the Huang Xiaoping issue still unresolved, he genuinely didn't want to complicate matters further. But that didn't mean he'd swallow his pride. Meanwhile, the hot-tempered Lu Xing beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Without a second thought, he grabbed the tray in front of him and hurled it straight at Bai Yanghao's head. Fortunately, his aim was off, and Bai Yanghao managed to dodge slightly to the side, so the tray missed its target. Even so, the shattering sound of porcelain sent a collective gasp through the crowd. Damn it, are you really trying to get yourself killed? Lu Xing glared at Bai Yanghao with such savage intensity that the murderous intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible. Honestly, compared to Old Ghost yesterday, right now he wanted to slaughter this old bastard even more. You dare to attack? Bai Yanghao was also startled by this sudden attack, but his anger quickly flared as he glared at the silver-haired youth across from him. So what if I do? You're just a washed-up old fart. People give you a little face, and you actually think you're still got it, huh? Hearing this, Lu Xing sneered coldly. Fine, very fine. Hearing Lu Xing's taunts, Bai Yanghao nearly choked on his breath, his entire body trembling with rage. Even so, he had no better solution. After all, the reality was exactly as Lu Xing had stated, Bai Yanghao's current standing was entirely due to the respect shown by his former associates in the underworld. Ever since he'd retired from the underworld, he no longer had any brothers in arms. So no matter how furious he felt now, it was utterly useless. At best, it was just impotent rage. Ah, Mr. Bai, young brother Li Feng, let's talk this out calmly. Please don't get angry. Seeing the previously calm situation suddenly escalate into such a tense standoff, Li Tianyong, standing nearby, was momentarily at a loss, his face filled with shock. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly rose to his feet, waving his hands in the air in a conciliatory gesture as he urgently tried to ease the tension. Yeah, we're all in the same line of work. We'll cross paths again. No need to ruin our relationship over this. Another big shot chimed in quickly, his face plastered with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Exactly. Why not just give a little ground on both sides? The last thug chimed in as well, hoping to quell the conflict. All three had been invited by Bai Yanghao to mediate the situation, confident they could resolve it smoothly through mutual respect. But never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that not only had they made zero progress, but the conflict was escalating before their eyes, with a new confrontation about to erupt at any moment. Am I the one trying to ruin the harmony? To everyone's shock, Bai Yanghao's face contorted with rage at the words, his wrinkles twitching violently like a lit fuse. He abruptly thrust a finger straight at Li Feng and his group, his voice trembling slightly with rage as he declared. Look at them. Every last one of them is arrogant and insolent, showing no respect whatsoever for us veterans who've been grinding it out on the streets for years. And just now, they actually tried to lay a hand on me. As he finished, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. He deliberately glanced toward Lu Xing, his body instinctively retreating slightly, as if fearing Lu Xing might make another rash move like hurling another object. It must be said that Bai Yanghao's inflammatory words had a rather noticeable effect. At the very least, upon hearing his words, Li Tianyong and the other two notorious thugs who were fairly well known in Qingqing all wore expressions of awkwardness and resentment. After all, the truth was exactly as Bai Yanghao had stated. When Li Feng's crew had just insulted Bai Yanghao and smashed things, they hadn't given the slightest thought to the presence of these three. It was like a slap in the face to them. Damn it, I think you really don't want to live anymore. Lu Xing's already explosive temper was ignited by Bai Yanghao's repeated provocations, finally shattering his last shred of patience. His eyes blazing with fury, he hurled the curse before snatching a nearby stool. He charged forward, intent on teaching the other a lesson, his posture radiating a desire to unleash every ounce of his rage upon Bai Yanghao. Hold it, little five, don't do it. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Li Feng finally stepped in to stop Lu Xing. He knew full well that despite Bai Yanghao's despicable behavior as an intermediary, he still held a certain status and role. He could ignore Bai Yanghao's face and show him no respect whatsoever, but if he actually resorted to violence, it would be morally indefensible. Besides, he'd have plenty of chances to deal with this guy later. There was absolutely no need to complicate things further right now. Under Li Feng's intervention, the furious Lu Xing reluctantly lowered the stool he was holding. With lingering resentment, he shot Bai Yanghao a cold, icy glance before making a throat-slitting gesture a clear warning that he'd marked the man. Witnessing this, Bai Yanghao felt both fury and dread, a chill creeping through his heart. As the saying goes, the older one gets, the more afraid of death one becomes. Especially after years of comfortable living, his sharpness had long since worn away, leaving only a thin veneer of pride to cling to. Fine. I'm out of this. Do whatever you want. Perhaps driven by guilt and fear, Bai Yanghao suddenly felt the urge to retreat. Speaking with feigned indignation, he prepared to leave this place of trouble immediately. Mr. Bai. Huang Xiaolong's face instantly darkened with anxiety at the sight. He knew that if Bai Yanghao washed his hands of this matter, Li Feng and his crew would never let his brother, Huang Xiaoping, off the hook. But before he could speak, Li Feng's icy voice cut through the air, freezing everyone in the private room. Everyone stay put. You're staying right here for now. Though Li Feng's words were calm, they inexplicably sent a bone-chilling chill through everyone present. Chapter 227, Huang Xiaolong's Terror. As Li Feng's words fell, not only Bai Yanghao and Li Tianyong, but even Lu Xing and his group froze momentarily, baffled by Brother Feng's intent. But quickly, once Lu Xing and Meng Fei snapped out of it, they immediately stepped in front of Bai Yanghao and the others, glaring at them with hostility. Even now, they remained unclear about what Brother Feng intended to do, but obeying orders was their instinct. Li Feng, what do you think you're doing? Bai Yanghao watched Li Feng barring him from even leaving the private room, his heart filled with both dread and fear. Yeah, Li Feng, little brother, we're not getting involved in your business with Huang Xiaoping. But acting like this, isn't that a bit much? Seeing the tension escalate, Li Tianyong hurriedly interjected, hoping to ease the standoff. Exactly. We were only invited to get to know you, we never intended to be your enemies. The other two big shots chimed in, immediately declaring their stance. Ultimately, they had no vested interests with Huang Xiaoping. Their presence here stems solely from Bai Yanghao's invitation. In short, they never intended to oppose Li Feng, nor did they want to get dragged into this entirely unnecessary conflict. Shut up! Lu Xing suddenly roared, cutting off the noisy chatter from Bai Yanghao's group. His gaze turned icy as he addressed the four men. Brother Feng told you to stay, so you stay. Got it? Dare to make another peep, and I'll break your legs. You believe me? The kid had clearly misunderstood Li Feng's intentions, so his tone now carried not a shred of politeness, only pure menace. Hearing Lu Xing's blunt words, Bai Yanghao managed to muster some resistance. But Li Tianyong and the other two exchanged bewildered glances. Faced with a hardened troublemaker like Lu Xing, they didn't have many options. After all, the details of that battle at the Qinghai bathhouse in the early hours had already quietly spread. Setting aside Li Feng's terrifying combat prowess, they were all too aware of the ruthless tactics employed by this silver-haired youth before them. After all, hadn't even the brutal old ghost been scared off by the opponent's reckless swordplay? In short, that battle had made Li Feng's name resound throughout Xingqing's underworld. As for Lu Xing, he too had achieved legendary status overnight, becoming a household name among the local street thugs. Now, facing such ruthless individuals, it was impossible for Li Tianyong and his men to claim they felt no fear whatsoever. Everyone, please rest assured. I have no intention of causing trouble for you. Seeing the increasingly grim expressions on Li Tianyong and the others, Li Feng finally stepped forward to break the oppressive silence. His gaze swept coldly over Huang Xiaolong before settling on the others. His tone remained flat as he spoke. I only ask that you stay here briefly while I handle this matter. Once it's settled, if you wish to leave, I, Li Feng, will not stand in your way. Huang Xiaolong, meeting Li Feng's gaze, felt an inexplicable wave of intense unease wash over him. Before he could speak, Bai Yanghao beside him lost his composure. His face twisted with fury as he confronted Li Feng. Li Feng, if you have business to attend to, go handle it. What's this nonsense about detaining us here? Do you really think we're insignificant nobodies? That you can berate us, keep us here, or dismiss us at your whim? Or is it that you simply don't give us the time of day? Sure enough, upon hearing Bai Yanghao's words, the expressions of Li Tianyong and the other two darkened instantly. Regardless, Li Feng's insistence on keeping them confined in the private room was a blatant sign of disrespect. Worse still, if word got out, where would their dignity be? Old man, I think you're really asking for trouble. Seeing Bai Yanghao still fanning the flames at this moment, Li Feng was finally pushed over the edge. In an instant, his eyes blazed with a murderous intent so intense it seemed tangible. Fixing Bai Yonghao with a piercing stare, he spat out each word deliberately. Right now, if you dare utter another word to me, I'll slit your throat on the spot. Don't believe me? Go ahead and try. Boom. As Li Feng's words rang out with unmistakable force, the atmosphere within the private room instantly froze, plunging to a bitterly cold depth. The piercing aura emanating from Li Feng felt like tangible blades, causing terror to flash in Bai Yonghao and the others' eyes as their bodies trembled slightly. Sure enough, threats proved the most effective tactic. Bai Yonghao opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately clamped it shut, his face turning ashen. He knew deep down that today, he had lost all face. Had he known this outcome, he would have heeded his gut feeling and refused this hot potato of a deal. Now, not only had he failed to complete the task, but he had also brought enormous trouble upon himself. Especially with Li Feng, this rising new force who was clearly holding a grudge against him. With that thought, Bai Yonghao shot a furious, resentful glare at Huang Xiaolong, who stood nearby looking utterly dejected. Li Feng, what exactly do you want? Perhaps sensing some ominous foreboding, a look of extreme terror flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he urgently questioned Li Feng. Haven't you already guessed? Li Feng gave a cold laugh, his tone calm yet unwavering. I told you Huang Xiaoping's life is mine. Got it? After speaking, he paid no heed to Huang Xiaolong's horrified expression. Turning to Meng Fei beside him, he ordered, Go tell your men dig to the depths of the earth if they must, but drag Huang Xiaoping out to me. Got it? Yes, brother Feng. At this, Meng Fei froze for a moment before instantly grasping Li Feng's intent. He nodded urgently and hurried off to carry out the order. Chapter 228. With Li Feng's series of actions and words spoken, how could those present fail to grasp his intent? It was crystal clear Li Feng had resolved to take action against Huang Xiaoping. As for keeping them all in the private room, it was clearly to prevent news of failed negotiations from leaking out and alerting the enemy. It must be said, the young man's thinking was remarkably thorough. At the very least, Bai Yonghao and the others hadn't considered this possibility until now. Li Feng, you can't do this. Let's talk this out calmly. We can still negotiate terms. I'm begging you, show some mercy and spare my brother. Please? Realizing Li Feng's intentions, Huang Xiaolong's plea even carried a hint of a sob. He was clearly completely flustered, panicked and at a loss. Spare him? Hearing this, Li Feng gave a cold, mocking smile. His tone was icy as he retorted, When your brother colluded with old ghost to take my life, did he show even the slightest hint of sparing me? Huang Xiaolong was rendered speechless by Li Feng's sharp retort. After a long, strained pause, he weakly protested, But if you hadn't come barging in to seize my brother's territory for no reason, why would he have sought out old ghost to deal with you? Li Feng's lips curled into a sneer at this, revealing a look of utter contempt. He scoffed, Humph. In this line of work, fighting and taking over is the norm. Today you snatch mine, tomorrow I seize yours, it's perfectly natural. Dare you claim that when you two brothers ran that loan shark operation, you never engaged in preying on the weak or bullying the vulnerable? Huang Xiaolong was instantly rendered speechless, his face growing as pale as paper. Deep down, he knew better than anyone that every word Li Feng spoke was true, without the slightest exaggeration. In this brutal underworld, survival of the fittest was the law of the jungle, a commonplace reality. It was undeniable that during their time running the loan company, they had frequently resorted to violent means to collect debts. Many had been driven to ruin, their families shattered and lives plunged into despair. Beside him, Bai Yonghao and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and awkwardness. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. After all, reality was this cruel. The law of the jungle permeated every corner of this underworld, only more starkly revealed on this path drenched in blood and strife. Realizing Li Feng's unwavering resolve, Huang Xiaolong clenched his fists, gritted his teeth inwardly, and hurriedly pulled out his phone to dial his brother Huang Xiaoping's number. He understood that if he didn't notify him immediately, the situation would become even more critical. But before he could unlock the phone, a tray streaked toward him like a meteor, aimed squarely at his face. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong's pupils suddenly contracted. Instinctively, he quickly turned his head to dodge. Luckily, the tray grazed his cheek, narrowly missing a fatal blow. But before Huang Xiaolong could fully recover from the shock, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. Instantly, excruciating pain shot through his chest, knocking him off balance. He crashed heavily into the wall. A dull thud echoed as his body slammed against the hard surface. The blood drained from his face, replaced by an indescribable mix of agony and shock. Lying on the ground, he clutched his chest with both hands, breathing laboriously. Each inhalation felt like a knife cutting through his flesh. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yonghao, Li Tianyong, and their two companions froze in shock. It was impossible not to be stunned. This scene, reminiscent of something only seen in martial arts films, was simply too shocking. Before Li Feng arrived, they had all heard rumors about what happened at the Qinghai bathhouse that night. But when rumors spread that Li Feng had single-handedly cut down at least a dozen of old ghost's men, they had dismissed it with disdain. They had dismissed these rumors as exaggerated and unrealistic. But after witnessing the youth's ghostly-like figure with their own eyes just now, Bai Yonghao and the others found themselves somewhat shaken. After all, with that kind of speed and the sheer force to kick someone flying several meters away, they'd never believe Li Feng didn't possess genuine skill. Yet Li Feng paid no heed to the stunned stares of Bai Yonghao and his crew. He walked calmly over to Huang Xiaolong, who lay sprawled on the ground. Huang Xiaolong, he said, you'd better stop testing my patience. Right now, I'm only here to settle things with your brother. Got it? But if you still don't know when to quit, don't blame me for taking you down too. Saying this, Li Feng glanced at the phone lying nearby. Without hesitation, he extended his foot and crushed it under his heel. With a loud crack, the previously intact phone instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing the only means he had to contact his older brother gone, Huang Xiaolong's eyes instantly turned ashen, his gaze completely dimming. He had considered running, but with the formidable martial prowess of the youth before him and the menacing stares of Lu Xing and the others, the possibility was practically zero. Overcome with frustration, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Li Feng's pant leg and pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation. Li Feng, no, brother Feng, I'm begging you. Spare my brother. I promise this will never happen again, I swear. What else could he do? That was his own brother, after all. How could he just stand by and watch him die? As he finished speaking, Huang Xiaolong tried to struggle to his feet and kneel down to beg for mercy, but Li Feng coldly and ruthlessly kicked him back down. Though Li Feng's heart was stirred by this display of brotherly devotion, that flicker of emotion was nowhere near enough to extinguish his murderous intent. In short, if you've done wrong, you must face the consequences. If Li Feng let someone who tried to kill him off so easily, what the hell was the point of living in this society? Might as well just find a factory job tightening screws. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yonghao and his three companions couldn't help but feel a sense of shared misfortune. Yet at the same time, their fear of Li Feng's ruthless style deepened even further. That old devil might be dead, but the one who replaced him was clearly an even more terrifying figure. Chapter 229. Huang Xiaolong's heart instantly filled with despair upon sensing Li Feng's unwavering resolve. Yet there was nothing he could do. All he could do now was silently pray in his heart that his older brother, Huang Xiaoping, would quickly notice something was amiss and escape capture by Li Feng's men. After all, he had truly done everything he could. Little 5, keep an eye on him. If he dares to make any sudden moves, break his arms and legs. Got it? Li Feng ignored Huang Xiaolong's emotional state and issued direct orders to Lu Xing and the others. Got it, brother Feng. At this, Lu Xing responded with excitement, his eyes flashing with eager anticipation. Gao Yang and the others nodded in agreement, their eyes now fixed on Huang Xiaolong on the floor with unfriendly stares. Alright, now that that's settled, let's continue with our meal. Li Feng said indifferently, shifting his gaze to Bai Yonghao and his three companions. Bai Yonghao clearly remembered Li Feng's earlier warning any further words would only invite disaster, so he merely sat back down with a sour expression. Li Tianyong and his two companions exchanged glances before sitting down with wry smiles, their expressions equally complex. For a moment, watching the youth across from them, still sitting calmly and eating, a profound sense of helplessness welled up in the hearts of Li Tianyong and his two fellow thugs. If anyone else had dared to detain them in a private room like this, they would have lost their temper long ago. But facing someone who could crush Lao Gui's forces in a single night and might even eliminate Lao Gui himself, they simply couldn't muster the will to resist. The stark age gap only deepened the melancholy among them, making each feel their own advancing years and the time to retire from the underworld. Thus, time ticked by. Though the atmosphere remained oppressive and tense, not a single one of Bai Yonghao's men dared utter another word. They sat there quietly, reduced to mere supporting characters. Rest assured, as long as you stay out of this, I'm a reasonable man. After leisurely finishing his meal, Li Feng casually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He then turned his gaze toward Li Tianyong and the others. Right. Young brother Li Feng, this is ultimately a personal grudge between you and young Master Huang. We really have no reason to get involved, right? Hearing this, Li Tianyong nodded eagerly, his face plastered with a smile as he hastily agreed. The other two tough guys quickly chimed in, yeah, that's exactly right. Truth be told, the minds of these county town hustlers were remarkably simple. They just wanted to make more money and live a relatively comfortable life. As for ambitious notions like expanding their influence, strengthening their power, or unifying the county's underworld, they probably wouldn't dare dream of such things. So when confronted by a ruthless newcomer like Li Feng, Li Tianyong and his crew had no choice but to grovel. They wouldn't dare confront him head-on. Good. Satisfied with their response, Li Feng nodded. His gaze softened as he continued, anyway, I'm quite the social butterfly. Who knows? Maybe someday we'll find ourselves working together. We could all make a pretty penny. Wouldn't that be nice? Exactly. Li Tianyong and his two companions immediately nodded awkwardly with forced smiles. Though their responses were enthusiastic, their inner thoughts were anything but making friends with this guy. Just look at Wang the Cripple and Lu Guowa, then see what happened to Huang Xiaoping now. Anyone who befriends him is cursed for 8 lifetimes. After all, with Li Feng suddenly gaining notoriety on the streets, his past deeds and those of his crew were gradually being dug up. Basically, any turf he targeted or took over meant the original bosses never ended up well. Right now, Do Daxiang was probably the only one still sitting pretty, right? But even though they all thought this, not a single one dared voice it aloud. Then, an even more terrifying question struck them. Would this youngster's rampage ever stop? After all, first there was Wang the cripple, then Lu Guohua, followed by Huang Xiaoping and Do Daxiang's turf. Though his crew operated discreetly, they had seized 4 territories in rapid succession. If they kept expanding at this pace, which faction in Qingqing's underworld could possibly stand against Li Feng's crew? The mere thought sent a chill through Li Tianyong and his 2 companions. If they too faced Li Feng attempting to swallow their turf, what choice would they have? Should they follow Do Daxiang's example and meekly hand over a portion of their protection fees to buy peace? Or should they take Huang Xiaoping's path and fight to the bitter end? But what would become of them then? After all, Lao Gui's cautionary tale was right there before them. And though Huang Xiaoping hadn't met his end yet, they knew that if this youth caught him, his fate would be sealed a dead end. Lost in these thoughts, despite the air conditioning blowing in the private room, Li Tianyong and his 2 companions found beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. What's wrong, everyone? Noticing the pallor spreading across their faces, Li Feng's eyes flickered. He seemed to have picked up on something, and with a light chuckle, he asked. Nothing, nothing. Hearing this, Li Tianyong and the others immediately broke into awkward smiles and waved their hands repeatedly. Is it that you think I, Li Feng, don't play by the rules and am a bit too ruthless? Li Feng deliberately asked probingly. Hearing this, the fake smiles that had been plastered on the 3 men's faces froze for a moment. Heh, looks like I guessed right. Seeing this, Li Feng burst into laughter. No, I didn't. Li Tianyong started to protest, but Li Feng waved him off. Enough. We're all smart people here. There's no point in beating around the bush. Li Feng raised his eyebrows and stated bluntly. Truth is, I don't care how you all see me, Li Feng. But there's one thing, whoever it is, I'll give them a chance to choose. Besides, I'm not the type to hog everything for myself. If you don't believe me, just watch how I handle things with Do Daxiang. As long as he doesn't stab me in the back, I, Li Feng, will absolutely take care of any street business for him. Chapter 230, since that's the case, let's die together. Li Tianyong and his 2 men had been rolling in the rough and tumble world for years, seasoned veterans through and through. How could they fail to grasp the hidden meaning in Li Feng's words? Put plainly, Li Feng's stern warning conveyed a clear message: those who align with me thrive, those who oppose me perish. Their immediate concern now was how to approach this ruthless, sharp-witted youth in the days ahead. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room grew heavy again, oppressive enough to make breathing difficult. As time slowly ticked by, roughly half an hour passed before a shrill ringtone abruptly shattered the silence. The moment Li Feng answered the call, all eyes instantly fixated on him, as if he possessed some fate-deciding magic. Even Huang Xiaolong, who had been lying on the floor feigning death, suddenly perked up. His expression shifted to one of both dread and anticipation. After all, this call Li Feng was taking could very well determine the ultimate fate of his older brother, Huang Xiaoping. Yet, when Huang Xiaolong saw the icy smile slowly spread across Li Feng's lips as he answered, his heart instantly plummeted into an abyss. He knew all too well what that smile signified. It meant his brother, Huang Xiaoping, had most likely been captured. Sure enough, after hanging up, Li Feng rose from his seat without a word. He gave Lu Xing and the others a brief nod before striding straight out of the private room. Li Feng, you've captured my brother? Huang Xiaolong was now utterly panicked. Forgetting all else, he shouted at the top of his lungs after Li Feng's retreating figure, his voice thick with fear and urgency. What do you think? Hearing the shout, Li Feng's footsteps faltered slightly. He slowly turned to face Huang Xiaolong, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Are you really going to wipe us out completely? Huang Xiaolong probably realized that begging for mercy was useless now. For a moment, his gaze grew wild. His eyes, already bloodshot, now burned with fury like 2 blazing flames, glaring viciously at Li Feng. What? Wasn't what I said earlier clear enough? Li Feng's tone remained utterly calm, as if the entire scene before him failed to stir the slightest ripple within him. You, Li Feng. If you dare lay a finger on my brother, I'll never let you off the hook. After receiving Li Feng's near-affirmative response, Huang Xiaolong finally lost all reason. Then, like a rabid dog, he transformed into a terrifying, ferocious beast. His expression screamed that he would charge forward at any moment, tearing Li Feng to shreds without a second thought. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yanghao and the other 3 felt an ominous foreboding surge within them. Simultaneously, their gazes toward Huang Xiaolong involuntarily revealed a trace of pity. After all, in their eyes, Huang Xiaolong's actions were nothing short of courting death. Since that's the case, then go join your brother down there. True to form, upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's blood-curdling screams, Li Feng's gaze instantly turned vicious, a flash of undisguised murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Without a second thought, he strode forward, delivering a precise kick that sent Huang Xiaolong crashing to the floor, unconscious. As for Lu Xing and the others standing nearby, they wasted no words. They simply lifted Huang Xiaolong off the floor with practiced ease and followed Li Feng out of the private room. As Li Feng and his group departed, the atmosphere inside the private room not only failed to ease but grew increasingly eerie and oppressive. It felt as though an invisible, heavy gloom had settled over every person present. Only after a long, drawn-out silence did Bai Yanghao and the other three seem to simultaneously snap out of a nightmare, each exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Tianyong, about what happened today? Bai Yanghao broke the silence first, his brow slightly furrowed and a hint of hesitation on his face as his gaze slowly shifted toward Li Tianyong and the others. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. We're not the type to run our mouths. Li Tianyong instantly understood the old fox Bai Yanghao's intentions. He forced a strained smile and hastily replied, in any case, I promise not to breathe a word about today's events. Following Li Tianyong's lead, the other two quickly chimed in, exactly. Exactly. This kind of thing is best kept buried deep inside. Truthfully, even if Bai Yanghao hadn't specifically mentioned it, Li Tianyong and the others wouldn't have gone around spreading the news anyway. After all, when you really thought about it, everything that had happened today was hardly something to be proud of. While Bai Yanghao had certainly been thoroughly humiliated by Li Feng and the others, hadn't they themselves lost face in the process? Moreover, compared to Bai Yanghao, that old codger who only knew how to lord his seniority over others, the three of them valued their own pride far more. So naturally, they preferred to keep such humiliating matters buried. Of course, the primary reason was their fear of retaliation from Li Feng's group if word got out. After all, today they'd witnessed what happened to the Huang brothers after Li Feng's crew caught them. Especially after today's incident, the four of them would likely go out of their way to avoid Li Feng's crew in the future. Why would they risk opening their mouths? In the underworld, those who met their end fastest were invariably the ones with loose lips. In short, minding one's own business and staying out of trouble was the true way to survive. As for the fate of the Huang brothers? What business was that of theirs? After all, better a dead friend than a dead me. With that thought, the four exchanged silent glances before departing, each weighed down by their own concerns. Deep down, they all felt that with Li Feng's ruthless gang now in Xincheng, the underworld would never know peace again. Chapter 231, Huang Xiaoping's Fear. Under the curious stares of hotel staff and patrons, Lu Xing and his companions carried Huang Xiaolong straight out of the establishment. Though the scene looked somewhat unusual, others didn't dwell on it. After all, this hotel catered to all kinds of patrons, and it wasn't uncommon to see someone carried away by friends after drinking too much. Brother Feng, where are we going now? After tossing the still unconscious Huang Xiaolong into the minivan, Li Nan finally asked Li Feng with genuine curiosity. Tianzishan. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng blurted out the name. He thought to himself, since he had first encountered Huang Xiaoping at Tianzi Mountain, then everything should be settled there. And so, Li Feng led the way on his motorcycle while Lu Xing and the others sat in the minivan behind, keeping a close watch on Huang Xiaolong. The convoy sped along, and after about half an hour, they finally reached their destination. The moment he stepped off the bike, Li Feng spotted Meng Fei waiting on the mountaintop clearing with three brothers. Besides the four of them, a figure lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Huang Xiaoping. Brother Feng. Spotting Li Feng dismounting his motorcycle, Meng Fei and his three companions immediately jogged forward, their voices brimming with respect as they greeted him. Li Feng gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Then, he walked straight over to Huang Xiaoping lying on the ground, mercilessly kicked him with his foot, and asked in an icy tone, "Are you dead yet?" It was clear that during Meng Fei and his men's attempt to capture Huang Xiaoping, the latter had suffered greatly. Now, he lay covered in bloodstains. His clothes bore not only messy footprints but also various marks from beatings, leaving him looking utterly wretched. Li Feng. Hearing the familiar yet chilling voice of the youth, Huang Xiaoping, whose consciousness had been hazy, instantly snapped fully awake. With terror etched across his face, he struggled to turn his head, his eyes brimming with panic and helplessness as he looked at Li Feng. "He, Huang Xiaoping, we meet again." Li Feng responded with a cold laugh, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, carrying a bone-chilling chill. His eyes now burned with an intense, murderous intent that sent shivers down the spine. What do you want?" Perhaps sensing the unmasked ferocity in Li Feng's eyes, Huang Xiaoping shuddered violently, panic etched across his face as he stammered the question. After all, he had learned of Lao Gui's tragic fate at dawn, receiving the news a step ahead of everyone else. Ever since learning that news, Huang Xiaoping had been consumed by endless terror. Nights were spent tossing and turning, unable to sleep soundly, enduring the dread until dawn broke. Sending his younger brother, Huang Xiaolong, to contact Bai Yanghao in an attempt to smooth things over was the solution he had racked his brains to come up with. Yet what Huang Xiaoping never could have imagined was that while he waited anxiously at the loan company, instead of receiving good news from his brother, he was met by Meng Fei and his men arriving like demons to arrest him. "You've been in this line of work for so long, you old hand. Asking me this question now, don't you find that utterly ridiculous?" Hearing Huang Xiaoping's words, Li Feng let out a cold laugh. His gaze was like that of someone looking at a man about to die, icy and contemptuous. No, Li Feng, no, Brother Feng, please spare me this once. I swear I'll never cross you again, I swear." Faced with Li Feng's attitude, Huang Xiaoping felt as if he'd plunged into an ice cellar. A wave of terror washed over him like a raging tide, causing his body to shake violently beyond his control. Immediately, he began pleading frantically, his pitiful expression a stark contrast to his former streetwise swagger. "Heh, if only you'd known today's outcome back then. Li Feng's expression was cold and ruthless as he kicked away Huang Xiaoping's hand, which was clutching his pant leg. He then sneered, "Huang Xiaoping, I gave you chances. You just didn't know how to cherish them. So now that it's come to this, who else can you blame?" Truthfully, before this, Li Feng had genuinely intended to coexist peacefully with Huang Xiaoping. After all, the idea of deploying all his men to every venue he took over was clearly unrealistic. Setting aside whether he had sufficient manpower, pushing things to such extremes would inevitably spark numerous problems. Moreover, once he took such an extreme approach, attempting to absorb other factions later would inevitably provoke fierce resistance, a scenario Li Feng absolutely did not want to see. After all, whether he aimed to be a simple street thug or sought to dominate Qingqing's underworld, one couldn't overstep in either life or business. If he hoarded all the benefits for himself, leaving nothing for others, like devouring the meat while denying others even a sip of broth, the inevitable outcome would be the table being overturned, leaving everyone with nothing to eat. Put plainly, the underworld was a tangled web of complex relationships. Even the authorities struggled to fully resolve it. How could Li Feng possibly hope to wipe them all out? Therefore, it was feasible for his team to hold a dominant position to a certain extent. But if he dared to pursue absolute monopoly, those above would never let him off lightly. It would be nothing short of courting death. "Brother Feng, please don't. I truly regret it." Huang Xiaoping was now utterly consumed by the terror of impending death, his mind on the verge of collapse. He began to babble incoherently. "How about this? I'll hand over all my operations to you. Is that acceptable? Oh, and I have money. I'm willing to pay for my life with it. Really, Brother Feng, whatever you want, I can give it to you. I just beg you to show mercy and spare me this once." Truth be told, Huang Xiaoping was now filled with nothing but regret. If only he could have foreseen this outcome, he should have heeded his younger brother Huang Xiaolong's advice. It was only at this life or death moment that he finally understood. Losing face could be regained later, but once life was gone, truly everything was lost. "Huang Xiaoping, you really don't need to be so afraid." Li Feng paused briefly before a cold smile spread across his face. He continued slowly, "Old Ghost is already waiting for you down there. Besides, I brought someone else along. He'll be joining you on your journey to the underworld." Chapter 232. What do you mean? Huang Xiaoping froze upon hearing this, his mind going blank. Even the words to beg for mercy vanished from his thoughts. He stared blankly at Li Feng, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. Just then, Li Nankai's minivan pulled up slowly nearby. Seeing this, Li Feng ignored Huang Xiaoping's question and waved directly at Lu Xing and the others. Lu Xing and the others seemed to understand immediately, grasping Brother Feng's intent. Instantly, they worked together to drag a person down from the vehicle. Huang Xiaoping couldn't make out the figure at first, but when he saw that familiar shaved head, his eyes widened instantly, as if they might pop out of their sockets. In an instant, overwhelming panic and terror washed over him like a raging tide, engulfing him completely. This feeling was far more intense than anything he'd experienced before, threatening to devour his sanity entirely. "Li Feng! What the hell do you want?" In an instant, Huang Xiaoping, who had been tearfully begging for mercy moments before, transformed into a savage beast. His face twisted into a terrifying grimace as he roared at Li Feng. "Didn't I just say it?" Hearing this desperate demand, Li Feng burst into laughter. Yet his smile was like frost in the dead of winter, bitterly cold and piercing, dripping with murderous intent so thick it seemed ready to spill over. "I thought you might be lonely on your own, so I brought your brother along too. He can keep you company." The teenager's voice was actually soft, as if he were catching up with an old friend. Yet to Huang Xiaoping's ears, it sounded like a demon from hell whispering in his ear. Every word carried a spine-chilling terror that made his scalp crawl. Truthfully, Huang Xiaoping never could have imagined that Li Feng would bring his own younger brother, Huang Xiaolong, here as well. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, Huang Xiaolong, overcome with terror, forgot to plead for himself. Instead, he cried out repeatedly to Li Feng, "Feng! Brother Feng, this has nothing to do with him. Please let him go. I beg you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Huang Xiaoping struggled to his feet with great effort. He then dropped to his knees, stiff as a board, and began banging his head against the ground with all his might, over and over. Truthfully, from Li Feng's icy, resolute demeanor just now, Huang Xiaoping already knew deep down that he was probably doomed today. But his younger brother, Huang Xiaolong, was innocent. Honestly, if both brothers perished here today, what would become of their parents and other family members back home? Who would take care of them in the future? The thought made Huang Xiaoping bang his head even harder against the ground. After just a few strikes, splotches of blood began to appear on the hard, muddy earth. "Brother, stop begging him. It's useless." Perhaps from the rough handling by Lu Xing and the others earlier, or perhaps stirred by Huang Xiaoping's pitiful cries of mercy, Huang Xiaolong slowly stirred from unconsciousness. Upon witnessing his elder brother's pitiful, helpless plea to Li Feng, he cried out weakly, his voice strained. Then, struggling to rise, Huang Xiaolong staggered unsteadily toward Huang Xiaoping. Witnessing this profound display of brotherly affection, the others present felt their hearts stir to varying degrees. But Lu Xing showed no sign of softening his heart. Probably seeing Huang Xiaolong dare to struggle to his feet now, the kid didn't even think twice. He instantly leaped high into the air, delivering a fierce flying kick that slammed into Huang Xiaolong's back, sending him crashing back down onto the dusty ground. Damn it! Did I tell you to move? Lu Xing cursed furiously, his emotions spiraling toward uncontrollable rage. His actions didn't stop there. Like a rabid beast, he continued unleashing a barrage of blows on the prone Huang Xiaolong. Each kick carried brutal force, as if he were venting every ounce of pent-up rage within him. Truth be told, while Old Ghost was despicable in Lu Xing's eyes, it was ultimately the Huang brothers Xiaoping and Xiaolong who were the root cause of all this trouble. If he hadn't happened to spot that car speeding toward him and Feng that day, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Perhaps right now, his relatives back home would be preparing funeral rites, gathering together for a lively feast. The terrifying thought of what nearly happened made Lu Xing unconsciously increase the force of each kick, as if he were trying to beat Huang Xiaolong to death. Stop it! Stop it! Seeing Lu Xing's merciless, lethal intent, Huang Xiaoping's heart instantly filled with panic. Forgetting his own pleas for mercy, he mustered his last ounce of strength and threw himself onto his brother Huang Xiaolong. Using his own body to shield his brother, Huang Xiaoping screamed at the top of his lungs, begging for mercy. It was my decision to contact Old Ghost. I did everything alone. I'll take full responsibility for my actions. Take it out on me. Please, spare my brother. You! Hearing this, Lu Xing's rage shot straight to his forehead, igniting instantly. He snatched a steel pipe from Meng Fei's grasp beside him, his eyes bloodshot like a rabid beast. He swung wildly at the two men on the ground. Scared now? Where the hell was your fear earlier? Playing the brotherly love card with me, huh? Fine, I'll be merciful and send you both straight to meet the king of hell. Lu Xing raged, swinging the steel pipe wildly. The pipe whistled through the air, landing blow after blow on the Huang brothers. In an instant, the Huang brothers were beaten into writhing on the ground in agony, their wails piercing the open space with a particularly shrill intensity. But in this critical moment, Huang Xiaoping demonstrated the responsibility of an older brother. Despite the relentless rain of blows, he strained every muscle to shield his younger brother, Huang Xiaolong, beneath his own body, using his flesh as a barrier. Huang Xiaolong's eyes reddened with emotion, tears spilling over. He struggled desperately, trying to flip his body to share some of his brother's pain, but Huang Xiaoping held him too tightly. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 233, Want to die? It's not that simple. Enough, little five, hold your fire. Li Feng frowned at the scene and immediately called out to stop Lu Xing. Why, brother Feng? Though Lu Xing reluctantly halted his actions upon hearing Li Feng's command, his eyes burned with resentment as he glared at his senior. He couldn't fathom why brother Feng would stop him now. After all, in his mind, the Huang brothers deserved to be crushed to dust. If not for them, how would he and brother Feng have faced such grave danger, nearly losing their lives? Take a look at your own shoulder first. Seeing Lu Xing's stubborn expression, Li Feng understood exactly what was going through his mind. He shook his head helplessly and pointed at Lu Xing's shoulder. Truthfully, Li Feng felt not a shred of pity for the Huang brothers. But he feared that if Lu Xing continued fighting recklessly like this, the wound on his shoulder barely stitched shut would surely tear open again. After all, during last night's knife fight with Old Ghost, Lu Xing, the fearless, reckless troublemaker, had braced his shoulder to take the blow head-on. Oh, that's what it was. Lu Xing finally understood upon hearing brother Feng's words, instinctively glancing down at his shoulder. Sure enough, faint traces of blood had begun seeping through his school uniform. Clearly, the intense movement had caused the wound to tear open and bleed. But immediately afterward, as if completely unfazed by the pain, the kid stubbornly shook his head. He flashed a fierce grin and declared, "No big deal, brother Feng. This is nothing. Worst case, I'll just kill them all and then get stitches at the clinic." With that, he raised the steel pipe in his hand again, ready to charge forward regardless of the consequences. Seeing this, Li Feng knew he couldn't let Lu Xing continue this reckless behavior any longer. He acted decisively, giving a subtle signal to Gao Yang and Li Nan standing nearby. The message in that glance couldn't have been clearer. They needed to stop Lu Xing immediately. Facing Lu Xing, who was still boiling with rage, Gao Yang and Li Nan felt a flutter of unease in their hearts. Yet, they dared not disobey brother Feng's command. Without a moment's delay, they charged forward, flanking Lu Xing on either side and gripping him tightly. Their faces plastered with smiles, they pleaded cautiously, "Hey, brother Xing, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. What's the point of this? It's not worth it to hurt the enemy 1,000 times while hurting yourself 800. How about this? Leave it to us. We promise to handle it perfectly and make you happy. Okay? Yeah, brother Xing, just calm down first, take a break before we talk." Li Nan chimed in from the side. Damn it, get lost. I haven't even had my fill yet. Feeling his actions blocked, Lu Xing's face instantly darkened with displeasure, his entire being erupting in furious shouts. Right now, his heart was filled with hatred for the Huang brothers. He was just about to vent his frustration properly when he was abruptly interrupted. How could he not be furious? Yet despite his curses, how could he possibly break free from the grip of Gao Yang and Li Nan alone? So, even though he was utterly unwilling, he was ultimately dragged and pulled aside by force. Gao Yang and Li Nan carefully supported Lu Xing along the way, their eyes fixed on each other's every move, fearing this enraged man might suddenly lash out and deliver a crushing blow. After all, they knew Lu Xing's temper all too well. Especially now, he was like a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment, leaving no room for carelessness. Feng. Brother Feng, every mistake, every fault is mine alone. Please spare my brother's life. If you let him go, I'll do whatever you want, kill me, torture me, it's all up to you. Perhaps it was Li Feng's intervention that made Huang Xiaoping glimpse a faint glimmer of hope. Seizing this brief moment, he turned to the youth nearby, his face etched with desperate pleading, and urgently begged. He knew full well that his own fate was sealed today, but he was determined to fight for his younger brother Huang Xiaolong's life one last time. Brother, don't beg him. It's useless. It was Huang Xiaolong, standing beside him, who understood Li Feng's ruthless nature all too well. Hearing his brother's plea, a hint of resignation flickered in his eyes before he spoke slowly. After all, from the moment he'd been brought to this mountain, he'd known his fate was sealed. If that was the case, he might as well put up a fight. With that thought, Huang Xiaolong glared viciously at Li Feng and shouted angrily, Li Feng, you son of a. Karma will catch up with you someday. Come on, if you've got the guts, kill me now. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. Thud. Hearing Huang Xiaolong still spouting such defiance at this moment, Li Feng's anger flared instantly. Without a second thought, he strode forward and delivered a vicious kick straight to the man's mouth. The kick was powerful and forceful. Instantly, blood and teeth flew out. Huang Xiaolong was sent flying a meter or two away, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha! Even if I face retribution, that's a matter for the future. Li Feng sneered coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. But you think you can just die so easily today? It won't be that simple. Truth be told, when he'd finished off Old Ghost at dawn, Li Feng had chosen to grant him a swift end for a simple reason. To put it plainly, there was no deep-seated grudge between them. Even when Old Ghost sent men to assassinate him, it ultimately boiled down to the winner-takes-all nature of competing for interests. Therefore, deep down, Li Feng still harbored a certain respect for a ruthless figure like Old Ghost who had carved out his place in the underworld. But his attitude toward the Huang brothers was entirely different. After all, these two had first feigned allegiance to him, putting on a show of submission, only to turn around and stab him in the back with a vicious, underhanded blow. In Li Feng's eyes, this was nothing less than outright betrayal. In short, he could turn a blind eye to many things, but betrayal was something he could never, ever accept. Chapter 234. Meng Fei, come here. After delivering his speech, Li Feng paid no further attention to the Huang brothers, whose expressions were now complex and conflicted. Instead, he turned his gaze directly to Meng Fei standing nearby. Hearing Brother Feng's summons, Meng Fei didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately jogged over a couple of steps and swiftly followed Li Feng to the side. What's up, Brother Feng? Meng Fei asked curiously. What's the deal with those three guys? Li Feng spoke while pulling out a cigarette and lighting it, his brow slightly furrowed as he glanced at the other three youths not far away. Although they were members of his own team, they were about to engage in murderous activities. To Li Feng, bringing others here was clearly inappropriate. Brother Feng, when we were capturing Huang Xiaoping earlier, I was seriously short-handed, so... Meng Fei's face flushed with embarrassment at Li Feng's questioning. Truthfully, he didn't want to involve more brothers from the team in this affair. After all, the fewer people who knew about this kind of shady business, the better. But the situation back then was truly tricky. Core members like Lu Xing and Gao Yan were all in the private room keeping Li Feng company. He simply couldn't have brought Huang Xiaoping up the mountain alone. So, with no other choice, Meng Fei had called on the other three brothers to help. I see. Alright, it's my fault. I didn't consider these things. Li Feng paused slightly upon hearing this, then instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Because it was exactly as Meng Fei had said, asking him to handle this task alone would indeed be asking too much of him. No, no. Hearing this, Meng Fei instantly grew flustered, frantically waving his hands in denial. In his mind, Brother Feng was his boss. And what boss would ever admit fault to his subordinate? If word got out about this, it would be like turning the world upside down, utterly absurd. Alright, I'm not blaming you. Seeing Meng Fei's nervous expression, Li Feng couldn't help but understand what was going through his mind. A faint smile appeared on his face as he quickly offered an explanation. He knew full well he wasn't infallible, humans inevitably made mistakes. But compared to those stubbornly prideful souls who refused to admit their mistakes no matter what, Li Feng had the courage to face his own errors and acknowledge them openly. Seeing that Li Feng truly held no ill will toward him, Meng Fei's tense mood gradually eased. He gave an awkward chuckle and said nothing more. What about these three brothers? Are they reliable? After a long silence, Li Feng frowned, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and asked Meng Fei again. After all, they were already here, and they likely knew the general situation. Sending them back now would serve no real purpose, it would just be self-deception. Don't worry, Brother Feng. They're brothers I've known since childhood. We know each other inside out. They're absolutely reliable. Upon hearing Li Feng's question, Meng Fei's expression immediately turned serious. Without hesitation, he gave his unequivocal assurance. He was always cautious and prudent in his actions. If he didn't have complete confidence in the character and loyalty of these brothers, he would never have brought them here. After all, if anything went wrong and the truth came out, they'd all be caught in the net. No one would escape responsibility. Alright, bring them all over. Hearing Meng Fei's assurance, Li Feng felt a little more at ease. He then gave Meng Fei his instructions. Though he wasn't personally acquainted with these three brothers, Li Feng knew Meng Fei well enough to trust him implicitly. That trust, in turn, extended to these men. Besides, having a few more people willing to handle the dirty work within the team would undoubtedly be beneficial for future development. Yes, Brother Feng. Meng Fei nodded without hesitation. Upon receiving the order, he immediately turned and waved at three young men nearby, calling out loudly, Xiaobing, Mateo, Buji, you three, come over here. Hearing Meng Fei's call, the three young men paused for a moment before breaking into a jog without hesitation, quickly reaching Li Feng and Meng Fei. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. The moment they reached them, the three greeted Li Feng with utmost respect, their voices tinged with reverence and enthusiasm. After all, Li Feng was the undisputed leader of their team. Moreover, the longer they followed him, the more many brothers in the team came to admire this young man from the bottom of their hearts. Li Feng gave a slight nod in response. His expression remained calm, yet it carried an air of authority that commanded respect. Come on, Brother Feng, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Bing. Meng Fei was quick-witted. Seeing the situation, he immediately understood Li Feng's meaning and hurriedly began introducing the three brothers before them. He pointed first to the youth with dyed yellow hair, this is Zhang Bing. Then he pointed to the one sporting a hairstyle identical to Chen Haonan's, this is Sun Tao. Finally, he looked at the tall, burly youth. This is Lu Hu. After Meng Fei finished introducing the trio, Li Feng nodded again, acknowledging he'd memorized their names. After all, with the team constantly expanding and the number of brothers growing daily, it was genuinely difficult for Li Feng to remember most members' names. But being remembered by him meant more opportunities to stand out within the team and broader prospects for advancement. Zhang Bing, Sun Tao, and Lu Hu were well aware of this dynamic. Their faces now radiated excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they fixed their intense gazes on Li Feng before them, as if awaiting some crucial mission. After all, setting aside other considerations, Zhao Liming was a prime example. Oh, right, Brother Feng, those three were also involved in last night's incident at the Qinghai bathhouse. As if remembering something, Meng Fei added another point. Then he pointed at the yellow-haired youth named Zhang Bing. And after I texted Xiaobing, he was the one who contacted all those brothers and got them to come over. Good. Zhang Bing, right? I'll remember you. True to form, upon hearing this, Li Feng's previously stern expression gradually softened. After all, in that critical moment, if those dozen or so brothers hadn't arrived, the core members would have been in real danger. So strictly speaking, these three men had saved his life. Thank you, Brother Feng. Hearing this, Zhang Bing was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly in gratitude toward Brother Feng. Chapter 235, The Oath of Allegiance. The excitement surging through Zhang Bing at that moment was entirely genuine. The moment Brother Feng uttered those words about remembering him, Zhang Bing keenly sensed that his life might be on the verge of a major turning point. After all, in the underworld, who would willingly remain a nameless foot soldier for life? As for Li Feng's words just now, they undoubtedly opened a door to the path of advancement for him. This was evident from the envious looks in the eyes of his two companions standing beside him. Alright, don't get too excited just yet. Li Feng understood perfectly why Zhang Bing was so excited, but he quickly poured cold water on the rising enthusiasm. Anyway, if you guys want to make a name for yourselves, I can give you that chance. But it's up to you whether you can seize it. Brother Feng, just tell us what to do. If it's within our power, we won't hesitate. Hearing this, not only Zhang Bing but even Sun Tao and Lu Hu quickly wiped the smiles off their faces, their expressions turning serious and solemn as they responded in unison. Deep down, they understood that to gain something, they had to give something in return. Opportunities do fall from the sky, but only if you're ready to catch them. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Seeing this, Li Feng first gave a faint smile, then fixed his gaze intently on the three men before him and asked in a deep voice, you know why I brought the Huang brothers here to Tianzi Mountain, don't you? We know. The moment Brother Feng brought it up, Zhang Bing and the others swallowed nervously. After a moment's hesitation, they all nodded slowly in response. After all, this was about dealing with traitors. If he brought them here just for sightseeing, that would be utterly implausible. Yet the moment the words left their mouths, all three seemed to simultaneously envision some dreadful scenario. Instantly, their faces paled slightly. Though Meng Fei remained silent beside them, he'd already begun to suspect something when Feng called Zhang Bing and the others over. Thus, he felt little surprise at this turn of events. It was clear Feng intended for Zhang Bing and the others to pledge their loyalty. Otherwise, how could they possibly squeeze into the core members of the team so easily? Alright, now that you know, it's time to prove yourselves. Upon hearing this, Li Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze immediately shifting to the Huang brothers lying motionless on the ground nearby. His expression was cold and ruthless. Upon receiving this answer, which felt as certain as anything could be, Zhang Bing and his two companions felt their bodies tremble slightly, beyond their control. Truthfully, they weren't particularly afraid of tasks like cutting people down or clearing out a place. After all, since stepping onto the path of the underworld, such things were inevitable, and the three had grown accustomed to them. But this time was different. What lay before them was the prospect of taking a life with their own hands. The mere thought of such a terrifying and bloody scene meant it would be pure self-deception to claim they felt not a shred of fear. Don't be fooled by the big shots in Qing Qing's underworld, who bellowed like thunder and strutted around like they owned the place. In truth, the vast majority of them had never stained their hands with a single human life. After all, murder was no trivial matter, it carried heavy consequences. Now, this unimaginable burden had suddenly fallen upon them. Zhang Bing and his two companions were instantly filled with conflict and fear. They yearned to seize this chance that could alter their fate, yet the terror of taking a life made them hesitate. Meng Fei, standing nearby, keenly sensed the unease within Zhang Bing and his companions. He understood clearly the fierce internal struggle they were experiencing. But at this critical juncture, Meng Fei wisely chose silence. Only inwardly did he find himself silently sweating for these three brothers who had grown up together since childhood. He knew Feng's ruthless methods all too well. If Zhang Bing and the others agreed, they might still have a chance to prove themselves within the team. But if they refused? Just the thought of it sent a chill down Meng Fei's spine. He dared not imagine the severe consequences that would follow. At best, Brother Feng might just give them a severe beating before ruthlessly expelling them from the team. But if things took a turn for the worse, Meng Fei couldn't even bring himself to think it through. Merely conjuring those terrifying images in his mind sent shivers down his spine. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, plunging the scene into complete silence. On the other side, Lu Xing and the others, though unaware of the exact situation unfolding here, were drawn in by the unusual tension. They couldn't help but glance over repeatedly. After a long pause, Zhang Bing was the first to break the silence and make a decision. Clenching his jaw, a resolute expression of death-defying determination appeared on his face as he spoke firmly, "Brother Feng, I'll handle this." As Li Feng opened his mouth to respond, Sun Tao and Lu Hu interjected. "Zhang Bing, what are you saying? We're brothers who shared life and death together. How could we let you take this on alone?" Sun Tao exclaimed urgently, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Lu Hu immediately echoed loudly, "Exactly. If we do it together. It's just killing two traitors. They've caused so many of our brothers to get hurt. I've been itching to take care of them myself and avenge our brothers. In the underworld, loyalty reigns supreme as the guiding principle. If one were to send brothers into danger while standing idly by, regardless of the gossip that might spread, the moral condemnation within would be enough to rob them of sleep and appetite." When Zhang Bing heard his two brothers speak, a flicker of deep emotion passed through his eyes. He knew that in this difficult hour, his two brothers hadn't backed down. Instead, they chose to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. As for Meng Fei, standing nearby, his heart finally relaxed with a deep sigh of relief upon hearing the trio's decision. Deep down, he understood that given Brother Feng's caution and thorough consideration of matters, even if Zhang Bing had been willing to shoulder the burden alone, Brother Feng would never have agreed. After all, in a matter of life and death with such grave implications, Brother Feng would only feel at ease if everyone present participated. Only then could they maximize the chances of avoiding any unforeseen complications. Chapter 236, Beating to Death. With their resolve solidified, Zhang Bing and his two companions hesitated no longer. They strode directly toward the approaching minivan and retrieved 3 machetes from inside. "Switch to steel pipes. Don't let those two die too comfortably." At that moment, Li Feng spoke coldly from the side. Hearing this, Zhang Bing and his two companions paused briefly, but quickly understood. Without another word, they turned and returned the machetes, picking up the steel pipes once more. There was no other way. From the moment they'd made their decision, whether they chose machetes or steel pipes, it had become meaningless. In their eyes, these were all just tools for killing. Li Feng, you can't do this. My brother truly had nothing to do with this matter. I swear, I'm not lying to you. I did everything myself. Could you just let him off this once? I'm begging you." Seeing the murderous glare from Zhang Bing and his two accomplices fixed squarely on him, Huang Xiaoping finally lost all composure. His face turned as white as paper, and he pleaded desperately, his voice breaking into sobs. Even if he wasn't involved. So what? Does that really matter? Li Feng's face twisted into a cold sneer at Huang Xiaoping's defense, his expression turning utterly ruthless. His gaze then shot like lightning toward Huang Xiaolong, his voice icy as he continued. "Besides, just look at the look in your dear little brother's eyes. Do you really think I'm stupid enough to let such a potential future enemy off the hook?" Huang Xiaoping froze at Li Feng's words, then instinctively followed his gaze. He wished he hadn't. When he saw the rage and hostility filling Huang Xiaolong's eyes behind him, A chill surged from his core, freezing him to the bone. He understood clearly, if he were in Li Feng's position, having already decided to act, he too would never let go of someone who could very well become a threat in the future. Get moving! What are you waiting for? Seeing Zhang Bing and the others standing frozen in place, Li Feng's expression grew increasingly impatient. Truthfully, when it came to killing, he was never one to hesitate, but this situation was different. Unless he involved these three brothers in the matter, Li Feng simply couldn't feel at ease. After all, murder was no trivial matter to be taken lightly. If any of them couldn't keep their mouths shut or harbored ulterior motives, everyone present would be plunged into grave danger. Therefore, only by having Zhang Bing and the others participate personally could Li Feng feel truly at ease. Yes, Brother Feng. Zhang Bing and the others keenly sensed the underlying displeasure in Li Feng's tone. Clenching their teeth, they didn't hesitate. Gripping their steel pipes, they charged swiftly toward the Huang brothers. Bang! 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 As the trio launched their attack, the mountain peak was instantly filled with the piercing, agonized screams of Huang Xiaoping and Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Bing and the others understood Brother Feng's intent in switching to steel pipes. Therefore, they did not rush to kill their opponents immediately. Instead, they raised their steel pipes high and brought them down again and again, mercilessly pounding the Huang brothers' bodies. The agony inflicted by steel pipes differed markedly from that of machete blows. While each machete strike caused blood to spatter, creating a gruesome scene, the intensity of that pain was relatively short-lived and not as overwhelming. But when steel pipes struck, though no obvious wounds might be visible on the surface, the excruciating agony radiating from within the body surged like relentless waves, a torment few could endure. Witnessing this scene of near-cruel torture, Meng Fei and the others couldn't help but show a hint of reluctance in their eyes. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, only Lu Xing, that kid, became so excited at the sight that he could barely contain himself. He looked as if he couldn't wait to rush forward, take Zhang Bing and the others' places, and get his hands dirty himself. As for Zhang Bing and his companions, though they too felt some reluctance deep down, Brother Feng's command hung over them like a sword of Damocles, leaving them no room for slackness or mercy. Now, their eyes burned with ruthless determination. Like machines programmed to execute, they swung their weapons mechanically, blow after blow landing with brutal force. Within just 3 to 5 minutes, the initially blood-curdling screams of brothers Huang Xiaoping and Huang Xiaolong gradually faded into faint whispers. Li Feng, just kill us already. Give us a quick end. Huang Xiaoping likely understood deep down that he could no longer sway Li Feng's resolve. Seizing the moment when Zhang Bing and the others paused, exhausted from the beating, he pleaded pitifully, his face twisted in anguish. As for Huang Xiaolong, the anger and venom that had burned in his eyes earlier had long since vanished. Now, his eyes held only deep terror. Staring at Li Feng before him, his lips trembled slightly, uncontrollably, as if fear had seized his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Continue. Yet, upon hearing Huang Xiaoping's tearful pleas for mercy, Li Feng's expression remained utterly unmoved. He spoke coldly and indifferently. For someone who dared betray him and stab him in the back, he felt not a shred of pity. In his view, once someone chose the path of betrayal, they must bear the corresponding heavy consequences. Moreover, Li Feng's actions carried a deeper purpose. He intended to use this opportunity to send a clear message to the core brothers present. He wanted them to understand that he would be utterly ruthless and show no mercy to anyone who dared betray him. Brother Feng, let me. Before Zhang Bing and the others could react to Li Feng's command, Lu Xing beside them could no longer contain his excitement. He leaped forward, overcome with fervor. There was no helping it, this kid was naturally reckless, and he was utterly obsessed with violent scenes like this. In short, keeping him from getting involved would be worse than killing him. With Lu Xing taking the lead, the remaining Gao Yang and Meng Fei immediately caught on. They understood that once things had started down this path, there was no room for retreat. They knew Brother Feng's intentions all too well. No further prompting was needed. Each of them instinctively grabbed a steel pipe and slowly encircled the Huang brothers. Thus, with Lu Xing and the others joining in, the faint cries of the already weakened Huang brothers grew increasingly muffled, their voices dwindling until they vanished entirely into the silent mountaintop. Thus, following Lao Gui, the Huang brothers, the last remnants of Qingqing's underworld, met their end at the hands of Li Feng's rising power. Chapter 237, Arrangements for what followed. Gazing down at the two motionless, bloodied figures on the ground, Li Feng approached expressionlessly, then extended his foot to gently kick their bodies. Seeing no reaction, he exhaled softly. Strictly speaking, Li Feng wasn't inherently bloodthirsty, but ever since stepping onto this treacherous and brutal path of the underworld, he understood that survival demanded ruthlessness. After all, in this world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, harboring a merciful heart would undoubtedly place him in extreme danger. If that were the case, he'd need more than 10 lives to survive. Bury him. Li Feng raised his eyes, scanning the brothers whose gazes were fixed on him, then issued the order in a tone as cold and indifferent as ice. He didn't even bother to check if Huang Xiaoping and the other man still had a pulse. He knew full well that even if there was a faint glimmer of life left in them, once they were buried in that pit, they would inevitably become nothing more than cold corpses. Yes, Brother Feng. Upon hearing the order, the men present showed no hesitation whatsoever. They nodded in unison and responded in a chorus. Unlike last time, the process was significantly faster this time because they had prepared entrenching tools in advance. Though tools were limited, working in shifts, they completed the task in just over half an hour. Beneath a large, inconspicuous tree, they dug a pit nearly 2 meters deep. After tossing the bodies of the Huang brothers into the pit, they filled it with earth, compacted the soil, and proceeded to cover their tracks. Throughout this series of cleanup tasks, Lu Xing and his group moved with practiced ease, demonstrating remarkable proficiency. After all, they had buried Lao Gui just the night before, gaining some experience in the process. In contrast, Zhang Bing and his two companions appeared flustered and somewhat clumsy in their movements. Nevertheless, in front of the team's veteran members, the three of them worked diligently and earnestly, practically vying for the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, determined to prove themselves within the group. Before long, all the cleanup work was finished. Everyone was drenched in sweat and collapsed onto the ground, lighting cigarettes and settling in for a rest. Meng Fei, Zhao Liming. Once the others' breathing had steadied somewhat, Li Feng spoke softly. At the sound of his voice, all eyes instantly turned to Li Feng. For the time being, you two will focus solely on managing the venue. Li Feng took a deep drag on his cigarette and spoke slowly. At the same time, warn the brothers under you to keep a low profile. Try not to go out and stir up trouble. Got it? After all, having dealt with both Lao Gui and the Huang brothers in quick succession, it was highly likely that numerous factions across Jingqing's underworld had now taken notice of their team. With the current situation still unclear, Li Feng believed maintaining a low profile was the wisest course of action. Yes, Brother Feng. Meng Fei and Zhao Liming's expressions immediately turned serious upon hearing Li Feng's orders, and they nodded in response. Seeing their reactions, Li Feng smiled with satisfaction. But then, he turned his gaze to Gao Yang and Li Nan standing nearby. As for the loan company, Gao Yang and Li Nan, you two will start taking over today, Li Feng said earnestly. I'll say it again, if there's anything you don't understand, go learn it. If you really can't manage, poach someone from Huang Xiaoping's crew. In short, go ahead boldly. Even if things don't go well at first, I won't blame you. Understand? In Li Feng's view, loan sharking and extending credit in casinos were fundamentally similar, just different operational models. He believed that as long as Gao Yang and the others were willing to learn diligently, they should be able to master the business quickly. Got it, Brother Feng. Though this request had been made before, Gao Yang and Li Nan nodded in agreement without hesitation upon hearing Feng reiterate it. As for the brothers injured in this incident, besides reimbursing their medical expenses, each will receive an additional 500 yuan. Meng Fei, I'm putting you in charge of handling this. Li Feng paused briefly before adding. In truth, Li Feng hadn't laid out detailed plans for most of the team's affairs. He often simply thought of something and immediately instructed Meng Fei and the others to carry it out. However, he believed that once everyone gradually adapted to their respective roles and responsibilities, many matters would no longer require him to micromanage every detail. Brother Feng, the medical expenses are definitely covered. But about the 500 yuan, maybe we should skip that part. To everyone's surprise, Meng Fei hesitated this time, speaking up to persuade Li Feng. Honestly, the guys are all making pretty good wages now, and we're all in a decent financial spot. Yeah, Brother Feng, we all feel a bit guilty taking several hundred yuan in wages every day. Getting injured and pitching in a little at a time like this is just part of the job. Gao Yang and Zhao Liming chimed in agreement after hearing Meng Fei's words. Currently, although the team owned 4 venues, the loan company hadn't officially opened yet. The monthly income of 30,000 yuan from Splendid KTV was, at best, a token addition for the entire team. The only real sources of income for the team were the arcade and the Bridgehead Casino. Moreover, as the team expanded and membership grew, daily payroll alone now consumed nearly 20,000 yuan. Under these circumstances, they felt it was hardly necessary for Brother Feng to offer extra rewards to his injured brothers. No way. Salaries are salaries, but when it comes to rewards, we can't be vague. Li Feng shook his head firmly as he spoke. Even though our current income isn't huge, the brothers have earned their rewards for their contributions. Is that clear? Li Feng understood exactly what Meng Fei and the others were thinking. But he knew well that without clear rewards and punishments, a team couldn't thrive long term. And to be honest, if the team weren't strapped for cash right now, he'd have given each of them a 2,000 yuan bonus. Alright, brother Feng, I'll handle this properly. Meng Fei must have sensed Li Feng's unwavering resolve. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I know exactly how you all feel. Seeing the displeasure on his brothers' faces, Li Feng understood they were looking out for him, so he smiled and said in a light tone, True, our venue's income is a bit low now, and it's tough to support everyone, but this is only temporary. Once you guys recover from your injuries, things will be completely different. Brother Feng, what do you mean? Are we going to fight for territory again then? Seriously? When do we move? I think next time we should take down that old bastard by Yonghao's turf. At Li Feng's words, the men instantly understood. Their faces flushed with excitement as they erupted into fervent discussion. Seeing his brothers so full of drive, Li Feng couldn't help but let a broad smile spread across his face. After all, for a rising force, having drive was a blessing. If the brothers were listless and content with the status quo, that would be the most terrifying thing. Alright, once everyone's recovered, we'll revisit this topic. After a long while, Li Feng finally interrupted their enthusiastic chatter with a smile. In short, keep a low profile for now, and recruit more reliable brothers. Got it? Yes, brother Feng. Receiving the affirmative response, the group responded in unison with excitement. Just as Lu Xing and the others were buzzing with excitement, Li Feng shifted his gaze to Zhang Bing and the other two standing nearby. He spoke slowly, Zhang Bing, you guys too bring in more trustworthy brothers during this period. Once we take over the next venue, you'll be in charge of managing it. Got it? Zhang Bing and his crew had seemed somewhat out of place among the others, but upon hearing this, their eyes widened in shock. They were so overwhelmed with excitement they could barely contain themselves. Damn it, what are you standing there for? Quickly thank brother Feng. Meng Fei remained the most composed. Seeing Zhang Bing's dazed state, he promptly nudged him with his elbow, his expression one of exasperated frustration. Thank you, brother Feng. Zhang Bing snapped out of it, bobbing his head like a bobblehead and showering Li Feng with thanks. He knew deep down that his chance to rise above the rest had finally arrived. Chapter 238, Chen Yao's Resolve. The next morning, gentle sunlight bathed the campus. Chen Yao stood quietly at the school gate, waiting as she always did. Students coming and going had long grown accustomed to her presence. Yet, as they passed by the young girl, many couldn't help but cast slightly peculiar glances her way. But these glances were fleeting. After all, several boys had already suffered bitter consequences for making inappropriate remarks to Chen Yao. With such cautionary tales fresh in their minds, no one wanted to invite trouble upon themselves. Still, many girls secretly envied Chen Yao, wondering what gave her the right to be connected to the academy's renowned figure, Li Feng. In their eyes, Li Feng was handsome, dashing, and decisive, commanding unrivaled attention on campus. Yet Chen Yao, considered an ugly girl, got to deliver breakfast to him daily. How could that not stir up jealousy and resentment? Time ticked by, and as the start of class drew near, that familiar figure finally appeared on the road ahead. A young man rode his motorcycle toward campus at breakneck speed. In this entire campus, who else but Li Feng would dare ride a motorcycle to school? As the youth's figure drew nearer, Chen Yao's eyes, which had been slightly lowered, instantly softened with a gentle smile. That smile blossomed like a spring flower, carrying a hint of shy sweetness. Once Li Feng smoothly rode his motorcycle into the school grounds and parked it, she lifted the carefully prepared breakfast in her hands. Her steps grew slightly lighter, yet still tinged with shyness, as she lowered her head and walked toward him. Li Feng, your breakfast. Her voice was soft and slightly trembling, repeating the same words she had uttered countless times before. With the same familiar gesture, she bowed her head slightly and offered the still warm breakfast to Li Feng. Despite having known each other for so long and delivering breakfast countless times, her heart still raced nervously and her cheeks flushed crimson every single time she faced him. Li Feng couldn't help but smile at Chen Yao's adorable expression. He reached out first, gently ruffling the strands of hair on her head with a touch of affection, before accepting the breakfast brimming with love. You skipped class again yesterday, didn't you? Usually, after Li Feng accepted the breakfast, the girl would shyly run off without saying another word. But today, Chen Yao didn't move. After a moment's hesitation, she gathered her courage and asked about Li Feng skipping class yesterday. Of course, her mention of skipping class wasn't because she truly cared about the act itself. On the contrary, what she genuinely cared about was the reason behind Li Feng skipping class. It was just that when expressing her feelings, the girl always tended to beat around the bush, afraid to lay bare her true thoughts directly. Yeah, I had something to take care of yesterday, but it's all sorted now. Don't worry, it's fine. Li Feng understood the hidden concern behind Chen Yao's words. So, while eating breakfast, he responded to her question with a smile, his tone light yet carrying a hint of reassurance. Oh, though Li Feng hadn't explicitly explained why he skipped class, hearing that everything had been resolved put Chen Yao's worries to rest. Truthfully, she had no idea what exactly Li Feng was busy with outside, but to her, as long as he was safe and sound, nothing else mattered. By the way, has anyone been picking on you at school lately? Seeing that Chen Yao still showed no intention of leaving, Li Feng didn't rush off to class either. Instead, he stood put and asked her with genuine concern. No, not anymore. Chen Yao quickly waved her hands and replied softly. Now that everyone in the academy knew she was close to Li Feng, who would dare provoke her and invite trouble? Recalling the days when she endured cold stares and bullying, Chen Yao felt her heart fill with ever-growing affection and gratitude toward the young man before her. She understood deep down that it was precisely because of Li Feng that she had been able to completely escape those painful memories and embrace the peaceful life she had now. Good. If anyone dares to bully you again, you must tell me immediately. Understand? Seeing the girl's natural expression, which showed no sign of lying, Li Feng's face softened into a gentle smile as he spoke softly. After speaking, he felt uneasy and added another reminder. Oh, and if I'm not around, go straight to Su Yanhong in your class. He'll help you too. Okay, I know, Chen Yao replied softly, nodding slightly in agreement. Hearing the deep concern and protective tone in Li Feng's voice, her heart felt as sweet as honey, filled to the brim with happiness. Alright, anything else? Seeing the girl standing there with no intention of leaving, Li Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. I wanted to ask you, after the written exams are over, where do you plan to go to school? Chen Yao heard Li Feng's question and unconsciously twisted her fingers together. Then, as if gathering all her courage, she finally lifted her eyes, her gaze sparkling as she looked at Li Feng. What? Do you want to go to the same place as me? Li Feng couldn't help but laugh at her words. Honestly, if they weren't inside the academy right now, he'd have wanted to give this adorable girl a proper kiss. Chen Yao seemed to catch that fleeting, dangerous glint in Li Feng's eyes, a look tinged with something else entirely. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, but this time, she didn't run away as she usually did. Instead, she stood there quietly, seemingly still waiting expectantly for Li Feng's answer. I'm going to Manhwa City. Li Feng didn't continue teasing the easily flustered girl. Instead, he stated his plans firmly. After a moment's thought, his gaze returned to Chen Yao. You should come with me, he added. Manhwa University over there is quite good, and it's very close to the academy I'm heading to. Truthfully, with Chen Yao's academic record, she could have chosen from many better institutions, but without exception, every one of those places was far away from Li Feng. In matters of the heart, Li Feng was admittedly a bit selfish. He never believed long-distance relationships could end well. In his heart, he firmly adhered to one principle. What was his? He had to hold on to tightly. As for Chen Yao's future prospects, he saw no cause for concern. After all, with him, Li Feng, around, what could Chen Yao possibly want that he couldn't give her? Okay, I'll listen to you. As expected, upon hearing Li Feng's words, Chen Yao, who had kept her head bowed, slowly let a gentle, blissful smile spread across her lips. Her tone then grew unwaveringly firm as she agreed. Chapter 239, Confrontation and Turmoil. Entering his classroom, Li Feng followed his usual routine, striding straight to the back row. He raised his hand and slapped both Li Hong and Wang Hai sitting there, then plopped down casually into his own seat. Before he could resume his plan to sleep, however, a stunningly beautiful girl with a face as cold as frost approached with light yet commanding steps, stopping directly beside his seat. What is it now, class monitor Lu? Li Feng gazed at Lu Ting, who stood before him like a rare flower on a high ridge, and an expression of helplessness instantly flashed across his face. To be honest, he rather missed that moment in the auditorium when he'd kissed her forcefully and she'd been so flustered she didn't know what to do. Right now, if it weren't for the crowded classroom full of prying eyes, he'd love to give this proud and stubborn girl a proper lesson to show her what he was capable of. Thinking this, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, a faint smile curling his lips. Li Feng, where's your written apology? Lu Ting's already icy expression turned even colder, and Li Feng's smile only fueled her anger further. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury as she glared at him, her voice as icy as if it could freeze the air. Self-criticism letter? What self-criticism letter? Li Feng froze at the question, his expression blank as he asked back. Didn't you promise me yesterday? You said you'd submit a written apology today. Seeing that Li Feng had completely forgotten about it, Lu Ting trembled with rage. She looked as if she might lunge forward and bite him fiercely at any moment to vent her fury. Ah, the fickle heart of a young girl. Truth be told, Lu Ting wasn't actually fixated on Li Feng's written apology, but when she realized the young man had completely forgotten her request, any girl would likely be furious, wouldn't she? After all, in a girl's mind, This undoubtedly meant he hadn't taken her words seriously at all, failing to give them the attention they deserved. "Oh, I forgot. I'll make it up to you next time." Only after hearing the girl's reproach did Li Feng snap out of his daze. He then put on a carefree smile and said nonchalantly, "You." Seeing the boy's utterly unconcerned, indifferent expression, Lu Ting's anger flared up even more intensely. Her chest heaved with fury as she shouted accusingly, "Li Feng, how could you do this? Skipping class every day is bad enough, but now you've completely forgotten about the written apology you promised." The commotion drew the attention of classmates who had been quietly studying in the classroom. One by one, they turned their eyes toward the pair, their gazes filled with curiosity. Lately, interactions between Lu Ting and Li Feng had become increasingly frequent. Perhaps in Lu Ting's mind, she believed she was simply fulfilling her duties as class monitor, urging Li Feng to follow the rules. Everything seemed perfectly justified and normal to her. However, to the other students around them, the scene one furious accusation met with a carefree, smiling response looked undeniably like flirtatious banter. Perhaps only Lu Ting still deluded herself into thinking others couldn't see through the little thoughts lurking deep within her heart. "Hey, class monitor Lu, that's a bit unfair. What do you mean skipping class every day?" Li Feng's face broke into a smile at the girl's accusation. He feigned helplessness with a shake of his head before teasingly retorted, "When I left class yesterday, I explicitly asked the teacher for permission. You saw that yourself, and I'm sure everyone in the classroom can vouch for me." Hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Ting's anger flared up instantly. True, Li Feng had asked the teacher for permission to leave class yesterday, but the attitude and tone he'd used back then? There wasn't a shred of politeness in it. He might as well have had the words "I'm skipping class" written all over his face. Moreover, it was less a request for leave and more a declaration. The crucial thing was, the girl still couldn't fathom why the teacher had so readily agreed to let him off the hook. You're just making excuses." Lu Ting glared at Li Feng's smug expression, her face flushing crimson with anger, yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words to counter him. "Humph, who exactly is making excuses here?" Li Feng burst into laughter at her retort. Then, rising with keen interest, he leaned closer to the girl and murmured, "Besides, I don't recall the class monitor having the authority to demand students write self-criticisms, do I?" As he finished, Li Feng leaned forward slightly. This intimidating gesture instantly made the girl feel uneasy. After all, this man had a history with her. If this were happening in the classroom, the memory of being forcibly kissed in the auditorium sent a wave of panic through Lu Ting, causing her body to involuntarily take a small step backward. Even so, she refused to concede defeat. Forcing herself to speak, she declared, I had the homeroom teacher approve the letter." "That's right, that's exactly how it happened." As she emphasized the last part, her desperate attempt to cover up her lie was as obvious as a 300-tael silver ingot hidden in plain sight. Who couldn't see through her clumsy deception? "Is that so?" Li Feng's smile deepened as he countered. "How about I go ask Xiong Wentao right now?" "No way." With her guilty conscience, Lu Ting couldn't let Li Feng go ask the homeroom teacher. Without a second thought, she refused. Ha ha. This time, not only did Li Feng burst into hearty laughter, but several other classmates nearby couldn't help but chuckle too. However, they dared not laugh as freely as Li Feng. Instead, they all turned their faces away, desperately stifling their laughter. After all, who could have imagined that someone as cool and aloof as Lu Ting would ever lie or get caught out? Yet, just as the classroom was filled with cheerful laughter, several figures suddenly appeared at the doorway, bringing the atmosphere to an abrupt halt. Every student stared straight ahead toward the doorway. The vividly colored patrol uniforms worn by the figures standing there caused waves of astonishment to wash over the faces of these students, still fresh out of their cradles. Chapter 240 Assaulting an Officer. Who here is Li Feng? Under the astonished gazes of the students, a young man in his 30s stepped forward from among the patrol officers. Standing tall and imposing at the classroom doorway, he bellowed the question in a booming voice. The question rippled through the room like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, instantly sending shockwaves across the surface. The students present froze in place as if petrified, and Li Feng's heart gave a sudden jolt. Truthfully, from the moment the patrol officers appeared at the doorway, a vague sense of foreboding had begun to rise within him. Now, hearing this direct question, Li Feng couldn't help but realize these people were undoubtedly here for him. "It's me. What's the problem?" Though countless thoughts flashed through his mind, Li Feng merely frowned slightly and countered the question. In this situation, even if he was utterly unwilling to admit his identity, it was futile. After all, following the young patrol officer's stern inquiry, the classmates' gazes instinctively turned toward him. He could no longer remain uninvolved. "Take him down." Seeing Li Feng acknowledge his identity, the young patrol officer hesitated not a moment. He promptly issued the order to the three officers behind him. The moment the words left his mouth, the three officers behind him shot forward like arrows released from a bow, closing in on Li Feng. However, before the lead officer could even touch Li Feng's shoulder, Li Feng reacted with lightning speed. He executed a swift side kick, a crisp, powerful strike. The kick struck the officer squarely, sending him flying backward with tremendous force. As the officer crashed into a desk with a deafening clatter, the once quiet classroom instantly descended into chaos, the scene erupting into utter pandemonium. "You dare assault an officer?" Seeing this, the other two officers' faces flushed with anger. Their eyes widened as they glared at Li Feng. Without hesitation, they lunged forward, charging at Li Feng with reckless abandon. But how could Li Feng's combat prowess possibly be matched by these patrol officers, who had only received basic restraint and hand-to-hand combat training? Soon, two dull thuds echoed through the classroom. The two officers who had charged straight at Li Feng instantly followed their first colleague's fate. Knocked clean off their feet by Li Feng's swift strikes, they crashed heavily to the floor, groaning in pain, their faces frozen in shock and refusal to accept defeat. "Stop it, Li Feng! If you dare lay a finger on him again, don't blame me for shooting." Seeing how formidable the youth was becoming, the situation was spiraling out of control. The young officer who had spoken first grew visibly tense. He knew the situation was critical and couldn't let it escalate any further. Without another word, he swiftly and decisively drew his service pistol from his waistband. With a sharp, decisive motion, he pointed the black muzzle directly at Li Feng while bellowing an angry command, attempting to intimidate him. Whoosh! The young officer's action instantly sent the entire classroom into an uproar. After all, the students present were still young, inexperienced children who had never ventured into the real world. How could they have ever encountered such a heart-stopping, spine-chilling scene before? In an instant, the once noisy and chaotic classroom fell deathly silent. Every student seemed frozen in place by fear, their eyes filled with dread and terror. They dared not breathe, merely watching the intensely tense scene unfold before them, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Facing the cold, gaping muzzle of the gun, Li Feng finally ceased all movement. He stood tall and straight, his piercing gaze fixed firmly on the young officer standing at the classroom door. "What do you think you're doing?" Just as the tension reached its peak, a clear, cold voice cut through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly shattering the suffocating silence. Without hesitation, Ting spread her arms wide and resolutely stepped in front of Li Feng. Her gaze held unwavering resolve. Though her body trembled slightly, she showed no sign of retreat. "What are you doing? Get out of the way." The young officer's eyes widened in shock at this sudden turn of events, genuinely startled. His heart raced with anxiety as he angrily shouted at Ting. After all, the young officer had received explicit orders to arrest Li Feng. This girl's reckless action was completely unexpected. "I won't move." "What gives you the right to point a gun at Li Feng?" Though facing the deadly muzzle filled her with terror, Ting found unexpected courage within herself. Steeling her nerves, she glared defiantly at the young officer, her eyes blazing with accusation and fury. "Student, I'm performing my official duties, apprehending a criminal. Move aside immediately." Faced with such an obstinate, beautiful young woman, the young officer felt utterly exasperated. There was nothing he could do. In any other place, given his temper, he probably would have already lost his temper and started yelling. But this was the academy, a place where countless students studied. If this escalated into chaos, the trouble he'd face would be no small matter. So, he finally forced himself to suppress the anger boiling in his chest and hurriedly began explaining to Ting. "I don't know anything about criminals or not, but I do know you're currently pointing a gun at a student." Hearing this, Ting didn't back down. Every word came out clear and forceful. Her cold face was now filled with an intimidating aura, an energy that seemed to freeze the air around her. "Who exactly is your superior? Is this how he taught you to carry out official duties?" The classroom fell silent as if time itself had frozen. The students stared in utter shock. Even Li Feng's eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief. He never imagined that the girl he'd teased daily, even kissed against her will, would display such fearless resolve at this critical moment. This stark contrast made Li Feng feel as though the Ting before him was a completely different person, familiar yet utterly unfamiliar. The young officer was clearly caught off guard by Ting's barrage of questions. For a moment, he seemed dazed, as if the person standing before him wasn't a delicate young woman, but his own stern superior. But he was experienced, and quickly regained his composure. Gathering his thoughts, taking a deep breath, he chose to ignore Ting entirely. Fixing his gaze firmly on Li Feng behind her, he bellowed, "Li Feng, you won't get away today. Come with me to the police station for questioning. Otherwise, I'll call for backup immediately." There was no other way. The situation had reached an impasse, and his men were clearly no match for this youth. He could only hope to break the deadlock through sheer force and the authority of the police. Chapter 241. Alright, Lu Ting, step aside for now. Li Feng observed the young officer's resolute demeanor and realized he'd likely have to accompany them today. With that thought, his voice softened considerably as he spoke gently to the cool-eyed girl before him. There was no choice, the officers had drawn their weapons, clearly indicating orders had come down from headquarters. What troubled Li Feng, however, was uncertainty about whether they possessed concrete evidence or merely suspicions that warranted taking him in for questioning. Regardless of the situation, openly confronting law enforcement was clearly unwise. I won't let you. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lu Ting not only refused to budge but stood even more resolutely in front of him. Her face turned icy cold as she retorted defiantly, "You haven't done anything wrong. What right do they have to take you away?" Seeing this, Li Feng froze for a moment, the tension in his expression easing slightly. But soon, a profound sense of gratitude welled up from the depths of his heart. After all, facing the menacing muzzles of guns, even the most fearless desperados wouldn't dare act so boldly, let alone a delicate young woman. Yet now, Lu Ting had stepped in front of him without hesitation or second thoughts. What immense courage that required. Regardless of anything else, this act of loyalty alone deeply moved Li Feng. Who says he hasn't done anything wrong? Listen, young lady, I'm warning you, the person you're shielding right now is a suspect in 2 murders. Got it? The young officer's temper flared at Lu Ting's words. His expression turned stern as he bellowed, "You'd better move aside right now. Otherwise, I'll arrest you for obstructing justice and take you to the station for questioning." Whoosh! As the young officer's words thundered through the classroom like a bolt of lightning, the already tense atmosphere instantly froze to a dead silence. Every student's face betrayed utter disbelief. As if frozen in place, they all stared wide-eyed and terrified at Li Feng. Murder? Suspect? Li Feng? These unfamiliar terms, usually only seen on TV, now crashed like heavy hammers into the students' hearts, leaving them feeling utterly shaken. Instantly, everyone recoiled as if seeing a ghost, involuntarily taking several steps back to create even more distance between themselves and Li Feng. Of course, there was one exception, Lu Ting, who stood firmly in front of Li Feng. Li Feng, is what he said true? The young woman was clearly shaken to her core by the young officer's words, her pretty face turning as white as paper in an instant. She slowly turned her head, her eyes filled with panic and unease, and looked at Li Feng. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, even though the young officer had stated it with absolute certainty, deep down, Lu Ting refused to believe it could be true. That was why she persisted, desperately seeking confirmation from Li Feng. "Oof, you just accused someone of murder? Got any proof?" Li Feng ignored the girl's question. Instead, his gaze sharpened like a piercing flame as he fixed it coldly on the young officer nearby. His tone was indifferent yet tinged with firmness. "I warn you, don't go around slandering people. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable." At this moment, Li Feng wasn't foolish enough to admit to such a thing. However, during this brief moment, he silently assessed the situation. Once he confirmed Meng Fei and the others wouldn't betray him, Li Feng's confidence grew significantly, and his words became increasingly sharp. After all, every brother who had witnessed the elimination of Old Ghost and the Huang brothers had participated in the operation. In Li Feng's view, the idea that they would foolishly report him was pure fantasy, something he simply couldn't believe. The more likely scenario was that the man before him was bluffing. After all, this mix of truth and deception was the favorite tactic of patrol officers. Whether there's evidence or not, you'll find out if you come with me to the station. Seeing that Li Feng showed no further resistance, the young officer merely gave a cold laugh, his expression tinged with certainty and disdain. He then turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the 3 patrol officers slowly rising from the ground. His expression turned stern as he ordered, "You 3, go handcuff him." Upon hearing the officer's command, the 3 patrolmen exchanged nervous glances, their eyes betraying a mix of tension and caution. After all, they had just witnessed Li Feng's formidable strength. To say they weren't the slightest bit afraid now would be impossible. But the officer's orders were absolute. So, steeled with resolve, they cautiously approached Li Feng and slowly drew their handcuffs. "Behave yourself. I advise you not to resist any further." The officer holding the handcuffs kept his eyes fixed on Li Feng. Seeing no signs of further resistance, he trembled slightly as he clicked the cuffs shut around the youth's wrists. Seeing this, Li Feng merely frowned slightly. He made no unnecessary movements, standing still as the officer secured his hands firmly. His gaze held a trace of calmness, as if everything had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Witnessing this scene, the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom finally eased slightly. For a moment, the students' eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Some stared in utter shock, seemingly unable to accept that Li Feng, who had always been the star of the academy, was now a criminal suspect. Others wore worried expressions, hoping things weren't as bad as they appeared. After all, He was their classmate. Others flashed a glint of schadenfreude. Their long-held jealousy toward Li Feng now transformed into this peculiar emotion. Others even revealed a hint of satisfaction, as if witnessing Li Feng's arrest were a deeply gratifying event. After all, Li Feng had been dominating the spotlight at the academy lately, and his behavior inevitably rubbed some people the wrong way. So to say others harbored not a shred of envy or resentment would be downright implausible. Especially Li Hong and Wang Hai, they couldn't have felt more elated, practically itching to rush forward and hug those patrol officers, kissing them on the cheek. Damn it, that bastard Li Feng should have been arrested ages ago. Best if they pin murder on him, then execute him outright. They seethed inwardly, though they dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Yet the intense venom in their eyes was impossible to conceal, two burning embers of hatred, fixed relentlessly on the handcuffed Li Feng. Chapter 242. Li Feng. Seeing Li Feng, his hands cuffed and escorted by 3 patrol officers, panic instantly flooded Lu Ting's eyes. The cool composure that had always graced her pretty face vanished without a trace. Her eyes were filled with worry and helplessness, as if she had lost her anchor. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Seeing Lu Ting like this, Li Feng's heart softened. A faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke softly to comfort her. As he spoke, instinctively reaching out to place his hands on the girl's head for further reassurance, but the clanking of handcuffs colliding shattered the fleeting warmth. What are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself. Perhaps still seething from being knocked to the ground by Li Feng earlier, the younger patrol officer on the far left suddenly widened his eyes, his expression filled with rage. Without a word, he shoved Li Feng hard. Caught off guard, Li Feng staggered, nearly stumbling from the sudden shove. However, he quickly regained his balance. His gaze instantly turned as cold as ice, like a sharp blade, piercing straight toward the young patrolman who had shoved him. In that instant, their eyes locked. The young patrol officer felt a chill rise from the depths of his soul. The coldness and ferocity in the teenager's eyes seemed to pierce through his very being, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Under that gaze, a wave of unease washed over him, and he instinctively looked away in panic. Kid, you looking for trouble? When he finally snapped back to his senses, the young patrolman seemed to realize he just lost face in front of everyone. His embarrassment turned to rage instantly. As he cursed, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Li Feng a lesson. You dare lay a finger on him? But the instant his hand shot up, a voice as cold as frost cut through the air. At that moment, Lu Ting was utterly enraged. Her pretty face was taut, her usual aloofness now replaced by boundless fury. An inexplicably powerful aura radiated from her, commanding respect. I don't care why you're arresting Li Feng, but if you dare lay a finger on him, I'll make sure Uncle Mo makes you pay dearly. Though Lu Ting had always been synonymous with aloofness and pride within the academy, her classmates rarely witnessed her in such a furious state. So when the girl's furious threat to the patrol officers echoed through the air, not only did the surrounding students, who had been whispering among themselves, fall silent, but even Li Feng's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Lu Ting to defend him so recklessly at such a tense moment. Hey, looks like you guys really don't know your place. The young patrol officer was thoroughly enraged by this barrage of provocation, his face flushing crimson with fury. He glared viciously at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, his eyes bulging like copper bells, and bellowed, "If you dare interfere again, do you believe I won't arrest you too for obstructing official duties? You dare?" Li Feng's anger flared at the young officer's arrogant attitude. He shifted his feet slightly, his body tensing instantly, clearly ready to attack at any moment. He had braced himself for being taken to the police station. But if the other side dared to lay a finger on Lu Ting, he absolutely wouldn't stand idly by, much less submit meekly. Go ahead, arrest me too. As Li Feng responded angrily, Lu Ting's resolute and fearless voice rang out. Without hesitation, the young woman extended her snow-white wrist directly toward the young patrol officer, her eyes gleaming with resolve. It seemed as though she harbored not a shred of worry about being taken to the police station. The young patrol officer froze in place upon witnessing this scene, as if struck by a spell. Clearly, having recently graduated from the police academy, he had never encountered such a defiant young woman who showed no fear whatsoever toward a patrol officer. However, just as he was about to lose his temper and recklessly reach for the handcuffs again to forcibly restrain Lu Ting, the young officer's superior's words struck like a heavy hammer, abruptly halting the young patrolman's actions. "Officer Zhao, what are you doing? Who authorized this?" The young officer's face instantly darkened with fury as he watched the rookie about to act. His eyes widened as he shouted the reprimand. Amidst his fury, a faint trace of panic stirred within him. Perhaps others hadn't heard it clearly, but the young officer had distinctly caught the girl's words, Uncle Mo. Though he couldn't be certain who this Uncle Mo was, caution was always wise. After all, their chief bore the same surname, Mo. If this girl really had any connection to the chief, Today's incident could become a major scandal, one he couldn't possibly take responsibility for. Captain Wang. At the young officer's furious shout, the patrolman named Xiao Zhao froze in place as if struck dumb. His face was filled with utter bewilderment. He simply couldn't fathom why Captain Wang, usually so decisive and efficient, would react so strongly today. In his experience, when encountering obstructive or troublesome individuals during operations, hadn't they always handled such situations this way? Shut up! Hearing this, the young officer grew frantic, fearing the simple-minded rookie might blurt out something he shouldn't. Without hesitation, he cut him off abruptly. He then adopted a stern, righteous tone. We're performing official duties right now. We must enforce the law civilly. Don't you understand that? Hearing this, Xiao Zhao felt even more confused, his mind a tangled mess. He was completely lost, as if walking through a fog. However, the slightly older patrol officer beside him keenly sensed something amiss. He discreetly nudged the tactless Xiao Zhao and then stepped in with a smile to smooth things over. All right. Listen to Captain Wang. Let's get moving. Seeing that the other party had stopped harassing Lu Ting, Li Feng finally relaxed and ceased resisting. He slowly turned his head, his gaze softening as he looked at the girl. A faint, reassuring smile touched his lips. Then, allowing 3 patrol officers to take hold of his arms on either side, he walked quietly out of the classroom.